They gave me 30 days to save a world I had already died in once. But they didn't know that this time, I was reborn with a cheat, a permanent 100x experience boost. The moment I killed a single level 5 mob and instantly shot up to level 20, I understood. 30 days isn't a doomsday clock, it's a countdown to my ascension. I shot up from the bed, my chest heaving as I greedily gasped for air like a drowning man. My last memory was the searing pain of a demon abyss monster's claws tearing me apart. But now, I was sitting, unharmed, in my old bedroom. The calendar on the wall, the phone on my nightstand, they all pointed to an unbelievable truth. Just then, a cold, mechanical voice echoed in my mind. The transdimensional game God's Choice has officially descended upon Blue Star. I was reborn, back to the very first day the game arrived. There was no elation, only a bone-deep chill. I knew this worldwide celebration of a game was just a 30-day deception. In 30 days, a world called the Demon Abyss would invade, and that would be the true apocalypse. In my previous life, I didn't even survive to see the third day of the invasion. To die again? I chuckled at my own expense and quickly accepted reality. If I couldn't change it, I had to face it. I summoned the game panel with a thought and quickly bound my identity. Randomly awakening. On the screen, a golden wheel spun rapidly. Awakening successful. Your initial class is Warrior. Warrior again. Good. I was most familiar with this class, and I couldn't afford to waste a single second adapting. The system prompt sounded. The novice gift pack had been delivered. I immediately opened the pack in my inventory. You have opened the novice gift pack. You have obtained Brave Gauntlets X1, a black iron tier, warrior exclusive weapon. Last time, all I got was a potion. This start was so much better. I equipped the gauntlets instantly, and a warm current flowed through me. I opened my personal stats panel. Name, Bai Yi. Class, Warrior. Level, LV1. Health, 300. My base health was 100, and the gauntlets added 200, for a total of 300. Double what I had last time. This meant a much higher margin for error. Without hesitation, I clicked the Enter God's Choice World option. A silver portal materialized in the center of my room, and I stepped through it. My surroundings changed in a flash. I was at the familiar edge of the magic fantasy forest. The air was fresh, filled with the scent of grass and trees. Last time, I was chased by 3 wolves the moment I arrived and nearly died. Just as I was about to move, a sharp pain pierced my brain, and my vision went black. I grabbed a tree trunk, a cold sweat breaking out. Just as I was about to pass out, the pain receded like a tide, and a gentle voice, completely different from the game's system, spoke in my mind. Dear host, the system has successfully bound with you. You have obtained the Golden Finger, Random Aura. Random Aura, you will receive 1 chance to draw a permanent buffing aura, with an additional chance every time you reach level 99. Draw now, a Golden Finger. My heart hammered against my ribs, my blood instantly boiling. I suppressed my excitement and silently commanded, draw. In my mind, countless aura icons spun at high speed. Draw successful. You have obtained the permanent experience aura. A faint golden aura merged into my body, its stats panel appearing before me. Experience aura. Effect, the aura's owner gains a 100x experience boost. Duration, permanent, 100 times. And it was permanent. I was trembling all over. This meant that for every monster I killed, I would get the experience of 100. My leveling speed would be unimaginable. 30 days was no longer an insurmountable deadline. This time, I could turn everything around. Equipped with my brave gauntlets, I headed deeper into the forest. Soon, a shadow wolf the size of a calf leaped out from the bushes, its crimson eyes locking onto me. Name, Shadow Wolf. Level, LV5. Health, 250. Only 1. Manageable. My combat instincts from my past life were etched into my very bones. The wolf lunged, a black shadow with claws tearing through the air. I sidestepped, landing a heavy punch on its flank. I completely controlled the rhythm of the fight. With my superior gear and combat experience, the wolf was covered in wounds after just a few exchanges. I seized an opportunity and used the warrior's starting skill, Heavy Strike. My fist, glowing with an earthy yellow light, smashed into the wolf's head. With a sickening crunch, its skull caved in. The massive body collapsed and dissolved into a shower of light. Immediately, the system log began to scroll frantically. You have killed the Shadow Wolf. You have gained 5000 EXP. Base EXP 50x 100x boost equals 5000 EXP. You have leveled up to LV2. You have leveled up to LV3. A brilliant golden light flashed around me 19 consecutive times. I had gone from level 1 straight to level 20. Immense power surged through my limbs, wiping away any trace of fatigue. I opened my stats panel. The numbers had changed drastically. Name, Bai Yi. Class, Warrior. Level, LV20. Health, 3100. Attributes, Strength 230. Skills, Heavy Strike, Hot Blood, Active, Critical Strike, Passive. One level 5 mob had leveled me up 19 times. The feeling was incredible. I didn't stop, pushing deeper into the forest. 2 hours later, I had already reached level 50 and encountered a tougher enemy, a level 40 elite shadow wolf and its 2 regular packmates. By now, I had awakened 3 powerful active skills, Bloodthirst, Rock Shattering Fist, and Gale Slash. I faced the 3 wolves without fear. The elite wolf was incredibly fast, charging at me in a blur of crimson mist. I advanced instead of retreating, blasting the wolf on my left away with a Rock Shattering Fist, then spinning around to unleash Gale Slash. 3 blade shadows instantly killed the other one on my right. The light of leveling up in the middle of a fight flashed again, boosting my power even more. Finally, I focused all my strength on the elite wolf. After taking some damage, I successfully cut it down. A massive amount of experience flooded into me. A bronze treasure chest appeared next to the elite's body. I checked my stats panel first. Name, Bai Yi. Class, Warrior. Level, LV 65. Health, 12,000. Attributes, Strength 820. Skills, Berserker. Level 65. And I had awakened my first ultimate skill, Berserker, a 200% boost to all stats for 5 minutes. It was a god-tier skill seemingly tailor-made for me. I suppressed my excitement and opened the chest. A stronger, bronze-tier weapon, the Ink Shadow Long Blade, appeared in my hand. After equipping it, my combat power soared once again. Just as I was about to venture deeper, I heard fighting in the distance. I rushed over to find a team of players on the verge of being wiped out by a dozen wolves. For them, it was a desperate situation. For me, it was a walking pile of EXP. Before their shocked eyes, I charged into the pack like a tiger among sheep, wielding my Ink Shadow Long Blade. I spammed Gale Slash, and wherever my blade passed, wolves were instantly killed. The battle was over in less than 20 seconds. Golden light flashed madly around me as my level number jumped again and again, finally stopping at LV 78. L level 78? One of the surviving players stammered in disbelief. I ignored them. Activating Swift Shadow Step, my body blurred and vanished into the forest. I had only one goal now, reach level 99. Then, I could undergo my second class advancement and draw my second game-breaking aura. I pushed onward, soon reaching the core region of the forest where more powerful monsters dwelled. 3 crimson blood bears, each the size of a small hill, blocked my path. Name, Crimson Blood Bear. Tier, Elite. Level, LV 50. Health, 20,000. 3 level 50 elites, with triple the health of the elite wolf from before. Perfect for testing my current strength. Berserker. I immediately activated my ultimate skill. All my stats skyrocketed by 200%. Muscles bulging, a sense of invincible power filled my body. I initiated the charge, my Ink Shadow Long Blade humming in my hand. Roar! The 3 bears roared in unison, the ground itself trembling. Their massive bodies charged me with the force of an avalanche. I met the descending paw of one head-on, not dodging, gripping my blade with both hands. I unleashed a Gale Slash enhanced with a heavy strike. With a deafening clang, sparks flew. The bear roared in pain and was knocked back, a deep, bone-visible gash on its paw. I merely felt a jolt run through me, the ground beneath my feet cracking, but I didn't take a single step back. The attacks from the other 2 bears arrived. I weaved between their blows with the extreme speed of Swift Shadow Step, looking for a chance to counter. The fight became a brutal frenzy. The bears activated their Crimson Fury skill, burning their own life force for even greater power. I saw an opening in one's defense, activated my Bloodthirst effect, and plunged my blade through its heart. With one down, the pressure eased. I repeated the process, using my speed and explosive power to cut down the remaining 2 after a hard-fought battle. The 3 mighty elites fell, turning into a sea of experience points that poured into my body. I could feel it. I was close to the threshold. Level 99, a new aura, a class advancement. In 30 days, Demon Abyss, you will face a monster you cannot possibly imagine. As the last massive body of the Crimson Blood Bear crashed to the ground, a whoosh echoed. A dazzling golden light surged from Baye's body like a tide, the glow of leveling up and energy fluctuations continuously appearing and spreading around him, causing the fallen leaves nearby to flutter slightly. This time, the radiance was more brilliant than ever before, blinding like the midday sun. He soared from level 78 to level 99 in one breath. The leap in levels was accompanied by a surge of power within him, his bones cracking softly as if undergoing some kind of transformation. At the same time, the cold prompt of the game system sounded at the right moment. Congratulations, player Bai, you have successfully leveled up to LV 99. You have unlocked the second job transfer quest, Relevant. Task information has been sent to the information channel. Please check it. Please note, you cannot level up again until you complete the job transfer. Bai. suppressed the surging power within him, took a deep breath, and with a thought, his personal attribute panel immediately unfolded before him. On the light blue screen, each data point welcomed a qualitative leap once again. Name, Yi profession, warrior level, LV 99 health, 40,000 mana, 8,000 attributes, strength 1710, spirit 570, agility 900, constitution 980, skills, basic combat technique, passive, earth barrier, active, volcanic strike, active, demon abyss blood, / ultimate skill. After leveling up, his attributes experienced a terrifying surge, especially the values of strength and constitution, which were almost double what they were before. The power within him surged like a rushing river, as if he could shatter the boulder before him with a single punch. Bai Yi felt filled with strength at this moment, each breath carrying a powerful airflow. He could even clearly hear the sound of power flowing through his veins. Meanwhile, with the level breakthrough to 99, he also gained 3 new skills, with 3 dazzling lights added to the end of the skill list. Among them, the last one was the ultimate skill, radiating a deep red glow. First were the 2 ordinary skills. Each of the 2 ordinary skills had its focus. One was a defensive type, earth barrier, summons earth elements to form a solid barrier, absorbing a large amount of damage for 8 seconds. The other was an area attack type, volcanic strike. Unleashes a powerful attack, triggering a small-scale volcanic eruption, dealing high flame damage to enemies in the area and inflicting a continuous damage effect. The last ultimate skill, demon abyss blood / this skill requires the consumption of 10,000 health points, then unleashes double true damage. True damage, as it is called, ignores attributes, skills, or equipment's defensive effects. Against true damage, any unit can only endure it with health points, with no other options. Just looking at the skill description, one can imagine how powerful this ultimate skill is, definitely a trump card against strong enemies. Bai Yi was very satisfied with these 3 new skills, especially demon abyss blood / which could turn the tide of battle at a critical moment, giving him more confidence when facing powerful abyss monsters. Then, he stepped forward, his gaze falling on the spot where the 3 crimson bloodbear corpses had vanished. At that moment, 2 chests radiating a soft glow lay quietly there. Not bad luck, 2 chests dropped at once. He bent down to pick up the 2 chests, feeling their weight in his hands. The surfaces of the 2 chests were intricately carved with silver patterns, emitting a faint silver glow. These were 2 silver-grade chests, a whole level higher than the previous bronze-grade chests. A look of joy appeared on Bai Yi's face, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. He then eagerly opened the 2 chests. Buzz! The chests trembled slightly in his hands, and the silver light surged. Immediately after, the game system's prompt sounded. Again, you have opened a silver-grade chest and obtained the equipment Tide Soft Armor *1. You have opened a silver-level treasure chest and obtained the equipment Emberfire Ring *1. 2 pieces of equipment appeared before Bai Yi. One was a soft armor shimmering with a water blue glow, and the other was a ring entwined with red patterns. Both pieces radiated impressive energy fluctuations. He focused his gaze, and immediately, the attributes of the 2 pieces of equipment appeared before him. Title Soft Armor Grade, Silver Effect, increases physical and magical defense by 400, comes with the skill Title Protection, triggers a shield that absorbs 2000 damage when receiving fatal damage. Type Armor, universal for all classes, Emberfire Ring Grade, Silver Effect, increases strength and spirit by 350 each, comes with the passive Emberfire Breath, 30% chance to trigger a burning effect lasting 5 seconds on attack, dealing 100 fire damage per second. Type Ring, universal for all classes. Looking at the detailed attribute descriptions of the equipment, Bai Yi's excitement grew even more. He immediately summoned his equipment bar and placed these 2 new pieces in their respective slots. Instantly, 2 astonishing mysterious energies appeared out of thin air within Bai Yi's body. One flowed like a cool stream, gently coursing through his veins, nourishing his limbs and bones, bringing a soft defensive boost. The other surged like a blazing flame, racing through his blood, subtly infusing his internal energy with a burning essence. These 2 energies instantly merged into his limbs, significantly enhancing Bai Yi's physical attributes, raising his strength and defense to a new height. Then, with a slight thought, he chose to materialize the equipment. In the next moment, a silver light flashed on his upper body and fingers. The water blue Title Soft Armor snugly covered his upper body, outlining smooth muscle lines. On his ring finger, a beautifully crafted Emberfire ring appeared, its red patterns shimmering in the sunlight. In this game, players can choose to materialize their equipment for display or hide it beneath their clothing, depending on personal preference. How long has it been? I already have 2 pieces of silver-level equipment. Bai Yi touched the exquisite ring on his ring finger and gently patted the fitted soft armor on his body. The cool touch carried a hint of warm energy, which made him quite satisfied. Then, Bai Yi shifted his gaze away from the new equipment. With a thought, the attribute information on his personal panel quickly switched, revealing the detailed content of the second job change quest. Job change quest class, warrior level. LV 99 content. Go to the Eternal Tower and complete the corresponding trials to finish the job change. Click the Start button below to head to the Eternal Tower. Start. The black Start button hovered at the bottom of the panel, emitting a faint spatial fluctuation as if it were the key to an unknown realm. Once I finish drawing the aura, I can immediately go complete the job change quest, Bai muttered to himself, lightly tapping in the air with his fingertip, temporarily hiding the job change quest panel. Now, it's time to draw the new aura. Bai rubbed his hands together, the warmth generated by the friction easing some of his tension. His heart couldn't help but race, like a little deer bouncing around in his chest. The experience aura he drew the first time had given him a significant boost on his leveling journey. What kind of surprise would this second draw bring? He took a deep breath, the fresh air filling his lungs, calming his restless mood a bit. Then with a thought, he summoned a special panel. This was his unique golden finger panel. The dark golden frame was entwined with flowing light, and in the center was a still wheel pattern, the panel for drawing random auras. At this moment, the previously dim draw text on the panel brightened, shimmering with a faint rainbow glow, as if it were alive, slowly flowing. I'm about to complete the job transfer task, and the trial is bound to be full of challenges. I hope to get a halo that boosts my combat power, Bai Yi murmured to himself. His gaze was fixed tightly on the draw button on the panel, and at that moment he even eased his breathing a little. Then, without hesitation, he decisively tapped the air, clicking the draw. The next second, that familiar, gentle system voice echoed in the depths of his mind, carrying a soothing power. Random halo draw in progress. Please wait. The massive roulette reappeared in his mind, but it was even larger than during the first draw. Countless colorful halo icons spun rapidly within it, some with flames burning fiercely for attack, some covered with light shields for defense, and others entwined with green leaves for healing. Each halo emitted a unique energy fluctuation that made his spirit tremble. Bai Yi held his breath, his eyes fixed on the roulette without blinking. He silently prayed in his heart, hoping to draw a halo that matched his current needs. Time seemed to slow down at that moment. Each second felt like an eternity. Soon, the rotation of the wheel gradually slowed, finally stopping on a halo icon radiating a vibrant green light. Draw successful. You have obtained the permanent life halo. A faint golden halo phantom slowly emerged above his head, emitting a soft and warm glow. It enveloped his body like the sunlight of early spring, then silently merged into his limbs, bringing a wave of warm comfort. The next second, a detailed attribute panel appeared before him, clearly displaying the effects of the new halo. Life halo effect. The halo owner receives a 200 times life increase. Duration, permanent. Bai Yi stared at the information on the panel, his pupils suddenly constricting. His face was filled with disbelief and surprise. A 200 times life increase. This meant that his original 40,000 life points would directly soar to a terrifying number. It shot up to 8 million. This was more practical than any defensive equipment, especially when facing the devastating attacks of the abyss monsters. Having enough life points was the most solid guarantee. 8 million life points. That's just too terrifying. Bai Yi looked at the astonishing number on the attribute panel, unable to help but gasp, his voice filled with uncontrollable excitement. It's worth noting that the life points of an ordinary level 99 professional can reach 50,000, and his 8 million value was simply unbelievable. Moreover, with such a high life value, the Demon Abyss Bloodslaughter / will no longer be a trump card saved for emergencies, but a powerful skill that can be unleashed at will. Bai Yi's breathing quickened, his chest rising and falling violently. His eyes sparkled with excitement filled with thrill. Consuming 10,000 life points was just a drop in the bucket for him now. With the recovery speed of the Bloodthirsty skill, he would soon be back to full. The effect of this second halo was truly astonishing, practically tailor-made for him. Just then, suddenly, a golden system notification exploded in the vision of all professionals, covering the original interface. Notice, a boss-level unit is about to appear in the outer area of the chosen world. All professionals please prepare. The world channel instantly erupted, messages flooding in like a tide. Boss-level unit? It's finally coming. Is there a big shot forming a team? I'm a priest, I can heal. I'm a mage, my output is super high, looking for a team. Many professionals clamored in the channel to form teams to fight the boss, their tone filled with anticipation. Bai Yi's eyes lit up, a memory flashing through his mind. He remembered clearly that the first player to kill a boss unit in the chosen world would receive an additional system reward. Moreover, this reward is truly astonishing. It is said to be a chest that can yield legendary level equipment. In the last life, the Blue Star professionals did not manage to defeat a boss unit until more than 10 days later. At that time, a wealthy American tycoon gathered hundreds of powerful professionals, spending a day and night to besiege a boss unit, and only then did they successfully achieve the first kill. After completing the first kill, in addition to the boss dropping a high-tier chest, the game system also rewarded an additional legendary chest. Bai Yi was quite tempted by this. The allure of legendary equipment is something no one can resist. So, without a second thought, he activated Shadow Step, transforming into a black shadow, and began searching for the boss unit's whereabouts. After a while, in the outer regions of the divine chosen world, when some lucky ones successfully found the boss unit, they immediately fell silent, their expressions of anticipation replaced by terror. Are you kidding me? Level 60? How are we supposed to fight this? Holy crap! Over 100,000 health points, what the hell? Even scraping won't work. So the game system's hint to be prepared was actually telling us to prepare to run for our lives. Damn it! Run! If we wait any longer, it will be too late. The situation was no different in the Enchanted Forest. In fact, the boss unit here was even higher in level and more terrifying in strength. Name, Shadow Commander? Lorn rank, King level, LV 80 health, 200,000 skills, Tough Skin, passive, Shadow Strike, active, Bloodthirst, active, Soul Binding, active, in a chaotic area. A level 80 boss unit stood in the center of a pool of blood. With every swipe of its claws, the screams of professionals echoed, sweeping across the area, causing a group of oblivious professionals to flee in panic, dropping their gear. This boss had the appearance of a wolf-headed humanoid. Its size was similar to that of an adult human, which seemed unthreatening at first glance. But within that seemingly ordinary body lay an incredibly terrifying power. Each of its movements left behind after images. Its speed was so fast that these novice professionals could not capture its actions at all. At that moment, the boss suddenly stopped, raising its head sharply, its crimson gaze locking onto a group of professionals who thought they had escaped, letting out a low growl. Following that, it spread its arms wide, and countless black souls emerged around it. These souls, as if summoned, shot towards dozens of professionals ahead, executing the skill Soul Binding. The professionals struck by the souls were instantly enveloped in a layer of black energy, their bodies stiffening and unable to move. Even their mouths could not open, only able to emit muffled sounds. Dozens of professionals suddenly showed expressions of terror, their pupils dilating in fear. Their eyes filled with despair. They watched helplessly as the Shadow Commander approached step by step, its sharp claws glinting coldly in the sunlight, tearing their bodies apart one by one. Blood splattered, staining their vision, the stench of blood filling the air, making one nauseous. At that moment, Baye's figure suddenly appeared. With Shadow Step pushed to the limit, the ink-black long knife in his hand radiated a rich black light. He descended like a black lightning bolt from the sky, delivering a powerful strike to the boss's back with 3 overlapping blade shadows from Gale Slash. When the blade collided with the boss's fur, it produced a crisp sound like metal clashing, causing the Shadow Commander to feel pain, its massive body sent flying, crashing into several large trees before finally stopping. In an instant, dust filled the forest. Roar! The low growl of the Shadow Commander? Lorn pierced through the thick fog filled with intense anger. It suddenly broke free from the pile of broken trees, its wolf head turning, the scarlet gaze precisely locking onto Baye's position. 3 deep wounds, visible to the bone, remained on its back where it had been struck, black blood gushing out. But the edges of the wounds were visibly writhing, healing at an alarming rate. Human, you have successfully angered me. The Shadow Commander, Lorn, spoke, its voice raspy and grating like 2 stones grinding against each other. The shadows surrounding it instantly thickened, as if countless spirits were howling within. Baye slightly spread his feet, gripping the ink shadow long knife tightly, the blade angled toward the ground, his gaze sharp as an eagle, a surge of battle intent coursing through him. Alright, before the class transfer trial, let's practice on this boss. The intelligence of a king-level boss far exceeded that of ordinary monsters. Baye knew well that the upcoming battle would be fraught with danger. In the next second, the Shadow Commander, Lorn, suddenly transformed into a blurred shadow, almost instantly crossing dozens of meters to appear right in front of Baye. Its sharp claws tore through the air with a piercing sound, aiming directly for his throat, executing the skill, Shadow Strike. This speed was several times faster than the previous elite magic wolf, almost impossible to react to. But Baye was already prepared. Swift Shadow Step activated instantly, his body shifting sideways like a ghost, narrowly avoiding this deadly strike by half a meter. The claw wind grazed his neck, the rush of air stinging his skin, and a large tree behind him snapped in response, the cut as smooth as a mirror. Good reaction, but this is just the beginning. The Shadow Commander, Lorn, sneered. In the next second, its assault grew even fiercer, its claws alternating in a flurry of strikes, each attack leaving after images, attempting to block all of Baye's escape routes. Baye stood firm, perfectly combining basic combat technique with his swordsmanship. The ink shadow long knife danced in his hands, forming a black defensive barrier that blocked the relentless attacks. Clang, clang, clang. For a moment, the sound of metal clashing echoed continuously, sparks bursting forth in the dust, each collision causing Baye's arms to tingle slightly. But relying on his formidable strength and physique, he withstood the impact. Now it's my turn. Baye shouted lowly, seizing the opportunity during the Shadow Commander's attack. He suddenly crouched down, sweeping the long knife horizontally along the ground. Gale Slash, combined with Heavy Strike, 3 black knife shadows, accompanied by the sound of wind breaking, slashed fiercely toward the boss's abdomen. The Shadow Commander, Lorn, narrowed its pupils, instinctively wanting to retreat. But the speed of the knife was simply too fast, and it was too close. With a thud, its abdomen was slashed open with 3 massive gashes. In an instant, black entrails, mixed with blood, gushed out. A whoa! The excruciating pain made the Shadow Commander let out a mournful wolf howl, its eyes glowing red, suddenly opening its mouth wide and spewing a thick cloud of black mist at Bai Yi. The black mist contained a strong corrosive energy, and wherever it passed, the ground was eroded into small pits. Bai Yi's gaze sharpened, and, Earth Barrier, activated instantly, a 3-meter-high yellowish stone wall rising from thin air in front of him, completely blocking the black mist outside. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The black mist crashed against the stone wall, emitting a piercing corrosive sound, white smoke continuously rising from the surface of the wall, its thickness visibly decreasing. Seizing this moment, Bai Yi quickly retreated, creating distance. At the same time, he activated the Berserker skill, all attributes surging by 200%, his muscles bulging, a sense of power flooding his entire body. The farce is over. The Shadow Commander, Lorne, saw the black mist blocked, a hint of madness flashing in its eyes. It took a deep breath, the spirits around it suddenly converging into a black energy column, shooting fiercely toward Bai Yi. Soul Cannon. This energy column was more than 10 times stronger than the previous, soul binding, distorting the air as it passed. Bai Yi had no choice but to meet it head-on. He instantly plunged the inked shadow long knife into the ground, forming hand seals, his internal mana surging wildly, activating the Volcanic Strike skill. In the next moment, the ground beneath suddenly shook violently, countless fissures of magma appearing out of nowhere, a scorching heat rushing towards them. Immediately after, a thick column of magma erupted from the depths, colliding with a black energy pillar. Boom! A deafening roar echoed as the magma and black mist exploded, creating a massive energy shockwave that sent all nearby trees flying, leaving a deep pit several meters wide in the ground. Dust and smoke filled the air again, obscuring everyone's vision. The professionals trapped by the soul binding trembled, nervously staring at the center of the dust, their hearts racing. They couldn't tell who would ultimately win in this earth-shattering clash. They could only pray in their hearts that the human professional who descended from the sky would win, giving them a chance to survive. The dust had yet to settle. The figure of the Shadow Commander, Lorne, had already coalesced within the black mist. It licked the blood from the corner of its mouth, the crimson and madness in its eyes growing ever more intense. Human, your struggle ends here. In the next moment, it suddenly raised its hand, and dozens of black souls shot out from its palm, weaving into a net in the air, heading towards Bai Yi, precisely as soul binding. These souls whistled sharply, devouring even the light in their path, clearly stronger than the skill that had previously trapped that group of professionals. Bai Yi's gaze remained calm and unperturbed, the effect of the Berserker still active, with all attributes surging while the immunity to control effects below level 5 activated just in time. He did not retreat but charged forward, rushing towards the net of souls, the golden light on him clashing with the black mist, emitting a sizzling sound as those souls attempting to ensnare him melted away like ice and snow meeting fire. What? The Shadow Commander, Lorne, was taken aback. Seizing the moment of the boss's distraction, Bai Yi swung his long knife, activating Volcanic Strike once more, and several fire pillars suddenly erupted from the cracked magma fissures in the ground, wrapping around the Shadow Commander's limbs like chains. The scorching magma made it let out a painful howl, its black fur charred. It's time to end this, Bai Yi whispered, the vitality within him surging like a river, and he unhesitatingly activated his ultimate skill, Demonic Blood Slaughter Slash. In an instant, 10,000 health points within Bai Yi transformed into a crimson torrent of energy, flowing into the inked shadow long knife. The blade seemed to explode with blinding blood red light as if it had been thrown into a furnace, and within the light, countless twisted souls could be seen howling and struggling, emanating a terrifying aura that made one's heart race. The air was thick with the smell of blood, as if an invisible blood hell had descended, dyeing the surrounding light a strange dark red. Swoosh! The moment the blade light cut through the air, it emitted a piercing sound like fabric being torn, and a blood-red blade light several meters long shot out, carrying a world-destroying momentum, like a scythe of judgment from hell, slashing horizontally towards the Shadow Commander, Lorne. Where the blade light passed, the space rippled slightly, the rocks on the ground were cut into deep ravines by the invisible force, and even the air was burning fiercely, releasing scorching waves. In the next moment, the blade light struck the Shadow Commander's shoulder like cutting through butter, the black bones cracking with a crisp crack. The foul-smelling blood gushed out like a fountain, splattering onto Bai Yi's soft armor, which automatically repelled it with its water-based energy. The massive body of the Shadow Commander, Lorne, staggered back, its left arm completely numb, fear finally showing in its eyes for the first time as it turned to activate Shadow Blitz to escape. But would Bai Yi give it the chance? With Shadow Step leaving after images, he instantly caught up to the fleeing boss, his long knife once again filled with blood-red light, another demonic blood slaughter slash. The blade struck directly at the lower back, embedding itself nearly half a foot deep. The blood arrow it released carving a strange arc in the air. 20,000 true damage activated once more, and the health of the Shadow Commander plummeted again. This time, it collapsed to the ground, its limbs twitching, the black mist surrounding it visibly thinning, clearly caught off guard by the continuous true damage. Bai Yi slowly walked in front of it, the blood on his long knife still fresh. He looked at this once mighty king-level boss and raised his blade for the third time. In the next second, the final strike of Demon Abyss blood fell, the crimson blade light severing like it was cutting through decayed wood, precisely hitting the neck, and true damage erupted instantly. The Shadow Commander's head rolled to the ground, its crimson eyes filled with endless unwillingness in their last moments. The king-level boss was dead. As the boss perished, its body transformed into countless black particles dissipating, while a treasure chest shimmering with a faint golden light appeared. The chest floated in mid-air, its surface intricately carved with elaborate patterns, exuding a soft and mysterious aura. The adventurers, witnessing this scene, froze in place as if under a spell, their eyes wide and mouths agape in an O shape, large enough to fit a fist. The thrilling battle scene replayed rapidly in their minds, causing their hearts to race uncontrollably. The treasure chest has appeared, which means the boss is dead, right? A young assassin in leather armor rubbed his eyes vigorously, then pinched his thigh hard, wincing in pain, his voice trembling with disbelief and excitement. My God, we actually survived. A priest collapsed onto the ground, gripping the grass tightly with both hands. Looking at his unscathed body, overwhelmed with emotion and stammering, tears uncontrollably streamed down his cheeks. Just moments ago, he thought he would be torn apart like his companions. Wow! Look, this guy with the knife is already level 99. A warrior suddenly jumped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Pointing at the level indicator above Bai Ye's head, his voice sharp and piercing with shock. Everyone seemed to be pulled by an invisible string, turning in unison to follow his finger. When the glaring number LV99 came into view, gasps of astonishment echoed like autumn leaves swept by the wind. Many weapons clattered to the ground with a loud clang. Hiss! A mage gasped, nearly dropping his staff, blinking hard to confirm he wasn't mistaken. No wonder he could solo the boss. How long has it been since the game started? Not even a day, right? How did he level up to 99? This is simply unbelievable. He must be cheating. There's no way this is a normal leveling speed. A knight couldn't help but voice his doubts, but as soon as he spoke, he was shot a fierce glare by someone nearby. He sulkily closed his mouth, though his tone was more filled with unmasked awe. The image of Bai Yi slicing the boss in one blow was deeply etched in his mind. The murmurs buzzed like a tide, yet no one dared to take a step forward. The terrifying power Bai Yi displayed during the battle weighed heavily on everyone's hearts, instilling a sense of dread, as they feared that any rash move might provoke the displeasure of this formidable figure. Bai Yi paid no mind to the adventurers' discussions. His gaze fell on the treasure chest as he stepped forward, reaching out to pick it up. It felt heavy in his hands, a pure energy emanating from within. It was a golden level treasure chest, one level higher than the previous silver level chest. The rewards inside would surely be even more generous. He then patiently waited for a moment, recalling from his previous life that the world announcement for the first kill of the boss should be coming soon. Sure enough, not long after, the cold and clear voice of the game system echoed in the minds of all the players. At the same time, lines of golden text appeared in their field of vision like a brand. World announcement: player Bai Yi has successfully killed a king level unit for the first time. Received an additional reward: 1 legendary mysterious treasure chest. World announcement: player Bai Yi has successfully killed a king level unit for the first time. Received an additional reward: 1 legendary mysterious treasure chest. A series of identical messages suddenly appeared before all players, like a heavy bomb exploding on the calm surface of a lake. It caused a huge stir in both the chosen world and the real world. For a moment, the entire blue star was swept up in a storm of shock and disbelief. Whether on game forums or social media, the name Bai Yi and the news of first kill of a king-level unit flooded the screens. Countless people were discussing how Bai Yi managed to do it, and what could be obtained from the legendary treasure chest. A golden treasure chest. A legendary treasure chest. This trip was worth it. Bai Yi glanced at the golden treasure chest in his hand, as well as the legendary treasure chest radiating with colorful light quietly lying in his backpack. A satisfied smile of joy appeared on his face. This time's harvest far exceeded expectations. Then, he ignored a few players who tried to step forward to thank him. As those people took a step forward, still wearing flattering smiles, he activated Shadow Step. His figure flickered, turning into a blurred afterimage, and instantly disappeared from the spot. What a pity! If only I could get to know such a big shot. Even if it was just to say a word, I could brag about it in front of my friends for a long time. An archer looked at the place where Bai Yi had vanished, unable to suppress a sigh, his tone filled with regret. Others nodded in agreement, their expressions mirroring his. Bai Yi arrived at a tranquil pond. The water was crystal clear, reflecting the lush trees around it, with a few dark fish occasionally swimming by, creating ripples. This place was far from the previous battle area, very quiet, just right for opening treasure chests. First, he took out the golden treasure chest dropped by the boss. The chest emitted a faint golden light in his hand, and the patterns on its surface shimmered under the sunlight. Taking a deep breath, he focused his mind on the chest and gently said, "Open." The next second, at the moment the chest opened, a dazzling golden light burst forth from it, illuminating the surrounding water surface, and the system prompt echoed in his mind, "Congratulations, you have obtained Golden Equipment Flame Radiance Necklace." Bai Yi quickly held the newly acquired equipment in his hand and Check the information. Flame Radiance Necklace Grade, Golden Effect, increases 1000 Strength, increases 1000 Spirit, comes with passive Flame Spirit Resonance. Increases all damage by 10%. Type, Jewelry, universal for all classes. Upon seeing the equipment information, Bai Ye's eyes instantly lit up. A surprised smile appeared on his face, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but lift. The effects of this equipment were fantastic. Whether it was the increased strength and spirit or the 10% boost to all damage, it would greatly enhance his combat power. Especially for him, who was about to undergo the job change trial. It was simply the icing on the cake. Then, with even more anticipation, he reached for the legendary mysterious treasure chest radiating with colorful light. He could feel that the chest contained a more immense energy than the golden treasure chest, and just looking at it filled him with imagination. Soon, the legendary chest opened. At the moment the chest opened, an even more brilliant light burst forth. The next moment, 2 orbs of different colored light flew out from the chest. Hovering in front of him, the system prompt sounded again. Congratulations, you have obtained legendary equipment Windwalker Boots. Congratulations, you have obtained a legendary consumable item Spirit Brew X10. This time, he received 2 items. One was equipment, named Windwalker Boots. The other was a consumable item, named Spirit Brew, with a total of 10 bottles. He first took the Windwalker Boots in his hands, eagerly checking the equipment information. Windwalker Boots Grade, Legendary Effect, increases agility by 300, comes with the passive Wind Tread, increases movement speed by 25% and grants immunity to slow effects below level 7. Type, Shoes, universal for all classes. Upon seeing the effects of this legendary equipment, Bai Yi couldn't help but gasp. In shock, his eyes filled with astonishment. Following that was an uncontrollable joy and satisfaction. An increase of 3000 agility, combined with the boost to movement speed and immunity to slow effects. These boots were simply tailor-made for him. With them, his mobility would experience a qualitative leap. For a warrior, agility is equally important. No, it should be that for all classes, agility is very important. He then picked up a bottle of Spirit Brew, checking the item. Information, Spirit Brew Grade, Legendary Effect, restores 50,000 health and 30,000 mana within 3 seconds, comes with the special effect, Spirit Body, grants 30% damage reduction for 5 minutes after consumption. Type, Potion, universal for all classes. A legendary recovery item, its effects were incredibly powerful. Whether recovering in critical moments or enhancing survival against strong enemies, it could play a significant role. Bai Yi was very satisfied with this, his smile growing even brighter. He placed the 10 bottles of Spirit Brew into his backpack. Then he switched out his equipment slots, equipping the Flame Pendant and the Windwalker Boots, the 2 newly acquired items. As soon as the equipment was changed, 2 completely different mysterious energies surged from the gear, flowing into his body through his limbs. The warm power strengthened his strength and spirit, as well as agility and other attributes. He could clearly feel his body being enhanced, every cell cheering with joy. After a while, the surge of energy gradually calmed, and the enhancement was complete. Bai Ye's attributes received a tremendous boost. He thought for a moment, pulled up his personal attribute panel, wanting to see just how strong he was now. Name, Bai Yi. Class, Warrior Level, LV 99 Health, 8 million Mana, 8,000 Attributes, Strength 2710, Spirit 1570, Agility 3900, Constitution 980. Skills, Basic Combat Skills, Earth, Barrier, Volcanic Strike, Demon Abyss, Blood Slash. Looking at the attribute panel before him, Bai Yi couldn't help but exclaim, a class holder really needs equipment. For class holders of the same level, having equipment makes all the difference. Now, he felt filled with power, as if he could shatter a small mountain with a single punch. This made him even more confident about the upcoming job change trial. Bai Yi felt the surging power within him, believing everything was ready and he had enough strength to face the job change trial. So, he summoned the information about the job change task in his mind. Then, he gently tapped the virtual panel with his fingertip, clicking the start button. The next second, a brilliant point of light suddenly illuminated the sky. Following that, a dazzling starlight cascaded down like a waterfall, precisely landing in front of him, enveloping him within. This starlight carried a warm and sacred aura, continuously changing form before him, gradually condensing from the initial beam of light, quickly transforming into a massive 3-meter-high light gate, with ancient runes faintly visible swirling above the doorframe. Within the light gate, swirling starlight surged wildly, as if harboring a mysterious universe. A rich spatial energy permeated the air, causing subtle ripples around. As long as one stepped into this light gate, they could journey to the legendary Eternal Divine Tower and complete the job transition trial that would determine the future path of their profession. Bai Yi took a deep breath, clearing his mind of distractions, his eyes shining with unwavering determination. Without further hesitation, he stepped forward, his figure instantly vanishing into the light gate. As Bai Yi entered, the massive light gate quickly dissipated like melting ice and snow, leaving only a tranquil pool and surrounding trees, as if it had never existed at all. Bai Yi felt a flash before his eyes, as if his body had been swept into a rapidly spinning vortex. After experiencing a series of spatial Transformations akin to the shifting of stars. His feet finally felt the solid ground again. He steadied himself and looked around, discovering that he had arrived at an endless white jade plaza. The plaza's white jade was as smooth as a mirror, reflecting the blue sky and white clouds above, and standing on it gave a slight, cool sensation, with faint energy fluctuations in the air. In the center of the plaza, a magnificent tower soared into the clouds, its top seemingly out of sight. The tower was entirely a primitive gray-white, constructed from massive stone blocks, adorned with numerous intricate and exquisite reliefs. The reliefs depicted scenes of extraordinary beings in combat. There were golden dragons soaring in the skies, elegant elves wielding longbows, towering titans, Chilan beasts treading on flames, and phoenixes reborn from fire, each one a legendary and immensely powerful extraordinary creature. Their postures were lifelike, as if they would break free from the reliefs at any moment and unleash an earth-shattering battle. Is that the eternal divine tower? Bai Yi gazed at the majestic tower in the distance, filled with awe, unable to help but murmur to himself. And what is that place? He looked up, and to the east of the plaza, a vaguely visible cluster of buildings stood quietly, each with a different style, exuding various energy auras. But due to the distance, he couldn't make out their specific forms. Forget it, I'll complete the job transition task first and explore the other things later. Bai Yi retracted his gaze, steadied his mind, and then stepped forward towards the direction of the eternal divine tower. As he approached the eternal divine tower, Bai Yi suddenly realized that the majestic aura emanating from the tower became even more overwhelming. It felt like a slumbering ancient behemoth, instilling a sense of reverence. What surprised him even more was that a number of other humans had already gathered at the base of the tower. They stood in small groups, some whispering to each other, some meditating with closed eyes, and others surveying their surroundings. These don't seem to be humans from Blue Star. Bai Yi silently observed these individuals, thinking to himself, his brow slightly furrowing. These humans were generally no different from those of Blue Star, but most of them possessed unique features not found in Blue Star. Humans. For instance, a stunningly beautiful woman with a slender figure and alluring curves, dressed in tight leather armor, had a pair of fluffy black cat ears, and a similarly fluffy tail swaying leisurely behind her. Another example was a burly man, over 2.5 meters tall, with muscles bulging like steel, who sported a pair of curved black horns on his head, his gaze sharp as a knife, exuding a fierce aura. Others also had peculiar traits to varying degrees. Some had wings on their backs, some had a faint green hue to their skin, and others had glowing gems embedded in their foreheads. At that moment, the woman with cat ears seemed to notice Bai Yi's gaze. She turned around and walked over with light steps, her curious big eyes scanning Bai Yi up and down as she asked, "Huh? Which civilization are you from? Why do you look so strange?" Bai Yi. He was instantly taken aback, his expression a mix of amusement and exasperation. I strange? I'm the only normal person here, okay? He couldn't help but complain in his mind, finding it somewhat absurd. But then he thought, among this crowd of people with peculiar features, his appearance, which had no special traits, indeed seemed out of place. Everyone had something odd about them, and he did not. Wasn't that oddness him? Thus, he fell silent for a moment. The cat-eared girl blinked her bright eyes, curiously staring at Bai Yi as if she were studying some rare treasure. After a while, Bai Yi broke the silence and said, "Blue Star, and you, which civilization are you from?" Upon hearing this, the cat-eared girl's delicate brows furrowed slightly, her petite nose crinkling in confusion as she asked, "Blue Star? I've never heard of this human civilization before." She tilted her head in thought, and suddenly, as if she had thought of something, her eyes lit up. "I come from the illusion flame star, so your civilization has just activated the divine selection?" The cat girl's tone clearly became a bit surprised, her cat ears unconsciously perking up. Bai Yi nodded. At this moment, several humans who had already noticed the situation nearby also approached, one of whom, a young man with silver wings on his back, looked surprised and said, "What? You actually come from the new divine selection civilization? That's really surprising. After so many years, a new divine selection civilization has appeared." A woman with light green skin beside him also sighed, her tone filled with emotion. Bai Yi was also a bit surprised. He hadn't expected that the civilizations these people belonged to were not newly activated divine selections. He thought everyone was a beginner. "So, it seems you are the first from your civilization to enter the eternal divine tower, right? That's amazing." The cat-eared girl clapped her hands, genuinely admiring him, her eyes sparkling. Then she continued, "Do you need me to show you around the eternal divine tower?" Bai Yi nodded and said, "If possible, I would appreciate it." No need to be polite, just follow me." The cat-eared girl smiled and waved her hand, turning to walk towards the eternal divine tower, her fluffy ears gently swaying. The cat-eared girl led Bai Yi closer to the eternal divine tower. The carvings on the tower became clearer under the sunlight, and the postures of those extraordinary beings seemed to come alive. As she walked, she said, "My name is Lin Lure, and you?" Bai Yi. Your name sounds nice. Like the stars at night." Lin Lure said with a smile, her eyes crescent-shaped. "It's okay." Bai Yi replied lightly, feeling a bit uncomfortable with such compliments. Seeing that he wasn't Very talkative, Lin Lure didn't continue the conversation and just quickened her pace. Soon, the two arrived at the foot of the tall tower, in front of the tower door. The huge tower door was tightly closed, adorned with intricate patterns, exuding an ancient and majestic aura. Lin Lure's delicate, fair fingers pointed at a tall stone tablet standing in front of the tower door, and she said sweetly, "This is the Eternal Divine Monument, which records the top 10 practitioners' completion times for each level of trials. Every practitioner who can be recorded can receive additional rewards from the game system, and the rewards are very generous, possibly rare materials, advanced skill books, or even high-tier equipment." When she spoke of the rewards, her eyes sparkled with excitement, clearly yearning for them. Since it's your first time at the Eternal Divine Tower, it should be your first job change. If you can be recorded in the first level of trials, you can receive rewards. Bai Yi nodded, his gaze falling on the Eternal Divine Monument, carefully examining the records of the first layer of trials. On the stone tablet, first place, Holy Light Civilization Lu Jing, 3 hours 56 minutes. Second place, Apocalypse Civilization Xiaojin, 6 hours 32 minutes. Third place, Watcher Civilization Chu Chen, 9 hours 33 minutes. 10th place, Illusion Flame Civilization Linny, 15 hours 35 minutes. The time gaps behind these names were significant, with the first place score far ahead. So the ranking is based on completion time. It seems that to earn rewards, one must not only pass the trials but also complete them as quickly as possible. Bai Yi thought to himself, filled with confidence. With his current strength, he might just be able to challenge the rankings. At that moment, a harsh voice suddenly rang out, dripping with disdain and mockery. "Hey, with him, does he even qualify?" Bai Yi and Lin Lure frowned simultaneously and turned to look, only to see a tall young man in a white robe, also sporting a pair of cat ears, approaching. His cat ears were gray, and his eyes radiated a strong sense of superiority. He provocatively stared at Bai Yi, his chin slightly raised, exuding an air of dominance. "Country bumpkin, you should consider whether you can even complete the trial first." Bai Yi was about to speak when Lin Lure stepped in front of him, scolding, "Xiao Feng, we're having a conversation. What does it have to do with you? Do you need to butt in?" Xiao Feng, taken aback, looked at Bai Yi with even more disdain, snorting coldly, "Just wait and see. This country bumpkin will definitely fail the trial." With that, he flicked his sleeves and turned to leave. Lin Lure turned back to Bai Yi and comforted him. "This guy is called Xiao Feng. He's also from our Illusion Flame Star civilization. He's just like that, with his head in the clouds. You don't need to pay him any mind. Just relax. There are 3 chances for the trial. Even if you fail the first time, it's okay. Just summarize your experience and come back again." Bai Yi raised an eyebrow, looking at Lin Lure, and said, "From what you're saying, you actually don't think I can pass the trial?" Lin Lure stuck out her pink tongue, a bit embarrassed, and chuckled lightly. "After all, you come from the new chosen civilization, and you're the first practitioner to arrive at the Eternal Divine Tower. Your resources and experience are definitely lacking." Upon hearing this, Bai Yi understood her meaning. A practitioner from a newly arrived civilization in the game would have almost zero foundation, and it was quite normal not to be optimistic about him having good equipment and items. But he didn't intend to explain anything. Results would be the best proof. Lin Lure glanced at Bai Yi's handsome face and reassured him again, "But you really don't need to worry. The difficulty of the first layer of trials isn't that high. After summarizing your experience, you can prepare a bit more, and I believe you'll succeed in your job change the second time." Bai Yi looked at her helplessly, nodded slightly, and didn't say much more. He then turned and stepped toward the entrance of the Eternal Divine Tower. He wanted to prove with actions that practitioners from new civilizations could also create miracles. Arriving at the entrance of the Eternal Divine Tower, the heavy stone door was carved with countless swirling runes, containing some mysterious and ancient rhythm. At that moment, a message from the game system appeared before him, the text shimmering in gold. "Player Bai Yi, your level is LV99, you can enter the first layer of trial space. Complete the trial to achieve a job change. Your remaining trial attempts, 3 enter without hesitation." Bai Yi tapped the virtual panel with his fingertip, directly clicking enter. In the next second, the heavy door creaked open slowly with a creak sound. Starlight surged from within like a living entity, resembling a dazzling galaxy. Bai Yi adjusted his breathing, feeling the surging power within him, then stepped in with determination in his eyes. Bang! As Bai Yi's figure completely entered, the door closed tightly again with a dull sound, isolating everything outside. After stepping through the door, dazzling starlight instantly enveloped him, blinding his eyes as if he were under a scorching sun. He instinctively squinted, shielding his eyes with his arm. A few seconds later, the light receded like a tide. When he slowly opened his eyes, he found himself in a dimly lit room. The room was small, with a few extinguished oil lamps hanging on the walls, and the air was filled with a faint smell of dust and decay. Before he could carefully examine his surroundings, the game system's prompt unfolded before him like a scroll. "You have arrived at the first layer of the trial space. Trial. Background: in a city called the Forsaken City, millions of humans live. This was once a great city filled with the extraordinary and the divine, and it is said that gods once descended here. But from a certain day onward, this city seemed to fall under a curse, with all the extraordinary and divine mysteriously vanishing. Even the sun and the sky disappeared, plunging the entire city into darkness. On that day, the earth trembled, and a tide of monsters from the eastern edge of the world surged toward this fallen human city. Trial content: please help the Forsaken City resist this disaster and eliminate the source of the monster. Tide. I see, a city defense trial, and I need to find the source. After reading the information, Bai Yi had a general understanding of this trial, and his expression became more serious. This trial not only tested combat power but also judgment and adaptability to the situation. Closing the information, Bai Yi pushed open the creaking wooden door of the room and stepped outside. Beyond the room was a hall resembling a church. In the center of the hall stood a damaged statue, its head missing, covered in cracks, with some decayed benches scattered around. Bai Yi glanced around briefly, finding nothing unusual and no trace of others. He then crossed the hall and pushed open the heavy oak door, stepping out of this church. On the street, the cobblestone path was uneven, and most of the houses on either side had broken doors and windows, their walls stained black. At this moment, the street was empty, silent as death, with only the wind whistling through the gaps in the windows, creating an eerie atmosphere. Following the trial contents prompt, Bai Yi walked toward the eastern part of the city, his steps steady and swift. After more than 10 minutes, he arrived at the city wall on the east side. The city wall was still incredibly majestic, standing 12 meters high and 5 meters wide, made entirely of gray-white basalt, with each stone towering over a person. The wall was engraved with numerous complex and mysterious magical patterns and designs, hinting at its former beauty, which surely could provide powerful defensive capabilities when activated. But at this moment, these magical patterns and designs were dim and devoid of any luster or divinity, resembling lifeless objects. It seems there's no assistance. I have to defend the city alone. Standing on the parapet, Bai Yi rested his hand on the ink shadow long knife at his waist, gazing into the distance. However, due to the dim light, the sky appeared to be shrouded by a massive black cloth, allowing him to barely see 100 meters ahead, making it difficult to discern anything further. He could only vaguely make out that the eastern side of the city was a flat expanse of land, with no obstructions. Before long, the ground suddenly trembled slightly, and on the distant horizon, a streak of light suddenly rushed in, carrying dazzling brilliance and intense energy fluctuations, like a falling meteor, crashing heavily onto the ground 2,000 meters outside the city. The brilliant light instantly illuminated the surrounding area for dozens of miles, turning the dark world into daylight. It's here. Bai Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, his muscles tensed instantly, ready for action, the long knife in his hand already half drawn. In the next moment, the light suddenly transformed, rippling like water, and then a massive space gate, resembling a crack several dozen meters long, appeared out of thin air. Inside the gate was pitch black, as if it connected to hell. Roar! A deafening roar erupted from the crack, shaking the air and causing the city walls to tremble. This roar seemed to announce to the city that its monstrous arrival was imminent. In the next second, a swarm of monsters surged out from the massive crack. These monsters poured into the city like a black tide. They varied in form. There were wolf-like creatures the size of warhorses, their eyes blood-red, fangs bared, creating a stench of blood as they ran. There were bear-like monsters as large as small mountains, covered in hard scales, each step shaking the ground. There were also human-headed beasts wielding crude weapons, emitting piercing shrieks. But without exception, all the monsters were drenched in blood red, as if they had just emerged from a blood pool, exuding a nauseatingly strong smell of blood. Bai Yi's gaze sharpened, his eyes keen as an eagle, quickly locking onto a few of the monsters charging at the front, retrieving their attribute information. Name: Bloodfawn, Evil Wolf. Rank: Normal level. LV 90 health, 45,000 skills. Bloody Bite, Rapid Charge, Pack Howl. Name: Giant Strength. Black Bear. Rank: Normal level. LV 90 health, 60,000 skills. Tough Skin. Heavy Slam, Bear Roar. Name: Minotaur Battle Slave. Rank: Elite level. LV 90 health, 50,000 skills. Giant Axe Sweep, Bull Charge, Rage State. All the monsters are level 90. Half are normal monsters, half are elite monsters. In terms of numbers, there are at least 500, and more are continuously pouring out of the crack. The difficulty of this trial task is indeed considerable. Bai Yi's expression turned serious as he murmured to himself. Although he had the life aura buff, along with one piece of gold equipment and one piece of legendary equipment, he still did not let his guard down. The monsters were fast, and in the blink of an eye, they were almost at the foot of the city wall, raising clouds of dust that obscured the sky. Suddenly, a blood-fawn evil wolf charged out first, its limbs propelling it forward as it leaped, opening its massive mouth full of fangs, lunging towards the city wall. Drool dripped from its fangs, carrying a strong stench of blood. A cold light flashed in Bai Yi's eyes, Shadow Step activated, and his figure instantly vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the evil wolf, the ink shadow long knife in his hand gleaming with a chilling light, and he slashed down fiercely. Put! The sound of the blade piercing flesh was clear, blood gushed forth, and the evil wolf let out a mournful howl as Bai Yi struck it hard to the ground. With a loud crash, the fallen wolf slammed into the hard ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. At the same time, Bai Yi landed swiftly, his feet firmly planted on the ground, his eyes filled with killing intent and battle spirit. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged alone into the tide of monsters. The battle was about to erupt. As he rushed into the horde of monsters, a dozen blood-fawn evil wolves surrounded him from all directions, leaping into the air on their fallen companions, their sharp claws slicing towards Bai Yi's vital points. Bai Yi's wind tread passive skill quietly activated, his figure agile and twisting like willow fluff in the wind. The ink shadow long knife in his hand transforming into a flowing black arc. With a flick of his wrist, the spinning slash technique of basic combat skills unfolded, the blade gliding across the bellies of the evil wolves. Sizzle, several light sounds rang out, and 3 wolves' abdomens burst open simultaneously, their entrails splattering onto the ground. Immediately after, he pivoted sharply on his left foot, the long knife sweeping back, accurately slicing open the throats of 2 more evil wolves, warm wolf blood splattering onto his battle boots, yet it did not affect his movements in the slightest. At that moment, a nearly 3-meter-tall giant black bear charged from the side, its massive paw slamming down on his back with the force to shatter rocks. Bai Yi seemed to have eyes on the back of his head. He stomped his left foot hard on the ground, and the earth barrier activated instantly, a half-meter-thick wall of yellow rock rising from the earth. Bang! The bear's paw struck the wall fiercely, sending shards of stone flying as the wall cracked under the impact, but it bought Bai Yi a moment of respite. He used the momentum to lunge forward, rolling as he landed to evade the subsequent impact, while his long knife swept out in a blaze. The heat wave of volcanic strike instantly engulfed the surroundings. The flaming blade sliced through the bear's coarse fur, embedding deeply into its ribcage, flames spreading from the wound, causing the black bear to let out a deafening roar. Bai Yi twisted his wrist forcefully, the blade churning inside the bear's belly before he yanked it out violently, sending a spray of scalding blood into the air. He did not linger in battle. With a light tap of his toes on the ground, shadow step activated again, his figure darting like a ghost among the horde of monsters, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared 30 meters away. There, a dozen bull-headed warriors were attempting to form a human ladder to scale the city wall, the leading warrior already resting a giant axe on the parapet, its foul breath spraying onto the gray-white bricks. Bai Yi's gaze turned icy, power and mental energy swirling wildly within him, the ink-black long knife humming ominously, blood-red malevolence surging forth like boiling magma. Demon Abyss Blood Slash, he shouted, swinging his arms in a wide arc, striking down multiple times. In an instant, the long knife carved out several blood-red arcs spanning over 10 meters. Where the blade passed, the air seemed to tear apart, and the 7 bull-headed warriors at the front were instantly cleaved in half, their stout bodies and giant axes exploding into a shower of debris. The following pack of blood-fawn wolves was also caught in the vicious blade light, over 20 wolves turning into bloody remnants as if swept away by a fierce wind. The blood-red blade light crashed against the city wall, exploding in a mist of blood, and Bai Yi stood proudly amidst it, the ink-black long knife pointed diagonally to the ground, droplets of blood slowly dripping from the blade's edge. After a brief silence, the tide of monsters erupted into frenzied roars again. 3 giant black bears charged side by side, their heavy bodies trampling over the corpses of their companions, barreling toward Bai Yi. Dozens of blood-fawn wolves formed a fan-shaped array, attempting to block his escape route. Further away, several bull-headed warriors were gathering strength, preparing to unleash Brawn Bull Charge. Bai Yi took a deep breath, the flame necklace emitting a faint golden glow, the 10% damage boost and 1,000-point strength increase making his aura even more formidable. Instead of retreating, he charged into the densest part of the monster horde. Facing the oncoming giant black bear, he suddenly crouched low, the long knife gliding along the ground, accurately severing the ankle of the leftmost bear. As that bear lost its balance and crashed to the ground, Bai Yi used its back as a springboard, leaping up like an arrow to evade the encirclement of the other 2 bears. In midair, he twisted his body, reversing the grip on his long knife, and, with the momentum of his fall, he stabbed it into the skull of a blood-fawn wolf, then flicked his wrist, sending the wolf's corpse flying toward the approaching monsters, creating a gap for himself. The moment he landed, he noticed 3 bull-headed warriors lowering their heads, their curved horns glinting coldly, clearly about to charge. A cold smirk crept across Bai Yi's lips as he quickly formed seals with his left hand, a violent tremor shaking the ground beneath. The earth barrier activated again, but this time it was not for defense. 3 sharp stone spikes suddenly shot up from beneath the bull-headed warrior's feet, piercing through their hooves with precision. He was becoming increasingly adept at using the warrior's skills. Moo! The bull-headed warriors let out pained howls, their charge abruptly halted. Bai Yi seized this fleeting opportunity, activating both Shadow Step and Volcanic Strike simultaneously. His figure surged forward, enveloped in flames, as his long knife slashed like a fire dragon's tail, delivering 3 consecutive strikes to the necks of 3 Minotaur battle slaves. Scalding blood splattered onto the burning blade, emitting a sizzling sound, and 3 massive heads rolled to the ground. Having eliminated the most significant threat, Bai Yi's gaze shifted back toward the city wall. A few blood-fawn wolves that had slipped through were already clawing madly at the wall's base, using their sharp claws to dig into the bricks. He lightly tapped his toes on the corpse of a black bear, spinning like a top as the ink-black long knife danced. into a dense curtain of blades, forcing back the surrounding monsters. Seizing this brief moment, he hurled his long knife, which transformed into a silver arc, accurately piercing through the bodies of 2 wolves, pinning them to the city wall. He then activated Shadow Step to rush to the wall's base, drawing his long knife and cleaving downwards to dispatch the remaining wolves. He looked up at the spatial rift that continued to spew forth monsters, his eyes growing colder and more resolute. The ink-black long knife in his hand once again glimmered with a blood-red aura, signaling that another large-scale purge was about to begin. In this godforsaken city, shrouded in darkness, Bai Yi resembled an unyielding war god, constructing an impregnable defense with his blade and skills, repeatedly holding back the surging tide of monsters at the city wall. Each swing of his knife was accompanied by the loss of life, and each skill activation stirred up a wave of death. His power was vividly displayed in this brutal slaughter. Bai Yi shook the blood off his blade and immediately charged at the remaining monsters. He was like a flash of white lightning cutting through the darkness. The ink-black long knife in his hand radiated a deadly glow, unleashing a merciless massacre. The howls of blood-fawn wolves, the roars of mighty black bears, and the bellows of minotaur battle slaves intertwined, yet could not drown out the crisp sound of blades slicing through flesh and bone. Soon, with the last minotaur battle slave crashing to the ground, he successfully killed all the monsters that had poured out from the rift. On the battlefield, corpses lay strewn about, blood flowed like a river, and the air was thick with the stench of blood, making one feel nauseous. He then took out a spirit brew, the crystal-clear liquid swaying in the bottle, exuding a faint fragrance. Although his health could quickly recover under the effect of bloodthirst, his mana had dwindled significantly after the fierce battle. He uncorked the bottle and drank it in one go. The sweet liquid flowed down his throat, and a wave of refreshing energy instantly spread throughout his body. His mana and health rapidly restored like a rising tide, and his previously fatigued body was once again filled with strength. Moreover, the spirit body effect triggered, enveloping him in a faint halo that provided a 30% damage reduction effect. This effect was astonishing, especially in conjunction with his terrifying health. Bai Yi's tankiness reached an incredibly exaggerated level, but clearly he hadn't needed this in the recent battle. Soon, his mana was fully restored. Bai Yi gripped his long knife and continued forward, steadily approaching the spatial rift. The rift still writhed slightly, emanating an ominous aura. He furrowed his brow and thought, according to the mission prompt, he not only had to fend off the monsters attacking the city but also address the source. The source must be this rift that continuously spawns monsters, right? Thus, Bai Yi no longer hesitated, gathering his strength and suddenly slashing out with his knife. Several sharp waves of slashing energy flew toward the rift with a sound of breaking air. With a loud bang, the rift shook violently, and astonishingly, it was shattered by more than half, causing ripples to spread through the surrounding space. Seeing this scene, a glimmer of surprise flashed in Bai Yi's eyes, and he immediately increased his strength. He slashed 3 more times, sending 3 even stronger waves of slashing energy consecutively striking the rift. The crack, under the continuous attacks, finally couldn't hold on any longer. With a crack, it was completely shattered. The moment the crack shattered completely, a pitch-black spatial turbulence suddenly formed, filled with countless tiny flickering lights, exuding a terrifying devouring power. In the next second, an extremely terrifying will descended from the depths of the spatial turbulence. That will was cold and evil, as if it came from the abyss of the universe, attempting to directly penetrate through the spatial turbulence formed after the crack shattered, descending upon this land. In the face of that will, Bai Yi felt as small as an ant. At that moment, a vast and majestic mysterious power suddenly surged from the spatial turbulence, transforming into countless golden chains of order. Like a swimming dragon, it darted into the spatial turbulence, instantly restoring it to its original state, blocking the descent of that terrifying will. Faintly, a roar filled with unwillingness and anger echoed from the depths of the spatial turbulence, and then it completely vanished. Bai Yi saw the spatial turbulence restore and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Wiping the non-existent cold sweat from his forehead, he said with lingering fear, "What level of existence was that just now? The aura was too terrifying." At the moment that terrifying will descended, Bai Yi felt as if his blood had come to a standstill. He was completely unable to move, as if he would be erased in the next second. This made him feel a chill in his heart, deeply realizing that his strength was still far from enough. "I still need to hurry up and level up. The chosen world is too dangerous." Bai Yi sighed. At that moment, the cold and clear prompt sound of the game system rang in his mind. "Congratulations, you have successfully passed the trial. Completion time, 12 minutes 13 seconds. You can immediately initiate a second job change. Would you like to initiate?" Immediately after, another prompt sound followed. "Congratulations, you have broken the record for the first layer of the trial, becoming the first in the record for the first layer of the trial. You have received an additional reward, Eternal Mysterious Treasure Chest *1. 12 minutes 13 seconds, even faster than I imagined," Bai Yi said with surprise, not expecting to pass the trial so quickly. The original record for first place was over 3 hours, and he had actually shortened it by so much. Meanwhile, outside the Eternal Divine Tower, on the White Jade Square, At the moment Bai Yi successfully cleared the trial, the originally calm Eternal Divine Tower suddenly erupted with brilliant light, and the reliefs on the tower seemed to come alive. The figures of those extraordinary beings flickered in the light, emitting deep roars, enveloping the entire square in this sacred and majestic aura. Lin Luer, Xiao Feng, and the others waiting for the trial were all stunned by this sudden phenomenon, looking up at the Eternal Divine Tower in shock. Then, as if they remembered something, they hurriedly rushed to the Eternal Divine Monument. When they saw that the first place record for the first layer of the trial had changed to Bai Yi, along with the glaring 12 minutes 13 seconds, everyone was left in shock, frozen in place. The square instantly fell into a dead silence. After a long while, a young man with silver wings on his back exclaimed in disbelief, 12 minutes to clear? How is that possible? The original first place took over 3 hours. Bai Yi? Who is he? How did he do it? It's simply unbelievable. Another girl with light green skin also gasped, her face filled with disbelief. I know. It's that warrior from the new civilization Blue Star, the handsome one. Lin Luer reacted, jumping up excitedly, pointing at the name on the monument, her tone filled with excitement and pride, as if she had created the record herself. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How could a country bumpkin from a new civilization break Lord Lu Jing's record? There must be a problem with the system. Xiao Feng said, his face filled with disbelief, his face twisted in shock and jealousy, the expression incredibly ugly, unwilling to believe this fact no matter what. Lin Luer glanced at him, a mocking smile curling at the corners of her mouth as she said, You brought this on yourself. With your big mouth, now you've offended such a powerful figure. I wonder how you'll handle it from now on. Upon hearing this, Xiao Feng's heart tightened. Remembering his previous mockery and provocation towards Bai Yi, a chill surged from his feet straight to the top of his head, making his expression even more unpleasant. Outside, Bai Yi was unaware of the commotion. He was immersed in the joy of receiving rewards, completely oblivious to the tumult outside the Divine Tower. At that moment, he held the treasure chest awarded by the system in his hands. An eternal mysterious treasure chest. It was a milky white chest, smooth and warm like jade, as if it were formed from condensed moonlight. It was adorned with numerous patterns, identical to those of the extraordinary beings on the Eternal Divine Tower. The scales of dragons, the wings of elves, and the muscular lines of titans were vividly carved, as if they would leap out of the chest at any moment. Let's see what kind of surprise the Eternal Divine Tower has for the first place reward. Bai Yi murmured, his heartbeat quickening, his eyes filled with anticipation. In the next moment, he decisively opened the chest. As the chest opened, a soft and holy light burst forth from within, lacking the ostentation of a golden chest and the brilliance of a legendary chest, yet carrying a weight that transcended time and space. The system's prompt echoed in his mind. Congratulations, you have obtained the equipment Eternal Demon Blade. He had drawn a piece of equipment named Eternal Demon Blade. It was a long sword entirely black, with a faint purple glow on the blade. The hilt was wrapped in silver threads, cool and comfortable to hold, as if it perfectly fit Bai Yi's palm. In the next moment, Bai Yi couldn't wait to check the attributes of this new equipment. Eternal Demon Blade, grade, effect, increases strength by 3100, comes with the passive Devour, can devour warrior exclusive weapons, gaining attribute enhancement and a new passive. Type, weapon, warrior exclusive. What's going on? Why is the grade field showing 3 question marks? Bai Yi was slightly taken aback, his brows furrowing. He had never seen equipment with an unknown grade. Logically, any equipment should have a clear grade indication. Then, he saw the effect of the equipment. Wait, this passive Devour? Damn. So this is a growth-type equipment? That's a bit overpowered. Bai Yi's face lit up with surprise, his eyes widening. The long sword in his hand seemed to come alive, emitting a faint resonance. Instantly, he became enamored with this new equipment, unable to resist gently running his fingers along the blade, feeling its sharpness. Following that, Bai Yi summoned the equipment panel and replaced the original Ink Shadow Longsword with the Eternal Demon Blade. The moment he grasped the new weapon, a tremendous power surged into his body, several times stronger than the previous Ink Shadow Longsword. In the next moment, without any hesitation, Bai Yi immediately used the Devour effect of the Demon Blade, directly devouring the Ink Shadow Longsword. A ghostly figure with a green face and sharp teeth emerged from the Demon Blade, opening its mouth like a black hole and swallowing the suspended Ink Shadow Longsword in one gulp, letting out a satisfied low roar. After the Devour was complete, the Phantom returned to the Demon Blade. In an instant, the color of the longsword deepened, and the purple glow intensified. At this moment, Bai Yi looked at the attribute information of the Demon Blade. Eternal Demon Blade, grade, effect, increases strength by 3200. Comes with the passive Devour, can devour warrior exclusive weapons, gaining effect enhancement and a new passive. Devour 1, increases physical damage dealt by 10%. Type, weapon, warrior exclusive. The strength bonus increased from 3100 to 3200, exactly matching the original attribute bonus of the Ink Shadow Long sword. More importantly, the additional Devour 1 attribute is precisely the core effect of the Ink Shadow Longsword. Oh right, I have another piece of warrior-exclusive equipment. Baiye's eyes lit up as if he remembered something, and he quickly took out the second piece of warrior-exclusive equipment from his backpack. Hero's Gauntlet. This was the first piece of equipment he had obtained. Although its grade was not high, it was practical. In the next moment, the devouring effect of the magic blade activated again, and a ghostly figure emerged, swallowing the hero's gauntlet whole. After the devouring was complete, Baiye looked at the equipment's attributes and found that no new attributes had appeared, only an additional bonus of 200 health points. So, does that mean the same equipment effects cannot stack? Or that non-weapon equipment can only provide basic attributes? Baiye pondered. That's still quite invincible. Truly worthy of the rewards from the Eternal Divine Tower. Even a mythic-grade piece of equipment can't compare. Excitement sparkled in his eyes as he tightly gripped the Eternal Magic Blade. It's important to note that no matter how strong mythic-grade equipment is, its effects are fixed and cannot continuously grow. But the Eternal Magic Blade is different. As long as Baiye is given some time to collect enough warrior-exclusive weapons, it will surely allow the Eternal Magic Blade to grow beyond the level of mythic-grade equipment. It might even reach an unprecedented grade. After calming his excited emotions, Baiye took a deep breath and put away the Eternal Magic Blade. Then, he summoned the system information of his trial success in his mind, his gaze landing on the activate button. Without any hesitation, he clicked on it directly. In the next moment, the second job change began. In an instant, the surrounding space seemed to light up. A colorful light, woven from red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple, descended from the sky like a magnificent ribbon, enveloping Baiye within. The light was warm and gentle, like the embrace of the world's essence, continuously permeating into his limbs and nourishing every cell in his body. The job change process did not take as long as he had imagined. After just a few dozen seconds, the colorful light slowly dissipated like a tide, revealing Baiye's tall figure. Once again. At this moment, Baiye's aura seemed to undergo a subtle change. The original warrior's presence now carried a hint of sharpness and agility, as if he was more in tune with the longsword in his hand. At the same time, the game system prompt rang clearly in his mind. Congratulations, you have successfully changed jobs to swordsman. Your level has broken through to LV 100, and the level cap has been raised to 199. Whew. Baiye slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in them. He exhaled a breath of turbid air, feeling the more powerful force surging within him, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily lifted slightly. In the next moment, he silently recited in his heart, summoning his personal attribute panel. Name, Baiye. Profession, swordsman. Level, LV 100. Health, 19 million. Mana, 15,000. Attributes, Strength 7,000, Spirit 2,000, Agility 5,800, Constitution 1,500. Skills, Basic Combat Skills, Blood Fiend Slash, Sword Block, Heavy Blade Strike. The attributes have increased so much. Swordsman, not bad at all. Looking at the data on the panel, surprise flashed in Baiye's eyes. With the successful second job change, he had become a swordsman. All attributes had significantly increased. His level had successfully broken through to 100, and the level cap had also been raised to 199. Not only that, but he also gained two new skills, Sword Block and Heavy Blade Strike. Sword Block type, active skill effect, consumes 500 mana to hold the long sword in a defensive posture in front of the body for 3 seconds. During this time, it can block all physical and magical attacks from the front, reducing damage by 70%. Heavy Blade Strike type, active skill effect, consumes 800 mana, condenses power to launch a powerful strike at a target in front, dealing 250% strength bonus physical damage. Upon hitting the target, it will put them in a armor break state, defense reduced by 30% for 30 seconds. This really is a skill after the second job change, it's so much stronger. Baiye murmured, his tone filled with surprise. Feeling the surging power within him and the new combat insights brought by the new skill, his heart was filled with anticipation for the future. The game system prompt appeared at the right moment, a cold voice echoing in his mind. Trial completed, teleporting away from the Eternal Divine Tower. 10 seconds later, a pale blue light, rich with spatial power, descended from the sky, like a gentle vortex, wrapping Baiye within it. He felt a blur before his eyes, and his body uncontrollably lifted off the ground. The scenery around him began to rapidly retreat and distort, eventually transforming into a blur of light and shadow, and he instantly vanished from his original spot. It was unclear how long had passed when Baiye found himself back on solid ground, the familiar layout coming into view. He had returned directly to Blue Star, to his small room of less than 20 square meters. The air was filled with the scent of wooden furniture, and the sounds of a neighbor cooking wafted in from outside. Everything felt so real and ordinary. He instinctively glanced at the electronic clock on his bedside. He realized that it had been less than 10 hours since he entered the Chosen World. And in this short span of less than 10 hours, he had grown from a level 1 warrior to a level 100 swordsman. Not only had he obtained legendary equipment and a growth-type weapon, but his strength had also undergone A tremendous transformation. At this rate of getting stronger, facing the abyssal invasion in 30 days should be no problem, right? Bai Yi mused, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth, his eyes sparkling with confidence. The previous worries about the abyssal invasion had already dissipated significantly in the face of his newfound power. Next, Bai Yi rummaged through his home, finding all the food he could eat, and quickly prepared a sumptuous meal, devouring it hungrily. Then he rushed into the bathroom to wash up, washing away most of the fatigue from his body and mind. The moment he laid down on the bed, remaining fatigue seemed to dissipate as well. In just a few hours, he had experienced so many fierce battles with monsters and successfully completed the tense, yet exciting job change trial. All of this left Bai Yi's spirit deeply exhausted. He didn't even have time to think much. As soon as his head hit the pillow, he fell into a deep sleep, breathing evenly. He desperately needed a good rest to recover his spent energy. When he opened his eyes again, the sky outside had darkened and brightened again. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting a golden beam on the floor. Bai Yi sprang up from the bed like a carp, leaping, feeling his body filled with strength, full of energy. The fatigue from yesterday completely swept away. The first thing he did was eagerly recite in his heart, summoning his personal attribute panel. When he saw the series of high attribute values on the panel, along with the profession named swordsman and the new skill, he let out a heavy sigh of relief, his previously anxious heart finally at ease. Thank goodness it's not a dream. If it were a dream, I would be blown away. Bai Yi shook his head and chuckled, a relaxed smile spreading across his face, excitement bubbling within him. Then, he rushed into the bathroom to wash up, quickly made some breakfast, and devoured it hungrily. Without any delay, he immediately summoned the game system, clicked the enter button on the virtual panel, and re-entered the chosen world. The next moment, the spatial light gate appeared. Bai Yi stepped into it, his figure disappearing from the small room, leaving only the unwashed dishes on the dining table, quietly placed in the morning light. The scene shifted. After Bai Yi passed through the spatial light gate, he felt a familiar flash of light before his eyes, and the next moment his feet landed on solid ground. He had returned to the chosen world. However, this time he did not appear on the edge of the enchanted forest. Instead, he found himself directly on a vast, boundless grassland. The grassland was quite special, with the grass beneath his feet displaying a faint purple hue. The blades of grass were long, with tiny tufts at the tips, glistening softly in the sunlight, and felt soft and fluffy underfoot, as if a layer of purple carpet had been laid out. The sky remained a deep blue, like a meticulously polished sapphire, dotted with a few leisurely drifting white clouds. A gentle breeze swept through, carrying the unique freshness of the grassland, causing large swaths of grass to sway, with the purple grass waves rolling out like tides, seemingly endless. In the distance, a few low hills could be vaguely seen, their outlines appearing particularly soft against the backdrop of the blue sky and white clouds. Occasionally, a few colorful little birds would dart through the air, chirping melodiously, adding a touch of vitality to the grassland. It was a scene of tranquility and peace. Bai Yi stood still, slightly closing his eyes, savoring this serenity. But soon, the cold prompt sound of the game system echoed in Bai Yi's mind, interrupting his appreciation of the grassland. Player Bai Yi, you have successfully completed a job change, and the area you have arrived at is Wind Spirit Grassland. Relevant game strategy has been issued. Please check it. Good luck. Wind Spirit Grassland? Bai Yi raised an eyebrow. The name seemed to fit the atmosphere of this grassland perfectly. He silently recited it in his heart and opened the new game strategy just issued by the system. The content of the strategy was very detailed, richly illustrated with descriptions of the terrain, monster distribution, resource points, and precautions for the Wind Spirit Grassland. 5 minutes later, he had roughly finished reading the strategy and gained a preliminary understanding of this new area. So that's how it is. Compared to the Enchanted Forest, the level and number of monsters in the Wind Spirit Grassland are on a whole new level. At the same time, there are extraordinary creature tribes, secret realms, and ruins as special locations. Overall, the Wind Spirit Grassland is a higher-level game map. Bai Yi's expression turned enlightened. It seemed that the challenges here would be more severe than before, but correspondingly, the rewards might also be richer. Without hesitation, he closed the strategy information, took a deep breath, adjusted his state, and immediately set off to explore the new map. He walked slowly along the terrain of the grassland, scanning his surroundings warily while feeling the flowing wind elements in the air. The windwalker boots made his steps light and swift. After more than 10 minutes, Bai Yi discovered a gentle stream, its water crystal clear, revealing smooth pebbles at the bottom and the occasional swimming fish. Some unknown purple wildflowers grew along the stream, emitting a faint fragrance. By the stream, he spotted 2 monsters. They were 2 slender elves, with light green skin, slightly pointed ears standing upright, and eyes as clear as emeralds. They wore garments woven from special leaves and vines, appearing natural and agile. Bai Yi's arrival instantly startled the male and female elves. They tensed up immediately, then quickly drew their weapons. The female elf pulled out a staff embedded with a blue gemstone, while the male elf unsheathed a long sword that glimmered with a Cold light, watching Bai Yi warily, their eyes filled with caution. Bai Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, his gaze focused, and immediately he obtained the attribute. Information of the two elves. Name, Wind Elf. Jasmine rank, elite level, LV 105 health, 95,000 skills. Wind Spirit Body, Wind Whisper Arrow, Wind Blade Cut. Wind Spirit Shield, Storm Vortex. Name, Wind Elf. Enkai rank, elite level, LV 108 health, 130,000 skills. Wind Spirit Body, Wind Shadow Strike, Whirlwind. Stab, Gale Ground Punch, Wind Wall Block. Both Wind Elves were elite units, one clearly a magic type and the other a warrior type. Let's test my strength with you two and see how powerful I am now, Bai Yi murmured to himself. With a thought, eternal demon blade suddenly appeared in his hand, the black-purple blade glinting with a cold sheen, exuding a faint pressure. In the next second, his figure vanished, activating Shadow Step like a bolt of black lightning, swiftly charging towards the two Wind Elves. The battle was about to begin. Bai Yi's figure darted out like black lightning, Shadow Step maximizing his speed, the purple grass beneath his feet being lifted by the strong wind, leaving a faint afterimage. Wind Elf? Enkai's eyes sharpened, and he let out a crisp whistle, a faint whirlwind instantly swirling around his body. The next moment, Wind Spirit Body activated, his speed suddenly increasing, the long sword in his hand slicing through the air with a whoosh, drawing a silver arc towards Bai Yi. Wind Shadow Strike was instantly unleashed. The two figures crossed in mid-air, and with a crisp clang, eternal demon blade collided with the elf's long sword, sparking dazzling fireworks. Bai Yi felt a surge of wind power impact from the blade, his arm slightly numb. He used the momentum to float back a few steps, secretly thinking, an LV-108 elite monster is indeed formidable. The combination of this power and wind elements is quite clever. Before he could steady himself, Wind Elf? Jasmine had already waved her staff, chanting an ancient spell. 3 arrows formed from wind elements. Wind Whisper Arrow whistled sharply, shooting towards Bai Yi's chest, left shoulder, and right leg in a triangular formation, angles tricky, sealing off all his escape routes. Bai Yi's gaze sharpened. Instead of retreating, he advanced, his left hand quickly crossing in front of his chest, activating sword block. Eternal demon blade deftly flipped in his hand, the blade acting like a sturdy shield, precisely blocking in front of him. Ding ding ding. 3 crisp sounds rang out as the Wind Whisper Arrow struck the blade. Though blocked, the 70% damage reduction still made Bai Yi feel the sharpness of the wind elements, a dull pain radiating from his chest. Good opportunity. Enkai seized the moment of Bai Yi's block pushing off the ground. With both feet, his body spinning like a top, the long sword carrying the force of the spinning wind, transforming into a green streak of light, whirlwind stab, aimed directly at Bai Yi's side. Bai Yi's steps shifted, wind tread passively allowing him to sidestep the critical hit just in time, while his right-hand blade slashed down, infused with new power, the blade cutting through the air towards Enkai's wrist. Seeing this, Enkai quickly withdrew, evading the fierce strike, but the blade's wind still grazed his arm, leaving a shallow blood mark, light green blood seeping out, carrying the fragrance of grass and wood. Wind Spirit Shield. Jasmine completed her incantation once more, a semi-transparent shield formed from dense wind elements appearing in front of Enkai, blocking Bai Yi's relentless pursuit. Seeing this, Bai Yi's lips curled into a cold smile, power surging within him, activating heavy blade strike. The black-purple blade instantly erupted with brilliant light, 250% power-enhanced physical damage coalescing on the blade, striking fiercely against the Wind Spirit Shield. Crack, a crisp cracking sound echoed, and the Wind Spirit Shield appeared with cracks. Although it hadn't completely shattered, it was on the verge of collapse. Enkai and Molly's expressions changed simultaneously. They hadn't expected this suddenly appearing human to possess such formidable attacking power. Raging Gale Ground Punch. Enkai growled, abandoning his long sword, his fists clenched tightly as dense wind elements gathered around them. He slammed his fist down onto the ground. Centered around him, violent wind blades erupted from the ground, spreading outwards. Wherever they passed, the purple grass was shredded into pieces, and deep ravines were carved into the earth, sweeping towards Bai Yi. Storm Vortex. Molly simultaneously unleashed her ultimate move, pointing her staff at Bai Yi. A storm vortex with a diameter of 5 meters appeared out of thin air, its powerful suction causing Bai Yi's body to lean forward involuntarily. The surrounding wind elements became wildly aggressive, continuously slicing at his clothes and skin. Bai Yi found himself caught between the raging gale ground punch and the storm vortex, trapped in a dilemma. He took a deep breath, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes, as the power within him seemed to resonate with the devouring passive of the eternal demon blade, the blade emanating a faint bloodlight. Demon Prison Blood Slaughter Slash, he shouted, combining the armor-breaking effect of the heavy blade slash with the area damage of the Demon Prison Blood Slaughter Slash. A massive black-purple blade of light, infused with bloodthirsty energy, swept forward. The blade first collided with the wind blades of the raging gale ground punch, tearing through them like a hot knife through butter, and then it slammed down hard onto the storm vortex. Boom! A loud explosion rang out, the storm vortex violently fluctuating before ultimately collapsing under the impact of the blood slaughter blade, the furious wind elements scattering chaotically. Seizing this moment, Bai Ye's figure vanished again. Activating Shadow Step, instantly appearing behind Molly, the Eternal. Demon blade slicing through the air towards her back. And Kai's face changed drastically. Without a second thought, he lunged at Bai Yi, activating Wind Barrier, a wall of wind appearing behind Molly. Put! The Eternal? Demon blade pierced through the wind wall but was momentarily halted. Molly took the opportunity to leap forward, avoiding a fatal blow, but her back was still grazed by the blade, leaving a deep wound that exposed bone, her health plummeting instantly. Molly! Kai roared, a hint of madness flashing in his eyes. The effective spirit of the wind was pushed to the limit, his speed surging again as his longsword came crashing down on Bai Yi like a storm, executing wind shadow flash slash and whirlwind. Stab in quick succession, each strike deadly. Bai Yi responded calmly, alternating between sword technique block and heavy blade slash, sometimes blocking Kai's attacks to reduce the damage he took, and at other times launching powerful slashes that dealt heavy damage to Kai, while also utilizing the armor-breaking effective heavy blade slash to continuously lower Kai's defense. The battle grew increasingly intense. On the purple grassland, the glint of blades and shadows of wind intertwined, the energy waves generated by the collision of skills spreading out and lifting the surrounding grass, leaving chaos in their wake. Bai Yi was continuously familiarizing himself with the use of new skills and new powers during the fight. His timing with sword technique block became increasingly precise, and the armor-breaking effect of heavy blade slash left the two wind spirits in agony. He could feel his combat skills rapidly improving. Meanwhile, Kai and Molly showcased their powerful teamwork, one engaging in close combat while the other provided ranged support, constantly creating trouble for Bai Yi. Although they were at a disadvantage, they still resisted tenaciously. After several rounds, the battle between Bai Yi and the two wind spirits seemed to reach a fever pitch, with both sides exchanging blows, the brilliance of skill collisions flashing continuously across the grassland. Suddenly, Bai Yi came to a sudden stop, using the impact of Kai's whirlwind stab to propel himself backward like an arrow released from a bow, instantly retreating dozens of meters away, escaping the fight. He stood on the purple grass slope, gracefully swinging the Eternal Demon blade a few times. The light green blood splattered from the black-purple blade, dripping onto the grass and blooming into small blood flowers. At this moment, he was almost unscathed, although his clothes were somewhat disheveled. There were no wounds on him. The effect of the bloodthirst skill triggered with each successful attack, continuously restoring his health, and the attacks from the two wind elves could not cause his health to decline at all. On the other side, the situation of the two wind elves was completely opposite. They were panting heavily, leaning on their weapons, their bodies covered in wounds of varying depths, the light green blood soaking their leaf-woven garments. Especially the warrior-type wind elf, Kai, had several deep knife wounds on his chest and arms, almost to the bone, bloodied and gruesome, swaying slightly, even while standing. Bai Yi looked at the two disheveled wind elves, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth, and chuckled. Alright, the combat test ends here, you two, it's time to hit the road. He had completely mastered the use of his new skills and figured out the combat patterns of the wind elves, so there was no need to delay any longer. In the next moment, his figure flashed again, the speed of Shadow Step reaching its peak, almost turning into a blurred shadow, as he instantly charged towards the two wind elves. This time, Bai Yi held nothing back and went all out. Facing the oncoming Bai Yi, a glimmer of despair flashed in Kai's eyes. He forced himself to activate Wind Barrier, trying to block this fatal blow. But Bai Yi's speed was simply too fast. The Eternal Demon blade, with the armor-piercing effect of heavy slash, pierced through the Wind Barrier as if cutting through tofu, accurately stabbing into Kai's heart. Kai's body stiffened suddenly, the long sword in his hand clattering to the ground, the light in his eyes quickly dimming. After taking down Kai, Bai Yi did not pause at all. Using the momentum, he turned and swung the blade horizontally, a sharp blade light instantly slicing across Jasmine's neck. Jasmine didn't even have time to chant her spell before a blood mark appeared on her slender neck, her eyes widening in disbelief as her body slowly fell to the ground. The two wind elves were slain in succession. Bang! The two elves, with their health points reduced to 0, fell heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of purple grass clippings. Their bodies twitched a few times on the ground before transforming into specks of green light dissipating into the air. At the same time, a dazzling upgrade light suddenly shone from Bai Yi's body. The golden light surged from within him like a tide, enveloping him entirely, flickering continuously, growing brighter and brighter, indicating that Bai Yi's level was skyrocketing. LV 101, LV 105, LV 110. The levels kept jumping, and the power within him was also growing wildly. It felt as if a warm current was surging through his meridians, with each flicker of light strengthening his aura. After a while, the upgrade light gradually subsided. The golden halo surrounding Bai Yi slowly receded like a tide, revealing his tall figure. Bai Yi felt the surging power within him. Each breath carried a strong airflow, and his limbs felt filled with boundless strength, unable to suppress a comfortable hum. This feeling of fullness in power was several times stronger than when he broke through to LV 100, as if he could shake the earth with a mere gesture. Then, Bai Yi came back to his senses. his mind stirring as he eagerly summoned his personal attribute panel in his mind. A light blue virtual screen slowly unfolded before him. Name: White Knight. Profession: swordsman. Level: LV 128. Health: 35 million. Mana: 23,000. Attributes: Strength 11,000, Spirit 3,100, Agility 7,200, Constitution 4,200. Skills: Basic Combat Technique: Demon Abyss Blood Slash, Sword Block, Heavy Blade Strike, Raging Flame Slash, Cold River Stab. Looking at the numbers on the panel, White Knight's eyes instantly lit up and an unmistakable surprise spread across his face. He had leveled up to LV 128 in one breath. From LV 100 to LV 128 he had crossed a full 28 levels, an upgrade speed that was simply unimaginable to outsiders. All attributes had received a tremendous boost. Strength had broken through the 10,000 mark, and both agility and constitution had seen significant increases, especially health, which had skyrocketed to 35 million, truly terrifying. At the same time, 2 new skills that he had never seen before appeared in the skill list. He had also awakened 2 new skills, Raging Flame Slash and Cold River Stab. Just hearing the names gave a sense of a fierce momentum. The detailed information for the 2 new skills is as follows. Raging Flame Slash. Type: active. Skill effect: consumes 1,800 mana, infusing the weapon with raging fire elements, covering it in blazing flames. Then, swinging the long knife, it releases a massive flame slash up to 7 meters wide, dealing 320% strength-enhanced fire physical mixed damage to targets in a straight line ahead. Upon landing, it triggers a violent area flame explosion, causing 200% strength-enhanced continuous burn damage to all targets within a 10-meter radius, with the burn effect lasting 4-6 seconds. Cold River Stab. Type: active. Skill effect: consumes 1,500 mana, condensing piercing ice elements in the weapon, covering it with a thick layer of frost. It can transform into a blue streak of light, lunging forward to deliver a rapid piercing attack to the first target in its path, dealing 300% strength-enhanced ice physical mixed damage. Upon hitting the target, it will put them in an icebound state, unable to move or cast skills, lasting 3 seconds, and inflict a deep frostbite effect, taking 800 ice damage per second, lasting 12 seconds. During the piercing process, White Knight is in a cold shadow protection state, reducing all damage taken by 30%. What powerful new skills! White Knight couldn't help but exclaim, his eyes sparkling with excitement. The wide area, fire damage and continuous burn effect of Raging Flame Slash were simply weapons for group battles. Meanwhile, Cold River Stab's charge, control, and high single target damage were excellent means for one-on-one fights. With these 2 new skills and attribute boosts, his combat power had absolutely skyrocketed. Against monsters of the same level, he could probably take them down with just 1 move. 2 elite level units, and they didn't even drop a treasure chest. What a pity! White Knight gently shook his head, glancing helplessly at the spot where the wind spirit's body had dissipated. Previously, killing monsters would usually yield some rewards, but this time he had come up empty-handed, which was inevitably disappointing. However, he didn't dwell on it too much. After all, the level increase and the awakening of new skills were already the biggest gains. He brushed off the dust from his clothes and the grass clippings that had stuck to him, then followed the stream, moving upstream. The clear stream flowed beside his feet, making a gentle sound, and sunlight filtered through the sparse clouds, shimmering on the water's surface. As he moved forward, the scenery around him gradually changed, with low shrubs beginning to appear among the purple grass, and occasionally he could see a few colorful small animals scurrying by. After about 10 minutes, beside a large, strange stone by a pond, he encountered another wind spirit. This time, the wind spirit appeared to be older. The previous 2 wind spirits looked youthful, their figures athletic and full of vitality. In contrast, this one had a middle-aged appearance, tall and slender, but with a few more traces of composure and authority in his brow. His light green skin bore fine lines, as if marked by the passage of time. He sat cross-legged on a protruding rock, an invisible aura seemingly swirling around him. Although he stood casually, the winds around him became docile, and even the sound of the stream seemed to lower in volume. Sunlight fell upon him, refracted as if by a thin veil of wind, revealing only a blurred outline, obscuring his specific expression, as if he were one with the winds of the grassland, both real and elusive. The weapon in his hand, an ancient sword even more so than in Kai's, pointed diagonally to the ground, its blade flowing with a faint greenish sheen. The wind patterns carved into the blade seemed to flow slowly, as if containing the power of the entire grassland's winds. Even from dozens of meters away, Bai Yi could sense a subtle pressure, unlike the ferocity of a monster tide or the domineering will of a spatial rift, but rather calm like the deep sea, yet containing enough power to overturn the heavens and the earth, making one hesitant to gauge its depth. Bai Yi focused his gaze, his mental energy instantly locking onto the figure, and the attributes of this wind spirit appeared before him. Name: Wind Spirit. Shaka rank: King level, LV 150. Health: 2 million. Skills: Wind Spirit. Body: Wind. Shadow Flash Slash, Whirlwind Stab. Windfall. Heaven and Earth Shatter Strike. Windfall. 1,000 cuts instant kill. Seeing the words king and that staggering 2 million health, Bai's pupils constricted slightly, and his alertness heightened immediately. This was a unit of king level, also known as a boss unit. Its strength would undoubtedly far exceed the 2 wind spirits he encountered earlier. After reviewing the attributes of this middle-aged wind spirit, Bai Yi immediately braced himself. He gripped Eternal Demon Blade tightly, the black-purple blade vibrating slightly as power surged through it, his gaze sharp as an eagle fixated on the figure atop the rock. King level LV 150, 2 million health, and those 2 unknown skills prefixed with windfall, each radiating a deadly aura. In the next moment, the wind spirit, Shaka, stood up from the boulder, his movements neither hurried nor slow, yet imbued with an indescribable rhythm, as if breathing in sync with the surrounding wind elements. With a wave of his hand, the sword embedded nearby shot up from the ground, the blade humming lowly. As it sliced through the air, leaping into his palm as if alive, the greenish wind patterns on the blade suddenly glowing. So it's an otherworldly evil, no wonder my lord asked me to wait here. The wind spirit? Shaka looked at Bai Yi, his emerald eyes devoid of warmth flashing with cold killing intent. His voice was hoarse and dry, like stone worn by wind and sand, murmuring softly, yet clearly reaching Bai Yi's ears. Then, he coldly addressed Bai Yi, otherworldly evil. I sense the aura of the wind spirit on you, the scent of jasmine and enkai. It seems my kin have already fallen victim to foul play. As he spoke, the wind elements around him began to grow violent, the previously gentle air transforming into visible whirlwinds, lifting the purple grass blades from the ground and forming a swirling ring of wind at his feet. Then, I must ask you, to pay blood for blood. The last 4 words were like a blade tempered in ice, carrying a chilling resolve and murderous intent. With that, the wind spirit? Shaka flickered, leaving only a faint green afterimage in place, his entire being seeming to merge with the wind, vanishing from sight. His speed far exceeded that of Enkai before, even making Bai Yi's shadow step seem slightly inferior. In the next moment, he had already appeared 3 meters in front of Bai Yi, accompanied by a piercing scream that tore through the air. He raised his long sword high above his head, surrounded by a rich aura of wind that transformed into a tangible greenish-blue flame. The sword, enhanced by the wind element, surged to several meters in length, resembling a colossal blade condensed from the raging winds of heaven and earth, and it came crashing down. Before the sword even reached him, the powerful gust containing the force to shatter mountains and crack stones pressed heavily against Bai Yi's chest, causing the ground beneath him to crack with fine fissures. Faced with the earth-shattering strike from the wind spirit, Shaka, Bai Yi dared not show any signs of delay. He pushed off the ground with great force, retreating rapidly while instantly activating sword technique block. Eternal Demon Blade crossed in front of him, and the black-purple blade collided with the greenish-blue sword energy, producing a deafening roar. Clang! The immense impact forced Bai Yi to stagger back several steps, his feet carving deep grooves into the ground, and a tingling sensation coursed through his arms. Shaka, seizing the advantage, followed closely like a specter, swinging his long sword as sharp wind blades swept toward Bai Yi, executing wind blade cut. Bai Yi's gaze sharpened, and he activated Shadow Step, skillfully weaving through the gaps between the wind blades, narrowly avoiding these deadly attacks. Try this! Bai Yi shouted, his internal mana surging as he unleashed heavy blade strike. The eternal demon blade sliced through the air with the sound of wind, striking fiercely at Shaka, the blade still surrounded by a faint black-purple glow. A flicker of surprise flashed in Shaka's eyes, clearly not expecting Bai Yi to launch such a powerful counterattack in such a hurried manner. He dared not be careless. With a horizontal sweep of his sword, a wind wall block was instantly formed, a solid wall of condensed wind elements standing before him. Boom! The eternal demon blade struck heavily against the wind wall, causing it to tremble violently, with cracks appearing, but it still barely held against the blow. Shaka used the force of the impact to float back, creating distance between him and Bai Yi, his hand gripping the sword slightly trembling. He stared at Bai Yi, incredulity lacing his voice. You're only LV-128, how could you break my wind wall? This combat power is simply outrageous. He looked at Bai Yi, his expression growing increasingly serious. No wonder you could kill Jasmine and Enkai, your strength has reached such a level. As soon as he finished speaking, Shaka moved again. His figure flickered, transforming into a greenish-blue streak of light, instantly appearing at Bai Yi's side, the long sword swirling with the force of the wind, launching tornado thrust. Bai Yi reacted extremely quickly, sidestepping while his left fist clenched, striking fiercely at Shaka's chest. Shaka did not expect Bai Yi to have such a move. In a rush, he could only retract his long sword to block. Bang! The fist collided with the sword, sending a shock through Shaka's arm, causing him to stagger back 2 steps. He shook his numb arm, his eyes filled with shock. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Yi unleashed cold river stab. In the next second, the tip of the eternal demon blade gathered chilling ice, and Bai Yi transformed into a blue flash, lunging fiercely at Shaka. Shaka's pupils constricted, fully activating wind spirit body, his speed skyrocketing, barely avoiding a fatal blow, but his shoulder was still grazed by the sword tip. Sizzle! A deep wound appeared on Shaka's shoulder, frost instantly forming over the wound. Although the frozen effect did not fully activate, it still delayed Shaka's movements for a moment. Damn it! Shaka roared, enduring the pain as the wind aura around him grew even more violent. What kind of monster are you? A celestial evil of the same level could never possess such combat power. Windfall? 1,000 cuts instant kill. Shaka shouted, his long sword instantly transforming into countless greenish-blue sword shadows enveloping Bai Yi like a storm, each sword shadow containing terrifying power. Bai Yi's expression changed slightly. He could feel the horror of this move. He took a deep breath, inserting the eternal demon blade in front of him, while the mana within him surged wildly, activating blazing explosion slash. A roaring flame ignited on the blade, and a massive flame slash, 7 meters wide, swept towards the sword shadows. Boom! The flame slash collided with the sword shadows, erupting in a deafening explosion, and the violent energy spread outwards, turning the ground around into a pockmarked mess. Amidst the swirling smoke and dust, Shaka looked at the unscathed Bai Yi, a storm of shock and disbelief rising in his heart. My 1,000 cuts instant kill was actually received? How is that possible? The two figures clashed again, the light of blades and swords intertwining, and the battle quickly entered a heated phase. Bai Yi, relying on the bloodthirst skill and his high health points, engaged in a prolonged battle with Shaka. His heavy blade slash continuously hit Shaka, stacking the armor break effect, causing Shaka's defense to drop lower and lower. However, Shaka's skills also made Bai Yi suffer quite a bit, adding several wounds to his body, but with his exceptionally high health and increasingly powerful combat talent, he remained standing tall. The battle lasted nearly 100 rounds, and at this point, the wind spirit Shaka was already at the end of his rope. His health points were down to less than 100,000, and his breath had become extremely erratic. He gasped for air, looking at the still spirited Bai Yi, his eyes filled with shock and confusion. How is your life not exhausted yet? This is completely illogical. Bai Yi's health had also dropped by over 1 million, but with over 30 million health points, that was hardly worth mentioning. The fighting spirit in his eyes burned even more fiercely. The sounds of their heavy breathing intertwined on the smoke-filled battlefield, and Shaka suddenly laughed maniacally, his laughter filled with madness and unwillingness. Damn outer evil. Want to win against me? Not that easy. In the next second, the wind elements around him wildly gathered, forming a massive vortex above his head. Wind fury? Annihilation. Tornado. Accompanied by an angry roar, a colossal tornado that blotted out the sky swept towards Bai Yi, grinding the ground to dust in its path. Die! Bai Yi shouted, raising the eternal demon blade high. The demon prison blood slaughter slash and heavy blade slash activated simultaneously, unleashing a massive strike imbued with terrifying power and armor-breaking effects, aimed fiercely at Shaka. A glimmer of despair flashed in Shaka's eyes. He wanted to dodge, but at that moment, his body couldn't keep up with his mind. A single thought remained in his heart. I actually lost to an outer evil? His combat power is too terrifying. Put. The strike accurately hit Shaka, cleaving him in two. In the next moment, a look of unwillingness appeared in Shaka's eyes as his body crashed down, his health points completely reduced to 0. With the death of the wind spirit Shaka, a massive torrent of experience surged into Bai Yi's body. Bai Yi suddenly radiated a dazzling light of leveling up. The light flickered continuously, lighting up again and again, signifying his level was rapidly increasing. The 100-fold experience boost once again showcased its terrifying power, causing his level to soar like a rocket. After a while, the light of leveling up gradually subsided. Bai Yi felt a surge of power within him, even more intense than before, and a smile of excitement appeared on his face. A level 150 King-class unit brought an absolutely astonishing level increase. Especially under the 100-fold experience boost, that boiling torrent of experience surged through his limbs and bones like flowing magma, almost threatening to burst his meridians. In the next moment, Bai Yi swallowed hard, suppressing the surging power within him, and lightly tapped his fingertips in the AI or die. In the next moment, a translucent blue light curtain slowly unfolded before him, and a personal attribute panel appeared. Name, Bai Yi. Profession, swordsman. Level, LV 163. Health, 95 million. Mana, 90,000. Attributes, strength 38,000, spirit 8,100, agility 22,000, constitution 19,000. Skills, basic combat skills, wildfire slash, cold river stab, storm dance, golden sword shield, swords lunge, sword soul. As expected, Bai Yi's level skyrocketed again. From LV 128 before slaying Shaka, it soared all the way to LV 163, crossing a total of 35 levels. All attributes surged as a result. His health was nearing 100 million. Feeling the surging life force within him like a vast ocean, Bai Yi couldn't control his heart from racing. At the same time, his strength had nearly tripled compared to before, and other attributes also received tremendous boosts. Ha! Bai Yi took a deep breath. The veins in his palm, gripping the eternal demon blade, bulged, and the black-purple blade trembled lightly in his hand, as if resonating with this power that could tear the heavens and earth apart. Meanwhile, he had awakened 4 new skills. Among them, the words Sword Soul were surrounded by a dazzling purple-gold halo, which was clearly an ultimate skill. Bai Yi looked at the detailed information of the skills on the panel, taking several deep breaths in succession, trying to calm his heart that was pounding like a drum in his chest. The detailed information of the 4 new skills is as follows: Swords Lunge, type, active skill. Effect, consumes 2000 mana. Bai Yi infuses earth elements into his weapon, swinging it to draw a yellow-brown halo within a specified radius of 30 meters. The moment the halo appears, the ground within the range will suddenly bulge, forming a circular earthen wall that traps the enemy inside, putting the target in a confinement state, speed reduced by 70%, unable to escape the earthen wall range, lasting 4 seconds. Immediately after, sharp earth spikes will shoot out from the inner side of the wall, dealing 350% strength-enhanced earth-type physical mixed damage to all targets trapped within the range. After the spikes pierce the target, they will leave a stone wear effect for 3 seconds, dealing 300 earth damage per second. Golden Sword Shield, type, active skill effect, consumes 1800 mana. Bai Yi infuses gold elements into his weapon, swinging it to condense a circular shield made of brilliant golden sword energy around himself, closely adhering to his body and providing all-around protection. This shield has a fixed durability of 50,000 points and can directly resist damage from all directions, including physical damage, elemental damage, and skill effect damage. When the single damage received does not exceed the remaining durability of the shield, the shield's durability will decrease accordingly, and Bai Yi will not suffer any damage. If the single damage exceeds the remaining durability of the shield will shatter instantly, and the excess damage will be borne by Bai Yi. The shield lasts for 15 seconds, and if its durability is not exhausted during this time, it will dissipate into golden light points afterward. If Bai Yi's current health is below 30%, the shield's durability will increase by an additional 20,000 points when this skill is cast. Storm Dance, type, active skill effect, consumes 1500 mana. Bai Yi gathers wind elements around him, triggering a rapid storm that surrounds him. During the 8 seconds of skill activation, movement speed increases by 60%, attack speed increases by 40%, and his figure becomes as agile and swift as if swept up by a gale. At the same time, the next attack will additionally inflict 200% strength-enhanced wind damage, and when this attack hits the target, it will create a small whirlwind, putting the target in a 2-second wind stasis state, causing a brief pause in action. If the additional damage effect is not triggered during the skill's duration, 30% of the speed boost will be retained after the skill ends, lasting for 3 seconds. Sword Spirit type. Active skill effect, consumes 10,000 mana to summon a solid golden sword spirit to possess the user. The sword spirit takes on the same form as Bai Yi, wielding an illusory longsword that radiates a sharp brilliance. The skill lasts for 5 minutes, during which all attributes receive significant boosts. Strength increases by 250%, agility by 80%, constitution by 50%, and spirit by 50%. Additionally, during the possession of the sword spirit, each successful attack on a target restores 20% of the damage dealt as health. These 4 skills are incredibly powerful. No wonder they are skills awakened after the second class change. Excitement and thrill sparkled in Bai Yi's eyes. With this boost in attributes and several new skills, his combat power had risen to a whole new level. Feeling the surging power within him, he couldn't help but clench his fists and confidently declared, "If I were to fight again, that king-level wind spirit would stand no chance." Bai Yi took a few steps forward to the spot where the wind spirit Shaka's body had dissipated. He then bent down to pick up a treasure chest that had dropped. That's right, this LV-150 king-level unit had dropped a treasure chest upon death. The chest was adorned with faint azure wind patterns, still slightly warm to the touch, and the wind totems carved on all sides were slowly rotating, emitting a heart-pounding energy fluctuation. This was a legendary treasure chest. After picking up the chest, Bai Yi ran his fingers over its surface for a moment before opening it. In the next second, a blinding azure light burst forth from within the chest, dazzling to the eyes. Immediately, a long sword wrapped in a sphere of light appeared before him. The long sword was a pale azure color, approximately 3 feet and 7 inches long, with a thin and sharp blade that shimmered like glass, its edges adorned with a translucent azure light membrane that swayed with the airflow. The wind pattern totems on either side of the blade seemed to move like living creatures, faintly producing a delicate sound of wind, exuding an overall aura of agility and sharpness. At the same time, a system prompt appeared. You have obtained the following item: Wind Spirit Longsword *1. Wind Spirit Longsword Grade, Legendary Effect, increases strength by 300, agility by 2000, includes the passive Wind Whisper Blessing, attack speed increased by 25%. Each sword swing will create a slight wind vortex, giving normal attacks a 15% chance to apply the Wind Mark effect. Wind Mark lasts for 3 seconds, during which the target's movement speed is reduced by 10%. Type: Weapon, Warrior Exclusive. What an amazing legendary weapon! And it's a warrior exclusive weapon, which means it can be devoured by the eternal magic blade. After reading the information about the new equipment, Bai Yi's face lit up with surprise, his eyes flashing with intense light. Without hesitation, he immediately used the devouring ability of the eternal magic blade on this new weapon. Bai Yi grasped the eternal magic blade at his waist, and the black-purple blade hummed instantly. In the next moment, the magical patterns on the blade lit up, awakening like an ancient ferocious beast. Suddenly, a phantom with a green face and sharp fangs appeared, lunging to swallow the floating wind spirit longsword. The wind spirit longsword seemed to be bound by invisible chains, its blade trembling violently as it emitted a mournful buzz, ultimately being completely swallowed by the phantom. The devouring began. The magical patterns on the eternal, magic blade flickered, radiating dazzling light. Soon, the devouring was complete. The black, purple and pale azure auras on the surface of the eternal, magic blade receded like a tide. Once the luster retracted, at first glance, it seemed no different than before. But upon closer inspection, one could see a pale azure mysterious wind rune added to the center of the blade's spine. The rune was spiral-shaped, faintly glowing, as if it would whirl up a gust of wind at any moment. Baiye's mind stirred, and the attribute panel of the eternal, magic blade unfolded before him. Eternal, magic blade grade? Effect, increases strength by 6200, agility by 2000, and health by 200, includes the passive. Devour, can devour warrior exclusive weapons to gain effect enhancements and a new passive. Devour 1, increases physical damage dealt by 10%. Effect 2, Wind. Blessing type, weapon, warrior exclusive. The strength value on the panel surged dramatically compared to before, and next to the newly appeared wind blessing. Passive, a small wind swirl icon hovered. This devour effect is really amazing. Baiye tightened his grip on the sword hilt, feeling the surging mysterious energy emanating from the sword body, unable to help but exclaim. The demon blade should have surpassed the legendary equipment level by now, right? His face lit up with joy, excitement sparkling in his eyes. Just then, from behind the pond, in the direction of the stream flowing upstream, the ground suddenly trembled slightly, for sharp, blade-like auras surged toward this side like arrows. The wind elements in the air instantly became wildly agitated. Baiye squinted slightly, his pupils contracting, instinctively tightening his grip on the eternal, demon blade. He recalled the dying words of the wind spirit he had just encountered. The prophecy of the master was indeed correct. There's definitely more to come. He murmured softly, his gaze directed toward the source of the aura, his brow slightly furrowed. I wonder what level of existence this so-called master is to be able to predict my appearance. As this thought flashed through his mind, several sounds of breaking air approached his ears. For wind spirits appeared in Baiye's line of sight, hovering in mid-air across the pond, their garments rustling in the wind. Two of them were female elves dressed in light blue robes, wielding staves embedded with wind crystals. They were surrounded by swirling wind blades, clearly two mage units. The two male wind spirits wore exquisite armor in silver and green, carrying long swords on their backs. The gleam of wind energy flowed through the gaps in their armor, indicating they were two warrior units. The auras of these four wind spirits were incredibly powerful, like for moving sources of storms, exuding a rich wind energy. They were no weaker than the previous king-level wind spirit. In fact, from them, one could sense a more solid and oppressive wave of power. Baiye was slightly taken aback. The power within him instinctively began to circulate, his gaze focused as he quickly scanned the attribute information of these four uninvited guests. He suddenly discovered that all four wind spirits were actually king-level units, and their levels had reached 160, even higher than the previous Shaka. It seems they are wearing more than one piece of high-tier equipment. Baiye's gaze fell on the male warrior spirit's armor and the staff in the female spirit's hand. He could see the wind patterns engraved on the surface of these pieces of equipment, resonating with a similar energy fluctuation to the wind spirit longsword he had just devoured, clearly of exceptional quality. He carefully sensed the energy fluctuations and auras emanating from these wind spirits, a sense of gravity rising in his heart. It seems an intense battle is inevitable. Taking a deep breath, Baiye slightly raised the eternal demon blade, the sword tip angled toward the ground, the black-purple blade and the light blue wind runes reflecting off each other, exuding a daunting battle intent. The four king-level wind spirits stood in mid-air, their light blue energy wind wings slowly flapping behind them, creating small whirlwinds of air. They looked coldly at Baiye, their pointed ears slightly trembling, a hint of disdain lingering at the corners of their mouths, exuding an air of superiority, as if gazing at an ant that had intruded into a sacred place. One of the warrior spirits stepped forward slightly, the wind patterns on his armor glowing faintly with movement, his voice deep like muffled thunder, carrying an unmasked killing intent. It seems Shaka has already died at your hands. He glanced down at the remnants of wind elements left on the ground, the aura of wind blades seeping from the gaps in his armor causing ripples in the air. The prophecy of the Lord was indeed correct. You are a vile extraterrestrial demon that could potentially destroy our race. Another wind elf mage raised her hand to press the wind crystal at the top of her staff, and a blue magic circle quietly unfolded beneath her feet as she coldly said, "Stop the chatter and attack directly. Let's slay this damned extraterrestrial demon here." A swirling wind blade coalesced at the tip of her staff, and the surrounding air instantly became thick. That's right, attack. The last warrior elf drew the curved blade from his waist, the blade wrapped in a visible whirlwind, and before he finished speaking, he transformed into a streak of blue light. In the next moment, the four king-level wind elves, each equipped with multiple high-tier items, moved simultaneously Two mages floated in midair, and as they waved their staffs, dozens of wind blades shot towards Bai Yi like a torrential rain, each blade carrying a piercing shriek that could tear through steel. The two warriors advanced rapidly, one on the left and one on the right, stepping on the condensed steps of wind, their armor clashing with a resounding clang, and the weapons in their hands glimmering with a chilling light, clearly showcasing their formidable combat power. They coordinated seamlessly, instantly forming a siege that trapped Bai Yi in the center. The battle was about to erupt. Bai Yi's gaze sharpened, and the passive ability Step of Wind from his Windwalker boots was instantly activated. A faint blue light shimmered from the soles of his shoes, and his figure moved sideways like a ghost, narrowly avoiding the incoming wind blades in tornado. The wind blades grazed his hair, slicing two neat cuts into the rocks behind him. "Come and fight," he shouted, and with a thought, the sword soul skill was activated. A solid golden sword soul suddenly materialized out of thin air. The sword soul, wielding an illusory long sword, radiated a sharp brilliance, and a golden halo flowed like water around its surface. In the next second, the sword soul merged with Bai Yi. Boom! In an instant, Bai Yi's muscles bulged slightly, and his attributes like strength and agility surged explosively. The hand gripping the eternal demon blade felt a surge of power. Without choosing to clash head-on, Bai Yi took advantage of his increased agility, darting around the four wind elves like an arrow released from a bow, leaving a series of afterimages on the ground. Whenever the warrior elves' swords were about to reach him, he would pivot his foot, effortlessly dodging like a willow leaf in the wind. At the same time, he flipped his wrist and swung the eternal demon blade, the black-purple blade glowing with faint blue wind patterns, enhanced by a 25% attack speed boost from Wind Whisper, carving out intricate arcs. The sword wind swept through the air with a whimpering sound, forcing the two warrior elves to defend with their swords. Clang, clang, clang. As the blades collided, sparks flew in dense bursts. This speed, it's even faster than Shaka at his peak. The warrior elf on the left, while blocking, felt his arm go numb, a flicker of shock crossing his eyes as he truly realized the terror of this extraterrestrial demon before him. The mages behind, seeing this, chanted their spells even faster, their words flowing like a rapid-fire barrage. In the next moment, a dense rain of wind blades descended from the sky. Those palm-sized wind blades, like sharp blades, instantly covered all the space within 10 meters around Bai Yi. For a moment, even the sunlight was shredded into fragments. Bai Yi's pupils constricted, and he raised his left hand. The golden sword shield instantly coalesced. A half-meter-wide golden shield shimmered with a faint glow, intricate runes appearing on its surface. In the next second, the sound of ding-ding-dang-dang rang incessantly. Most of the wind blades were blocked outside, and a few that penetrated his defense were deflected by his sword. Occasionally, a stray wind blade would slice his arm, drawing a trace of blood. But as soon as the blood beads seeped out, it was halted by his powerful recovery ability, a faint golden light emanating from the wound as the flesh visibly writhed and healed. "Is this all you've got?" Bai Yi sneered, suddenly making a sharp turn, lightly tapping the tip of his foot on a broken tree, activating sword draw thrust. His figure transformed into a stream of black and purple light, accompanied by a sharp sound of breaking air, heading straight for one of the mage elves. The mage elf clearly did not expect Bai Yi to dare to launch a surprise attack amidst the siege of two warrior elves. Her emerald eyes suddenly contracted, and a hint of panic flashed across her face. She hurriedly waved her staff, raising a translucent wind barrier. The barrier shimmered with intricate wind patterns, like a solidified hurricane. In the next second, bang! The eternal, magic blade, infused with violent power and swirling winds, struck fiercely against the wind barrier. The barrier shook violently, developing fine cracks, and the wind patterns spread like a spider's web. The mage elf let out a muffled groan, staggering back a step. "You won't succeed." Seeing this, the two warrior elves immediately turned to assist, their long swords slicing through the air towards Bai Yi's back, the wind energy swirling around the blades causing ripples in the air. Bai Yi was already prepared. He activated the storm dance skill, and a rapid storm swirled around him. Light blue air currents spun around him, increasing both his movement and attack speed once again. Using the cover of the storm, Bai Yi spun like a top, narrowly evading the attacks of the two warrior elves. At the same time, he countered with a sword strike, the black and purple blade letting out a sharp whistle as it tore through the air, completely shattering the wavering wind barrier. Puff! The mage elf was knocked back several steps by the shockwave from the shattered barrier. A trace of blue blood spilling from the corner of her mouth. She looked at Bai Yi in disbelief. "Impossible. How could your power be?" Bai Yi let out a cold laugh, his foot flashing as he dodged the incoming attack. Next, he evaded the surging attacks and wind magic while searching for an opportunity to take down one of his opponents first. He was seen using Shadow Step to swiftly traverse, leaving behind a series of blurred images, avoiding the concentrated fire from his enemies. At times, he activated both Sword Soul and Storm Dance for a dual boost, his body radiating a blend of golden and blue light, launching a fierce assault like a tidal wave. His skill transitions are flawless. The mage elf on the right chanted her spell while watching Bai Yi in shock. She could clearly feel The energy fluctuations during each of his skill switches perfectly timed as if he had undergone countless refinements. She even sensed with terror that Bai Ye's control over his skills was becoming increasingly adept. Although the 4 king-level wind elves coordinated seamlessly, their attacks came like a relentless storm, putting considerable pressure on Bai Yi. However, relying on his substantial life advantage and flexible use of skills, he maintained a state of ease, even having the leisure to observe the rhythm of their attacks. Hundreds of rounds passed quietly amidst the fierce clashes, both sides accumulating numerous wounds. Bai Yi had several cuts from wind blades, but his ocean-like vitality allowed these wounds to stop bleeding and heal almost instantly. The 4 wind elves, on the other hand, showed signs of severe damage. The silver armor of the warrior elves was riddled with sword marks, and the mage elf's robe was torn to shreds, barely recognizable. What kind of monster is this? How can we 4 not take him down together? The warrior elf on the left gasped for breath, the frequency of his wind wings noticeably slowing down, his eyes filled with horror as he looked at Bai Yi. They were the top combat power of their clan, yet they were being pushed to this extent by a heavenly evil creature. At that moment, Bai Yi seized an opportunity in their coordination, just as the longsword of the warrior elf on the right was retracted, and the spell of the mage on the left was yet to be completed. He suddenly thrust the eternal, magic blade into the ground, using the recoil to leap into the air. With the sword soul manifesting, he traced a golden arc in the air, evading the interception of the warrior elf, the sword reflecting blinding light under the sun. Then, he poured all his strength into the blade. The blazing slash skill was activated. In an instant, a blazing fire erupted from the black-purple sword, and this flame was no ordinary fire, but an extraordinary fire infused with violent energy. The flames intertwined with the pale blue wind vortex, forming a massive sword aura several meters long. Wherever the sword aura passed, the air was scorched and distorted, instantly slashing towards the mage elf he had previously injured. At this moment, the mage elf had not fully recovered, and faced with this sudden lethal strike, her eyes filled with fear as she could only barely raise her staff to defend. The wind crystal at the top of her staff burst forth with its last light, attempting to condense a defensive shield. The next second, crack! The staff broke in response, like a fragile twig, and the sword aura struck her without obstruction. The mage elf let out a piercing scream, her body rapidly disintegrating under the tearing of the flames and wind vortex before dissipating into specks of blue light. He had successfully killed a mage. No! Damn it! The 2 wind elf warriors witnessed this scene filled with shock and anger, and crazily charged at Bai Yi. With the loss of a mage elf, the enemy's firepower was significantly weakened, and the originally dense rain of wind blades became sparse. Bai Yi's spirit soared, and his offensive became even more ferocious. He charged towards the remaining 3 wind elves with overwhelming killing intent. The speed of the eternal, magic blade in his hand increased rapidly, and the frequency of the wind patterns on the sword glowed brighter and brighter. Ara! The remaining mage elf let out a cry of pain. Her eyes filled with grief and fear. She could never have imagined that their 4-person team would be the first to lose a member. This is impossible. How could such a terrifying force of an otherworldly demon appear here? The remaining 3 wind elves were clearly intimidated by Bai Yi's ferocity. Their coordination began to show obvious flaws. The rhythm of the warrior elves' combat was disrupted, and the mage's spellcasting was delayed. As a result, they could no longer withstand Bai Yi's assault. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Yi moved like a ghost to the side of one warrior elf. The cold river's stab skill activated, the sword tip condensed with a ghostly blue chill, piercing towards the opponent's armor with a bone-chilling low temperature. By the time the warrior elf reacted, it was already too late. The chill penetrated the armor, instantly spreading throughout his body, rendering his movements stiff. Die! Bai Yi whispered, swinging the eternal, magic blade. The black-purple sword let out a sharp whistle as it cleaved the frozen warrior elf in half. Blue blood splattered onto the ground, instantly freezing into ice crystals. Another wind elf king had fallen. Immediately after, Bai Yi turned to face the remaining mage and warrior wind elves. With the high attributes from the sword soul state and the attack speed advantage brought by wind language enhancement, he struck them down like cutting vegetables. In the final moments, the mage elf attempted to chant a powerful spell to escape, but Bai Yi interrupted her casting with sword draw thrust. The sword tip pierced through her wind wings, leading her to die in despair. The last warrior elf, despite fighting desperately, could hardly withstand Bai Yi's combo of raging flame slash and storm dance, ultimately losing all life and collapsing unwillingly. The battle was over. Bai Yi had fought 1 against 4, successfully killing 4 king-level units. The kills of the 4 king-level units caused Bai Yi's level to soar. Glimmers of light from leveling up continuously shone around him. Column after column of golden light shot into the sky, dyeing the surrounding environment in gold, creating a stunning scene. With each flash of light, Bai Yi's aura grew stronger, the veins beneath his muscles visibly bulging, and he could feel an astonishing power surging within him. After a while, the light of leveling up gradually diminished. When the last wisp of golden light merged into his body, a faint halo still lingered on his surface. Bai Yi took a deep breath, the rising and falling of his chest accompanied by the sound of airflow. At this moment he felt that the power within him had at least doubled compared to before. The power within him was so strong it felt like it was about to burst through his body, surging like an active volcano. He instinctively clenched his fists, the sound of his knuckles cracking like muffled thunder causing the surrounding air to tremble slightly. This time, there's a high probability I've reached max level. Sure enough, the game system's notification suddenly rang out. Congratulations, player Bai, you have successfully leveled up to LV 199. You have unlocked 3 job change quests. Please proceed to the Eternal Divine Tower to complete the job change tasks. Please note, you cannot level up again until you complete the job change tasks. With a thought, Bai summoned his personal attribute panel before him. Name, Bai. Profession, swordsman. Level, LV 199. Health 350 million. Mana 250,000. Attributes, Strength 90,000, Spirit 18,000, Agility 50,000, Constitution 50,000. Skills, Basic Combat Skills, Holy Light, Ring Slash, Dawn, Sword Rain, Illusory Thunder, Sword Array, Soul Devouring, Annihilation. Flying Sword, LV 199. This is the max level for the second job change. After reaching this level in one breath, all attributes have increased, and the increase is substantial. Not only that, 4 new skills have awakened, and the last one is even an ultimate skill. Has it only been a short while, and I'm already at max level? Bai felt a surge of joy in his heart, unable to contain his amazement. Such a speed of leveling up would leave even the top-tier professionals of advanced civilizations dumbfounded. Then, he looked at the detailed information of the new skills. Holy Light, Ring Slash. Type, active skill effect, consumes 5,000 mana, infusing the power of Holy Light into the weapon, releasing a golden Holy Light ring with a radius of 15 meters when swinging the sword. The ring rapidly expands from the caster's center, creating a holy halo wherever it passes, dealing 400% physical damage and adding holy light damage to all enemies within range. Enemies hit by the holy light ring will enter a holy stun state for 1.5 seconds. Their bodies are bound by holy light and cannot move, and if they have any dark attribute enhancements, they will receive an additional 30% damage increase. When the skill is released, a brief holy light shield will form around Bai, capable of withstanding damage not exceeding 10% of his health. If the skill hits more than 5 enemies, the shield's damage resistance limit will increase to 15% of his health, and the duration will extend by 2 seconds. Dawn, Sword Rain. Type, active skill effect, consumes 8,000 mana, condensing strength and holy light power into the weapon, raising the long sword towards the sky. In an instant, a golden cloud layer with a diameter of 200 meters appears in the sky, and countless light swords formed from holy light pour down from the cloud, covering the entire area like a torrential rain. Each light sword deals 350% physical damage and adds 80% holy light damage to the enemies it hits, and upon landing, it will create a holy light explosion with a radius of 3 meters, dealing 150% physical damage and adding 50% holy light damage to enemies within range. Illusory Thunder, Sword Array. Type, active skill effect, consumes 6,000 mana, swinging the weapon to infuse the power of lightning and sword domain energy into the ground. In an instant, the ground within a 100-meter radius of the caster cracks with countless electric light patterns, forming a massive sword array woven from purple lightning. The moment the sword array is generated, it will deal 200% physical damage and add 100% lightning damage to all enemies within range, forcibly pulling them into the sword array. Enemies pulled into the sword array will be bound by lightning chains, entering a locked state. Unable to escape the sword array's range, movement speed reduced by 80%. During this time, the sword formation would unleash a lightning strike every 0.1 seconds, dealing 150% physical damage plus 80% lightning damage to 3 random enemies within range and inflicting a paralysis state for 0.3 seconds, causing skill release and attack actions to stutter. If an enemy attempted to break through the sword formation with a skill, the lightning chains would instantly tighten, causing them to take an additional 100% lightning damage and extending the lock state by 3 seconds. Soul Devourer, Annihilation. Sword. Type, active skill effect, consumes 20% of maximum health to condense the source of life and soul power into a Blood Soul Sword. The Blood Soul Sword will automatically lock onto a target, ignoring terrain obstacles and flying in a straight line, leaving a dark red trail in its wake. Upon hitting the target, it will deal 200% true damage and tear apart the target's energy shield. After piercing the target, the sword will explode into countless blood soul fragments, inflicting a soul burn effect on the target for 3 seconds, causing a loss of 5% of current health per second. First, there are 3 ordinary skills. Each has an area effect. Each effect and damage is astonishing. As expected of a late-stage second transfer skill, it's too strong. Bai sighed lightly, tracing the air with his fingertips, simulating the skill release. And if the 3 ordinary skills are powerful, then the last ultimate skill is terrifying. This is an extremely suitable ultimate single-target burst skill for Bai. Especially this ultimate skill, consuming 20% of maximum health, dealing double true damage. For me right now, that's 70 million true damage. That's just terrifying. Bai's heart raced, as if a drum was beating in his chest, his eyes filled with shock, and his pupils slightly constricted at the astonishing damage value. In front of me, who dares to claim invincibility? Who dares to say they are undefeated? At this moment, a surge of ambition welled up in his heart. The invincible boost from the random aura had already begun to manifest further. Bai Yi calmed his emotions slightly. Then, he summoned a special panel. It was his exclusive random aura panel. That's right. After reaching level 199, he could draw another aura. The first experience aura, the second life aura. I wonder what this third aura will be. Soon, the aura drawing began. Random aura drawing in progress, please wait, a huge aura. Roulette appeared in his mind, starting the third random draw. Shortly after, the draw was successful. A brand new golden aura floated above Bai Ye's head, merging with him with a thunderous sound. Draw successful, you have obtained a permanent healing aura. Healing aura? Bai Yi was slightly taken aback. The next second, a detailed attribute panel appeared before him, clearly displaying the new aura's effects. Healing aura effect. The aura owner receives a recovery effect of 100 million health per second. Duration, permanent. A recovery effect of 100 million health per second? Combined with the life aura, my tankiness is simply invincible. Bai Ye's pupils constricted sharply, unable to contain his shock. And with this recovery effect, the new ultimate skill can be used freely. I don't have to worry about my health being insufficient. Bai Yi smiled. In short, the third aura had once again skyrocketed his combat power. This time, it took a while for Bai Yi to calm down. It's a pity that the equipment in the game world cannot drop and will disappear directly upon death. He looked at the positions of the 4 wind spirits after their death, where only a few strands of wind elements remained, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes. It was clear that the 4 wind spirits had more than one piece of equipment on them. Moreover, the quality of the equipment was definitely not low, at least legendary grade. But fortunately, 3 treasure chests dropped at once. He stepped forward, his feet treading over the ground still warm with the remnants of wind elements. Collecting the 3 treasure chests that had burst forth after the death of the wind spirits. The wind patterns on the surface of the chests were still slowly swirling, carrying a faint energy fluctuation. They were 3 legendary treasure chests. Without hesitation, Bai Yi directly opened these 3 chests. I hope to get another warrior-exclusive weapon so that my eternal demon blade can evolve once more, he murmured, his fingertips resting on the cold chest lock. Soon, the chests were opened one by one, and 3 beams of different colors burst forth from within, intertwining into a dazzling web of light. The game systems notifications appeared in succession. You have opened a legendary treasure chest and obtained the item Hurricane Armor *1. You have opened a legendary treasure chest and obtained the item Storm Greatsword *1. You have opened a legendary treasure chest and obtained the item Gale Wand *1. A total of 3 pieces of equipment were obtained, all legendary. The attribute information for the 3 pieces of equipment is as follows. Hurricane Armor Grade, legendary effect. Increases 3,500 points of constitution, grants a 25% damage reduction effect, includes the skill Wind Barrier. Wind Barrier. In combat, there is a 30% chance to trigger a wind barrier that reduces the next attack's damage by 50%. Type, Armor, universal for all classes. Gale Wand Grade, legendary effect, increases 3,300 points of spirit, grants a 30% increase in magic damage, includes the skill Gale Power. Gale Power. When casting a skill, there is a 30% chance to trigger a spell combo, instantly releasing 2 identical magical attacks. Type, Weapon, exclusive to mages. Storm Greatsword Grade, legendary effect, increases 3,800 points of strength, includes the skill Storm Strike. Storm Strike. When attacking, there is a 30% chance to increase this attack's physical damage by an additional 200%. Type, Weapon, exclusive to warriors. There really is a warrior-exclusive item. After reading the equipment attributes, Bai Ye's eyes suddenly brightened, a smile of joy curving at the corners of his mouth, and he tightened his grip on the eternal demon blade. In the next moment, he immediately raised the eternal demon blade, the black-purple blade humming as if it could hardly wait. He directly devoured this new warrior-exclusive equipment. A ghostly figure emerged, more solid than before, with phantom blood seemingly clinging to its fangs. The figure opened its massive mouth and, in the blink of an eye, completely swallowed a heavy sword of pale green color. The sword struggled a few times in the figure's belly before disappearing without a trace. Soon, the devouring was complete, and the eternal demon blade evolved once again. After the evolution, the black-purple surface of the blade deepened, and the pale blue wind patterns became even more profound, exuding a heart-pounding aura. Bai Ye's eyes sparkled as he eagerly checked the attributes of the evolved eternal demon blade. Eternal demon blade grade effect, increases 10,000 strength, increases 2,000 agility, increases 200 health points, includes the passive Devour. Can devour warrior-exclusive weapons, gaining effect enhancements and new passives. Devour 1, increases physical damage dealt by 10%. Effect 2, Wind Whisper. Enhancement Effect 3, Storm Strike. Type, Weapon, exclusive to warriors. At this point, the eternal Demon Blade has probably reached the level of top-tier epic equipment. Bai Yi exclaimed in amazement, unable to help but murmur to himself. His fingers brushed over the blade's surface, feeling the power flowing within, his eyes filled with delight. This artifact from the Eternal Divine Tower's rewards had become incredibly astonishing in just one day. A full 10,000 strength boost, along with 3 powerful effects. Simply invincible. Then, he removed the flowing tide armor, and instantly, a flash of light enveloped him, causing the previously fitted armor to vanish without a trace. Then, he placed the Hurricane Mystic armor into the empty armor slot in his equipment bar. A few seconds later, a chestnut-colored armor appeared out of thin air on his body. The wind pattern totems on the surface of the armor slowly flowed, exuding a heavy yet agile aura. At the same time, his physique attribute received a boost of 3,500 points. Not only that, but he also gained a buff that reduced damage by 25%. It's a pity that this piece is exclusive to mages and I can't use it. Bai Yi looked at the storm wand in his hand and shook his head. If I sell it, the current Blue Star professionals probably can't offer me what I want, right? Perhaps I could take it to the Eternal Divine Tower and trade with professionals from other civilizations? Bai Yi thought for a moment and felt it was a good idea, then he stored the storm wand away. Next, he prepared to head directly to the Eternal Divine Tower. There, professionals from various civilizations gathered, and it was highly likely he could exchange for something useful. Just then, a rumbling sound echoed through the heavens and the earth. The thunder seemed to explode right next to his ear, shaking the ground slightly, and a suffocating aura spread through the air. Immediately after, a golden system notification exploded in the field of vision of all professionals in Blue Star. The golden light, blinding, covering the original interface. Notice, a Dominator level unit is about to appear in the central region of the Chosen World. All professionals please prepare. In an instant, the professionals of Blue Star erupted again. What the hell? Another one? The professionals who had just experienced the baptism of a king-level unit felt their scalps tingle upon seeing the notification. This time I'll be smart, I must prepare to escape. Wait, where is the central region? Aren't we in the outer area right now? Dominator level unit? Hiss, that's a monster even stronger than a king level one, right? No, wait. If it's the central region, it seems we don't need to run. Various discussions erupted among the professionals of Blue Star, some panicked, some confused, but no one was as excited and expectant as before. Dominator level unit? The Wind Spirit Prairie I'm in should be in the central region, right? Bai Yi squinted his eyes, carefully sensing the oppressive aura in the air. That aura felt like heavy dark clouds pressing down on his heart. The energy fluctuations mixed in the wind were even stronger than the combined power of the 4 previous king-level wind spirits. The wind patterns on the surface of Bai Yi's Hurricane Mystic armor began to tremble slightly for no apparent reason. At this moment, a new game system notification appeared, this notification only floating before his eyes. The golden text shimmering, player Bai Yi, you have enraged the Dominator level unit Lord of the Wind Spirits. A Lord of the Wind Spirits is heading towards your location, please prepare. I was still wondering if I caused the appearance of the Dominator unit, and it turns out I really did. Bai Yi raised an eyebrow, lightly tapping the hilt of the eternal magic blade with his fingertips. Instantly, the wind patterns on the blade and the storm strike patterns flickered alternately, as if anticipating the imminent arrival of a strong enemy. If he went to the Eternal Divine Tower now, he could completely avoid the attack of the Dominator level unit. But he had no intention of doing so. He slightly curled his lips, revealing a confident expression. A Dominator level unit, huh? Then, let's see how a max-level swordsman fares against you. Bai Yi stood in place, the eternal magic blade pointed diagonally forward. The invisible energy aura around him began to slowly circulate, repelling the surrounding wind elements. He waited for the arrival of that Dominator level unit. 3 minutes later, still in the direction of the stream, the air suddenly twisted violently, and a towering figure charged through the sky. Where the figure passed, the stream was forcibly split apart, and the splashing water droplets were sliced into mist by the wind blades in midair. It was a tall male wind spirit, taller than any wind spirit he had encountered before. A set of exquisite light green armor was embedded with countless wind crystals. Holding a straight long sword, the blade seemed to be formed from liquid wind elements flowing with a glass-like luster. This wind spirit was enveloped in a rich, almost tangible aura of wind. Those auras coalesced into small tornadoes swirling around him, emitting a howling sound. Bai Yi squinted his eyes, looking at this wind spirit. His gaze focused, and an attribute panel suddenly appeared in his mind. Name, Wind Spirit Lord. Theodore rank, Overlord level, LV 199 health, 50 million skills, Wind Spirit body. Final. Hurricane? Rift/Windfall? Soul binding kill. Such high health. No wonder it's a unit 1 rank above the king. Bai Yi sighed inwardly, his gaze landing on that 50 million health, his pupils slightly constricting. Without the enhancement of the life aura, even at level 199, his health could not compare to this Overlord level unit. Outsider evil. Feel the judgment of the Wind Spirit. Wind Spirit Lord? Theodore wasted no time. His voice roared like a howling gale, his gaze locked onto Bai Yi, eyes burning with fierce anger. He charged straight at Bai Yi. Boom! In an instant, a terrifying storm erupted within a radius of several hundred meters. The color of the storm shifted from light azure to deep emerald, mixed with countless sharp wind blades. The rocks on the ground were instantly ground to dust, and trees in the distance were uprooted, spinning and colliding in the storm. Bai Yi found himself at the center of the storm, immediately feeling an astonishing pressure. The hurricane pressed against his body like countless invisible hands. The damage reduction buff of Hurricane Mystic Armor was instantly triggered, a layer of light azure shield appearing on the surface, but the shield quickly developed fine cracks under the storm's impact. Faced with such terrifying pressure, Bai Yi showed no signs of retreat. Instead, a glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes. He gripped Eternal Demon Blade tightly, an overwhelming power erupting within him in an instant. The explosive force brought by his high power attributes made his muscles swell instantly, and the black-purple blade burst forth with dazzling light. He charged towards the Wind Spirit Lord. The next second, the Storm Dance skill activated instantly, a light azure storm forming around him, colliding with the external storm, producing a piercing shriek. The battle erupted. Bai Yi's figure darted through the storm with agility. The speed boost from Storm Dance made him appear like a phantom, the eternal demon blade in his hand gleaming with black-purple light, constantly clashing with the liquid wind sword of Wind Spirit Lord. Theodore. Clang, clang, clang. The crisp sound of metal clashing was dense like a drumbeat. Each collision unleashed a strong energy shockwave, violently shaking the surrounding storm. Yet the storm surrounding the Wind Spirit Lord seemed alive, instantly recoalescing, its might undiminished. Wind Spirit Lord? Theodore's swordsmanship was grand and sweeping, each strike containing a violent wind force that could tear the heavens apart. As the blade sliced through the air, it left behind wind scars that lingered, forming visible spatial rifts that forced Bai Yi to block with all his might, his arms slightly numbing from the immense force. The combat power of this outsider evil is so bizarre, Theodore thought, slightly shocked, as he launched a fierce attack. The next second, the wind domain around him suddenly contracted, firmly locking Bai Yi within, the wind force within the domain surging violently, like countless small knives slicing at Bai Yi's body. Bai Yi's heart stirred, and he directly countered with a sword to push Theodore back. Immediately after, wind speech enhancement further increased his attack speed. The wind spiral created by his blade grazed the opponent's armor, leaving only a shallow white mark. It didn't even fully break the wind patterns on the surface of the armor. So much stronger than the king level. Bai Yi sighed inwardly, realizing that the defense of this Wind Spirit Lord far exceeded that of the king level wind spirits he had encountered before. The next second, Phantom Thunder? Sword Array suddenly activated. A lightning sword array with a radius of 100 meters abruptly unfolded on the ground, and purple lightning instantly wrapped around Theodore's ankle. Theodore's pupils constricted sharply, and with a thought, the wind crystals around him erupted with a strong light. In the next moment, a violent wind exploded, tearing through the lightning like a tsunami. But even so, he was still paralyzed by the current, his movements delayed by a fraction of a second. It was in this brief moment that Bai Yi's eternal demon blade had already pierced towards his chest. Bang! A heavy wind shield suddenly appeared on the surface of the armor, blocking Bai Yi's strike. The swirling wind patterns on the shield instantly dissipated the sword's power layer by layer. Not bad. Bai Yi twisted his wrist, the sword blade sliding along the curve of the shield while pushing off with his feet, using the reaction force to leap back, avoiding Theodore's subsequent slash. The spot where he had just stood was instantly carved out by the wind sword, creating a bottomless chasm. Theodore looked at the crack on his chest armor caused by the sword's energy, and a storm surged in his heart. This human's power could actually shake his wind spirit sacred armor? This armor was forged from a millennium of wind essence mixed with starlight iron. Ordinary king-level attacks wouldn't even leave a mark. Even a dominator-level unit of the same rank would need to attack with all their might to leave such a trace. He took a deep breath, raising his long sword high, as a deep azure storm suddenly coalesced into a massive wind dragon shadow. The scales of the dragon shadow were clearly visible, each one composed of violent wind elements. End of days. Hurricane? World-breaking slash. In the next moment, the dragon's shadow roared and swooped down. Wherever it passed, the space rippled, and the surrounding trees and rocks were instantly ground to dust. Even the air was compressed to emit a dull explosion. Bai Yi's pupils constricted, not daring to be careless. Holy light? Ring slash was instantly unleashed. The golden ring, radiating with holy light, collided with the wind dragon's shadow, erupting in a blinding brilliance, as if the entire world was enveloped in this light. Boom! The shockwave sent both of them staggering back. Bai Yi stumbled back a step, a trace of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, and a sharp pain surged through his arm. Taking that hit directly had caused fine cracks to appear in the bones of his arm. Theodore also let out a muffled groan as the holy light burned him, with several scorch marks appearing on his wind wings, but he quickly summoned the wind elements to heal, and the scorch marks vanished at a visible speed. He snorted coldly, instantly raising his long sword and shot towards Bai Yi once more. Bai Yi's fighting spirit surged, and he met the challenge head-on again. Just like that, dozens of rounds of confrontation passed in the blink of an eye. Although the wind Spirit Lord had a slight upper hand due to his more refined combat skills, profound wind energy, and powerful self-healing abilities, each attack increased Bai Yi's pressure exponentially. But his wounds were also continuously increasing, and his shock grew stronger. This human was clearly only level 199. How could he unleash such terrifying combat power? Although he was also level 199, he was a Dominator level unit. By rights, a Dominator level unit should be able to crush the same level otherworldly evils. Yet this human before him, his skill combinations were even more exquisite than those recorded in the oldest battle tomes of his race. Coupled with that extraordinarily astonishing vitality and recovery ability, his combat power was simply unbelievable. After yet another fierce clash, both sides were forced back several dozen meters. Bai Yi reached out, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and in the next second, his slightly reduced health instantly returned to full. This was the terrifying recovery ability of the healing halo. Bai Yi felt the surging power within him, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. Dozens of rounds of exchanges had been enough to grasp the practical combat power at max level. The strength of this Wind Spirit Lord was just right for him to test his actual level of conventional combat power. In the next moment, he moved his wrist, the black-purple light on the eternal demon blade gradually converging, replaced by a heart-pounding blood red. Alright, it's time to end this, Bai Yi said softly, his tone flat yet filled with undeniable confidence. A warning surged in Theodore's heart, a breath of death enveloping his entire being. He was about to gather the strongest wind barrier to completely wrap himself in it when he suddenly saw an incredibly dense blood light erupt from Bai Yi's body. Soul Devourer? Annihilation Flying Sword. As the words fell, Bai Yi's face turned pale and his health dropped by 20%. In just a moment, the lost health instantly recovered. Boom! The next second, a blood-red flying sword, entwined with black soul mist, appeared out of thin air. The soul patterns on the sword's body twisted like living creatures, exuding an aura that could make souls tremble. Immediately after, the flying sword ignored the spatial distance, instantly crossing the gap between the two, piercing towards the Wind Spirit Lord. With a soul-rending shriek, a flash of extreme fear crossed Theodore's eyes, and all the wind energy surged wildly towards his chest, forming a wind barrier 10 times thicker than before. But the moment this barrier came into contact with the flying sword, it disintegrated as quickly as melting ice and snow. Put! The blood soul flying sword effortlessly pierced through his chest. It carried away a sky full of azure life energy, the very essence of the Wind Spirit Lord's life. The Wind Spirit Lord, Theodore, stood frozen in place, the light in his eyes rapidly dimming. He opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to say something, but, in the end, it only turned into a sound of unwillingness. That tall figure quickly dissipated under the burning of the blood soul fragments, leaving behind a shimmering mysterious treasure chest. With the death of the Wind Spirit Lord, the rich wind energy around began to rapidly dissipate. The once raging storm receded like a tide. The world returned to its previous calm, leaving only the faint breath of wind elements in the air and the chaotic traces left on the ground. From the fierce battle, Bai Yi, holding the magic blade, stepped forward to pick up the treasure chest dropped by the Wind Spirit Lord. The chest was a light azure color, intricately carved with complex wind patterns, radiating a gentle yet powerful energy wave, clearly not an ordinary item. This was an epic-level treasure chest. An epic-level treasure chest, helping me familiarize and master the surging power, and even gifting me a high-tier treasure chest. What a good person. Bai Yi muttered to himself, his tone filled with joy, a smile of harvest blooming on his face. The chest in his hand felt heavy yet made him feel incredibly light. In the next moment, he decisively opened the epic-level treasure chest. The instant the chest opened, a dazzling azure light burst forth from within, like the brightest star in the night sky, dazzling and eye-catching. After a few breaths, as the light faded, a delicate ring quietly floated in front of Bai Yi. The ring was made of an unknown azure metal, embedded with a crystal-clear wind gem, within which a miniature whirlwind continuously swirled, exuding a mysterious and powerful aura. Bai Yi reached out to pick up the ring, and its attribute information immediately surfaced in his mind. Wind Spirit Holy Ring, Grade, Epic. Effect, increases 9,000 agility, 5,500 strength, comes with the passive Wind Spirit Holy Soul, summons a special wind soul that further increases agility by 20%. Lasting 10 minutes. Type, ring, universal for all classes. Seeing these attributes, a glimmer of surprise flashed in Bai Yi's eyes. The attribute boost from this ring was extremely considerable, especially the significant increase in agility, which was exactly what he wanted. Without hesitation, he placed the ring into his equipment slot. As soon as the ring touched the empty space in the equipment slot, it transformed into a blue light and merged into it, then reappeared, perfectly fitting his finger. In an instant, a powerful force surged into Bai Yi's body. He could clearly feel that both his agility and strength had significantly increased, his body becoming lighter, a sense of speed rising within him. Not bad, truly worthy of being epic level equipment. Bai Yi moved his fingers, feeling the surging power within him, and said with satisfaction. He gently clenched his fist, feeling a rich flow of wind energy coursing between his knuckles. Not only that, but the agility boost from the wind spirit ring seemed to make even his breathing feel a bit lighter. Next, let's complete the third transfer task. In the next moment, Bai Yi's thoughts stirred, and a light blue task panel unfolded before him. The information for the transfer task appeared, and he extended his finger, ready to click the start button for the task. Just then, a blinding red system notification suddenly exploded in the center of the panel. Interrupting his action, you have triggered a special task in the Wind Spirit Plains, the Fall of the Wind Spirit. Relevant task information has been issued. Please check. Bai Yi was slightly taken aback, his brows raising in surprise. He hadn't expected that killing the Wind Spirit Lord would trigger a special task. He quickly opened the log, his fingertips gliding over the virtual interface as he checked the newly issued task information. Task: the Fall of the Wind Spirit. Level: Mythical. Content: as the favorite of the wind element, the wind spirits are incredibly powerful. Every 100 years or so, they will promote a new wind deity. However, each ascension of a wind deity permanently robs a portion of power from the chosen world. Now, the Wind Spirit Clan is about to produce its 79th wind deity. This time, please stop the ascension of the wind deity. Completing the task will reward you with Wind Spirit's Gift. Chest: mythical level. Countdown: 47 hours 59 minutes. A mythical level task? Bai Yi's expression showed surprise, a hint of disbelief flashing in his eyes. He then carefully examined the task details. Not long after, the Wind Spirit's Gift Chest, a mythical level chest. TSK, I kind of want it. Bai Yi's eyes sparkled, licking his lips. The temptation of a mythical level chest made his heart race. If he could open mythical level equipment. After a moment's thought, his gaze swept over the task countdown, and he quickly made a decision. First, I'll go for the promotion. There are nearly 48 hours left on the task countdown. That should be enough time. After successfully promoting, I'll have a better chance of completing this task. After all, it was a mythical level task, and its difficulty was evident. Before heading to complete the task, he needed to make ample preparations, which was what a mature professional should do. Then, Bai Yi closed the task information, and the virtual panel dissipated into light points. He then reopened the promotion task information, preparing to head to the Eternal Divine Tower. In the next second, just like last time, a brilliant light point suddenly illuminated the sky. Following that, a dazzling starlight poured down like a galaxy, precisely landing in front of him, enveloping him entirely. This starlight continuously changed form, gradually condensing from an initial beam into a massive 3-meter-high light gate. Within the light gate, swirling starlight surged violently, a rich spatial energy spreading out, causing the surrounding air to ripple noticeably, and the fallen leaves on the ground began to dance gently. As long as he stepped into this light gate, he could head to the legendary Eternal Divine Tower and complete the transfer trial that would determine the future path of a professional. Bai Yi took a deep breath, dispelling his expectations and distractions regarding the mythical task, his eyes revealing an unwavering determination. Unlike last time, he felt much more confident about the transfer this time. Without further hesitation, he stepped forward, his figure instantly merging into the light gate. As Bai Yi entered the light gate, the massive light gate quickly dissipated like morning mist, leaving only the sound of the wind rustling through the grass and the surrounding scenery as if it had never appeared at all. After a while, Bai Yi felt a wave of dizziness before him, as if his body had been sucked into a rapidly spinning vortex with a stronger sense of pull than last time. Even on the second entry, this dizziness was still quite uncomfortable. After experiencing a series of space transformations akin to the turning of the stars, his feet finally felt the solid ground once again. Steadying himself, Bai Yi looked around and found that he had returned to the mysterious white jade square. In the center of the square, the Eternal Divine Tower soared into the clouds, standing proudly. Bai Yi had come to the Eternal Divine Tower once more. This time, he walked directly towards the tower's grand entrance with familiarity. His steps were light, and his heart was filled with confidence. Just as he reached the foot of the Eternal Divine Tower, a familiar figure appeared before him. A fragrant breeze swept over, refreshing the spirit. The person was slender, with a pair of fluffy cat ears tipped with pink fur and a similarly fluffy tail that swayed leisurely from side to side. It was Lin Luer, the cat girl from the illusory flame star. Ah, Bai Yi, how did you get back to the Eternal Divine Tower so quickly? Didn't you just finish your job change mission? Lin Luer jumped in front of Bai Yi, her tail standing upright, her face a mix of surprise and curiosity, her golden pupils filled with confusion. Then, her expression turned even more shocked, her face nearly touching Bai Yi's nose as she exclaimed, "You can't have reached max level in such a short time, can you?" Bai Yi smiled, looking at her fluffy head leaning in close, and gently nodded. He then extended his finger to push Lin Luer's face, which was almost touching his nose, away a bit. Lin Luer leaned back slightly from the push, then continued in astonishment, "Your leveling up is way too fast. It's only been less than 24 hours. You must be cheating, right?" She flicked her tail, her tone filled with disbelief. Bai Yi smiled slightly but did not respond. His gaze swept across the square, noticing that there were still many other practitioners from different civilizations present. They had various skin tones and unique clothing, and a few were familiar faces from his last visit gathered in small groups. So he asked, "What about you? Why are you still here? I wanted to ask last time. Weren't you all here to complete your job change missions? Why are you just hanging around the square?" Lin Lure shot him a glance, her tail lightly tapping the ground as she replied, "Do you think it's as easy for everyone as it is for you to complete a job change mission and even get first place?" Then, she tugged at Bai Yi's sleeve and sat down on the white jade steps at the edge of the square, continuing to enlighten Bai Yi with common knowledge. Job change missions aren't that easy. The higher the tier, the harder they are to complete. No matter which civilization, only max-level practitioners can enter the Eternal Divine Tower. After completing the job change mission, you'll be directly teleported away from the Eternal Square and you can only re-enter once you reach max level. Again. But if you don't complete the trial missions, you can enter the Eternal Square at any time. Most of the practitioners you see here are just trying their luck in the Holy Ruins. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi paused slightly, his fingertips resting on his knee as he curiously asked, "Holy Ruins?" Lin Lure sat beside Bai Yi, her tail wrapping around in front of her and swaying gently as she explained, "The Holy Ruins is a special place in the Eternal Square. Do you see that building over there?" As she spoke, she pointed towards the eastern side of the square. Bai Yi followed her finger and saw a dilapidated cluster of buildings, shrouded in a faint golden halo, with energy flowing faintly among the broken walls. He nodded. When he first entered the Eternal Square, he had been curious about that place, but at the time, he was focused on his job change and didn't take a closer look. Lin Lure continued, "That's where the Holy Ruins are located. The Holy Ruins is a very special place. According to a 9-turn big shot from our civilization, it is very likely the former realm of the gods." Bai Yi's heart stirred, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes, and his fingers unconsciously tightened. The name of the gods was something that was hard to ignore, no matter where one was. But for some unknown reason, it has now turned into a wasteland. Although it has become a wasteland, to us professionals, it is still a sacred place, so we call it the Holy Ruins. Every so often, a divine tide erupts deep within the Holy Ruins, a force so terrifying that even a level 500 professional would be instantly obliterated in the face of the divine tide. But the divine tide won't surge into the Eternal Square. At most, it will reach the edge of the square. After the divine tide, a large number of treasures will appear on the outskirts of the Holy Ruins, including equipment, potions, and some special items, each at least legendary in quality. Last time, a professional even found a mythic-level piece of equipment. Some say these treasures come from the center of the Holy Ruins, and in reality, the deeper you go into the Holy Ruins, the greater the chance of finding high-tier treasures. Bai Yi nodded, thoughtfully looking towards the direction of the Holy Ruins, and said, "I see, so you are all waiting here for the divine tide to arrive?" Lin Lure responded with a her tail wagging even more joyfully, and said, "Yes, everyone is here to try their luck. If you want to enter the Holy Ruins, you must pay attention to safety. In the Eternal Square, professionals cannot harm each other, but once you enter the Holy Ruins, it's a different story. Professionals often fight fiercely over treasures in the Holy Ruins, and there are countless cases of injuries and deaths." Bai Yi nodded and sincerely thanked her. "Thank you for telling me this. I owe you a favor." Lin Lure smiled, deliberately making an exaggerated expression, her ears twitching as she said, "Wow, a favor from the top of the trials." Bai Yi smiled helplessly, then stood up, brushed off non-existent dust from his clothes, and prepared to complete his job change task first. After all, he didn't know when the next divine tide would come, and he still had to hurry to complete the Fallen Wind Spirit task. However, with his leveling speed, he would soon be able to enter the Eternal Square again. He bid farewell to Lin Lure. "I'll go complete my job change now." Then he walked towards the entrance of the Eternal Tower. Just a few steps out, suddenly, the entire Eternal Square shook violently. The white jade ground beneath him vibrated clearly, and the professionals in the square stood up in surprise. In the next moment, a dazzling divine light surged from the eastern end of the square, like a golden tsunami, instantly engulfing the outskirts of the Holy Ruins, with ancient runes faintly floating within the divine light. Boom! The surging divine light slammed into the edge of the square, blocked by a transparent light curtain. The shockwave from the impact made the air tremble, and the flags in the square fluttered wildly. In an instant, the light curtain erupted with boundless holy radiance, like a rising sun, with countless runes appearing on it, radiating vast divine might, firmly keeping the divine light at bay. The divine tide has arrived. It's finally here. Hurry! Go grab a spot. A burly man draped in animal skins suddenly stood up, his giant axe glinting coldly as he ran towards the edge of the square, his face filled with urgency. "Don't rush. The divine tide will last for a while. It's very dangerous to go now." An elderly man in a robe, holding a staff, quickly shouted, his eyes showing a hint of calm. He was clearly an experienced hand who had been through the divine tide before. "The entrance to the Holy Ruins is quite large, so why the rush? Are you a newbie? Another winged alien professional flapped his wings, his tone laced with disdain, clearly looking down on these eager newcomers. Many professionals looked at the surging divine light with great joy. The people who had been scattered throughout the square now gathered towards the direction of the holy ruins, their faces beaming with anticipation and excitement. Some newcomers couldn't help but want to approach the entrance of the sacred ruins early, but were pulled back by the veterans beside them, reluctantly stopping in their tracks. What a coincidence! Bai gazed at the brilliant divine light connecting heaven and earth, his eyes narrowing slightly. Although separated by the defensive light barrier of the eternal square, the energy fluctuation seeping through the barrier still made his heart race. It was a terrifying energy, aura far beyond that of a king-level or even overlord-level unit. In that case, let's go take a look at this so-called sacred ruins. Bai's thoughts shifted, and the steps he had originally taken towards the entrance of the eternal divine tower came to a halt, turning instead towards the direction of the sacred ruins. After all, the Fallen Wind Spirit quest still had a 48-hour countdown, so there was plenty of time. And since the divine tide was a rare occurrence, it wouldn't hurt to take a look since he happened to be here. He glanced at Lin Lur beside him and found her excitedly staring in the direction of the sacred ruins, her tail wagging like a rattledrum. So he said, "I want to go check out the sacred ruins first." Upon hearing this, Lin Lur immediately turned her head, her eyes sparkling as she said, "I want to go too." Bai Yi nodded, not refusing. Then, the two of them slowly moved towards the edge of the square, following the crowd. Along the way, they could constantly hear discussions among other adventurers, mostly about the treasures that might appear after the divine tide, and how to search for treasures and avoid dangers once inside the sacred ruins. Bai Yi listened while observing the area shrouded in divine light, filled with curiosity about this place that might have once been a realm of deities. The divine light was dazzling, surging out from the depths of the sacred ruins in wave after wave. Each wave of divine light was like a golden giant wave crashing against the defensive light barrier of the eternal square. The runes on the barrier flickered erratically, and the entire square resonated with the hum of energy collisions. After more than 10 minutes, the divine tide gradually subsided, and the overwhelming, terrifying energy slowly dissipated like a receding tide, the divine light deep within the sacred ruins growing dimmer and dimmer. "It's stopped. We can go in." A professioner who looked like an elf put away his bow and arrow, excitement gleaming in his eyes, unable to resist taking a step forward. "Hurry! Grab hold! Once the news spreads, more people will come," another burly professioner shouted in a deep voice, already prepared to charge. The adventurers had been waiting for a long time, each one rubbing their fists, their eyes fixed on the entrance of the sacred ruins. As soon as the divine light retracted, two impatient adventurers immediately dashed into the sacred ruins area. One was a leopard man full of speed, and the other was a winged man with wings sprouting from his back. Their figures shot forward like two streaks of light, instantly covering dozens of meters. The next second, boom! The divine light energy that had not yet fully dissipated surged suddenly, like a waking beast, crashing towards these two adventurers with ferocity. The energy carried a sacred yet domineering aura, distorting the space it passed through. In an instant, these two adventurers didn't even have time to scream before their bodies exploded. Blood and flesh splattered, staining the ground at the edge of the sacred ruins, instantly dousing the excitement and impulse in the hearts of the other adventurers, who instinctively took half a step back. What a terrifying energy aura! The damage feels even more astonishing than my annihilation flying sword. Bai Ye's gaze sharpened as he looked at the blood-stained ground, his heart heavy. The danger level of the sacred ruins was higher than he had imagined. Lin Lur wrinkled her nose in disdain at the splattered blood, saying, "What were those two guys in such a hurry for? They have no common sense at all." Bai Yi turned back to her and asked, "What should we do next? How do we start exploring here?" Lin Lur wagged her tail and said, "Just move forward slowly and feel it out. If you move too quickly, it's easy to attract divine abominations." Divine abominations? Bai Yi repeated this unfamiliar term, a hint of curiosity flashing in his eyes. In fact, it's the monster in the sacred ruins, a special type of monster that has no rank or level. Even the weakest among them possesses the combat power of a level 200 overlord, which is quite terrifying. Lin Lur explained, her tone tinged with a hint of apprehension. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi fell into thought. The combat power of a level 200 overlord was just right for testing his current strength. After that, everyone calmed down. Each person patiently waited at the edge for the divine light to completely dissipate, occasionally engaging in quiet conversations about their plans after entering the sacred ruins. 3 minutes later. "It should be good now, right?" a middle-aged man in a white robe asked tentatively, his gaze wandering at the entrance of the sacred ruins. "No problem. Let's go in and start exploring the sacred ruins." An experienced elder beside him nodded, taking the lead as he stepped forward, walking alone into the sacred ruins. Seeing this, the others followed suit, surging into the sacred ruins like a tide. Bai Yi and Lin Lur also officially stepped into the area of the sacred ruins. As soon as they entered, a vast and ancient aura rushed towards them as if they had crossed the barriers of time and space, returning to a distant past. All around, crumbling buildings stood tall, their broken walls covered in the marks of time. Some stone pillars, engraved with mysterious patterns, leaned at odd angles, and faintly, a sorrowful chanting seemed to echo in their ears, ethereal and mournful. In an instant, Bai felt his heart filled with a wave of sadness, as if he had experienced all the suffering in the world and he couldn't help but want to cry. Wake up! In the next second, Bai jolted awake. The power within him surged instantly, like a rushing river, forcefully suppressing the inexplicable mental pressure that had come over him. The confusion in his eyes faded away and clarity returned. Beside him, Lin Lor looked surprised. You reacted so quickly? I was hoping to see you cry. Bai shot her a sideways glance. It was clear that this girl had deliberately not told him about the mental effects present in the sacred ruins. Lin Lor stuck out her pink tongue, grabbed Bai's hand and walked forward, giggling. Hee, let's start exploring the sacred ruins. This is my second time here as well. I didn't find anything good last time. I hope my luck is better this time. Bai didn't mind, letting her pull him along as they began to explore the interior of the sacred ruins, his gaze occasionally sweeping over the surroundings, alert for any potential dangers. More than 10 minutes later, Bai and Lin Lor circled around a collapsed grand hall. The plaque of the hall was already blurred, with only a few incomplete ancient characters remaining. Finally, amidst the scattered rubble, they discovered a treasure. It was a beautifully crafted ring that shimmered with a faint blue light, set with a small blue gemstone that emitted weak energy fluctuations. It was clearly not an ordinary item. Finally, I found a treasure. I thought I was going to return empty-handed this time. Lin Lor exclaimed with delight, quickly stepping forward to pick up the ring. Just then, bang, boom, a massive square stone block beside the ring suddenly tilted, dust cascading down from its surface, and the stone block rapidly fell from a height, crashing to the ground. It kicked up a cloud of dust. Be careful. Bai's expression turned cold, and the power within him instantly coalesced as he looked towards the spot where the stone block was falling. There, a strange figure had appeared at some point. It was called strange because the figure was entirely grayish-white, as if carved from stone. It had no distinct facial features or clear limbs, only vaguely resembling a humanoid shape emanating a chilling aura. It's a divine aberration. Lin Lor's smile vanished, her expression serious as she stepped back, already gripping a short dagger that glimmered with a cold light. Bai's gaze sharpened slightly, and with a thought he attempted to gather information about this divine aberration. In the next moment, information appeared. Name: Junior Divine Abomination. Life: 60 million. Skills: Ice Spirit Body, Ice Spike, Piercing, Ice Needle. Locking Soul, Extreme Cold Blade Slash, Profound Ice Barrier, Ice Ceiling for thousands of miles. The attribute information of the divine abomination before him was extremely simple, even less than that of ordinary monsters, with no display of level or rank. 60 million life points? Judging by the skills, this is an ice-type unit? After reading the attribute information, Bai's tension eased slightly. With only 60 million life points, its combat power was at most slightly stronger than that of the Wind Spirit Lord, and with his current strength he could handle it with ease. Bai don't measure divine abominations by the attributes of ordinary monsters. Their combat power is much higher than that of normal monsters. Never let your guard down, Lin Lor reminded. Softly, her short dagger shimmering with a ghostly light, her tone filled with seriousness. Hearing this, Bai's heart stirred, and he nodded earnestly, putting away his dismissive attitude. Indeed, in a special place like the Holy Ruins, the monsters within should also be special existences, and one cannot judge them with fixed notions. Just then, a gust of wind swept in, carrying a bone-chilling cold. Immediately after, another junior divine abomination emerged from the nearby ruins, also a grayish-white figure, exuding a cold aura. Upon seeing this, Lin Lor's pupils suddenly constricted, her tone grave. Another junior divine abomination. Our luck is really terrible. She sighed, not turning back, but staring at the newly appeared junior divine abomination, softly saying, 1-4. Each of us, I hope we can meet again later, good luck. In the next moment, Lin Lor's figure flashed and disappeared. Her speed was as fast as lightning, like a spirit in the night, instantly rushing towards the divine abomination in the distance, her short dagger tracing a dazzling arc in the sunlight. Only then did Bai realize that she was also a level 199 professional. From the aura, she should be an assassin-type professional. Good luck to you too, Bai murmured to himself. He then focused his gaze on the ice-type divine abomination. His eyes were cold, and killing intent filled the air. In the next instant, the eternal demon blade appeared in his hand. The black-purple blade radiated a sharp aura. Then, let's fight. Bai wielded the eternal demon blade. The veins on his hands bulged, and immense power surged within him, causing the nearby air to tremble slightly from this force. Whoosh! In the next second, his figure transformed into an afterimage, the debris beneath his feet swept up by the gust of wind, instantly arriving in front of the divine abomination. The extremely Sharp demon blade, glimmering with black-purple light, slashed down fiercely. When the demon blade collided with the gray-white body of the divine abomination, producing a piercing metallic clang, sparks flying. The divine abomination showed no signs of evasion. The spot where it was struck merely caved in slightly, before quickly returning to its original state as if the previous attack was just a scratch. In the next second, it raised its indistinct arm, and countless ice spikes erupted from its arm, shooting towards Bai Yi like a torrential rain. This was the skill ice spike piercing. Bai Yi's toes tapped the ground, and his figure instantly shifted sideways. While dodging the ice spikes, the phantom thunder sword array suddenly activated, instantly covering the broken stone pillars within a 100-meter radius of the divine abomination with lightning patterns. Purple lightning coiled around the divine abomination's body like chains, attempting to restrict its movements. But the divine abomination showed no reaction. The ice energy within it surged wildly, and thick profound ice barriers instantly formed around it, isolating the lightning. At the same time, it opened its mouth and spewed out a dense barrage of ice needles, shooting towards Bai Yi with a sharp whistling sound, followed closely by ice needle locking soul. Bai Yi's pupils constricted, and he quickly swung the demon blade, forming a sword curtain that blocked all the ice needles. The ice needles struck the sword curtain, shattering into countless ice shards. Meanwhile, Bai Yi used the recoil to retreat a few steps, landing on the roof of a tilted, crumbling palace, the tiles beneath his feet making a slight cracking sound. Boom! The figure of the divine aberration followed like a ghost, its arms swinging as two massive ice blades spun and slashed through the air. Where the extreme cold blade slashed past, the air crystallized into a layer of white frost. Bai Yi's gaze sharpened, and he activated Holy Light Ring Slash, the golden ring clashing with the ice blades, producing a dull sound. In an instant, the ice blades shattered, but the golden ring also dissipated. The divine aberration showed no signs of stopping, the ice energy within it showing no signs of waning. Suddenly, it stomped its foot, and frozen 1,000 miles was instantly unleashed. Centered around its body, a large area of ground rapidly froze. The ice spread towards Bai Yi, encasing the broken statues and crumbling walls in its path. Bai Yi tapped his toes on the rooftop, using the speed boost from Wind Whisper to leap towards another crumbling tower, narrowly escaping the frozen area. Snap! The walls of the tower were already covered in cracks, and as he stepped, more debris fell. The divine aberration looked up at Bai Yi atop the tower and activated its skill again, countless ice spikes and needles intertwining to form an ice net that descended upon him. Bai Yi no longer dodged the black-purple energy on eternal demon blade surged. He charged down towards the ice net, swinging the demon blade and tearing the net into pieces. The two closed in again, the demon blade colliding continuously with the divine aberration's body, each impact causing the surrounding ruined buildings to tremble slightly. Suddenly, the divine aberration crossed its arms, gathering ice energy in front of it to form a massive ice shield, blocking Bai Yi's horizontal slash of the demon blade. Seizing the moment when Bai Yi was exhausted from his previous attack, it forcefully pushed the ice shield forward. At the same time, dozens of ice spikes erupted from its body. An ice prison stab was suddenly unleashed. Bai Yi's pupils constricted, his body bending backward like a drawn bow, narrowly avoiding the ice spikes as the ground beneath him was instantly riddled with holes. Using the momentum from his bend, he executed a sweeping kick towards the divine aberration's lower body, but was jolted by its hard form, leaving his calf numb. The divine aberration seized the opportunity, transforming the ice shield into countless ice cones that shot towards Bai Yi's face. Dawn! Sword rain! Bai Yi shouted, pointing the demon blade towards the sky, and countless golden sword energies fell like raindrops, colliding with the ice cones and annihilating each other. Taking advantage of the cover from the sword energies, he distanced himself again, landing behind a half-buried stone tablet. The divine aberration did not pursue but stood still. Its ice energy surged violently, the temperature around it plummeting, and long icicles formed instantly under the eaves of the ruined palace. This divine aberration is too disgusting, with invincible defense, seemingly endless mana, and an absurdly high battle awareness. Bai Yi thought, feeling a chill in his heart. The next second, the divine aberration suddenly looked up, spewing forth a massive ice blue beam with a diameter of several meters. Extreme cold ice prison ray swept horizontally towards the stone tablet. Where it passed, the ground was carved into a deep trench, and the debris was instantly frozen into ice shards. Bai Yi's pupils shrank sharply. Seizing the moment, he dashed out like an arrow just as the beam was about to hit the stone tablet. At the same time, Holy Light, Ring Slash and Illusion Thunder, Sword Array were activated simultaneously. The golden ring and purple lightning intertwined to form a massive net descending upon the divine aberration. The divine aberration did not dodge at all, braving the paralysis effect of the electric net, swinging its arms to unleash two ice blade whirlwinds that collided with the golden lightning net. Boom! The energy shockwave spread out, causing the surrounding crumbling walls to collapse, raising a cloud of dust. Amidst the dust, Bai Yi's figure surged forth like a ghost, the demon blade shimmering with the light of Stormstrike, slashing towards the divine aberration's neck. The divine aberration tilted its body, avoiding the fatal blow, but its shoulder was cut open, revealing a deep wound down to the bone, grayish-white blood slowly oozing out but instantly freezing into ice. It seemed completely unfazed, the ice shards at the wound writhing as they rapidly repaired. Baye's gaze sharpened. This recovery speed was far faster than that of the Wind Spirit Lord. He no longer held back. The magic blade danced out layers of sword shadows, perfectly combining basic combat technique with sword skills, each attack landing precisely on the old wounds of the divine aberration. The divine aberration paid no heed, as if it felt no pain or threat at all. It continued to crazily unleash skills. Ice spikes, ice needles, and ice blades surged like a tide, completely enveloping Baye's figure. But Baye's movements became increasingly swift. The passive ability Wind Spirit Holy Soul of the Wind Spirit Holy Ring quietly triggered. A transparent wind spirit surrounded him, elevating his speed to another level. He weaved through the hail of attacks like a ghost, the magic blade occasionally bursting forth with brilliant light, neutralizing the divine aberrations. Skills one by one. After more than a dozen exchanges, neither side gained the upper hand. Baye bore several marks from ice-type skills, while the divine aberration's body was covered in sword scars, yet there was still no sign of it stopping its attacks. As expected, the reputation is well-deserved. Its combat power is indeed terrifying. And this is just a low-level divine aberration. If I encounter a higher-level one, Baye sighed inwardly, thinking that the waters of the holy ruins were indeed too deep. His gaze turned cold, knowing that continuing like this would only waste time. So, in the next moment, he took a deep breath. The life essence within him began to surge. A rich bloodlight radiated from his body. The divine aberration seemed to sense something, the ice energy within it quickly coalescing, a heavy barrier of profound ice instantly materializing before it. Soul Devourer? Annihilation Flying Sword. Baye's voice rang out coldly. In his hand, the tip of the eternal, magic blade coalesced into a blood-red flying sword entwined with black soul mist, the soul patterns on the sword body writhing as if alive. The next second, whoosh! The blood soul flying sword shot out, ignoring the divine aberration's profound ice barrier, instantly crossing the distance, piercing towards the divine aberration with a soul-rending shriek. The divine aberration seemed to feel a deadly threat, the ice energy within it erupting with unprecedented intensity. It suddenly curled its body, a thick layer of ice blue crystal instantly forming around it, its strongest protective skill. Extreme Cold Ice Crystal Holy Shield. The surface of the crystal shimmered with an ice blue luster, emanating a bone-chilling cold, as if it could freeze all things in the world. However, this seemingly indestructible defense was like paper in front of the blood soul flying sword. With a crisp sound of pft, the blood soul flying sword pierced through the extreme cold ice crystal holy shield as if it were cutting through butter. The ice blue crystal shattered, inch by inch, turning into a flurry of ice shards. Immediately after, the blood soul flying sword effortlessly penetrated the divine aberration's body. The divine aberration's gray-white form suddenly stiffened, the ice energy within it instantly becoming chaotic, then dissipating rapidly like a deflated balloon. It didn't even struggle, being instantly killed by the flying sword. In the next second, the divine aberration's figure began to turn transparent, disappearing from the spot like melting snow. Subsequently, where it had stood, a blue ice light orb was left behind. The light orb emitted a soft and pure ice energy, slowly hovering in mid-air, as if it were the only proof of the divine aberration's existence. Baye looked at the ice blue light orb, his eyes flickering, and he walked over slowly. Baye approached and took the item from within the blue light orb. The moment his fingertips touched the light orb, the ice blue glow receded like a tide, revealing the item inside. Upon closer inspection, he found it was the light blue ring he had discovered at the beginning, the blue gem on the ring, still shimmering with a soft glow under the faint light of the holy ruins. No wonder it was missing. It turns out it was hidden by this divine aberration. Baye's expression turned thoughtful, not expecting this divine aberration to hide things, which was rather interesting. In the next moment, he checked the attribute information of this equipment. The light blue screen unfolded above his palm. Extreme Cold Holy Ring Grade, Epic Effect, increases 12,000 agility, with the passive Extreme Cold Surge. Attacks inflict a 90% slow effect for 2 seconds, cooldown 15 seconds, type, Ring, Assassin exclusive. The attributes are quite good, but unfortunately, it's exclusive to assassins. Baye showed a look of regret. The agility bonus and slow effect of this ring were very practical, but it didn't match his profession. Then, he took out 3 bottles of spirit brew from his backpack, uncorked them, and drank them all in one go. The cool liquid slid down his throat, transforming into pure mana that flowed throughout his body. After consuming it, he quickly restored 90,000 mana points, and the mana pool that had felt somewhat empty was refilled. Feeling the surge of mana returning to his body, Baye's tense nerves relaxed a bit. He clenched his fist, sensing the dual replenishment of strength and mana, and murmured, "The potions are running low. With the healing aura, I don't have to worry about health recovery. But restoring mana is a problem. I need to find a way to solve this." After all, the consumption of various skills was enormous, and not having enough mana to support them wouldn't do. He then stopped overthinking, put away the Frost Saint ring, and set off to find Lin Lure. The holy ruins were fraught with danger. and it was safer for the two of them to act together than alone. Soon after, he found Lin Lure in a ruin ravaged by a fierce wind. Lin Lure was battling another divine aberration, her figure darting like a ghost among the broken walls, her short dagger continuously stabbing at the aberration, but she was unable to inflict effective damage. This divine aberration was surging with violent wind elemental energy, its form erratic and speed incredibly fast, each punch accompanied by a tearing wind showcasing high combat power. Clearly, it was not as easy to deal with as the ice-type aberration Bai Yi had faced. Lin Lure was obviously at a disadvantage, being pushed back repeatedly. She had already sustained several cuts from wind blades and her breathing was a bit hurried. When Lin Lure caught sight of Bai Yi approaching from the corner of her eye, her face instantly lit up with surprise. Then, she was struck by the realization that Bai Yi had actually dealt with another divine aberration so quickly. His strength was terrifying. Bai Yi didn't waste words and directly took action. He felt the source of life within him surge again, a rich blood light enveloping his body, and without hesitation, he activated his ultimate skill against Soul Devourer, Annihilation. Flying Sword. In the next second, black-purple soul mist intertwined with blood-red light and an incredibly solid flying sword appeared out of thin air, shooting towards the wind elemental aberration with the power to pierce gold and shatter stone. This ultimate skill displayed its formidable power once more. The wind elemental aberration couldn't even mount an effective defense before being pierced through by the flying sword, and the violent wind elemental energy instantly dissipated. Following that, a pale green light orb floated in midair. Instant kill. Seeing this scene, Lin Lure nearly dropped her short dagger in shock, staring wide-eyed, her mouth agape, unable to speak for a long time. Am I dreaming? You just instant killed a divine aberration? Lin Lure walked over to Bai Yi, staring blankly at his face. Her big eyes were filled with intense shock and her tail wagged rapidly in excitement. As a fellow level 199 professional, Bai Yi's performance was truly frightening. Even in her own illusion Flamestar, a civilization that had been around for hundreds of years since the start of the gaming era, such a monster had never appeared. What's wrong? Did you get hit in the head and go dumb? Bai Yi glanced at her, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, unable to resist teasing her. He then stepped forward and took the pale green light orb into his hands. Once in his grasp, the orb slowly dissipated, like the previous ice blue orb, revealing the item within. It was an axe, with a wide and sharp blade, rich with swirling wind elemental energy, and it seemed one could hear the sound of the wind howling as it swung. Bai Yi's heart stirred slightly as he checked the attributes of the equipment. A light blue screen unfolded before him again. Wind Howl Battle Axe Grade, Epic Effect, increases strength by 12,000, includes passive Wind Howl Break Formation. Swinging the battle axe will unleash a howling wind blade, dealing 8,000 wind damage to enemies within a 5-meter range, and for each enemy hit, temporarily increases personal strength by 500 points, stacking up to 5 layers, lasting 120 seconds. Type, Weapon, Warrior Exclusive. Great! It's a warrior exclusive weapon. Bai Yi's face lit up with surprise, his eyes sparkling with excitement. The attributes of this battle axe were even better than he had imagined. He never expected to obtain an epic grade warrior exclusive weapon. With this, Eternal Demon Blade could evolve again. At that moment, Lin Lure also walked over, peering at the light screen. After seeing the attributes of the equipment, she couldn't help but exclaim, "What an amazing exclusive weapon! It's among the top tier of epic grade items. With this equipment, your trip has already been worthwhile." Bai Yi glanced at Lin Lure, then took out the ice blue ring from his backpack and handed it to her, asking, "Your base class should be assassin, right? This equipment suits you perfectly." Lin Lure was slightly taken aback, then took the ice blue ring, her fingertip brushing over the gem as she checked the attribute information. The next second, she exclaimed in delight, "Wow! This equipment is also fantastic. The agility boost and slow effect of this ring were tailor-made for the assassin class. Can you sell it to me?" Lin Lure's eyes sparkled, like a little cat, eagerly awaiting candy, staring intently at Bai Yi, her face full of anticipation. She hadn't thought of asking Bai Yi to give it to her. After all, this was Bai Yi's reward, and she felt satisfied just to have the opportunity to buy it, especially since she hadn't been able to help at all earlier. Sure, Bai Yi nodded. After all, he had no use for this equipment, and it would be great to exchange it for something practical. Hearing this, Lin Lure happily bounced a little. Her fluffy tail traced a graceful arc in the air as she murmured, "Then what should I use to buy it? Our civilization's currency is of no use to you." "How about we trade items?" Bai Yi smiled and replied, "That would be perfect." Lin Lure asked, "So, what do you want?" Bai Yi's heart stirred as he thought of his mana recovery issue and said, "Equipment or potions? For equipment, I need a warrior exclusive weapon, and for potions, I need mana recovery types." Lin Lure nodded, then immediately took out a blue potion from her backpack. The potion bottle was crystal clear, and the liquid inside flowed like starlight, as she handed it to Bai Yi, saying, "Is this potion okay? As for equipment, I don't have a warrior exclusive weapon on hand right now. Can I give you one after I return to Illusion Flamestar?" Bai Yi nodded, then took the blue potion and checked the attribute information. The text on the screen clearly displayed, Starlight. Essence grade, legendary effect, restores 100,000 mana within 3 seconds. Type potion, universal for all classes. Restoring 100,000 mana in 3 seconds? This potion is quite good. Bai Yi nodded in satisfaction. The effect of this potion was more suitable than the revitalizing brew he had used before, perfectly solving his urgent need. He then asked, in your civilization, how many of these potions can an epic-grade equipment be exchanged for? Lin Lure thought for a moment and replied, for top-tier exclusive epic-grade equipment it can be exchanged for at least around 200 bottles. So many? Bai Yi was a bit surprised, not expecting that this ring could be exchanged for so many legendary potions. Lin Lure fondled the blue ring in her hand, nodding as she said, that's right. Generally speaking, the least valuable items are potions. After all, some high-level professionals can produce them in bulk. I'll give you 200 bottles of Starlight Essence and then 1 to 2 legendary warrior weapons, is that okay? Bai Yi gently shook his head and said, no need for that many, let's make it 150 bottles. Consider it a friendship price. And then can you help me sell this piece of equipment for a warrior exclusive weapon of the same level, or Starlight Essence? He took out the storm wand he had obtained not long ago in the Wind Spirit Prairie from his backpack. Hee, Bai Yi, you're so nice, it's a deal. Lin Lure said with a happy smile, her tail wagging even more joyfully. Next, under Bai Yi's curious gaze, Lin Lure summoned the game system, and a light blue screen unfolded before her. She quickly tapped on the screen with her fingers, and after a series of operations, a semi-transparent contract appeared out of thin air, covered in intricate runes that emitted a faint mysterious glow. Lin Lure explained, this is the trading contract of the Divine Selection system. Once both parties sign this contract, they cannot back out, otherwise they will face system penalties which can range from a significant deduction of attributes to outright erasure. At the same time, this contract can also be used for transtemporal item transfer, allowing transactions to be completed even between different civilizations, which is very convenient. Your civilization has just entered the Divine Selection era. You probably haven't tried this feature yet, right? Hearing this, Bai Yi nodded and said, indeed, having the game system as a trading endorsement makes things much easier and saves a lot of trouble. Then, the two of them left their marks on the contract as prompted by the system. It didn't take long for the signing to be successfully completed. The transparent contract, materialized by the game system, slowly transformed into 2 glowing orbs, which seemed to have a life of their own. In the next moment, the 2 orbs merged into Bai Yi and Lin Lure's bodies, disappearing without a trace. Subsequently, the game system's notification echoed in both of their minds. Player Bai Yi, you have successfully signed a trading contract with player Lin Lure. The transaction will be completed within 24 hours. Please keep an eye on the transaction notifications. Seeing that the transaction was complete, Lin Lure stood on her tiptoes, patted Bai Yi's shoulder, and with a satisfied smile on her face said, the deal is done. I'll head back now to gather potions and equipment, and I'll bring them to you soon. Just keep an eye on the notifications. Bai Yi replied with an saying, no need to rush. Aren't you going to continue exploring the sacred ruins? There should still be plenty of treasures here. Lin Lure shook her head and said, no, the sacred ruins are too dangerous. If it weren't for you this time, I might have been in trouble. I need to go back and consolidate my gains, then prepare to complete the 3rd transfer task. I've already delayed long enough. If I keep this up, those guys in my clan will surpass me. What about you? Are you going to continue exploring the sacred ruins? If you do, remember one thing. When a huge golden light rises from the depths of the sacred ruins, it means the ruins will fall silent again. At that time, the space will become extremely unstable, so you need to leave quickly. Bai Yi nodded seriously and replied, I won't continue exploring either. I should complete the transfer task first. So, the 2 of them exited the sacred ruins together and returned to the Eternal Square, where the white jade ground remained as smooth as a mirror, contrasting sharply with the ruins' devastation. Lin Lure bid farewell to Bai Yi, then, I'll head back to gather potions. I wish you success in completing the transfer trial and leveling up your strength. See you. Bai Yi nodded and waved goodbye. To her, see you next time. In the next moment, a gentle light descended from the sky, enveloping Lin Lure. As the light flashed, her figure disappeared from the spot, teleported away from the Eternal Square. Next, let's complete the job change first. Bai Yi exhaled softly, clearing the distracting thoughts from his mind. His gaze turned towards the towering Eternal Divine Tower in the distance, and his expression grew resolute. He then stepped towards the entrance of the Eternal Divine Tower, ready to begin his 3rd job change. Arriving at the entrance of the Eternal Divine Tower, the heavy stone door was engraved with countless flowing runes, appearing even clearer than the first time he saw them. A faint golden light flowed between the runes, containing some mysterious and ancient rhythm that irresistibly drew one in. At that moment, a message from the game system appeared before him, the text shimmering in gold. Player Bai Yi, your level is LV 199. You can enter the 2nd layer of the trial space. Complete the trial to finish your 3rd job change. Your remaining trial attempts 3 enter. Without hesitation, Bai Yi tapped the virtual panel with his fingertip, directly clicking enter. Having experienced a trial before, he no longer felt the initial anxiety. In the next second, the heavy door creaked open slowly with a creak sound. The starlight within surged like a living entity, more vibrant and brilliant than before, as if a real galaxy unfolded before him, with specks of starlight falling upon him, bringing a warm sensation. Bai Yi adjusted his breathing, feeling the power within him surge several times compared to the first time he entered. Eternal Demon Blade hummed slightly in his hand, as if also anticipating the start of the trial. With a determined gaze, he stepped inside. Bang! As Bai Yi's figure fully entered, the door closed again with a dull thud, just like the first trial. Upon stepping through the door, dazzling starlight enveloped Bai Yi instantly, blinding him as if he were under a scorching sun, even suppressing the power within him slightly. He instinctively squinted his eyes. A few seconds later, the light receded like a tide, and the surrounding illumination gradually softened. When he slowly opened his eyes, he found himself back in the dimly lit room from before. The air still carried a faint scent of dust and decay. Whether it was an illusion or not, the cobwebs in the corner seemed thicker than he remembered. Here again? Bai Yi was somewhat surprised, raising an eyebrow as he surveyed the familiar surroundings. He had thought the second job change task would take place in a different location. At that moment, the game system's prompt unfolded before him like a scroll, the golden text particularly striking in the dim room. You have arrived at the second layer of the trial. Space. Trial background. In a city called City of the Forsaken Gods, millions of humans reside. This was once a great city filled with the extraordinary and the sacred, and legends say that gods once descended here. But from a certain day onward, the city seemed to fall under a curse, with all the extraordinary and sacred mysteriously vanishing. Even the sun and the sky disappeared, plunging the entire city into darkness. Only one most devout follower of the gods survived this calamity, becoming the last extraordinary being in the city. Trial content. Please find this extraordinary being and unravel the secret of the curse from him. Finding someone and deciphering a mystery? Could it be that this task doesn't require combat? That seems unlikely. Bai Yi looked at the information before him, thoughtfully stroking his chin. Based on his understanding of the chosen game style, it couldn't be that simple. A great battle was almost inevitable. Let's see what we can find. Time is limited, and I can't miss the fallen wind spirit task. Bai Yi murmured, his gaze becoming resolute. Before that, let Eternal Demon Blade devour this new equipment. Bai Yi focused his thoughts and took out the warrior-exclusive weapon he had just obtained in the Holy Ruins Wind Howl Battle Axe. Soon, the devouring was complete. Eternal Demon Blade evolved once again. Attribute information is as follows. Eternal Demon Blade grade? Effect, increases strength by 22,000, agility by 2,000, and health by 200. Comes with the passive Devour. Can devour warrior-exclusive weapons. Gaining effect enhancement and a new passive. Devour 1, increases physical damage dealt by 10%. Effect 2, Wind Whisper. Effect 3, Storm Strike. Effect 4, Wind Howl breaks the formation type, weapon, warrior exclusive. Now, the Eternal Demon Blade still boasts an extremely exaggerated attribute panel. Just the strength boost alone reaches 22,000. Coupled with 3 powerful additional effects, it's simply terrifying. Bai Yi closed his eyes slightly, immersing his mind within, seriously familiarizing himself with the newly acquired power. After a while, he finally opened his eyes. Everything is ready, it's time to act. In the next moment, he walked out of the room and into the hall. The wooden floor creaked underfoot. He made his way to the street. The buildings on either side of the street were dilapidated, most of the windows shattered, with only a few hanging tattered curtains swaying gently in the breeze. I wonder if the trial tasks for other professions are the same. If so, I could refer to other strategies for clearing them. Next time, I need to ask Lin Lure. As Bai Yi walked down the eerie, silent street, he pondered silently, his steps never faltering. 2 hours later, Bai Yi stood at a crossroads, looking helplessly at the crisscrossing streets around him, each one looking almost identical. He sighed and muttered to himself, this is too hard to find. If I go down this way, I don't know if I can still break the record for first place in the second layer of trials. Is it just a matter of luck now? This godforsaken city was simply too vast, like a gigantic maze. If he searched aimlessly, who knows when he would find anything. Just then, out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a building's spire standing out against the distant skyline, still showing a hint of its sacred outline under the dim sky. Is that a church? According to the mission description, that last extraordinary being is the most devout follower of the deity. If it's the most devout follower of the deity, Bai Yi's heart stirred. The most devout follower was most likely to be found in a church. He no longer hesitated and quickly dashed toward the direction of the spire, his figure weaving through the crumbling streets, with Wind Whisper maximizing his speed. Soon, a massive church appeared before him. The church's main door had long since rotted away, the cross above it askew and cracked, yet it still hinted at its former grandeur and solemnity. Bai Yi pushed open the church's door, and with a creak, dust fell from the doorframe. The interior of the church was dimly lit, with only a few rays of light filtering through the broken stained glass, illuminating the dust floating in the air. At the altar directly ahead, a figure knelt with its back to him, seemingly in prayer. Found it? Baye's heart leaped. With joy, just as he was about to step forward, he suddenly felt a dense black power emanating from that figure. The figure slowly turned around, revealing its true form. It was covered in black tentacles that writhed continuously, making a hiss sound, and where its head should have been, there was only a massive black void flickering with a sinister crimson light, truly terrifying. It was clear that this mission target had already darkened. As expected, it's time to fight. Baye's gaze sharpened, and the eternal demon blade instantly materialized in his hand, black-purple energy swirling along the blade, like dancing flames. In the next moment, the darkened creature let out a roar that was not human. Countless black tentacles lashed out like whips towards Baye, carrying a stench of decay. Wherever they passed, the air was torn apart, leaving fine black lines. Baye tapped his toes, leaping sideways to evade the tentacles' attack. At the same time, he activated the illusion thunder sword array, and purple lightning instantly spread across the church floor, resembling a massive electric net, extending towards the darkened creature with crackling sounds. The darkened creature seemed unafraid of the lightning, allowing it to strike, and its tentacles became even more frenzied, lunging towards Baye, oozing black slime that emitted a pungent odor. Baye swung his magic blade, severing the incoming tentacles. One by one, the black liquid splattering onto the ground, corroding it into small pits, with wisps of green smoke rising from them. Holy light? Ring slash! Baye's gaze sharpened as he softly called out. In the next second, a golden ring burst forth from the magic blade, radiating a sacred aura, flying towards the darkened creature. The ring struck its body successfully, instantly producing a sizzling sound. The black power was scorched by the holy light, emitting billows of black smoke, and the darkened creature's movements noticeably slowed for a moment. But just then, the darkened creature suddenly opened its black void, and a beam of black light shot out, carrying a sense of destruction, aimed directly at Baye's face. Baye's pupils constricted, quickly positioning the eternal magic blade horizontally in front of him, as black-purple energy gathered into a shield on the blade. Boom! The black beam struck the shield with a loud bang. The powerful impact forced Baye to stagger back, his feet carving deep marks into the ground, and his arms felt numb. Hiss hiss hiss! The darkened creature let out a triumphant hiss. Then, seizing the momentum, it launched an attack, with more tentacles surging like a tide, attempting to completely block Baye's retreat. Baye took a deep breath, the energy within him surged wildly. Storm Sharp Strike was triggered instantly, the black-purple energy on the magic blade swelled. In the next second, he swung forward fiercely, a massive black-purple sword energy howled out, severing all the incoming tentacles. The residual force of the sword energy continued towards the darkened creature. Seeing this, the tentacles on the darkened creature quickly converged, forming a thick black barrier. Crack! The sword energy collided with the barrier, producing a crisp sound. The barrier developed numerous cracks but still managed to block the attack. Baye took a deep breath, not pausing. Seizing the gap in the darkened creature's defense, he moved again. Like a ghost, he circled to the side of the darkened creature, the magic blade infused with black-purple energy thrusting fiercely into its body. Put! The magic blade pierced into the darkened creature, black liquid gushed out, and the creature let out a painful roar, its tentacles wildly slapping towards Baye. Baye quickly withdrew the magic blade, leaping back to evade the attack. Watching the wounds on the darkened creature heal continuously, his expression grew more serious. This thing's recovery ability is too strong. But fortunately, my recovery energy is strong too. Baye's fighting spirit surged, gripping the magic blade tightly, charging forward again. Battle is the best training for a warrior. Boom! 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 A fierce battle unfolded within the church. The benches inside were smashed to pieces, the altar collapsed halfway. Broken crosses fell to the ground, and the murals on the walls were torn, revealing the dark bricks behind. After several rounds, Baye had several wounds from the tentacles, sharp pains radiating from them. But in the next second, the healing halo activated, and all the wounds instantly healed. On the other side, the darkened creature was in worse shape. Its body was covered in scars, dark blood continuously flowing, and its aura was still significantly weakened. Suddenly, Baye seized an opening, the power within him erupted instantly, and the eternal magic blade burst forth with dazzling light. In the next second, the black-purple energy intertwined with the golden holy light, exuding a heart-pounding aura. Soul Devourer? Annihilation Flying Sword. The blood-red flying sword, shrouded in black soul mist, streaked across the sky like a meteor, instantly piercing through the body of the corrupted creature. The creature's body suddenly stiffened, the black power rapidly dissipating, its tentacles losing vitality and drooping limply, while the scarlet glow in the black void gradually dimmed. Ultimately, it transformed into a cloud of black smoke, vanishing within the church, leaving behind a black crystal on the ground, emitting a faint glow. Baye let out a slight sigh of relief, his tense spirit relaxing a bit. Looking at the black crystal on the ground, he thought that the secret of the curse should be hidden within it. Thus, he stepped forward and bent down to pick up the black crystal. The crystal felt icy to the touch, its surface smooth yet carrying a strange sticky sensation. Just as his fingertips fully grasped the crystal, a surge of special mental power erupted from it without warning. This power was cold and eerie, like countless tiny insects burrowing into his mind, carrying an irresistible will that instantly invaded Bai Ye's consciousness. Bai Ye's gaze suddenly became hollow, his body trembling uncontrollably, and the fingers holding the crystal began to slowly tighten. He could clearly feel his own movements, yet, no matter what, he could not stop them. That mental power was like the most vicious curse, firmly restraining his body and will. What is happening? Bai Ye roared in his heart, but no sound escaped his lips, leaving him to watch helplessly as his palm continued to exert force. Crack! The black crystal shattered in his palm, transforming into countless black specks of light. The specks swirled and gathered in the air, quickly forming a spatial vortex. The vortex was pitch black, constantly rotating, emitting a heart-pounding spatial energy that distorted the surrounding air. A few seconds later, a figure slowly emerged from the spatial vortex. It was a demonic creature, nearly 3 meters tall, its entire body covered in dark red scales, the edges of which shimmered with a metallic luster. It had 3 heads. The left head resembled a rotting wolf's head, the right head was covered in compound eyes, and the middle head had a massive mouth, continuously oozing black slime. 6 pairs of broken bony wings sprouted from its back, with bits of dark red flesh still hanging from them. Its limbs were thick and powerful, with sharp black claws on its fingers and toes, glinting coldly. A powerful aura, far surpassing all the enemies encountered before, emanated from it. The dust in the church was shaken into suspension by this aura, and even the light seemed to be devoured. After the demon appeared, all 3 heads greedily inhaled the air simultaneously. Then, 6 eyes turned to Bai Yi, who was staring blankly as the massive mouth of the middle head opened, producing a harsh sound. Like metal scraping. Insignificant human, thank you for helping me kill that detestable divine lackey. That damned fellow actually sealed me for hundreds of years with his own body. If it weren't for you breaking the seal, I don't know how long I would have to wait to see the light of day again. Its voice was filled with resentment and excitement, as all 3 heads turned to survey the surroundings. Then, it fixed its gaze back on Bai Yi, the 6 eyes glinting with a cruel light. Since you helped me, I will help you once, let me give you a quick end. In the next moment, the demon took heavy steps toward Bai Yi. It extended its ugly, hideous, and terrifying claws, dripping with corrosive slime, attempting to crush Bai Yi's skull. Bai Yi watched this scene in horror, still unable to control his body, his heart screaming incessantly. Just then, 3 halos suddenly appeared within him. The Golden Experience Halo, the Green Life Halo, and the Dazzling Healing Halo. The 3 halos erupted with brilliant light, completely enveloping Bai Yi. In the next moment, that cold, sinister mental force rapidly retreated under the glow of the halo, as if ice and snow were melting away. Bai Yi instantly regained consciousness. The emptiness in his eyes vanished, replaced by madness and killing intent. Almost simultaneously with the restoration of his awareness, he exerted force with his legs, and with the speed boost from wind whisper enhancement, his figure immediately shot out, narrowly dodging the demon's claws. The demon's claws brushed against the hem of his clothes, smashing the ground and creating a deep pit, with debris flying everywhere. Bai Yi retreated to the corner of the church, stabilizing his stance just in time, as the eternal demon blade in his hand surged with black-purple energy, vigilantly staring at the demon before him. The 3 heads of the demon turned simultaneously, the central massive mouth letting out a cackling laugh. Your reaction is quite fast, but unfortunately, before the words finished, the wolf head on the left suddenly roared, and a dark red soundwave spread out as if it were a tangible force. Wherever it passed, the wooden benches of the church instantly turned to dust, the soundwave barreling towards Bai Ye's face, bringing with it the excruciating pain of tearing eardrums. Holy light barrier, a golden light shield, materialized in front of Bai Yi. The soundwave crashed into the shield, exploding upon impact, causing the light shield to tremble violently, cracks spreading like a spider web. Just as he was resisting the soundwave, the head on the right, covered in compound eyes, suddenly shot out dozens of dark green beams, leaving bizarre trails in the air, bypassing the light shield and directly targeting Bai Ye's vital points. Bai Yi activated Storm Dance beneath his feet, twisting and turning between the beams, his demon blade slicing through the air, severing all the beams that slipped through. Where the beams landed, the stone slabs were corroded into smoking pits. Interesting. The central head grinned widely, 6 pairs of bony wings flapping violently. In the next second, countless black feathers shot out like hidden weapons. The edges of the feathers shimmered with a ghostly light, and upon touching the air, they emitted a sizzling sound of burning. Bai Ye's expression grew serious, and with a thought, he infused energy from within into the demon blade. Then, with a horizontal slash, in an instant, black-purple energy intertwined to form a fan-shaped blade of light that flew out, directly shattering most of the feathers. The remaining feathers grazed his arm, leaving several deep wounds that exposed bone, and the wounds instantly turned black-purple. This poison, Bai Ye's brows furrowed tightly, and healing halo immediately activated, wrapping the wounds in golden light, allowing them to heal rapidly. At that moment, the demon seized the opportunity to close in its thick arm crashing down with a tearing wind, the barbs on its arm glinting coldly. Bai Yi reacted swiftly, raising his sword to block. Boom! In the next second, a tremendous force struck, causing Bai Yi's legs to sink deep into the stone slab. His palms were shattered, blood dripping down the sword handle. The opponent's strength was truly astonishing. Who? The wolf head on the left suddenly spewed forth a ball of dark red flame. When the flame hit the ground, it transformed into several burning hellhounds, howling as they lunged at Bai Yi. At the same time, the dark green beams shot from the compound-eyed head on the right attacked, again flanking Bai Yi from both sides. Bai Yi focused entirely, energy swirling wildly within him. Storm Strike and Holy Light? Ring/activated. Simultaneously, black-purple sword energy and golden light rings intertwining into a spiral shockwave, instantly shredding the hellhounds, while the beams were deflected. Using the recoil from the shockwave, he leaped backward, landing on the remnants of the altar. Just as he wanted to catch his breath, he saw the central head of the demon open its massive mouth, a pitch-black energy ball coalescing within, pulling in the surrounding light. Try this, abyssal breath. In the next moment, the pitch-black energy ball shot out with a long tail. Wherever it passed, the space rippled, and a massive crack was torn in the dome of the church. By the energy ball's emitted aura, Bai Yi's pupils constricted, and he immediately poured all his energy into the eternal demon blade. The sword's body shimmered with intertwining black, purple, and golden light, forming a special pattern. Gilded sword shield. A heavy light shield suddenly unfolded, protecting Bai Yi within. In the next second, the pitch-black energy ball violently collided with the light shield. In an instant, the entire church trembled violently, bricks and stones falling like rain, the shockwave pushing Bai Yi out of the church. Bai Yi crashed against a crumbling wall, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The demon's figure followed, emerging from within the church, three heads gazing at the disheveled Bai Yi, all revealing sinister smiles. Human, you can withstand 3/10 of my power. That's enough to be proud of. The middle head's voice dripped with mockery, but the game is over. In the next second, its 6 pairs of bony wings fully unfurled. Dark red scales stood erect, the wolf head on the left gathering blood-colored energy, the compound-eyed head on the right flickering with spatial fluctuations, and the massive mouth in the center open wide again, clearly preparing to unleash a stronger attack. Bai Yi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze sharp as an eagle. He knew he had fallen into a disadvantage, but the fighting spirit within him burned even more fiercely. Over? Not necessarily. His figure suddenly vanished from the spot. With the combination of wind whisper and storm dance, his speed reached its peak, like a ghost circling behind the demon, the magic blade piercing towards the gap in its back armor with a sharp whistle. Clang! The magic blade struck the scales, leaving only a white mark, and the demon swiped back with a claw, Bai Yi barely dodging, but his shoulder was swept by the claw's wind, instantly turning bloody and mangled. The demon let out a cold laugh, closing in and launching a fierce attack on Bai Yi. Bang! Boom! Intense battle waves echoed continuously. Amidst the fierce fighting, the stained glass of the church shattered completely. The holy statue was split in half, the ground riddled with trenches and pits, the air thick with the stench of blood and charred remains. Bai Yi's attacks were like a torrential storm, yet he could never break through the demon's defenses. Meanwhile, the demon's bizarre skills emerged one after another, sometimes using sound waves to shake his insides, sometimes using toxins to corrode his veins, and sometimes using spatial power to disrupt his form. After dozens of rounds, Bai Yi was covered in wounds, his breath chaotic. Yet the demon remained unfazed, only the speed of its 3 heads' rotations had slowed slightly. Human, your resilience exceeds my expectations. The middle head's voice grew more serious. If given time to grow, you might truly threaten me, but right now, I don't have time to play with you. Bai Yi suddenly grinned, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Thank you for being my sparring partner. I don't have time to play with you either. In the next second, the energy and life essence within him fused instantly, a rich blood light soaring into the sky, dyeing the entire church crimson. Soul Devourer? Annihilation Flying Sword. A blood soul flying sword with an astonishing aura coalesced into form. The soul patterns on the sword body twisted like living creatures, emanating an aura that made the heavens tremble. The 3 heads of the demon simultaneously showed fear, a shiver originating from the depths of its soul sending chills down its spine. It let out a howl, 6 pairs of bony wings suddenly folding together, forming a dark red shield. The blood-colored energy spewed from the left wolf head, layering with the spatial barrier unfurled by the right compound-eyed head. Impossible. How could you possess such power? Whoosh! In the next second, the blood soul flying sword ignored the layers of defense, piercing through all barriers like a hot knife through butter, instantly penetrating the demon's body. Put! The 3 heads of the demon froze simultaneously, its body rapidly collapsing under the burning power of the blood soul, ultimately exploding into a cloud of blood mist. Bai Yi leaned on the magic blade, gasping for breath. Just as he felt a sigh of relief, the next moment he saw the blood mist coalescing in the air again. 2 seconds later, the demon's body reappeared. Only this time, it was missing the right compound-eyed head, 3 pairs of bony wings broken, its aura significantly weakened, and the remaining 2 heads burned with raging fury. You have angered me. I will Before it could finish its threat, Bai Yi wasted no time and summoned his ultimate skill once more. Another blood soul flying sword shot out faster than before. The demon, seeing this, wore an expression of disbelief, its remaining bony wings flapping wildly in a desperate attempt to evade, but it was too late. No! A piercing scream echoed through the church as the demon exploded into blood mist once again, this time. Bai Ye's gaze sharpened, not letting his guard down, as the energy within him was already primed and ready to unleash. Sure enough, the blood mist began to coalesce again, leaving only the demon's head suspended in the air, its aura so weak it could dissipate at any moment. Just as it was about to open its eyes, Bai Ye's ultimate skill had already descended. Boom! The blood soul flying sword struck the demon's head, causing it to explode into a cloud of blood mist for the third time. This time, the blood mist did not coalesce again, a wisp of black smoke slowly dissipated into the air. The church, both inside and out, finally returned to calm. Only the sound of Bai Ye's heavy breathing and the occasional drip of falling debris from the walls could be heard. Inside and outside the church, the dust gradually settled. The stench of blood and decay in the air faded away with the complete disappearance of the demon. Bai Yi steadied himself, leaning on the eternal demon blade. The healing aura within him began to swirl wildly, the golden light flowing like a warm stream, slowly coursing through his limbs and bones. The wounds on his body healed at a visible speed as the flesh writhed. The deep scratches that reached the bone gradually closed, leaving only faint traces of blood. His exhausted body was revitalized, and his health quickly returned to full under the influence of the aura. He let out a long breath, his tense nerves finally relaxing. The fierce battle with the demon had nearly drained all his energy. Immediately after, Bai Yi took out a few bottles of starlight elixir from his backpack, which Lin Lor had handed over after their trade contract was fulfilled. The crystalline blue potion bottles glimmered faintly in the dim church. He uncorked the bottles and downed 3 in quick succession. The cool liquid slid down his throat, instantly transforming into pure mana that flowed throughout his body. The once empty mana bar filled at an astonishing speed. After consuming the 3 potions, his mana was restored to its peak state. His spirit was also lifted. The effect of this starlight elixir is indeed powerful. It's an absolute necessity. Bai Yi shook the empty bottle in his hand and smiled with satisfaction. In the blink of an eye, Bai Ye's state had returned to its peak. The energy within him surged endlessly, and the eternal demon blade hummed gently in his hand as if celebrating the recent victory. Just then, the game system's notification echoed in his mind, the golden text shining brighter than ever before. Player Bai Yi, you have killed the demon god's follower, the 3-headed demon, successfully completing the hidden quest. You have received the quest reward, mysterious treasure chest, mythical level, *1. Hidden quest? Damn! That demon just now wasn't even part of the quest content. I knew it. With such high difficulty, how could other professionals complete the 3rd transfer quest? Upon hearing the notification, Bai Yi was momentarily stunned, then a look of uncontainable joy spread across his face. Following that, he focused his thoughts and opened his backpack space. The next second, a completely black treasure chest, intricately carved with golden patterns, appeared in his hand. The chest exuded a faint pressure, and the patterns shimmered with a mysterious glow. Just holding it, he could feel the terrifying energy contained within. A mythical treasure chest. This is my first time getting one. What a delightful surprise! Excitement sparkled in Bai Ye's eyes. This was a treasure chest far more precious than an epic level 1, and the rewards inside would undoubtedly be extraordinary. Without a moment's hesitation, he pressed his finger against the chest's lock, gently infusing it with his energy. Click! With a soft sound, the chest opened in response. The moment the chest opened, dazzling golden light burst forth from its mouth. Like the dawn's sunlight piercing through the darkness, it illuminated the entire dilapidated church as if it were daytime. Amidst the brilliant light, countless tiny black dots swirled, as if containing the power of an endless abyss. The game system's notification followed. You have opened the mysterious treasure chest and obtained Abyss Demon's Heart *1. In the next moment, a deep black orb of light flew out from the chest. A faint purple black mist swirled around the light orb, as if alive, spiraling in the air before slowly drifting in front of Bai Yi, hovering and gently trembling in midair. Bai Yi extended his hand, and as his fingertips made contact with the light orb, he felt a chilling and domineering force surge through him, as if it were trying to draw his very soul inside. He clenched his fist, capturing the light orb in his grasp. The orb dissipated like foam, transforming into specks of starlight that merged into his palm, revealing the item within. A beautifully crafted necklace, blending deep black and dark purple, appeared in Bai Ye's hand. The pendant was shaped like a vividly lifelike demon heart, its surface covered in intricate and mysterious patterns, shimmering with a dim glow under the faint light, as if it were truly beating. A necklace? Bai Ye's face lit up with surprise, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. He never expected that his first mythic-level treasure chest would directly yield a mythic-level accessory. What incredible luck! In the next moment, he eagerly began to check the attributes of this equipment. A pale blue light screen unfolded clearly before him. Demon Abyss? Heart. Of the demon grade, mythic effect increases 30,000 strength, increases 30,000 spirit, additional effect, demon's embrace, suffers 10% extra damage, but all attacks inflict shadow erosion effect, causes the target to lose 3% of their maximum health per second for 5 seconds. Type, accessory, universal for all classes. Bai Yi looked at the attribute information, unable to suppress the smile creeping up at the corners of his mouth. The necklace's attributes were simply outrageous. A full 30,000 points of strength boost, far surpassing all the equipment he had. Moreover, the additional effect suited him perfectly. After all, damage was the least of his worries. With the life aura and healing aura in play, suffering an extra 10% damage was nothing to him. Good equipment. Bai Yi expressed his satisfaction. He then immediately summoned his equipment panel, removed his original accessory, and equipped this new item. Soon, the swap was complete. A surge of power, several times stronger than before, flooded into his limbs, instantly elevating his combat power to a new level. Bai Yi felt the overwhelming force surging within him. Then, with a thought, he summoned his personal attribute panel. Name, Bai Yi class, Swordsman level, LV 199 health, 350 million mana, 250,000. Attributes, Strength 140,000, Spirit 47,000, Agility 57,000, Constitution 53,000. Skills, Basic combat techniques, Holy Light, Halo Slash, Dawn, Sword Rain, Phantom Thunder Sword Array, Soul Devour Annihilation Flying Sword, 140,000 strength, still about a 50% increase from when I just reached LV 199. Equipment is indeed one of the most important enhancements for a professional. Bai Yi reflected with emotion. He then cast aside these thoughts and re-entered the church. The hidden quest is complete, but the main quest remains unfinished. According to the quest details, the clue should be within this church. Bai Yi pondered, searching the church. Suddenly, his gaze inadvertently swept over the already damaged statue behind the altar. The statue was supposed to represent a sacred being wielding a long sword. Now, only half of its body remained, the head and arms long gone, the breakage marked with charred traces, destroyed by some terrifying force. For some reason, an inexplicable thrill surged within him, as if he sensed something hidden within this dilapidated statue. Let's take a look. Bai Yi mused for a moment before stepping toward the statue. Approaching it, his fingertips gently brushed over the dust and cracks on its surface. When his fingers touched the chest area of the statue, he suddenly felt an unusual indentation, starkly different from the surrounding hard stone. With a slight push, he heard a soft crack, and a hidden compartment within the statue revealed itself. In the dark compartment, a heavy white silk book lay quietly. Although the edges of the book had yellowed and become brittle, its surface shimmered faintly, clearly indicating it was no ordinary item. Bai Yi carefully took out the silk book and unfolded it in his palm. The book felt slightly cool to the touch, and it was filled with dense text written in ancient runes. These characters seemed to possess life, automatically transforming into recognizable content in his eyes. As his gaze swept across, a long-buried history slowly unfolded before him. 1,000 years ago, the city abandoned by the gods was still known as the Holy Light Divine City, the most resplendent sanctuary on the continent. A powerful deity personally laid down a protective barrier here, and within the city, countless clergy and extraordinary beings thrived, with holy light illuminating everything, and demons vanishing. However, on a pitch-black night, the sky suddenly tore open a massive rift, from which endless creatures of the abyss surged forth. They varied in form, exuding an aura of destruction, and wherever they passed, the holy light melted away, leaving devastation in their wake. This was the invasion of the abyss. Faced with this sudden disaster, the guardians of the Holy Light Divine City rose up to resist. The clergy chanted sacred hymns, and the extraordinary wielded their weapons, engaging in a life-and-death struggle with the creatures of the abyss. At first, relying on the barrier left by the deity and their formidable combat power, the divine city managed to hold its ground. But soon after, a roar that shook the heavens and earth echoed from the depths of the abyss, and a towering demon lord descended onto the battlefield. This was an existence on par with true gods. The demon lord was surrounded by 9 black halos, and just its presence crushed the outer barrier of the divine city. With a mere wave of its hand, swaths of clergy turned to ashes, and even the strongest saints in the city struggled to withstand it. Faced with such a terrifying presence, the divine city had no power to fight back and was on the verge of collapse. Just as the city was about to fall, the deity worshipped by the Holy Light Divine City manifested, suddenly appearing. It then engaged in a cataclysmic battle with the demon lord. The deity wielded a holy light sword, unleashing purifying radiance, while the demon lord commanded the power of the abyss, stirring up waves of destruction. That battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. The sky stained blood red, the earth shattered, mountains shifted, the entire continent seemed on the brink of being completely pierced through. In the end, the deity, at the cost of burning its divine body, barely managed to repel the demon lord and sealed the rift to the abyss. But it too was exhausted and fell, transforming into countless specks of light, completely vanishing from the world. Without the protection of the deity, the remaining power of the abyss intertwined with the fallen divinity, plunging the divine city into eternal darkness. From that day on, the sun could no longer rise, extraordinary powers gradually dissipated, and the survivors could only cling to life in despair. Over time, this place became known as the city abandoned by the gods in the eyes of future generations. People began to migrate, seeking new places to survive. At the end of the Silk Book, a few lines of blurred writing remained, seemingly a blood-soaked record from a survivor. Our god is dead, the demons are not extinguished, darkness endures, only waiting for a new master. After reading the Silk Book, Bai's heart surged with tumultuous waves. It turned out that behind this city lay such a tragic past. The abyss. It was actually because of the abyss. In 29 days, Blue Star will also face the invasion of the abyss. Moreover, the invasion Blue Star will encounter then will be even more terrifying. Bai murmured to himself, his expression growing increasingly grave. Even deities can fall. Even with the random halo system, one cannot afford to be careless. More than 10 seconds later, the cold and clear prompt sound of the game system echoed in his mind. Congratulations, you have successfully passed the trial. Completion time, 2 hours 32 minutes 13 seconds. You can immediately initiate 3 job changes. Would you like to initiate? Immediately after, another prompt sound rang out. Congratulations, you have broken the record for the second layer of trials, becoming the first in the record for the second layer of trials. You have received an additional reward, Eternal Mysterious Treasure Chest *1. In just 2.5 hours, I actually broke the record for first place. Bai's face showed surprise. He originally thought that he had spent too much time searching for his target and had missed the opportunity to break the record. Unexpectedly, the result was so surprising. The reward for last time's first place was the artifact, Eternal Demon Blade. I wonder what good thing will come out this time. His heart was filled with anticipation. Meanwhile, outside the Eternal Tower, in the square, as Bai successfully passed the second layer of trials and broke the first place record in an instant, just like last time, the originally calm Eternal Tower suddenly erupted with brilliant light, even more dazzling than before. The reliefs on the tower seemed to come alive again. Those carved dragons, phoenixes, and Shilans appeared to truly possess life. Terrifying figures of extraordinary beings flickered in and out of the light, emitting deep roars. The entire square was enveloped in this sacred and majestic aura, making the air feel heavy. At this moment, many professionals had already exited the holy ruins. They gathered in the square, discussing their respective gains from the holy ruins. Everyone was stunned by this sudden phenomenon, looking up at the Eternal Tower with faces full of disbelief. Someone has broken the record of the Eternal Monument. A professional carrying a longbow looked horrified, his voice trembling. It was the first time he had seen such a phenomenon at the Eternal Tower. This commotion is a bit too much. Could it be that someone has broken the first place record again? A burly professional next to him said in a deep voice, his eyes filled with shock. No way. Someone just came yesterday, and another one today? How is this possible? The difficulty of the Eternal Tower's trials is no joke. How could anyone break the record again so quickly? The crowd buzzed with discussion, quickly rushing to the Eternal Monument to find out. When they saw that the first place record for the second layer of trials had changed to Bai, along with the glaring 2 hours 32 minutes 13 seconds, everyone was once again shocked beyond measure, and the square instantly fell into a dead silence. First place again, and it's this Bai. Who on earth is this Bai, to be able to continuously break the first place record of the Eternal Monument's trials? Damn, how did he do it, participating in a trial once a day? This leveling speed is just ridiculous. So terrifying, I feel like I'm witnessing a supreme being rising. Does anyone know this big shot? I want to be his dog. Various exclamations and discussions erupted, even more intense than last time. Everyone looked at the name Bai on the Eternal Monument with deep awe and curiosity. The commotion from the outside world had nothing to do with Bai. In the city of the Forsaken Gods, Bai focused his thoughts and took out the Eternal Mysterious Treasure Chest from his backpack space. This time, the Eternal Chest was entirely golden, engraved with runes similar to those on the Eternal Tower, emanating a faint sacred aura. The next second, he decisively opened the chest. At the moment the chest opened, a soft and holy light burst forth from it, even gentler than the last time, containing an extremely rich and powerful energy. The system's prompt also echoed in his mind. Congratulations, you have obtained equipment Eternal Holy Armor. A dazzling light cluster appeared. Within the light cluster floated a beautifully crafted light white armor, simple yet elegant in style, covered with intricate runes, radiating a faint white light, clearly not an ordinary item. Another piece of equipment with the prefix Eternal. Bai was overjoyed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He couldn't wait to check the attributes of this new equipment. The next moment, a light blue screen immediately unfolded before him. Eternal Holy Armor Grade. Effect, increases 5000 Constitution, comes with the passive Devour, can devour warrior exclusive armor to gain attribute boosts and new passives. Type, Armor. Warrior exclusive. Just as I thought. Another piece of growth-type exclusive equipment. Could it be that the rewards for first place are all exclusive, growth-type gear? Bai Yi was extremely excited in his heart. This, eternal, holy armor, had the same infinite growth potential as the eternal demon blade. It was simply the perfect reward for him. If that's the case, then I need to prepare well for every trial in the future. Excitement and anticipation sparkled in his eyes. If all his equipment in the future were like this artifact combined with random auras, how invincible would he be? Immediately after, he summoned the equipment bar and placed the eternal, holy armor into the armor slot. A few seconds later, he chose to materialize the equipment. Whoosh! A flash of light appeared, and the pale white light armor instantly fitted onto his body, adjusting to the right size automatically. A cool sensation spread throughout him. It's a pity that this Hurricane Mystic armor isn't warrior exclusive and can't be devoured. Bai Yi looked at the legendary armor he had used before, a look of regret on his face. If he could devour it, the eternal, holy armor would evolve right from the start. But with Lin Lure as a channel, I can exchange it later. Bai Yi shook his head slightly, casting aside these distracting thoughts. The most important thing now was to complete the third job change. He took a deep breath, preparing to start the third job change. With a thought, Bai Yi summoned the system information of his successful trial in his mind. A light blue screen floated before him, and the activate button stood out prominently. Bai Yi's gaze fell on the activate button, and without any hesitation, he clicked on it directly. The next moment, the third job change began. In an instant, the surrounding space seemed to tear apart. A bolt of lightning, woven from deep purple and pitch black, descended from the sky like a raging thunder dragon, enveloping Bai Yi with a deafening roar. The lightning was domineering and intense, as if it wanted to tear and reassemble his body. Countless tiny currents danced across his skin, crackling and constantly penetrating into his limbs and bones, refining his skeleton and meridians. This process was far more intense than the second job change. Bai Yi gritted his teeth, enduring the waves of sharp pain within him, feeling the violent power of lightning surging through his body. The job change process did not last long. After just 2 minutes, the raging lightning slowly dissipated like a receding tide, revealing Bai Yi's tall figure once again. At this moment, Bai Yi's aura had undergone a tremendous change. The original swordsman aura now carried a hint of ferocity and majesty. He was surrounded by faint purple lightning, his gaze sharp as lightning, as if he could summon thunder at will. The eternal demon blade in his hand and the eternal holy armor on his body also flickered with lightning, perfectly matching his aura. At the same time, the game system's prompt rang clearly in his mind. Congratulations, you have changed jobs to Thunder Fury Swordsman. Your level has broken through to LV 200 and the level cap has been raised to 299. You have awakened the exclusive skills of the Thunder Fury Swordsman. Thunder Fury / Lightning Flash. Level 200. Attributes have increased significantly again. Thunder Fury Swordsman, a profession related to thunder. Very nice. Looking at the data on the panel, surprise flashed in Bai Yi's eyes and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. With the successful third job change, he had become a Thunder Fury Swordsman. His level had successfully broken through to 200 and the level cap had been raised to 299. All his attributes had seen considerable increases, especially his health, which had skyrocketed to an exaggerated 1 billion. 1 billion health points were simply unbelievable. Not only that, 3 new skills have also been added: Furious Thunder / and Thunder Flash. Furious Thunder / type active skill effect consumes 9,000 mana, infusing the power of lightning into the sword, launching a slash at the target ahead that contains violent lightning, dealing 300% physical damage plus additional lightning damage. Upon hitting the target, there is a 50% chance to inflict a paralysis state, reducing movement speed and attack speed by 50% for 5 seconds. Thunder Flash. Type active skill effect consumes 5,000 mana, transforming into a bolt of lightning, instantly moving to a designated location with a maximum movement distance of 50 meters. During the movement, the user is in an invincible state, and upon landing, will deal 5,000 lightning damage to enemies within a 3-meter radius, causing them to be briefly stunned for 0.5 seconds. Truly worthy of skills after the third job change, they're so powerful. Bai Yi murmured, his tone filled with surprise. Feeling the surging power within him, a violent force of lightning seemed to merge with his blood. His heart was filled with anticipation for the future. Just then, the game system prompt appeared at the right moment, a cold voice echoing in his mind. Trial completed, teleporting away from the eternal Divine Tower. 10 seconds later, a pale purple light, rich with spatial power, descended from the sky, mixed with tiny bolts of lightning, like a vortex full of power, gently enveloping Bai Yi. He felt a blur before his eyes, and his body uncontrollably soared into the air. The surrounding scenery began to rapidly retreat and distort, eventually transforming into a blur of light and shadow, and he instantly vanished from his spot. After an unknown amount of time, when Bai Yi once again felt solid ground beneath his feet, the familiar layout came into view. Just like last time, He had returned directly to Blue Star, to his old little house. The air was filled with the scent of wooden furniture, and the sounds of neighbors cooking wafted in from outside. Everything felt so real and ordinary. He instinctively glanced at the electronic clock on the bedside table, murmuring, faster than yesterday, but also more tiring than yesterday. It was still less than 5 hours. From a level 199 swordsman, he had grown into a level 200 thunder swordsman. Not only had he obtained mythic-grade jewelry and growth-type armor, but he had also awakened a powerful halo once again. His strength had undergone a tremendous transformation. It's only the second day, the others probably max out at around level 20, right? And yet, I'm already level 200. Bai Yi said to himself, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He clenched his fist, feeling the power within him that could summon lightning at any moment, his heart brimming with fighting spirit. Next, he would wait for Lin Lure's trade, then continue to enhance his strength, preparing thoroughly for the upcoming challenges. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting mottled shadows on the floor. Bai Yi was sitting cross-legged on the bed when suddenly the game system's prompt sound echoed in his mind. Player Bai Yi, your trade with player Lin Lure has been completed, and the items have been stored in your backpack space, please check. Bai Yi felt a surge of joy and quickly summoned the backpack panel. He saw that the empty slots in the backpack were neatly filled with 150 bottles of Starlight Essence. The light blue potion bottles shimmered softly on the virtual panel alongside 2 weapons radiating a faint glow. He first looked at the 2 legendary grade weapons exclusive to warriors, a giant axe and a long sword. Mountain Crushing Giant Axe Grade, legendary effect, increases strength by 4300, includes the passive Landslide, increases physical damage dealt by 20%, type, weapon, warrior exclusive, Riftwind Longsword Grade. Legendary effect, increases 3700 strength, includes passive Wind Slash, increases attack speed by 20%, with a 10% chance to deal an additional 50% damage. Type, weapon, warrior exclusive. 2 legendary weapons, both with decent attributes. Bai Yi nodded in satisfaction, then turned his gaze to the 150 bottles of Starlight Elixir. With these potions, he no longer had to worry about running out of mana. Stowing away the backpack interface, Bai Yi stood up from the bed and walked to the center of the room. With a thought, Eternal Demon Blade appeared in his hand. The black-purple blade shimmered with a ghostly light, and the runes on it flowed faintly. Next, it's time for you to evolve, Bai Yi said softly, then took out Mountain Crushing Giant Axe and Riftwind Longsword from his backpack, suspending them in front of him. He focused his mind and activated the devouring ability of Eternal Demon Blade. Suddenly, a strong suction erupted from Eternal Demon Blade, and the black-purple energy wrapped around the 2 legendary weapons like a vortex. Mountain Crushing Giant Axe and Riftwind Longsword began to tremble violently, their surface light quickly dimming, transforming into pure energy that was absorbed into Eternal Demon Blade. The devouring soon came to an end. The giant axe and longsword intertwined and fused within the demon blade, ultimately merging with the power of the blade itself. The entire process lasted about 20 seconds. When the 2 legendary weapons completely vanished, transformed into the last wisp of energy and devoured Eternal Demon Blade suddenly erupted with dazzling black-purple light, the blade becoming more refined, and the runes on it growing more complex and mysterious. Bai Yi could clearly feel that the power of the Demon Blade was significantly stronger than before. He eagerly checked the attribute information of Eternal Demon Blade. Eternal Demon Blade Grade? Effect, increases 30,000 strength, 2,000 agility, and 200 health, includes passive Devour, can devour warrior exclusive. Weapons, gaining effect enhancements and new passives. Devour 1, increases physical damage dealt by 20%. Effect 2, Wind Spirit Blessing. Effect 3, Storm. Sharp Strike. Effect 4, Wind Howl Break Formation. Effect 5, Wind Slash. Type, weapon, warrior exclusive. The strength attribute bonus has increased to 30,000. And the physical damage bonus has also risen to 20. There are already 5 additional effects on the equipment. I really have a connection with wind type equipment. 4 in a row are all wind related. A surprised smile appeared on Bai Yi's face. He swung Eternal Demon Blade, feeling it was as light as a feather, yet containing earth-shattering power. The blade sliced through the air, emitting a low whistle, as if wind and thunder were rolling within. With this evolved Demon Blade, along with the new skills and equipment I've acquired, my strength has increased significantly. Bai Yi clenched his fist, excitement shining in his eyes. He could feel that he was one step closer to his goal of dealing with the abyssal invasion. Next, I'll go complete the Fallen Wind Spirit quest. Without any delay, he immediately summoned the game system, and a light blue virtual panel unfolded before him, with the enter button prominently floating in the center. Bai Yi lightly tapped with his fingertip, directly clicking the enter button. In the next moment, a spatial light gate appeared in the center of the room, the surrounding air slightly trembling from the force of this spatial power. Bai Yi took a deep breath, suppressing his anticipation and battle intent, and stepped inside, his figure instantly vanishing from the small room. The scene shifted. After passing through the spatial light gate, a familiar glow flashed before Bai Yi's eyes. A few seconds later, his feet landed on solid ground. He had returned to the game world, the Wind Spirit Prairie. At this moment, he found himself in an expansive, boundless grassland. The grassland beneath his feet shimmered with a faint purple hue. The sky remained as clear as ever, like a meticulously carved blue crystal, adorned with a few leisurely drifting white clouds. A gentle breeze swept through, carrying the unique refreshing scent of the grassland. The purple grass waves rolled like undulating tides, layer upon layer extending into the distance, seemingly boundless. In the far distance, a few gentle earth mounds could be vaguely seen, their outlines appearing particularly gentle against the backdrop of the blue sky and white clouds. Bai Yi took a few deep breaths of fresh air. Then, with a thought, he summoned the fallen spirit of wind quest information. In the next second, a light blue screen appeared, and the quest details came into view. As the favored children of the wind element, the wind spirits are incredibly powerful. Every 100 years or so, they promote a new wind deity. However, each ascension of a wind deity permanently robs a portion of power from the chosen world. Now, the Wind Spirit Clan is about to see the emergence of the 79th wind deity. This time, please stop the ascension of the wind deity. Completing the quest will reward you with Wind Spirit's Gift Treasure Chest, Mythical Level. Countdown, 23 hours 59 minutes. There's still a day left. I hope to complete the quest while also leveling up to max. Bai Yi murmured. Although the experience required for leveling up increased with each level, he was not worried with the 100-fold experience aura in play. Next, Bai Yi followed the quest instructions and began heading to the quest location. He hurriedly traversed the heart of the Wind Spirit Grassland. After more than an hour, the outline of a magnificent city gradually emerged at the end of his sight. That was the sacred place of the Wind Spirits, Windward Holy City. This holy city was situated in a very special location, perched atop a massive floating island. Below the island, clouds swirled, and dozens of sturdy wind crystal pillars supported the entire island. The crystal pillars flowed with pale blue wind elemental energy, emitting a soft glow. From a distance, the city walls of the holy city were made of pale blue wind-patterned stones, towering 100 meters high, adorned with countless totems of wind spirits and ancient runes. The runes moved with the wind, as if they were alive. At the top of the city walls, numerous wind banners fluttered in the breeze, each embroidered with a soaring wind spirit, exuding an extraordinary aura. The entire holy city perfectly blended with the surrounding wind elements, as if it had naturally grown in this realm, grand and mysterious. Bai Yi had just arrived at the floating bridge outside Windward Holy City. Before he could step onto the bridge, 8 figures suddenly appeared like phantoms from the shadows of the city walls, blocking his path. All 8 figures were familiar wind spirits. Bai Yi's heart stirred, and he quickly scanned them. Instantly, he obtained the attribute information of these 8 wind spirits. All 8 are LV-199 king level units. Bai Yi's expression remained calm. At this moment, he felt no fear in the face of such a scene. The 8 wind spirits included 2 warriors wielding giant axes, 2 mages surrounded by wind elements, 2 assassins whose forms flickered in and out of visibility, and 2 archers holding longbows. Outsider, halt. Is Windward Holy City a place you can trespass? One of the wind spirit warriors stepped forward, slamming the giant axe onto the ground, producing a dull thud, as pale blue wind elements swirled around the axe blade. Bai Yi's gaze was calm, without a hint of unnecessary words. The eternal, demon blade instantly materialized in his hand, with black-purple energy intertwining with faint lightning. Interferer, die. Before the words fell, 2 wind spirit assassins launched their attack first. Their forms transformed into 2 azure shadows, using the wind as cover, their short blades glinting coldly as they aimed for Bai Yi's vital points. Skill, wind. Shadow assault. At the same time, the 2 wind spirit archers also drew their bows, arrows entwined with swirling wind blades. With a whoosh, a barrage of arrows shot through the air, carrying surging wind energy towards Bai Yi, sealing off his escape route. Bai Yi's lips curled into a cold smile as he activated Thunder Light Flash, transforming into a faint purple lightning bolt that instantly appeared before the 2 wind elemental mages. The faces of the 2 mages changed, and they hurriedly formed hand seals, shouting, "Holy word, wind wall." 2 thick wind walls appeared out of thin air, blocking Bai Yi's path, while the wind elements around them surged violently. Wind blade storm. In the next second, countless azure white wind blades surged out from behind the wind walls, forming a storm that swept toward Bai Yi. Bai Yi paid no heed to this. The black-purple energy on eternal demon blades surged violently. Furious thunder? Slash. A strike imbued with raging lightning was instantly unleashed. Boom! The lightning collided with the wind blades, producing a sizzling sound, and the wind blades were instantly shattered. Following that, the momentum of the strike continued unabated, cleaving through the thick wind wall and shattering it in an instant. The residual force of the strike landed directly on the 2 mages. They didn't even have time to scream before being engulfed by the lightning, their health points plummeting. In the next moment, Bai Yi's figure arrived, 1 person, 1 blade, swiftly slaying the 2 wind elemental mages. After dealing with the mages, Bai Yi moved again, dodging the assassin's sneak attack from behind. With a quick flick of the demon blade, Storm Sharp Strike was triggered, and the black-purple sword energy, accompanied by the sound of slicing wind, quickly cleaved the assassin in two. At that moment, a wind elemental warrior finally charged forward. Boom! The giant axe, wielding immense power, swung down toward Baiye's head. The wind elements on the axe blade formed a massive shadow of a wind axe, exuding a terrifying aura. Baiye did not flinch or evade. He activated sword technique block, positioning eternal demon blade horizontally in front of him, as black-purple energy formed a defensive barrier. Clang! The giant axe collided with the demon blade, producing a piercing metallic clang. The wind elemental warrior felt a powerful force surge through, numbing their arms and nearly causing them to lose grip on the axe. Seizing the opportunity, Baiye twisted his wrist, allowing the demon blade to slide along the axe blade, creating a shower of sparks, while the lightning power within him surged, activating furious thunder. Slash once more. Whoosh! The strike, carrying the force of raging thunder, cleaved off the warrior's head. Not good. The remaining wind elementals were horrified, wanting to retreat back to the holy city, but Baiye's figure blocked their path. He summoned illusory thunder, sword array with one hand, trapping the wind elementals. Then, as if strolling through a garden, he weaved through the sword array, effortlessly alternating between heavy blade slash and furious thunder slash, dispatching them with ease. In just a moment, the remaining wind elementals were all slain beneath the demon blade. From the start to the end of the battle, it took merely a minute for all 8 level 199 king-class wind elementals to be defeated. Baiye's combat power was simply terrifying. He stood in place, his breath steady. Not even a drop of sweat appeared on his forehead, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. With the death of all 8 wind elementals, the next moment, Baiye's experience bar surged like a flood breaking through a dam, the level numbers skyrocketing at a visible speed. Faint purple lightning burst forth from his body, followed by countless golden light pillars breaking through the constraints of the lightning, the two types of light intertwining and swirling around his surface like a giant gold-purple dragon dancing. The light pillars shot up into the sky one after another, dying the entire floating bridge and the clouds below in a brilliant gold-purple hue. Even the distant walls of the windward holy city could see this dazzling sea of light, the scene breathtakingly grand. With each pulse of light, Baiye's aura surged sharply, the veins beneath his skin bulging like enraged dragons, and intricate electric patterns even appeared on the surface of his skin. He could clearly feel the violent power of lightning surging through his limbs and bones, as if it were about to tear apart the flesh's confinement and unleash itself freely in the world. This astonishing phenomenon lasted for nearly half a minute before gradually calming down. As the last ray of golden light merged into his body, a faint shimmer of lightning lingered on Baiye's skin, crackling in the air. Occasionally, tiny arcs of electricity dripped from his fingertips, scorching dark marks onto the stone slabs of the floating bridge. He took a deep breath, and the airflow through his throat emitted a sound akin to thunder, with each breath releasing fine sparks of electricity from his nostrils. At this moment, the power surging through his veins had increased by more than double compared to before the battle. That overwhelming force felt like an ancient thunder dragon awakening from slumber, stirring beneath his flesh, as if it could break free from its corporeal shackles at any moment and unleash a cataclysmic storm. Baiye instinctively clenched his fists, the dull thud of his knuckles colliding resonating like deep thunder rolling across the horizon. The heart of his fist flickered with lightning, causing the surrounding air to ripple, while fine electric sparks danced in the void, producing crisp crackling sounds. Then, with a thought, his personal attribute panel appeared before him. Name: Baiye. Profession: Thunderblade Warrior. Level: LV 238. Health: 1.8 billion. Mana: 700,000. Attributes: Strength 200,000. Spirit 60,000, Agility 80,000, Constitution 90,000. Skills: Basic Combat Technique, Thunder Domain, Descend, Thunder Shield, Barrier, Frenzied Thunder, World Shattering Slash. He had directly leveled up 33 times in one breath. Such a significant increase in levels had greatly enhanced all of Baiye's attributes, and the improvements were immense. Not only that, 3 new skills had awakened, all of them thunder-based skills. After the third transfer, the upgrades from leveling up are even greater. Baiye felt a surge of joy in his heart, unable to contain his exclamations. Then, he looked at the detailed information of the new skills. Thunder Domain, Descend type, active skill effect, consumes 15,000 mana to summon a thunder domain centered on himself within a radius of 20 meters, lasting for 12 seconds. Within the thunder domain, 8 bolts of lightning will strike every second, dealing 900% spirit-enhanced lightning damage to enemies within the area, with a 40% chance to trigger the paralyzed status, reducing movement speed and attack speed by 60%, lasting 2 seconds. If an enemy within the thunder domain is paralyzed, Baiye will regain 5% of his mana, and this effect can trigger once every 3 seconds. Thunder Shield, Barrier type, active skill effect. Consumes 13,000 mana to condense the power of lightning into a thunder barrier with a diameter of 5 meters, floating in front of him, lasting for 5 seconds. The barrier can block all physical and magical attacks from the front, reducing damage by 80% and dealing 3,000 lightning damage per second to enemies that come into contact with it, additionally applying the paralyze effect, lasting 1 second. If the damage the barrier absorbs exceeds 30% of its own health, it will trigger thunder counterattack, unleashing a lightning shockwave in all directions, dealing lightning damage to enemies within 10 meters with a 70% chance to inflict the paralyzed status, lasting 3 seconds. During the skill's duration, Bai Yi can move while holding the barrier with the barrier's movement speed matching his own. Frenzied Thunder? World-shattering /type active skill effect consumes 20,000 mana to channel the power of lightning and strength into the sword, charging for 1 second before slashing forward with a massive lightning blade that pierces the heavens and the earth, reaching a length of 50 meters and a width of 10 meters. The lightning blade deals 1,500% strength-enhanced physical damage plus lightning damage to all enemies in its path, with a 50% chance to trigger the Thunder Tear effect, causing the target's wounds to continuously drain health, equivalent to 10% of Bai Yi's strength per second, lasting 5 seconds. During the charging period, Bai Yi is in a dominant body state, unable to be interrupted by control skills, but the damage he receives will increase by 20%. These 3 skills are incredibly powerful. The thunder element is indeed one of the strongest elements. Bai Yi looked at the detailed information of the 3 skills and couldn't help but sigh. What a pity, not a single treasure chest dropped. That shouldn't be the case. Is it because of this quest, or is it my own fault? Bai Yi frowned secretly. Just then, the ground suddenly shook. The stone slabs of the floating bridge groaned under the unbearable weight, and the wind elements bursting from the cracks became violently turbulent. Immediately after, a thunderous dragon roar echoed throughout the holy city. The sound seemed to contain the roar of the laws of wind, shaking the clouds and causing the air to tremble violently. A giant dragon, several dozen meters long, soared into the sky from the city. Its pale blue scales shimmered with a metallic sheen under the light, and every edge of its scales was entwined with swirling wind patterns. As its massive wings spread, they blocked out the sun, and the gale it stirred tore the flags atop the holy city into shreds. 3 wind element cores floated between its horns, exuding a pressure that rippled through the surrounding space. Bai Yi felt the wind elements in the world suddenly go berserk, his skin stinging from the invisible wind blades, and a serious expression flashed in his eyes. He knew the main event had arrived. In the next moment, the giant dragon dove down from the sky, its claws tearing through the air, creating 5 azure whirlwinds that rushed towards Bai Yi like a meteor falling to the ground. Bai Yi's gaze sharpened, and the attributes of the giant dragon appeared in his mind. Name: Wind Spirit, Holy Dragon. Rank: Overlord. Level: LV 250. Health: 500 million. Skills: Holy Dragon Body, Dragon Scale, Holy Shield, Holy Wing, Wind Slash, Wind Spirit, Soul Lock, Roar, Holy Wind, Dragon Roar, Kill. After reading the dragon's attributes, a hint of shock crossed Bai Yi's heart. A level 250 Overlord level existence with 500 million health points, it was just as oppressive as the 3-headed demon. But he gripped the Eternal Demon blade tightly, his resolve unwavering, and a fierce fighting spirit ignited in his eyes. He was very confident in his combat power. Come on, just what I need to strengthen my grasp on this surging power and new skills. In the next second, thunder, light, instant, flash. Bai Yi's figure transformed into a pale purple lightning bolt, vanishing in an instant, dodging the dragon's claws. The dragon's claws struck the floating bridge, instantly shattering most of the stone bridge, and the debris, caught in the raging wind, plummeted into the abyss of the cloud sea below. Roar! The Wind Spirit Holy Dragon missed its strike, opening its massive mouth, condensing azure energy between its fangs. Holy Wing, Wind Slash. The 2 pairs of giant wings flapped violently, and tens of thousands of azure white wind blades poured down like a torrential rain, each one sharp enough to cut through steel, attempting to completely seal off the space around Bai Yi. Bai Yi's eyes narrowed, and Thunder Shield barrier instantly unfolded. A 5-meter diameter thunder barrier formed in front of him, the pale purple lightning flickering across the surface of the barrier like a living creature, crackling with sound. Boom! The wind blades struck the barrier in succession, erupting with a series of sharp sounds, countless tiny wind elements splattering everywhere. The barrier trembled violently, the surface lightning dimming slightly, but it still firmly protected Bai Yi's figure. The wind blades that touched the barrier were scorched by the lightning and quickly dissipated. Let's fight! Bai Yi shouted, seizing the moment while the giant dragon flapped its wings. Thunder Domain Descend suddenly activated. In the next second, pale purple lightning exploded around him, instantly transforming into a lightning pool with a radius of 20 meters, the ground cracking with spider web-like electric patterns. The Wind Spirit Holy Dragon was about to charge forward, but was firmly enveloped by the Thunder Domain. 8 thick bolts of lightning struck down simultaneously on the dragon's body. Although they couldn't penetrate its scales, they caused its massive form to halt abruptly, blackened marks appearing on its azure scales. Roar! The Wind Spirit Holy Dragon roared in anger, twisting its body, and Wind Spirit Soul Lock Roar activated. In the next instant, a twisted azure sound wave erupted from its mouth. The sound wave entwined with spiraling strands of wind, as if it aimed to drill deep into the soul and stir it. Boom! Bai Yi immediately focused his mental energy to construct a barrier while positioning Thunder Shield, barrier horizontally in front of him. The sound waves crashed against the barrier, producing a dull roar, and the lightning on the barrier instantly dissipated by 30%, causing Bai Yi's vitality to surge. But taking advantage of this brief moment of respite, the furious thunder slash was already unleashed. A black-purple sword energy, entwined with a raging lightning dragon, tore through the air, aiming directly for the Wind Spirit Sacred Dragon's neck. A flash of disdain crossed the Wind Spirit Sacred Dragon's eyes, and the Dragon Scale Sacred Shield was activated in an instant. The next second, the scales on the dragon's neck suddenly stood upright, forming a diamond-shaped shield that glimmered with a green light. Clang! At the moment of impact between the sword energy and the shield, a deafening clash of metal echoed. Spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the shield, and the Wind Spirit Sacred Dragon was pushed back several meters by the immense force, its claws carving deep grooves into the remnants of the floating bridge. In that moment, a clear look of shock flashed in its eyes. Bai Yi certainly would not miss this opportunity. He lightly tapped his toes on the broken stone bridge, his figure darting like a ghost to the side of the giant dragon. Boom! The power of lightning within him surged wildly, and the charging light of furious thunder, world-shattering slash ignited at the tip of his sword. The Wind Spirit Sacred Dragon seemed to sense a deadly threat, abruptly turning its head, and the Holy Wind Dragon Roar Kill was unleashed. Whoosh! A 10-meter-wide green wind pillar erupted from its mouth, containing a terrifying tearing force that shredded the very fabric of space in its path. Slash! Bai Yi shouted lowly, and the massive lightning blade, infused with all his strength, shot forth. The 50-meter-long lightning blade, carrying a sense of destruction, collided fiercely with the green wind pillar. Boom! It was as if a thunderclap resounded through the heavens and the earth. The lightning blade and wind pillar annihilated each other, creating a shockwave that completely shattered the floating bridge, and a massive void opened in the sea of clouds below, revealing an unfathomable darkness. The Wind Spirit Sacred Dragon was hurled away by the shockwave, several scales shedding with green blood, crashing against the walls of the holy city with a dull thud. Bai Yi was also shaken, his vitality surging, and he staggered back over 10 meters before stabilizing his form. But excitement flickered in his eyes. After this fierce battle, the power that had surged after leveling up felt like an extension of his own body, and the connection of new skills became increasingly smooth. It was time to end this. Bai Yi took a deep breath. The next second, the energy within him fused wildly with the essence of life, and bloodlight and lightning intertwined to form a towering beam of light. Soul-devouring annihilation flying sword. A blood soul flying sword, several times thicker than before, coalesced into shape. The soul patterns and lightning patterns on the sword body intertwined, emanating a terrifying aura that made the heavens and earth tremble. The Wind Spirit Sacred Dragon's pupils constricted sharply, wanting to activate the Dragon Scale Sacred Shield once more, but it was already too late. The blood soul flying sword transformed into a crimson lightning bolt, ignoring the distance of space, and instantly pierced through its heart. The next moment, roar! The Wind Spirit Sacred Dragon let out an extremely mournful wail. Its massive body disintegrated inch by inch under the dual burning of blood soul power and lightning. Ultimately, it transformed into countless blue light dots, dissipating in the wind along with the scattered dragon scales. The Wind Spirit Sacred Dragon was dead. You have successfully slain the Wind Spirit Sacred Dragon, earning 12 million experience points. Level up. Current level, LV 239. Level up. Current level. The system notification sounded like a barrage of cannon fire in his mind. At the same time, brilliant golden light suddenly erupted around Bai Yi. The radiance flickered like a heartbeat, continuing for dozens of flashes before slowly dimming. This time, he directly leveled up by 40 levels. Feeling the immense power surging within him, it was as if a long dry riverbed had been completely filled with rushing floodwaters, and his limbs and bones were brimming with inexhaustible energy. The fatigue from the recent battle vanished in an instant. Bai Yi felt an unparalleled sense of comfort, unable to help but tilt his head back and let out a satisfied low roar. Boom! That sound carried the rumble of thunder, echoing endlessly through the heavens and the earth. Then, he eagerly summoned his personal attribute panel. Looking at the soaring stats above, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Name: Bai Yi. Profession: Thunder. Blade Warrior level, LV 278. Health 2.9 billion. Mana 1.65 million. Attributes: Strength 300,000, Spirit 100,000, Agility 140,000, Constitution 160,000. Skills: Basic Combat Technique, Thunder Spirit Sword Servant, Thunderbolt, Soul Severing Slash, 10,000. Thunder, Sword Rain Burial, Thunder Spirit, Blood Fury. The leap in attributes from leveling up 40 times directly multiplied his combat power several times. Even more exciting was that with the rise in level 4, brand new Thunder-type skills also awakened. For new skills again, and one of them is an ultimate skill. Excitement flashed in Bai Yi's eyes as he quickly checked the skill details. Thunder Spirit Sword Servant type. Active skill effect. Consumes 28,000 mana to summon 2 Thunder Spirit Sword Servants formed from Thunder, with the same level as Bai Yi and possessing 80% of Bai Yi's attributes. The sword servants wield thunder light long swords and master the skills. Thunder Light Stab deals 500% strength-based thunder damage to the target with a 20% chance to trigger paralysis, and Thunder Shadow Step short distance teleportation to evade fatal attacks. The sword servants exist for 300 seconds or until their health is depleted and can be actively recalled by Bai Yi, returning 30% of the mana cost upon recall. If Bai Yi is within a thunder domain, the sword servants' attributes increase to 90% and their existence time extends to 500 seconds. Thunderbolt Soul Severing Type, active skill effect, consumes 36,000 mana to infuse the sword with the power of thunder, launching 3 consecutive slashes forward. The first slash deals 800% strength-based physical damage plus 300% spirit-based thunder damage. The second slash increases damage by 20%, the third slash increases damage by 50%, and it will definitely trigger the Thunder Tear effect. The 3 slashes can be released consecutively or interrupted midway. If all 3 slashes are completed, it will inflict the soul-severing effect on the target, unable to use any recovery skills for 5 seconds. During the release, Bai Yi's movement speed increases by 30%, allowing him to change his trajectory in accordance with the direction of the slashes. 10,000 Thunder Sword Rain Burial Type, active skill effect, consumes 45,000 mana to infuse thunder and sword intent into the sky, summoning Thunder Light Long swords within a radius of 500 meters. The long swords rain down like a torrential storm, each dealing 900% physical damage plus 300% spirit-based thunder damage, causing 0.5 seconds of thunder paralysis upon hitting. The skill lasts for 5 seconds, dropping 1,000 long swords per second, covering the area without any blind spots. If the target is hit by more than 10 long swords during the skill's duration, it will trigger the Thunder Lock effect, bound by thunder chains for 5 seconds, unable to move. When releasing the skill, the designated area for the falling swords can be moved, but the range cannot exceed the initial radius. Thunder Spirit Blood Fury Type, active skill effect, consumes 100,000 health per second to gain the Thunder Spirit possession state. During this state, all attributes surge by 450%, and all Thunder-type skill damage increases by 50%. When health drops below 10%, the skill cannot be maintained and is automatically truly worthy of Thunder-type skills. They are so powerful. And the ultimate skill, Thunder Spirit? Blood Fury, is just perfect for me. After reading the skill introduction, Bai Yi clenched his fists in excitement. Thunder Spirit Sword Servant can attack and defend. Thunderbolt Soul Severing Slash has astonishing single target burst. 10,000 Thunder Sword Rain Burial is an unbeatable area clear, and Thunder God Blood Fury is a killer move for turning the tide in desperate situations. Plus, with the healing aura, the negative effects of Thunder God Blood Fury are simply not a problem. With these 4 new skills, Bai Yi's combat power is set to undergo another qualitative leap. Feeling the thunderous power surging within him and the clear understanding of skills in his mind, Bai Yi gazed towards the direction of the Windward Holy City, his eyes sharpening further. After a while, Bai Yi successfully entered the Windward Holy City. Inside the city walls, the streets were eerily empty. On the cobblestone pavement, a few weathered elven skeletons lay scattered, their bones still faintly glowing with a pale blue wind element aura, yet devoid of any life. The buildings on either side were topped with pointed attics, their wooden walls overrun with deep green vines, and the window glass shattered into spiderweb-like patterns. Occasionally, a breeze would pass through, causing the attic doors to creak, the sound jarring in the dead silence of the city. A faint smell of blood lingered in the air, mixed with the scent of decaying vegetation, starkly different from the fresh wind elements outside the city. The sacred city of the Wind Elves was utterly silent, not a single wind elf in sight. It was as if the 8 king-level Wind Elves and the Wind Spirit Holy Dragon they had just encountered were the only life in this city. A strange aura permeated the air. There was an indescribable sense of oppression surrounding him, as if the entire city was silently weeping. Something's off. Bai Yi heightened his senses, cautiously exploring the holy city. His footsteps were light, yet they still echoed clearly in the empty streets. He traversed the streets of the city and soon arrived at the center of the holy city. Here, there were no tall buildings, only a circular plaza. In the center of the plaza stood a massive altar. The altar was entirely pale blue, carved from an enormous piece of jade, its texture warm and translucent, yet the edges were riddled with jagged cracks. The surface of the altar was covered in mysterious runes, their colors dim, occasionally flickering with a faint blue light, like the last gasp of a dying person. Surrounding the altar were 8 stone pillars, each carved with wind elf patterns, the crystals atop the pillars long shattered, leaving only the broken bases. At that moment, a blood-soaked, horrific figure knelt in the center of the altar. Her limbs twisted at unnatural angles, her silver hair soaked in blood, clinging to her wound-riddled body. Her skin, which should have been smooth as jade, was now marred with deep, visible scratches, pale blue blood flowing from the wounds, forming tiny streams on the altar's surface. Bai Yi focused his gaze and discovered that this was a completely naked female wind elf. She seemed lifeless, exuding a grayish aura. In the next Second, Baye's vision sharpened, and the attribute information of the figure appeared before him. Name, Wind Spirit Lord. Lilia rank, Holy Spirit level, LV 299. Life, 10 billion skills, Wind Spirit Holy Body, Lord of the Wind, Wind Spirit Judgment, 1000 Winds Arrow Rain, Holy Wind, Wind Spirit Cage, Holy Wind, Killing Storm, Wind Spirit, Unbreachable Holy Wall, a 299 level Holy Spirit unit. Baye's eyes suddenly widened in shock. Holy Spirit level units were a rank above overlords. In the entire chosen world, Holy Spirit level beings were terrifying existences standing at the top of the pyramid. Isn't the difficulty of this mythical level quest a bit too outrageous? He couldn't help but complain inwardly. Although he had leveled up multiple times and his combat power had skyrocketed, facing such an existence just a step away from becoming a deity was still a huge pressure. He took a deep breath, quickly calming his emotions. At that moment, the blood-soaked wind elf slowly raised her head. Her cheeks were smeared with blood, but her eyes shone with an astonishing brightness. They were vertical pupils, the color of pure blue, yet devoid of any emotion, only a chilling silence. She looked at Bai Yi, her lips slowly curling into a strange smile. Bai Yi felt a chill in his heart, sensing something was amiss. In the next second, suddenly, the twisted limbs of the Wind Spirit Lord, Lilia, snapped back into place. A loud crack echoed as her bones realigned. Pale blue blood vaporized on her surface, transforming into swirling fragments of wind. Outsider, you have finally arrived. Her voice was soft as a feather, yet carried an undeniable authority. The moment her words fell, the wind elements of the entire holy city surged. In an instant, a dense power of space enveloped the surroundings, completely sealing off the city's space. There was no escape. There's definitely something wrong. Bai Yi felt the energy fluctuations around him, his expression darkening. Clearly, he was now a sheep entering a tiger's den. In the next second, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes, and without hesitation, he chose to strike first. Thunder Domain? Descend! A pale purple thunder domain instantly spread out, enveloping the altar. The crackling lightning leaped within the domain, each bolt containing destructive power. At the same time, the Thunder Spirit Sword Servant suddenly appeared, transforming into two bolts of lightning that shot straight for Lilia's face, the lightning at the sword tips flickering unpredictably. Ants! Lilia smirked slightly, her fingers flicking, and Holy Wind? Wind Spirit Cage activated. In the next second, countless strands of wind coalesced into a transparent cage, trapping the Thunder Spirit Sword Servant tightly. No matter how the Sword Servant swung the lightning sword, the cage only rippled slightly, unable to be shaken even a bit. Immediately after, 12 wings of wind sprouted from her back, and as the wings flapped, they stirred up fierce gales. Wind Spirit Judgment? 1000 Wind Arrow Rain. Boom! Thousands of wind arrows fell like a torrential rain, each arrow containing the power to tear through steel, exploding into layers of wind rings within the thunder domain, colliding with the lightning and creating a deafening sound. Baye's gaze sharpened, and Thunder Shield? Barrier appeared in front of him. The pale purple lightning barrier shimmered, forming a solid shield. Clang clang clang. The arrows struck the barrier, producing a dense, crisp sound. The lightning on the barrier flickered violently, and fine cracks appeared on the surface, clearly bearing immense pressure. Break! Lilia shouted softly. Thousands of wind arrows suddenly converged, transforming into a giant wind arrow over 100 meters long. The arrow's shaft was entwined with a green whirlwind, howling as it tore through the air, crashing violently against the thunder shield. Barrier! Boom! The barrier shattered with a resounding crash, and the tremendous impact sent Bai Yi staggering backward. The bluestone slabs beneath his feet shattered completely, leaving deep footprints. But taking advantage of the retreat, the eternal demon blade in his hand surged with lightning, the black-purple blade seeming to have a lightning dragon swirling around it. Furious thunder? World-breaking slash. In the next second, a massive lightning blade that pierced the heavens and the earth, carrying a world-destroying momentum, slashed toward Lilia. Wherever it passed, the air was ionized, emitting an incredibly violent aura. Yet Lilia did not flinch or evade. A pale blue light curtain emerged around her, flowing with ancient runes, which was Wind Spirit, Unbreachable Holy Wall. Boom! The lightning blade struck the light curtain, and it was forcefully blocked. Countless bolts of lightning dissipated on the surface of the light curtain, turning into sparks that floated down. Your power is too weak. Lilia slowly rose, her aura becoming increasingly terrifying. The runes on the entire altar began to glow, resonating with her presence. In the next moment, she seemed to transform into the very essence of wind, her figure flickering on the altar, leaving behind trails of afterimages, making it nearly impossible to pinpoint her true form. Holy Wind? Killing Storm. Her figure merged into the raging wind, and the entire square was instantly engulfed in a terrifying storm. The storm was filled with tens of thousands of wind blades, each glinting with a cold light, shredding the lightning of the thunder domain to pieces. Bai Yi found himself at the center of the storm, feeling a stinging pain on his skin. The runes on eternal, holy armor flickered wildly, emitting a faint glow to resist the storm's cutting force. In an instant, fine scratches had already appeared on the surface of the armor. Thunder. Spirit? Blood fury. Bai Ye's eyes flashed with determination. His health instantly transformed into a raging power of thunder, the lightning surrounding him, becoming even more intense, as if he had turned into a god of thunder. The moment his attributes surged, he activated Thunder Light. Instant flash, his figure, morphing into a purple lightning bolt, quickly dashing out of the storm's range. Thunderbolt? Soul-severing slash. Immediately after, 3 thunder slashes struck in succession, each faster than the last, accompanied by the howling sound of wind and thunder, targeting the storm's center where Lilia stood. Lilia felt a stir in her heart, sensing the danger. Activating Wind Spirit's sacred body, a layer of scales formed on her body, condensed from wind elements, shimmering with a green luster, seemingly indestructible. Boom! The first slash landed on the scales, leaving only a faint white mark, the green light on the scales flickering slightly. Boom! The second slash was even stronger, causing her form to momentarily falter, a fine crack appearing on the scales. Bang! The third slash triggered thunder rending, finally breaking through the scales and leaving a charred wound on her shoulder. A large amount of pale blue blood seeped out, causing her health to plummet significantly. Interesting. Lilia licked the blood from her wound, a serious expression finally appearing in her eyes. She raised her hand and waved, activating Wind Spirit. Healing breeze, a gentle green wind brushing over her shoulder, healing the wound at a visible speed. Immediately after, she continued to form seals with both hands, the wind elements of the entire holy city wildly converging towards her, the clouds in the sky beginning to swirl, forming a massive eye of the storm. Wind Spirit? 1,000 waves. Boom! Countless walls of wind surged towards Bai Yi like crashing waves. Each wall of wind contained terrifying thrust, as if it aimed to crush Bai Yi beneath them. Bai Yi's gaze sharpened, the range of thunder domain descent expanding. Once more, the lightning within the domain becoming even more violent. 10,000 thunder? Sword rain burial. A massive thundercloud appeared in the sky. Thousands of lightning swords pouring down like a torrential rain, colliding with the walls of wind, producing a deafening roar. The walls of wind were continuously torn apart by the lightning swords, yet they kept regenerating. Thunder shield? Barrier? Bai Yi once again condensed a thunder barrier, blocking in front of him, resisting the impact of the remaining wind walls. The lightning on the barrier flickered violently, as if it could shatter at any moment. Seeing this, Lilia smirked coldly, her hands shifting seals once more. Wind Spirit? Soul-locking roar. A roar imbued with mental power erupted from her mouth, invisible sound waves spreading out, sharp with wind elements, piercing directly at Bai Yi's soul. In the next second, Bai Yi felt a sharp pain in his head, as if countless needles were stabbing him. He gritted his teeth against the pain, channeling his mental power to resist, while his figure flickered again, dodging the subsequent attacks. Is this all your tricks? Lilia's voice carried a hint of mockery. She moved, instantly appearing in front of Bai Yi, her jade hand, accompanied by a howling wind, striking towards his chest. Before the palm wind arrived, a powerful pressure made it hard to breathe. But Bai Yi reacted swiftly. Eternal Demon Blade, crossing in front of him, blocking the blow. The immense force numbed his arm, and using the momentum, he retreated several dozen meters. Frenzied Thunder? Slash! In the next second, he seized the opportunity to launch a frenzied attack. The demon blade, imbued with lightning, continuously slashed at Lilia's arm. Lilia's gaze turned icy as she countered with relentless strikes. She moved like a specter around Bai Yi, continuously launching attacks. Palm winds, wind blades, sound waves, a variety of skills emerged one after another. It was an incredibly intense battle. After dozens of exchanges, both sides landed a hit, their forms exploding backward, health dropping significantly. But in the next second, a faint glow flickered on Bai Yi's body, and the lost health instantly recovered. Lilia looked at Bai Yi in disbelief. How is this possible? Why doesn't your health decrease? Hee. Bai Yi let out a cold laugh, not responding, but instead continued his fierce assault. Damn it! Lilia cursed angrily, her eyes boiling with killing intent as she charged forward. After several dozen exchanges, she said, "It's time to end this." Her breathing began to grow erratic, and she stopped in her tracks, a sharp glint flashing in her eyes. She raised her hands high, and in the next moment, an endless stream of wind elements rapidly gathered in her palms, forming a massive wind sphere. The wind sphere spun continuously, exuding an aura capable of destroying the heavens and the earth. Wind Spirit? Final Judgment. Boom! A gigantic vortex of wind appeared in the sky. At the center of the vortex, a sword of pure wind elements could be faintly seen. The sword's body flowed with azure patterns, containing a power that seemed capable of annihilating everything. Before the sword even fell, Bai Yi felt an unprecedented sense of crisis, as if the heavens and the earth were judging him, his soul trembling. He knew this was the decisive blow. If that's the case, then let's end it. Bai Yi's gaze turned icy. In the next second, the energy and life essence within him fused wildly, bloodlight and lightning intertwining to form a towering beam of light. Soul Devourer? Annihilation Flying Sword. A robust blood soul flying sword coalesced into shape. The soul patterns and lightning patterns on the sword intertwined, emanating a terrifying aura of supremacy. Whoosh! The blood soul flying sword transformed into a streak of crimson lightning, violently colliding with the judgment sword. In the next moment, boom! The violent energies crashed together, then exploded with a thunderous roar, creating earth-shattering waves. Bai Yi and Lilia were swept into this shockwave, both of their health points plummeting wildly. After several breaths, the violent energy fluctuations gradually subsided. In the ravaged battlefield, only Bai Yi's figure remained. Wind Spirit Lord Lilia dead. With the death of Wind Spirit Lord Lilia, the wind elements in the City of Wind also began to rapidly dissipate. Retreating like a receding tide, the azure halo that once filled the air gradually dimming. Bang! The spatial confinement enveloping the entire city shattered, emitting a crisp cracking sound, as if an invisible glass had been shattered. Bai Yi could feel the surrounding space returning to flow, the oppressive sense of restraint completely vanishing. At the same time, Bai Yi's body began to flicker with the light of leveling up. Pale purple lightning and golden beams intertwined, more dazzling than any previous upgrade. The beams shot up into the sky, illuminating the ruined City of Wind as if it were daytime. This time, he leveled up to level 299 in one go. After a while, the light gradually ceased. When the last trace of halo merged into his body, the residual lightning on his surface still crackled. Bai Yi opened his eyes, slowly exhaling a breath of turbid air. Immediately after, he focused his mind to check his attribute information. Name: Bai Yi. Profession: Thunderblade Warrior. Level: LV 299. Health: 3.5 billion. Mana: 3 million. Attributes: Strength 400,000, Spirit 120,000, Agility 180,000, Constitution 210,000. Skills: Basic combat techniques: Thunder Spirit, Blood Fury, Thunder Mark, Sword Domain, Thunder, Shattering Mountain / Thunder Control, 1000 moments. Max level again. Bai Yi's face lit up with joy, excitement gleaming in his eyes. In just 3 days, he had risen from level 1 to level 299. This leveling speed was simply astonishing. Perhaps there was no one else in the entire chosen world who could match such progress. With his level reaching the 3rd transfer max level, all his attributes had also peaked. Especially his strength. As a warrior class, Bai Yi's strength attribute had reached an astonishing 400,000. At this moment, he felt as if he could easily split the earth with the eternal demon blade in his hand. Not only that, but his health had also reached 3.5 billion. Such a formidable vitality, combined with the astonishing recovery effect of the healing aura, is enough to allow him to withstand massive damage in any battle and remain standing. Just like now. After just experiencing a fierce battle, Bai Yi's health is fully recovered, showing no signs of decline. At the same time, he has awakened 3 new skills once again. All of them are still Thunder-type skills, perfectly aligning with his Thunderblade Warrior profession. In the next moment, Bai Yi focused his thoughts and checked the 3 new skills. Thunder Scar, Sword Domain Type, Active Skill Effect, consumes 50,000 mana to create a Thunder Scar sword domain centered on himself, with a radius of 1,000 meters, lasting for 20 seconds. The sword domain is filled with visible lightning sword scars. Any enemy that steps into the sword domain will receive 1000% physical damage with an additional 500% mental damage as lightning every second. The sword domain will move with Bai Yi, and all attacks within the sword domain will carry the Thunder Scar effect, leaving a lightning mark on hit enemies, with each layer increasing the lightning damage taken by the enemy by 5%, stacking up to a maximum of 10 layers. When the lightning marks on an enemy reach 10 layers, it will trigger the Thunder Explosion effect, dealing 1500% physical damage with an additional 1000% mental damage as lightning, and clearing the mark layers. During the release, Bai Yi can cancel the sword domain at any time, returning 20% of the mana consumed. Thunder, Shattering Mountain / Type, Active Skill Effect, consumes 55,000 mana to condense the power of thunder and strength into the weapon, charging for 2 seconds, then swinging forward to unleash a giant thunder blade, with a length of up to 100 meters and a width of 20 meters. The thunder blade deals 2000% physical damage with an additional 1500% mental damage as lightning to all enemies in its path, with an 80% chance to trigger the thunder shock effect, stunning enemies for 3 seconds. Upon hitting the ground, the thunder blade will cause an earthquake in a 100-meter radius, reducing the movement speed of enemies in the area by 60% for 5 seconds. At the same time, the ground will crack open with countless lightning fissures, dealing 500% physical damage with an additional 300% mental damage as lightning to enemies in the area every second. Thunder Control, 1000 Moments Type, Active Skill Effect, consumes 30,000 mana to gain the 1000 Moments state for 10 seconds. During this state, Bai Yi's movement speed and attack speed are increased by 500%, leaving lightning afterimages while moving, which last for 2 seconds and deal 300% physical damage with an additional 200% mental damage as lightning to nearby enemies. 3 very good new skills, especially Thunder, Shattering Mountain / a 20 times damage increase is just too fierce. Bai Yi nodded slightly, a look of undeniable satisfaction on his face. His fingertips unconsciously rubbed the hilt of Eternal Demon Blade, the lightning on the blade flickering slightly with his movements. Just then, the game's system prompt sounded. Abruptly in his mind, player Bai Yi, you have successfully completed the quest Fallen Wind Spirit. You have received the reward, Wind Spirit's gift chest. Mythical level. Finally got it, he exclaimed softly, a glimmer of anticipation flashing in his eyes. Let me see if this chest is worthy of the difficulty of this quest. After all, from the 8 king level Wind Spirits to the level 250 Wind Spirit Sacred Dragon and then to the level 299 Wind Spirit Lord, Lilia. The difficulty of this quest is simply outrageous. In the next moment, he focused his thoughts and a faint glow appeared in his backpack space as a fist-sized chest slowly materialized in his palm. The chest settled steadily in his hand, emanating a soft light green glow. The box was intricately carved with countless delicate totems of the wind. There were swirling wind dragons, soaring wind birds, and dancing wind spirits. All the patterns were composed of shimmering wind elements. When gently touched, a slight tremor could be felt at the fingertips, as if life was leaping within. The entire treasure chest was filled with rich, sacred aura of the wind spirit. Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Yi pressed his thumb into the groove at the top of the chest and applied a slight force. With a soft click, the lock of the chest sprang open. The game's system prompt immediately echoed in his mind. You have obtained an item, Wind Spirit? Wind Chaser Holy Armor? Let me see. Bai Yi reached out to cradle the floating light green orb in his palm. It felt warm, like holding a bundle of condensed spring breeze. In the next moment, the orb dissipated like melting ice and snow, revealing the equipment lying quietly within. It was a beautifully crafted armor, made entirely of light blue dragon scale plates. The shoulder armor was shaped like half-open wind wings, with silver edges shimmering around it. Embedded in the chest area was a diamond-shaped wind spirit crystal, which seemed to contain a breath of everlasting gentle breeze. The joints of the armor were engraved with swirling wind patterns, exuding a strong and pure aura of wind elements, clearly a top-tier piece of equipment. In the next moment, Bai Yi focused his gaze, and the attributes of the equipment immediately appeared in his eyes. Wind Spirit? Wind Chaser Holy Armor Grade, Mythical Effect, increases 50,000 Constitution. Increases 100 million health points, comes with the passive Wind Barrier, creates a persistent wind barrier around the user, reducing all damage taken by 30%, and for every attack the barrier absorbs, it deals wind damage to enemies within 5 meters. Type, Armor, Warrior Exclusive, 50,000 Constitution, and 100 million health points? He widened his eyes in surprise, his face filled with joy. For me, 100 million base health points translates to a whopping 20 billion increase in health cap. What excited him even more was that the Wind Spirit Wind Chaser Holy Armor was marked as Warrior Exclusive Armor. This meant that he could completely infuse this new equipment with the Eternal Holy Armor, further enhancing the attributes of the Holy Armor. Bai Yi took a deep breath, his chest slightly rising with excitement. He then immediately summoned the mana within him to activate the devouring effect of the Eternal Holy Armor. In the next second, the Eternal Holy Armor covering his body suddenly erupted with layers of black and purple patterns, which spread rapidly, like living vines. A faint black and purple mist seeped from the gaps in the armor, exuding a powerful suction akin to an abyss. Whoosh! The Wind Spirit? Wind Chaser Holy Armor cradled in his palm seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, its light green glow beginning to flicker violently. Countless wind element particles peeled away from the armor, transforming into slender green light threads that surged towards the Eternal Holy Armor like rivers returning to the sea. The moment the light threads touched the Holy Armor, they were devoured by the black and purple patterns. The outline of the armor became blurry and transparent. At a visible speed, the originally hard armor plates gradually transformed into flowing orbs of light, ultimately condensing into a thick azure light, completely absorbed by the Eternal Holy Armor. The entire process took only a few seconds. The devouring was complete. The black and purple patterns on the surface of the Eternal Holy Armor slowly faded, returning to its original appearance. But upon closer inspection, one could see that the luster of the armor plates was deeper than before, with a faint azure glow weaving through them. The Eternal Holy Armor had successfully devoured its first piece of equipment, and it was a mythical grade right off the bat. Bai Yi felt the weightiness transmitted from the Holy Armor and couldn't help but exclaim, "This is so much better than the Eternal Demon Blade." Bai Yi expressed his sentiments. This trip to the Wind Spirit Prairie from the moment he first stepped onto the purple grassland, to continuously slaying king-level spirits and the Wind Spirit Sacred Dragon, and then to the desperate battle with the Wind Spirit Lord, Lilia. In just 2 days, the experience was nothing short of thrilling. The rewards exceeded all expectations. At that moment, the cold and mechanical prompt of the game system echoed in his mind again. Congratulations, player Bai Yi, you have successfully leveled up to LV 299. You have unlocked the 4th transfer quest. Please proceed to the Eternal Divine Tower to complete it. Please note, you cannot level up again until you complete the transfer quest. Bai Yi glanced at the information. flicker of emotion stirring within him. The fourth transfer quest, the Eternal Divine Tower. These two familiar terms sparked a hint of anticipation in his heart. I can change jobs again. I wonder what changes this new profession will bring. He stroked his chin. The Thunder Blade Warrior was already so powerful. What brilliance would the profession after the fourth transfer unleash? Just as this thought settled, another matter that concerned him surged to the forefront of his mind. But right now, the most important thing is to draw a new halo. Ever since the previous draws had brought about astonishing enhancements, he had been filled with boundless anticipation for this mysterious halo system. As he was about to enter the Eternal Divine Tower again, it was the perfect time to draw a new halo. A strong sense of expectation welled up in Baye's heart, and he could hardly contain his eagerness to see the effects of the new halo immediately. The next moment, the halo draw began. Random halo draw in progress, please wait. The moment the system prompt sounded, the familiar halo roulette appeared in his mind. The roulette still shimmered with vibrant colors, its edges engraved with incomprehensible ancient runes. As the roulette spun rapidly, the runes trailed long light trails in his vision, resembling a beam of light traversing through the galaxy. This was his fourth time performing a random draw, and each previous attempt had brought unexpected surprises. Soon, the speed of the roulette gradually slowed, finally stopping at a golden halo. Draw successful. A brand new golden halo rose from the center of the roulette. Its dazzling brilliance almost pierced through his mind. It hovered in the void, gently rotating, exuding a tremendous aura of power, and in the next second, it transformed into a stream of gold, violently merging with his consciousness. Draw successful, you have obtained the permanent power halo. Power halo? Baye's eyes widened in shock, the joy on his face nearly overflowing. As a warrior-type advanced class, the Thunder Blade Warrior's strength attribute was fundamental to him. This halo was practically tailor-made for him. In the next second, a detailed attribute panel appeared before him like a projection, clearly displaying the effects of the new halo. Power halo effect. The halo owner receives a 300-fold increase in strength. Attribute. Duration, permanent. Hiss. A 300-fold strength increase? Baye gasped, his heart feeling as if it had been struck hard, beating violently. His previous strength attribute was 400,000, multiplied by 300. That was, a terrifying number emerged in his mind. A warrior-type profession with a 300-fold strength increase, simply invincible. Baye felt his breathing quicken, his chest heaving with excitement. The boost from this halo was more exaggerated than leveling up dozens of times. The next moment, he couldn't wait to summon his attribute panel again, his gaze fixed firmly on the strength column. Name, Baye. Profession, Thunderblade Warrior level, LV 299 health, 2.35 billion mana, 3 million attributes, strength 120 million, spirit 1.2 million, agility 1.8 million, constitution 2.1 million skills, basic combat techniques, 120 million strength. Baye clenched his fists, feeling the terrifying power surging through his limbs and bones. Just the act of clenching his fist caused the surrounding air to emit a crackling sound, as if an invisible pressure was spreading. He couldn't help but imagine, if I were to fight Lilia again now, I could take down that Holy Spirit level boss with a single punch. This unprecedented sense of power stirred a surge of ambition within him, as if the entire world was under his control. There are still more than 20 days until the Abyss invasion. I can hardly wait for that day to arrive. Baye looked up at the sky outside the holy city, his gaze sharp as a sword. With his current strength combined with the enhancement from the eternal, holy armor after devouring mythic-level equipment, he felt no concern at all about the Abyss invasion. With the 4 auras he currently possessed, experience, life, healing, and power, each one a force to be reckoned with, he felt invincible. More importantly, he still had the chance to obtain more auras. I wonder what aura I will draw next. A smile of anticipation crept onto Baye's lips, his eyes filled with hope for the future. Then, Baye summoned the class change task information, his fingertips already touching the edge of the virtual panel. With just a light tap, he could see the path to the Eternal Divine Tower. At that moment, a blinding golden light suddenly exploded before his eyes. Immediately, the light spread out like a stone thrown into a lake, rapidly covering the vision of all practitioners on Blue Star. The golden light contained a magnificent sacred aura that shook the soul, as if a supreme being was proclaiming something. Notice, attention Blue Star players. The civilization arena is about to begin. Arena rules are as follows. 1. Achieve final victory in the arena. All civilization players receive a permanent buff. Failure results in a permanent debuff. 2. Arena opponents are randomly selected, occurring every 1,000 days, or use a special item arena token for an additional match. 3. Match modes are randomly selected. The same mode will not appear consecutively. The golden text flowed slowly in the light, deeply imprinting itself in every player's mind. Civilization arena? What is this? Baye looked at the information before him, his brows slightly furrowed, a look of confusion on his face. His memories of the chosen game came from his previous life, but this so-called civilization arena had never appeared throughout that life. It was completely an unfamiliar term. Could it be because of me? He instinctively touched his chin. I just reached the max level of the 3rd class, and this civilization arena shows up. It's hard to say it's not related. Bai Yi pondered, a wave of thoughts rising in his heart. He knew that his rebirth had changed many things. Perhaps this civilization arena was one of them, a chain reaction triggered by his breaking of the original trajectory. Meanwhile, other players on Blue Star were also caught off guard by this sudden system notification. Those who had been excited about leveling up and acquiring new skills were instantly thrown into chaos. Wild discussions erupted across various communication channels and social platforms. Civilization arena? Does this mean that besides us on Blue Star, other civilizations have also started the Chosen game? Damn! I knew it. There must be aliens in this universe. After the Chosen game began, humanity's understanding of the universe had already been overturned. Hearing about the existence of other civilizations now was shocking, yet there was also a sense of I knew it. But we on Blue Star have only just started the Chosen game for less than 3 days. Can we compete with other civilizations? Many were filled with worry, their faces etched with concern. In these 3 days, although the leveling speed of Blue Star's practitioners was not particularly fast, after all, everyone is experiencing this game for the first time, feeling their way across the river without any experience to speak of. But when it comes to the unknown other civilizations, no one has any clue. Perhaps other civilizations have just started the divine selection game too? Sigh. I don't know if this arena competition is good or bad. The permanent buff is certainly tempting, but the permanent debuff after failure could be a devastating blow for the newly emerging Blue Star civilization. Various discussions erupted among the practitioners of Blue Star. There was excitement, fear, curiosity, and unease. The entire Blue Star became restless due to the sudden announcement. Bai Yi stood amidst the ruins of the windward holy city. His brow was furrowed, and his fingers unconsciously tapped on the blade of the eternal demon blade, producing a crisp sound. Regardless of whether this civilization's arena competition was instigated by him, since it had already appeared, it had to be faced. We'll just have to wait and see. A few minutes later, the game system's prompt popped up again. Attention all Blue Star players, your opponents this time are the Apocalypse Civilization. Match mode 20 vs 20. Team battle. The top 20 practitioners of both civilizations will be randomly selected. Here is a brief introduction to the Apocalypse Civilization. Location: Hanliang Star Domain. Divine Selection start time: 925 years ago. Arena competition win rate: 85%. Match countdown: 10 minutes. Apocalypse Civilization? That sounds a bit familiar. Bai Yi frowned slightly. Team battle, randomly selecting the highest level practitioners. Thankfully it's not a random draw, otherwise, if I didn't get picked, that would be disastrous. Bai Yi let out a slight sigh of relief. With his current level of 299, he would definitely be on that list of 20. He continued to read on. A civilization that has been in the divine selection for 925 years. It seems like a formidable opponent. Bai Yi's gaze sharpened, and his right hand instinctively tightened around the grip of the eternal demon blade. The blade trembled slightly in his palm, sensing its master's fighting spirit. With 925 years of development time and an 85% win rate, these two numbers were enough to illustrate the strength and foundation of the opposing civilization. This civilization, which had been in the divine selection for nearly a century, was now facing the Blue Star civilization that had only been in it for 3 days. No matter how you looked at it, this matching mechanism was unfair. Meanwhile, other Blue Star players who saw this information could no longer hold back. What the hell? Our opponent has been in the divine selection for over 900 years? 900 years. Even if they level up just 1 level a day, their average level must be over 300 by now, right? What does that even matter? We're definitely going to lose. Damn, this is so unfair. Is the game system targeting us Blue Star? What's the highest level practitioner in Blue Star right now? Does anyone know? It should be that guy Bai Yi, right? That guy has defeated boss units before. It's definitely Bai Yi. I heard he was already LV 99 on the first day. Wasn't that said to be a rumor? Many people say it's a rumor. Unless he cheated, otherwise it's impossible. But now I actually hope it's true. Despair spread like a plague among the player community. Discussions in major communication channels gradually became despondent, and the few voices trying to encourage others were quickly drowned out by pessimistic remarks. At this moment, Bai Yi returned home. He closed the forum on his computer, not wanting to see any more negative comments. Only strength can break despair. Fortunately, I really do have a cheat. Time passed second by second. Players across Blue Star waited anxiously. Some clasped their hands in prayer, some stood ready for battle, while others simply ignored it all, adopting an attitude of I might as well quit this game. 10 minutes quickly passed. The game system's notifications popped up before all players. Contestant selection completed. Spectator seats are now open. Match begins. The moment the system's announcement fell, Bai Yi felt the scene before him change abruptly. The surrounding scenery rapidly faded away, replaced by a vast circular arena. The arena's ground was paved with dark red rocks, Surrounding it were towering light walls thousands of meters high, behind which countless blurry figures could be seen, clearly spectators. From two civilizations. Bai Yi silently glanced at the figures across from him. In the next moment, 19 figures appeared out of thin air beside him. Among them were both men and women, of various professions, warriors, mages, archers, priests, with levels ranging from 15 to 20. Each face bore expressions of tension and confusion. On the other end of the arena, 20 figures appeared as well. They wore matching silver-white battle armor, wielding weapons that shimmered with runic light. Standing tall like pines, their gazes sharp as eagles, clearly seasoned warriors. Leading them was a blond man, holding a longsword engulfed in golden flames. With a level display above his head reading LV 499, he was undoubtedly a powerful professional who had undergone 5 job changes. Bai Yi's gaze met that of the blond man. The latter's lips curled into a disdainful smirk, as if looking at a group of lambs ready for slaughter. The other 19 professionals from Blue Star curiously observed their surroundings. When they saw Bai Yi and the level above his head, they collectively gasped. Shocked expressions spread across their faces. What the hell? Level 299? You're Bai Yi? Level 299 in just 3 days, you really must be cheating? Ha ha ha. With you here, we might not lose. This time. Big shot, I'm all set, you do your thing. Big shot, can we be friends? Take me along later. Count me in, count me in. I want to be friends with the big shot too. Bai Yi helplessly glanced at them. In the blink of an eye, they had surrounded him. He could only helplessly say, the match is about to start, let's focus on that first. Okay, big shot. The 19 overly excited professionals from Blue Star finally calmed down a bit. Then, they looked across to the other side and gasped again. The professionals on the other side of the light screen must be from the Apocalypse civilization. Let me see. What the hell? No way. Hiss, the lowest level is 399? The highest is even 499. What the hell? How are we supposed to fight this? Where's the surrender button? Can we surrender and lose half? On the other side of the light screen, the participating professionals from the Apocalypse civilization were also watching Bai Yi and the others, their faces indifferent, their eyes filled with disdain. Not long ago, when the professionals from the Apocalypse civilization saw that their opponents in this civilization arena match were from a civilization that had just started the divine selection game 3 days ago, everyone was stunned. They never expected to get so lucky. This was practically a free buff. Awesome. At that moment, someone from the Apocalypse civilization noticed Bai Yi's level. It was a mage holding a beautifully crafted blue staff, her face filled with shock as she pointed at Bai Yi, saying, look, there's actually a level 299 on the other side. Ha, how is that possible? Didn't they just start the divine selection game 3 days ago? What the hell? It's true. How did he do it? Something's off. The blond man at the forefront was also watching Bai Yi, his eyes slightly narrowed, lost in thought. Just as both sides were buzzing with discussion, the game system's notification sound broke the stalemate. Team battle rules confirmed. 20 people divided into 4 teams of 5 fighting in order. Members of teams not currently fighting enter the standby area, prohibited from interfering in the battle. Violators will be disqualified. The first battle team is selected by both sides, and subsequent appearances are drawn randomly. Bai Yi listened to the rules and glanced at the 19 Blue Star professionals beside him. Most of their levels ranged from 15 to 20, with the highest being an 18-level mage, a stark contrast to the levels on the opposite side. Clearly, they wouldn't be much help. Just you 4. Bai Yi casually pointed to the 2 nearest warriors, an archer, and a priest. The 4 named froze for a moment, then their faces erupted with excitement. Really picking me? Big shot. Don't worry, Bai Yi, we won't hold you back. That's right, when the big shot fights, you don't need to worry about us. We can take a hit from the opponent. The 4 professionals gripped their weapons tightly, their knuckles turning white. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi said nothing but shook his head inwardly. 1 hit? You wouldn't even withstand a breath from the opponent. On the other side, in the team of the Apocalypse civilization, a warrior clad in blood-red armor stepped forward. He was the captain of this team, at level 499. Just a bunch of little kids who have just been weaned. A cold smile crept across his lips as his gaze lingered on Bai Yi for a moment before he ordered the people behind him, we'll go first and probe this person's bottom line. Yes. 4 Apocalypse professionals stepped forward in response, a warrior, a rogue, a mage, and a priest, their formation neat, their equipment glimmering slightly, clearly high-tier gear. At this moment, the spectator stands on both sides of the arena began to fill with figures. On the Blue Star side, countless professional shadows gradually coalesced. Most were players who hadn't made the competition roster, now wide-eyed as they watched the center of the arena. It's my first time watching a civilization arena match, so nerve-wracking. Look, that's Bai Yi. Wow, he's really at level 299. Bai Yi must win. Whether we can shake off the debuff depends on him. So difficult. The other side has 5 at level 399, and aside from Bai Yi, we're all under level 20. How can we fight? At this point, let's not be disheartened. Can't you see Bai Yi isn't worried at all? The audience whispered among themselves. Some clenched their fists while others prayed with their hands together. The audience of the Apocalypse civilization, however, was relaxed, with many chatting casually. I bet in epic material they'll finish the fight in under a minute. A minute? Against such a rookie civilization, 10 seconds is too much. Look, there's actually a level 299 on the other side. Interesting, but that's about it. A 100 level gap isn't something he can break alone, and we have 5 level 499 strongmen coming to this match. Suddenly, the light screen in the center of the arena slowly rose, revealing the flat stone arena below. Bai Yi stood on the left side of the arena with his 4 teammates. The eternal holy armor on him glowed with a faint milky white light, while the eternal magic blade in his hand was black-purple, occasionally flashing with a bolt of lightning. The 5 Apocalypse professionals stood arrogantly on the right side. One mage even took out a handkerchief, casually wiping his staff, clearly not taking Bai Yi and the others seriously. First team 5v5 battle, countdown 10 seconds. 10, 9, the system's countdown echoed throughout the arena. The Blue Star audience held their breath. Bai Yi looked up at the opposite side, a slight smile on his lips. Level 399? Just right to test the power of the strength aura. As the countdown continued, the light screen of the battle area slowly faded. The 5 from the Apocalypse civilization spread out in a fan shape. The leader was a level 499 warrior clad in blood red armor, dark red auras flowing through the gaps in his armor, and a massive axe gleaming with a metallic chill in his hand. To the left stood a level 399 mage holding a flaming staff, with a robe embroidered with a burning skull pattern. In the shadow to the right stood a level 399 assassin, cloaked in black, with only a pair of eyes flashing with a fierce light exposed. Behind the mage was a level 399 priest holding a golden staff, the gem at the top emitting a soft white glow. The last person was also a level 399 warrior, wielding a double-edged sword, his armor shimmering with a hazy luster filled with a robust earthy aura. Start. The system prompt had just finished. The mage of the Apocalypse civilization was the first to strike. He slammed the flaming staff onto the ground. Purgatory Fire Sea. In an instant, the area within 100 meters around Bai Yi and the others was engulfed in dark red flames. The flames were mixed with black ashes, the temperature skyrocketing instantly, hot enough to melt steel, surging towards Bai Yi and his 4 companions. Bai Yi's gaze sharpened. Thunder shield? Barrier unfolded instantly. A pale purple thunder barrier firmly held the flames at bay, the flames crashing against the barrier, only able to emit a sizzling sound. But the 4 Blue Star professionals beside him were not so lucky. Their highest level did not exceed 20, and they were utterly unable to withstand the blow from the level 399 mage. The next second, the 4 of them didn't even have time to scream before being consumed by the flames, turning into charred remains on the ground. The Blue Star professionals in the audience gasped collectively at this scene. My god, is this the power of a high-level mage? Not even lasting a second. Fortunately, Bai Yi held on. Come on, Bai Yi. It's all up to you, Bai Yi. In almost the blink of an eye, only Bai Yi remained on the Blue Star side. He looked at the charred remains on the ground, his eyes showing little fluctuation. Instead, a strong fighting spirit surged from within him, like a dormant volcano suddenly erupting. He tightened his grip on the eternal, magic blade. The black-purple blade hummed, as if craving blood. The next second, his figure flickered, and Thunder Control 1000 moments activated. His movement and attack speed skyrocketed, leaving behind trails of lightning as he dashed towards the enemy like a ghost. The assassin from the Apocalypse civilization saw this and launched the first attack. He transformed into a shadow, arriving behind Bai Yi in an instant. The poisoned dagger in his hand aimed straight for Bai Yi's back. Bai Yi didn't even turn around. With a backhanded furious thunder slash, the thunder blade, empowered by 120 million strength, swept out with a sound of breaking air, a trait of injuries. Put. The assassin's dagger pierced Bai Yi's armor, instantly embedding itself. But in the next moment, he was cleaved in half by the thunder blade. Light green blood mixed with entrails splattered everywhere. Instant kill. This scene made the remaining 4 of the Apocalypse civilization's eyes widen in shock. What happened? How did Yuming die? Something's wrong. His power is too terrifying. Bai Yi coldly looked at the remaining 4 opponents. He reached back and pulled out the dagger lodged in his back. Bright red blood, mixed with dark green poison, sprayed out. But in the next second, a flash of light appeared on his body, and the blood instantly stopped, the wound healing in the blink of an eye. This was the effect of the healing aura. Healing aura restores 100 million health points per second. Damn, he didn't die. A level 299 professional took a hit from Yuming and didn't die. Not only did he not die, but it looks like he's completely fine. There's definitely something wrong. The remaining 4 of the Apocalypse civilization looked at Bai Yi, their faces extremely grim. What they had initially thought was a straightforward arena match was starting to feel off. Calm down, the level 499 warrior in blood red armor shouted. All together, go all out, don't give him a chance to breathe. The next second, the level 399 dual blade warrior roared as he charged forward, a rich power of wind erupting from his body, transforming into a fleeting shadow that struck at Bai Yi. The others did the same, unleashing their full strength. Bai Yi's gaze was icy, and with a flash of lightning, he instantly vanished from his spot. In the next second, he appeared right in front of the dual blade warrior. Swish, swish, swish. The three-hit combo of Thunderbolt, soul-severing slash was completed in an instant. The first slash easily broke through the opponent's defense. The second slash directly severed him in half. The third slash cleaved through a magic spell flying in from the side. The three strikes flowed seamlessly, taking no more than a moment. Immediately after, Bai Yi's figure vanished again, reappearing in front of the priest. The priest's pupils constricted suddenly, his body trembling as he hurriedly raised his staff, releasing a holy shield. But in the next instant, boom! The eternal demon blade, charged with lightning, pierced through the priest's chest. The impact from 120 million power sent the priest's body flying like a broken kite, crashing into the light barrier and dissipating into specks of light. The remaining fire mage, terrified, retreated repeatedly, quickly chanting a spell. Meteor fall. Dozens of burning meteors coalesced in the sky, hurtling towards Bai Yi. Bai Yi snorted coldly, his killing intent boiling. The thunder mountain splitter slash was charged and unleashed. In an instant, swish, a massive lightning blade shot up into the sky, instantly shattering all the meteors into dust. The lightning blade, undeterred, cleaved towards the fire mage. Boom! The mage's fire shield crumbled like paper. The entire person was engulfed by the lightning blade, not even letting out a scream before perishing. Finally, only the level 499 blood-armored warrior remained. His eyes were bloodshot, a frenzied look on his face as he roared and swung his giant axe, the blade cutting through the air towards Bai Yi. Blood prison? World-breaking axe. Bai Yi's expression was indifferent as he looked at the struggling opponent as if he were gazing at a dead man. In the next second, he swung out a raging thunder, world-breaking slash against the giant axe. Swish! The black-purple lightning blade roared forth, colliding with the blood-red axe blade in midair. There was no earth-shattering sound. The blood-red axe blade instantly crumbled to dust. At the same time, the blood-armored warrior's giant axe was shattered. The lightning blade followed through, striking his armor. The mythic level blood armor shattered like glass in an instant. Immediately after, the level 499 warrior, along with his armor, was cleaved in two. From the start of the battle to the end, it took less than a minute. None of the 5 professionals from the Apocalypse civilization could withstand Bai Yi. They all perished. The audience fell into a dead silence. Whether from Blue Star or the Apocalypse civilization, the spectators were stunned by this overwhelming battle. In the Blue Star civilization's viewing area, there was first a moment of silence. Then, a deafening uproar erupted. Wow! Bai Yi is amazing. So fierce. Absolutely fierce. Please take my knee, great one. Blue Star is invincible. Blue Star will win. Bai Yi will definitely win. On the other side, the viewing area of the Apocalypse civilization was the same. First, there was silence, everyone stunned, then they all gasped in shock. Ha! He took them all out in seconds? This can't be right. Is he really level 299? Damn! This guy must be cheating. In the Blue Star civilization's preparation area, the previously trembling contestants now had flushed faces, seeing a glimmer of hope for victory. Meanwhile, in the Apocalypse civilization's preparation area, everyone sat up straight, their expressions serious. The golden-haired man holding a golden flame sword was no longer calm. The level 499 Mozong was also taken out in one hit. Although I can easily defeat Mozong, I could never take him out in seconds. This person is not right. Blue Star civilization. Contestant Bai Yi, congratulations on winning the first battle. Next battle countdown, 3 minutes. In the first battle, all your teammates have fallen. Next, you can choose 4 new teammates to join the fight. Should I make a selection? Bai Yi thought to himself. In a battle of this level, it's better not to let them die. If it weren't for the requirement to have 5 people in the first battle, he wouldn't even want to choose the initial 4 teammates. So, he chose no. You have chosen no, and you will participate in the second battle alone. Countdown. Bai Yi slightly closed his eyes, quietly waiting for the countdown to end. The countdown numbers kept jumping on the screen. The second team of the Apocalypse civilization appeared on the other side of the battlefield. This time, leading them was a level 499 mage. He wore a purple robe embroidered with star patterns, holding a staff embedded with a ghostly blue gem, his face inexplicably pale as paper. Behind him were 4 level 399 professionals, 2 warriors, an archer, and a light priest dressed in a pure white robe. All 4 were slightly trembling, their eyes filled with unabashed fear as they looked at Bai Yi. After all, witnessing the scene of their teammate being killed in one blow would instill fear in anyone. Get ready, give it your all. The leading mage took a deep breath, his voice trembling, yet he still shouted with forced calmness. He knew very well that facing such an opponent, any reservation would be futile. Only by unleashing all their strength from the start could they perhaps have a glimmer of hope. Soon, the countdown ended. Now is the time. The mage roared, launching the attack first. Starfall? Destruction. He raised his staff high, and countless starry phantoms instantly appeared in the sky. Following that, a dense rain of star meteors, accompanied by a howling wind, came crashing down on Bai Yi like a torrential downpour. Boom! Each meteor burned with ghostly blue flames, scorching the air into a wild distortion wherever they passed. The two warriors also moved simultaneously, their heavy armor gleaming, with their giant axes and long swords radiating intense energy. They simultaneously unleashed charge, armor break and frenzied blade, whirlwind slash, two enormous axe lights rushing towards Bai Yi. The archer pulled back the bowstring, the arrow infused with rich wind elements. Wind shadow? Barrage was activated, 3 arrows almost forming a straight line, aimed directly at Bai Yi's vital points. The last light priest clasped his hands together, chanting incantations, as a holy light fell upon his teammates. Holy amplification. In an instant, various skills surged towards Bai Yi like a tide, completely sealing off the space around him. It was as if they intended to drown him in a sea of skills. The cheers from the Blue Star viewing platform suddenly halted. Everyone held their breath, their hearts racing in sync with the trajectory of the skills. Be careful, Bai Yi. With so many skills, even the toughest can't withstand it, right? It's over. They actually unleashed their ultimate moves right from the start. Various worried voices echoed in the viewing area. However, in the center of the storm of skills, Bai Yi showed no signs of panic on his face. He felt the immense vitality brought by his 23.5 billion health points, and the corners of his mouth even curled into a faint arc. This level of damage was merely a tickle to him. Thunder. Sovereignty? 1,000 moments. With a thought, Bai Yi instantly consumed 30,000 mana. In the next second, his figure transformed into a blurred purple lightning. His movement and attack speed skyrocketing, weaving through the dense gaps of star meteors, leaving behind trails of lightning. Most of the attacks were dodged by him, but with such a high density of attacks, some still landed on him. Boom! The star meteors struck Bai Yi, exploding in ghostly blue flames, yet only causing a negligible drop in his health. The warriors' giant axes missed, and their long swords struck at the afterimages, leaving only a trail of sparks. The archers' barrage of arrows didn't even graze the hem of his clothes. How is this possible? The mage's eyes widened, disbelief written all over his face. He had clearly calculated the coverage of all his skills. No matter how fast the opponent was, it was impossible for him to charge through unscathed. Yet the reality before him slapped him hard in the face. Bai Yi's figure moved like a ghost, continuously advancing through the gaps in the skills, getting closer and closer to them. Stop him! Quickly, stop him! The light priest screamed, waving his hands as he activated Holy Earth Barrier, a golden light curtain blocking Bai Yi's path. But this seemingly solid barrier crumbled like paper before Bai Yi. In the next second, Eternal Demon Blade, empowered with 120 million strength, swung lightly. Crack! The golden light curtain shattered with a sound, turning into countless specks of light. Bai Yi's figure had already appeared in front of the archer. The archer's pupils constricted, wanting to retreat, but found that his body couldn't keep up with his mind. He could only watch helplessly as the black-purple sword light flashed by. Thud! Blood splattered, and the archer's body fell straight down, not even having time to scream. Instant kill. Another instant kill. The remaining 4 were terrified, their souls nearly leaving their bodies. The mage even forgot to continue casting spells and turned to flee. But how could Bai Yi give them the chance? Thunder light, instant flash. In a blink, he appeared between 2 warriors. Furious thunder, slash. 2 intersecting thunder blades erupted simultaneously, accompanied by a tearing roar through the air. The 2 level 399 warriors were completely stunned, not even managing to block before their heads were severed. Seeing this, the light priest collapsed in fear, waving his hands frantically, mumbling, "Don't kill me, don't kill me." Bai Yi showed no hesitation, and the sword light flashed again. The pure white robe was stained red with blood, and the priest's voice abruptly stopped. In the blink of an eye, only the level 499 mage remained on the battlefield. The mage looked at his fallen teammates, his legs went weak, and he knelt on the ground, his staff clattering to the floor. Spare me." His voice was as faint as a mosquito's, filled with despair. Bai Yi did not respond, only walking step by step towards him. With each step, the ground rippled with thunder patterns, carrying an invisible sense of oppression. In the face of absolute power, any plea for mercy was futile. Moreover, how could this war of civilizations accept surrender? Thunder, shattering mountain slash. Bai Yi did not charge up, he simply swung his hand. In the next moment, a massive thunder blade howled out, carrying a world-destroying momentum, instantly engulfing the mage. Boom! The explosion sounded, dust settled, and only a charred pit remained. From the start of the battle to its end, it was nearly 20 seconds. All 5 practitioners of the Apocalypse civilization were annihilated. The second battle ended. On the observation seats of Blue Star, after a brief silence, a more fervent cheer erupted than before. Bai Yi, you are my god. This is outrageous. Is this our savior from Blue Star? I now believe we can win. Bai Yi is invincible. Blue Star will surely win. Meanwhile, the observation seats of the Apocalypse civilization fell into a deathly silence once again. Everyone stared dumbfounded at the proud figure in the center of the battlefield, with only one thought left in their minds. What kind of monster is this level 299 guy? On the preparation seats of the Apocalypse civilization, the remaining contestants could no longer sit still. Some had even started trembling uncontrollably. This isn't a competition, it's a massacre. I want to withdraw. I want to withdraw. Calm down. Lord Xiaoyan hasn't made a move yet. Why panic? Someone, hold him down. The blonde man, Xiaoyan, as the leader of this competition, also looked extremely grim. He couldn't understand how a match he thought would be an easy win turned into this. As the current head of the Xiao family, the strongest family of the Apocalypse civilization, he was unmatched in combat power, with few rivals among those of the same level. He possessed 4 pieces of mythical equipment and 2 pieces of starlight level equipment above the mythical grade. Additionally, his 4th and 5th job changes had granted him holy and magic level ratings, respectively. These 2 ratings were at the pinnacle among all 499 level professionals across civilizations. Ordinary 499 level professionals stood little chance against him. Yet now, he felt a sense of fear towards a 299 level professional. Countdown to the third battle. 10, 9, 8. The system's countdown echoed over the battlefield. At the Apocalypse civilization's preparation area, the blonde man Xiaoyan stood up. Behind him were 2 priests clad in white robes and 2 mages wielding flaming staffs. The 5 of them marched heavily towards the center of the battlefield. Xiaoyan's gaze was as cold as frost, the earlier fear replaced by determination. He knew that only by fighting with all his might could he have a glimmer of hope. Countdown ends. The third battle begins. The moment the system's prompt sounded, Xiaoyan threw his head back and roared. Holy flame? Divine transformation. The golden flames on his body erupted suddenly, soaring into the sky like a volcanic eruption. He transformed into a 3-meter-tall flame deity with golden patterns flowing like lava on his armor, and the long sword in his hand burned with holy flames capable of incinerating all. His attributes surged tenfold in an instant. Kill. Xiaoyan's voice was like that from hell, filled with endless killing intent. The 2 priests behind him raised their hands simultaneously. Holy, amplification, sacred, fearless, holy protection, indestructible. Waves of white halos descended upon Xiaoyan, his momentum skyrocketing like a snowball, the golden flames around him becoming even more intense, distorting the air with their heat. The 2 mages were not idle either. Flame prison, meteor fire rain, blazing flame, annihilation ray. Hundreds of flaming meteors, trailing long tails, smashed towards Bai Yi, while 2 dark red rays, each several meters in diameter, tore through the air like the sides of death, attempting to block all paths of evasion. They unleashed their strongest skills without reservation, not seeking kills but hoping to buy a moment for Xiaoyan. Bai Yi stood still, watching the overwhelming skills approach. The eternal, holy armor on him shimmered faintly. The flaming meteors struck his armor, exploding into golden sparks, each impact draining millions from his health. The annihilation ray grazed his shoulder, leaving a charred mark and causing his health to plummet by tens of millions in an instant. But the next second, a healing halo glowed with a soft green light. The declining health surged back like a tide, instantly restoring him to peak condition. Is that all you've got? A cold smile crept onto Bai Yi's lips. In the next moment, lightning flashed at his feet, and thunder control, 1,000 moments activated. His figure transformed into an afterimage, rushing towards the torrent of skills with a howl that tore through the air. The 2 mages and priests changed their expressions drastically and turned to flee. They knew very well that facing this monster in close combat meant certain death. Only Xiaoyan did not retreat. He gripped the long sword burning with holy flames tightly, determination flashing in his eyes, and swung a golden flame blade that spanned the battlefield towards Bai Yi. Holy flame judgment? Tenfold wave. The blade of light split into 10 in midair, layered upon one another, each containing terrifying power with a tenfold attribute boost, enough to flatten a holy mountain. A glint of coldness flashed in Bai Yi's eyes. The lightning on eternal demon blade surged, unleashing 120 million power without reservation. Raging thunder? World-cutting slash. In the next moment, a purple-black lightning blade appeared out of thin air, colliding fiercely with the golden flame blade. Boom! Rumble! The lightning blade tore through the 10 flame blades as easily as cutting tofu. The momentum did not wane, and in an instant he appeared before Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan's pupils constricted sharply, the holy flames on his body burning wildly, trying to resist. But it was all in vain. Put! The lightning blade flashed, and the divine flame form on Xiaoyan shattered like glass, golden blood splattering across the sky. He didn't even have time to let out a scream before being sliced in half. Immediately, the 2 halves of his body turned to ashes. Instant kill. Bai Yi did not pause. Lightning flash? Instant strike was unleashed in succession. His figure darted back and forth across the battlefield. Two priests who tried to escape had barely taken a few steps before the lightning blade caught up and sliced them in two. The remaining two mages didn't even manage to cast a second skill before following in their companions' footsteps. It was still less than a minute. The third battle ended just like that. With the conclusion of the third battle, the spectator seats of Blue Star fell into a momentary stillness. The next second, deafening cheers erupted like a tsunami, sweeping through the entire venue. Bai Yi, big shot. Another instant kill. Even that terrifying blonde man couldn't withstand a single blow? We're going to win. We really are going to win. We are the champions. Oh no, we are the victors. Countless professionals jumped from their seats, waving their arms, some even excitedly tearing their shirts, exposing their chests. The previous fear and unease were completely crushed, leaving only boiling blood and frenzied cheers, everyone going wild for the figure standing alone in the center of the battlefield. Did you see that? That is the god of our Blue Star. 3 days. He only took 3 days to reach this height. Amidst the shouts, there were choked sobs, some gazing at the battlefield, vigorously wiping their eyes, tears of extreme excitement. From this moment on, Bai Yi had become the sky for the players of Blue Star. On the other side, the spectator seats of the Apocalypse civilization felt as if they had been struck by an invisible boulder. Everyone maintained the same posture. Pupils constricted, mouths slightly open, yet unable to make a sound. The first to regain composure was an old man, trembling with his grizzled beard, pointing in the direction of the battlefield, his voice hoarse like a broken gong. The head of the family, impossible. The middle-aged warrior beside him shook his head violently, gripping the edge of the stand tightly, his knuckles turning white from the force. For mythic-level items. 2. Starlight-level items, plus a law-level job transfer evaluation. How could this? But that's Lord Xiaoyan. Our Apocalypse civilization's once in a century genius. A female mage slumped in her chair, her face drained of color, her gaze vacant as she stared into the void, as if she hadn't yet escaped from the scene just witnessed. The entire Apocalypse spectator area was enveloped in a desperate silence, with only the sound of chattering teeth sporadically breaking the air. They would rather believe they were trapped in an illusion than accept the fact that their most anticipated strongest fighter couldn't even withstand a single blow from the opponent. Blue Star Civilization contestant Bai Yi, congratulations on winning the third battle. Countdown to the final battle. 3 minutes. Countdown. The light screen reappeared. Bai Yi, holding the magic blade, stood tall and proud on one side of the light screen. On the other side, the last 5 contestants of the Apocalypse civilization appeared. Their faces were ashen, filled with despair. Even Lord Xiaoyan was instant killed. We are undoubtedly doomed. How could this happen? How could it turn out like this? The countdown echoed above the arena, in the ears of the Apocalypse civilization contestants. It sounded like the whisper of death tearing at their hearts. Soon, the countdown ended. The light screen slowly dissipated, and the final battle began. Bai Yi did not hesitate, preparing to end the battle quickly. Holding the magic blade, electric light flickering around him, he was ready to charge at the opponents. Just then, the last 5 contestants of the Apocalypse civilization suddenly froze, unable to move. Immediately, a thick aura of blood rapidly spread from their bodies. Bang! With a loud bang, the bodies of 5 contestants suddenly exploded, turning into a mist of blood that filled the sky. What is this? Bai Yi looked at this scene, his expression grave, as he sensed an unusual aura. The blood energy contained a pressure far beyond that of all previous opponents, as if it came from an ancient, colossal beast. The 5 clouds of blood mist quickly coalesced, transforming into a complex and mysterious blood talisman. The talisman was engraved with twisted runes, each line flowing with a scarlet glow, exuding a chilling and eerie aura. Boom! The moment the blood talisman appeared, the heavens and earth suddenly changed color. The originally clear virtual sky was instantly covered in blood red, and a fierce wind howled, as if countless vengeful souls were screaming. In the next second, the blood talisman erupted with dazzling bloodlight, forcibly pulling Bai Yi into a special space. The surrounding scenery vanished in an instant, replaced by a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Severed limbs and remains piled up like mountains, dark red blood flowed like rivers, and the air was thick with a nauseating stench of blood. In the spectator area of Blue Star, many onlookers stared blankly at the stage where Bai Yi had disappeared. What happened? Where's Bai Yi? What was that blood light just now? Where did it take the boss? The last 5 on the opposite side all exploded into blood mist. They must be dead, right? Did we win? But the game system hasn't reacted yet. If we won, there should be a notification, right? Could something unexpected have happened? My heart is racing. On the other side, in the Tianqi spectator area, most people were also bewildered. They couldn't understand why the last 5 contestants self-destructed, nor could they comprehend why the blood talisman took Bai Yi away. However, a few who witnessed the scene suddenly had their pupils constrict, their faces filled with surprise. It's the aura of Lord Xiaojin. The runes on that blood talisman are from the Xiao family's forbidden technique, blood god summoning. Our Chanchi civilization's deity has made a move. Lord Xiaojin is a being who has transcended the divine tribulation. Phew, thankfully, this means we still won. As long as we secure the final victory, the contestants who died in the process will be resurrected. So Xiao Yan and the others will be fine. Thank goodness for Lord Xiaojin. That 299 freak on the opposite side is doomed now. In a mysterious space, Bai Yi stood on a sticky pool of blood, the pungent stench filling his nostrils. Dark red liquid continuously seeped from the piles of severed limbs around him, and maggots wriggled on the rotting flesh, glimmering under the blood-red moonlight. Baiyez express Bai Yi suddenly looked up and saw a man clad in dark golden scales standing atop a mountain of skulls. His exposed left arm was covered in crisscrossing scars, each scar embedded with tiny beads of blood, and a half-broken giant axe hung at his waist. In the next moment, the man's aura pressed down like a tangible mountain. Bai Yi gripped the eternal demon blade tightly, his eyes narrowing slightly. He felt an unprecedented terrifying pressure emanating from this man. The man looked down at him, his amber pupils devoid of any emotion, as if he were observing the dust beneath his feet. No unnecessary words were exchanged. The man raised his right hand, slowly pointing his index finger at Bai Yi. A point of crimson light gathered at his fingertip, and the moment the light hit the ground, it suddenly expanded into a blood-red vortex with a diameter of 100 meters. Countless twisted vengeful souls wailed within the vortex, rushing towards Bai Yi with a world-rending pull. So strong. Bai Yi's pupils constricted sharply, and without a moment's hesitation, the life force and thunder power within him surged wildly. Soul devouring? Annihilation flying. Sword, he shouted, pushing his left palm forward. In the next second, a rich blood energy erupted from his palm, coalescing in midair into a blood soul flying sword over 10 feet long, its blade swirling with pitch-black annihilation power, the sound of the sword ringing like a ghostly wail. Whoosh! The flying sword transformed into a line of blood, charging against the pull of the blood-red vortex. At the moment of collision, there was no earth-shattering roar. The blood soul-flying sword sliced through the vortex's barrier as easily as a hot knife through butter, shattering the attack that could annihilate a divine mountain into fragments. Not only that, the remaining momentum of the flying sword shot straight towards the man atop the mountain of corpses. For the first time, the man showed a flicker of surprise, attempting to raise his arm to block. But the sound of the flying sword piercing through his dark golden scales was as light as tearing paper, and a blood arrow shot out from his chest. The man looked down at the blood soul flying sword that had pierced his heart, a clear surprise appearing in his amber pupils. In the next second, his body began to turn transparent, the dark golden sheen of his scales receding like a tide. Interesting. As the whisper faded into the blood-red wind, the man's figure completely transformed into specks of light. With his disappearance, the mountain of corpses and sea of blood began to tremble violently, severed limbs and blood plasma receding like a retreating tide, revealing a gray void. Bai Yi felt a powerful pulling force, and the scene before him suddenly blurred. In the next second, he found himself back in the center of the arena. On the arena, the spatial fluctuations suddenly calmed. Bai Yi's figure reformed in the center of the arena. The mysterious blood symbol had vanished without a trace. The eternal demon blade in his hand still shimmered with faint purple lightning, and the blood mist on his robe was quietly washed away by the wind elements. The spectator seats of Blue Star were initially silent. In the next moment, they erupted into deafening cheers. Countless people sprang from their seats, waving their arms, some even excitedly throwing their weapons into the air. It's Bai Yi. He's back. Alive. Bai Yi is still alive. You scared me to death just now. I thought something had happened. I knew the boss would be fine. The schemes of those apocalypse scum are useless. The shouts surged like a tsunami, sweeping through the entire spectator area. Someone waved a hastily drawn "Bai Yi will win" wooden sign, and the remaining Blue Star competitors in the preparation area joined in, raising their arms and shouting, tears mingling with sweat. On the other side, the apocalypse spectator area was entirely different. Those few who had just shown joy at the gods' intervention now had their smiles frozen into masks, their pupils shrinking suddenly like pinholes. How is this possible? An old man with white hair suddenly stood up from his seat, his cane snapping in two with a crack. Lord Xiaojin, before he could finish, he was interrupted by a gasp from his throat. The other apocalypse spectators were in an uproar, the earlier shouts of certain victory abruptly silenced, some instinctively taking a half step back, their gazes towards Bai Yi as if they were looking at some incomprehensible monster. That is Lord Xiaojin's blood god space. Is it useless even when the gods intervene? How could he possibly survive? It's terrifying. Lord Xiaojin couldn't even annihilate the opponent, and in the future, when he fully grows. Someone murmured, their voice particularly clear in the dead silence of the viewing area, like a stone thrown into an icy lake, instantly freezing everyone's blood. The few who still held on to hope now had completely pale faces. Normally, in a regular arena match, it wouldn't be a matter of life and death. But the current situation was that our civilization had a god intervening, which clearly broke the rules. The white-haired elder sat down again, sweat beading on his forehead. his expression grave, secretly thinking, this time, Lord Xiaojin must have paid a considerable price for his intervention. The reaction from the other side, that blood sea space just now was their method. Can it actually affect the arena space of the game system? No wonder it's a civilization that has opened divine selection for nearly a century. It's quite interesting. Bai Yi looked over at the Tianqi civilization, his gaze turning slightly cold. At that moment, 4 beams of light appeared beside him, quickly transforming into 4 figures. They were the 4 Blue Star professionals who had fallen in the first battle. After the victory in the match, all fallen members of the winning side would be completely resurrected. The 4 had just steadied themselves, still not fully breaking free from the days of death, when the system prompt in front of them jolted their entire bodies. We resurrected? System prompt. We won? One of the warriors holding a giant axe suddenly looked up, seeing Bai Yi's tall figure on the arena, his eyes reddening, and he wiped his face hard. At the same time, the game system's prompt suddenly appeared before everyone. Match over. Congratulations to the Blue Star Civilization for winning this match. All professionals of the Blue Star Civilization receive the following buff: Life Blessing, permanently gain 100,000 health points. Bai Yi has been awarded MVP for this match. MVP additional reward, Mysterious Chest, Mythical Level, *1. At this moment, the Blue Star viewing area felt as if it had been thrown into boiling embers. The heart that had been stuck in their throats instantly landed, followed by an eruption of cheers like a tsunami. We won. We really won. 100,000 health points. I'm finally not fragile anymore. Someone in the crowd jumped up, slapping their companion on the back, causing the other to grimace in pain but smile brighter than anyone else. Lord Bai Yi, you are our god. Someone shouted first, and then those 3 words swept through the entire viewing area like a wave. Even those low-level players who had only come to watch the excitement turned red-faced and joined in the roar. The 4 resurrected professionals stood beside Bai Yi, looking at the boiling sea of people below, and suddenly bowed deeply to Bai Yi. Thank you, Lord. Their voices weren't loud, but they clearly reached Bai Yi's ears amidst the noisy cheers. Bai Yi nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the excited crowd below. The other 19 Blue Star competitors looked at Bai Yi with admiration, especially the 4 resurrected professionals who were filled with endless gratitude towards Bai Yi. If it weren't for Bai Yi, they would have been completely dead by now. On the other side, all professionals of the Tianqi civilization received the following debuff: Weakness Mark, permanently all attributes weakened by 15%. The system prompt struck the Tianqi viewing area like a thunderbolt. The first to collapse were the few elders who had just been relieved. They suddenly sprang up from their seats, their murky eyes bulging wide, their throats struggling to produce a single sentence. Why is this buff so terrifying? There has never been such an exaggerated debuff before. Other professionals instantly erupted, some smashing their weapons onto the ground, the sound of metal clashing mixed with cries. 15%. Damn, how are we supposed to play from now on? It should be the backlash from Lord Xiaojin's intervention. Everyone's faces turned as pale as paper, some slumped in their seats, fingers unconsciously digging into the armrests, repeatedly murmuring, "It's over, fall. Over." At that moment, the entire viewing area of the Tianqi seemed to have its life force drained away. Only the heavy sounds of breathing and suppressed sobs spread through the air, forming a stark contrast to the cheers from the Blue Star side. 100,000 health points plus an additional mythic level treasure chest, not bad. Bai Yi smiled. A few other contestants stepped forward, respectfully saying, "Lord Bai Yi, please add us as friends." "Yes, if you have any orders in the future, just let us know. We will definitely not hesitate to obey." Right. Bai Yi glanced at a few of them. These would likely be among the strongest professionals on Blue Star in the future. After all, we are from the same civilization, adding friends is fine. If anything happens on Blue Star in the future, I can also grasp the situation through them immediately, Bai Yi thought to himself. He nodded and said, "Alright, let's add each other as friends." Upon hearing this, the few of them looked ecstatic. Then, Bai Yi added 19 professionals as game friends. Soon after, with a whoosh, everyone left the arena space. In a burst of teleportation light, Blue Star, a city in Manhwa, Bai Yi left the arena space and returned to his small house. The wooden floor still held the fine dust he had stirred up when he left, and morning dew clung to the leaves of the green radish on the windowsill. Sunlight slanted through the glass, casting mottled shadows on the wall. With the buff of 100,000 health points, others on Blue Star should level up much faster now. He walked to the window, his fingertips brushing over the green radish leaves, causing morning dew to roll off and leave tiny wet marks on the floor. This way, more people should survive during the Abyss invasion. For me, this buff is inconsequential, but thankfully there are additional rewards. Bai Yi turned and sat down on the living room sofa, which sank slightly under his weight. Then, he focused his thoughts, and a layer of light blue ripples appeared in his backpack space, slowly revealing a sharply defined treasure chest in his palm. The chest was adorned with dark golden patterns, its edges embedded with tiny, colorful crystals. A gentle touch caused small golden specks to fall like dust. This was the mythic level treasure chest from the MVP's additional reward. I hope this brings me some surprises, he murmured, his fingertips gliding over the patterns on the chest's surface. In the next moment he gently opened the chest. A blinding white light erupted, instantly, filling the entire living room, as if even the sunlight outside was swallowed by this radiance. Then, the white light suddenly contracted, transforming into a hazy silver-gray light mass, suspended in midair, wrapped in a layer of flowing mist. At the same time, a prompt from the game system suddenly appeared before him. You have opened the treasure chest and obtained the item, Holy Edge? Twin Shadow Breaking Sword *1. Bang! The hazy light mass burst like a soap bubble, scattering tiny light shards in the air, revealing the item quietly suspended within. It was a slender long sword. The blade was about 3 feet and 7 inches long, radiating a cold silver sheen, yet entwined with a faint shadow pattern along the spine, as if moonlight and night had solidified on the metal. The blade was as thin as a cicada's wing, with edges shimmering with almost invisible light, as if it could slice through the air with the slightest touch. Upon closer inspection, the blade's surface reflected 2 intersecting phantoms, one as radiant as holy light, the other as deep as an abyss, slowly swirling in tandem with the slight tremor of the sword body. The hilt was wrapped in dark patterned leather, with a pigeon egg-sized crystal embedded at the end, its center flickering with 2 points of starlight, echoing the twin shadows on the sword body. The grip was intricately carved with complex runes, and a faint golden halo flowed between the runes, exuding a sharp aura that made the air in the living room seem to tremble slightly. Bayez's eyes lit up, his gaze sharpening as he quickly checked the specific attributes of this weapon. Holy Edge? Twin Shadow Breaking Divine Sword Grade, Mythical Effect, increases 60,000 Strength, 50,000 Agility, Passive. Twin Shadow Combo, 70% chance to trigger an additional quick slash when attacking, dealing 250% damage. Type, Weapon, Warrior Exclusive. What a powerful equipment effect. And it's a warrior exclusive weapon, perfect. Bayez's face was filled with surprise, the corners of his eyes involuntarily lifting. Without any hesitation, he immediately raised his hand, a faint light emanating from his palm, as the black blade of Eternal Demon Blade slid out from the glow, facing the suspended Holy Edge. Twin Shadow Breaking Divine Sword, beginning to devour this equipment. This time, the devouring process was different from before. As the dark purple Eternal Demon Blade touched the silver-white Holy Edge, Twin Shadow Breaking Divine Sword in Bayez's palm, the former's blade suddenly revealed a dense array of black runes. These runes writhed like living creatures, quickly spreading along the contact surface of the two weapons, instantly wrapping around the spine of the Holy Edge sword. The Holy Edge sword seemed to sense a threat, its golden patterns suddenly glowing, trying to break free from the runes' restraints, but was firmly suppressed by the dark purple energy emitted by the runes. Immediately after, the blade of Eternal Demon Blade emanated a layer of dark suction, and the silver-white sheen on the surface of the Holy Edge sword faded like a receding tide, transforming into strands of light consumed by the Demon Blade. The entire process took only a few breaths. The blade of the Holy Edge sword became transparent at a visible speed, ultimately transforming into a pure golden energy, completely absorbed by the Eternal Demon Blade. Buzz! The moment the devouring was complete, the Eternal Demon Blade trembled violently. The originally pure dark purple blade now exhibited some strange changes. Faint golden afterimages appeared on both sides of the blade, as if another invisible sword blade overlapped with it. The black runes on the surface of the blade were dotted with tiny golden light points, gently flickering with Bayez's breath. The patterns on the grip became deeper, and one could vaguely see the golden and dark purple energies intertwining and flowing within, feeling a subtle dual sensation upon touch. Bayez's gaze sharpened, and the attribute information of the Eternal Demon Blade after devouring appeared before him. Eternal Demon Blade Grade? Effect, increases 90,000 Strength, increases 52,000 Agility, increases 200 Health. Passive Devour. Devour 1, increases physical damage dealt by 20%. Effect 6, Twin Shadow Combo. Type, Weapon, Warrior Exclusive. The current Eternal Demon Blade has already surpassed the level of mythical equipment, right? Bai caressed the blade, a look of appreciation on his face. After playing with the highly variable demon blade in his hand, Bai summoned the information panel and murmured, "Next, it's time to complete the 4 job changes. I wonder what kind of changes will happen this time." Not long after, Eternal Square. A beam of light suddenly descended, and Bayez's figure appeared. After standing firm, Bai immediately walked towards the towering spire in the center of the square. This was his 3rd time coming here. He could say he was familiar with the way. Soon, he arrived under the Eternal Tower. Why are there so few people today? Bai glanced around the Eternal Tower, feeling somewhat stifled. During his previous 2 visits, there were quite a few practitioners from other civilizations around the Eternal Tower. This time, however, there were only a handful. But he didn't mind much, turning around and walking directly to the entrance of the Eternal Tower. He glanced at the 4 job change ranking on the Eternal Monument. 1st place, Holy Light Civilization Lu Jing. Source level rating. 2nd place, Sacred Pearl Civilization Fusion. Source level rating. 3rd place, Watcher Civilization Qin Yi, Source Level. Rating. 10th place, Illusory Flame Civilization Lin Yi, Law Level Rating. Source Level Rating? What does that mean? Bai Yi asked curiously. However, there was no one here to explain it to him. You'll find out if you try. In the next moment, he pushed open the door of the Eternal Divine Tower and stepped inside. Bang! The door closed, and the 3rd job transfer trial began. At the moment the door closed, the surrounding light suddenly distorted. He felt a sense of weightlessness beneath his feet, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a dazzling starry sky. Countless stars swirled above him, and the air was filled with the crackling sound of electricity. 5 pillars of purple and gold light descended from the void, supporting 5 floating golden palaces. The palaces were entirely made of gilded metal, with lifelike thunder dragon sculptures entwined around the flying eaves, and the roofs covered with dark purple glazed tiles, each tile embedded with breathing electric stones, making them look like 5 thunder fortresses locking the heavens from afar. At this moment, the game system's prompt appeared in Bai Yi's mind. Welcome player Bai Yi to the 4th job transfer trial. Space Thunder Sacred Palace. Trial. Rules: defeat the 5 guardians of the sacred palaces in order to obtain the corresponding rating. Defeat 1 guardian, Spirit Level Rating, Basic Job Transfer. Defeat 2 guardians, Sacred Level Rating, Enhanced Job Transfer. Defeat 3 guardians, Law Level Rating, Elite Job Transfer. Defeat 4 guardians, Source Level Rating, Legendary Job Transfer. Defeat 5 guardians, Unique Level Rating, Divine Chosen Job Transfer. The cold system prompt echoed in the starry sky. Bai Yi looked up at the leftmost palace, where a plaque hung above the door inscribed with the words Thunder Palace, with silver lightning slithering along the edges of the plaque. I see, so Law Level Rating and Source Level Rating mean this. Bai Yi suddenly understood. This kind of trial task is the easiest for me. Confidence flashed in Bai Yi's eyes. In the next moment he moved slightly, and the dark purple demonic flames at his feet flickered, allowing him to leap over 100 meters and land in front of the Thunder Palace. Boom! A deafening thunderclap suddenly echoed in the surrounding space. Immediately after, the heavy palace doors slid open automatically, and a violent thunderous aura rushed towards him. Inside the palace, the ground was paved with dark golden tiles, each engraved with thunder runes, and in the center stood a guardian formed from pure lightning. It was a thunder warrior towering 3 zhang high, clad in lightning armor, wielding a giant axe that flickered with purple lightning, with 2 blazing white flames dancing in its eye sockets. Outsider, accept the judgment of thunder. The guardian's voice boomed like a thunderstorm, and the giant axe swung down towards the ground. In an instant, the runes throughout the entire hall lit up simultaneously, and countless lightning bolts as thick as arms surged from beneath the tiles, weaving into an impenetrable electric net aimed at Bai Yi. Bai Yi's gaze remained calm as he grasped the eternal magic blade behind him. As soon as the dark purple blade was drawn, golden afterimages automatically appeared beside it. He didn't even move his feet. With a flick of his wrist, a blade of intertwined purple and gold light shot out. Wherever the blade passed, the electric net shattered like thin ice, and the guardian's body, made of lightning, was split apart. Crack! With a crisp shattering sound, the Thunder Guardian's armor and giant axe simultaneously disintegrated, turning into countless sparks of electric fire that dissipated into the air. At the same time, a game system prompt popped up. The first guardian of the Sacred Palace has been defeated. Current rating, Spirit Level. Do you wish to continue challenging the second Sacred Palace? Bai Yi shook off the tiny electric sparks clinging to his blade and looked up towards the direction of the second palace, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Continue. Bai Yi showed no hesitation. With a thought, he appeared like a ghost in front of the second palace. The palace is named Thunder Palace. Even more magnificent than the first Shock Thunder Palace. Countless reliefs of thunderous beasts are carved into the palace walls, as if they could burst forth at any moment and tear everything apart. The palace doors slowly open, and a wave of thunderous pressure, several times stronger than the first level, rushes toward me, almost solidifying the air. Inside the palace, a guardian towering 5 zhang stands in the center. This guardian is not humanoid but a colossal beast formed from purple gold thunder, resembling a qilin but with 9 heads. Each head glares fiercely, spewing threads of thunder, and its limbs stomp on the ground. With every breath, the thunder runes throughout the palace flicker violently. It is the guardian of the second level, the 9-headed Thunder Qilin. Outsider, dare to step into the Thunder Palace? You seek death. At the moment Bai Yi enters the second palace, the 9 heads of the 9-headed Thunder Qilin roar in unison, the sound deafening, as if it could tear the soul apart. Before the echoes fade, the central head suddenly opens its massive mouth. In the next second, a purple gold thunderbolt, imbued with a sense of destruction, shoots toward Bai Yi like a divine dragon emerging from the sea, carrying the might to tear through space. Where the beam passes, the air ripples, and the floor tiles disintegrate into dust. Its power is more than 10 times that of the first level. Guardians attack. If any other practitioners from Blue Star were to witness this scene, they would surely be terrified beyond measure. However, Bai Yi remains unfazed. Just as the thunderbolt is about to strike him, he moves His figure flickers, as if teleporting, easily dodging the direct impact of the thunderbolt. Immediately, he flips his wrist, and the dark purple glow of the eternal magic blade intertwines with golden afterimages, forming a strange arc of light. Swish! A blade of light, fast to the extreme, cuts through the air, crossing dozens of zhang in an instant, and strikes the nine-headed Thunder Qilin. That seemingly indestructible body, capable of withstanding the thunderbolt, crumbles like paper before this blade of light. The nine heads along with its massive body instantly sliced into countless segments. Fragments of purple gold thunder scatter through the air, yet not a single ripple is stirred on by Yi. In the next moment, a game system prompt appears. The guardian of the second holy palace has been defeated. Current rating: holy level. Do you wish to continue challenging the third holy palace? Bai Yi flicks the blade, his gaze still calm, as if he had merely crushed an ant. Continue. In the next instant, Bai Yi's figure appears before the third palace, named Frenzied Thunder Palace. The structure is larger than the previous two combined, with a sculpture of a thunder dragon thousands of meters long coiled atop the roof, its eyes exuding tangible lightning. Even before approaching, one can feel the terrifying pressure far surpassing the first two levels. The moment Bai Yi draws near, the palace doors slowly open and an indescribably heavy aura rushes toward him. In the center of the palace stands a thunder giant towering 10 zhang. This guardian is entirely composed of dark golden thunder, its body covered in deep red thunder patterns resembling blood vessels. Holding a thunder warhammer as tall as itself, each breath causes the air in the entire palace to tremble violently. Even the surrounding space resonates with its heartbeat. I am the guardian of the Frenzied Thunder Palace, indestructible Thunder Soul. Outsider, your journey ends here. The deep voice rumbles like thunder from the depths of the earth, and the indestructible Thunder Soul suddenly raises its warhammer. Boom! In an instant, all the thunder runes within the Frenzied Thunder Palace light up, and countless purple thunders, as thick as water barrels, converge toward the top of the warhammer, forming a thunder core large enough to cover half the hall. Die! The warhammer, carrying the might to destroy heaven and earth, crashes down, and the thunder core explodes, transforming into a raging sea of thunder, tearing the space apart, leaving behind fine black cracks. Bai Yi's gaze sharpens. The initial power of this guardian is nearly 3 times stronger than that of the nine-headed Thunder Qilin from the second level, but his steps remain steady, the eternal demon blade in his hand carving a graceful arc. The dark purple blade light mingled with a hint of golden afterimage, like a meteor streaking through the night, precisely slicing into the very center of the thunder ocean. Puff! In the next moment, the seemingly surging and terrifying thunder ocean was actually cleaved in two by this strike. The blade light, maintaining its momentum, instantly landing on the chest of the indestructible Thunder Soul. Tear! That seemingly indestructible dark golden lightning body was torn apart as if made of paper, the entire guardian transforming into a sky full of scattered lightning fragments. Simple. Bai Yi tugged at the corner of his mouth. Just as he was about to turn around, those scattered lightning fragments suddenly stopped dissipating. Instead, as if drawn by an invisible force, they crazily converged towards the center. Indestructible body, thunder rebirth. Accompanied by a deafening roar, the lightning fragments reassembled into the form of the indestructible Thunder Soul. This time, its size surged to 12 zhang high, the deep red lightning patterns on its body becoming even more vibrant, exuding an aura that was more than double that of before. Interesting. Bai Yi raised an eyebrow, watching this scene with great interest, not in a hurry to strike. The reborn indestructible Thunder Soul was clearly thoroughly enraged. It spread its arms wide, and behind it extended 6 pairs of wings made purely of thunder. As the wings flapped, countless fine beams of lightning shot towards Bai Yi like a torrential rain, each beam containing enough power to severely injure a fully leveled 4-turn expert. The dark purple demonic flames beneath Bai Yi flickered, his figure weaving through the dense beams like a specter, avoiding most of the attacks while the eternal demon blade swung out once more. This time, the golden afterimages on both sides of the blade became clearer, and where the blade light passed, it not only shattered the incoming lightning beams but also carried an irresistible might, once again cleaving the recently reborn indestructible Thunder Soul into fragments. However, just a few breaths later, the lightning gathered once more. This time, the indestructible Thunder Soul size reached 15 zhang. The lightning patterns on its body began to flow with a golden sheen, its aura nearly doubling in strength, already reaching the peak level of a 499 class practitioner. As soon as it appeared, it formed seals with its hands, and a massive phantom made of thunder emerged behind it, wielding the same war hammer, synchronously swinging with the indestructible Thunder Soul. 2 thunder war hammer phantoms capable of destroying mountains overlapping together, smashing down towards Bai Yi. Bai Yi's gaze shifted slightly. This guardian not only possessed the ability to resurrect repeatedly but could also continuously break through its own limits each time. Yet his movements did not pause for a moment. The speed of the eternal demon blade was even faster than before. Whoosh! The blade light left a faint purple trail in the air, easily shattering the 2 overlapping warhammer phantoms along with the indestructible Thunder Soul's body, as if cutting through butter. The sky full of thunder immediately collapsed. The third time, the fourth time, the indestructible Thunder Soul was reborn again, and Again, its size continuously increasing from 15 zhang to 20 zhang, its aura soaring from the peak of level 499 to a level comparable to Xiaoyan after an explosion, even hinting at a trend of surpassing it. Its methods of attack were also constantly changing, from the thunder ocean to beams of light rain, from warhammer phantoms to thunder dragons, each rebirth allowing it to unleash stronger moves, its vitality so tenacious it was simply astonishing. But no matter how strong it became, no matter what terrifying attacks it unleashed, what awaited it was always Bai Ye's seemingly casual yet always precise strike that could kill it in an instant. The dark purple blade light intertwined with the golden afterimages, like the scythe of death, repeatedly reaping the lives of the indestructible Thunder Soul. When the indestructible Thunder Soul was reborn for the 7th time, its size swelling to 25 zhang, the lightning patterns on its body completely transforming into pure gold, its aura more than 10 times stronger than its initial state, Bai Yi finally slightly tilted his body, avoiding its self-destruct attack that gathered all its power, and the eternal demon blade in his hand drew the final blade light. With this strike, the speed reached its peak, even leaving a brief vacuum trail in the air. The blade's light flashed, and the indestructible Thunder Soul, which had just completed its self-detonation preparations, froze momentarily. Immediately after, its massive body shattered like weathered rock piece by piece. This time, the scattered lightning showed no signs of reassembling, completely dissipating within the Grand Hall. A prompt from the game system appeared. The Guardian of the Third Holy Palace has been defeated. Current rating, law level. Would you like to continue challenging the Fourth Holy Palace? The difficulty is considerable. No wonder there are so few professionals with a law level rating. Bai Yi nodded in acknowledgement. Then, his figure flickered and instantly appeared before the Fourth Palace. Boom! Thunder flickered in the pitch-black space. Bai Yi's figure landed in front of the Fourth Palace. This palace, named Hall of Revered Thunder, was entirely different from the first three. There were no grotesque thunder sculptures. The hall structure was composed of billions of diamond-shaped lightning crystal pieces, refracting a rainbow of colors under the thunderous light, appearing dazzling yet exuding a heart-pounding divine pressure. Before even stepping through the palace door, Bai Yi sensed subtle fluctuations of laws permeating the air, these fluctuations meshing and operating like precise gears, forming an invisible web of laws. In the next moment, the palace door silently slid open, revealing not a massive physical guardian, but a swirling mass of chaotic lightning suspended in the heart of the hall. Within the lightning, the trajectories of stars occasionally emerged, and patterns of thunder explosions flashed, faintly revealing countless tiny thunder runes that flickered in and out of existence, as if nurturing a microscopic thunder universe. I am the guardian of the Hall of Revered Thunder, the core of the thunder source, wielding fragments of the thunder law. An ancient and authoritative voice echoed from the chaotic lightning. Before the words faded, the entire hall's crystal walls suddenly lit up, and countless law runes surged from the walls, coalescing in midair into 9 circular light tracks. Countless thunder runes floated on the light tracks, and as the tracks rotated, the runes arranged and combined as if they were alive, evolving into 9 distinctly different forms of thunder. Some transformed into delicate threads of lightning, some solidified into indestructible thunder crystals, some morphed into all-consuming lightning vortices, while others became lightning shadows traversing space. Law, all thunder returns to the source, the core of the thunder source, called out, and the 9 light tracks simultaneously accelerated. Thousands of thunder runes erupted, transforming into 9 torrents of thunder, each with different forms, speeds, and attributes rushing towards Bai Yi. The delicate lightning was like silk, designed to break through defensive gaps. The thunder crystals were like spears, possessing unmatched penetrating power. The lightning vortices were like prisons, attempting to ensnare Bai Yi and crush him, while the lightning shadows flickered unpredictably in space, specializing in ambushes from behind. Even more bizarrely, these thunder torrents could merge with each other, sometimes transforming into a storm covering the entire area, and at other times condensing into a lightning rod for pinpoint breakthroughs. The complexity of the assault far exceeding the sum of the first 3 guardians. No wonder this source-level challenge has only been cleared by 3 people. Bai Yi's gaze sharpened, his fingertips lightly brushing the hilt of the eternal magic blade. Though this guardian had no physical form, it could directly manipulate fragments of the thunder law, its essence far surpassing the ordinary concept of combat power. Yet he remained completely unflustered. Whoosh! In an instant, he flicked his wrist, and the dark purple blade traced a delicate arc. This strike did not unleash violent power, but the blade light moved as if it had a life of its own, weaving through the gaps of the 9 thunder torrents, and wherever it passed, those seemingly indestructible thunder torrents melted away like snow under the sun. Law, Thunder Realm Prison. Boom! The core of the thunder source sensed the assault being thwarted, and the chaotic lightning suddenly expanded threefold. The 9 light tracks instantly contracting, surrounding Bai Yi in the center. The runes on the light track burned wildly, transforming into a golden cage composed of the power of laws. The bars of the cage were covered with reverse spiraling thunder patterns, and any object that touched the cage would be decomposed into the most primitive form of energy by the power of laws. At the same time, a thunderous light beam containing the attribute of annihilation descended from the top of the cage, causing ripples in the space it passed through. Baiye's lips curled slightly, and the eternal magic blade suddenly erupted with a dazzling dark, golden light. The golden afterimages on both sides of the blade became clearer than ever, even revealing the flowing patterns of laws on the afterimages. He did not resist the cage head-on but swung out a second strike from an unimaginable angle. The blade light did not attack the entity but precisely struck the law nodes between the bars of the cage. Crack! A subtle cracking sound emerged, and the seemingly indestructible law cage actually developed cracks from within, causing the reverse spiraling thunder patterns to become chaotic in an instant. Seizing the moment when the cage loosened, Baiye's figure slipped through like a ghost, simultaneously slashing upward at the annihilation light beam above him. The moment the blade light collided with the light beam, there was no earth-shattering explosion. Instead, it was as if a droplet merged into the ocean, with the dark purple blade light directly cutting into the core of the light beam, severing the chain of laws that constituted the light beam from within. Law Thunder Path Reincarnation. Seeing two attacks easily dismantled by Baiye, the core of the thunder source was completely serious. A thunderous roar erupted, and the next moment the chaotic thunder light suddenly contracted into a point, then exploded violently, transforming into billions of miniature thunder threads. These thunder threads scattered throughout the great hall like dandelion seeds, and upon landing, they took root and sprouted, growing into patches of strange plants made of thunder. Some bore fruits containing thunderstorms, some bloomed flowers that could release thunder arrows, and some vines would actively entwine nearby targets. In just a few breaths, the entire great hall transformed into a vibrant, yet deadly thunder forest. Even more terrifying was that this forest was continuously playing out reincarnation. Thunder flowers withered into thunder seeds sprouted into thunder trees bore fruit and exploded into thunder threads, and with each reincarnation, the power of thunder increased, and the fluctuations of laws became more intense. Baiye stood in the center of the forest, feeling the ever-strengthening power of thunder around him, his gaze still calm. He took a deep breath, and the eternal magic blade traced a harmonious trajectory in his hand. The blade light no longer pursued speed and penetration, but transformed into a spreading dark purple ripple. Wherever the ripple passed, the growing thunder plants withered rapidly as if encountering their nemesis, and the thunder threads in reincarnation were forcibly interrupted. Even the fluctuations of laws in the air momentarily stagnated. Impossible! The chaotic thunder light reconsolidated, and an incredulous voice emerged from within. It could clearly sense that Baiye's blade light contained an incredibly terrifying power, a power so strong that it could directly interfere with the operation of laws. Just as the core of the thunder source attempted to mobilize deeper laws, Baiye moved. This time, he did not use complex techniques. He simply infused power into the eternal magic blade and swung out an unremarkable strike toward the chaotic thunder light. The moment the blade light broke through the air, the surrounding time seemed to stretch, with 9 light tracks, the thunder forest, and the afterimages of the law cage flashing around the blade light, ultimately compressing all anomalies into a point, which pierced into the core of the chaotic thunder light along with the blade light. Puff! There was no earth-shattering explosion. The chaotic thunder light slowly dissipated like a popped bubble. At the same time, the operating law runes lost their support, transforming into countless light points that fell like a brilliant fireworks display. The moment the light points landed, the crystalline walls of the Thunder Hall lost their luster, revealing a simple stone interior. A game system prompt popped up. The fourth Palace Guardian has been defeated. Current rating, source level. Do you wish to continue challenging the fifth palace? Continue. As soon as the words fell, the figure of Baiye suddenly appeared in front of the fifth palace. This palace was completely different from the previous 4, and it could hardly be called a palace at all. There were no grand halls, no dazzling ruins, only a gray light gate suspended in the starry sky. Twisted thunder swirled around the gate, and this thunder was neither purple nor golden, but a deep gray-black, devouring even the light of the stars upon contact. There were no words on the lintel, only a crack running across the gate from which visible grains of time flowed, as if this door itself had been torn from the seams of time and space. Is this the final level? Baiye stared at the light gate, feeling a faint sting at his fingertips. The blade of the eternal demon blade trembled slightly, and the golden afterimage on the side of the blade flickered in and out. He took a deep breath and stepped into the light gate. The surrounding scene suddenly changed. Instead of the grand hall he had imagined, there was only a chaotic gray space. In this space, there was no distinction between up and down, left and right, only endless gray-black thunder flowing slowly, each bolt dragging a long tail of time. Some bolts had not yet struck their target, and the traces of the past appeared along their paths, while others revealed the explosive marks of the future in advance. I am the beginning of thunder, and I am also the end of thunder. A voice without a source echoed in the space, both whispering in his ear and resonating from deep within his soul. In the center of the chaotic space, a gray-black thunder slowly coalesced, lacking a specific form, sometimes transforming into a web woven from billions of threads of lightning, sometimes condensing into a singularity that devoured light, and sometimes morphing into a shadow indistinguishable from Baiye himself. Even the weapon he held was identical to the eternal demon blade, only flowing with gray-black light. 5th level Guardian, Primordial Thunder Shadow. Bai Yi tightened his grip on the hilt, beads of sweat forming in his palm. This guardian had no physical form, no breath, yet it exerted an unprecedented pressure on him. It seemed to be the embodiment of the very laws of thunder, every move perfectly synchronized with the operation of this space. In the next moment, the primordial thunder shadow moved. It did not swing a blade, but simply raised a hand and pointed at Bai Yi. In an instant, 3 gray-black thunders shot in from 3 different directions. Strangely, the trajectories of these thunders were not straight lines, but twisted in a spiral, as if traversing different layers of time and space. Even more astonishingly, a scene of himself being struck by thunder 3 seconds later appeared on Bai Yi's retina, his left shoulder pierced, his life points plummeting by hundreds of millions in an instant. The law of time? Bai Yi's pupils constricted, and he suddenly exerted force beneath his feet, his figure shifting sideways 3 zhang in the nick of time. But those 3 bolts of thunder seemed to have eyes, their trajectories changing accordingly, still heading towards his new position. Thus, a fierce determination appeared in Bai Yi's eyes, and he no longer dodged. He flipped his wrist, and the eternal demon blade sliced through the air, drawing a dark golden arc. The blade's light interweaving with the fragments of the awakened laws from the devouring holy blade, accurately striking at the intersection of the 3 bolts of thunder. Sizzle. Boom. At the moment of collision between the blade light and the thunder, the heavens and earth shook violently, a subtle distortion of time and space raging around them. The 3 bolts of thunder seemed to encounter their nemesis, halting mid-air, their gray-black outer shells peeling away layer by layer, revealing the pure essence of thunder within, ultimately dissipating into specks of light. But the attack of the primordial thunder shadow was not over. Its form flickered, and it split into 9 identical shadows, each holding a gray-black demon blade that shimmered with different glows. Some were entwined with grains of time, some flowed with folds of space, and others burned with pure annihilation fire. The 9 shadows simultaneously swung their blades, 9 differently shaped blade lights intertwining in the air to form a massive net covering the entire space, descending upon Bai Yi. Bai Yi took a deep breath for the first time, elevating his power to its peak. The dark purple and golden spirals on the eternal demon blade intertwined, the blade vibrating slightly, as if responding to his surging battle intent. He did not choose to withstand the attack head-on. Instead, he stepped into a strange footwork, weaving through the gaps in the web of blade light. Each movement was perfectly timed, avoiding the blade light while the magic blade in his hand continuously struck back with its own blade light. Swish, 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 swish. These counterattacking blade lights seemed scattered, yet they precisely landed on the flaws of the 9 phantom figures. When the first phantom was hit, its body instantly became transparent, as if time had been drawn away. The second phantom disintegrated into countless spatial fragments the moment the blade light touched it. The annihilation fire on the third phantom was extinguished by the blade light. Interesting. The true form of Yuan Chu Leiying let out an ambiguous exclamation. In the next moment, the 9 phantoms suddenly merged into one, their form swelling to a height of 1,000 zhang, and the gray-black magic blade in their hand also grew larger, with countless trajectories of stars appearing on the blade. It slowly raised the magic blade, and the entire chaotic space suddenly froze. The flowing thunder solidified in mid-air, the swirling light particles hovered in place, and even Bai Yi's breath seemed to stretch countless times. Thunder final judgment. Boom! The 1,000 zhang magic blade slashed down with the might to crush all laws. Where the blade light passed, the space displayed patterns like shattered glass, and time began to flow backward. Countless remnants of civilizations destroyed by thunder flashed past in the blade light, aiming to erase Bai Yi along with his existence. Bai Yi's gaze was as heavy as iron. The power of this strike far exceeded all the attacks he had encountered before, even faintly touching the realm of rules. He no longer held back, gripping the eternal magic blade tightly, pouring all his strength and understanding of the laws into it. Buzz! The eternal magic blade emitted a dragon's roar that resonated through the chaos. The dark purple and golden patterns on the blade's surface fully lit up, intertwining to form a spinning Taiji diagram. In the center of the diagram, a point of chaotic light slowly brightened, the new origin born from the fusion of 2 completely different powers after devouring the holy edge sword. Break! Bai Yi whispered, raising the blade with both hands. The dark golden blade light collided with the gray-black blade light in the center of space, without an energy explosion, only 2 completely different laws clashing fiercely. Time and space twisted, shattered, and rebirthed at the point of collision. Countless sources of thunder let out painful shrieks under the tearing of the laws. Bai Yi's arm trembled slightly, his tiger's mouth numbed by the shock. This was the first time he felt such intense recoil since he began his challenge. But the fighting spirit in his eyes grew even more fervent, and with a sudden surge of strength in his wrist, a devouring force erupted from the dark golden blade light, slowly beginning to consume Yuan Chu Leiying's gray-black blade light. For the first time, the 1,000 zhang tall figure of Yuan Chu Leiying showed signs of wavering. The starry trajectories on the blade began to become chaotic. It seemed somewhat surprised, yet also somewhat enlightened. The gray-black blade light suddenly disintegrated, transforming into countless tiny thunders, surging towards Bai Yi like a tide. These tiny thunders no longer attacked but rapidly circled around him, as if probing his essence. Bai Yi did not stop them, he simply gripped the magic blade tightly, watching Yuan Chu Lei Ying's true form warily. In the chaotic space, one person and one shadow faced off. After a few breaths, the tiny thunders continued to swirl around Bai Yi as if examining the qualifications of this challenger. The gray-black color on Yuan Chu Lei Ying's thousand-young body gradually faded, revealing the flowing purple-gold thunder inside, resonating faintly with the eternal magic blade in Bai Yi's hand. The collision of laws, the contest of essences, you have surpassed the limits of source. Yuan Chu Lei Ying's voice became clear, carrying a hint of human-like relief, but the path of thunder must ultimately sever the past with your own hands. Before the words fell, it suddenly disintegrated into billions of purple-gold thunders, which did not attack but transformed into a rushing river, surging towards Bai Yi Dai and the long river. Countless fragments of the laws of thunder floated, newborn thunder, devastating thunderstorms, the thunder patterns of time, and the thunder scars of space. Each fragment contained ultimate power and insight. Bai Yi's gaze sharpened. This was the final test. To accept the river of thunder meant either to merge with it or to be torn apart by it. He hesitated not, spreading his arms wide, positioning the eternal magic blade before him, and allowing the purple-gold river of thunder to wash over him. Agonizing pain instantly engulfed him, as if countless small knives were slicing through his soul and flesh, but he gritted his teeth, channeling all his strength to guide the river of thunder into his body. At that moment, the eternal magic blade erupted with brilliant light, transforming into a massive vortex that devoured and refined those violent fragments of the laws of thunder, then returned them to Bai Yi. Time passed, though he could not tell how long, until the last bolt of purple-gold thunder merged into his body. Bai Yi's aura suddenly surged, surrounded by intertwining dark purple and gold thunder, and as he opened and closed his eyes, tiny arcs of lightning danced within his pupils. He slowly grasped the eternal magic blade, feeling as if he had established a mysterious connection with this chaotic space and all the thunder in the world. So that's how it is, Bai Yi murmured softly, swinging his blade toward the void. No earth-shattering phenomena occurred. The last essence of the primordial thunder shadow quietly dissipated in the blade's light, transforming into a purple-gold rune that slowly merged into Bai Yi's forehead. The fifth guardian of the Holy Palace has been defeated. Current rating, unique level Thunder Sovereign. Congratulations to Bai Yi for completing the fourth job change, obtaining the unique hidden profession, Thunder Sovereign. Thunder Sovereign privilege, can control all laws of thunder in the world, immune to all thunder damage, and deal 10,000% extra damage to thunder-type creatures. This notification was not confined to the trial space but suddenly appeared in golden letters before all practitioners across the universe. Holy Light Civilization, Sacred Hall. Lu Jing, who was closing his eyes to comprehend the power of the laws, suddenly opened them, his golden pupils filled with shock. Uniqueness? Thunder Sovereign? This is impossible. No one has ever passed the fifth level of the Eternal Divine Tower. The elders beside him also stood up, their faces filled with disbelief. Lord Lu Jing, who exactly is this Bai Yi? How could he break the record of the Divine Tower that has stood for thousands of years? In the Holy Pearl Civilization, a floating island, the strongest practitioner of this era, Fu Zhen, looked at the golden notification before him, and the teacup in his hand shattered with a crack. Above source level, there really is a unique level. Blue Star Civilization? A civilization I have never heard of, yet it can produce such a monster. In the Watcher Civilization, a steel fortress, Qin Yi slammed his fist onto the alloy table, causing it to dent instantly. Thunder Sovereign, controlling all laws of thunder? Such a privilege is already infinitely close to the realm of a true god. Investigate immediately. Find out all the information about the Blue Star Civilization. In the Illusion Flame Civilization, the Volcano Temple. Lin Lure stared at the words Bai Yi on the notification, her expression complex. Thunder Sovereign, unique hidden profession, this growth rate is simply astonishing. In the Apocalypse Civilization, the Shao family mansion, Shao Yan, who had just been resurrected by special means, saw the notification and turned pale as a sheet. Even Lord Shao Jin couldn't pass the fifth level of the Eternal Divine Tower. How could he, a practitioner from a new civilization, possibly? The top practitioners from other civilizations were also in an uproar. Some civilization leaders smashed their treasured possessions on the spot, some urgently convened high-level meetings, and others dispatched elite intelligence teams to attempt to gather information on the Blue Star Civilization. For the first time, the eyes of the entire universe were focused on an obscure civilization, and at the center of it all, Bai Yi stood in the chaotic space, feeling the surging power of thunder within him, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The fourth job change, completed. The chaotic space had not yet completely dissipated, but Bai Yi could clearly sense the new power surging within him. He raised his hand and spread his palm. A wisp of gray-black thunder danced at his fingertips, and the moment it touched his skin, it transformed into fine golden patterns that merged into his flesh. This was the change brought by the thunder sovereign privilege. Thunder was no longer an external energy but had completely fused with his flesh and blood, his soul. Let's try the new ability. With a thought, the eternal magic blade suddenly transformed into a purple gold lightning that surged into his palm, then morphed into a long whip entwined with traces of time and space. As the whip swung, ripples spread through the surrounding chaotic space, and each flick tore small spatial rifts. This was the newly unlocked active skill, Thunder Metamorphosis, which could transform the power of thunder into any form of weapon, accompanied by a spatial tearing effect. Immediately, a hexagonal lightning pattern array appeared beneath his feet, and his figure suddenly blurred. In the next second, he had appeared 100 feet away, leaving only a flickering lightning afterimage in place. This was time-space thunderstep, merging the speed of thunder with the laws of space, allowing each step to cover several times the previous distance, and the afterimage would explode with a thunderous impact after 3 seconds. Baiye's eyes flickered, his arms spread wide, and 9 rotating lightning halos instantly appeared around him. Within the halos, countless tiny threads of lightning wove a shield. Any chaotic airflow that approached the halos would be instantly electrolyzed into the most primitive energy. This was the passive skill, Sovereign Domain, forming a thunder domain with a radius of 1,000 feet centered on himself, where all thunder energy was under his control, and enemies entering the domain would continuously suffer from law suppression. He attempted to mobilize deeper powers, and the eternal magic blade transformed back into a long sword with a rotating Taiji rune appearing on the blade's surface. As the rune spun, a bolt of thunder containing the opposing forces of life and death shot towards the distant chaotic barrier. The moment the thunder touched the barrier, it first unleashed a destructive force that annihilated everything, blasting a gap in the barrier, and then purple gold lightning threads emerged to repair the gap, perfectly connecting the two forces. This was the advanced effect of Dual Shadow Breaking God, merging the holy power of the Holy Edge Sword with the laws of the Thunder Sovereign, adding a destruction rebirth cycle effect to the attack. What excited Baiye the most was the ability, Law Resonance. When he concentrated, he could clearly hear the drifting thunder frequencies in the universe, the flares erupting from a distant star, the thunder magic being used by a certain civilization, and even the fragments of law left behind by the primordial thunder shadow all resonated in his mind at different frequencies. With just a thought, he could mobilize these drifting thunders for his own use. Even in a vacuum environment without energy, he could conjure thunder attacks out of thin air. So powerful. Is this the strength of a unique profession? Baiye was incredibly excited. Suddenly, just as he was familiarizing himself with his abilities, the chaotic space completely collapsed. In the next moment, Baiye's figure reappeared outside the Eternal Divine Tower. The stone tablet outside the tower suddenly erupted with dazzling light, and the original 4-turn ranking was completely refreshed. First place, Blue Star Civilization, Baiye, unique level rating, Thunder Sovereign. This line of golden text was engraved like a brand at the top of the stone tablet, exuding a pressure that surpassed all other names. At this moment, all the professionals from civilizations across the universe were still in shock, unable to recover. Inside the Holy Light Civilization Sacred Hall, Lu Jing's fingertips traced through the virtual projection in the air, which was looping the footage of Baiye's battles in the arena. To be able to clash with level 499 at level 299 and now complete the 4-turn with a unique level, Baiye's growth trajectory completely defies any known situation. On the floating island of the Sacred Pearl Civilization, Fujian gazed at the starry sky and murmured, "The Thunder Ruler, mastering all thunder laws. Perhaps the pattern of this cosmic civilization will be rewritten by a newcomer from Blue Star." In the steel fortress of the Watcher Civilization, Xinye's orders had already reached all intelligence departments. At all costs, find a way to establish diplomatic relations with the Blue Star Civilization. Even if it's just to convey a greeting, we must let them know the goodwill of our Watcher Civilization. Only in the Shao family mansion of the Apocalypse Civilization was the atmosphere terrifyingly oppressive. Xiaoyan stared at the 3 words "only level 1" projected on the stone tablet, his nails digging deep into his palm. The Thunder Ruler, if he grows up, wouldn't our Apocalypse Civilization be? Before he could finish, he was interrupted by the terrified gaze of the elder beside him. Some fears are so great that even mentioning them is taboo. At this moment, Baiye was reaching out to touch the stone tablet of the Eternal Divine Tower. The moment his fingertips brushed against the golden characters, a message surged into his mind. Thunder Ruler exclusive. Mission activated. Collect the 7 source thunder cores scattered throughout the universe to unlock the ultimate form of the thunder laws. He withdrew his hand and turned to gaze at the starry sky outside the Divine Tower, his eyes sparkling with eager anticipation. Immediately after, another prompt sounded. "Congratulations, you have broken the record for the 3rd level trial, becoming the first in the 3rd level trial record. You have received an additional reward, Eternal Mysterious Treasure Chest *1. Another eternal treasure chest, likely another piece of equipment for eternal growth." Baiye thought to himself. Just then, a soft white light suddenly appeared before him. This light was even warmer than before, enveloping his body and slowly rising, passing through layers of spatial barriers. The chaotic air currents rushed past the white light, and those fragments of thunder laws that had once oppressed him now flowed around the white light like gentle streams. This was the privilege brought by the identity of the Thunder Ruler. Even the spatial passage of the Divine Tower showed him goodwill. After a few moments, the light dissipated. Bai Yi stood firmly on the floor of his living room, sunlight streaming through the gaps in the curtains, casting slender light spots on the floor, contrasting sharply with the chaotic scene of the eternal divine tower. He raised his hand to rub his brow, the surging power of thunder within him slowly settling, merging into every inch of his muscles and bones. Then, he opened his backpack space and took out the treasure chest he had just received as a reward. The chest was entirely silver gray, with no intricate patterns on its surface, only engraved with spiraling lines that rose in circles, and deep within the lines flowed a dark purple glow, akin to a concentrated piece of starry sky. Let's see what I can open this time. Bai Yi picked up the chest, and as his fingertip touched the lid, the spiral pattern suddenly lit up. Without much commotion, the lid melted away like melting snow, revealing a ring floating inside. The ring was made of silver gray metal, with 3 fine thunder patterns winding around the band. One was dark purple, one was purple gold, and one was gray-black, corresponding to the source of the eternal magic blade, the power of the thunder ruler, and the fragments of the laws of the primordial thunder shadow. The ring face was an irregular diamond-shaped crystal, with tiny arcs of thunder slowly moving within, as if sealing a miniature sea of thunder. Eternal Thunder Ring, Grade? Effect, initial increase of 10,000 mental power, 8,000 physique, synchronously strengthens with the wearer's growth. Current growth progress, 0.1%. Comes with the passive law resonance, forms a link with other eternal equipment held by the wearer, activating it can enhance all equipment effects by 10%. Type, accessory, universal for all professions. This time it's not a warrior-exclusive equipment? Bai Yi was slightly surprised. Then, he summoned the equipment bar and equipped the new item. The next second, the ring appeared, fitting snugly onto his left index finger, the band instantly shrinking to fit his knuckle size. The moment the icy touch reached him, the thunder patterns on his fingertips and the ring's surface lit up simultaneously. A warm current spread through his veins to his entire body. The eternal demon blade seemed to sense the presence of its companion, the blade vibrating gently. Beside him, a faint silver gray sheen appearing on its dark purple surface. Resonance of the laws. Bai Yi caressed the ring's surface, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. It really matches well with the demon blade. Immediately after, Bai Yi checked his attribute information. Name, Bai Yi. Profession, Saint. Thunder Sovereign level, LV 300 health, 15 billion mana, 50 million attributes, strength 220 million, spirit 3 million, agility 3 million, constitution 3 million. Skills, basic combat skills. The attributes have increased so much. Is this the attribute strength of a unique hidden profession? So powerful. Saint, is this a title for the 4th transfer? Bai Yi nodded in satisfaction. After becoming the Thunder Sovereign, his attributes had increased tremendously. Even without the Halo bonus, his combat power could absolutely crush other practitioners of the same level. The sound of cicadas outside suddenly became clear, and the sound of a neighbor opening a door came from downstairs, the ordinary human warmth flooding into his nostrils. He looked down at the thunder ring on his fingers, then glanced at the eternal demon blade in his hand, a faint smile curving at the corners of his mouth. The power of the Thunder Sovereign, combined with 3 pieces of eternal growth equipment. Facing the impending invasion of the abyss, it seemed to have become even simpler. The next day. At this time, there were still 26 days until the abyss invasion of Blue Star. Bai Yi opened the game panel, preparing to enter the chosen world. Although his strength was terrifying, after becoming the Thunder Sovereign, this was not the limit. He could continue to level up, continue to gain new halos, and keep getting stronger. Just then, the surrounding space suddenly shook. At the same time, the originally bright sky instantly turned dim. The entire Blue Star was like this. What's going on? Bai Yi was startled. There was still quite a bit of time before the abyss invasion. Why was Blue Star starting to show abnormal conditions now? A few seconds later, the game system's prompt suddenly appeared before all practitioners of Blue Star. Attention all Blue Star players. Player Joe Fu has triggered the Civilization Quest Pilgrimage Realm. Civilization Quest, a special task completed collectively by all players of the Civilization. Task Pilgrimage Realm. Level, 7 stars. Completion rate, 10% rewards. All players receive an epic treasure chest, receive a civilization weapon, additional rewards distributed to the top 10 players based on task contribution. As soon as this prompt appeared, it instantly stirred up a storm across Blue Star. On the streets and in homes, all over Blue Star, countless players stared at the suddenly popped up system prompt, instantly falling into a frenzy. Messages on various forums were flooding in at tens of thousands per second. Civilization Quest? What is a Civilization Quest? Civilization Quest, completed collectively by all players? How difficult must that be? Will there be penalties for failure? Epic treasure chest and civilization weapons. No matter how difficult it is, this reward is definitely worth it. Our Blue Star just defeated the Apocalypse civilization and our strength has surged. This task comes at the perfect time, but the completion rate is only 10%. Yeah, if all players do it together, what if someone drags their feet? If we can't get the rewards, what if there are penalties? Anxious Discussions spread like a tide. Meanwhile, in a small room in a city of Longwa, Bai looked at the system prompt, his fingertips lightly tapping on the table. 7-star task, civilization level rewards and additional rewards for the top 10. A glimmer of interest passed through his eyes. Such tasks that require the participation of all players normally come with unimaginable opportunities. As for the difficulty, he had experienced the trials of the Eternal Divine Tower, and seen the primordial thunder shadow. He had long lost his fear of so-called high difficulty, leaving only anticipation for the challenge. Are all participants ready? Bai stood up and walked to the window, gazing at the chaotic city outside, stirred by the task notification, a slight smile playing on his lips. It was a good opportunity to see just how much potential the players of Blue Star could unleash. After all, the invasion of the Abyss would come in just over 20 days, and no one could escape it. In just a few minutes, the debates online were still brewing. However, many players had already begun to form teams and gather. The air across Blue Star was thick with a mix of tension and excitement. Suddenly, the light in the world dimmed sharply. Immediately after, countless pale blue beams of light shot up from various locations across Blue Star, piercing through the clouds and converging in the sky to form a vast sea of light. Whether on the streets, at home, or in the chosen map, all players were enveloped by this sudden beam of light. Is the teleportation starting? Inside the beam, the space began to warp, and the players' figures gradually became transparent in the glow. Bai was no exception. He did not resist, allowing the gentle, yet irresistible force to wrap around him. In the next second, all the beams simultaneously contracted, taking millions of players from Blue Star and vanishing from their original spots. The first civilization task of Blue Star had begun. At the moment the beams dissipated, hundreds of millions of Blue Star players fell into a primal world filled with the scent of sandalwood and blood. In this world, towering trees had trunks that required more than 100 people to embrace. Their bark covered in deep green moss, with pale purple parasitic flowers emerging from the mossy crevices, their petal edges dripping with viscous droplets. Some players curiously touched them, and a burning sensation immediately shot through their fingertips, with the system alerting them that this was the poison abandoned by the gods, capable of corroding iron. The tree canopy blocked out the sun, allowing only specks of light to filter through the gaps, casting dappled patterns on the decaying leaves below, where countless tiny insects wriggled. In the distance, numerous totem poles stood on the mountains, the tallest reaching 1,000 feet high, with pale flames burning at the top, where the outlines of fierce beasts could be seen roaring within the flames. As all the Blue Star players curiously observed this new world, the game system's notification appeared. Attention all players. The task notification is as follows. 1. This is a world ruled by several gods, inhabited by countless beastmen who are loyal followers of the gods, blessed with divine gifts and extraordinary combat power. 2. The task consists of 3 phases. The next phase will only unlock after completing the current one. 3. Task duration, 20 days. Information on various gods and their followers has been distributed. Please check it out. Pilgrimage Realm Phase 1 Task. Investigate the mist. Collect 1 billion fragments of the divine totem. Current progress, 0/1 billion. This place is way more sinister than the wild areas of the chosen world. Somewhere, a player gripped their iron sword tightly, the blade trembling slightly from tension. Just as the words left their mouth, a sudden crack of a breaking branch echoed from the dense forest to the left, and a towering werewolf sprang out. Its body was covered in gray-black fur, intertwined with silver chains, each adorned with a string of skull necklaces, and each skull's eye socket held a pea-sized ruby. Its claws glinted coldly, with dark red bloodstains still lingering between its nails. Most terrifying were its eyes, with vertical pupils and irises of a strange bluish purple, clearly a mark of having received some divine blessing. It's a follower of the nature god. A player who had carefully read the strategy information issued by the game system shouted immediately, "Mages, use fire spells, it fears fire." 2 mages quickly began chanting spells, orange-red fireballs coalescing in their palms and hurled towards the werewolf. The werewolf let out a roar, rolling sharply to the left to dodge the fireball, while its claws carved 3 deep grooves into the ground, from which emerald vines erupted, coiling towards the nearest player like venomous snakes. "Shield warriors, hold the line," Captain shouted, and a player holding a giant shield immediately positioned the shield in front. The moment the vines wrapped around the shield, the surface suddenly lit up with a faint golden glow. This was the guardian barrier learned by players in the chosen world, capable of briefly withstanding high amounts of damage. Seizing this opportunity, the archer had already knocked an arrow, its tail wrapped in a cloth soaked in kerosene. Once ignited, it shot towards the werewolf's neck like a fiery meteor. The werewolf threw back its head and roared, attempting to block with chains. But the arrow struck precisely at the connection of its necklace. The skull necklace clattered and fell apart, and the werewolf's violet pupils suddenly dimmed, its speed noticeably slowing. Now's the time. 3 assassins sprang from the shadows, their daggers accurately piercing the joints of the werewolf's hind legs, where the fur was thinnest, a weakness the players had just observed. "Got it," the shield warrior panted, patting his shield as he watched the fallen Werewolf dissolve into light, leaving behind a wooden totem fragment the size of a fingernail on the ground etched with twisted vine patterns. Is this the totem fragment required for the quest? It looks pretty ordinary. At that moment, a system prompt appeared before them. Pilgrimage Realm Phase 1 Quest, explore the Misty Forest, collect 1 billion divine totem fragments. Current progress 37020/1 billion. Damn, did the others also get results that quickly? Let's keep pushing. We might have a chance for extra rewards. In the next moment, countless Blue Star players immediately sprang into action. One team discovered by the stream that the nature god's orc followers could summon vines but dared not step into the flowing water. They quickly chopped down small trees with stone axes to build a simple raft, shooting arrows at the orcs on the shore, collecting dozens of fragments in a single day. Another team was even smarter. They noticed that the thunder god's orc followers wore horn-shaped thunder crystals around their necks, which short-circuited when wet. So they divided their tasks. The warrior distracted the orcs while the rogue quietly splashed stream water on their path. Once the orcs stepped into the water, the mage immediately cast freeze, immobilizing their feet and easily harvesting fragments. Somewhere, Bai Yi stood on a branch of a giant tree, a faint thread of lightning swirling around his fingertips. He watched the players below with great interest, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Fortunately, the Blue Star players are no pushovers. Otherwise, if I had to complete this task alone, I'd probably be exhausted. Bai Yi chuckled. It turned out that some things indeed relied on many hands make light work. This reminds me, while I grow stronger, I can also help other players become stronger faster. Bai Yi planted this thought in his mind. Temporarily setting it aside, he began searching for orcs, preparing to level up to full fourth transition. Not long after, in a forest area, a terrifying force of thunder swept across, turning a radius of several hundred meters into a sea of lightning. Bai Yi stood in the center of the sea of thunder, the light of leveling up continuously shining around him. Killing these orcs would grant experience points. With the 100-fold experience boost, Bai Yi's level skyrocketed like a rocket. At this point, he had already reached full fourth transition. After a while, the thunder gradually subsided, and the light of leveling up around Bai Yi slowly faded. He opened his eyes, an astonishing aura radiating from him, like the might of a deity. He exhaled slowly, releasing a breath of turbid air. Then, Bai Yi focused his thoughts and checked his attributes after reaching max level. Name, Bai Yi. Class, Saint Thunder Ruler level, LV 399 health, 95 billion mana, 10 million. Attributes, Strength 9.5 billion, Spirit 21 million, Agility 23 million, Constitution 24 million. Skills, Basic Combat Technique. After reaching max level, Bai Yi's attributes had skyrocketed. A true surge. No wonder it's the only hidden class. The growth attributes are incredibly high. White Knight sighed with emotion. Other professions at the same level probably couldn't even see the taillights of the Thunder Lord. With the enhancement of the aura, this attribute truly became terrifying to the point of disbelief. 950 billion health points, 9.5 billion strength. Who would dare to believe it? Next, not only that, but I can also extract a new aura. White Knight's heart raced. Even with such astonishing power now, the prospect of extracting an aura still filled him with immense anticipation. In the next moment, the aura extraction began. A prompt, different from the game system, suddenly echoed deep within his mind. Random aura extraction in progress. Please wait. Instantly, the familiar aura roulette appeared in White Knight's mind. The roulette still shimmered with brilliant colors, its edges engraved with incomprehensible ancient runes. As the roulette spun rapidly, the runes left long trails of light in his vision, resembling a beam of light traversing through the galaxy. This was his fifth random extraction, and each previous attempt had brought unexpected surprises. Soon, the speed of the roulette gradually slowed, finally stopping at a golden aura. Extraction successful. A brand new golden aura rose from the center of the roulette. Its dazzling brilliance almost pierced through his mind. It hovered in the void, gently rotating, emanating a tremendous aura of power, and in the next second, it transformed into a stream of gold, merging violently with his consciousness. Extraction successful. You have obtained a permanent mana aura. Mana aura? The surprise on White Knight's face was almost overflowing. In the next moment, a detailed attribute panel appeared before him like a projection, clearly displaying the effects of the new aura. Mana aura effect. The aura owner receives a 300 times increase in mana attributes. Duration, permanent. With the mana aura, my mana value skyrocketed to 30 billion. I no longer have to worry about running out of mana. White Knight nodded in satisfaction. The enhancement from this aura was not insignificant. Then, White Knight found a secluded spot to calmly comprehend the various powerful abilities he had just acquired. Meanwhile, other Blue Star players were tirelessly completing the first phase of the civilization task. Their levels and strengths were continuously improving throughout this process. Just 3 days later, before the prompt for completing the first phase task sounded, the players had already compiled a thick manual titled Weaknesses of Orc Followers, which was being wildly shared across various communication channels. Blue Star players, terrifying indeed. First phase task of the Pilgrimage Realm completed. When The cold system prompt thundered throughout the task world. All blue star players engaged in battle with the orcs were momentarily stunned, then erupted into thunderous cheers. Completed? Really completed? One player was so excited that he danced around, nearly dropping his weapon. Immediately after, another prompt followed. Congratulations to all players for completing the first phase task, receiving an additional reward, 100,000 experience points. Whoosh! In an instant, all blue star players received 100,000 experience. The moment the experience points were credited, countless pale golden lights illuminated the players. That was the sign of leveling up. Damn! I leveled up 10 levels directly. A warrior laughed wildly, slapping his thigh, as the wound previously inflicted by the orc healed the moment he leveled up, a sense of power spreading through his bones, making his grip on the battle axe steadier. I leveled up 4 levels. This 100,000 experience is amazing. A mage watched as his mana cap skyrocketed, unable to resist waving his staff at the air. The fireball that shot from his fingertips was significantly larger than before. Even those players who had been injured and in low spirits during the battle perked up the moment the experience points surged in, the attribute boosts from leveling up straightening their backs. The forest was filled with the ding sound of level-ups, intertwining with the players' cheers, dispelling the previous tension and fatigue. The white knight on the tree branch also received experience rewards, but it was of no use to him since he was already at max level. However, as he looked down at the patches of golden light shining below, the curve of his lips softened a bit. It really saves them a lot of grinding time. At that moment, the system prompt refreshed again, covering all players' views. Attention all players. The first phase of the mission has been completed. You can choose to exit the mission early without any penalties and receive a reward. Golden treasure chest *1. Damn, we can end the mission early. And there's a golden treasure chest reward. Ha ha ha. In that case, I'm outta here. Goodbye everyone. I'm already satisfied with the golden chest. In an instant, over 99% of the players chose to exit the mission early. There was no choice, most players from Blue Star were too weak. Exiting early to receive some ordinary rewards was indeed a good option. 2 minutes later, there were less than 10,000 Blue Star players left in the mission world. These were the true elites, each with a level of at least 50. The next moment, the game system prompt appeared before the remaining players. The second phase of the pilgrimage realm mission has begun. Purify the holy spring, sever the foundation of the divine blessing. Mission objective: capture and purify 3 holy springs guarded by orc followers. Current progress 0/3. Mission description: the holy spring is a medium through which the divine transmits blessings to its followers. Each holy spring is guarded by high-level followers of the corresponding deity, and the area around the holy spring is shrouded in divine territory, reducing normal attack effectiveness by 50%. Mission reward: all players receive a temporary buff of divine resistance, lasting 20 days. For every 30% purification progress achieved, all players' attributes increase by 5%. Holy spring? Sounds tough. And it weakens normal attacks? Then warriors and archers are going to have a hard time, right? But the reward is an all-attribute increase. Purifying it will directly boost attributes by 15%. That's a huge profit. Let's check the strategy. Information first, someone reminded, opening the new data issued by the system. Holy Spring Distribution 1. Natural Holy Spring, deep in the misty forest. Guarded by the high-level follower of the nature god Thornbear King. The holy spring is entwined with ancient vines, and touching the vines will trigger the parasitic curse. 2. Lightning Holy Spring, top of Blackstone Mountain, guarded by the high-level follower of the lightning god Thunder Eagle Lord. There is a strong electric current field around the holy spring, and getting close will continuously inflict lightning damage. 3. War Holy Spring, foot of the volcano. Guarded by the high-level follower of the war god, Blood Lion General. The holy spring is covered by a blood-red barrier, and the barrier's strength increases with the number of followers. Thornbear King, Thunder Eagle Lord, Blood Lion General. Just the names sound much stronger than the previous orcs. And there are special mechanisms. Parasitic curse, strong electric current field, blood-red barrier. This phase of the mission is going to be serious. The difficulty of the mission had significantly increased, but the remaining Blue Star players did not back down this time. The enhancements from the first phase had genuinely stimulated everyone. The thrill of such a sudden surge in power was simply maddening. The next moment, the remaining Blue Star players immediately began to form teams and integrate. The squads that had performed well in the first phase spontaneously became the core, gathering mages skilled in breaking barriers, priests capable of resisting curses, and melee warriors preparing to fully tackle the holy spring. Bai Yi leaped down from the tree branch, lightly touching the ground with his toes, landing silently in an open area. He watched as the players quickly gathered and assigned tasks, a glimmer of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. The difficulty of the second phase has clearly increased. It's just right to see what these guys can come up with after gaining a power boost. In the distance, on the mountains, the totem pillars burning with pale flames seemed to deepen in color, and a low growl could be faintly heard emanating from deep within. The flames Soon, the remaining top players from Blue Star split into 3 groups heading towards 3 sacred springs. The team tackling the natural sacred spring was the most cautious. They carried the flame resin collected in the first phase. This substance burns fiercely when heated and has remarkable effects on plants. The captain was an experienced veteran player whose level had already reached LV60. Achieving this level in just a few days was no small feat. He instructed the warriors to hold up shields coated with resin to clear the way, while the priests began chanting purification prayer, ready to dispel any parasitic curses at a moment's notice. As they approached the sacred spring, they indeed saw ancient vines, like giant pythons, coiling around the spring's mouth, with the leaves glowing faintly green. Ignite! At the captain's command, the warriors slammed their shields against the ground, causing the resin to ignite in a blaze. As it rubbed against the gravel, the ancient vines crackled as they were scorched by the flames, the green light quickly dimming. Now, the mages immediately unleashed Gale Spell, using the wind to fan the flames, causing the ancient vines to crackle and burn. Just when everyone thought they had succeeded, a surge of dark green liquid suddenly erupted from the center of the spring. The moment the liquid hit the ground, the charred ancient vines began to regenerate at a visible speed, sprouting new branches with barbs that lashed out wildly towards the players. The Thorned Bear King is out, someone shouted. A massive rock behind the sacred spring split open, and a 3-meter-tall bearman emerged, covered in thorny armor. With a slam of its paw on the ground, countless vine roots burst forth from the earth, ensnaring the ankles of over a dozen players. The ensnared players immediately screamed in agony as green patterns appeared on their skin, their health points plummeting. The parasitic curse had taken effect. The priests hurriedly cast purification spells but found the curse's intensity far exceeded their expectations. The purifying light fell upon the players, only managing to slow the curse's spread. After all, their levels were simply too low. The strength of their skills was inadequate. Roar! The Thorned Bear King charged with a roar, shattering the shields of 3 warriors with a single swipe. The player's attacks landed on its thorny armor, leaving only shallow white marks. Retreat! Fall back! The captain gritted his teeth and ordered, but the ancient vines had already formed a circle, and the players, with no way to retreat, watched their health points continuously drop, despair gradually filling their eyes. Meanwhile, the team tackling the lightning sacred spring was also embroiled in a fierce battle. The electrical field at the top of Blackstone Mountain was astonishingly strong. The players wrapped themselves in soaked animal skins, trying to resist the current, but still found their hair standing on end from the shocks. The Thunder Eagle Lord circled above the sacred spring, its wings spanning 10 meters wide, each feather crackling with purple lightning. As it flapped its wings, countless lightning arrows rained down like a torrential storm. Use the metal net, shouted one player. They had gathered a large amount of special metal in advance, weaving it into a massive metal net, held up by the warriors as a lightning rod. This tactic was initially effective. The lightning arrows struck the net, and the current was directed into the ground. But the Thunder Eagle Lord suddenly let out a sharp screech, folding its wings, and a purple lightning column, as thick as a barrel, struck the metal net. Boom! The net was instantly pierced, and the warriors holding it fell to the ground, charred and unable to fight. Focus! Fire on its wings from a distance. But the other players refused to give up. The mages summoned their strongest ice spells, attempting to freeze the Thunder Eagle's feathers, only to have them evaporated by the lightning column in an instant. The electrical field grew stronger, and the players' equipment began to smoke. Even the priest's healing spells became intermittent. We can't do this, it's impossible to fight back. Someone slumped to the ground, watching the Thunder Eagle Lord gather another lightning column, their eyes filled with helplessness. The battle at the War Sacred Spring was equally brutal. General Blood Lion stood at the center of the barrier, surrounded by over 100 Blood Lion warriors. The barrier thickened as the number of warriors increased, and the players' attacks merely created ripples on its surface. They attempted to disperse the warriors, sending assassins to flank and ambush, but were countered by General Blood Lion's Blood Fury skill. As long as a warrior is injured, it will absorb blood to strengthen itself, causing its attack and defense power to surge. Half of our brothers have already lost their combat ability. The captain looked at the dwindling teammates, his voice trembling. They had crafted the boundary-breaking bomb from materials obtained in the first phase, but after detonation, it only created a small gap in the barrier. Before the players could rush in, the gap was quickly filled by the blood of the Blood Lion warriors. The barrier's strength is nearing its peak. If this continues, we will all perish here. Despair spread like a plague. Even the players who were initially full of fighting spirit hung their heads. The battle reports from the 3 holy springs spread through the shared channel to all players. Watching the rising casualty numbers and the stagnant purification progress, the Blue Star players fell into silence. The previous excitement and confidence had vanished, leaving only a deep sense of powerlessness. They had exhausted all methods: flames, metal nets, boundary breaking, bombs, even tactics like ambushes and splitting forces had been tried, but in the face of the absolute power of the high-level believers, all tricks seemed so pale. Strength was the true main theme of this game. Could it be that we really can't complete it? Someone murmured, their voice tinged with a sob. A 15% increase in all attributes was within reach, yet they felt as if separated by an insurmountable chasm, unable to grasp it. Just then, a faint purple lightning suddenly tore through the sky, streaking like a meteor across the misty forest, Blackstone Mountain, and the foot of the volcano. The figure of Bai Yi appeared above the natural holy spring. He didn't even glance at the Thorn Bear King, merely raising a hand. Countless gray-black bolts of lightning surged from his palm, striking the ancient vines. In the next moment, boom! Those vines that could resist flames melted like paper in the thunder. The parasitic curse was instantly purified by the lightning, and the green patterns on the fallen players quickly faded. Their health points began to recover. The Thorn Bear King roared and lunged forward, but Bai Yi sidestepped, the lightning at his fingertips transforming into a spear that precisely pierced the gaps in its armor. The massive body of the Bear King froze in place, its thorny armor crumbling inch by inch, quickly dissipating into specks of light. Instant kill. Immediately after, all the ancient vines around the holy spring withered, revealing the clear spring water. Purification progress, 34%. The next second, he appeared at the top of Blackstone Mountain. The lightning pillar of the Lightning Eagle Lord was only halfway down when Bai Yi grasped it with his outstretched hand. The purple lightning pillar struggled wildly in his palm but was gradually transformed into gray-black lightning. Your lightning is too weak, Bai Yi whispered, flipping his hand to throw the transformed lightning, which struck the Lightning Eagle Lord, piercing its wing and eliciting a shrill scream as it fell to the ground, turning into specks of light. Another instant kill. Following that, the strong electric current field instantly dissipated. Purification progress, 67%. Finally, he landed in front of the War Holy Spring. The Blood Lion General was about to order the strengthening of the barrier when he saw Bai Yi raise the eternal magic blade. The dark purple blade light flashed by, and without a thunderous roar, the seemingly indestructible blood-colored barrier shattered like ice, along with the surrounding Blood Lion warriors, swept away by the airflow generated by the blade light. The Blood Lion General's pupils constricted, raising his axe to block, but the blade light cleaved from head to toe, quickly transforming into golden specks of light and dissipating. Still an instant kill. Purification progress, 100%. The entire process took less than half a minute. At that moment, the remaining Blue Star players were left dumbfounded. Those high-level believers that had filled them with despair had not even lasted a single round under Bai Yi's hand. The previous feelings of powerlessness, fear, and despair transformed into deafening cheers at this moment. Great God, Bai Yi! Holy crap! Is this the power of the White God? I knew it. With Bai Yi around, nothing is impossible. Some were so excited they cried, jumping, and hugging their teammates. Others bowed in the direction of Bai Yi, their eyes filled with fervent admiration. At this moment, Bai Yi's figure was deeply etched in everyone's minds, never to fade away. At this moment, Bai Yi was the deity of Blue Star. Bai Yi sheathed his sword and stood tall, gazing at the players below who were cheering wildly, his expression calm. He could feel that with the completion of the second phase of the quest, the aura of the players had strengthened a bit more, that 15% attribute boost was truly integrating into their bodies, and the one who gained the most enhancement was undoubtedly himself. At that moment, on the distant totem pole, pale flames flickered violently and a frantic roar could be faintly heard, but Bai Yi merely glanced at it, before turning his gaze towards the direction of the holy spring. It was time for those so-called deities to make their appearance in the third phase. Pilgrimage Realm third phase quest activated. Confront the deities, cut off the source of faith quest objective, defeat the 3 descending deity projections. Current progress 0/3. Quest description: the nature god, thunder god, and war god will descend with partial divine power projections, their strength equivalent to about 100 times that of a peak 4th turn professional. Quest reward: all participating players receive 1 divine fragment, and the MVP of the quest can gain an additional opportunity for rule plundered deity projections. Bai Yi's expression turned serious. Just as the game system notification finished, a thunderous roar erupted from the distant mountains. The 3 totem poles, engulfed in pale flames, suddenly exploded, and the flames transformed into 3 towering beams of light from which 3 indistinct figures slowly emerged. The figure on the left was covered in dark green vines, its head twisted into the shape of an ancient tree, with ghostly green flames flickering in its eye sockets. Each breath it took caused the surrounding giant trees to grow wildly. It was the projection of the nature god. The figure in the middle was composed purely of thunder, its form ethereal yet exuding a force that could tear through space. Surrounded by billions of tiny arcs of lightning, wherever it passed, even light was electrolyzed into colorful spots. It was the projection of the thunder god. The figure on the right was clad in blood-red armor, wielding a massive axe flowing with lava, with wisps of black smoke seeping from the gaps in its armor. Each step it took cracked the ground like a spider's web. It was the projection of the war god. Boom! As soon as the 3 deity projections appeared, an indescribable pressure swept across the scene like a tsunami. The sky darkened instantly, the space twisted like rippling water, and the energy particles in the air went berserk. Even the thunderous aura Bai Yi had left behind trembled slightly under the pressure. The remaining fewer than 10,000 Blue Star players found it incredibly difficult to even stand. Some were directly pressed to the ground by the pressure, their faces pressed against the cold earth, their teeth uncontrollably chattering. Some tried to lift their weapons but found their arms as heavy as if filled with lead. Their weapons clattered to the ground with a desperate sound. Others simply slumped to the ground, their pupils dilated, mumbling impossible. This was a fear that originated from the depths of their souls, as if they were not facing quest objectives but rather a natural disaster capable of easily crushing the entire Blue Star civilization. This is the power of the deities? A player's voice trembled, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Nearly passively enduring the pressure had already caused cracks in his internal organs. At that moment, a faint purple lightning bolt shot up from the crowd. Bai Yi erupted with a thunderous aura 100 times stronger than before, gray-black lightning spreading like boiling tides, forming a thunder domain with a diameter of 1,000 feet around him. The edge of the domain collided with the pressure from the three deities, producing a sizzling sound and forming a visible energy barrier. The deities' pressure was like crashing waves, yet it could never cross the barrier by even a step. Ha! Ha! The players who had been struggling to breathe suddenly felt a lightness wash over them, as if a drowning person had finally surfaced. They gasped for air, looking at the faint purple figure standing before them, their eyes filled with the relief of having survived a catastrophe and an indescribable shock. Night God. The pressure that could shatter their hearts and guts was so easily blocked in front of Bai Yi. In the world, dark green vines, gray-black thunder, and blood-red battle energy formed a triad of power. The shockwaves from the energy collisions caused the distant mountains to continuously collapse, yet they were firmly locked in the center by Bai Yi's thunder domain, not harming the players in the slightest. Everyone, step back. I will take over the battlefield from here. Bai Yi's voice came through the thunder domain, calm yet undeniable. All of you withdraw from the mission. The upcoming battle is not something you can participate in. The players exchanged glances, and no one hesitated. They understood that they had already exhausted all their strength against the high-level believers just moments ago, and now facing the projection of a deity, staying would only be a burden. Take care, White God. Someone deeply bowed towards Bai Yi, their voice trembling uncontrollably. We will wait for your triumphant return on Blue Star. White God, you must win. Countless shouts erupted, filled with endless respect and hope. In the next moment, the players chose to withdraw from the mission one after another, beams of white light shooting up into the sky, quickly disappearing into the horizon. Before all the players left, they turned back to glance at the figure facing the three deities alone, deeply imprinting this shocking scene in their minds. As the white light dissipated, the mission world was left with only Bai Yi and the three deity projections. Insignificant mortal, dare you interfere in the domain of the gods? The projection of the nature god spoke first, its voice like countless vines scraping against each other, harsh and eerie. The next second, it waved its hand, and the ground suddenly cracked open with countless fissures, billions of thorny vines with barbs shooting out like venomous snakes, entangling towards Bai Yi. The thorns were coated with dark green venom, and wherever it dripped, the air was corroded into pitch-black voids. Bai Yi's gaze sharpened, and the eternal magic blade drew an arc in his hand. In the next moment, whoosh! The dark purple blade light swept through, instantly slicing the indestructible thorns into powder, the venom falling onto the thunder domain, evaporating and dissipating like water droplets meeting fire. You know nothing of the heavens and the earth. The projection of the thunder god let out a shrill scream, and with a bang, billions of arcs of lightning suddenly converged around it, transforming into a thunder spear that pierced through heaven and earth. The spear, carrying the might to annihilate everything, shot towards Bai Yi, tearing the space along its path into a pitch-black trajectory, with remnants of undissipated lightning arcs at its edges. Bai Yi lightly tapped his foot, leaving a shadow in place, while simultaneously swinging out a blade. The gray-black thunder coalesced into a giant hand at the tip of the blade light, gripping the thunder spear and squeezing it fiercely. Crack! The spear, infused with the power of the thunder god, was crushed. Interesting. The projection of the war god also moved, a blood-red giant axe cleaving down with the power to shatter mountains and rocks, the magma on the axe blade transforming into a blood-red fire dragon, opening its massive mouth to bite towards Bai Yi's head. This axe contained pure destructive laws, shaking even Bai Yi's thunder domain violently, with signs of collapse appearing at the edges of the domain. Bai Yi's gaze sharpened, fully mobilizing the power within him, no longer holding back. The thunder laws within him operated at full capacity, the dark purple and golden patterns on the eternal magic blade glowing brightly, the blade lengthening to 1,000 feet, with a faint shadow of the primordial thunder image visible within the blade light. Thunder judgment. The 1,000-foot blade light, carrying the might to shatter laws, collided with the blood-red giant axe. Boom! Two terrifying forces exploded, forming an energy storm with a diameter of 10,000 feet. At the center of the storm, the nature god's vines were shredded into pieces, the thunder god's arcs were dispersed, and a clear crack appeared on the war god's giant axe. The three deity projections simultaneously retreated 100 feet, their gazes towards Bai Yi, carrying a hint of seriousness for the first time. Bai Yi floated at the center of the storm, his robes billowing, a cold smile curving at the corner of his mouth. Come on, let me see the power of the gods. Before his words fell, the three deity projections moved simultaneously. The vines of the nature god transformed into a cage, the arcs of the thunder god wove into an electric net, and the war god's giant axe cleaved through waves of magma. The three formed a perfect synergy, sealing off all of Bai Yi's escape routes, their offensive power more terrifying than the sum of their previous attacks by 100-fold. Yet, Bai Yi's figure became increasingly blurred amidst the onslaught. At times, he transformed into a faint purple lightning, darting through the gaps between the vines and the electric net. At other moments, he condensed a giant hand of thunder, clashing head-on with the war god's axe. He also unleashed blade lights infused with the power of laws, precisely striking at the flaws and the projections of the three gods. Boom! Boom boom! The heavens and earth trembled violently as if it were the end of days. The entire mission world had now completely devolved into a stage for the collision of thunder and divine power. The gray-black thunder clashed with the dark-green vines, the purple-gold arcs, and the blood-red magma, constantly colliding, annihilating, and being reborn. Each collision made the world shudder, as if the entire realm was on the verge of collapse. Bai Yi faced three opponents yet showed no signs of decline. His thunder laws operated rapidly in battle, even continuously devouring the divine power dissipated by the three god projections. The blade light grew brighter and his aura stronger. This is the power of the thunder laws? How is that possible? You are clearly not a divine being. The projection of the nature god emitted an incredulous voice, and the vine assault momentarily halted. Bai Yi seized this opening, the blade light flashed, and in an instant he struck the vine body of the nature god's projection. Put! Dark green liquid splattered, and the projection of the nature god shrank by 30%, its aura visibly weakening. At the same time, the attacks from the thunder god and the war god followed closely behind. But Bai Yi was already prepared. The thunder domain suddenly contracted, concentrating all power into a single point, forcefully taking on these two heavy blows. Bang bang! After two loud crashes, Bai Yi's figure retreated several dozen feet, a trickle of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Yet the fighting spirit in his eyes burned even more fiercely as he wiped the blood from his lips and tightened his grip on the eternal magic blade. In the next moment, a faint light flickered around him, and the healing halo instantly restored his lost health to its original state. Continue, the game has just begun. After the nature god's projection was injured, the vine body suddenly writhed violently, dark green liquid gushing from the break, and as the liquid hit the ground, it transformed into countless tiny vines that ignored spatial distance and directly entangled Bai Yi's limbs. This was its innate divine ability, nature parasitism, capable of burrowing into the opponent's body through energy gaps to absorb the essence of life. Bai Yi's feet flashed with thunder patterns, activating time-space thunderstep, leaving three afterimages in place while avoiding the vines, and the blade of the eternal magic blade emanated a dark purple suction. As those tiny vines approached, they were directly devoured by the blade, transforming into pure energy that flowed back to Bai Yi, seeking death. Seeing this, the thunder god's projection surged with arcs of lightning once more. Boom! This time, instead of condensing into a spear, it transformed into billions of thin lightning needles which contained fragments of spatial laws capable of penetrating physical defenses, drilling through the gaps in Bai Yi's thunder domain. Zzz. The lightning needles pierced Bai Yi's surface, sparking tiny electric flowers, but they were instantly shattered by the gray-black thunder flowing over his skin. Bai Yi's gaze turned cold. With his left hand clenched, countless rotating thunder rings suddenly appeared within the thunder domain. These thunder rings interlocked like gears, pulling all the lightning needles from the thunder god's projection into them, shredding them into fine particles of light. Law thunder closed loop. With a low shout, the thunder rings abruptly contracted, forming a sealed energy cage that trapped the thunder god's projection in the center. The walls of the cage flowed with the law patterns of the primordial thunder shadow, and no matter how the thunder god's projection crashed against it, it could not budge an inch. Ha! At that moment, the war god's projection seized the opportunity, the blood-red giant axe cleaving down with the might to shatter the heavens and earth. This axe was even stronger than before, the magma on the blade transforming into snarling beast faces that roared as they lunged toward Bai Yi's thunder domain, causing the domain's walls to instantly crack with a multitude of fissures. Bai Yi did not retreat, but advanced, gripping the eternal demon blade in his right hand while pressing his left hand against the back of the blade, channeling all 9.5 billion of his power and the laws of thunder into it. The surface of the blade was adorned with intertwining purple gold and dark purple patterns, forming a rotating taiji rune, at the center of which a gray-black particle of light was rapidly expanding. That was the primordial thunder core, condensed after devouring countless fragments of thunder and laws. Thunder end! He swung a vertical slash against the giant axe. With a deafening explosion, a gray-black blade of light shot up into the sky, piercing through heaven and earth. Boom! At the moment of collision between the blade of light and the giant axe, the blood-red beast faces disintegrated like melting ice and snow. The magma blade shattered inch by inch, and even the blood-red armor on the war god projection was cleaved open, revealing a deep wound that exposed bone. Ugh, the war god projection let out a painful roar, but the next moment, the black smoke surging from the gaps in the armor suddenly thickened. It was burning its divine power to forcibly heal its wounds, while its form swelled to a height of 1,000 feet, the giant axe sweeping across, attempting to crush Bai Yi with absolute power. The thunder god projection, trapped in the cage, seized the opportunity, condensing arcs of lightning into a lightsaber, slicing through a corner of the thunder ring, forming a pincer attack with the war god projection. Meanwhile, the nature god projection frantically spawned vines from the back. These vines no longer attacked but wrapped around the thunder god and war god projections, supplying them with life force. The three divine projections began to work together. Bai Yi was caught in the middle, the thunder domain shaking violently, the cracks in the walls multiplying, and blood once again trickling from the corner of his mouth. Yet the fighting spirit in his eyes burned even more fiercely, the primordial thunder core within him erupting. Under pressure, gray-black thunder surging from his body like a tide, merging with the blade light of the eternal demon blade. Now's the time. He suddenly abandoned defense, allowing the war god projection's giant axe to strike the thunder domain. In an instant, terrifying damage hit him, causing Bai Yi's health to plummet. The moment the domain shattered, Bai Yi's figure shot out like an arrow released from a bow, breaking through the gap in the pincer attack, the eternal demon blade piercing directly at the core of the nature god's vines. That was the place where its life force was most concentrated. The nature god projection was horrified, frantically spawning vines to block, but they were burned to ashes by the thunder erupting from Bai Yi's body. The blade light pierced the core without obstruction, dark green sap gushing out like a fountain. The nature god projection's body withered at a visible rate, ultimately turning into a charred piece of dead wood, crumbling into powder. Nature god projection has been defeated. After eliminating the nature god, Bai Yi turned to face the thunder god and war god projections. At this point, his thunder domain had shattered more than half, his breath slightly disordered, but the eternal demon blade in his hand shone even brighter. It had absorbed the core energy of the nature god, and the blade now bore a trace of the life loss pattern. It's your turn now. Bai Yi flicked off the sap from the blade, his figure swaying as he charged toward the two divine projections. He summoned all his strength, pushing thunder metamorphosis to its limits, the eternal demon blade continuously morphing in his hands. The demon blade transformed into a long whip entwined with lightning patterns, ensnaring the war god projection's giant axe, then into a shield covered in barbs, taking the hit from the thunder god projection's lightsaber. It then shifted back to a sword form, striking at the vulnerabilities of both from tricky angles. Bang! Boom! In the sky, the battle was incredibly fierce, violent energy sweeping in all directions. After dozens of rounds, the battle reached a fever pitch. At this point, the war god projection's armor had been slashed to pieces, yet it still maintained its offensive by burning divine power. On the other side, the thunder god projection's arcs of lightning were growing dimmer, and the application of spatial laws was showing signs of delay. Although Bai Yi's injuries were accumulating, he was still able to hold on thanks to the healing halo. The operation of his thunder law became increasingly fluid, each strike landing precisely on the power nodes of the divine projection, continuously dismantling their divine foundation. After several dozen exchanges, Bai Yi seized the moment when the lightning god's projection was momentarily vulnerable, and the eternal magic blade suddenly glowed with Taiji runes. As the runes spun, a bolt of thunder imbued with the power of life and death pierced its core. Ah! The lightning god projection let out a piercing shriek, its form transforming into arcs of lightning that ultimately dissipated into the air. Lightning god projection has been defeated. Damn it! The remaining war god projection, witnessing this, abruptly ceased its attack, its blood-red armor heaving violently as if making some kind of decision. In the next moment, it actually raised its giant axe and struck its own chest, detonating the last trace of divine power within. This was the war god's forbidden divine ability, blood sacrifice, Twilight of the Gods, a self-detonation powerful enough to annihilate any life beneath the gods, at the cost of its own projection's obliteration. Bai Yi's gaze sharpened, but he did not retreat. He formed seals with his hands, and the Yuanshu thunder core within him suddenly soared into the air, transforming into a swirling gray-black thunder sphere above his head. Surrounding the thunder sphere, countless fragments of the thunder law circled, forming an indestructible barrier. Boom! The self-detonation of the war god projection generated a world-shattering shockwave, tearing the entire mission world space into countless black holes, causing the ground to collapse and mountains to shatter. But the moment this shockwave touched the gray-black thunder sphere, it was firmly locked by the law patterns on the sphere's surface, ultimately transforming into pure energy that was devoured by the sphere. After a while, as the light of the explosion faded, Bai Yi's figure reappeared. His clothes were somewhat tattered, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, but his gaze remained sharp. The eternal magic blade in his hand radiated an unprecedented luster. The blade had fused with fragments of the laws from 3 divine projections, and between the dark purple and golden patterns, there was an added touch of divine majesty. War god projection has been defeated. Stage 3 of the Pilgrimage Realm mission completed. Reward distribution in progress. You have obtained the opportunity for Law Plunder *1, allowing you to choose to plunder any one law fragment from the three gods. Bai Yi looked up at the empty sky, raised his hand to wipe away the blood at the corner of his mouth, and a faint smile crept onto his lips. Blue Star player Bai Yi, today I slay the gods. All civilization tasks in the pilgrimage realm have been completed. Comprehensive evaluation, SSS plus final reward issued. Starlight level treasure chest *1 has been stored in backpack space. The moment the system notification fell, a silver gray light trace appeared before Bai Yi. From within the light trace, a treasure chest slowly floated out, its body not made of solid material, but formed from billions of tiny starlights, with a surface flowing with a deeper halo than that of a myth-level treasure chest, and its edges entwined with 3 golden rings. This was the unique mark of a starlight-level treasure chest, representing a level beyond myth. As the chest hovered, the surrounding space shimmered with subtle star trails, as if concealing a condensed galaxy. Bai Yi reached out to touch the chest, which trembled slightly, transmitting a pure and immense energy, at least 10 times stronger than the previous myth-level treasure chest. He temporarily stored the chest in his backpack, his gaze falling on the law plunder option on the system panel. Plunderable laws, nature-life entanglement, thunder space penetration, or destruction amplification. Without a moment's hesitation, he chose thunder space penetration. The instant he confirmed his choice, a stream of purple gold light fell from the void, directly merging into his forehead. Bai Yi could clearly feel that the thunder law within him was infused with a new core, and a faint purple glow appeared within the originally gray-black thunder, easily tearing a barely perceptible rift when it touched space. This was the space penetration law mastered by the lightning god projection, and now it had become his power. The fusion of the thunder law and the space law allowed the distance of time-space thunder step to double directly, and thunder metamorphosis could also carry a spatial cutting effect during transformation. After completing all this, Bai Yi's mind stirred. The next second, a faint blue beam of light enveloped his figure, passing through layers of spatial barriers. Moments later, the beam dissipated in his living room. The sunlight outside the window fell perfectly on the floor, forming a stark contrast with the chaotic scene of the mission world. Almost simultaneously, a system announcement suddenly popped up in the vision of all practitioners on Blue Star. Attention all Blue Star practitioners. Player Bai Yi has successfully completed the civilization mission of the pilgrimage realm, defeating 3 divine projections and receiving the highest evaluation of the civilization. Mission rewards distributed. All participating practitioners receive 1 epic treasure chest. Rewards have been stored in their backpacks. The announcement's font was a brilliant gold, lingering in the vision for a full 10 seconds. On a street in Manhwa, players who had just exited the mission saw the announcement and instantly erupted. Some jumped up suddenly, punching the nearby streetlight pole, producing a crisp clang. Others pulled out their phones, frantically calling teammates, their voices changing pitch due to excitement. Several players who had teamed up to strategize at the Holy Spring hugged each other, vigorously patting each other's backs, even forgetting the pain from previous injuries. Bai Shen really did it. He really killed a god. Epic treasure chest. I also have an epic treasure chest now. Blue Star is amazing. Bai Yi is amazing. In one household, a player fumbled to open their backpack, staring at the epic treasure chest radiating a purple glow. Suddenly hugging a family member beside them, incoherently shouting, "We actually have an epic treasure chest." In a military unit, a group of practitioners in uniform collectively stood up, saluting Bai Yi's name on the screen, and the base erupted with deafening cheers. Even the training equipment was shaken loudly. On online forums, news refreshed at a rate of hundreds of thousands of posts per second. The pinned post instantly turned into "Bai Yi becomes a god," with replies filled with exclamation marks and celebratory emojis, and someone even initiated a citywide honking tribute campaign, with millions responding in just a few minutes. At the center of it all, Bai Yi was sitting on the sofa, taking out that Starshine-level treasure chest. The box, condensed from starlight, gently rotated in his palm, the energy it emitted causing subtle ripples in the air. His fingertips traced the golden ring patterns on the box, a hint of anticipation curling at the corners of his mouth. What surprises would a treasure chest higher than the mythical level bring? Bai Yi's fingertip landed on the golden ring pattern of the Starshine-level treasure chest, giving it a gentle spin. The box, condensed from starlight, instantly disassembled into billions of tiny streams of light, which spiraled in the air for a moment before suddenly converging towards the center. As the light dissipated, a silver-gray battle armor floated in mid-air. The armor was entirely forged from starlight, with hexagonal layered structures on each armor piece, and faint purple lightning patterns flowed along the edges, resonating subtly with the thunder law within Bai Yi. The shoulder armor was streamlined, with the ends slightly raised, outlining a sharp curve. At the center of the chest armor was embedded a diamond-shaped crystal, within which gray-black lightning slowly circulated, emanating a more formidable defensive aura than mythical level equipment. Starshine, Thunder Prison Battle Armor Grade, Starshine Effect, Health plus 1 billion, Constitution plus 1 million. Passive Thunder Prison. Rebound, when attacked, rebound 30% of the damage while forming a Thunder Prison domain with a radius of 50 zhang around oneself. Enemies entering the Domain will continuously suffer from thunder erosion type armor, warrior exclusive. Bai Yi looked at the attribute panel, a clear surprise flashing in his eyes. Just the attribute bonuses alone were 10 times higher than his previous mythical level armor, not to mention the additional passive Thunder Prison Rebound. This battle armor could not only withstand damage but also reflect it, making it tailor-made for the Thunder Sovereign. His mind stirred, and a phantom of another piece of armor emerged from his backpack, Eternal Holy Armor. This holy armor was obtained by devouring multiple mythic level armors, its entire body a dark golden color, with black runes of eternal growth flowing across its surface. At this moment, sensing the aura of the Starlight battle armor, the runes suddenly lit up. Bai Yi raised his hand, and the Starlight Thunder Prison battle armor touched the Eternal Holy Armor in midair. The black runes on the surface of the Eternal Holy Armor instantly spread, crawling up the plates of the Starlight battle armor like living creatures, intertwining with the lightning patterns and emitting a faint hum. The Starlight battle armor seemed to feel the pull, and the starlight on the armor plates began to peel away, flowing along the rune's trajectory into the body of the Eternal Holy Armor. The entire process was quieter than devouring a weapon, with no energy explosion. Only the starlight was guided by the runes, layer by layer merging into the structure of the holy armor. The hexagonal plates of the Starlight battle armor transformed into flowing light, merging with the dark golden plates of the Eternal Holy Armor, adding a hint of silver-gray starlight texture to the original dark golden armor. The diamond crystal in the center of the chest armor was enveloped by the black runes of the holy armor, ultimately transforming into a rotating two-color core with gray-black thunder and silver-gray starlight alternating within. Before long, the Starlight Thunder Prison battle armor completely vanished, and the Eternal Holy Armor floated in Bai Yi's palm, the surface runes becoming more complex, faintly revealing the synchronized operation of starlight and thunder within. Eternal Holy Armor grade. Effect: increases physique by 1,050,000, life value increases by 1.1 billion, includes passive devour, can devour warrior exclusive armor, gaining attribute boosts in new passives. Passive 2, Wind Barrier. Passive 3, Thunder Prison Rebound. Type, armor, warrior exclusive. Bai Yi materialized the holy armor and donned it. The moment the plates conformed to his body, a heavy yet agile sense of power spread throughout him. He clenched his fist and struck the chest armor, producing a dull sound. The combination of defense and strength made him feel as if he were wearing a mobile fortress, yet it did not hinder his swift movements at all, balancing defense, attack, and endurance. Bai Yi looked down at the rotating two-color core on his chest armor, a satisfied smile curving at the corners of his mouth. Just as Bai Yi was feeling the enhancements brought by the equipment, a prompt from the game system suddenly sounded. You have reached the maximum level of the 4th transition, triggering the prerequisite task for the 5th transition, Thunder Source Tracing Task World, Thunder Ash. World, high-level civilization gathering place, danger level, S+, task objective, collect 10 Thunder Source fragments, current progress, 0 out of 10 fragments are distributed throughout the world's Thunder Vein Cores. Task reward, unlock 5th transition job change permission, obtain exclusive map of Thunder Ash World. Hint: the Thunder Ash World has many top-tier professionals from various civilizations, and some civilizations harbor hostility towards low-tier civilization. Professionals, please act with caution. Bai Yi raised an eyebrow. Instead of the trials of the Eternal Divine Tower, he was to collect fragments in a new world? He opened the map just issued by the game system and saw the distribution of Thunder Veins in the Thunder Ash World, with the most concentrated area flashing with red light. That was the approximate location of the source fragments. High-level world, multiple civilizations. His fingertip traced over the chaotic thunder domain on the map where the fragments were most concentrated. Let's check this place first. Without hesitation, he activated the teleportation talisman, his figure transforming into a faint purple lightning, vanishing into the void. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in the Thunder Ash World. The sky here was dark red, and the air was filled with a violent thunderous aura. Even a single breath made him feel the current surging in his throat. The ground was made of black rock, with silvery thunder liquid flowing through the crevices, making a sizzling sound when stepped on. The distant mountains displayed a twisted lightning pattern, their peaks shrouded in thunderstorms year-round, with glimpses of the glimmering fragments visible within the lightning. That was the aura of the Thunder Source fragments. Following the map's guidance, Bai Yi walked towards the nearest Thunder Vein node. He hadn't gone far when a shout suddenly came from ahead. Get lost. This ley line is the territory of our Starfall civilization. How dare you people from the Holy Light civilization meddle here? A man in dark purple battle armor kicked aside a blocking white-robed priest, the star patterns on his armor flickering, exuding the aura of a peak 4th transition. He toyed with a fragment of thunder elemental origin in his hand, which emitted a faint buzzing sound in his palm. The white-robed priest clutched his chest, his face pale. The ley line is a public resource of heaven and earth. What right does the Starfall civilization have to monopolize it? Because our Starfall civilization is stronger than yours. The man in dark purple armor sneered, suddenly raising his hand. A flash of starlight passed, and a blood hole appeared in the priest's forehead, causing him to fall straight down. An ant from a lower civilization dares to talk about rules with me? The surrounding Starfall civilization practitioners burst into laughter, showing no concern for the corpse of the Holy Light civilization priest. In the world of Thunder Ash, being weak meant you could be easily erased. Bai Yi intended to bypass them, but the man in dark purple armor caught sight of him, his expression instantly turning disdainful. Blue Star civilization? What kind of civilization is that? I've never heard of it. Can such a small civilization even come to the Thunder Ash world? He stepped closer to Bai Yi, sizing up the eternal holy armor, and scoffed. The thunderous aura on you is decent, but it's a pity it's worn by a waste from a lower civilization. I'm in a good mood today. If you take off that gear and hand over everything in your storage space, I'll spare your life. Bai Yi's gaze turned cold, too lazy to waste words. He raised his hand, and a gray-black thunderbolt shot directly toward the man's forehead. Looking for death. The man grinned savagely, raising his hand to summon a dark golden shield which bore the emblem of the Starfall civilization. Dare to attack the Starfall civilization, I will make you. Before he could finish, there was a crisp sound, and the dark golden shield shattered like paper, the thunderbolt piercing through his forehead without obstruction. The man's smile froze on his face as his body fell straight down, the thunder elemental origin fragment rolling from his palm and emitting a faint glow. The surrounding Starfall civilization practitioners were stunned. Their companion was a star guardian of the Starfall civilization, a top-tier 4th transition combatant, yet he was killed in one move? Kill him. Avenge Lord Kalen. A Starfall warrior wielding a spear charged forward, the spear gathering the dual powers of starlight and thunder, aimed directly at Bai Yi's heart. Bai Yi sidestepped, the eternal magic blade slicing out a blade of light. The blade swept past, and the spear broke with a sound. The warrior's body sliced cleanly from shoulder to abdomen, blood splattering on the black rocks, instantly evaporated by the thunder. Light. Who else? Bai Yi's voice was calm but carried an undeniable pressure, sweeping over the remaining Starfall practitioners. Two of them exchanged glances and attacked simultaneously, one casting a starlight barrier to try to trap him, while the other conjured a thunder fireball aimed at his back. Bai Yi's foot flashed with thunder patterns, activating time and space thunderstep, leaving 3 afterimages in the barrier, while simultaneously slashing back with his blade, cleaving both of them and their skills into pieces. Madman. He's a madman. The remaining Starfall practitioners retreated in fear, no one daring to step forward. This Blue Star player didn't play by the rules at all. Knowing they were from the Starfall civilization, he still dared to strike with lethal force? At that moment, a dense sound of footsteps came from afar. A group of practitioners in dark golden armor rushed over, led by a one-eyed man, the star patterns on his armor denser than Kalen's, with a Star General badge on his chest. Who dares to harm my Starfall civilization's people in the chaotic thunder domain? The one-eyed man saw the corpse on the ground, his eye suddenly narrowing. Kalen and the others, were you the one who killed them? Bai Yi remained silent, simply bending down to pick up the thunder elemental origin fragment that Kalen had dropped. The fragment felt icy in his hand, containing an incredibly pure source of power. Acquired thunder elemental origin fragment *1, current progress 110, looking for death. The one-eyed man was furious, an ant from a lower civilization. Dares to kill my Starfall civilization's star guardian? Today, I will ensure your soul is obliterated. He raised his hand and waved, and the 50 Starfall warriors behind him simultaneously unleashed their star power. Countless dark purple star rays coalesced into a massive net descending upon Bai Yi. This net contained the spatial confinement power of the Starfall civilization, difficult even for a peak 4th turn to escape. Bai Yi's eyes turned cold, and the thunder law within him operated at full force. The eternal demon blade surged to 5 zhang in length, its gray-black blade light interspersed with faint purple spatial flow. That was the spatial penetration power fused with the projection law of lightning. Thunder break the boundary. The blade light struck the star net, and there was no earth-shattering collision. The giant net shattered like thin ice sliced by a sharp blade, instantly breaking apart into billions of light points. The momentum of the blade light remained unabated, slicing directly towards the one-eyed man. The one-eyed man's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly summoned a weapon, a round shield engraved with star patterns. As the shield unfolded, it was struck by the blade light, and the shield's surface instantly caved in, the star patterns fracturing inch by inch. He let out a muffled groan, sent flying back, crashing into a distant thunder vein rock, spitting out a mouthful of blood. You dare to kill the Star General of the Starfall civilization? The one-eyed man was both shocked and furious. We have hundreds of star commanders in the Thunder Ash world. If you kill me, they will surely tear you to pieces. Bai Yi stepped closer, the thunder light dripping from the blade creating small pits in the ground. Star commanders? Bring one, I'll kill one. Bring 100, I'll kill 100. Fear flashed in the one-eyed man's eyes as he realized that the Blue Star player before him did not care at all about the Starfall civilization's intimidation. He suddenly pulled out a purple token from his storage space, inscribed with the word Starfall, radiating a terrifying energy fluctuation. This was a distress signal from the Starfall civilization, capable of summoning nearby star commanders. But as soon as his hand was raised, it was struck by a gray-black thunderbolt. His entire arm, along with the token, instantly turned to charcoal, the thunder spreading along his arm, consuming his whole body in the blink of an eye. Ah! The scream abruptly stopped, and the one-eyed man turned into a pile of charred remains, with only the Star General badge still flickering, soon to be completely obliterated by the thunder. The remaining Starfall professionals were terrified, turning to flee, not even daring to retrieve their companion's body. Bai Yi did not pursue, he walked to the thunder vein rock that the one-eyed man had crashed into, gathering thunder at his fingertips and gently tapping. The rock instantly shattered, revealing the second thunder source fragment embedded within, larger and more radiant than the previous one. Acquired Thunder Source Fragment *2, current progress February 10th. He stored the fragment, looking up towards the area where the thunderstorm was denser in the distance. There, amidst the lightning, he could vaguely see more civilization badges flickering, but his gaze remained calm, his steps unwavering. Whoever obstructed his collection of fragments would die. As he passed through the chaotic edge of the thunder domain, the scene ahead suddenly changed. The black rocks were replaced by dense vegetation, the tree trunks displaying a dark purple hue, their bark covered in silver patterns resembling circuit boards, each leaf crackling with discharges. This was the thunder pattern forest, a special area where thunder veins and vegetation intertwined in the Thunder Ash world, and one of the map-marked fragment dense points. Just as he stepped into the forest, the decaying leaves beneath his feet suddenly surged, and a deep purple vine as thick as a water barrel shot out, its surface covered in fine barbs, radiating the aura of a peak fourth-turn thunder, wrapping around Bai Ye's ankle. This was the native monster of the thunder pattern forest, the Thunder Vine Demon, which fed on thunder vein energy, moving as fast as lightning, with a strong regenerative ability for its vines. Bai Yi lightly tapped his toes, activating time and space thunder. Step, his figure shifting 3 zhang to evade the vine while the eternal demon blade slashed back with a blade light. The blade light, infused with gray-black thunder, accurately struck the root of the vine, the weakest point of the Thunder Vine Demon's energy. Sizzle! The vine snapped in response, and a burst of purple plasma erupted from the break, emitting a burnt smell, but the remaining vines did not retreat. Instead, they seemed to possess intelligence, attacking from all directions simultaneously, weaving into an impenetrable vine net, with gaps flickering with currents strong enough to paralyze a fifth-turn professional. Bai Ye's gaze sharpened, the laws of thunder circulating within him, and 9 rotating thunder rings instantly appeared around him. The thunder rings collided and intertwined, forming a thunder domain with a diameter of 10 zhang. The gray-black thunder within the domain clashed with the purple currents of the vine net, producing a sizzling sound. He did not rush to break the net but observed the attack rhythm of the Thunder Vine Demon. Each time these vines attacked, the silver patterns at their roots would dim for a moment. Seizing this opportunity, Bai Yi suddenly accelerated, the eternal magic blade glowing with a dark purple suction, directly pulling in the nearest vines into the blade, while he moved with the blade, rushing through the gaps in the vine net, and with one slash, severed the Thunder Vine Demon's body hidden behind the giant tree. The Thunder Vine Demon let out a sharp shriek, its massive root system surfacing from the ground, ultimately turning to charcoal in the thunder. On the ground lay a treasure chest glowing with purple light, its surface engraved with entwined thunder vine patterns. Obtained mythical treasure chest *1. Bai Yi casually stored the chest in his backpack and continued deeper into the forest. Not long after, the bushes ahead suddenly exploded, and a giant wolf 3 zhang long pounced out. Its entire body was covered in silvery white fur, with golden lightning patterns flowing through it, fangs glinting coldly, and its eyes were pure electric light. This was the Thunderfang giant wolf, a fifth-turn powerhouse known for its speed and explosive power, with a bite strong enough to tear through mythical great armor. The moment the giant wolf lunged, the air was struck by a white shockwave, the golden lightning patterns lighting up, moving nearly twice as fast as the previous Thunder Vine Demon. Bai Yi did not retreat but advanced, raising his left arm. The shoulder armor of the Eternal Holy Armor suddenly shone, the dual core spinning, maximizing his defense. Clang! The giant wolf's fangs bit into the shoulder armor, producing a crisp sound of metal clashing, sparks flying. Taking advantage of this impact, Bai Ye's right hand swung the eternal magic blade downwards, the blade's light accurately landing on the giant wolf's cervical vertebra. The giant wolf let out a whimper, its massive body collapsing to the ground, the golden lightning patterns quickly dimming. Beside its corpse, a chest larger than the Thunder Vine Demon's treasure chest fell, its surface engraved with a relief of a wolf's head and lightning patterns. Obtained mythical treasure chest *1. Bai Yi stored the chest, raising an eyebrow slightly. The bite force of this Thunder Fang giant wolf was indeed astonishing, leaving shallow tooth marks on the holy armor. It seemed that in actual combat, the passive ability Thunder Prison Rebound of the holy armor needed to be utilized more actively. Continuing deeper, the trees in the forest grew taller, and the silver patterns became denser. In a valley where thunder veins converged, he encountered the strongest monster of this journey, a thunder crystal beast. This beast stood 10 zhang tall, its body composed of light blue thunder crystals, with 2 pulsating thunder cores for eyes, exuding the aura of a peak fifth turn. With each step it took, the ground cracked with spiderweb-like lightning patterns, and it could unleash wide-ranging beams of thunder. Upon seeing Bai Yi, the thunder crystal beast let out a deafening roar and suddenly shot out a blue thunder column about a zhang in diameter. Wherever the thunder column passed, trees were instantly reduced to powder, and the air was ionized into colorful spots of light. Bai Yi slightly spread his feet, holding the eternal magic blade horizontally in front of him, the purple gold patterns on the blade intertwining with the gray-black thunder to form a rotating taiji rune. He did not take the thunder column head-on but sidestepped to let the thunder column's edge pass, simultaneously slashing diagonally to cut the edge of the thunder column, using the momentum to approach the beast. Seeing this, the thunder crystal beast swung its crystalline giant arm down, the force of the swing distorting the surrounding space slightly. Bai Yi's steps changed, weaving through the gaps of the giant arm while continuously testing the beast's defenses with the blade's light. Although these crystals were hard, there were slight gaps at the joint connections where the thunder energy flowed more slowly. After several exchanges, Bai Yi grasped the beast's attack pattern. As it swung its massive arm again, he suddenly accelerated, the eternal demon blade merging into the pale purple flow of space, activating thunder space penetration. The blade light pierced through the crystalline gaps, stabbing into the core thunder nucleus of the thunder crystal beast. The movements of the thunder crystal beast abruptly halted, the blue crystals shattering inch by inch, ultimately collapsing into a sky full of thunder crystal debris. On the ground, a chest carved from thunder crystal lay quietly, its surface flowing with the aura of peak 5-turn thunder. Acquired Starshine level chest *1. Bai Yi stored the chest in his backpack, which now held 7 chests, 5 mythic and 2 Starshine. Each of these chests emitted different energy fluctuations, but he did not stop to open them. Continuing deeper into the forest, the further he went, the denser the monsters became, and their combat power grew stronger. He encountered the Thunder Crow Swarm, early 5-turn, which could manipulate thunderstorms, the Thunder-eating worms, mid 5-turn, which fed on thunder, and the Thunder Runestone Men, peak 5-turn, guarding the Thunder Vein nodes. With each battle, Bai Yi adjusted his rhythm. When dealing with the Thunder Crow Swarm, he learned to use the Thunder Domain to restrict the mobility of flying units. Against the Thunder-eating worms, he mastered the technique of precisely locating enemies within the underground Thunder Veins. When facing the Thunder Runestone Men, he combined Thunder Transformation with the Space Penetration principle to create more cunning attack angles. His practical experience accumulated like a rolling snowball, and his application of the Thunder Principle became increasingly fluid. The power that once required deliberate mobilization could now be wielded effortlessly. The blade light of the Eternal Demon Blade grew more refined, and the timing of the Eternal Holy Armor's recoil became increasingly precise. Overall, Bai Yi's combat ability was continuously strengthening. When he exited the Thunder Rune Forest, the number of chests in his backpack had reached 15, including 12 mythic and 3 Starshine. His aura was more stable than when he entered the forest, and his gaze held a sharper edge honed by real combat experience. On the horizon ahead, he could faintly see the glow of another Thunder Vein node, where the energy fluctuations were even stronger than in the core area of the Thunder Rune Forest. Bai Yi tightened his grip on the Eternal Demon Blade, his steps unceasing, as he continued toward the next target. The thunder of the 10,000 Thunder Plateau crackled, and Bai Yi had just collected the 9th Thunder Source fragment in his palm, the gray-black thunder at his fingertips still lingering. The corpse of the Thunder Prison Mad Dragon was visibly shriveling at an observable speed. The thunder energy within it had been completely drained by Bai Yi, even the patterns on its scales lost their luster. Current task progress, 9/10. Just one more to go, Bai Yi murmured. He then stepped forward, preparing to quickly collect the last source fragment. Just then, the sky suddenly split open, with a dark purple rift, and over 100 starlights fell like meteors, creating a dense array of deep pits on the ground. As the dust settled, 100 Starfallen Civilization professionals spread out in a fan shape, the 3 at the forefront clad in dark gold battle armor, the star patterns on their armor intertwining into 3 concentric star rings, with the badge on their chests inscribed with 3-star Commander. This was the top combat power that the Starfallen Civilization could mobilize, each possessing mid 5-turn strength, and the 3 working together could shake even peak 5-turn. You lowly civilization scum. Did you kill my star generals and 9-star commanders? The 3-star commander on the left boomed like thunder, pointing his Starfallen battle knife at Bai Yi, the star patterns on the blade glowing, causing the surrounding thunder to stagnate. Did I just detect that it took you 10 minutes to kill the Thunder Prison Mad Dragon? Such trash combat power, how dare you be arrogant in the Thunder Ash world? The 3-star commander in the middle sneered, raising his hand, and the 100 Starfallen professionals behind him simultaneously released their star power, dark purple starlights converging into a 1,000-foot-long Starfallen torrent mixed with countless tiny spatial fragments, grinding even the plateau's rocks to dust. I'll give you a chance, kneel down and lick our battle boots clean, and perhaps you can keep your whole corpse. The 3-star general on the right was even more direct, condensing star power into a spear and throwing it towards Bai Yi's forehead from a distance. What's the point of talking to the ants of a lower civilization? Just kill him and take his thunder equipment back for research. The moment the spear broke through the air, Bai Yi didn't even look at it. He simply raised his left hand, and the gray-black thunder surged out automatically from his palm, forming a half-foot-thick wall of thunder. The spear struck the thunder wall with a crisp crack. The star patterns shattered, inch by inch, and the spear tip instantly crumbled into powder. This scene left the three three-star generals stunned, and the laughter of the 100 star-falling professionals abruptly ceased. Interesting, the three-star general on the left said with a darkened expression, and the three of them moved simultaneously. The star-falling battle knife transformed into a stream of light, slashing towards Baiye's neck, while the middle one accelerated the star-falling torrent to crush him, and the three-star general on the right condensed a large net of star power, attempting to trap Baiye in place. This was the star-falling civilization's ultimate killing formation, three-star annihilation, which had slain 6-turn peak beasts. The thunder patterns under Baiye's feet flashed, and his figure vanished from the spot. Spatial laws, the three-star generals exclaimed in unison. They had never imagined that a professional from a lower civilization could master such pure spatial laws. The next second, Baiye's figure appeared behind the 100 star-falling professionals. The eternal magic blade had somehow been unsheathed, and the gray-black thunder on the blade was mixed with faint purple spatial light. With a casual swing, a horizontal blade light sliced through the 100 star-falling professionals as easily as cutting tofu, severing them in half simultaneously. Blood and flesh splattered across the rocks of the plateau, and the 100 professionals didn't even have time to scream before their bodies turned into countless specks of light, leaving only a ground littered with fallen weapons and badges. You're seeking death. The three-star general on the left's eyes were bloodshot as he swung his star-falling battle knife with a force that could tear the heavens apart. Baiye sidestepped, countering with a slash against his shoulder armor. There was no earth-shattering collision. The dark golden armor cracked like paper, and the shoulder guard along with half of his body was directly severed by the blade light, revealing the star power source inside that was collapsing. Ah! The three-star general let out a piercing scream, his eyes filled with fear. Impossible. My armor is starshine level. How could you? Before he could finish, Baiye had already appeared in front of the middle three-star general. Facing the crushing star-falling torrent, he simply extended his right hand, and the thunder in his palm suddenly erupted with a devouring force. The violent star-falling torrent was sucked into his palm like water caught in a whirlpool, transforming into pure thunder energy that replenished him. This is law-devouring? The middle three-star general was completely panicked, turning to flee. But Baiye's blade light was faster, piercing through his back and out his chest, completely shattering his star power core. The remaining three-star general was terrified, not even bothering to release the star power net. He turned and fled towards the star-falling civilization, shouting, "You can't kill me. I'm a direct disciple of the Elder Council of the star-falling civilization. If you kill me, the star-falling civilization will surely mobilize and trample your civilization." Baiye's voice came from behind him, calm yet chilling. "Trample my civilization? I'll be waiting." A gray-black thunderbolt shot from his fingertips, chasing after the fleeing three-star general, piercing through his back and out his chest. The last three-star general's body froze in mid-air, his star power source exploding like a punctured balloon, along with his scream, dissipating into the wind. The three-star generals and the 100 star-falling professionals were annihilated in less than 10 breaths from the moment they attacked. Baiye sheathed his blade and stood still, the plateau now filled with the acrid smell of blood and the burnt scent of dissipating star power. He didn't even glance at the wreckage on the ground, his gaze fixed on the progressive thunder system source fragment, 9/10, lightly tapping the hilt of his blade with his fingertips. Just then, the heavens and earth suddenly trembled violently. A tremor 100 times stronger than the previous battle emanated from the center of the plateau. In the distance, the sky was torn apart by a colorful beam of light flowing with a wave of laws 1,000 times stronger than star brilliance level treasures. A diamond-shaped crystal could be faintly seen floating within the beam, its surface's lightning patterns resonating intensely with the thunder laws within Baiye. This is... Baiye looked up, a clear fluctuation appearing in his eyes for the first time. The core of the thunder system's origin? He no longer hesitated, transforming into a faint purple lightning and rushing towards the beam. As he sped along, the peak-level 5-turn monsters that tried to block his path were met with his thunderous aura, shattering them into pieces before they could even scream. Meanwhile, the emergency communications from the Starfall civilization were frantically transmitting, 3-star generals completely annihilated, 100 elite warriors dead. The target is too strong. Requesting support. The opponent masters both space and thunder laws. At least true god-level combat power. On the other end of the communication, the elders of the Starfall civilization had grim expressions, oblivious to the teacup they shattered in their hands. They had never imagined that a professional from a lower civilization could deal such a devastating blow to the Starfall civilization's forces in the Thunder Ash world, 3-star generals and 100 elites. Anger spread like a plague among the high-ranking officials of the Starfall civilization. Baiye, transformed into faint purple lightning, cut through the sky and reached the area beneath the colorful beam in just half a stick of incense. Where the beam landed, the ground had collapsed into a deep pit with a diameter of 100 feet, its walls covered in spiderweb-like lightning patterns. each flowing with dazzling electric light. In the center of the pit, the space twisted into a vortex from which the colorful beam erupted, and the previously seen diamond-shaped crystal was now suspended above the vortex, emanating a heart-pounding wave of laws. This wave is much stronger than the previous thunder. System origin fragments. Bai Yi stood at the edge of the pit, the gray-black lightning at his fingertips pulsing slightly, resonating with the crystal in the beam. He could clearly feel that the thunder laws contained within the crystal were even purer than those of the original thunder shadow. At that moment, a system prompt suddenly sounded. Detected entrance to the 8-star secret realm thunder source core. Do you wish to enter? Secret realm level, 8 stars, secret. Realm description, a special space containing the core of the thunder system's origin, with thunder treasures and abundant thunder vein resources. Entry. Requirement, those who master the thunder laws may enter. Without hesitation, Bai Yi chose yes. The lightning patterns beneath his feet flashed, and his figure was drawn into the spatial vortex. As he passed through the vortex, the surrounding scenery suddenly changed. The interior of the secret realm was not the violent thunder domain he had imagined, but a tranquil crystal space. The ground was made of transparent thunder crystal, revealing the golden thunder veins flowing below. The sky was adorned with countless inverted lightning stalactites, each drop of thunder liquid containing energy comparable to star brilliance level potions. In the distance, the mountains were formed from pure thunder crystal, with the outline of treasure chests faintly visible at the peaks. Bai Yi took a deep breath, the purity of the thunder energy in the air activating the thunder laws within him. He did not rush towards the mountains but first explored the surrounding environment. In a forest of thunder crystals, he discovered his first treasure chest embedded in a hollow of a thunder crystal tree. The chest was a pale golden color, its surface flowing with star brilliance level luster. Obtain star brilliance level treasure chest *1. He casually stored the chest in his backpack and continued deeper. Along the way, thunder-type monsters appeared continuously, including the peak level 5-turn thunder crystal lion, the early 6-turn thunder prison snake, and even a mid 6-turn lightning pattern beetle. The combat power of these monsters far exceeded their counterparts in the thunder pattern forest and Thunder Vein Canyon, but before Bai Yi, they were still no match. Against the thunder crystal lion, he didn't even use the eternal magic blade. With just a single thunder breaking the boundary finger wind, he pierced through its crystal core. Not long after, when ambushed by the thunder prison serpent, his thunder prison rebound passive automatically triggered, and as soon as the serpent got close, it was shattered by a bolt of lightning. Immediately after, he encountered a thunder pattern beetle. Although its shell was hard, it couldn't withstand the spatial penetration power of the eternal demon blade, which cleaved it in two with a single strike. After defeating each monster, Bai Yi would carefully search the surroundings, often discovering hidden treasure chests. Half an hour later, his backpack contained 7 more starlight-level chests, and he even found the first radiant moon-level chest in the lair of a thunder pattern beetle. This chest was entirely silver-white, with 9 golden thunder patterns coiling around it, emitting a law fluctuation nearly 10 times stronger than that of a starlight-level chest. Obtained radiant moon-level chest *1. What a bountiful harvest! Bai Yi's face lit up with joy. He then stored the chest away and turned his gaze toward the distant mountains. According to the guidance of the law resonance, the last piece of thunder elemental source fragment was likely on that mountain. As he approached the foot of the mountain, a sudden argument erupted ahead. This starlight-level chest was discovered by our holy light civilization. First, a middle-aged priest in a white robe glared angrily at a group of warriors from the Apocalypse civilization, flanked by 2 6-turn powerhouses from the Holy Light civilization, forming a triangle to protect the chest behind them. The leader of the Apocalypse civilization was a one-eyed warrior who weighed his giant axe in his hands and scoffed. So what if you discovered it? If you have the ability, keep it safe. The 10 Apocalypse warriors behind him simultaneously released their aura, the pressure of early 6 turns surging toward the 3 from the Holy Light civilization like a tide. Just as tensions escalated, footsteps approached from not far away. A group from the Starfall civilization arrived, led by a grim-faced elder who glanced at both confronting sides and then at the mountain, sneering, "A bunch of fools, wasting time over a starlight-level chest? Don't you see the law fluctuations at the mountaintop? That's where the real treasure is." With that, he led the Starfall civilization members straight up the mountain, completely disregarding the Holy Light and Apocalypse civilizations. The one-eyed warrior and the white-robed priest exchanged glances, temporarily setting aside their dispute to follow suit. Bai Yi observed all of this without concern. His goal was clear, and he headed directly toward the mountaintop. Along the way, he encountered several waves of practitioners from other civilizations, including mages from the Illusory Flame civilization, mechanics from the Watcher civilization, and some powerful beings from civilizations he had never seen before. Most were gathered on the mountainside, fiercely battling over treasure chests. A few dim-witted ones, seeing Bai Yi alone and exuding a strong thunderous aura, attempted to rob him. "This kid has a lot of treasure chests on him. Stop him," a 6-turn warrior from the Savage civilization shouted as he charged forward, his stone hammer swinging down with the force to split mountains. Bai Yi didn't even turn around, he simply raised his hand and slashed behind him. A gray-black blade of light appeared out of nowhere, instantly cleaving the warrior and his stone hammer in half. Blood splattered on the faces of the other practitioners from the savage civilization, and their momentum abruptly halted as they looked at Bai Ye's unyielding figure filled with fear. Similar situations occurred twice more. Once, 3 assassins from the Apocalypse civilization attempted a sneak attack, only to be directly shattered by the thunder rings surrounding Bai Yi. Another time, a small team from the Starfall civilization, reminded of the tragic fate of a 3-star commander upon seeing Bai Yi, tried to flee, only to be obliterated by the thunder he casually unleashed. The continuous slaughter silenced the practitioners from the surrounding civilizations. No one dared to target Bai Yi anymore, merely watching him stride toward the mountaintop with an air of leisure, their eyes filled with awe and trepidation. The scene at the mountaintop was even more breathtaking than that at the mountainside. A shrine carved from thunder crystals stood in the center, with the diamond-shaped crystal they had seen earlier floating above it. The Thunder Elemental Core. This was what Bai Yi needed to complete the exclusive task of the Thunder Sovereign. Around the core, 7 radiant moon-level treasure chests were scattered, each emanating a different aura of laws. More importantly, in the corner of the altar, a lightning elemental fragment lay quietly, the last piece that Bai Yi needed. Obtained lightning elemental fragment *1, current progress 10/10, finally complete. Bai Yi held the fragment in his palm, feeling the 10 fragments merging within him, the pure energy radiating from them further refining his thunder law. At that moment, the arguing voices from the mountainside suddenly ceased, followed by a surge of footsteps heading towards the summit. The powerhouses from the Holy Light Civilization, the Apocalypse Civilization, the Starfall Civilization, and several other civilizations all caught sight of the treasures at the mountaintop, their eyes blazing with intensity, like hungry wolves spotting a feast. Radiant moon-level treasure chests. At least 7 of them. And that crystal. That's the core of the lightning elemental. Hurry and grab it. The crowd surged towards the altar like a tide, with some even resorting to violence against other practitioners from different civilizations to seize the opportunity. The cunning elder from the Starfall civilization was the fastest. He summoned a Starfall staff and pointed it at the lightning elemental core on the altar. A dark purple star radiance shot forth, attempting to claim the core for himself. Bai Ye's gaze turned cold as he stepped in front of the altar. The star radiance struck the thunder domain in front of him, dissipating instantly like a cow sinking into the sea. It's you. The cunning elder recognized Bai Yi, his pupils suddenly constricting, his face a mix of shock and anger. An ant from a low-level civilization dares to block my path from the Starfall civilization? The powerhouses behind him from the Starfall civilization shouted in unison, kill him. Avenge the 3-star commander. Seize his equipment and treasure chests. Not only the Starfall civilization, but the other civilizations' powerhouses also turned their greedy eyes towards Bai Yi. To monopolize 7 radiant moon-level treasure chests and the lightning elemental core was enough to make any civilization's powerhouse envious. This kid is strong, but with so many of us, are we really afraid of him? A peak 6th turn warrior from the Apocalypse civilization bellowed. Everyone, join forces, kill him, and split the treasures. Yes, let's team up to kill him. More and more voices joined in, various colored skills began to coalesce, and the pressure of peak 6th turn warriors enveloped the mountaintop like dark clouds, even causing the lightning elemental core on the altar to tremble slightly. Bai Yi stood before the altar, facing hundreds of powerhouses from various civilizations, showing no fear on his face. Instead, a cold smirk appeared. Want to snatch it? He slowly drew the eternal demon blade, the gray-black blade reflecting the fierce faces around him. Then come and try. As the blade was unsheathed, a surge of thunderous pressure, 100 times stronger than before, erupted from within him, the gray-black lightning spreading like a tsunami, colliding with the surrounding skill lights, producing a deafening roar. The battle was about to begin. In the next moment, the cunning elder saw Bai Yi blocking the altar. His killing intent surged, and he slammed the Starfall staff onto the ground. Starfall 10,000 stars extinguish. In an instant, the sky darkened, and countless dark purple star radiances fell like meteors, each containing the destructive power of the mid-6th turn, raining down densely towards Bai Yi. This was a large-scale killing move from the Starfall civilization, covering an area of 1,000 feet. Even a peak 6th turn warrior would have to avoid its edge. Bai Yi's lightning patterns beneath his feet remained still as he raised his hand to grip the eternal demon blade, the gray-black lightning intertwining with the pale purple spatial flow to form a rotating halo of light. He did not take it head-on but slashed the blade diagonally towards the ground. The moment the blade struck the earth, the ground's lightning crystal suddenly exploded. Countless golden lightning vein energies were forcibly triggered, transforming into a thunder spear that pierced through heaven and earth, charging towards the swarm of star radiances. Boom! The star radiances collided with the thunder spear, erupting. In a deafening roar, the dark purple star radiance burst like bubbles, while the golden thunder spear surged forward, tearing a massive gap through the cluster of star radiance, continuing its momentum towards the sinister old man. The old man's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly summoned a dark golden star shield. As the shield unfolded, it was pierced by the thunder spear, the tip grazing his shoulder and spraying blood. The old man staggered back, looking at the charred wound on his shoulder, fear finally showing in his eyes. This attack's power was at least 30% stronger than he had anticipated. All together. He can't hold out much longer, the old man roared, trying to stabilize the situation with his imposing presence. The white-robed bishop of the Holy Light Civilization, seeing this, clasped his hands together, and a massive golden holy light barrier appeared around him. Holy light 10,000 Buddhas protect. Countless golden holy light runes formed a barrier, shielding the holy light warriors behind him while pushing towards Bai Yi, attempting to suppress the thunder with the purifying power of the holy light. The one-eyed warrior of the Apocalypse civilization swung a giant axe, its blade ablaze with blood-red flames. Apocalypse Annihilation slash. A blood-red blade of light, 1,000 feet long, slashed towards Bai Yi's side, tearing a fine crack in space wherever it passed. Warriors from other civilizations also joined the fray. Various colored skills surged towards Bai Yi like a tide, completely engulfing him within a 100-foot radius. The thunder crystal altar at the mountain's peak trembled violently under the energy impact, as if it would collapse at any moment. Just when all the civilization's warriors thought Bai Yi was doomed, a gray-black thunder suddenly shot up from the energy tide. Thunder domain fall. Bai Yi's voice was cold and piercing, as if it came from the depths of the abyss. Suddenly, the thunder domain around him expanded, its diameter instantly reaching 1,000 feet. And the gray-black thunder within the domain transformed from scattered attacks into countless rotating thunder blades, entwined with faint purple spatial cracks. This was a thunder domain fused with the laws of spatial penetration. Any object entering the domain would be simultaneously shredded by the thunder blades and spatial cracks. Ah! Cries of agony echoed. The dark purple star radiance of the Starfall civilization melted away in the domain, and those Starfall warriors at the forefront were instantly shredded into pieces by the thunder blades, unable to even scream. The holy light barrier crashed against the domain wall, the golden runes rapidly dissolving as if corroded by strong acid, the white-robed bishop spitting out a mouthful of golden blood, the barrier collapsing instantly, exposing the holy light warriors behind him to the thunder blades, causing them to fall in droves. The blood-red blade of light from the Apocalypse civilization was cut in half as soon as it entered the domain, the one-eyed warrior's pupils constricting as he tried to retreat, only to be struck by several thunder blades. At once, his giant axe shattering, his body turning to charcoal in the thunder. In just a few breaths, the more than 100 warriors at the forefront were completely annihilated, blood and flesh staining the thunder crystal ground, the air thick with the smell of blood and the burnt scent of dissipating energy. The sinister old man, the white-robed bishop, and the one-eyed warrior, though fortunate to be alive, were all injured, staring at the hellish scene before them. Their faces drained of color, their eyes filled with disbelief and fear. They had never imagined that their proud attacks would be so easily dismissed in the eyes of their opponent. That seemingly ordinary thunder domain possessed such terrifying lethality. What kind of thunder law is this? The white-robed bishop's voice trembled, the cross in his hand shaking uncontrollably. His holy light power was most effective against evil energies, yet it was completely suppressed by this gray-black thunder, unable to purify anything. He is not human, he is a monster. The one-eyed warrior clutched his severed arm, looking at Bai Yi, as if he had seen the Grim Reaper. He had traversed the Thunder Ash world for decades, never encountering such a terrifying practitioner. A mid-sixth transition warrior before him was as weak as an ant. Bai Yi did not give them time to react, his figure flickering like a specter, appearing before the sinister old man. The old man was just about to reveal his trump card when the eternal demon blade pierced his heart. Gray-black lightning surged along the blade into the old man's body, instantly destroying his star power core. The old man widened his eyes, dark purple blood gushing from his mouth filled with endless unwillingness and fear, as his body slowly fell, dissipating into a stream of light. Next, Bai Yi withdrew the demon blade and turned his gaze to the white-robed bishop. The bishop was so frightened that his soul nearly left his body. He turned to flee while frantically releasing holy light teleport. A golden portal appeared behind him. As long as he stepped into the portal, he could escape from the mountaintop in an instant. But Bai Yi's speed was faster than the portal. Thunder shadow chase. A flash of pale purple lightning, and Bai Yi's figure appeared in front of the portal, the eternal demon blade slashing horizontally. Put. The golden portal, along with the white-robed bishop's body, was sliced in half. The holy golden blood splattered onto the thunder crystal, forming a stark contrast with the previous bloodshed. The one-eyed fierce general, sensing the danger, actually lunged toward the powerful beings of the Apocalypse civilization behind him, using them as a meat shield while he himself fled down the mountain amidst the chaos. Trying to run? Bai Yi's gaze turned cold. With a flick of his left hand, a gray-black lightning chain appeared out of thin air, wrapping around the one-eyed general's ankle like a long whip. The chain tightened, suddenly, yanking him back forcefully. The one-eyed general let out a piercing scream as his body dragged a long trail of blood across the thunder crystal ground. Bai Yi stepped on his chest, the eternal demon blade pressed against his throat. Just now, you said you wanted to take my things? The one-eyed general, terrified, wept and bowed repeatedly. Spare me, my lord. Spare me. I was blind and did not recognize the Great One. I shouldn't have. Bai Yi ignored his nonsense, twisting His wrist, the demon blade sliced through the air, and a head flew into the sky. After killing the 3 leaders of the major civilizations, the remaining powerful beings from other civilizations were utterly terrified, no longer daring to stay, all turning to flee down the mountain, with some even attacking their companions to run faster. Leave not a single one. Baye's voice was not loud, but it clearly echoed across the mountaintop. His figure flickered, transforming into a pale purple lightning, weaving through the fleeing crowd. Each swing of the eternal demon blade was accompanied by the end of numerous lives. A large number of star-fallen civilizations' powerful beings were vaporized by the lightning. Many priests of the Holy Light civilization were torn apart by spatial rifts. The practitioners of other civilizations didn't even have the courage to resist, being slaughtered one by one like lambs to the slaughter. The realm of thunder enveloped the entire mountaintop like a massive net. Anyone attempting to break through the realm would be instantly shredded. Half an hour later, the mountaintop finally returned to calm. Apart from Baiyi, there was not a single standing figure left. The thunder crystal ground was stained dark red, broken weapons, armor, and fragments of magical artifacts scattered everywhere. 7 radiant moon-level treasure chests and thunder source cores quietly floating on the altar, as if nothing had ever happened. Baiyi stood in the center of the altar, his eternal holy armor spotless. Only the blade of the eternal demon blade still bore a faint trace of blood, which was quickly purified by the thunder. He looked around, his gaze calm without a ripple, as if he had not just slain hundreds of 6-turn powerful beings, but merely a few ants. Down the mountain, those fortunate enough not to rush to the mountaintop watched the scene from afar, each one silent as a grave, not daring to breathe. They saw the towering realm of thunder, heard the piercing screams of their companions, and felt the terrifying pressure emanating from the mountaintop. At this moment, in their eyes, Baiyi was no longer a person, but a killing god from hell. So terrifying, hundreds of 6-turn powerful beings, just like that, gone? The leaders of the Star-Fallen, Holy Light, and Apocalypse civilizations couldn't withstand even a single blow from him. What kind of monster is this? When did the Blue Star civilization have such a terrifying civilization exist? Whispers spread through the crowd, each face etched with fear and awe. No one dared to take another step closer to the mountaintop, not even to look directly at the figure standing in the center of the altar. Baiyi paid no mind to the commotion below. He walked up to the altar, stowed away the 7 radiant moon-level treasure chests into his backpack, and then reached out to grasp the lightning source core. The core felt icy to the touch, and the pure laws of thunder contained within it caused the thunderous power inside him to boil instantly. Acquired lightning source core *1 detected that player Baiyi has collected 10 lightning source fragments. 5th transition job. Change permission unlocked. Please choose whether to return to the entrance of the Thunder Ash world immediately to start the 5th transition job change quest. Baiyi did not rush to make a choice. He felt the surging power within him and glanced at the trembling figures below, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. The journey in the Thunder Ash world seemed to be more interesting than he had imagined. But the 5th transition job change was more important. He looked up at the sky, his mind focused, and chose yes. A faint purple lightning light enveloped his figure, slowly lifting him into the air, eventually disappearing into the clouds of the secret realm. It was only after Baiyi's figure had completely vanished that the civilized professionals below dared to slowly lift their heads, gazing at the mountaintop that resembled a battlefield, their eyes still filled with indelible fear. Quick, get out of here. Notify headquarters. A terrifying presence has appeared in the Thunder Ash world. The 3 great civilizations of Starfall, Holy Light, and Apocalypse, all annihilated. Panic spread like a plague, and the surviving civilized professionals fled the area like lost dogs, no longer daring to set foot on the Thunder Plateau. And the instigator of it all, Baiyi, had already headed to the Eternal Divine Tower. The 5th transition job change was about to begin. Eternal Square. Baiyi returned here once more. As soon as he entered, he immediately headed towards the Eternal Divine Tower. Arriving at the tower's entrance, a prompt from the game system appeared. You have reached the maximum level of the 4th transition and completed the prerequisite tasks for the 5th transition. You can start the 5th transition quest at any time. Baiyi did not hesitate and directly chose to start the quest. In the next second, a light curtain appeared, swallowing Baiyi inside. The halo was interspersed with wisps of gray mist. That was the fluctuation of demigod-level laws, and when it touched his skin, it caused a subtle resonance with the thunder laws within him. At the same time, detailed information about the 5th transition quest appeared in Baiyi's mind. 5th transition job change. Demigod title. Baiyi quickly read through the quest information, muttering to himself. Then, he raised his hand and pressed it against the tower door. The lightning source core in his palm warmed slightly, resonating with the patterns on the tower. Boom! The tower door slowly opened, and Baiyi instantly entered the special space within the tower. Inside the Eternal Divine Tower, countless mysterious spaces were contained, and different quests would lead to different spaces. This time, the space Baiyi entered was not the usual palace or chaotic space, but a staircase enveloped in thunder and gray mist. At a glance, the staircase was paved with dark golden divine pattern stones, each step engraved with different thunder runes, with a faint purple divine light flowing between the runes. Looking up, the staircase extended to an endless height, its top shrouded in a mass of gray-black thunderstorm. Is this the thunder prison of the fifth transition? Trial? Bai Yi stepped onto the first step, and the runes beneath his feet suddenly lit up, a pressure far beyond the peak of the fourth transition crashing down on him in an instant. This pressure was not merely a force suppression, it directly acted on the level of laws, attempting to distort the thunder laws within him. The lightning source core inside him throbbed violently, and the gray-black lightning flowed through his veins, colliding with the pressure of the runes, producing a faint humming sound. After 3 breaths, the glow of the runes gradually dimmed, and Bai Yi stood firmly on the step, the lightning at his fingertips having solidified a few degrees more than before. The first step was, in fact, a test of the purity of the thunder laws. Bai Yi continued to climb upward, feeling the pressure of each step increasing. By the 30th step, the divine light emitted by the runes could directly tear through the defenses of a peak. Fourth transition. The surface of Bai Yi's eternal holy armor showed fine cracks, but they were instantly repaired by the passive ability Starshine Indomitable. He did not rush to accelerate, instead, he paused for a moment after each step, allowing the thunder law within him to slowly merge with the divine light of the runes. The core of the thunder origin continuously heated up during this process, intertwining the thunder law and divine light within the core, forming a new energy form, divine thunder, a type of thunder imbued with a higher level of power. This thunder was no longer merely destructive, it carried a hint of creation. When it touched the divine pattern stone, the runes surprisingly opened a path for him. As he stepped onto the 99th step, the scene ahead suddenly changed. The staircase vanished, replaced by a circular trial ground, at the center of which stood a figure formed from condensed thunder and divinity. It was entirely covered in light golden thunder patterned armor, wielding a spear that flowed with gray mist, and embedded in its forehead was a fragment of the thunder origin, identical to Bai Yi's. It was the guardian of the fifth transition trial, the Thunder Envoy. Respected Thunder Sovereign, to enter the demigod realm, you must pass my 3 trials. The voice of the Thunder Envoy was like 2 pieces of divine iron clashing, devoid of any emotion. The first trial, Law Resonance. As soon as the words left its mouth, it raised its hand and waved over the trial ground, causing countless thunder runes to rise from the ground, forming a complex law formation in the air. Within the formation, the thunder law and divine law repelled each other, like water and fire, emitting chaotic energy fluctuations. Merge the 2 laws within this formation. Time limit, 1 incense stick. Bai Yi stared at the formation, not rushing to act. He could see that these thunder runes contained the essence of the primordial thunder shadow, while the divine law carried the unique rhythm of the demigod realm. The repulsion between the 2 did not stem from the power itself but from the essential conflict between destruction and creation. He took a deep breath, allowing the divine thunder within him to slowly surge out, not forcing his way in but transforming into a fine thread that flowed along the patterns of the formation. Each time the 2 laws collided, he infused a trace of energy from the thunder origin core into it. That was the pure origin that had merged 10 fragments, capable of accommodating the destruction of thunder and bearing the creation of divinity. Time passed little by little, and the chaotic fluctuations within the formation gradually calmed. The thunder runes and divine laws began to flicker in a peculiar rhythm, as orderly as breathing. When the last point of conflict was merged, the formation suddenly lit up, transforming into a light golden stream that flowed into Bai Yi's body. Law resonance completed. The thunder law has initially merged with divinity, gaining the passive ability Divine Thunder Core. Thunder attacks carry 10% divine damage, causing additional suppression against non-divine targets. The second trial, Combat Trial. The Thunder Envoy retracted its spear, and with a flicker of its form, it split into 9 identical clones, each exuding the aura of peak 5th transition. Defeat all clones within 1 incense stick of time, without relying on the devouring ability of the eternal equipment. Bai Yi nodded, sheathing the eternal magic blade on his back, facing the enemy with only his physical body and the Thunder Law. The first clone charged forward, its spear shrouded in gray mist, thrusting toward his chest. Bai Yi sidestepped, his left arm gathering divine thunder, and he struck hard against the clone's spear. Clang! The sound of metal clashing shook the trial ground slightly. The clone's spear was pushed back half an inch, while Bai Yi's arm remained unscathed. Using the recoil, he closed in, his right hand forming a fist, with gray-black thunder swirling around it, accurately hitting the clone's chest. The clone's armor instantly shattered, dissipating into specks of thunder light. The remaining 8 clones simultaneously launched their attacks, their spears weaving into an impenetrable net, with gray mist condensing into tiny thunder needles within the net, attempting to penetrate Bai Yi's defenses. Underneath Bai Yi's feet, the lightning patterns flickered, as the time-space thunder step combined with divine thunder, his figure shuttling between clones while 3 rotating thunder rings automatically emerged around him. The thunder rings collided with the spears of the clones, and the divine thunder erupted, spreading along the spear shafts, causing the movements of the clones to noticeably slow. He did not break them one by one but deliberately left a flaw, luring the 3 clones to simultaneously attack to the left, Just as the spear was about to strike, he suddenly turned, sweeping his left arm, the divine thunder coalescing into a short blade, instantly severing the 3 spears, while his right fist struck the throat of the foremost clone. 5 clones disintegrated in succession, and the remaining clones suddenly merged, their form swelling to 10 zhang high, the spear also enlarging, the gray mist at the spear tip transforming into a giant mouth, biting towards Bai Yi's head. Thunder Shikigami break. Bai Yi shouted softly, the divine thunder core within him operating at full power, the gray-black thunder intertwining with the pale golden divine radiance to form a spiral light column on his surface. He did not evade, instead, he punched towards the giant mouth. The moment the light column collided with the giant mouth, the gray mist melted away like ice and snow under sunlight. The 10 zhang tall clone let out a muffled groan, the spear shattered, inch by inch, and the massive body disintegrated within the light column, ultimately transforming into 9 fragments of thunder origin, suspended in the trial ground. Battle power trial completed. Physical strength and rule application synchronized enhancement. Gained active skill demigod thunder body, temporarily. Transforms the body into divine thunder form, immune to all attacks of 5th transition and below, lasting for 10 breaths. The true body of the thunder messenger looked at Bai Yi, the origin fragment in its brow faintly glowing. 3rd stage, receive my strike. If you can withstand it, you shall enter the demigod realm. The gray mist surrounding it suddenly contracted, all surging into the spear. The thunder at the spear tip no longer raged but instead exhibited a dead calm, yet Bai Yi could feel that beneath the calm lay a power capable of tearing apart demigod defenses. This was the Thunder Messenger's innate divine ability Thunder Prison Demigod Fall, condensing its lifetime of thunder and divinity with a single strike that could severely injure even a peak demigod. Bai Yi did not use any defensive skills, merely standing in place, the divine thunder core within him resonating strongly with the thunder origin core. The dual-colored core on the surface of the eternal holy armor spun to its limit, the eternal magic blade automatically unsheathed, floating before him, the gray-black thunder and pale golden divinity intertwining to form an indestructible barrier. Here it comes. The Thunder Messenger's spear slowly thrust out, lacking any earth-shattering momentum, yet the gray mist at the spear tip caused the surrounding space to display patterns like shattered glass. The moment the spear tip touched the barrier, Bai Yi's pupils suddenly constricted. He could clearly feel a pure force of annihilation surging along the spear tip, attempting to dismantle the combination of thunder and divinity. Now, he abruptly released his control over the eternal equipment, allowing the barrier to be torn open by the annihilation force. Just as the spear was about to pierce his chest, the divine thunder core within him erupted, the gray-black thunder flowing upstream through the gap, attacking into the true body of the Thunder Messenger along the spear shaft. The Thunder Messenger let out a muffled groan, the spear's assault suddenly halting. It looked at the spreading gray-black thunder on its chest, its eyes revealing recognition for the first time. Break and then stand. You have comprehended the foundation of the demigod. As the words fell, its form began to disintegrate, transforming into countless streams of pale golden light, surging into Bai Yi's body. 5th transition job change completed. Class, Demigod Thunder Sovereign Level, LV 400 New Attributes, Divinity 1 million, Demigod Power, Passive All Attributes. Increased by 50%, Thunder Law carries 30% Divinity Penetration. Unlocked new skills, Thunder Prison Demigod Domain, Active, Origin Thunder Punishment, Passive. Bai Yi slowly opened his eyes, the power within him having surged several times compared to the peak of the 4th transition. The demigod mark on his forehead emitted a faint golden light, and the patterns on the eternal magic blade and the eternal holy armor gained a touch of divine majesty. The blade trembled lightly, as if celebrating newfound power. He looked up at the exit of the trial ground, where a light gate leading to the outside world had appeared. The 5-turn demigod realm was just a new beginning. There was still a long way to go before reaching the true divine realm. He stepped into the light gate, his figure disappearing within the eternal divine tower, leaving behind the lingering divine thunder in the air, a testament to the birth of a demigod. Blue Star, a city in the Dragon Kingdom. I'm back. Bai Yi landed on his own balcony. He pushed open the window, and the sunlight in the living room was just as warm as he remembered, casting warm spots on the floor, in stark contrast to the thunderstorm of the trial ground. At the same time, the moment he stepped into the living room, an unprecedented golden announcement suddenly popped up in the vision of all practitioners in Blue Star. Announcement to all practitioners of Blue Star: a player Bai Yi has successfully completed the 5-turn job change, advancing to Demigod Ruler of Thunder. Current title: Demigod. This is the first demigod level practitioner in Blue Star, hereby announced. The font of the announcement was more dazzling than ever before, lingering in the vision for a full half-minute. The divine brilliance flowing through the words made everyone who saw the announcement feel a tremor from their souls. On the online forum, the news was flooding in at a rate of millions of posts per second. The previous post, Bai Yi becomes a god, was once again pushed to the homepage, and the replies shifted from shock to fervor. Demigod. Is Bai Yi really going to become a god? The first demigod. We have a demigod in Blue Star. Have you heard? Soon Blue Star will face the first invasion of the abyss of demons. Is this news true? This is information unlocked by the game system after we completed the civilization task. Can the game system be wrong? Damn. What should we do? Abyss of Demons? Bring it on. With Bai Xin here, what is there to fear? The problem is that the game system indicates the invasion of the Abyss of Demons is extremely terrifying. Bai Yi might not be able to withstand it. Yeah, when the full invasion comes, Bai Yi can't possibly protect everyone. We still have to rely on ourselves. Leveling up and getting stronger is the truth. I'm going to grind levels right now. Even if I can't become a demigod, I have to try to keep up with Bai Xin. Indeed, we can't put all our hopes on Bai Yi. We still have to rely on ourselves. At this moment, Bai Yi was sitting on the sofa, opening his backpack space. After scavenging in the Thunder Ruins world and the 8-star secret realm, his backpack was already filled with treasure chests. With a thought, dozens of treasure chests neatly arranged themselves on the coffee table, 12 mythic level, 27 starlight level, and 9 radiant moon level chests, each emitting different energy fluctuations, illuminating the living room in a kaleidoscope of colors. Let's start with the mythic level ones. Bai Yi picked up the leftmost mythic level chest, its surface engraved with intertwining patterns of lightning and fire. He traced his fingertip across the lid, and the chest instantly disintegrated, transforming into a red light that merged into his palm. Acquired mythic level weapon, Flame Thunder Twin Swords. Acquired mythic level item, Thunder Teleportation Talisman, 10 pieces. Acquired mythic level potion, Experience. Potion, grants 10 million experience points upon use, *100. After opening 5 mythic level chests in succession, most of the rewards were weapons, armor, and experience potions. These items were of little use to Bai Yi now, but the potions caught his attention. The experience potions could provide 10 million experience. The mythic level recovery potions could instantly restore a 5-turn practitioner's health, and the purification potion could resist abnormal states. Each one was enough to drive low-level players crazy. Keeping these potions would be a waste. Bai Yi sorted the potions and turned his gaze to the starlight level chests. The rewards from the starlight level chests were even more abundant. Upon opening the first one, he obtained a piece of starlight level armor, the Fallen Star Boots, which came with the spatial leap effect. The second one yielded a large amount of thunder-type essence powder, which could be used to enhance eternal equipment. The third one directly exploded with 50 bottles of starlight level experience potion, each capable of providing 50 million experience points. When he opened the radiant moon level treasure chest, even Bai Yi showed a hint of surprise. One of the radiant moon level chests surprisingly revealed a radiant moon thunder source core fragment. Although it was not as good as the complete core he had collected, it could still enhance the power of the thunder law by 10%. Another one yielded 500 bottles of radiant moon level recovery potion, with a faint golden divine glow flowing down the bottle, labeled instantly restores 100% health for demigod level and below. After opening all the treasure chests, Bai Yi's backpack had increased by 17 pieces of myth level equipment, 32 types of items, and a total of 1,200 potions, experience, recovery, purification, 34 pieces of starlight level equipment, 15 types of materials, and a total of 800 potions, 7 pieces of radiant moon level equipment, 3 core fragments, and a total of 600 potions. Leaning back on the sofa, Bai Yi looked out at the bustling street, his fingertips gently tapping on the armrest. The invasion of the abyss was imminent, and relying solely on his own strength, he might not be able to protect the entire Blue Star. These potions and equipment might allow more Blue Star professionals to grow rapidly. Let's establish a guild. Bai Yi opened the game panel and found the Create Guild option. Please enter the guild name. After a moment of thought, he typed in 4 characters, Pinnacle of Peaks Guild created successfully. Would you like to set membership conditions and benefits? Bai Yi directly set membership conditions. Blue Star professionals at level 60 and above can apply. Benefits: myth level experience potion *1, myth level recovery potion *1. The moment the settings were completed, the system prompt popped up again in the view of all Blue Star professionals. As the only demigod professional in Blue Star, he had the authority to announce it to everyone. Player Bai Yi created the guild Pinnacle of Peaks, open to all Blue Star professionals above level 60. Membership benefits: can receive myth level experience potion *1, myth level recovery potion *1. Contributions can be exchanged for starlight level rewards. If the demigod announcement was a thunderclap, then this guild announcement was a tsunami. Did I read that right? Myth level experience potion? A player suddenly jumped up from his chair, staring at the screen, and repeatedly confirming, his fingers trembling with excitement. He was currently level 59, just one level away from 60, and for that myth level experience potion, he would stay up all night to reach it. In a training room of a professional team in Dragon Country, the members saw the announcement and instantly erupted. Captain, we all meet the conditions. Hurry and apply to join. With the myth level experience potion, won't our leveling speed skyrocket? Bai Yi is aiming to create the strongest guild in all of Blue Star. The team captain took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement. Everyone stop training, immediately apply to join the guild. Also, notify all reserve members who have reached level 60 to apply quickly. This is our best chance to become stronger. Online, as soon as the application portal for Pinnacle of Peaks opened, it was nearly overwhelmed by a flood of players. The application list grew at a rate of hundreds of thousands per second, and in less than half an hour, the number of applicants surpassed 1 billion. The discussion topic on the forum completely turned into how to quickly level up to 50-inch, desperately seeking 60-level dungeon strategy. Online, urgent. Looking for a team to level up. I'm a level 48 warrior, seeking a carry. Does anyone know where the monsters give a lot of experience? I'm willing to pay any price. Some players even shared their leveling plans, detailing how many monsters to farm each hour and how many low-level experience potions to drink, all to reach level 60 in the shortest time possible and gain the benefits of Pinnacle of Peaks. Bai watched the number of applications on the guild panel continuously rising, his gaze calm. He knew that these potions and equipment were just the beginning. What could truly strengthen Blue Star was the potential that players unleashed in their struggle for survival. He opened the guild management interface and set up an automatic approval function. As long as they met the level requirements, they could join automatically. After completing all this, he transferred all the mythic potions and some starlight potions from his backpack into the guild warehouse, setting up daily withdrawal permissions. There are about 20 days left until the abyssal invasion. I don't know if this time will be the same as the last, but in any case, I must be prepared at all times. Bai stood up and walked to the window. If he remembered correctly, the last abyssal invasion occurred on the afternoon of the 30th day. Without any warning, numerous spatial rifts suddenly appeared across Blue Star, followed by countless demon armies sweeping across the Blue Star continent. This time, the game system had actually provided relevant hints in advance. As a result, the professionals of Blue Star were informed ahead of time about the impending abyssal invasion, and this was most likely due to Bai's influence. Across Blue Star, countless players were frantically leveling up to join Pinnacle of Peaks. In the corners of the cities, hidden professionals were also emerging, joining this wave of collective empowerment. I can't stop either. I need to prepare more before the crisis arrives. Bai's gaze turned to the distance, his eyes calm yet filled with confidence. The demigod realm was just the beginning. There was still time, and he could become even stronger. When the time came, no matter how intense the abyss was, he would face it with composure. The next morning, after breakfast, Bai opened the game panel and chose to enter the Chosen World. Soon after, Bai stepped through the light gate and arrived in the world of the Chosen. This time, it was a new world. Before him lay a shattered ruin, the ground paved with dark gray boulders, with black moss growing in the crevices, sending a slight electric sensation when touched. On the distant broken walls, vague lightning patterns were carved, faintly echoing the designs of the Eternal Tower. What surprised Bai the most was the inexplicable familiarity of the ruins' layout. The tilted stone pillars, the half-collapsed arches, and even the mingled scent of sandalwood and blood in the air were identical to the holy ruins next to the Eternal Square. This is... He suddenly turned around, only to see the outline of a towering spire faintly standing in the mist at the end of the ruins, its body flowing with a pale golden light that pierced through the fog. It was the Eternal Tower. The new map he entered was actually deep within the holy ruins next to the Eternal Square. Previously, he had only explored the outskirts of the holy ruins and had never imagined he would directly arrive at its depths this time. Bai took a deep breath and stepped into the depths of the ruins. The deeper he went, the clearer the lightning patterns became, and the carvings on the broken walls transformed from vague lightning designs into specific images. There were armored warriors battling faceless beings, a thunder lord wielding a long sword cleaving through chaos, and scenes of the Eternal Tower absorbing the world's energy. Are these images recording the history of the Chosen World? He paused to observe a mural depicting a group of faceless beings surging out from a rift, frantically attacking the Eternal Tower, while the warriors around the tower fought desperately to resist. Just then, the mist ahead suddenly surged, and a humanoid figure slowly emerged. It was covered in gray-white scales, with faint purple veins visible beneath. Its size was comparable to that of an adult male, yet it had no facial features. Its face was a smooth gray-white. It held a long knife made of bone and thunder, radiating the aura of early sixth transition. It was a divine aberration. Exactly like the divine aberration he encountered outside the Eternal Tower. The divine aberration saw Bai and made no unnecessary movements. It merely tilted its body slightly, and the bone knife created a residual shadow as it struck directly at Bai's neck. Its speed was incredibly fast, the blade slicing through the air without a sound, as if it could absorb the surrounding sound waves. Bai's gaze sharpened slightly. He did not immediately use his demigod power but instead sidestepped to avoid it while raising his hand to grip the wrist of the divine aberration. He wanted to test the strength and combat style of this divine aberration. The moment his fingertips touched the aberration's wrist, a bone-chilling coldness surged up his arm. This power was different from thunder and also different from demonic energy. It felt more like a pure void, attempting to disintegrate the energy within him. The Aberration reacted swiftly, its left hand suddenly transforming into a bony claw, reaching for Bai Yi's chest, the claw tips shimmering with a grayish-white light, akin to that of a bone knife. Interesting, Bai Yi thought as the lightning patterns beneath his feet flickered, activating timespace thunder step, his figure, shifting 3 zhang to the side, avoiding the bony claw while drawing the eternal magic blade. The blade was not infused with thunder but swung purely with strength towards the aberration side. Clang! The blade collided with the aberration scales, producing a sharp metallic sound. A shallow white mark was left on the scales, but the aberration took a half step back, using the recoil to swing its bone knife again, this time with a more cunning trajectory, the blade gliding close to the ground, aimed directly at Bai Yi's ankle. Bai Yi leaped into the air, his gaze landing on the joints of the aberration, where the scales were relatively sparse, seemingly its weak point. He did not rush to attack but continued to move, observing the aberration's attack patterns. The aberration's combat style was extremely straightforward, with no unnecessary movements. Each swing of the knife or claw targeted vital points, as if it had undergone countless training sessions to form the most optimized attack mode. No defense, no evasion, only the fastest attacks, as if its very existence was to destroy everything in front of it. No self-awareness, a pure combat machine? Bai Yi judged in his heart. He attempted to release a hint of the thunder law, but as the gray-black lightning approached the aberration, it was absorbed by the grayish-white scales on its surface, causing no damage. Immune to certain thunder laws? Bai Yi raised an eyebrow, no longer holding back, deciding to end this test. He no longer restrained his speed, pushing timespace thunder step to its limit, leaving several afterimages around the aberration. Although the aberration's bone knife was fast, it could not lock onto his true form. Seizing the moment the aberration turned, Bai Yi's eternal magic blade finally infused with the power of thunder, the blade glowing with a gray-black light, accurately slicing towards the aberration's neck, the area he had observed to be the weakest in terms of scales. Swoosh! The bone knife fell to the ground, the aberration's head rolling away, yet its body did not collapse but maintained the posture of swinging the knife, the grayish-white scales quickly losing their luster, turning to ash and dissipating. Bai Yi looked at the place where the aberration had vanished, his brow slightly furrowed. What exactly were these aberrations? Why did they appear around the eternal sacred ruins and the eternal divine tower? What did the records on the murals mean? With these questions, he continued deeper. Half an hour later, the mist ahead suddenly cleared, revealing a dilapidated treasure hall. The great door of the hall had long since collapsed, and the 2 stone lion statues at the entrance were left with only half their bodies, yet they still emanated a faint divine glow. Stepping into the hall, the sight inside made Bai Yi's pupils constrict. On the stone racks on either side of the great hall, rows of crystal bottles were neatly arranged, filled with various potions. There were experience potions radiating golden light, recovery potions flowing with green liquid, and potential potions shimmering with rainbow colors. He roughly counted, and there were at least 100,000 bottles, each one of mythic level. So many mythic potions. Bai Yi walked up to the stone rack and picked up a bottle of experience potion to examine. Just as he was about to put the potion into his backpack, footsteps were heard from outside the hall. Ha ha ha, we hit the jackpot. There are so many mythic potions in this treasure hall, a rough voice exclaimed, followed by 5 figures entering the hall. They were dressed in matching dark red battle armor, with burning flame patterns etched onto the armor, and the badge on their chests depicted a soaring fire eagle. They were indeed the practitioners of the fire eagle. Civilization.at. The forefront was a one-eyed muscular man, wielding a giant axe engulfed in flames, his aura reaching the mid-stage of the 6th transition, with 4 others behind him also at the initial stage of the 6th transition. The one-eyed man glanced at Bai Yi, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. Blue Star Civilization? Only level 400? Such low-level trash dares to come to the eternal sacred ruins? One of the Fire Eagle warriors behind him echoed, Captain, this kid must have stumbled in by mistake, right? Level 400 in our Fire Eagle civilization doesn't even qualify to participate in high-level map explorations. Another warrior stared at the potion bottle in Bai Yi's hand, licking his lips. Kid, hand over the potion in your hand and kneel down to bow 3 times. Maybe our captain will spare your life. Bai Yi turned around, calmly looking at them. Get lost. What did you say? The one-eyed man seemed to have heard the biggest joke. A low-level civilization trash at level 400 actually dares to tell us to get lost? He raised the giant axe, the flames on the blade surging violently. Today, let you know what the power of a high-level civilization is. The giant axe came down with the might of burning mountains and boiling seas, the flames transforming in the air into a fire eagle, opening its massive mouth to bite towards Bai Yi's head. The power of this strike was enough to severely injure a practitioner at the initial stage of the 6th transition. Bai Yi didn't even draw his sword, merely raising his hand to grasp at the fire eagle. Gray-black thunder erupted instantly, forming a giant hand, and the moment the giant hand grasped the fire eagle, the flames extinguished rapidly as if encountering ice. The giant hand then squeezed, turning the fire eagle along with the flames of the giant axe into fine particles of light. The one-eyed man's expression changed drastically. his hand gripping the giant axe trembling slightly. Sixth transition? No, this is the aura of a demigod? He finally sensed the divine aura emanating from Bai Yi, the disdain in his eyes instantly turning into fear. So what if it's a demigod? Just level 400. We have 5 people and you only have 1. The Fire Eagle warrior behind him shouted fiercely yet weakly, simultaneously summoning his weapon, preparing to surround him. Bai Yi's gaze turned cold, the demigod power within him slightly fluctuating. Unaware of your own death, his figure flickered, transforming into a faint purple lightning darting between the 5. The eternal magic blade had unknowingly been unsheathed, the gray-black thunder intertwining with the faint golden divine aura, each swing of the blade accompanied by the end of a life. The first Fire Eagle warrior didn't even see Bai Yi's movement before his head was severed in one strike. The second warrior's flame shield was cleaved apart like paper, his body turned to charcoal by the thunder. The third warrior attempted to use a teleportation skill to escape but was pinned in place by the spatial penetration law, a blade piercing through his heart. The fourth warrior knelt down to beg for mercy but was still swept away by the blade's light, both him and his pleas for mercy dissipating. The one-eyed man was terrified, turning to flee the treasure hall but was blocked by Bai Yi at the door. Spare me. I am the captain of the 9-star guild of the Fire Eagle civilization. If you kill me, our guild will not let you go, he threatened incoherently, the giant axe in his hand having long since fallen to the ground. Bai Yi ignored him, the blade's light flashing, and the one-eyed man's head rolled to the ground, his eyes wide open, filled with disbelief and fear. After dealing with the Fire Eagle civilization members, Bai Yi stored all the potions into his backpack, the total amount exactly 120,000 bottles. He glanced outside the hall, faintly sensing other practitioners approaching through the mist. It seems this eternal sacred ruins is livelier than I imagined. Bai Yi tightened his grip on the eternal magic blade, his gaze calm. He didn't rush to leave but carefully searched within the treasure hall, hoping to find more clues about the divine calamity and the eternal sacred ruins. At the end of the hall, he discovered a hidden door. Behind it was a secret chamber, and in the center of the chamber stood a stone platform holding an ancient book made of animal skin. Opening the ancient book, the text inside was composed of ancient runes he had never seen before, but the moment he touched the runes, information directly entered his mind. Eternal sacred ruins, the land of divine fall. When the divine calamity emerges, the world collapses. When the divine tower stands, order persists. The fragmented information stirred up a storm in Bai Yi's heart. The land of divine fall? Is the divine calamity related to the world's collapse? Is the eternal divine tower established to maintain order? Countless questions surged in his mind. Just as he was about to continue deciphering, a sudden, denser sound of footsteps came from outside the hall. This time the aura far surpassed that of the Fire Eagle civilization, with several reaching the peak of the 6th transformation. Bai Yi closed the ancient book and stored it in his backpack. It seemed that quietly exploring the sacred ruins was no longer possible. The footsteps outside grew closer, the leader's aura carrying a distinct sense of oppression. At least at the peak of the 6th transformation, stronger than the one-eyed brute of the Fire Eagle civilization by more than one level. Bai Yi stood to the side of the dark door, his fingertips quietly swirling with thunder, ready to strike at any moment. The first to step into the treasure hall were 7 professionals clad in silver-white battle armor, the armor engraved with outspread black wings, the edges of the wings flowing with faint purple star power, and the badge on their chests depicted a long sword piercing through the wings. This was the emblem of the Killing Feather Star Palace. The Killing Feather Star Palace, a superpower with countless strong individuals controlling 4 civilizations. The young leader had a handsome face but carried an air of condescension. A star-patterned long sword hung at his waist, and as his gaze swept over the corpses on the ground, his brow furrowed slightly. Trash from the Fire Eagle civilization can't even handle a level 400 blue star native? The young man's voice was cold and metallic, and when his gaze landed on Bai Yi, it was as if he were looking at an object. Blue star civilization? You do have some guts, daring to kill in the eternal sacred ruins. The members of the Killing Feather Star Palace behind him sneered. My lord, this native probably doesn't know our Killing Feather Star Palace's reputation, that's why he dares to be so arrogant. We could crush him like an ant. Let me teach him the rules, what it means to respect a higher civilization. A short-haired woman stepped forward, holding a longbow condensed from star power, with 3 black feather arrows knocked on the bowstring, the arrow tips shimmering with the cold light of the mid-6th transformation. Kid, sever your own arms and kneel here to repent for 3 days. Maybe my lord will spare your worthless life. Bai Yi's gaze turned slightly cold. This group's arrogance surpassed that of the Fire Eagle civilization. He was too lazy to waste words and simply raised his hand. In the next moment, gray-black thunder coalesced in his palm into a thread as fine as a hair, silently shooting towards the short-haired woman's longbow. Crack! The bowstring snapped in response, and the 3 feather arrows shot uncontrollably into the sky. The short-haired woman's expression changed drastically, staring in disbelief at her longbow. You dare to destroy my weapon? Seeking death. 2 peak 6th transformation experts behind The young man acted simultaneously. One summoned a star power shield, enveloping Bai Yi, the black wing patterns on the shield spinning, emanating the power to confine space. The other swung his long sword, countless silver starlights falling like a meteor shower, each containing the sharpness to tear through defenses. Bai Yi's foot flashed with thunder patterns, activating both the time and space thunder step and the spatial penetration principle, his figure directly penetrating the star power shield, appearing behind the two strong individuals. The eternal demon blade slashed horizontally, the gray-black thunder on the blade intertwining with faint golden divine energy, forming a horizontal blade light. Put. The two sixth transformation experts didn't even have time to turn around before being sliced in half, their silver-white battle armor and star power disintegrating, leaving only two twitching corpses. The young man's arrogance froze. Instantly, he staggered back 3 steps, drawing his star pattern long sword, 9 black wing phantoms appearing on the blade. You dare to kill my killing feather? Star Palace members? So what if I do? Bai Yi stepped closer, the semi-divine pressure around him pressing down on the young man as if it were tangible. What? Is the killing feather Star Palace? Is it really that impressive? The young man was forced to retreat repeatedly under the pressure, his face pale yet still defiant. Do you know the power of the killing feather Star Palace? Even if you are a semi-divine, if you kill us, the elders of the palace will tear you to pieces, and your civilization will be wiped out along with you. Then let them come and try. The blade light of Bai Yi had already reached the young man's throat. Now, you can choose how to die. A flicker of fear flashed in the young man's eyes. He never expected that this native of Blue Star could be so powerful. Clearly, only level 400, yet he possessed the title of demigod. This was simply unbelievable. Only the favored ones within the Star Palace should have such strength. But the pride of the Shiyu Star Palace prevented him from begging for mercy. He could only grip his longsword tightly, seemingly wanting to make a final struggle. Bai Yi did not give him the chance. With a flash of the blade light, the young man's head rolled to the ground, his eyes still filled with incredulous horror. The remaining 4 members of the Shiyu Star Palace were terrified and turned to flee, but were struck by 4 bolts of lightning casually thrown by Bai Yi, their bodies turning to char in the lightning's glow. After eliminating everyone, Bai Yi walked to the center of the treasure hall, his fingertips tracing the bloodstains on the ground. The blood of the Shiyu Star Palace members carried a faint ripple of star power, somewhat similar to the star-fallen civilization of the Thunder Ash world, but even more pure. A superpower controlling 4 civilizations. He noted this force in his mind, turned, and pushed open the dark door, continuing deeper into the secret chamber. The stone walls of the chamber were engraved with more runes, which combined to form a map, marking the depths of the eternal holy ruins where a 9-star secret realm lay, with clues to the source of divine sin hidden at its core. Bai Yi memorized the map, packed up the 120,000 bottles of myth-level potions, and turned to leave the treasure hall. Following the map's guidance, he traversed a canyon filled with divine sins, the strength of those divine sins ranging from early to peak 6th transformation. The rock walls on both sides of the canyon were covered with thick grayish-white moss, beneath which faint purple vein-like patterns could be seen. As soon as Bai Yi stepped into the canyon, the sound of bones grinding came from the mist ahead. 3 divine sins appeared simultaneously, their forms slightly different from those encountered before, their bodies covered in dark golden scales. The bone knives in their hands were entwined with a faint gray mist, their aura reaching the mid-6th transformation. The leading divine sin charged first, the bone knife, creating an afterimage as it slashed directly at Bai Yi's face. Bai Yi sidestepped to avoid it, the eternal magic blade slicing toward its wrist, the blade clashing against the scales and sparking a shower of sparks. The scales of this divine sin were several times harder than those of the previous ones. The blade only cut half an inch before getting stuck. Taking advantage of this resistance, the divine sin's left arm transformed into a bone spear, stabbing toward Bai Yi's side, the spear tip shimmering with a gray-black corrosive glow. Bai Yi's feet glowed with lightning patterns, his figure shifting 5 zheng to the side, avoiding the bone spear while condensing 3 rotating lightning rings in his palm. The lightning rings shot out like darts, accurately hitting the joints of the divine sin, where the scales were relatively weak. The lightning rings exploded, gray-black thunder spreading along the joints, causing a momentary delay in the divine sin's movements. In that instant, Bai Yi's figure appeared behind it, the eternal magic blade infused with demigod power, glowing with a faint golden light. As it pierced into the divine sin's back, reaching its core, the divine sin's body suddenly stiffened, the dark golden scales quickly losing their luster and turning to ash. On the ground, a dark golden treasure chest emerged from the ashes, its surface carved with twisted bone patterns, exuding a star brilliance level aura. Bai Yi collected the treasure chest and turned his gaze to the other 2 divine sins. The remaining 2 divine sins did not retreat, they stood shoulder to shoulder, their bone knives crossed to form a cross, the gray mist around them suddenly condensing into a semi-transparent barrier. The barrier pulsed with energy fluctuations of peak 6th transformation, clearly their combined skill. Bai Yi did not rush to attack but observed the patterns of the barrier, discovering a regular gap in the energy flow. He suddenly accelerated, weaving around the 2 divine sins, the eternal magic blade continuously striking the barrier, each attack precisely landing in the energy gaps. The barrier rippled under the continuous impacts, developing fine cracks. Seeing this, the two divine sins increased their energy output, the barrier's glow becoming solid once more, but Baye's attack rhythm was even faster, the blade light falling like raindrops on the cracks, and finally, during a moment of energy flow, he cleaved open a gap. The instant the gap appeared, Baye's figure had already passed through the barrier, the eternal demon blade drawing back and forth, simultaneously striking at the necks of two divine aberrations. The sound of the bone blades hitting the ground nearly overlapped, the heads of the two divine aberrations rolling away as their bodies disintegrated in the thunder. On the ground, two starlight-level treasure chests appeared, containing materials to enhance the thunder law. As he continued deeper into the canyon, the density of divine aberrations increased, and their strength gradually rose. There were 6-turn peak divine aberrations that could manipulate the surrounding gray mist, creating illusions to confuse Baye's perception, but they were shattered directly by the divine thunder within him. Some divine aberrations were as massive as small mountains, their limbs covered in heavy bone armor, each stomp causing the ground to tremble. Baye, however, utilized the agility of time and space thunderstep to circle behind them, attacking their weakly defended spines. The battle lasted for dozens of rounds, and Baye had slain over 100 divine aberrations, adding 27 starlight-level treasure chests and 5 radiant moon-level treasure chests to his backpack. Most of these chests contained materials for enhancing equipment and insights into understanding laws, and 1 radiant moon-level chest even held a divine source crystal that could enhance divine purity. Passing through the stone door at the end of the canyon, the scene ahead suddenly opened up, revealing a circular plaza. In the center of the plaza stood a divine aberration he had never seen before. It was 3 times taller than an ordinary divine aberration, its entire body covered in dark purple crystals. Although its face still lacked features, 2 streams of gray-black light could be seen swirling in its eye sockets, and it held a massive blade made of a fusion of crystal and bone, exuding a terrifying aura of early 7-turn. The moment this divine aberration appeared, the surrounding space began to solidify. Even Baye's thunder law was suppressed. It did not attack immediately, merely standing on the high platform, the gray-black light in its eye socket slowly rotating. 7-turn divine aberration. Baye tightened his grip on the eternal demon blade, the divine thunder core within him starting to operate at high speed. This was his first time facing a 7-turn level enemy, and the opponent's aura was more than 1 level stronger than that of a 6-turn peak. The energy fluctuations on the massive blade could even tear apart his thunder domain. The divine aberration finally moved, taking a step, and the high platform instantly shattered, its form appearing before Baye as if it had shrunk in space. The massive blade came crashing down with the power to shatter the heavens and earth, the gust of wind it created carving a deep trench in the ground. Baye did not dare to be careless, unleashing all the power within him, a faint golden thunder light appearing on his body, his figure transforming into an afterimage, evading the blade's edge but still being swept away by the gust, crashing against the stone wall at the edge of the plaza, a metallic taste rising in his throat. Indeed, I cannot be careless. Baye wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his expression becoming serious. The speed and strength of the 7-turn divine aberration far exceeded that of the 6-turn, and the energy on the massive blade could even suppress his spatial penetration. Law. The divine aberration's attacks came in succession, the massive blade sweeping horizontally, accompanied by dense gray blade lights covering a 100-foot radius around Baye. Baye slightly spread his feet, holding the eternal demon blade vertically in front of him, the gray-black thunder and faint golden divinity intertwining to form a spiral-shaped defensive barrier. The blade light struck the barrier, producing a deafening roar, the barrier shaking violently, developing numerous cracks, but ultimately not shattering. Seizing the moment between the divine aberration's attacks, Baye took the initiative to counterattack. He pushed Thunder Domain, Meteor Fall, to its limit, the gray-black Thunder Domain instantly expanding to 100 feet, the thunder blades within the domain carrying spatial cracks, frantically slicing at the divine aberration's crystal shell. The divine aberration let out a silent roar, the massive blade embedding itself in the ground, and suddenly, countless crystal spikes erupted from the plaza, stabbing towards Baye from all directions, the gray-black energy on the spikes capable of directly corroding divinity. Baye's figure weaved through the gaps between the spikes, the eternal demon blade continuously striking at the joints of the divine aberration. He discovered that although the crystal shell of this divine aberration was hard, the density of the crystal was noticeably lower at the joint connections. After striking the same joint 3 times, he finally cleaved a notch in the crystal, and gray-black lightning surged into the gap, causing a significant delay in the aberration's movements. Now's the time. Baye took a deep breath, the Yuan Chu thunder core within him and the divine thunder core erupted simultaneously, the eternal magic blade's body swelling to 10 zhang in length, the blade's radiance condensing all his power and laws. Thunder. Half-moon slash. The blade's light, carrying the might to tear through space, struck directly at the aberration's neck. The gray-black light in the aberration's eyes suddenly surged, and its massive blade defended itself, colliding with the blade's light. After a thunderous explosion, a clear crack appeared on the aberration's massive blade, while Baye's blade light dissipated inch by inch. He was knocked back several dozen jang, his feet carving deep grooves into the ground. His arms numb, and the divine thunder within him experienced a brief turmoil. At the aberration's neck, the dark purple crystal shattered significantly, revealing the gray-white bones inside, but the wound was visibly healing at an alarming rate. It stared at Bai Yi, raising its massive blade once more. This time, the gray-black energy of the blade condensed into a gigantic sphere of light, clearly preparing to unleash a killing move. Bai Yi did not give it a chance. Combining the time-space thunderstep with the spatial penetration law, he instantly appeared at the aberration's wound, the eternal magic blade once again infused with demigod power, piercing through the gap directly to the aberration's core. The aberration's body suddenly stiffened, the gray-black light in its eye sockets rapidly dimming, and the massive blade fell to the ground with a clang. The dark purple crystal rapidly disintegrated from the wound's center, ultimately transforming into a sky full of light particles, leaving behind a dark golden key engraved with a pattern of 9 stars encircling it. Bai Yi picked up the key, feeling the chaotic energy within him, and gently exhaled a breath of turbid air. The power of the 7-turn aberration far exceeded his expectations. This battle had nearly exhausted half of his divine thunder, but it also gave him a clearer understanding of the combat power at the 7-turn level. After resting for a moment, he followed the map's guidance, passing through the passage behind the square. The mist ahead grew thicker, and the energy fluctuations in the air became increasingly pure. After walking for about half an hour, the mist suddenly dispersed, revealing a stargate suspended in the void. The stargate was supported by 9 stone pillars carved with stars, each embedded with a sparkling crystal corresponding to different law attributes. In the center of the stargate, the 4 ancient runes spelling 9-star secret realm could be faintly seen, and the key obtained from the 7-turn aberration was radiating a light that resonated with the stargate. He tightened his grip on the key and stepped toward the stargate, preparing to enter the secret realm before him. The crystal dome of the underwater palace suddenly refracted blinding light, and as Bai Yi turned the corner of the passage, a salty, foul wind rushed toward him. On the coral pillars of the spacious hall, a deep-sea magic serpent, 5 Zhanglong, coiled. Its scales were pitch black, each scale's edge glinting with a serrated cold light, and the spiral horns on its head were entwined with pale purple water patterns, with venom dripping from the tips of its horns, corroding the jade floor into countless tiny holes. Hearing the footsteps, the magic serpent suddenly raised its head, a bloodthirsty glint flashing in its golden vertical pupils. It did not attack immediately but opened its massive mouth full of fangs, letting out a deafening roar. The sound waves formed visible shockwaves in the water, sweeping toward Bai Yi, shattering the coral sculptures on both sides of the hall inch by inch, with red gem eyeballs rolling across the ground. Bai Yi slightly spread his feet, and the thunder light on the surface of the eternal holy armor surged suddenly, forming a translucent thunder barrier. The shockwave crashed against the barrier, producing a thunderous roar, the barrier trembling violently but never shattering. Using the rebound force of the barrier, he shot out like an arrow, the eternal magic blade carving a gray-black trajectory in the water, directly slashing at the magic serpent's vital point. The reaction of the magic serpent was astonishingly quick. It suddenly swung its tail, the bony spike at the tip spinning with force, piercing towards Bai Yi's ribs like a spear. This thrust was executed at a tricky angle, just avoiding the defense range of the thunder barrier, and the bony spike was wrapped in dark green poisonous mist. Wherever the mist passed, the water rippled with black waves. Bai Yi twisted his wrist, and the blade of the eternal demon blade suddenly bent, coiling around the bony spike like a spirit snake, while his left hand gathered 3 rotating thunder rings. The thunder rings slid along the blade, accurately encircling the magic serpent's neck. The magic serpent cried out in pain, violently shaking its head in an attempt to throw Bai Yi off, but the thunder rings suddenly tightened, and gray-black lightning surged through the gaps in its scales, causing a momentary delay in its movements. It was in this fleeting moment of vulnerability that Bai Yi's figure appeared on the back of the magic serpent. He firmly planted his feet in the gaps between the scales, raising the eternal demon blade high, the gray-black lightning of the blade intertwining with the pale golden divine energy to form a colossal blade that reached for the heavens. Thunder-piercing Sunday. The giant blade, with the force to tear through the water, plunged fiercely into the magic serpent's spine. The magic serpent let out a piercing roar, its massive body thrashing violently, shattering 3 coral pillars, mixing rubble and water into a murky whirlpool. But Bai Yi's blade had already locked onto its spine, and the laws of thunder surged madly into it, destroying its neural pathways. Madness flashed in the magic serpent's eyes as it suddenly changed direction, charging towards the crystal at the dome with Bai Yi in tow. The hardness of the crystal was comparable to star-grade equipment. If they collided, even a 7th turn would be injured. Bai Yi's gaze turned cold, and the Yuanshu thunder core within him erupted suddenly, expanding the thunder domain to 50 zhang in an instant. Within the domain, the thunder blades fell like a torrential rain, crazily slicing through the magic serpent's scales. Puff puff, several light sounds echoed as dozens of scales were forcibly stripped from the magic serpent's back, revealing its bloodied and mangled body beneath. The excruciating pain caused its momentum to falter. and Bai Yi seized the opportunity, sharply flicking the blade upward, carving a foot-long wound along its spine. Dark green blood gushed out, staining a large area of the water. The battle continued, and Bai Yi's offensive was extremely fierce. Soon after, the magic serpent's struggles gradually weakened, the fierce light in its golden vertical pupils fading, replaced by deep unwillingness. It made one last swing of its tail before completely losing its breath, its massive body slowly sinking to the bottom of the water, creating ripples. Experience gained 12 million hundredfold experience. Halo activated. Actual experience gained 1.2 billion. Bai Yi took a breath, golden light of leveling up continuously shining on him. In the blink of an eye, his level rose by 35 levels. Attributes skyrocketed. Looking at the soaring attributes, a hint of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. With the increasing strength of the enemies he encountered, leveling up to gain attribute boosts was indeed necessary. He reached out to pluck the spiral horn from the top of the magic serpent's head. This horn contained pure water system laws and was excellent material for enhancing equipment. After collecting the spoils, he continued deeper, encountering several early 7th turn monsters. Along the way, in a narrow passage, he encountered a group of electric stingray demons. These monsters were pitch black all over, with yellow electric spots on their bellies capable of releasing early 7th turn currents. They formed a circular array, discharging electricity simultaneously, creating an impenetrable electric net in the passage. Bai Yi did not charge in recklessly. Instead, he inserted the eternal demon blade into the ground, channeling the laws of thunder through the hilt into the jade stone, activating the fish dragon patterns on the ground. The pale purple energy within the patterns erupted suddenly, transforming into dozens of thunder fish dragons that charged towards the electric stingray demons. The fish dragons collided with the electric net, erupting in blinding white light, and the electric currents of the stingray demons were instantly devoured like streams merging into the sea before the thunder fish dragons. The array was broken, and the electric stingray demons scattered in panic. Bai Yi seized the opportunity to charge out, swinging the eternal demon blade, and in a flash of blade light, he slaughtered all the electric stingray demons. Experience gained 18 million hundredfold experience. Halo activated. Actual experience gained 1.8 billion. The golden light shone again. Bai Yi's level surged once more. This time, he directly reached level 485. After briefly familiarizing himself with his upgraded body, Bai Yi continued forward. Passing through a corridor, he arrived at a circular altar, where a 7-turn mid-stage deep-sea giant crab was coiled on the stone platform in the center. The crab's shell was a dark golden color, covered in sharp spikes that glimmered with a cold light. Its pincers were spread wide, measuring 2 zhang across, and the serrated edges of its claws were sharper than the blade of the eternal magic blade. Upon seeing Bai Yi, the giant crab suddenly lifted its body, slamming its front pincers heavily onto the stone platform. The platform instantly shattered, and debris mixed with water formed a barrage that shot towards Bai Yi. At the same time, its rear claws suddenly plunged into the ground, causing the jade stones around the altar to crack open. Countless stone spikes erupted from the ground, forming a closed cage, attempting to trap Bai Yi inside. Bai Yi moved quickly through the gaps between the stone spikes, activating the time and space thunder step to its fullest, his figure darting like a ghost to evade the barrage, while a gray-black blade light condensed on the eternal magic blade. The blade light did not attack the giant crab but instead struck at the base of the stone spikes on the ground, the weakest point of energy. The stone spikes broke with a sound, creating a gap in the cage. Seeing this, the giant crab lunged forward, its left claw sweeping and its right claw stabbing directly, the 2 pincers working in perfect harmony, blocking all escape routes. The serrated edges of the pincers scraped against each other, producing a piercing sound that sent chaotic ripples through the water. Bai Yi did not retreat but advanced. He suddenly crouched down and slipped through the gap between the 2 pincers, the eternal magic blade slicing horizontally in a reverse motion. The blade light accurately struck the crab's abdominal shell, where the shell was relatively weak. With a crisp clang, a shallow white mark appeared on the abdominal shell, but it did not split open. The giant crab let out an angry hiss, its rear claw suddenly lifting to smash down towards Bai Yi's head, the spikes on its pincers flashing with a dark green poisonous light. Bai Yi's gaze sharpened, the divine thunder core within him began to operate, and the blade of the eternal magic blade glowed with a faint golden light. He no longer held back. The blade expanded to 5 zhan long, carrying faint golden thunder, and once again slashed towards the giant crab's abdominal shell. This time, the blade sank 3 inches deep. Gray-black thunder surged into the wound, and the giant crab's movements noticeably slowed. Thunder shatter shell. With Bai Yi's low shout, the blade suddenly erupted with intense vibrations, countless tiny arcs of lightning exploding at the wound like miniature bombs. The giant crab's abdominal shell shattered inch by inch under the vibrations, revealing its soft body inside. Bai Yi twisted his wrist, the blade spinning as it pierced in, completely destroying its internal organs. The giant crab's massive body twitched a few times before becoming still, its dark golden shell losing its luster and gradually turning gray. Experience gained 25 million hundredfold experience aura activated. Actual experience gained 2.5 billion. Congratulations, you have reached level 499. The moment the system notification sounded, a surge of immense energy erupted from Baye's body. His form slightly expanded before quickly returning to normal. But the power within him had skyrocketed. A faint golden pattern appeared on the surface of his skin, a sign of the fusion of divinity and the law of thunder. 5 turns at max level. Bayi clenched his fist, feeling the power contained within it. With just a casual swing, he created a vacuum vortex in the surrounding water. He focused his thoughts and checked his attribute information. Name, Bayi. Profession, Demigod. Thunder Ruler. Level, LV 499. Life, 10 trillion. Mana, 300 billion. Attributes, Strength 20 billion, Spirit 50 million, Agility 50 million, Constitution 50 million. Skills, Basic combat techniques. After leveling up to 5 turns at max level, Baye's attributes had increased several times, especially his life and strength, one reaching a terrifying 10 trillion, the other 20 billion. So terrifying. Bayi continued to explore the secret realm, passing through the stone door behind the altar, arriving at an underwater garden. The garden was filled with glowing aquatic plants, interspersed with coral flowers of various colors. In the center, a fountain held a pale blue crystal, radiating an aura of lunar brilliance. Just as he reached out to grab the crystal, the sound of water churning echoed from the entrance of the garden. 7 professionals clad in black battle armor appeared at the doorway, the devilish patterns on their armor flickering in the water's light. The bald, muscular man at the forefront carried a massive axe, its blade dripping with dark green blood. Upon seeing Bayi, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, quickly morphing into unabashed greed. Where did this native come from? How did he manage to get here? The bald man grinned, revealing 2 rows of sharp teeth. The professionals behind him from the Devil's Tooth civilization burst into laughter. Captain, this native can't just be lucky. He's only at the 5th transition, yet he's made it here. He must have something valuable on him. That's true. Kid, hand over your stuff. If we're satisfied, we might spare your life. Bayi turned around, his gaze calmly sweeping over the 7, a terrifying pressure surging forth like a tide. The glowing aquatic plants in the garden shook violently under the pressure. Coral petals fell like rain, and the fountain's water column was compressed to half its height. Are you all coming at once, or one by one? His voice echoed through the water, carrying a chilling murderous intent. The smile on the bald man's face froze instantly as he felt the pressure emanating from Bayi, which was even stronger than his own. But pride prevented him from retreating. He raised the massive axe high, the water swirling around the blade forming a vortex. Looking for death. Chop him up. The 7 Devil's Tooth professionals attacked simultaneously, the massive axe cleaving through the water with the force to split mountains, while long swords struck like venomous snakes aiming for vital points, and short knives circled to the side, attempting a sneak attack. The water surged into towering waves under their assault, and the coral walls of the garden swayed precariously. A cold smile crept across Baye's lips as he gently spun the eternal demon blade in his hand, the gray-black thunder intertwining with the pale gold divinity, forming a spiral along the blade. Boom! The battle erupted. In an instant, the attacks from the 7 Devil's Tooth professionals came like a torrential storm, the bald man's massive axe cleaving through the water vortex, with the power to tear everything apart. The space at the center of the vortex twisted, and wherever it passed, the coral flowers in the garden were shredded to pieces, and the glowing aquatic plants were uprooted. The swordsman on the right twisted his wrist, condensing 3 swirling water arrows at the tip of his sword, entwined with pale blue sharp gold laws, striking towards Baye's throat, heart, and abdomen like venomous snakes. This was the signature skill of the Devil's Tooth civilization, 3 deadly stabs targeting vital points. The short knife wielder on the left, using the cover of the water flow, concealed himself in the shadows of the coral wall, his short knife glowing with a ghostly blue light, clearly coated with deadly poison meant to seal the throat. His target was the back of Baye's neck, attempting to deliver a fatal blow while Bayi dealt with the frontal assault. The remaining 4 formed a diamond formation, simultaneously swinging their weapons, creating 4 overlapping waves of water that formed a 10-foot-high water wall, crashing towards Bayi, the wall swirling with energy. From the early stages of the 7th transition, enough to crush a small mountain to dust, Bayi stood his ground, his gaze calmly surveying all the attacks. Just as the water wall was about to engulf him, his figure suddenly transformed into a pale purple lightning bolt mixed with pale golden divinity, appearing as if teleporting behind the short knife wielder. The blade of the eternal demon blade shimmered with gray-black thunder, slicing down with a sound that pierced the air. Put! The short knife wielder didn't even have time to turn around before his head shot up into the sky, blood forming a red fountain in the water. Bayi did not pause. Using the recoil from killing the short knife wielder, he accelerated again, like a swimming thunder dragon, weaving between the 4 in the diamond formation. The blade light of the eternal demon blade burst forth like blooming fireworks, each flash accompanied by a scream of agony. The first professional's arm was severed at the shoulder, the thunder at the wound preventing him from stopping the bleeding, and he could only sink in pain. The second professional had a smooth cut appear at his waist, his intestines mixed with blood spilling out and floating in the water. The third professional tried to block with his shield, but the blade's light cleaved through the shield, slicing both him and the shield in half. The fourth professional, terrified to the core, turned to flee but was struck by a lightning whip casually thrown by Bai Yi, his body turning to char in the thunder. In the blink of an eye, all four members of the diamond formation had fallen. The bald, muscular man's giant axe had just struck empty air when he saw the tragic fate of his companions, and the greed in his eyes was instantly replaced by fear. He let out a furious roar, the whirlpool of water on his giant axe swelling to 10 zhang wide, attempting to force Bai Yi back with an area attack. Bai Yi's figure flickered within the whirlpool, moving as if strolling leisurely. He did not take the whirlpool head-on but instead float along the trajectory of the water, the blade of the eternal demon blade continuously clashing against the side of the giant axe, each collision producing a deafening roar. The whirlpool of water on the giant axe became chaotic under the continuous impacts, its brilliance gradually dimming. The bald, muscular man felt his arm growing heavier, his grip cracking, blood flowing down the axe handle, dripping onto the black jade stone with a sizzling sound, rising white smoke. Impossible. You're clearly only at the fifth transition. How can you have such strength? The bald, muscular man screamed, unable to comprehend how a fifth transition professional could easily crush him. A mid-seventh transition. Bai Yi did not respond. He suddenly accelerated, his figure shooting out like an arrow released from a bow, the blade of the eternal demon blade gliding along the edge of the giant axe, precisely slicing at the bald, muscular man's wrist. Crack! The wrist broke with a sound, the giant axe losing support, rolling in the water and crashing into the coral wall, creating a massive deep pit. The bald, muscular man looked at his empty wrist filled with disbelief and fear. Just as he was about to beg for mercy, Bai Yi's blade light had already swept across his neck. His head rolled in the water, his eyes still holding the last traces of horror. Bai Yi sheathed the eternal demon blade, his gaze falling on the light blue crystal in the center of the garden. He walked over, reached out to grasp the crystal, and a pure surge of water system laws flowed into his body, resonating wonderfully with the thunder laws. Acquired radiant moon level? Water core *1. After putting the crystal into his backpack, he continued deeper into the underwater palace. Passing through the garden, he came to a long corridor, with walls on both sides adorned with murals inlaid with pearls, depicting a scene of a golden-haired man wielding a trident battling in the sea. He was clad in blue armor, embedded with countless gems, resembling stars in the night sky, surrounded by whales, sharks, dolphins, and other marine creatures, which formed a massive army under his command, fighting against the black monsters surging from the cracks. God of the sea. Poseidon? Bai Yi looked at the man in the mural, and the information that surfaced in his mind brought a flash of surprise. Poseidon, the god of the sea in ancient Greek mythology, unexpectedly appeared in the murals of the 9-star secret realm. The last mural depicted Poseidon battling a black octopus that was 10,000 zhang long, with Poseidon's trident piercing the octopus's eye, but the octopus's tentacles also ensnared his body, dragging him into the dark abyss. At the end of the corridor was a circular grand hall, its dome embedded with a massive blue crystal, the crystal's diameter reaching 10 zhang, within which seemed to be a miniature ocean, where schools of fish swam, and waves crashed against rocks, producing a whoosh sound. The floor of the hall was paved with millennium cold jade, carved with wave patterns through which flowed a light blue energy, and stepping on it brought a refreshing sensation. In the center of the hall, on a golden throne, sat a corpse clad in blue armor. The owner of the remains was the blonde man depicted in the mural. His features had become blurred, but a hint of majesty still lingered. His golden hair hung over his shoulders like dried seaweed, and the trident in his hand leaned against the throne, its gem tip emitting a faint blue light, exuding an aura that reached the level of a true god. This was the fallen deity Poseidon. As Bai Yi stepped into the grand hall, the remains on the throne suddenly opened their eyes. They were grayish-white eye sockets without pupils, burning with a ghostly blue flame. A pressure far beyond the peak of the seventh transformation erupted from the remains, causing the water flow in the entire hall to come to a standstill. The millennium-old cold jade floor cracked with countless fissures, from which a light blue energy seeped out like tiny streams. The remains of Poseidon slowly stood up, dust falling from the blue armor, revealing the shimmering scales beneath. He did not speak but raised the trident, pointing it at Bai Yi. In an instant, the crystal dome of the hall trembled violently, the miniature ocean within the crystal surged into towering waves, and countless water arrows shot out from the crystal, raining down on Bai Yi like a torrential downpour. The tips of the water arrows flickered with the fluctuations of true god-level laws, creating ripples in the space they passed through, and the millennium-old cold jade floor was riddled with holes. Bai Yi's expression grew serious. This was his first encounter with a true god-level existence. Even if it was just a set of remains, the pressure it exerted caused a slight disturbance in the thunder law within him. He dared not be careless. The eternal magic blade was drawn, its gray-black thunder intertwining with a faint golden divinity to form an indestructible barrier. The water arrows struck the barrier, producing a deafening roar. The barrier trembled violently, ripples spreading across its surface, yet it remained unbroken. Taking advantage of the barrier's Cover, Bai activated the timespace thunder step, his figure darting towards the remains of Poseidon like a ghost, the eternal magic blade slashing towards his neck with the force to tear through the water flow. The remains of Poseidon reacted swiftly, sweeping the trident horizontally. The shaft of the trident collided with the blade, producing a crisp sound of metal clashing. Bai felt a tremendous force surge through him, his arm went numb, and he was pushed back. 3 Zhang. He looked down at the eternal magic blade, where a fine white mark had appeared on the blade. This was the first time the eternal magic blade had been marked by an enemy's weapon. The power of a true god is indeed terrifying. Bai took a deep breath, the primal thunder core and divine thunder core within him erupting simultaneously, expanding the thunder domain to 200 Zhang. Within the domain, thunder blades fell like a meteor shower, attacking the remains of Poseidon frantically. The remains of Poseidon swung the trident, forming a blue water curtain around him, blocking all the thunder blades outside. The thunder from the exploding thunder blades left only ripples on the water curtain. Suddenly, he stepped forward, thrusting the trident into the ground, causing the floor of the hall to crack open instantly. Countless water columns erupted from the fissures, entwined with light blue laws, forming an impenetrable water net that trapped Bai in the center. As the water net tightened, Bai felt a powerful compressive force, as if it were going to crush his bones. A fierce look flashed in his eyes. The blade of the eternal magic blade surged to 10 zhang in length, the gray-black thunder on the blade now infused with a hint of golden divinity, representing his strongest strike after merging the thunder law with divinity. Thunder? Divine fall slash. The blade light, carrying the might to tear everything apart, slashed towards the center of the water net. The water net shattered under the blade light like paper, and blue law fragments scattered like meteors. Bai's figure passed through the gap, appearing before the remains of Poseidon, the eternal magic blade piercing through his chest, reaching the core. The remains of Poseidon suddenly stiffened, the ghostly blue flame in the grayish-white eye sockets flickering violently as if burning its last strength. He raised the trident, seemingly wanting to launch a final strike, but as soon as the tip was lifted, the flame extinguished completely, and the remains slowly fell backward, crashing against the throne, transforming into countless blue light points that dissipated in the water. The trident lost its support and fell to the ground with a clang, its blue glow gradually dimming. In the place where the wreckage dissipated, a pale golden ring quietly floated, engraved with wave patterns, and at its center was a blue gemstone radiating a true god-level aura. Bai reached out to grasp the ring, and a vast surge of water system laws flooded into his mind. At the same time, a system prompt sounded, acquired true god level? Poseidon's ring equipment effect, all attributes increased by 300%. Water. System law affinity plus 100% can control water flow within a 10-mile radius, immune to water system attacks of level 7 and below. Attached skill, Sea God Domain. Active, unleash a Sea God Domain with a radius of 100 miles, increasing the power of all water system attacks within the domain by 50%. Can summon 10 peak level sea beasts of level 7 to assist in battle. Cooldown time 24 hours. Bai put the ring on his finger, and its size automatically adjusted to fit snugly around his knuckle. He could clearly feel the water flow around him becoming much more docile, as if obeying his command. He attempted to manipulate the water flow, and immediately the water in the hall gathered into a water dragon, swirling and dancing under his control. True god-level equipment, truly extraordinary. Bai nodded in satisfaction, his gaze shifting to the wall behind the throne. There was a hidden door in the wall, and a faint golden light emanated from the crack, indicating that there were other treasures inside. He walked over and pushed open the hidden door, revealing a secret chamber. In the center of the chamber stood a stone platform, upon which rested a golden box intricately carved with the image of the sea god, exuding a radiant moon-level aura. Bai opened the box, revealing an ancient tome made from sea dragon skin, with the title Sea God Battle Technique inscribed in ancient script on the cover. Acquired. Moon level? Sea God Battle Technique effect contains combat techniques of the water system laws. Mastering it can increase water system attack power by 30%. Bai stored the ancient tome in his backpack and searched the secret chamber further, finding some materials for enhancing equipment before turning to leave. As he passed through the hall and retraced his steps, the monsters along the way, sensing the true god-level aura emanating from him, retreated in fear, not daring to approach. After passing through the Stargate and returning to the eternal sacred ruins, Bai looked up at the sky, where the outline of the eternal divine tower could be faintly seen through the clouds. The gains from the 9-star secret realm far exceeded expectations, especially Poseidon's ring and the sea god battle technique, which caused his strength to surge once again. He tightened his grip on the true god-level ring on his finger and turned towards the direction of the eternal divine tower. Level 6, the title of true god, would be his next target. Before the invasion of the abyss, he needed to enhance his strength as much as possible to prepare for the dangers that Blue Star would soon face. The moment he passed through the Stargate, the cold wind of the eternal sacred ruins enveloped him, carrying a mix of sandalwood and blood. Bai stepped onto the dark gray boulders, and the black moss in the crevices crackled under the lightning from his shoes. He looked up at the distant eternal divine tower, where the pale golden glow flowing down its body seemed even dimmer than before, and The sound of dragging chains could be faintly heard amidst the swirling mist. It seems the disturbances deep within the ruins have already affected the eternal divine tower, Bai Yi mused, rubbing the Poseidon's ring on his finger, the blue gemstone slightly warming as if sensing some kind of power. Just a few steps out, the stargate behind him suddenly erupted with blinding red light, and 5 figures clad in silver-white battle armor burst forth, their black feather patterns on the armor writhing in the red light like living creatures. They were the pursuers from the Feather Slaughter Star Palace. The leading middle-aged man had a stern face, with a scar extending from his brow to his chin on the left side. He wielded a long sword entwined with purple-black flames, his aura reaching the peak of level 7. Upon seeing Bai Yi, a deep-seated hatred erupted in the man's eyes. "You little brat from Blue Star, think you can run?" The 4 members of the Shiyu Shingon behind him simultaneously unfurled their black wings, from which thick black mist dripped down. As the mist hit the ground, it transformed into faceless shadow beasts, their sharp claws glinting with a cold light capable of tearing through space, closing in on Bai Yi. This was the Shadow Strangulation formation of the Shiyu Shingon, specifically designed to encircle and eliminate powerful enemies. Bai Yi's gaze sharpened, and the Poseidon ring suddenly erupted with a ghostly blue light, causing the surrounding water vapor to instantly coalesce into 3 water walls, keeping the shadow beasts at bay. The claws of the shadow beasts scraped against the water walls, producing a piercing screech, yet they could not break through. Seeing this, the middle-aged man swung his long sword, and purple-black flames surged toward the water walls like a tide. The flames did not extinguish upon contact with the water, instead, they triggered a violent explosion, and the water walls crumbled with the sound of the blast. Is that the fire law at the peak of the 7th turn, fused with shadow power? Bai Yi's toes touched the ground, and his figure soared into the air amidst the shockwave of the explosion. The eternal magic blade was entwined with gray-black thunder, while he simultaneously summoned the power of the Poseidon ring. The water vapor in the air condensed into dozens of ice spears, their tips shimmering with a faint golden divine light, shooting toward the middle-aged man like a meteor shower. The middle-aged man snorted coldly, and his longsword traced a purple-black flame vortex that devoured all the ice spears. But just as the flame vortex was about to extinguish, gray-black thunder suddenly erupted from its center, rebounding along the path of the flames. The middle-aged man was caught off guard, and his left arm was struck by the lightning, his silver-white armor instantly charred, revealing a gruesome wound beneath. "You little bastard! You're seeking death!" The middle-aged man roared as he unleashed his domain, where purple-black flames and shadows intertwined to form a demonic realm with a diameter of 100 feet. Countless black wings floated within the realm, and when they flapped, they emitted ghostly shrieks. Bai Yi's thunder domain collided with it, the 2 laws annihilating each other and unleashing a visible energy shockwave that caused the surrounding ruins to collapse with a thunderous crash. Seizing the opportunity, the 4 members of the Shiyu Shingon launched a sneak attack, their longbows shooting black feathered arrows that split into hundreds of phantoms in midair, each containing the power to tear apart souls. Bai Yi activated his time-space thunder step to the extreme, weaving through the phantoms, while the eternal magic blade carved a circular blade light, intertwining gray-black thunder with the ghostly blue water law, forming a swirling energy storm that shredded all the feathered arrow phantoms to pieces. "Thunder? Water prison cage!" Bai Yi shouted softly, as the power of the Poseidon ring perfectly merged with the thunder law. The pooled water on the ground and the water vapor in the air erupted simultaneously, transforming into countless water chains entwined with lightning, which flew toward the 4 members of the Shiyu Shingon, binding them tightly to the tilted stone pillars. The lightning surged into their bodies along the water chains, and screams erupted one after another as their silver-white armor gradually melted away in the lightning. The middle-aged man looked at the tragic state of his companions, a flicker of fear flashing in his eyes. He realized that the Blue Star native before him was no ordinary 5th-turn professional. The long sword in his hand suddenly burst with blinding red light, the black wing patterns on the sword fully unfurling, emitting a heart-pounding wave. This was a forbidden technique he had obtained by burning his life force. Shiyu? Starfall. The longsword transformed into a purple-black meteor, trailing a long flame tail as it slashed toward Bai Yi's head. Wherever the meteor passed, the space was burned into a pitch-black crack. Bai Yi's expression tightened, and he simultaneously unleashed the Sea God domain and Thunder domain. The water and thunder within 100 miles converged into a blue giant whale clad in thunder armor. The giant whale opened its massive mouth, spewing forth a torrent of energy containing both laws colliding with the meteor. The earth-shattering explosion echoed through the depths of the holy ruins, the shockwave dispersing the surrounding mist and revealing a massive bronze door half buried underground in the distance. The giant door was carved with lightning patterns similar to those of the Eternal Divine Tower, and the door knocker was 2 thunderbirds clutching chains, the other end of the chains disappearing into the depths of the mist, where grayish-white scales could be faintly seen entwined around them. Those were the scales of a divine aberration. As the dust from the explosion settled, a middle-aged man knelt on the ground, covered in blood, his longsword shattered in his hand, his breath at its lowest ebb. Bai Yi walked slowly in front of him, the tip of the eternal demon blade pressed against his throat. Why is the Shiyu Star Palace so obsessed with the eternal sacred ruins? The middle-aged man let out a miserable scream, his eyes filled with terror and regret, black blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Before he could finish, his head suddenly exploded, turning into a mass of purple-black flames that burned all information to ashes. Bai Yi frowned as he looked at the place where the flames extinguished, then turned to walk towards the bronze giant door. The giant door stood about 10 zhan high, with an ancient inscription carved on the lintel. As the inscription came into contact with the lightning from his fingertips, it suddenly glowed with a faint golden light, and a piece of information directly entered his mind. The seal of the fallen god ruins requires the 9 system law keys to be opened. 9 system law keys? Bai Yi stroked his chin, the water system law of the Poseidon ring causing one of the runes to light up, while the thunder law within him ignited another. It seemed he needed to gather all 9 basic laws to open this door. Just then, the bronze giant door suddenly trembled violently, the chains behind it groaning under the strain, a presence several times stronger than the 7-turn divine aberration he had encountered before emanating from behind the door. Gray-black mist seeped through the cracks of the giant door, and within the mist, a giant claw covered in dark golden scales could be vaguely seen, its claw tip shimmering with a gray light that could corrode laws. Bai Yi quickly retreated, gripping the eternal demon blade tightly. He could sense that this was a mutated divine aberration, its strength likely reaching the early stage of the 8-turn. The mist thickened, and the owner of the giant claw slowly emerged. It was a divine aberration 10 zhan long, its body covered in dark golden scales, with purple-black veins flowing beneath them, and 3 pairs of bony wings sprouting from its back, the edges of the wings sharp as blades. The most bizarre aspect was its face, although it still lacked features. A vertical eye grew in the center of its forehead, burning with gray-black flames that exuded an aura of destruction. Upon seeing Bai Yi, the flames in the vertical eye suddenly surged. It did not use a weapon but directly swung its giant claw, the wind from the claw carrying the might to tear through laws, causing ripples in the surrounding space. Bai Yi did not take it head-on. He activated Timespace Thunderstep and the spatial penetration law simultaneously, appearing at the side of the mutated divine aberration, channeling demigod power into the eternal demon blade, which glowed with a faint golden light as it slashed towards the base of its bony wing. Clang! The blade collided with the bony wing, producing a crisp sound like metal clashing, leaving only a shallow white mark on the mutated divine aberration's wing. While Bai Yi was knocked back 5 zhang, he looked down at the eternal demon blade, noticing that the white mark on the blade was deeper than when he fought against the remnants of Poseidon. The defense of the early stage of the 8-turn is indeed terrifying. Bai Yi took a deep breath, and the Poseidon ring suddenly erupted with dazzling blue light, fully unleashing the domain of the sea god, as water within 100 miles gathered into a blue dragon, which held a gray-black thunder pearl in its mouth. This was the thunder core he had formed by compressing tens of thousands of thunder laws. The blue dragon roared as it charged towards the mutated divine aberration, and along the path it flew, water vapor condensed into sharp ice spikes, which resonated with the thunder pearl, unleashing earth-shattering power. The mutated divine aberration let out a silent roar, its bony wings flapping violently, as gray-black mist coalesced into a massive bone shield inscribed with twisted runes that exuded an aura of devouring everything. The moment the dragon collided with the bone shield, the entire depths of the sacred ruins trembled, and the lightning patterns on the bronze giant door lit up, as if responding to this earth-shattering clash. In the moment of stalemate between the two, Bai Yi combined the piercing techniques of the thunder, divine fall slash and the sea god battle method, transforming the eternal magic blade into a stream of gray-blue light that pierced into the pupil of the mutated divine aberration's vertical eye. Roar! The mutated divine aberration let out a cry of pain it had never experienced before, the gray-black flames in its vertical eye dancing wildly. Its massive body struggled violently, dark golden scales falling off in droves, revealing the flesh beneath that was collapsing. Bai Yi did not give it a chance to breathe. The divine thunder core within him operated at full power, and the eternal magic blade stirred within its head, completely destroying its core. The enormous body of the mutated divine aberration crashed to the ground, its dark golden scales losing their luster and turning to ash. In the place where it dissipated, a dark golden crystal floated in the air, wrapped in a wisp of gray-black airflow, exuding the aura of early stage 8 transitions. Bai Yi reached out to grasp the crystal. A pure essence of the law of destruction surged into his body, resonating wonderfully with the laws of thunder and water. Acquired divine aberration core? Early stage 8 transitions effect contains the law of destruction, can be used to enhance weapons or comprehend laws. He stored the crystal away and turned to look at the bronze giant door. At this moment, 2 of the 9 runes on the giant door had already lit up, corresponding to the laws of thunder and water. The chains behind the door no longer trembled, and a faint sound of flowing laws could be heard, as if something was awakening. Bai Yi walked up to the giant door and reached out to touch the thunderbird on the door ring. The thunderbird's eyes suddenly lit up, and a message entered his mind: gather all 9 keys to unlock the Divine Fall ruins and obtain the Eternal Legacy. Eternal Legacy? A glimmer of anticipation flashed in Bai Yi's eyes. He could sense that behind this bronze giant door lay the ultimate secrets regarding the chosen world, the eternal divine tower, and the divine aberrations. He glanced in the direction of the eternal divine tower, where the pale golden glow on the tower seemed to dim a little more, and the sound of chains in the mist grew clearer. It seems I can't delay any longer. Bai Yi tightened his grip on the eternal magic blade and turned to walk deeper into the sacred ruins. To gather the 9 keys of the laws, he would inevitably face more powerful enemies, the pursuing troops of the feather-slaying Star Palace, mutated divine aberrations, and possibly even top-tier experts from other civilizations. But he felt no fear. The power to destroy the heavens and the earth was contained within his fully leveled 5 transitions body, and the ring of Poseidon resonated with the eternal magic blade, perfectly merging 2 completely different laws in his hands. In the distance, the bronze giant door stood quietly in the mist, like an elder who had waited countless ages, anticipating the moment to unveil its secrets. Bai Yi's figure vanished into the depths of the mist, and the dark gray giant stones beneath his feet were gradually replaced by a silvery metallic substance. The surface of this metal was covered with intricate patterns, resembling solidified lightning, and stepping on it produced a faint pulling sensation, as if it were trying to draw the thunder laws from within him. His fingertips moved slightly, and the ring of Poseidon emitted a pale blue halo, forming a barrier that isolated the metal's pull. After walking for about half an hour, the sound of gears turning suddenly echoed through the mist. Bai Yi sidestepped and hid behind a slanted stone pillar, and saw that in the clearing ahead, 12 bronze puppets were operating around the corpse of a divine aberration. The puppets were made of brass, with purple crystals embedded at the joints, holding ancient-style long halberds, the tips of which dripped with silvery liquid, the blood of the divine aberration. The corpse of the divine aberration had been disassembled into dozens of pieces, dark golden scales scattered on the ground, and one of the scales had a broken long sword embedded in it, the hilt carved with the emblem of the feather-slaying Star Palace. The bronze puppets placed the bones of the divine aberration into a groove in their chests, where red light illuminated, and the bones gradually melted in the red glow, transforming into wisps of gray-black airflow that were absorbed into the puppets. Puppets of the feather-slaying Star Palace? Are they using the remains of the divine aberration to enhance the puppets? A hint of surprise flashed in Bai Yi's eyes. He noticed that each bronze puppet had a black crystal embedded in its forehead, within which faint shadows of black wings could be seen, clearly driven by the secret method of the slaughtering Feather Star Palace. Just then, the bronze puppet on the far left suddenly turned towards the stone pillar, its purple crystal eyes flickering with red light. It thrust the long spear in its hand sharply, transforming it into a silver line in midair, accurately shooting towards Bai Yi's hiding place. Bai Yi tapped the ground with his toes, his figure floating like willow catkins, and the eternal demon blade drew an arc in the air, splitting the long spear in two. Clang! The broken spear fell onto the metallic ground, producing a crisp sound. The remaining 11 bronze puppets turned simultaneously, the red light in their chests suddenly surging, and the long spears in their hands pointed towards Bai Yi, with silver liquid dripping from the spear tips, corroding small pits into the ground. Bai Yi did not rush to attack but instead observed the formation of the puppets. The 12 puppets were arranged in a circular formation, with equal distances between them, and the red light in their purple crystal eyes flickered at the same frequency, clearly sharing perception. Let's see what you can do, Bai Yi whispered, and the ring of Poseidon erupted with a ghostly blue light, condensing the water vapor in the air into hundreds of ice arrows, which shot towards the bronze puppets like a torrential rain. The 3 puppets at the front raised their long spears, intertwining them into a copper wall. The ice arrows struck the wall and instantly turned into vapor. Seizing the moment of the puppets' defense, Bai Yi activated Temporal Thunderstep, appearing at the weak point of the formation, the gap between the 2 puppets in the northwest corner. The eternal demon blade infused with the laws of thunder, its blade glowing with a gray-black light, slashed towards the joint of the left puppet. Clang! The blade collided with the brass body and was surprisingly deflected back 3 inches. Suddenly, silver liquid spurted from the puppet's joint, transforming in the air into a net that descended upon Bai Yi. Bai Yi quickly retreated, only to see the puppet on the right swinging its long spear towards him, the trajectory of the spear cunningly blocking all his escape routes. Interesting. A glint of battle intent flashed in Bai Yi's eyes. He suddenly crouched down, placing his left hand on the metallic ground, and the laws of thunder surged through his fingertips, activating the patterns on the ground. Countless silver arcs of electricity erupted from the patterns, entwining around the bronze puppets like vines. The arcs struck the puppets' bodies with a sizzling sound, causing a momentary disruption in the red light of their purple crystal eyes. In that instant, Bai Yi's figure slipped through the gap between the 2 puppets like a ghost, and he slashed back with the eternal demon blade, infusing a hint of water law into the gray-black thunder, forming a spiral blade light. The blade light struck the chest of the right puppet, shattering the divine bone within the groove. The puppet's movements showed a clear delay, and the red light in its purple crystal eyes dimmed slightly. Seeing this, the remaining puppets quickly adjusted their formation, surrounding Bai Yi in the center. The long spears in their hands suddenly converged, forming a massive copper sphere, the patterns on the sphere glowing red and exuding a scorching aura. Bai Yi could feel the temperature inside the copper sphere rising sharply, with gray-black airflow from the burning divine bone swirling within, clearly preparing to unleash a killing move. You think you can trap me? Bai Yi sneered coldly, and the divine thunder core within him erupted suddenly, expanding the thunder domain to 100 feet. The patterns on the metallic ground within the domain all lit up, and silver arcs of electricity converged into a thunder lion, which opened its massive mouth and spewed forth a gray-black thunder column that crashed into the copper sphere, producing a deafening roar. The red light on the surface of the copper sphere flickered violently, revealing a dense array of cracks. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Yi's eternal demon blade surged to a length of 5 feet, with the gray-black thunder intertwining with faint golden divinity piercing into the interior of the copper sphere through the cracks. Boom! The copper sphere exploded into pieces, and the 12 bronze puppets were shattered, the black crystals tracing arcs in the air as they fell into the mist. Bai Yi reached out and caught one of the crystals. It felt icy to the touch. The shadowy black wings within had already dissipated, leaving only a faint trace of the shadow law. Acquired Slaying Feathered Demon Crystal *1 effect, contains pure shadow law, can be used to enhance shadow type equipment. He stored the crystal away and his gaze fell upon a scale beside the body of the divine aberration. The edge of the scale was engraved with a golden pattern, and a faint glow flowed through the pattern, subtly resonating with the runes on the bronze giant door. Bai Yi picked up the scale, and a surge of pure metal law flowed into his body. A slight tremor came from the direction of the bronze giant door, clearly indicating that another rune had been activated. Metal law key. Bai Yi placed the scale into his backpack and continued onward. The metallic ground gradually disappeared, replaced by a patch of land covered in white moss. A light green liquid seeped from beneath the moss, exuding the fresh scent of grass and wood. Ahead, through the mist, a forest appeared, with tree trunks displaying an emerald green, and the leaves were made of translucent crystal. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting colorful patches of light on the ground. At the entrance of the forest stood a stone tablet, inscribed with the ancient seal. Characters: Forest of 10,000 Trees, the script flowing with green energy. As Bai Yi stepped into the forest, the white moss beneath his feet suddenly began to writhe, transforming into green vines that coiled around his ankles. The vines bore tiny barbs, which were smeared with a light green venom. The venom dripped down, giving birth to clusters of small red flowers on the ground, the petals of which opened to reveal sharp teeth within. The domain of the law of grass and wood. Bai Yi flipped his wrist, and the eternal magic blade drew a circular arc of blade light, the thunder within cleaving the vines into pieces. However, the broken vines quickly took root and sprouted, transforming into more vines that surged toward him like a tide. He looked up at the sky and saw the crystal leaves absorbing sunlight, converting it into green energy and infusing it into the vines. Bai Yi's gaze sharpened, and the ring of Poseidon emitted a ghostly blue light, causing the moisture in the air to condense into thousands of droplets, which shot toward the crystal leaves like cannonballs. The droplets struck the leaves, producing a crisp sound, and tiny cracks appeared on the surface of the leaves. The infusion of green energy was interrupted, and the growth rate of the vines noticeably slowed. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Yi dashed out, activating time and space thunder step to its fullest, weaving through the gaps in the vines as he ran deeper into the forest. At the center of the forest stood a circular altar, upon which loomed a towering ancient tree, its trunk entwined with a massive green dragon. The dragon's eyes were 2 red gemstones, radiating the aura of a peak 7th transition. The branches of the ancient tree were laden with golden fruits, within which the flow of law could be faintly seen. One of the fruits bore a pattern identical to the runes on the bronze giant door. Key of the law of grass and wood. A glimmer of joy flashed in Bai Yi's eyes. Just as he was about to pluck the fruit, the green dragon on the altar suddenly opened its eyes, and 2 beams of red light shot from its gemstone eyes, enveloping him. Bai Yi felt a delay in the flow of energy within him, as if bound by invisible shackles. Outsider, trespassing into the forest of 10,000 trees, attempting to steal the fruit of life, must be punished. The voice of the green dragon was like the rustling of leaves in the wind, carrying an ancient and majestic aura. Its massive body slid down from the trunk, and its claws landed on the altar, causing countless green thorns to sprout from the ground in an instant. The spikes on the thorns glimmered with a cold light, stabbing toward Bai Yi. The thunder law within Bai Yi erupted suddenly, and the gray-black lightning shattered the red light. He flickered and appeared to the left of the dragon, infusing the eternal magic blade with demigod power, the blade glowing faintly golden as it slashed toward the dragon's wing. The dragon's wing was as tough as leather. The blade struck it, leaving only a shallow blood mark. A peak 7th transition grass and wood dragon, its defense comparable to that of an early 8th transition. Bai Yi muttered to himself that it was troublesome. He noticed that some golden moss was growing in the gaps between the giant dragon's scales, emitting a faint glow, similar to the aura of the golden fruits on the trees. The giant dragon let out a roar and opened its mouth to unleash a torrent of green energy. Wherever the torrent passed, the thorns on the ground grew wildly, forming a green wall that trapped Bai Yi inside. Bai Yi did not confront it head-on. Instead, he summoned the power of the ring of Poseidon, and the water vapor in the air condensed into a water dragon. The water dragon collided with the green torrent, erupting into a large cloud of mist. Taking advantage of the spreading mist, Bai Yi activated the spatial penetration law, appearing on a branch of the ancient tree. He reached out and plucked the golden fruit inscribed with runes. The fruit felt warm in his hand, and a pure essence of the wood law surged into his body. A strong vibration came from the direction of the bronze giant door, indicating that another rune had been lit. Obtained wood law key *1. The green dragon discovered that Bai Yi had taken the fruit and let out an angry roar, its massive body crashing into the ancient tree, causing branches to snap and golden fruits to fall. Bai Yi stepped on the falling fruits, his figure shooting out of the forest like a meteor, with the dragon's roar and the sound of collapsing trees echoing behind him. As he emerged from the forest of 10,000 trees, the scene ahead changed once more. A red desert appeared before him, the sand in the desert a dark red, feeling like stepping on hot coals, radiating a scorching aura. In the distance, a castle built of obsidian stood atop a sand dune with an unquenchable black flame burning at its spire, faint silhouettes struggling within the flames. Just as Bai Yi stepped into the desert, the sand beneath his feet suddenly boiled, and a giant scorpion covered in red scales emerged from the sand. The scorpion's tail arched high, its stinger glinting with a dark red light, its aura reaching the peak of the 7th transformation. Upon seeing Bai Yi, it let out a hiss, and its stinger shot out like a javelin, leaving a trail of dark red venom in the air. Bai Yi sidestepped the stinger, countering with the eternal magic blade, the gray-black thunder intertwining with the deep blue water law, forming a spiral blade light that severed the scorpion's tail. The giant scorpion let out a painful hiss, its massive body rolling in the sand, kicking up a storm of dust. Amidst the dust, dozens of giant scorpions emerged from the sand. Although smaller than the leading scorpion, their auras were all above the mid-7th transformation. Bai Yi's gaze sharpened, and the thunder law and water law within him erupted simultaneously, gray-black lightning and deep blue water swirling around him, creating a vortex. Wherever the vortex passed, the scorpions' bodies fell, turning to charred remains or freezing into ice blocks. After dealing with the swarm of scorpions, Bai Yi continued toward the obsidian castle. The castle's main door was tightly shut, with door knockers shaped like two goat heads engulfed in black flames. An ancient rune was carved above the door, related to the fire law. Bai Yi pressed his palm against the door, activating both the thunder law and water law within him, attempting to trigger the rune. However, the door showed no reaction. Instead, black flames erupted, spreading along his arm, trying to scorch his soul. Bai Yi frowned, and the ring of Poseidon burst forth with dazzling blue light, extinguishing the black flames. He realized that to open the castle's door, he needed an item containing the fire law. Just then, at the castle's spire, the black flames suddenly surged, and a figure clad in black armor emerged from the flames. The figure's face was obscured by a helmet holding a long sword engulfed in black flames, its aura surprisingly reaching the early 8th transformation. Upon seeing Bai Yi, it let out a deep laugh. Another one come to die? That bunch of useless fools from the feather-slaying Star Palace couldn't stop you. And here you are. Bai Yi's eyes narrowed. Although this person's armor did not bear the emblem of the Shiyu Star Palace, the black flames on the long sword resonated similarly to the purple-black flames of the middle-aged man. He tightened his grip on the eternal demon blade and said in a deep voice, "Who are you?" "I am the lord of the burning sky fortress." The man in black raised his long sword, and the black flames at the tip transformed into a crow, which circled in the air and let out a piercing cry, "Die." The first sword strike was unleashed, and the black flames surged toward Bai Yi like a tide, interspersed with countless tiny black needles that contained the power to corrode the soul. Bai Yi simultaneously activated the thunder domain and the sea god domain, intertwining gray-black lightning with ethereal blue water to form an indestructible barrier. The flames crashed against the barrier, hissing loudly, but could not break through. With the second sword, the man in black plunged his long sword into the ground, and the desert surrounding the castle suddenly cracked open. Countless black fire pillars erupted from the fissures, forming a massive cage that trapped Bai Yi in the center. The temperature of the fire pillars was extremely high, distorting even the space around them. The metal boots on Bai Yi's feet began to melt, emitting a pungent odor. Bai Yi let out a low growl, and the blade of the eternal demon blade expanded to 10 zhang in length, the gray-black lightning and pale golden divinity intertwining to form a colossal blade. The giant blade struck the fire pillar cage, cleaving it in two, and the black flames quickly extinguished in the thunder. For the third sword, the man in black burned his own soul power, and the long sword transformed into a black meteor containing the power to annihilate everything, shooting toward Bai Yi's chest. Bai Yi's gaze sharpened as he poured all the power within him into the eternal demon blade, which radiated an unprecedented brilliance. The gray-black lightning, ethereal blue water, and pale golden divinity perfectly fused within the blade. Thunder? Sea god? Slash! At the moment of collision between the blade's light and the meteor, the entire desert trembled. The black flames, gray-black lightning, and ethereal blue water annihilated each other, erupting in a dazzling light. As the light faded, the man in black had vanished without a trace. All that remained was a long sword burning with faint black flames and a red crystal which contained pure flame laws. Acquired flame law key *1 acquired equipment. Burning sky sword, Yayu level. What is going on with this person? Bai Yi's expression darkened. He stowed away the key and the long sword and looked toward the obsidian castle. At this moment, the castle's main gate had opened, revealing a passage leading underground. where red magma flowed and the faint glow of other law keys could be seen within the magma. Taking a deep breath, he stepped into the passage. The rock walls of the underground passage glimmered with a dark red sheen, a mark left by the long-term scorching of the magma. The walls were riddled with honeycomb-like holes, from which hot, sulfurous steam occasionally erupted. When the steam met the cold air, it condensed into pale blue ice crystals that shattered upon hitting the ground, emitting a faint chill. This was a phenomenon of fire and ice laws intertwining over time. Bai Yi walked on the floating stones above the magma, the ring of Poseidon emitting a faint blue light in the high temperature, forming a barrier to isolate the heat waves. He could see countless black bones floating in the magma, belonging to various creatures, some with wings, others with sharp claws. Among them, one skeleton had a chest cavity embedded with a crystal radiating a yellow-brown glow, the patterns on the crystal's surface perfectly matching the runes on the bronze giant door. Earth Law Key? Just as Bai Yi was about to move to retrieve it, the magma suddenly surged violently and a 3-Zhanglong lava giant beast emerged from the magma. This giant beast's body was composed of solidified magma covered in black rock armor, with dark red magma flowing through the gaps in the armor. Its eyes were 2 burning flames, and it wielded a giant hammer made of obsidian, engraved with flame runes. Its aura reached the peak of the 7th transformation. The lava behemoth saw Bai Yi and let out a deafening roar, the sound echoing through the passage. The holes in the rock walls spewed out more hot air, forming a barrier of heat that sealed off Bai Yi's retreat. It swung its massive hammer towards Bai Yi, the gust of wind generated by the hammer igniting the surrounding air, causing the floating stones to shatter and fall into the magma below. Bai Yi sprang off the broken floating stones, his figure drifting like willow fluff. The eternal demon blade was entwined with gray-black thunder, while simultaneously channeling the power of the ring of Poseidon. The water vapor in the air condensed into dozens of ice spears, their tips shimmering with a faint golden divine light, fiercely shooting towards the joints of the lava behemoth. The ice spears struck the rocky armor, producing a crisp sound. A layer of white frost appeared on the surface of the armor, but it was quickly melted by the magma. The lava behemoth's movements were not affected in the slightest. It stomped its foot, causing the ground of the passage to crack open, and countless columns of magma erupted from the fissures, shooting towards Bai Yi like fountains. The air was distorted wherever the magma columns passed. Bai Yi's gaze sharpened, activating the timespace thunder step to its utmost, weaving through the gaps between the magma columns, while the eternal demon blade carved out a circular blade of light. The thunder within the blade intertwined with the water element laws, forming a swirling energy storm that froze or evaporated all nearby magma columns. Thunder ice ceiling slash. The blade of light, with the power to tear through the air, slashed towards the head of the lava behemoth. The lava behemoth raised its massive hammer to block, and the blade of light collided with the hammer, erupting in a dazzling flash. The flames on the hammer's runes extinguished instantly, and a deep crack appeared in the rocky armor. The lava behemoth let out a painful roar, its enormous body staggering back and crashing against the rock wall, where the hot air from the holes enveloped it, quickly solidifying the magma at its wound to repair the damage. Bai Yi did not give it a chance to breathe. The primordial thunder core within him and the divine thunder core erupted simultaneously, expanding the thunder domain to 50 zhang. Within the domain, thunder blades fell like a meteor shower, relentlessly attacking the wounds of the lava behemoth. The behemoth's repair speed gradually fell behind the rate of damage, with more and more cracks appearing on its rocky armor, dark red magma gushing out in large amounts from the fissures, pooling into a small lake on the ground. Die! Bai Yi shouted softly, his figure shooting out like an arrow released from a bow, the eternal demon blade infused with demigod power, glowing with a faint golden light as it pierced through the lava behemoth's wound, reaching its core. The lava behemoth let out a shrill roar, its massive body thrashing violently, ultimately turning into a pile of cooled rocks amidst the thunder, leaving only a piece of yellowish crystal floating in the air. Obtained Earth Element Law Key *1 Bai Yi's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he stored the crystal and continued down the passage. At the end of the passage was a vast underground cavern, with countless stalactites hanging from the ceiling, blue ice crystals forming on them, each crystal encasing flickering points of light resembling stars embedded in the ceiling. In the center of the cavern was a circular pool of water, the water appearing silvery white, with white lotus flowers floating on the surface, their petals glowing softly. On the edge of the pool stood a group of practitioners dressed in white robes, their robes embroidered with silver moon patterns, holding staves inlaid with moonlight stones. This was the emblem of the moon god church. At the forefront was an old man with white hair, the moonlight stone atop his staff radiating the aura of a 7th turn peak. Upon seeing Bai Yi, a flicker of surprise crossed the old man's eyes, quickly turning into vigilance. Outsider, this is the sacred ground of the moon god church, entry is forbidden. The practitioners behind him raised their staves, the moonlight stones at the tips glowing, gathering into a wall of silver light that barred Bai Yi from entering. The surface of the light wall flowed with a gentle energy, yet it contained a powerful defensive force. Bai Yi could sense that this light wall fused the laws of moonlight and space, making it no easy task to break through. I'm just passing by, I'll take something and leave, Bai Yi said, pointing to a lotus flower in the center of the pool. Within the flower's core floated a crystal emitting a silvery glow, the patterns on the crystal's surface resonating with the runes on the bronze giant door, clearly the key to the laws of moonlight. The old man with white hair darkened his expression. That is the moon god's lotus, a sacred object of my sect. How dare you covet it? He waved his staff, and the light wall suddenly transformed into countless silver arrows of light, shooting towards Bai Yi like meteors, their tips glinting with a cold light that could tear through space. Bai Yi sidestepped to avoid the arrows, the ring of Poseidon emitting a ghostly blue light as the moisture in the air condensed into a wall of water, blocking the remaining arrows. He looked at the old man with white hair and said in a deep voice, I don't want to be your enemy. Hand over the moon god's lotus, and I can leave immediately. Arrogant, the old man with white hair roared, and the practitioners of the moon god's sect behind him launched their attacks simultaneously. The silvery light converged into a massive moonlight wolf, its eyes two red gems radiating the aura of mid-stage 7 transformations. The moonlight wolf opened its huge mouth and unleashed a beam of silvery light, rippling the space it passed through. Bai Ye's gaze turned cold as the eternal magic blade was drawn, its blade entwined with gray-black lightning, slashing towards the moonlight wolf's head. The blade's light collided with the beam, erupting in a dazzling brilliance, and the moonlight wolf let out a painful howl, its massive body gradually dissipating in the thunder. The old man with white hair, witnessing this, flashed a hint of fear in his eyes. He hadn't expected Bai Yi to be so powerful, but as an elder of the moon god sect, he could not allow the sacred object to fall into the hands of outsiders. He bit his fingertip, letting his blood drip onto the moonlight stone at the top of his staff. The moonlight stone suddenly erupted with dazzling light, enveloping the entire cave in silvery brilliance, as countless silver chains shot out from the light, wrapping around Bai Yi. The chains were entwined with the laws of moonlight, capable of binding the enemy's movements and energy flow. Bai Ye's internal thunder laws erupted suddenly, the gray-black lightning shaking off the chains, but the chains, as if alive, continuously re-wrapped around him. He realized that this was not a sustainable situation and that he needed to end it quickly. Bai Yi took a deep breath, activating both the thunder laws and the water laws within him, as gray-black lightning and ghostly blue water swirled around him, forming a rotating vortex that shattered the silver chains in its path. He activated the time-space thunder step, appearing like a ghost in front of the old man with white hair. The eternal magic blade pressed against his throat. Hand over the moon god's lotus, or die. Bai Ye's voice was cold, devoid of any emotion. The old man with white hair turned pale, looking at the blade pressed against his throat, feeling the icy killing intent emanating from it, knowing he had no chance of winning. Reluctantly, he waved his staff, and the moon god's lotus in the center of the pool slowly floated up, landing in Bai Ye's hand. Acquired Moonlight Law Key *1. Bai Yi put away the moon god's lotus, sheathed the eternal magic blade, and turned to walk towards the other end of the cave. The old man with white hair watched his retreating figure, a complex expression flashing in his eyes, but ultimately did not give the order to pursue. Passing through the cave, he found a long corridor ahead, with murals hanging on the walls on either side, depicting a scene of a goddess clad in moonlight armor in battle. A female figure was seen, wielding a moonlight staff, surrounded by countless stars, each swing of the staff releasing powerful moonlight energy to defeat her enemies. Is this the moon goddess? Bai Yi looked at the goddess in the mural, a hint of surprise flashing through his mind. The moon goddess is the lunar deity in ancient Greek mythology. He hadn't expected to see her here. This place was filled with elements of Blue Star mythology, making Bai Yi, a person from Blue Star, feel strange. At the end of the corridor stood a massive stone door, intricately carved with patterns of the sun, moon, and stars. The door knocker was shaped like two silver birds poised to take flight, radiating a soft glow. Bai Yi approached the door, placing his palm against the stone surface. The laws of thunder, water, earth, and moonlight within him began to operate simultaneously, causing the patterns on the door to suddenly illuminate, emitting a dazzling light. Crack, crack, the stone door slowly opened, revealing a vast space behind it. In the center of this space stood a high platform, upon which was an ancient stone tablet covered in dense, archaic inscriptions that recorded the secrets of the bronze giant door and the divine aberrations. Bai Yi walked up to the tablet, carefully reading the text. It turned out that the bronze giant door was constructed by ancient deities to seal the divine aberrations, which were monsters that surged from the abyss of demons, living by devouring laws. If they were to break free from their seal, the entire chosen world would plunge into destruction. The key to the 9 laws was crucial for opening the bronze giant door. Only by gathering all 9 keys could one unlock the door and gain the power to seal the divine aberrations. However, opening the door would also attract more divine aberrations and powerful beings from other civilizations, making a great battle inevitable. After reading the inscriptions, a serious expression crossed Bai Ye's eyes. He understood that the responsibility on his shoulders had grown heavier. He had to quickly gather the remaining law keys, open the bronze giant door, and prepare for the impending war. He turned and left the space, retracing his steps. Along the way, he encountered several powerful enemies, including pursuers from the Shiyu Star Palace and practitioners from other civilizations, all of whom he defeated one by one. His strength continued to grow through battle, and his understanding of the laws deepened. Finally, after many trials, Bai Yi gathered all 9 law keys. Standing before the bronze giant door, he watched as the 9 runes on the door lit up, his heart filled with anticipation and tension. Taking a deep breath, he simultaneously embedded the 9 law keys into the runes. Boom! The bronze giant door let out a tremendous sound and slowly opened, revealing an endless darkness behind it, from which came chilling roars that sent shivers down his spine. Those were the howls of the divine aberrations. Bai Yi gripped the eternal demon blade tightly and stepped into the darkness with determination. The moment he passed through the bronze giant door, it felt as if he had fallen into an abyss of ink. The surrounding light was completely swallowed. Even the eerie blue halo emitted by the ring of Poseidon was compressed within 3 feet of him, the edge of the halo clashing with the darkness, producing a series of crackling sounds as if countless tiny teeth were gnawing at the energy barrier. Bai Yi's boots pressed against a ground that felt like void, yet he could sense a clear texture. It was a black substance that lay between liquid and solid, rippling under his feet, revealing countless faces of agony that seemed to scream silently. He moved his fingertips slightly, and the lightning of the eternal demon blade flowed from his fingertips onto the black substance, causing the faces to instantly dissipate into white smoke, revealing a metallic base that shimmered beneath. This is the soul-eroding soil, condensed from the grievances of countless beings. Bai Yi recalled the inscription on the tablet. As the divine aberrations devoured laws, they would crush the souls of living beings into this substance, forming the foundation of their nests. He activated the law of thunder, and faint purple lightning patterns appeared beneath his feet, isolating him from the erosion of the soul-eroding soil, allowing him to continue forward. Suddenly, the sound of wings flapping echoed in the darkness, not the flapping of physical wings, but a sharp cry of energy tearing through the air. Bai Yi swiftly sidestepped as a gray-black claw shadow brushed past his shoulder, the wind from the claw carrying a corrosive aura that made the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. He swung the eternal demon blade in response, the blade's lightning tracing a bright arc in the darkness, but it struck nothing. Kikek, a sharp, mocking laughter echoed from all directions, as if countless entities were watching. The mental power of Bai Yi instantly spread out, but was twisted by some force in the darkness, compressing. His perception ranged to within 10 zhang. He could sense that at least 6 divine aberrations were wandering around him, their auras at the peak of the 7th transformation, yet they were even more bizarre than the mutated divine aberrations he had encountered before. They had no physical form, entirely composed of gray-black energy, perfectly concealed in the darkness. Shadow-binding divine aberrations feeding on mental energy. Bai Yi recalled the records on the stone tablet. These divine aberrations excelled at creating illusions on a mental level, striking with a fatal blow once their prey fell into chaos. He took a deep breath, and the divine thunder core within him suddenly erupted, a pale golden lightning illuminating a radius of 100 zhan like the dawn breaking. In the light, the 6 translucent shadow-binding divine aberrations revealed their forms. Their outlines resembled gigantic bats, with gray-black energy flowing along the edges of their wings, and their heads bore no features, only a swirling mass of black mist. The moment they were illuminated by the lightning, they emitted a piercing shriek, their wings flapping simultaneously. Countless gray-black threads shot out from the black mist, weaving into a giant net in the air, with red light flickering in the mesh, capable of devouring the mind. Bai Yi did not confront them head-on but instead pushed the power of the Poseidon ring to its limit. A deep blue stream of water gathered beneath his feet, forming a swirling vortex from which dozens of ice spikes suddenly rose, their tips crystallized with gray-black thunder orbs. He tapped the edge of the vortex with his toes, spinning like a top, while the blade of the eternal magic blade transformed into a ring of lightning, severing all the approaching threads. Thunder Ice Prison Starfall. With a low shout, the ice spikes, carrying the thunder orbs, shot towards the shadow-binding divine aberrations. The ice spikes pierced through their misty bodies, exploding within the divine aberrations, pale golden divine lightning clashing with gray-black energy, triggering a chain reaction. One of the shadow-binding divine aberrations' wings disintegrated first, turning into a cloud of flying ash, while the other 5 were affected, their forms becoming even more ethereal, emitting painful shrieks. They suddenly contracted into 5 masses of black mist, which merged in the air to form a massive shadow-binding lord. A huge mouth appeared on the lord's chest, filled with teeth resembling baby fingers, its aura surging to the early stage of the 8th transformation. It inhaled sharply, instantly sucking the air around Bai Yi dry, his mental power wanting to break free. Like a wild horse, rushing into that giant mouth. Trying to use a mental shock? A cold glint flashed in Bai Yi's eyes as his mental power suddenly coalesced into a golden spear. The spear's tip was entwined with thunder and water, a product of his fusion of mental laws with 2 source laws. He threw the spear, which accurately pierced into the giant mouth of the shadow-binding lord. The golden spear exploded within the shadow-binding lord, pale golden light scattering like dandelion seeds, each ray carrying purifying power. The shadow-binding lord let out a wail that was not of this world, its massive body disintegrating inch by inch in the light, ultimately turning into a pile of flickering light points, among which a walnut-sized black crystal fell onto the soul erosion land, emanating pure shadow law fluctuations. Obtained Shadow Binding Core Effect contains the source shadow law, can be used to break through the 8th transformation. Bottleneck not useful for now, but I can keep it. Bai Yi stored the crystal away and the surrounding darkness began to recede, revealing a passage paved with white bones. The color of the bones was not a ghastly white but shimmered with a pearlescent luster, with tiny runes carved at the joints, the runes linking together in the shape of chains, extending deeper into the passage. Glowing green crystals were embedded in the rock walls on either side of the passage, containing half-severed limbs of divine aberrations, some covered in scales, others with barbed tails, all emitting faint energy fluctuations. He walked along the white bone passage, the light of the green crystals growing brighter, and he could vaguely hear the sound of roaring waterfalls ahead. Turning a corner, the scene before him opened up dramatically. A massive circular altar floated in mid-air, with a swirling torrent of gray-black energy beneath it. Fragments of broken laws continuously surfaced from the torrent, only to be instantly torn apart. Standing at the edge of the altar were 12 stone statues made of dark golden metal, resembling the bronze puppets encountered earlier but much larger in size. Each held a different weapon, including a giant axe, a longbow, and a staff, and each statue had a colorful crystal embedded in its forehead, exuding a powerful aura of the 8th transition. In the center of the altar, a fist-sized purple crystal floated, entwined with threads of law in 9 colors, the very last item he sought, the core fragment of the source of divine aberration. At the edge of the platform stood a figure cloaked in black, facing away from him. The hem of the cloak was embroidered with the emblem of the slaughtering Feather Star Palace, but unlike the ordinary emblem, it featured a pair of outspread golden wings. "I've finally been waiting for you." The cloaked figure slowly turned around, the hood falling back to reveal a young yet wrinkled face. The left eye had a normal black pupil, while the right was embedded with a black crystal, reflecting swirling black wings. "I am Mo Chen, the law enforcement elder of the slaughtering Feather Star Palace." Bai Yi tightened his grip on the eternal magic blade, sensing that Mo Chen's aura far surpassed all the enemies he had encountered before, at least in the mid-8th transition, possibly even reaching the late 8th transition. The 12 stone statues simultaneously turned their heads, the colorful crystals lighting up, and the weapons in their hands began to gather energy, clearly ready to launch an attack at any moment. "You deliberately let me gather the keys of law to open the great door?" Bai Ye's voice echoed in the vast space, and he suddenly realized that since entering the eternal sacred ruins, his actions might have been within the opponent's calculations. Mo Chen chuckled lightly, the black crystal in his right eye spinning faster. The core fragment of the source of divine aberration requires pure law power to activate, and the thunder law on you is the best catalyst. Those bronze puppets and shadowbound divine aberrations were merely to hone your power, allowing you to reach this point smoothly. He raised his right hand, and the weapons in the hands of the 12 statues simultaneously shot out beams of energy, intertwining in the air to form a complex formation. In the center of the formation appeared a massive shadow of black wings, and as the shadow flapped, the surrounding space began to distort. Even the soul erosion land surged with gigantic waves. The ultimate goal of the slaughtering Feather Star Palace is to control the source of divine aberration, using it to devour all civilizations and establish the eternal rule of the Star Palace. Mo Chen's voice became fervent, "And you will be the sacrifice for this grand plan." Bai Yi said nothing, merely elevating all the power within him to its peak. The blade of the eternal magic blade surged to 20 zhang in length, with gray-black lightning, deep blue water currents, and pale golden divinity intertwining into a spiral energy band along the blade. The space around the blade was torn apart, creating countless tiny fissures. The blue light of the Poseidon ring resonated with the lightning of the eternal magic blade, forming a blue giant whale shadow-clad in thunder armor behind him, with a constantly beating golden heart held in its mouth. That was the core he had condensed from all his mental power. "If you want to use me as a sacrifice, you should first ask about the knife in my hand." The moment Bai Ye's voice fell, his figure merged with the thunder-armored giant whale shadow, transforming into a gray-blue beam of light that pierced through heaven and earth, charging towards Mo Chen and the formation formed by the 12 statues. At the moment of collision between the shadow of the black wings and the beam, the entire space trembled violently, green crystals exploded. The soul erosion land surged with towering waves, and countless faces of agony completely dissipated in the energy shock. The fervor on Mo Chen's face suddenly froze as he looked in disbelief at his right arm, where the black cloak had been torn apart by the lightning, revealing scaly skin underneath, with the scales visibly peeling away at an alarming rate. The colorful crystals of the 12 stone statues shattered simultaneously, their metallic bodies disintegrating inch by inch within the spiral energy band, yet still firmly maintaining the formation's shape. "How is this possible?" "Your fusion of laws." Mo Chen's voice trembled slightly. He could feel that Bai Ye's 3 laws had reached a state of perfect symbiosis. Such mastery of laws was something even the Pope of the Star Palace might not achieve. Bai Yi did not give him a chance to continue being shocked. The beam of light suddenly contracted, transforming into an extremely condensed gray golden blade of light, which disregarded the distance of space and appeared instantly before Mo Chen. In a panic, Mo Chen summoned the black crystal from his right eye, which erupted with a dense black mist, attempting to block the blade of light, but it was sliced through as easily as cutting butter. Put the blade of light pierced through Emo-chan's left shoulder to his right waist, creating a fountain mixed with black blood. The black-winged shadow behind him let out a mournful cry and completely disintegrated. Emo-chan staggered back, crashing into the high platform of the altar, watching the gray-black energy continuously surge from the wound in his chest, his eyes filled with despair. You won, but the fragments of the source of divine aberration. Before he could finish his sentence, the purple crystal in the center of the altar suddenly erupted with dazzling light, and 9 colored threads of law flew out like living creatures, wrapping around Bai Ye's arm. Bai Ye could feel a massive stream of information flooding into his mind. It was the truth about the birth of divine aberrations. They did not originate from the abyss of demons, but were containers created by ancient deities to seal their negative emotions. Now that the containers had shattered, the negative emotions had transformed into divine aberrations, wreaking havoc on the entire world. So that's how it is. A flash of understanding crossed Bai Ye's eyes as the purple crystal flowed into his body along his arm, resonating with his thunder law. The surrounding darkness began to recede, revealing the true scene behind the bronze giant door. It was a vast starry sky, countless stars twinkling like fireflies, each corresponding to a different law. The remnants of the 12 stone statues suddenly floated up, forming a circular formation in the starry sky, with the 4 ancient seal characters Eternal Divine Tower appearing in the center of the formation. Bai Ye looked up, and a certain star in the starry sky suddenly lit up, resonating with the direction of the Eternal Divine Tower, guiding him to his next destination. He glanced down at Emo-chan, who lay on the ground, already lifeless. The black crystal in his right eye transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the starry sky. Bai Ye knew that the threat of the Shiyu Star Palace had not been eliminated, rather, it might become even more frenzied due to this failure, but he had more important matters to attend to now. Sheathing the Eternal Demon Blade, Bai Ye's figure transformed into a faint purple lightning bolt flying towards the star that had lit up in the starry sky. He could feel the purple crystal within him resonating with the star. And the secrets of the source of divine aberration, the truth of the Eternal Divine Tower, might all be revealed there. In the starry sky, the lightning cut through the darkness, leaving a brilliant trail as if painting a mark belonging to the Lord of Thunder on an endless canvas. Passing through a rift in the starry sky, Bai Ye stepped into a realm enveloped in a pale golden halo. The space here exhibited a strange folded state. The stars that had been within reach 1 second would appear thousands of miles away the next. Light no longer traveled in straight lines here but wound and twisted like flowing water, drawing silver arcs in the void. What he stood on was no longer a solid surface but a band of light woven from pure laws, flowing with 9 colors of energy, which were the keys of the 9 laws he had integrated into his body. Each step he took caused ripples in the light band, transporting him to the next star domain. This transportation was not random but followed some ancient star map trajectory. At the nodes where the light bands intertwined, the phantom of the Eternal Divine Tower could be faintly seen. This is the Sea of Laws, the place where ancient deities are said to have stored the source of laws. Bai Ye caressed the Poseidon ring on his finger, the blue gem resonating with a certain aquamarine star in the starry sky. Countless fine star patterns emerged on the surface of the gem, forming a design identical to the Poseidon mural he had seen in the underwater palace. Suddenly, the star field ahead trembled violently, a dark crack tearing through the pale golden halo from which surged a large number of gray-black divine aberrations, distinctly different from those encountered before. Their bodies were composed of shattered fragments of laws flickering with chaotic colored lights. Some had the heads of lions but dragged serpentine tails, while others bore bird wings, yet were covered in fish scales, clearly the grotesque products of having devoured multiple laws. The largest among them had a head that was a constantly changing crystal. At times it took on a human visage, at times it twisted into the outline of a beast, with dozens of rusted weapons embedded in its body. Each weapon emitted fluctuations of different laws, its aura reaching the late stage of the 8th transformation. Law Distortion Entity. A serious glint flashed in Bai Ye's eyes. This type of divine aberration was the ultimate product of the source of divine aberrations polluting the laws, capable of absorbing any form of attack and converting it into its own power. He did not act rashly but instead focused his mental energy, carefully observing the energy flow of the distortion entity. At its chest, there was a constantly flickering gray-black core, with the law fragments swirling around it in a chaotic manner, clearly its weak point. The distortion entity seemed to sense Bai Ye's gaze, its head suddenly morphing into a massive mouth, emitting a silent roar. The surrounding grotesque divine aberrations surged like a tide, their methods of attack bizarre and varied. Some spewed mudslides infused with earth laws, some shot out vacuum blades containing wind laws, and some could even unleash distorted force fields imbued with spatial laws. Bai Ye crossed the eternal magic blade in front of him, the gray-black thunder intertwining with the pale golden divine energy to form a spiral barrier. The mudslide crashed against the barrier, instantly evaporated by the thunder, while the vacuum blades were slashed at the barrier's edge, deflected by the water flow laws. As the distorted force field approached, it was directly shattered by the thunder laws. The light band beneath his feet suddenly brightened, the 9 laws erupting simultaneously, transforming into 9 colorful giant dragons that roared towards the grotesque divine aberrations, shattering the law fragments in their wake. Seeing this, the crystal on the distortion entity's head suddenly shot out a gray-black beam, piercing through the body of the colorful giant dragon and corroding it into a pile of energy waste. It took a step forward, the rusted weapons on its body flying out simultaneously, disassembling and reassembling in mid-air into a giant hammer covered with all law fluctuations, the hammer bearing the might to tear through the star sea, crashing towards Bai Yi. Finally willing to take action yourself? Bai Yi sneered, the core fragments of the source of divine aberrations within him suddenly trembling. Purple light surged from his chest, merging with the lightning of the eternal magic blade. The blade expanded to 100 feet long, countless star patterns emerging on its surface, each corresponding to a different law. This was a new skill he had developed by merging the 9 laws with the fragments of the source of divine aberrations. 9 stars divine fall slash. At the moment the blade light collided with the giant hammer, the entire law star sea trembled. The gray-black corrosive energy and the colorful law light annihilated each other, the resulting shockwave knocking the surrounding stars off their orbits. The distortion entity let out a piercing howl, a crack appearing in the gray-black core on its chest, purple light seeping from the fissure. That was the source energy of the divine aberration, clearly injured at its foundation by Bai Yi's attack. Bai Yi did not give it a chance to breathe, his figure transforming into a streak of light passing through the chaotic energy flow, the eternal magic blade piercing into the core of the distortion entity along the crack. The distortion entity's body convulsed violently, the crystal on its head flickering incessantly, seemingly struggling to absorb the surrounding law fragments to repair its injuries, but the 9 laws within Bai Yi erupted simultaneously, weaving into an indestructible web of laws at its core, firmly locking all the restorative energy. Puff! The body of the aberration disintegrated inch by inch within the web of laws, transforming into countless fragments of law that dissipated in the sea of stars. Only a black crystal the size of a pigeon egg remained, entwined within it a thread of pure destruction law. Its aura surprisingly reaching the early stage of the 9 transformations. Obtained 9 transformations core of destruction law. Bai Yi stored the crystal away, and the faint golden halo in the starry sky became even more intense, with a massive stargate appearing in the direction the light band extended. The star gate was supported by 12 celestial pillars, each carved with different divine phantoms. Figures from mythology such as Poseidon, the moon goddess, and Zeus were prominently featured, and the star gems atop the pillars emitted a soft glow, illuminating the stargate as if it were daylight. He walked up to the star gate, and suddenly a line of ancient script appeared on the light screen in the center of the gate. Only those who master the 9 laws may enter the eternal temple. As the words fell, the 12 celestial pillars lit up simultaneously, shooting out 12 beams of colorful light that fell upon Bai Yi, outlining the patterns of the 9 laws on his body. The stargate slowly opened, revealing a temple floating in the starry sky behind it. The walls of the temple were made of transparent star crystal, allowing a view of the swirling nebula outside. The floor was paved with gold, engraved with star maps. Countless glowing fruits hung from the ceiling, each containing the complete essence of the laws. At the end of the temple, on a golden throne, sat a remnant clad in colorful battle armor, holding a scepter topped with a purple crystal similar to the core fragment of the source of divine aberration, exuding an aura that surpassed the 9 transformations. Just as Bai Yi stepped into the temple, the remnant on the throne suddenly opened its eyes. They were a pair of eyes burning with golden flames, and an overwhelming pressure far beyond that of the aberration erupted from the remnant, causing the laws of the entire temple to begin to fluctuate violently, illuminating the patterns on the star map floor and forming a golden chain that trapped Bai Yi within. Outsider, you carry the aura of source. The remnant spoke, its voice like countless deities whispering at once. You absorbed the fragments of the source of divine aberration, yet were not tainted. How interesting. Bai Yi felt the binding force of the golden chain and discovered that it was composed of pure faith laws. Each chain contained the power of belief from billions of beings, making it no easy task to break free. He said in a deep voice, who are you? What is the relationship between the eternal temple and the source of divine aberration? The remnant chuckled lightly, the light on the colorful armor swirling, revealing countless scenes of war. In ancient times, the deities waged brutal wars over the essence of the laws, and the defeated deities were stripped of their laws, their souls crushed into the source of divine aberration to nourish the laws of the victors. The eternal temple was precisely the cage that imprisoned the souls of these defeated beings. I am the first guardian of the temple, Zeus's brother, Titan. The remnant stood up, the purple crystal atop the scepter glowing. The source of divine aberration is not a product of negative emotions, but a collective of the grievances of defeated deities. They continuously devour laws merely to reclaim their own power and seek revenge on the victors. The Titans' scepter suddenly pointed at Bai Yi, and the golden chains tightened abruptly. You have absorbed the fragments of the source of divine aberration, so you must make a choice. Will you help the deities suppress them, or release these grievances, allowing the sea of lost stars to return to chaos? Bai Yi fell silent for a moment, then a slight smirk appeared on his lips, the 9 laws within him erupting simultaneously, clashing fiercely with the golden chains. I will neither help the deities nor release the grievances. What I want is for all beings to freely control their own destinies rather than be enslaved by so-called victors. What a fine notion of freely controlling one's destiny. A glimmer of appreciation flashed in Titan's eyes. Then prove it to me with your power. I've waited too long. If you can take 3 of my moves, I will hand over the legacy of the temple to you, allowing you to decide the fate of the source of divine calamity. After saying this, without waiting for Baiye's response, he immediately made his move. Boom! The first move, the Titan swung his staff, and the glowing fruits atop the temple exploded simultaneously. Countless primal laws transformed into a colorful torrent, rushing towards Baiye. The torrent contained the extreme powers of creation and destruction. A slight misstep could lead to being torn apart by the laws. Baiye's pupils constricted sharply, unleashing the power of the fragments of the source of divine calamity to its utmost. A purple glow formed a barrier around his body, with the patterns of the 9 laws emerging on the barrier, decomposing and absorbing the power within the torrent one by one. Not bad, but it's not over yet. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, the Titan's second move arrived. For the second move, the Titan released part of the seal, and the ground of the temple cracked open. Countless gray-black resentments surged from the crevices, mixed with the roars of defeated deities attempting to erode Baiye's divine soul. Baiye took a deep breath. The divine thunder core within him erupted, and a faint golden lightning illuminated the temple like the sun. The resentments melted away in the lightning, revealing the pure soul fragments inside. After being purified by the lightning, these fragments transformed into specks of starlight, merging into Baiye's divine soul, deepening his understanding of the laws. You really are impressive, newcomer. This is the final move. Here it comes. The Titan's tone was filled with admiration. In the next moment, he moved. For the third move, the Titan plunged his staff into the ground, and the entire eternal temple suddenly trembled violently. The divine phantoms on the 12-star pillars came to life simultaneously, wielding weapons and unleashing their respective powers of law, launching a fierce attack on Baiye. The waters of Poseidon, the moonlight of the moon goddess, the thunder of Zeus, all the laws intertwined into a net, sealing off all of Baiye's escape routes. Baiye's heart raced, his mind taut like never before. In the next instant, he fused the powers of the 9 laws, the fragments of the source of divine calamity, and the divine thunder core together, transforming his form into a purple golden beam of light that pierced through heaven and earth. Within the beam, countless laws operated at high speed, forming a miniature model of the universe. This was the strongest state he could achieve at present, turning himself into a part of the laws, using heaven and earth as a blade, and the starry sea as a tip. 9 extremes returned to 1. At the moment the beam collided with the net of laws, time seemed to stand still. All the law attacks dissolved within the beam, and the divine phantoms on the 12-star pillars simultaneously gasped in awe, slowly transforming into specks of light and dissipating. The Titan looked at the purple golden light radiating from Baiye, a hint of relief and satisfaction flashing in his eyes. You have passed the test. The legacy of the eternal temple belongs to you. His body began to turn transparent, transforming into countless golden specks of light that merged into the purple crystal at the top of the staff. The crystal automatically flew towards Baiye, merging with the fragments of the source of divine calamity within him. In an instant, countless pieces of information flooded into Baiye's mind. These were the memories of all the defeated deities. Their insights into the laws, combat skills, and understanding of the universe, obtained eternal legacy. All laws return to one comprehended skill, law. Reconstruction, can reorganize absorbed law fragments into any form. Your level has risen to 599, peak of 6th transformation. Your level has risen to 699, peak of 7th transformation. Your level has risen to 799, peak of 8th transformation. Baiye felt the surging power within him, the pressure of the peak of 8th transformation swept across the entire sea of laws like a tsunami, causing the stars in the starry sky to light up, as if paying tribute to the new sovereign. At the same time, the random halo system suddenly began to activate. In his mind, a massive halo will suddenly appeared, radiating boundless divine light, as if opening up the heavens. Mysterious and supreme halos emerged one after another. There are a total of 9, namely, experience, life, healing, strength, mana, agility, constitution, spirit, and finally, mana recovery. Boom! With a loud bang, 9 halos suddenly appeared around Baiye, spinning rapidly like planets. The 9 great halos exuded divine might. At this moment, Baiye resembled the supreme deity of creation, who, his pupils shone with a brilliant golden hue, radiating unparalleled divine power. In the next moment, he walked to the golden throne. A star map emerged on the throne, marking the location of the chosen world and the approaching rift of the abyss. The revenge of the source of divine calamity, the invasion of the abyss. Baiye clenched his fists, a glimmer flashing in his eyes. This time, I will not let history repeat itself. He quietly gazed at the rift of the abyss. After a while, he turned and walked towards the Stargate. His peak 8th transition power allowed him to freely manipulate the teleportation Stargate of the Lost Star Sea, which slowly closed, leaving the eternal temple quietly suspended in the Star Sea, waiting for the return of a new guardian. Baiye's figure had already vanished at the end of the Star Sea, flying towards the direction of the blue star world. Boom! A pale purple lightning exploded in the sky above the blue star at the darkest moment before dawn. Baiye's figure pierced through the clouds, landing in the center of a square in a city of the Dragon Kingdom where the bluestone slabs at his feet rose half a foot high in golden ripples the moment they touched the embers of his sauls. Then, he walked towards his home. After returning home, he slightly moved his mind and opened the backpack space, taking out the hundreds of treasure chests he had accumulated. These chests, collected from the 9-star secret realm, the Eternal Holy Ruins, and the Lost Sea, now seemed to respond to some kind of call, with the runes on their surfaces lighting up simultaneously. With a wave of his hand, the next moment, the chests arranged themselves in a spiral galaxy in the air, and then one by one, they opened. Crack, crack. The sounds of the chests opening continuously emerged. One piece of equipment and item after another appeared from various colored light clusters. Each one radiated a strong wave of energy, with the worst being mythic level. After a full 2 hours, all the chests had finally been opened. A total of hundreds of pieces of equipment and various items had been obtained. Although these equipment and items were all at least mythic level, with the highest being radiant moon level, they were all insignificant to Bai Yi. After all, he was already at the peak of the 8th transition, and ordinary equipment provided negligible enhancement to his combat power. Therefore, he planned to use these equipment and items, along with the more than 100,000 potions he had previously obtained, to enhance the practitioners of the Blue Star. In the next moment, his fingertips glided across the game panel, and after a series of operations, the game system's prompt popped up in front of all Blue Star practitioners. Welfare update of the Summit of Peaks Guild. All members can receive any mythic level potion ×3, experience, strength, healing, spirit, level 99 achieved, mythic level equipment ×1 plus starlight level potion ×5 level 199 achieved, starlight level equipment ×1 plus radiant moon level potion ×5. After completing all this, Bai Yi immediately returned to the chosen world to continue exploring and growing stronger. Meanwhile, the entire Blue Star had indeed fallen into madness once again. Half a day later, the lost storm in the Eternal Holy Ruins was visibly condensing at a rapid pace. Bai Yi's figure traversed through the distorted spatial rifts, the lightning of the eternal demon blade cleaving through the oncoming gray-black resentment, and the law fragments lifted by the blade tip transformed into pure energy the moment they touched the starlight on his body. He was currently standing in the core area of the ruins of Divine Fall, where the black rocks beneath his feet were covered with spiderweb-like golden patterns, each flowing with law fluctuations surpassing the 8th transition. This was a forbidden area formed when the core of the law shattered during the fall of the ancient deities. Suddenly, a tear appeared in the void. Ahead, and a bone dragon, 1,000 feet long, emerged from the rift. The spine of this skeletal dragon was forged from divine gold, and countless chains of laws hung between its ribs. In the eye sockets, the burning ghostly blue flames revealed the struggling remnants of imprisoned deities, with a breath that reached the level of 9 transformations. It spotted Bai Yi and let out a deafening roar, its dragon claws striking the void, stirring up a massive wave of laws mixed with countless shattered stars. Just in time to test the newly comprehended law of reconstruction, Bai Yi's gaze sharpened, and the core fragments of the source of divine calamity within him suddenly trembled, purple light surging through his meridians into the eternal magic blade. The gray-black thunder on the blade suddenly changed color, transforming into a giant blade entwined with colorful flowing light. The trajectory of the giant blade tore the space apart, creating a vacuum of laws. As the skeletal dragon's claws passed through the vacuum, the surface of the divine gold suddenly disintegrated, revealing the fragile bones beneath. The skeletal dragon let out a painful howl, opening its mouth to unleash a breath of dragon fire infused with the law of death. Bai Yi did not flinch or evade. The ring of Poseidon erupted with ghostly blue light, and the water vapor in front of him instantly condensed into a water mirror made up of billions of droplets. Each droplet in the water mirror spun at high speed, refracting and decomposing the layers of the law of death within the dragon fire. When the last wisp of gray-black breath dissipated in the water mirror, Bai Yi's figure had already appeared above the skeletal dragon's head, the eternal magic blade piercing through the gaps of divine gold along its spine, colorful light flowing into the blade, melting the chains of laws within the skeletal dragon one by one. Boom! The massive body of the skeletal dragon disintegrated in the reconstruction of laws, transforming into a sky full of golden light spots. Among them, a dragon crystal the size of a pigeon egg floated in Bai Yi's palm, containing a complete source of law, the key material he needed to break through to 9 transformations. Just as he was about to store the dragon crystal in his storage space, a game system notification suddenly appeared before him. Notice, Blue Star players, please pay attention. The Civilization Arena competition is about to begin. The rules of the arena are as follows: achieve ultimate victory in the arena, and all civilization players will receive a permanent buff. Failure will result in a permanent debuff. Arena opponents are randomly selected, occurring every 1,000 days, or use a special item arena token for an additional match. The competition mode is randomly selected, and the same mode will not appear consecutively. Bai Yi's pupils slightly constricted. Here we go again? He looked up at the expanding spatial rift deep within the ruins of Divine Fall, where the gray-black aura of the Abyss of Demons was seeping through, but clearly there were more important matters to attend to at the moment. It seems I can only temporarily set aside the exploration here. Bai Ye's fingertips glided across the panel. In the next moment, the surrounding space suddenly rippled and a stargate woven from thunder and flowing water unfolded before him, behind which the familiar outlines of blue star cities could be seen. He took one last look at the rift of the Abyss of Demons, turned, and stepped into the stargate, his figure vanishing in the lightning. The moment the stargate closed, the storm of laws in the ruins of Divine Fall suddenly intensified, and the golden light spots from the disintegrating skeletal dragon gathered in the air to form a massive face, devoid of features, only flowing lines of law, as if gazing in the direction of Blue Star. Meanwhile, in the distant depths of the Abyss of Demons, countless pairs of crimson eyes opened simultaneously, and the largest figure let out a low roar, its voice echoing through the spatial rift, resonating deep within the eternal holy ruins. Finally, is it about to begin? Blue Star. The notification about the Civilization Arena competition had already sparked new unrest. Those who had just received myth-level equipment gathered together. They discussed the rules with excitement and anxiety, and many instinctively thought of their deity from Blue Star, Bai Yi. With Bai Yi around, we should be able to win this time, right? Soon. The game system notification popped up again. The game system's notification appeared once more. All Blue Star players, please note, your opponent this time is the Shiyu Civilization. The competition mode is Fortress Attack and Defense. 2. Civilizations randomly select the highest level 3000 professionals. Here is a brief introduction to the Shiyu Civilization. Location, Tianma Star Domain. Chosen 1 opening time, 3,525 years Civilization Arena competition win rate, 100% match countdown, 10 minutes. Shiyu Civilization? Is it the Shiyu from the Shiyu Star Palace? Bai Yi was slightly taken aback. If this Shiyu Civilization is indeed the one where the Shiyu Star Palace is located, then this time it would be a narrow path for enemies. Bai Yi had clashed too many times with the people from the Shiyu Star Palace in the Eternal Holy Ruins. Too many members of the Shiyu Star Palace had died at his hands, including an elder who had met a tragic end at Bai Yi's hands. Fortress offense and defense? Interesting, let's see what this is all about. Bai Yi muttered to himself. On the other side, the professionals from Blue Star were shocked upon seeing this information. A 100% win rate sent chills down their spines. Meanwhile, the people from the Shiyu Civilization had also received information about the Blue Star Civilization. Blue Star Civilization? Humph. What a narrow path for enemies. Send the order from the Palace Master. We must win this Civilization Arena. Understood. The match begins. The moment the system prompt sounded, 3,000 professionals from Blue Star were simultaneously enveloped in a light blue flow of energy. Bai Yi felt a flash before his eyes, and the sensation of weightlessness receded like a tide, his feet firmly landing on the hard ground. He opened his eyes and found himself in a massive fortress. The walls of the fortress were made of dark gray rocks, covered in deep green moss, with streams of pale golden energy flowing through the mossy crevices, connecting every corner of the fortress like veins. Above him was a dome-shaped arch, made of transparent crystal, allowing a view of the overcast sky outside, where broken stones floated, occasionally crashing down and hitting the fortress's energy shield, producing a dull roar. In the center of the fortress stood a towering crystal pillar, radiating a soft white light, with the flow of laws faintly visible at its core. This was the core of the fortress that needed to be protected. On the surrounding open ground, the other 2,999 Blue Star professionals were gradually appearing from the light flow, most of them wearing mythic-level equipment issued by their guilds, the brilliance of their armor reflecting the white light of the crystal pillar. At that moment, a stream of information suddenly surged into everyone's minds. Fortress offense and defense match strategy. 1. Both sides are located at the east and west fortresses of the broken battlefield, with an initial distance of 50 kilometers. 2. The fortress has 3 layers of defensive shields, which weaken over time and can be strengthened by collecting energy crystals from the battlefield. 3. The battlefield is scattered with abandoned watchtowers, tunnels, canyons, and other terrains, with randomly spawning monsters and resource boxes. For the victory conditions, destroy the opponent's fortress core or defend your own core for 12 hours. The moment the information dissipated, all the professionals' gazes turned to Bai Yi in unison. The crowd automatically parted to create a path, and a middle-aged warrior, clad in starlight-level armor, stepped forward quickly, kneeling on one knee, the armor clashing with the ground with a dull sound. Greetings, President. Following this, the other 2,999 professionals knelt on one knee in unison, their voices merging into a deafening tide. Greetings, President. Among them were newly promoted strong individuals who had just broken through level 99, holding brand new mythic-level long swords. There were also young mages clutching staves, their faces showing tension and excitement. But at this moment, their eyes all burned with the same flame and absolute trust and fervor for Bai Yi. Bai Yi raised his hand to gesture them to rise, his voice calm yet carrying an undeniable authority. Get up. This is not the time for formalities, each of you should perform your duties. The 3,000 people stood up simultaneously, their movements synchronized like a well-trained army. A middle-aged warrior stepped forward and clasped his fists. President, I am Zhao Feng, captain of the 7th Combat Team of the Dragon Kingdom, level 99. You give the order and we will scout the terrain right away. Bai Yi nodded, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. Zhao Feng, you take 1,500 people to explore the Eastern Canyon. Be sure to collect energy crystals, mark the locations of the watchtowers, and if you encounter enemies, don't force a fight, focus on reconnaissance. Understood. Zhao Feng turned and selected 1,500 professionals, who quickly formed a combat formation, weapons in hand, heading towards the passage on the eastern side of the fortress, the reflection of their armor casting long shadows at the entrance. The remaining 1,499 people, by Ye's gaze shifted to the other side, will be led by Lin Yu, advancing along the western mountains. Focus on checking tunnels and abandoned camps for resource boxes. Remember to report your location every hour, and prioritize bringing back any energy crystals you find. A woman in a light purple robe stepped forward in response, the starry staff in her hand shimmering with a ghostly blue light. Rest assured, President. This woman was Lin Yu. She had participated in the first arena competition and had already added Bai Yi as a friend at that time. She was also the first member to join the Pinnacle of Peaks. As the two teams departed one after another, only Bai Yi and the crystal pillar remained in the fortress. He walked to the core, placing his hand on the crystal pillar, feeling the icy touch at his fingertips as the laws within the core flowed clearly. He could sense that this crystal pillar was not only the defense core but could also detect energy fluctuations within a 5-kilometer radius, which was why he chose to stay behind. Moments later, Zhao Feng's voice came through the team channel. President, we've discovered the first energy crystal mine in the Eastern Canyon, with about 50 pieces. We're arranging personnel for extraction. Following that, Lin Yu's report also came through. We've found an abandoned watchtower in the western mountains, and there are resource boxes inside, suspected to contain items for enhancing shields. Bai Yi responded with a sound of acknowledgement, his gaze turning to the fortress entrance. The defensive shield there was rippling gently, while the wind outside whipped up sand and gravel, crashing against the shield with a rustling sound. He knew that the 3,000 members of the Shiyu civilization were also on the move, and with their 100% win rate, they would not be satisfied with passive defense. Suddenly, the crystal pillar trembled slightly, a faint energy fluctuation coming from the east. Zhao Feng's team had encountered enemies. Bai Yi did not move but spoke into the team channel. Zhao Feng, avoid direct confrontation, use the canyon terrain to maneuver. I will mark nearby monster spawn points to lure and distract them. Zhao Feng's response came through the channel, received. Bai Yi withdrew his hand and walked to the arrow tower beside the fortress. The window of the arrow tower faced the center of the shattered battlefield, where the sky was darker than elsewhere and black wings could be seen flitting through the clouds. It was the advance team of the Shiyu civilization. He tightened his grip on the eternal demon blade, the lightning on the blade flowing quietly in the white light of the crystal pillar. What did a 100% win rate matter? Today, this fortress would be the end of the Shiyu civilization's winning streak. The wind outside the fortress grew stronger, the swirling sand and gravel striking the shield with a dense, crisp sound, like the drumbeats before battle. Bai Yi gazed into the darkness ahead, his expression calm as water, only the lightning at his fingertips silently waiting for the moment to erupt. An hour later, the energy crystals inside the fortress had piled up into small hills. Zhao Feng's eastern team returned every few minutes with batches of crystals glowing with a faint purple light. Lin Yu's western team found 3 shield cores in the abandoned watchtower. Once these diamond-shaped crystals were embedded into the fortress control console, the glow of the 3 layers of defensive shields instantly intensified several times. Following that, the Blue Star professionals spread out across the fortress's various arrow towers and city walls, activating all defensive facilities. The 20 thunder cannons atop the city wall slowly raised their barrels, their bodies entwined with faint golden currents. These were defense weapons modified with mythic-level materials capable of firing shells infused with the laws of thunder. The cloud-piercing crossbows on the arrow towers were fitted with starry-great arrows, their arrowheads shimmering with a cold light that tore through the air. The level 99 professionals gripped the mythic weapons they had just received, their legs trembling slightly from nerves. After all, they were facing a super civilization with a 100% win rate that had existed for thousands of years. But thinking of the White Knight sitting quietly at the core of the fortress, a renewed courage ignited in their eyes. Time passed second by second. The light and shadow cast by the crystal pillars slowly shifted. On the ground, an hour had already passed since the match began, and the shattered battlefield outside remained eerily silent, only occasionally interrupted by falling stones striking the shield, producing a dull sound. This silence tightened their hearts, and a young mage couldn't help but ask softly, "Captain Zhao, why aren't they here yet?" Zhao Feng wiped the patterns on his battle axe and said in a deep voice, "The quieter it is, the greater the threat. Be prepared." Their 100% win rate is no joke. Just as his words fell, the warning runes on the west side of the fortress suddenly glowed red. The professionals on the city wall instantly tightened their grips on their weapons, and in the distance, at the end of the canyon, dark figures surged forth like a tide. The leading 1,000 professionals from the Shiyu civilization donned silver-white armor, their black wings unfurling in the gray light, and the spears in their hands radiated the energy. Fluctuations of the peak of the fourth transition. They're coming. Quick! Launch the attack! Someone shouted, and the thunder cannons on the city wall fired. First, boom! 20 golden thunder shells streaked through the sky, exploding in the enemy ranks, and pale golden lightning instantly engulfed dozens of Shiyu professionals. Ah! Cries of agony immediately rang out. But more people continued to charge forward, stepping over their fallen comrades. They raised their spears, condensing gray-black orbs of light, which gathered in the air into a massive torrent, crashing toward the fortress's defensive shield. Buzz! The 3 layers of shields lit up simultaneously, and the pale purple energy ripples collided with the orbs, shaking the entire fortress. The professionals on the city wall were jolted, their blood surging. Several lower-level warriors even spat out blood. The light on the shield flickered violently, and the first layer of the shield developed spiderweb-like cracks under the impact but ultimately did not shatter. Counterattack from the defense towers. Zhao Feng roared, swinging his battle axe to activate the runes beneath the city wall. 50 small defense towers hidden within the wall rose simultaneously, firing dense beams of energy that rained down on the enemy ranks like a torrential storm, temporarily halting their charge. The peak fourth transition professionals of the Shiyu civilization clearly did not expect such strong defenses, causing their formation to momentarily falter. Seizing this opportunity, the Blue Star professionals poured the newly collected energy crystals into the control panel, and the cracks on the shield repaired at a visible speed, even becoming more solid than before. Half an hour later, as the last Shiyu professional was blasted into fragments by the thunder cannon, the first wave of attacks finally came to an end. A brief cheer erupted on the city wall, and the professionals collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath as they looked at the pile of corpses and energy debris outside the fortress. Relief evident on their faces. "We held them off," a young warrior exclaimed, waving his long sword. "They're not so terrifying after all." But Zhao Feng frowned as he gazed into the distant darkness. "Don't celebrate too early, this is just a probe." At that moment, Bai Yi also reached the top of the fortress. Observing the intense energy fluctuations on the battlefield below, he pondered aloud, "These defensive shields and towers are quite impressive. If we could deploy something like this on Blue Star, we could respond to the abyssal invasion much more easily. I should look for ways to acquire similar things later." Just then, the ground suddenly trembled violently. Following that, even denser shadows surged from all directions. This time, the Shiyu professionals had dark golden wings shimmering behind them, their weapons flashing with light, and they radiated the energy fluctuations of the peak of the fifth transition. Peak of the fifth transition. Level 499. A full 1,000 appeared at once. This is the power of a super civilization with a 100% win rate. For ordinary civilizations, the peak of the fifth transition is the existence at the top of the pyramid, each one a master of civilization. But for the Shiyu civilization, the peak of the fifth transition can only be considered a normal powerhouse within the civilization. Boom! The auras of 1,000 people intertwined, forming a visible gray-black wall of energy, causing the rocks on the ground to crumble inch by inch. It's the peak of the fifth transition. Lin Yu's voice trembled, the light at the tip of her staff flickering violently. The energy intensity they are unleashing is more than 10 times stronger than the fourth transition. The smiles on the faces of the professionals on the city wall instantly froze, fear washing over them like a tide. A level 99 first transition peak is like an ant in front of the fifth transition peak. The defense towers were no different. The thunder cannon, which had barely held up moments ago, could not even fire under the pressure of the opponent's aura, the thunder within the cannon extinguishing one by one. The fifth transition peaks of the Shiyu civilization showed no signs of stopping. They swung their weapons simultaneously, and the gray-black torrent of laws surged forth like a tsunami. This time, the three-layer shield of the fortress couldn't withstand even a breath. The first layer shattered instantly, the second layer exploded like glass, and the third layer turned into countless specks of light the moment it came into contact with the torrent. Boom! The defense towers crumbled one after another, and the city wall collapsed by more than half under the impact, debris and flesh mixing together, as the Blue Star professionals on the wall were sent flying like leaves caught in a storm, screaming in agony. Zhao Feng swung his battle axe with all his might, but the defensive barrier he conjured was like paper in front of the fifth transition laws. The moment the battle axe shattered, a deep wound was torn open on his chest, exposing bone, and he was sent crashing against the fortress wall. It's over. The Blue Star professionals felt the terrifying aura crashing over them like a tsunami and closed their eyes in despair. Whoosh! Just as the gray-black torrent of laws was about to engulf the core of the fortress, a faint purple lightning suddenly lit up beside the crystal pillar. Bai Yi's figure appeared before everyone like a ghost. He didn't even draw his sword, merely raising his right hand casually. In the next moment, the gray-black torrent halted the instant it touched his palm, as if encountering sunlight on ice, and then began to dissolve at a visible speed. The fifth transition law energy, capable of destroying the fortress walls, could not even stir a ripple in the face of the lightning flowing from his fingertips. Baye's gaze swept over the panicked Blue Star professionals, his voice calm and undisturbed. "What are you panicking about?" His voice was not loud, yet it rang like thunder in everyone's ears. The professionals looked at the figure standing before the crystal pillar. Watching him effortlessly extinguish the world-destroying attack, the blood that had been frozen in fear suddenly began to boil again. In the distance, among the Shiyu civilization's ranks, the leading fifth transition peak powerhouse's pupils constricted. "Is that Bai Yi?" Bai Yi turned to look at the professionals in front of the fortress. In an instant, the thunder swirling in his pupils suddenly solidified. He gazed at the densely packed Shiyu professionals in front of the fortress. The black wings of the fifth transition peaks cast a shadow under the dim sky, the flames of the law at the edges of their wings flickering like dancing venomous snakes. "Humph!" A cold snort escaped his throat, piercing the battlefield silence like an ice pick. Buzz! In the next moment, the pressure of the eighth transition peak's laws erupted without reservation, gray-black thunder and faint golden divinity intertwining around him to form a swirling storm. The rocks on the fortress ground instantly cracked, and the lightning surging from the fissures shattered all the scattered energy crystals, turning them into countless specks of light. The Blue Star professionals inside the fortress were pushed back 3 steps by this pressure, yet no one felt fear. The power contained within that storm made them feel an unprecedented sense of grandeur and stability. But on the other side, the 1005th transition peak powerhouses of the Shiyu civilization suddenly froze collectively, the flames on their black wings trembling violently. The leading purple-armored warrior was about to swing his long sword and order a charge when he realized that his throat felt as if it were being choked by an invisible hand. Even breathing was laced with pain. They could clearly sense that the seemingly young Blue Star person before them was flowing with a terrifying power capable of crushing an entire civilization. "Kill!" Bai Yi uttered a single word, and his figure transformed into a pale purple lightning. In the next moment, as the time and space thunderstep was pushed to its limit, the afterimages trailing behind him solidified into tangible lightning patterns in the air, as if countless thunder dragons were roaring before the eternal demon blade was even drawn. The lightning patterns on the sheath exploded on their own, and a horizontal gray-golden blade light appeared out of thin air, like a crack opening in the sky. Put! Where the blade light passed, the 50 frontline feather slayers were cleaved in half along with their black wings. The purple-black blood had not yet touched the ground before it was evaporated into a pungent mist by the residual wave of the blade light. Those battle armors that could withstand 6-turn attacks were as fragile as thin paper in the face of the peak 8-turn laws, causing no obstruction whatsoever. Peak 8-turn? This is impossible. The purple-armored warrior's eyes bulged in shock, and he frantically urged the flame laws within him, trying to condense a defensive barrier. But Baye's figure had already appeared before him, a streak of lightning extending from his fingertip along the long sword, instantly destroying his law core. Ah! The purple-armored warrior's body twisted into a grotesque shape in the lightning, the flames on his black wings crackling out, ultimately turning into a charred piece of charcoal. His companions let out heart-wrenching screams, some turned to flee, only to be struck by the lightning whip casually thrown by Bai, their bodies exploding into a mist of blood in mid-air. Some summoned life-saving shadow scrolls, but the moment the scroll unfurled, it was ignited by thunder, turning both the person and the shadow to ashes. Boom! Rumble! Baye's figure darted through the enemy ranks, with no fixed trajectory, yet each appearance was accompanied by waves of death. He didn't even need to use the power of the Poseidon Ring. The sheer crushing force of the Thunder Laws was enough to leave the peak 5-turn Feather Slayers in despair. A mage attempting to cast a group spell was pierced through the chest by a lightning pillar that erupted from the ground before he could finish his incantation. An assassin skilled in stealth, upon getting within 3 zhang of Bai Yi, had their soul shattered by the automatically erupting divine lightning ring. Monster! He is a monster! Run! This is not a battle, it's a massacre. How could a newly awakened civilization have such an existence? The psychological defenses of the Feather Slayers completely collapsed. Their proud peak 5-turn strength felt as fragile as that of a child. Before Bai Yi, those fusion techniques once used to crush other civilizations had no chance of even approaching him before being torn apart by thunder. The shadows of the black wings quickly faded, revealing the panicked fleeing figures behind, yet none could escape the range of the thunder's coverage. The Blue Star professionals inside the fortress were already dumbfounded. Zhao Feng's long spear clattered to the ground. He opened his mouth but could not make a sound. The scene before him had surpassed the realm of battle he could comprehend. The president, who had just been guiding them and setting up defenses, now seemed like a god, walking among mortals, each wave of his hand taking hundreds of lives. Where the thunder struck, the enemies had no time to even wail. White God! Is this the true power of the White God? The blue light at the tip of Lin Yu's staff flickered, not from casting a spell, but from excitement spiraling out of control. She recalled the mythic level staff she had received not long ago, remembered the mountain of potions piled up in the guild warehouse, and suddenly understood where these high-level items came from. All were obtained by this man before her, who single-handedly upheld an entire civilization with his strength. Kill! 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 It was unclear who shouted the first cry, but the shouts of 2,999 Blue Star professionals instantly merged into a towering wave. They wielded their weapons, pointing at the unstoppable lightning on the battlefield, the fear in their eyes long replaced by fervor. Some knelt at the edge of the fortress, bowing towards Bai Yi. Some raised their weapons, shouting encouragement in rhythm with him. And those warriors who had lost their comrades in the first wave of attack, tears streaming down their faces, yet smiled radiantly. As long as they won the match, their fallen comrades could be resurrected. This is our president at the peak of the mountains. Shiyu civilization? 100% win rate? In front of the white god, it's nothing. Follow the white god. Defend the fortress. Amidst the cheers, Bai Yi's figure had already cut through to the enemy's ranks. He stood in the center of the corpses, the bloodstains on the eternal demon blade purified by the lightning, leaving only a faint golden glow. Of the 1,000 peak-level Shiyu professionals, fewer than 100 remained, huddled in the distant canyon. Trembling, lacking even the courage to look up, Bai Yi raised his eyes towards the direction of the Shiyu civilization fortress, where the sky had darkened due to energy fluctuations. He murmured to himself, according to the match rules, there should still be 1,000 opponents yet to show themselves. Perhaps they are 1,000 peak-level 6-turners? But so what? Bai Yi's gaze was calm, without a ripple. Then, when he turned to look at the fervent faces on the fortress behind him, a barely perceptible smile curved at the corner of his mouth. Boom! In the next moment, the thunder flashed again, this time aimed at the remaining enemies. In the canyon. Boom! The thunder shattered the last shadow in the canyon. A second later, Bai Yi's figure appeared before the Shiyu fortress 50 kilometers away. This fortress was constructed entirely differently from the Blue Star fortress, its walls made of pitch-black obsidian, with dark red liquid flowing through the stone seams, resembling congealed blood. Rumble! The city gate swung open, lacking the sheen of a defensive shield, and no sound of guards could be heard, only the wind whistling through the empty corridors, like countless vengeful souls whispering, "It's too quiet." Bai Yi's fingertips entwined with a strand of lightning as he stepped slowly through the city gates. Inside the fortress, torches burning with blood-red flames were planted on either side of the passage, their light casting countless twisted human faces in relief on the walls, the mouths of those faces opening and closing continuously, yet no sound emerged. After passing through 3 corridors, the view suddenly opened up. It was a circular clearing, with a towering altar standing in the center. The base of the altar was made of pitch-black bones, covered with blood-red runes, chains formed by the runes extending to the edge of the clearing, linking 12 humanoid stone pillars, on which were bound the lingering souls of the last 1,000 peak-level 6-turners of the Shiyu civilization. Thick blood flowed over the surface of the altar, and in the center of the blood, a blurred blood-colored figure sat cross-legged. Surrounded by gray-black mist, broken mysterious fragments could be faintly seen floating within. As soon as Bai Yi stepped into the clearing, the blood-colored figure slowly stood up. The mist dissipated, revealing a face so pale it was almost transparent, with pure blood-red pupils, yet a disturbingly calm smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. His body was covered in a half-set of tattered divine armor, blood dripping from the cracks in the armor onto the altar, making a sizzling sound that intensified the glow of the runes. "You finally came." A deep, cold voice echoed across the clearing, carrying a metallic friction-like quality. "Little guy from Blue Star." Bai Yi's gaze fell on the blood-red runes of the altar, and he quickly realized something, raising an eyebrow. Using the blood sacrifice technique of 1,000 peak-level 6-turners, you Shiyu civilization really are willing to pay the price. The blood-colored figure chuckled lightly, raising a hand to caress the cracks in his divine armor. "I am the God Slayer. For my arrival, this price is nothing. The last time the Shiyu civilization summoned me was 1,000 years ago. That time, I flattened a super civilization with 3 true gods. The blood of true gods is truly nostalgic." His blood-red pupils turned to Bai Yi, filled with unabashed curiosity and disdain. "Heh, you little guy who hasn't even reached the 9th transformation, seeing a true god, and yet you're so calm?" Bai Yi's eternal magic blade slowly unsheathed, the gray-black thunder and pale golden divinity intertwining along the blade. "God Slayer? Sounds impressive, but unfortunately, you're going to be cut down by me today. Arrogant." The God Slayer scoffed, suddenly raising his hand, and the 12 stone pillars on the ground exploded simultaneously, their remnants transforming into gray-black energy that he absorbed into his body. In an instant, a terrifying pressure surpassing the peak of the 8th transformation erupted, enveloping a space with a diameter of 100 feet in pure darkness. This was the unique domain of a true god-level unit. Within the domain, light completely vanished, gravity became chaotic, and the blue-white thunder was devoured by the darkness as soon as it appeared. The God Slayer's figure flickered in the darkness, condensing a spear formed from fragments of divine essence and blood in his hand. The spear tip aimed at Bai Yi's forehead. "Feel despair. This is the Domain of a true god, a realm that your lowly civilizations can never reach. Boom! The spear, carrying the might to tear through space, thrust forward, leaving behind countless tiny black holes formed by the dark laws, attempting to directly decompose Bai Ye's body into particles. Yet, Bai Yi stood still, the 9 halos within him lighting up simultaneously. Previously patched, awakened 4 new halos after reaching the peak of the 8th transformation, now a total of 9. The 9 halos radiated immense divine power, emitting a pale golden glow that formed a barrier around his body. When the black holes touched the glow, they melted away like ice and snow. The domain of laws, is this the ability of the true god level? Bai Ye's figure suddenly vanished in the darkness, reappearing behind the god slayer the next moment, the eternal magic blade slashing horizontally, the thunder along the blade no longer gray-black but transformed into a purple gold lightning that pierced through the darkness. Amidst the lightning were billions of tiny threads of law, powerful law energy he had condensed after analyzing the dark laws with his law reconstruction ability. Put. The divine armor cracked in response, and a string of blood beads fell from the godslayer's left arm, a momentary chaos appearing in the dark domain. He turned back in disbelief, his blood-red pupils reflecting Bai Ye's calm face. Impossible. How can you break through my domain of laws? How can you possibly breach my defenses? A 9th transformation true god could easily handle 10,000 peak 8 transformations. The fundamental reason was the domain of laws, the supreme power exclusive to the true god level. Logically, a peak 8th transformation should have no ability to break the domain of laws. But clearly, Bai Yi was such an unreasonable existence. Who says you can't win without a domain? Bai Ye's voice echoed in the darkness, his figure flickering like a ghost around the godslayer. The blade light of the eternal magic blade continuously sliced through the nodes of the dark domain. With each collision, large areas of dark laws were purified by the thunder, revealing the pale altar ground beneath. Damn it! The godslayer fell into complete madness, suddenly igniting his divine armor, merging all remaining fragments of divine essence into the spear. Darkness? Divine fall. Boom! The spear transformed into a dark light column that pierced through heaven and earth, countless phantoms of slain deities emerging within the light column. There. Whales attempting to shake Bai Ye's soul. This was the godslayer's ultimate move, condensing all the divine fragments and soul power of the gods he had devoured. Bai Yi took a deep breath, the Thunder Dominator class feature within him suddenly erupting. As a unique class, his thunder laws were fearless against all divine beings. The eternal magic blade was raised high, a blurred phantom of a thunder god appearing within the purple gold lightning along the blade. Thunder god? Slash, swish, rumble. The moment the blade light collided with the light column, the entire fortress trembled violently. The purple gold lightning surged as if it had a life of its own, flowing upstream against the dark light column. Wherever it passed, the ethereal shadows of the gods dissipated, and the dark laws were forcibly stripped away and purified. The godslayer let out a howl that was not of this world, its body disintegrating inch by inch in the lightning, ultimately leaving behind a dim fragment of divine essence that fell onto the altar. The dark domain receded like a tide, sunlight streaming through the broken holes of the fortress, illuminating the ash of runes scattered across the ground. Bai Yi picked up the fragment of divine essence, remnants of the godslayer's final consciousness echoing. Why, you clearly have no domain, your life level is still merely that of a demigod. Bai Yi stored the divine fragment in his inventory and turned to walk towards the core of the Shiyu fortress, that black crystal pillar wrapped in blood sacrifice energy. Immediately, the eternal magic blade waved gently, and the crystal pillar cracked in response. The next moment, a game system prompt appeared before all Blue Star professionals. Congratulations to Blue Star Civilization for winning the Fortress Offense and Defense competition. The entire civilization receives a permanent enhancement buff. All participating members receive a Starlight level treasure chest. All Blue Star professionals receive a 10% boost to all attributes. All Blue Star professionals gain plus 10% affinity to the laws. As the system prompt sounded, Bai Yi had already exited the Shiyu fortress. From a distance, cheers erupted from the direction of the Blue Star Fortress, where 2,999 professionals were celebrating their victory. He looked up at the sky, where the black wings in the clouds had completely dissipated, leaving only the pale purple lightning of Blue Star shining. 9 turns, true god. Bai Yi tightened his grip on the eternal magic blade, a glimmer of anticipation flashing in his eyes. Sunlight bathed his silhouette. He, along with the 2,999 Blue Star professionals filled with surprise and fervor, stepped into the teleportation light returning to Blue Star's homeland. In the Blue Star world, the midday sun poured down through the clouds. With a loud boom, a massive beam of teleportation light descended upon a mysterious space somewhere in Blue Star. This was the newly unlocked civilization space, where Blue Star professionals could engage in cross-space communication. In other words, no matter where you are in Blue Star, you can enter this space at any time. Soon, the light faded, and the figures of 3,000 professionals appeared, including Bai Yi. As soon as Bai Yi steadied himself, the surrounding professionals knelt on one knee in unison. The sound of armor clashing against the ground rumbling like distant thunder across the square. Their faces still bore the flush of victory, and their gazes towards Bai Yi were filled with fervor. White God, we pay our respects to the president. Zhao Feng and Lin Yu led the way, kneeling on one knee and shouting, their voices hoarse with excitement. The others immediately followed suit, expressing their excitement in their greetings. Bai Yi waved his hand, the lightning on. The eternal holy armor had not yet fully receded, and pale purple currents danced between the armor plates. No need for such formality. There is still some time before the abyssal invasion, so make sure to level up quickly. Yes. Lin Yu and Zhao Feng nodded. As the strongest aside from Bai Yi, they had now become the leaders among the other professionals. Bai Ye's gaze swept over the cheering crowd in the square, a barely noticeable smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He did not linger long, simply instructing Lin Yu and Zhao Feng on a few matters to pay attention to before preparing to head back to the eternal holy ruins. Whoosh! As the light surged, Bai Yi left the civilization space first. Upon returning home, as soon as he appeared, his fingertips traced through the void. The next second, a stargate woven from thunder and flowing water suddenly materialized, behind which the unique dark gray rocks of the eternal holy ruins could be faintly seen. It's time to continue with the matters of the eternal holy ruins, Bai Yi murmured to himself, then took a step forward, entering the stargate. The teleportation fluctuations of the stargate were more stable than any previous teleportation. The peak power of the laws at the 8th turn made space traversal smooth, and with Bai Yi's current strength, he could even clearly perceive the spatial nodes he passed through, and now, even without the game system, he can directly traverse space to various different worlds. As he once again stepped into the eternal holy ruins, the storm of laws in the Godfall ruins was already close at hand. Unlike half a day ago, the core of the storm now had a twisted purple-black crack from which a sulphurous gray mist continuously surged. The mist dripped onto the black rocks, corroding them into fine holes. This aura spreads faster than expected. Bai Yi tightened his grip on the eternal magic blade, and the blade automatically surged with gray-black lightning, cleaving the approaching gray mist into powder. He walked towards the location where the bone dragon had disintegrated. Their golden light spots had coalesced into a complete face, its features formed by the patterns of laws, silently gazing at the purple-black crack. As Bai Yi approached, the golden face suddenly spoke, its voice like countless deities whispering at once, the divine fragment of the Godslayer, you can actually purify such a thing. Its gaze fell upon Bai Yi. It seems you have arrived earlier than foretold. Foretold? Bai Yi raised an eyebrow, the lightning at his fingertips tracing across the black rock, causing the golden patterns on the rock's surface to suddenly illuminate, forming a flowing star map. In the map, a purple golden lightning bolt was piercing through layers of black mist, heading straight for a dying star. The seal of the Godfall ruins has loosened by 70%. The golden face's lips moved. The vanguard of the abyss will break through the crack within 3 days. Their leader is the Star Devourer, who has devoured over 100 true gods, a mid-tier true god. Bai Yi raised an eyebrow. He muttered to himself, 3 days, the timing of the abyss invasion has indeed changed. A mid-tier true god? It seems likely to be stronger than the Godslayer. His eyes sparkled with determination, showing no signs of fear. Instead, the laws of thunder within him began to surge, and his fighting spirit ignited. At that moment, the patterns of the golden face suddenly reformed into an arrow pointing deep into the crack. 300 zhang below the crack, there is a god-sealing platform. After the fall of the ancient deities, the core of the laws sank here. If you can retrieve it, it can temporarily reinforce the seal, buying you time to break through the 9 transformations. As soon as the words left its mouth, the purple-black crack suddenly trembled violently, and a giant claw covered in dark red scales reached out from the crack. With broken fragments of laws hanging from the barbs at its tip, its aura reaching the peak of the 8th transformation. Following that, more giant claws emerged in succession, and the gray mist around the crack instantly coalesced into countless abyss monsters, their roars causing ripples in the laws of the Godfall ruins. It seems they can't wait any longer. The light of the golden face began to dim. The location of the god-sealing platform has been marked in your mind. Whether you succeed or not depends entirely on you. Bai Yi did not waste words. The blade of the eternal magic blade surged to 10 zhang in length, and the purple golden lightning tore through the gray mist, cleaving the 3 abyss monsters at the forefront in half. The runes of thunder beneath his feet flowed, and the time-space thunderstep and the law of spatial penetration activated simultaneously, propelling him like an arrow towards the bottom of the crack. The abyss monsters surged towards him like a tide, their bodies composed of pure destruction laws, impervious to blades and lightning. But at this moment, Bai Yi had already fused the divine fragment of the Godslayer into the thunder laws. The purple golden lightning of the blade now contained a hint of faint golden divinity, allowing each swing to purify large swathes of abyss monsters, turning them to ash amidst their wails. The 300 zhang distance was crossed in an instant. Below the crack, there indeed stood a stone platform forged from 7-colored divine gold, inscribed with the words God sealing, with faint golden laws flowing in the seams of the characters. In the center of the platform, a fist-sized crystal floated in the air, encasing a beating golden heart. It was the core of the laws of the ancient deities. but just as Bai Yi reached out to take it, the stone platform suddenly erupted with blinding red light, and a gray-black figure burst forth from the red glow. The figure resembled a human in shape but had 3 heads and 6 arms, each wielding a bone blade, exuding an aura that reached the early stage of the 9 transformations. The vanguard of the Star Eater, the 3-headed demon general. Bai Yi recognized this abyssal creature, recorded in ancient texts as feeding on the cores of laws, posing the greatest threat to the seals. The central head of the 3-headed demon general let out a roar that was not of this world, and the 6 bone blades struck simultaneously, creating a gray-black blade light in the air that formed a cage, trapping Bai Yi along with the god's sealing platform. The destructive laws on the blade light were extremely domineering, even corroding the purple gold lightning into tiny holes. Bai Yi's gaze sharpened slightly, and the 9 halos within him lit up simultaneously. The halos stacked upon each other, their divine might overwhelming, allowing him to perceive the flow of laws around him with unparalleled clarity. The divine guardian halo formed a faint golden barrier on his body, blocking the corrosion of the bone blades. Thunder? Metamorphosis. The eternal demon blade suddenly disassembled into billions of strands of lightning, which reformed in the air into a giant dragon made of purple gold lightning. The dragon opened its massive mouth and spewed out a beam of light containing the power of divine fragments, which crashed into the blade-like cage, producing a deafening roar. The 6 arms of the 3-headed demon general trembled simultaneously, the gray-black on the bone blades rapidly fading, revealing the pale bones beneath. Its 3 heads displayed expressions of terror, clearly not expecting that this peak 8 transformations human could unleash such terrifying power. Bai Yi did not give it a chance to react. His figure had already appeared in the center of the god's ceiling platform, fingers grasping the pulsating golden heart. The law core felt warm in his hand, a pure surge of creative laws flowing into his body through his arm, resonating with his thunder law and water law. Roar! The 3-headed demon general let out an angry roar, and the 6 bone blades simultaneously stabbed into its own body, igniting its primal energy in an attempt to perish together with Bai Yi. Holding the law core, Bai Yi turned and activated the space penetration law, his figure vanishing in the explosive shockwave, leaving behind a cold voice echoing in the rift. Those who offend me, the blue star, shall be punished. His figure appeared above the ruins of divine fall, the law core in his hand already merging into the purple-black rift. The gray mist surrounding the rift quickly dissipated, and golden law patterns recovered the surface of the rift, firmly locking the aura of the abyss within. The golden face watched this scene, slowly transforming into light points, leaving behind a final whisper. The laws of the abyss are supreme. The universe will eventually return to the control of the abyss. Bai Yi waved his hand, and the lightning surged, completely engulfing the light points in midair. Supreme? Let's see about that. He looked up towards the direction of the eternal divine tower, the faint golden glow on the tower seeming to brighten a bit. Reinforcing the seal was merely a temporary measure. The real decisive battle was yet to come. At this moment, the law core within him was producing a marvelous reaction with the divine fragments and the characteristics of the Thunder Sovereign profession, a breakthrough opportunity quietly brewing. Gripping the eternal demon blade tightly, Bai Yi's figure once again plunged into the depths of the eternal holy ruins. This time, he had only one goal: to break through the 9 transformations and officially step into the realm of true gods. Deep within the eternal holy ruins, the torrent of laws resembled the breath of an ancient behemoth. The dark gray mountains exposed bronze-colored rock layers, which were riddled with bowl-sized holes. The white mist spewing from the holes froze upon contact with the cold, accumulating half a foot of ice crystals on the surface. Bai Yi's battle boots crunched on the ice crystals, producing a crisp cracking sound that echoed in the empty valley, startling a flock of stone birds with wingspans of about a foot. These creatures had feathers made of rock, and sparks flew when the flint tips of their wings collided, reminiscent of the fire seeds from the primordial era. After 3 hours of travel, a gray-black silhouette suddenly rose on the horizon. It was not a mountain range but a stone forest stretching for thousands of miles. The shortest stone pillars were at least 100 meters high, covered in dark green lichen, with the rocks beneath showing cracked patterns, resembling the bark of ancient trees gnawed by time. The tallest stone pillar shot straight into the clouds, its top hidden in lead gray layers, appearing from a distance like a giant column supporting the sky. Silver-white lightning coiled around the pillar, a manifestation of the world's vital energy bound by the power of the laws, surging there for billions of years. At this moment, relevant information from the game system surfaced in his mind. Bai Yi immediately took a closer look. The stone forest of 10,000 laws. Standing at the edge of the stone forest, Bai Yi's fingertips brushed against a fallen broken pillar. The cross-section of the broken pillar was as smooth as a mirror, with a fist-sized piece of amber embedded in the center, containing the phantom of a 3-headed, 6-armed creature, its armor inscribed with long-lost runes. This was a relic of the ancient divine war, a mark that even time could not erase. A faint golden mist enveloped the depths of the stone forest, where countless fragments of laws floated like fireflies weaving between the stone pillars. Each collision of fragments produced a clear ringing sound, resonating with the oldest rhythms of the laws. The ground was not ordinary rock but a black substance that shimmered with a pearlescent sheen. Stepping on it felt slightly elastic, and upon closer inspection, one would find it was compressed from billions of tiny bones, the owners of which had long since become indistinguishable from gods or beasts. Bai Yi did not hesitate and stepped directly into the stone forest. As soon as he entered the forest, a 100-meter stone pillar on the left suddenly emitted a crisp crack. Dark red liquid seeped from the cracks in the pillar, and upon hitting the ground, it transformed into vines, their thorns flickering with a ghostly blue light. This was the thorns of time, capable of devouring the life essence of those who approached. Immediately after, a 20-zhan-long rock prison scorpion emerged from the cracks, its shell covered in star-like spots, and when its pincers opened and closed, one could see fine teeth growing inside, its breath reaching the peak of the 8th transformation. The scorpion's tail stinger shot forward with a whooshing sound, the poison sac at the tip flowing with a gray-black liquid. Bai Yi sidestepped, and the purple-gold lightning of the eternal magic blade slashed down, the blade's light striking the scorpion's shell and erupting into brilliant sparks. The star-like spots on the shell suddenly lit up, forming a barrier of laws, but under the impact of the thunder, the barrier shattered like glass. The scorpion let out a painful screech, its massive body disintegrating in the lightning, leaving behind a diamond-shaped fragment of Earth-type law. Not far away, a small team from the Crimson Prison civilization was huddled behind a broken pillar, secretly observing Bai Yi's every move. One red-haired muscular man watched as Bai Yi effortlessly killed the peak 8th transformation scorpion, his throat rolling violently. Did you see that? The lightning on his blade, that's the law fused with divinity. Beside him, a small, trembling fire mage gripped his staff tightly, the flame at the top flickering in the mist. Captain, should we just let it go? The things from the feather-slaying Star Palace aren't so easy to take. There were 5 of them in total, inexplicably hiding at the edge of the stone forest, clearly not harboring good intentions. Withdraw? The red-haired muscular man gritted his teeth, his gaze fixed on the giant stone pillar in the center of the forest. Wait, the other 3 teams will arrive soon, let's act together. After we finish this, we'll return to our homeland first. Bai Yi had naturally already noticed their presence. He ignored their whispered conversations and walked straight toward a 1,000-meter stone pillar. The surface of this pillar was covered in spiral grooves, with streams of colorful light flowing through them. When the light streams touched the air, they condensed into transparent crystals, which, upon hitting the ground, transformed into runes of law, forming ancient formations on the ground. He extended his palm and pressed it against the pillar. The thunder law surged into his palm, and the light streams in the grooves seemed to respond to a call, drilling into his body along his arm. Each stream of light carried a scorching temperature, as if drawn from a primordial furnace, surging and merging within his veins. Within 2 hours, he traversed most of the stone forest. At the base of some stone pillars, breathing moss grows, and with each opening and closing, it releases spores containing the laws of life. At the top of some pillars resides the bird of law, whose feathers are made of pure fragments of space, leaving behind brief spatial rifts in its wake. Meanwhile, the divine anomalies and monsters he encounters along the way grow increasingly powerful. A 9-headed serpent appears, each head mastering a fundamental law, only to be effortlessly disassembled into countless specks of light by his thunder. Transformation. A puppet made from divine gold and bones withstands the attacks of the early stages of the 9 transformations, but ultimately turns to ash in the purple-gold lightning. When he reaches the depths of the stone forest, his heart skips a beat. He sees a giant stone pillar, 3,000 zhang high, with a crack a zhang wide at its base, embedded with a fragment of primordial essence the size of a grinding stone. The fragment is completely transparent, with 9 miniature stars floating inside, surrounded by colorful light bands, within which countless runes of law circulate, emitting an aura that causes the entire stone forest to tremble slightly. At the edge of the fragment, where it touches the pillar, silver-white crystals grow, their patterns identical to the golden face he saw in the ruins of the fallen gods. This is the primordial essence of the laws left over from the creation of the world. Bai Yi's fingertips tremble slightly. He can feel that absorbing this fragment will loosen the bottleneck of the peak of the 8 transformations, and the threshold of the 9 transformations. True God is right before him. Just as he prepares to act, the mist around him suddenly begins to churn violently. A red-haired man from the Chiyu civilization bursts out from behind a stone pillar on the left with 10 teammates, their armor ablaze with fierce flames, steam rising in the humid mist. A white-haired woman from the Icefield civilization leads her team from the right, and with a flick of her staff, an ice wall instantly forms on the ground, blocking Bai Yi's retreat. 2 other unfamiliar teams also encircle him from the front and back. One team, clad in scaled armor with grayish-blue skin, wields spears that shimmer with toxic green light, while the other wears armor woven from bones, surrounded by a gray-black aura of death, clearly adept at necromantic laws. Ha ha ha, this was too easy to obtain. Kid, you really are dying in the right place. The red-haired man's giant axe slams heavily into the ground, the law of fire spreading across the surface, igniting the surrounding mist and forming a ring of fire. Even if you can kill the godslayer of the Feather Slaughter civilization, you'll die here today. The white-haired woman's hair rises without wind, ice spikes erupting from beneath Bai Yi's feet, her silence coldly locking onto him. The captain with grayish-blue skin suddenly speaks, his voice like two stones grinding together. We, the Scaled Tribe, are allies of the Feather Slaughter civilization. The leader of the bone-armored team raises his bone staff, the skull at its top glowing red. Hand over the fragment, and we'll leave your corpse intact. Bai Yi scans the surroundings, his gaze sweeping over the faces of the four civilizations. Teams, he whispers, the news spread so quickly? These civilizations likely have channels for exchanging information. He shakes his head slightly. His eyes suddenly turn icy as he looks at the practitioners from the various civilizations, as if viewing a group of corpses. In the next moment, boom! A massive force of law unfolds in the mist, the heat of flames, the chill of ice, the stench of poison, and the decay of death intertwining into a web of death pressing down on the surrounding stone pillars, causing them to tremble continuously, the ancient runes on their surfaces glowing with a surging red light. Bai Yi suddenly laughs, his laughter echoing through the stone forest, resonating with a thunderous roar. Ignorant creatures. Before his words fade, the purple gold lightning within him erupts. 9 halos light up simultaneously, the pale golden divinity intertwining with the gray-black thunder to form a swirling storm, extinguishing the fire ring, shattering the ice spikes, and causing the poison and death aura to recede like a tide. Whoosh! The eternal demon blade slowly unsheathed, its blade shimmering with purple gold lightning, as 9 streams of law intertwined like swimming dragons. Before the blade's light even emerged, the surrounding space had already been torn apart, creating countless tiny cracks. The chaotic aura seeping from the fissures made this ancient stone forest hum with unease. Since you want to die so badly, I'll grant your wish. In the next moment, boom! The purple gold lightning exploded, and the giant axe of the red-haired warrior from the Crimson Abyss civilization froze in mid-air as he raised it. He watched helplessly as the blade, entwined with 9-colored light, pierced through his flame domain, extinguishing the flames on the axe blade like a candle flame snuffed out by a fierce wind. As excruciating pain shot through his left shoulder, he realized that his entire arm had vanished without a trace, purple-black blood splattering in the mist, turning to ash before it even hit the ground due to the lightning. How is this possible? The warrior's roar caught in his throat as Bai Yi's figure appeared behind him. The back of the eternal demon blade lightly tapped his skull, and the divine gold helmet cracked in response, his soul at the peak of the 8th transition disintegrating inch by inch in the thunder. The fire spells of the 10 Crimson Abyss team members had just begun to take shape when they were suddenly engulfed by the storm, their screams abruptly cut off in the flash of lightning, leaving only burning fragments of armor scattered on the ground. The white-haired woman from the Icefield civilization's pupils constricted, her staff wildly pointing to the ground, trying to use an ice wall to block Bai Yi's assault. But the purple gold lightning seemed alive, flowing against the patterns of the ice wall, melting the frozen laws into liquid in the thunder, firmly locking her feet in place. As the blade's light swept across her neck, the last thing reflected in her eyes was her carefully nurtured ice spikes turning into vapor within Bai Yi's lightning ring. The captain of the Scaled Tribe, with grayish-blue skin, spat out a mouthful of dark green venom, which transformed into a venomous dragon in the air, only to be purified by the faint golden divinity that Bai Yi flicked from his fingertips. His proud scales crumbled like paper in the lightning, and 9 of his team members didn't even manage to unleash their deadly poison before being pierced through the forehead by the thunder. The skeletal laws of the bone armor team appeared even more ridiculous, as the summoned bone dragons disintegrated in the purple gold lightning, the red light in the skull at the top of the leader's bone staff extinguishing faster than a candle flame. The entire process took less than 10 breaths. Over 48th transition powerhouses from the 4 great civilizations fell, leaving only the lingering smoke and crackling lightning in the stone forest. Bai Yi flicked the blood droplets from the blade and turned his gaze back to the source fragment at the base of the giant stone pillar, as if the massacre just now was merely brushing away a few specks of dust. He approached the crack, gently touching the disc-sized fragment with his fingertips. The silver-white crystals on the surface of the fragment suddenly lit up, resonating with the law source fragment within him, as 9 miniature stars accelerated their rotation within the fragment, releasing a torrent of laws like a flood breaking its dam, surging madly into his body through his arm. Buzz! Bai Yi's body trembled violently, the bottleneck at the peak of the 8th transition cracking like an eggshell struck by a heavy hammer, producing a crisp shattering sound. The torrent of law power rushing through his meridians was no longer restrained, beginning to impact the threshold of the 9th transition. True God! He could clearly feel the thunder laws within him merging with the newly absorbed 9 system sources, the light of the 9 halos intertwining into a spiral beam of light, soaring into the sky and enveloping the towering 3,000 Zhang stone pillar. Boom! The ancient runes on the surface of the pillar were activated by the light beam, and more streams of 7-colored light surged from the long unchanged ravines, flowing into Bai Yi's body like rivers. Returning to the sea, the law birds resting at the top of the pillar were startled by the light beam, taking flight in a flurry, their feathers made of spatial fragments slicing through the air, creating countless cracks, with the chaotic aura seeping from the fissures merging with the light beam, forming a purple-gold rainbow spanning the heavens and the earth. It was unclear how long it had been. When the last torrent of law flowed into his body, Bai Yi's eyes suddenly opened wide. In his pupils, 9 miniature stars slowly rotated, surrounded by purple-gold lightning and 7 colored streams of light. The power of the laws within him had completely transformed. The thunderous law that once required deliberate activation now flowed as naturally as breathing, with every gesture exuding the pressure of a true deity. The 9 halos circulated around his body, their edges revealing faint shadows of domains. Although not yet fully formed, they were already capable of distorting the surrounding laws, a unique ability signifying the 9-turned true god. Finally, I have stepped into the realm of true gods. Bai Yi clenched his fists, a spark of lightning spilling from his fingertips and leaving a bottomless chasm in the hard rock below. He could feel the flow of laws throughout the entire stone forest within his perception. Those 8-turned divine aberrations that could terrify a millennium of civilization now appeared to him as mere ants. Just then, the giant stone pillars suddenly trembled violently, a dull heartbeat echoing from the cracks at its base. Bai Yi looked down to see that after the original fragment was absorbed, a dark golden metal plate emerged from the depths of the crack, inscribed with the words, "Seal the gods," similar to those on the god sealing platform, with energy flowing through the seams that was purer than the core of the laws. The legacy mark of ancient deities? Bai Yi pressed his hand against the metal plate, and a massive stream of information surged into his mind. It was a method for cultivating the domain of laws. It turned out that the 10,000 Laws stone forest was not a natural formation but a trial ground created by ancient deities to select successors. Only those capable of absorbing the original fragments of creation were qualified to receive the god-sealing legacy. The moment the information stream dissipated, the entire stone forest shook violently, and the runes on the surface of all the stone pillars lit up simultaneously, forming a teleportation array that covered the heavens and the earth. Bai Yi's figure was enveloped by the light column at the center of the array, and he heard countless whispers of deities in his ears, as if guiding him to the ultimate place of the eternal sacred ruins. When the teleportation light faded, Bai Yi found himself standing on a floating platform. Below the platform was a rolling sea of law clouds, within which countless divine aberrations could be seen roaring. Ahead, a golden palace, larger than the eternal divine tower, stood in the void, its grand doors embedded with 9 massive gemstones, each corresponding to a type of original law, exuding a heart-pounding pressure. Above the palace, a line of ancient script slowly flowed in the void. The path to sealing the gods is now open. Bai Yi looked up at the palace, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. At this moment he possessed the confidence to face everything. The power of the 9-turned true god surged within him, the purple gold lightning of the eternal magic blade shimmering alongside the golden brilliance of the palace, as if announcing that a new legend was about to be born. He took a deep breath and stepped toward the palace doors. With each step, the platform trembled slightly, and the divine aberrations in the law clouds roared even more frantically, yet none dared to approach within 100 feet of the platform. They could sense that this human, who had just stepped into the realm of true gods, contained the power to annihilate them in an instant. The doors slowly opened, revealing an endless golden corridor inside. Bai Yi's figure vanished into the depths of the corridor, leaving only the lightning of the eternal magic blade flickering in the void, like stars that would never extinguish in the darkness. Behind him, the stone pillars of the 10,000 Laws stone forest began to sink slowly, returning to the embrace of the sacred ruins. Those fragments of laws that had once been coveted by countless powerful civilizations transformed into a myriad of light points, merging into the sea of laws. The floor of the golden corridor was paved with star-patterned golden bricks. Each brick was inscribed with different law runes. As Bai Yi's boots stepped over them, the runes lit up with a faint golden glow, forming a flowing trail of light behind him. On either side of the corridor, enormous murals hung on the walls, depicted in red gold and dark silver, illustrating scenes from the ancient deities' god-sealing war. There were giants wielding massive axes to cleave through chaos, elders riding the Bai Zhe divine beast to deduce star maps, and a war god bathed in thunder whose weapon bore a striking resemblance to the eternal magic blade. These murals are recording the origins of the laws. Bai Yi paused in front of the mural of the war god. Tada's fingertips gently touched the thunder in the painting, and the mural suddenly rippled. An ancient voice echoed in the corridor. To obtain the divine artifact, one must first understand the root of the laws. As the voice faded, the corridor ahead suddenly twisted, transforming into 9 parallel arches, each inscribed with different symbols of the laws: thunder, water, fire, earth, wind, light, darkness, space, time. Behind the arches was a swirling mist of energy, within which shadows could be seen writhing. Bai Yi raised an eyebrow. This was the trial of the laws set by the ancient deities. Without hesitation, he stepped into the arch marked with the character thunder. The space behind the arch was an endless sea of thunder, with purple lightning swirling like a giant dragon, each flash containing the most primal laws of destruction. A thunder beast, 1,000 feet long, emerged from the sea of thunder, its body composed of countless bolts of lightning, its roar shaking the very space. This was the source beast condensed from the laws of thunder, its power reaching the midstage of the 9 transformations. Just the right time to test the power of the 9 transformations. Bai Yi tightened his grip on the eternal magic blade, resonating with the laws of thunder and the sea of thunder within him. He did not use any Other laws, relying solely on pure thunder power to battle the thunder beast. The blade's light clashed with the lightning, erupting in a brilliance brighter than a star, as the beast's sharp claws tore through Baiye's shoulder armor, yet his blade accurately struck the core of the thunder beast, disintegrating it into a storm of lightning threads. At the moment the thunder beast dissipated, the thunder symbol at the top of the arch lit up, and a faint golden light flowed into Baiye's body, deepening his understanding of the laws of thunder. He stepped into the next 8 arches in turn. In the Arch of Water, he wielded the power of the Ring of Poseidon, taming the water god's phantom formed from countless droplets. In the Arch of Fire, he purified the hellfire that could burn the laws with thunder. The most challenging was the Arch of Time, where the flow of time fluctuated rapidly. He barely passed through using the spatial laws of temporal thunder step, emerging with a few strands of white hair at his temples, which were quickly restored by divine power. After a while, at the moment he completed all the trials, the 9 arches shattered simultaneously, revealing a circular hall ahead. The dome of the hall was embedded with countless star gems, and in the center, a pitch-black long spear floated in mid-air, its shaft entwined with gray-black lightning, and within the gem at the spear's tip was sealed a mini-thunder dragon, the very war god's weapon he had seen in the mural, world-breaking thunder spear. At this moment, surrounding the spear lay a qilin composed of chains of laws, its single horn shimmering with rainbow light, its aura reaching the late stage of the 9 transformations. It opened its golden vertical eyes and growled at Bai Yi, roar. The killing intent surged, and in the next moment, the single-horned qilin lunged at Bai Yi. Boom! The qilin's horn shot out a beam of rainbow light containing the power of 9 laws. Wherever it passed, the space was ground to dust. Bai Yi grasped both the eternal magic blade and the world-breaking thunder spear, the thunder laws of the 2 weapons resonating with each other, forming an indestructible barrier. The beam struck the barrier, producing a deafening roar. Whoosh! The qilin flicked its tail, and the chains of laws coiled toward Bai Yi like living creatures, the runes on the chains lighting up, attempting to seal his laws. The 9 halos within Bai Yi erupted, the faint golden divinity intertwining with thunder to form a spiraling energy band, shattering the chains inch by inch. Die, he shouted lowly, charging forward. After a fierce battle, the single-horned qilin was no match for Bai Yi, being pushed back relentlessly, on the verge of being slain on the spot. Just then, boom! The single-horned qilin suddenly trembled violently, beginning to burn its essence. Its entire body was enveloped in the divine light of the laws, transforming into a rainbow stream that charged toward Bai Yi. Bai Yi's gaze sharpened, pouring all the power of the true god of 9 transformations into his hands, as the thunder laws of the 2 weapons fused into a pillar of light that pierced through heaven and earth. Boom! In the next moment, the beams of light collided, causing the entire hall to tremble violently, and the star gems began to fall. After a moment, as the brilliance faded, the figure of the qilin had transformed into countless fragments of laws, and the boundary-breaking thunder spear flew automatically into Bai Yi's hand. The moment he grasped the spear's shaft, a thunder dragon suddenly burst forth from the spear tip, circling around him before drilling into his forehead, merging with the profession characteristic of the thunder ruler. Acquired artifact? Boundary-breaking thunder spear effect, contains the original thunder law, capable of tearing apart any spatial barrier, increases law divine power by 300%. Attached skill, thunder prison, active unleashes a thunder law. Domain with a radius of 1,000 miles, can stack with other domain effects. All thunder attacks within the domain increase in power by 1,000%, cooldown. Time 72 hours. Bai Yi held the long spear, a satisfied expression on his face. In the next moment, he picked up the eternal demon blade with his other hand and murmured, I wonder if the eternal demon blade can devour artifacts? In the next moment, the purple-gold thunder light at Bai Yi's fingertips intertwined with the gray-black thunder of the boundary-breaking thunder spear. Buzz! The eternal demon blade suddenly emitted a rapid buzzing sound, and the surface of the blade was covered with dense devouring patterns. Oh, it seems it can. Bai Yi chuckled softly. He then brought the tips of the 2 weapons together. In an instant, the eternal demon blade unleashed an astonishing suction force, the gray-black thunder of the blade extending like a living creature, crazily climbing up the shaft of the boundary-breaking thunder spear. Wherever it passed, the phantom of the thunder dragon let out a painful roar, but was firmly trapped in place. As an artifact, the boundary-breaking thunder spear clearly refused to be devoured. The gem at the spear tip erupted with blinding light, attempting to break free from the demon blade's grasp. The power of the laws from the 2 artifacts violently clashed, causing the golden hall's floor to crack like a spider's web, and the star gems in the dome exploded, turning into countless light points that were absorbed into the demon blade. Gather for me! Bai Yi shouted softly, fully activating the 9-turned divine power within him. The devouring patterns on the eternal demon blade suddenly lit up, the blade expanding to 10 zhang in length, and a giant mouth formed from thunder appeared at the edge, truly beginning to swallow the boundary-breaking thunder spear bit by bit. This process lasted for an entire incense stick's worth of time. When the last wisp of gray-black thunder was absorbed by the demon blade, the blade had completely transformed. The original Gray-black blade now flowed with purple, gold, and black hues, the back of the blade revealing the phantom of a thunder dragon and a miniature star condensed at the handle, capable of tearing apart the surrounding space with a gentle rotation. Eternal Demon Blade, True God, effect, inherits all characteristics of the boundary-breaking Thunder Spear. Law Divine Power increased by 500%, capable of tearing apart spatial barriers, contains original Thunder Law New skill, Thunder Prison. Enhanced version unleashes a Thunder Domain with a radius of 3000 zhang. Within the domain, Thunder attack power increases by 2000%, can forcibly suppress enemies' law strength by 50%, cooldown time 48 hours. Special ability, Law Devouring. Evolution can devour law items below artifact level, permanently merging their characteristics. Swish! Bai Yi swung the artifact demon blade in his hand. The airflow generated by the blade actually carved a black crack in the void, and the chaotic aura seeping from the crack was automatically absorbed by the blade. He could clearly feel that at this moment, the demon blade not only inherited all the abilities of the boundary-breaking Thunder Spear, but even due to the devouring fusion, its power was now 30% stronger than when the two weapons were used separately. I have ascended to True God, and the Eternal Demon Blade has officially ascended to artifact level. Perfect. Bai Yi nodded in satisfaction, sheathing the demon blade. Suddenly, the floor of the Golden Hall trembled violently, and the central platform slowly sank, revealing a staircase leading down into the depths. The staircase was paved with transparent law crystals, each step corresponding to a type of original law, exuding an even more intense sacred aura than before. Bai Yi did not hesitate. At this moment, he was filled with confidence. He walked directly over, descending the steps, with countless divine fragment shards embedded in the walls on either side, preserving the battle memories of ancient deities of the mental energy of Bai Yi. Swept over the fragments, countless combat techniques and insights into the laws surged into his mind like a tide. There was Zeus's thunderous judgment, Poseidon's return of all rivers to their source, and the ultimate killing techniques of ancient war gods who had never left their names in mythology. So that's it. The path to becoming a god is not only a trial of strength but also a continuation of legacy. Bai Yi stopped, looking at the largest fragment of divine essence on the wall. Within the fragment, a deity clad in starry battle armor wielded a weapon similar to the Eternal Demon Blade, battling a colossal beast from the abyss that obscured the sky. In the end, at the cost of his own divine essence, he sealed the beast. Is this the first Thunder Sovereign? Bai Yi's fingertips gently touched the fragment, and it suddenly erupted with dazzling light, completely enveloping his figure. When the light dissipated, he found himself in a chaotic space, at the center of which the abyssal beast he had seen in the fragment was slowly turning around, its 9 crimson pupils locking onto him simultaneously. Another little one inheriting the thunder laws. The beast's voice sounded like countless metals grinding against each other. If you want to obtain the complete legacy of becoming a god, you must pass my test. Before the words fell, the head on the far left of the beast spewed forth a gray-black beam of light, and wherever the beam passed, the chaotic space began to dissolve. Bai Yi did not dare to be negligent. The Eternal Demon Blade was drawn, and the 3-colored light on the blade intertwined to form a spiral barrier, with defensive runes learned from the Divine Essence fragment appearing on its surface. Boom! The beam collided with the barrier, and Bai Yi felt a numbness in his arm, while the chaotic ground beneath him cracked open with a massive gap. He used the recoil to retreat 100 feet, the 9-turn divine power within him operating at full speed, and the realm of the Demon Blade's thunder prison suddenly unfolded. The chaotic space within a 3,000-foot radius was filled with purple-gold lightning, countless bolts of thunder transforming into spears, shooting towards the beast like a torrential rain. The other 8 heads of the beast roared simultaneously, unleashing torrents of ice, fire, poison, and other 8 laws, colliding with the thunder spears. Boom! The two forces annihilated each other, and the shockwave caused the chaotic space to shake violently. Seizing this opportunity, Bai Yi transformed into a purple-gold flash, pouring all the power of the Thunder Sovereign into the Eternal Demon Blade, striking at the center head of the beast. Interesting. The central head of the beast opened its massive mouth, and a black sphere containing the Law of Destruction shot out. The moment the black sphere collided with the Demon Blade, Bai Yi suddenly felt a brief stagnation of the power of the laws within him. The Law of Destruction's effect of devouring all energy. But he was well prepared. The Divine Essence fragment recorded the method to counter it. Bai Yi abruptly urged the Divine Thunder core within him, and the blade of the Eternal Demon Blade suddenly glowed with a faint golden light, within which countless tiny runes emerged, forming the character seal firmly, locking the black sphere in midair. Now, a fierce glint flashed in Bai Yi's eyes. In the next moment, the power of the Thunder Prison realm reached its peak. All the thunder spears converging into a colossal blade that pierced through heaven and earth, the blade carrying the might to tear apart chaos, accurately striking the center of the beast's head at its brow. Aoo! The beast let out a deafening scream, its 9 heads exploding simultaneously, its massive body turning into countless specks of light amidst the thunder. As the last speck of light dissipated, the chaotic space began to collapse, and countless images of ancient deities flashed before Bai Yi's eyes, finally settling on a floating golden token. The token was engraved with the 4 ancient seal characters, Thunder, Sovereign, its edges inlaid with 9-star gemstones, exuding a pressure that surpassed that of divine artifacts. The decree of becoming a god. Bai Yi reached out to grasp the token, a pure legacy power surged into his body through his arm. Immediately after, the radiance of the 9 halos became unprecedentedly intense. The illusory fields at the edges of the halos gradually solidifying, finally forming a realm of laws that belonged to him, obtained the deification order. Thunder Sovereign effect can manipulate the laws of thunder within a radius of 10,000 miles, dealing 1000% additional damage to all abyssal creatures. Unlock permission, enter the core of the eternal sacred ruins, deification platform. The chaotic space completely dissipated, and Bai Yi's figure reappeared at the end of the staircase. Ahead was a white jade square floating in the void, at the center of which stood a high platform supported by 12 coiling dragon pillars. On the massive golden disc above, the entire map of the eternal sacred ruins was engraved, with a dazzling red light flickering in the very center. That was the location of the deification platform. In the square, countless remnants of divine aberrations wandered about, all of them fallen vanguards of the abyss. From the ancient deification war, the weakest among them reaching the early stage of the 9 transformations. However, when these remnants sensed the aura of the deification order emanating from Bai Yi, they all showed signs of fear, instinctively retreating and daring not to approach. That saves me some trouble. Bai Yi chuckled lightly and stepped towards the golden disc. The red light on the disc suddenly brightened, and a portal composed of runes of law unfolded before him, behind which a high platform forged from divine gold could be vaguely seen. On the platform, countless chains of law coiled around a pulsating golden heart. Finally reaching the end, Bai Yi tightened his grip on the eternal demon blade, took a deep breath, and stepped into the portal. He knew that beyond the deification platform awaited him the final battle with the abyss, but at this moment he already possessed the power to change the tide of battle. The light of the portal slowly faded, leaving behind the trembling remnants of divine aberrations on the white jade square, and the air was filled with the supreme might belonging to the new Thunder Sovereign. The power of space surged, and Bai Yi was teleported away. As the halo of the teleportation dissipated, his boots landed on the cool divine gold floor. He looked around. The deification platform was even larger than he had imagined, with a diameter of at least 10,000 feet. The 12 coiling dragon pillars pierced the clouds, and the chains of law entwined around them writhed as if they were alive. At the end of the chains, they connected to a pulsating golden heart at the center of the platform. A game system prompt appeared, revealing that it was actually the core of the law's origin of the eternal sacred ruins. Thump, thump. With each beat of the heart, the entire deification platform rippled with a faint golden hue. When the ripples spread to the edges, a translucent barrier emerged at the boundary with the void, firmly blocking the roaring aura of the abyss outside. But at this moment, the barrier was already covered with spiderweb-like cracks, and gray-black mist was slowly seeping through the cracks, corroding the divine gold floor into fine holes. More urgent than expected. Bai Yi looked up at the void, where the purple-black fissure had expanded to a width of 1,000 miles, and within the fissure, a giant claw covered in dark red scales could be vaguely seen, with broken star fragments hanging from the barbs at its tips. The game system displayed that this was the mid-tier true god mentioned by the golden-faced figure, the Star Eater. Bai Yi looked at it coldly. Just then, thump, the pulsation of the law's core suddenly became chaotic, and countless gray-black patterns appeared on the surface of the golden heart. The corrosive laws of the abyss surged violently, beginning to frantically erode the core. The 12 coiling dragon pillars simultaneously emitted a low hum, the runes on the chains lighting up, attempting to suppress the spread of the corrosion. But the glowing light only sustained for a short while before quickly dimming at a visible speed. Bang! With a loud bang, the golden heart suddenly cracked open. At the same time, the barrier at the boundary with the void also revealed a gaping crack. Roar! A deafening roar came from the void. Fissure as the head of the Star Eater slowly emerged from the crack. It was a massive, hideous head covered in flesh lumps. Embedded within the lumps were countless scarlet eyes, each eyeball rotating, filled with a bizarre and evil aura. A surging gray-black mist rushed in, and the law energy filled with corrosive power began to invade the eternal sacred ruins. The scarlet eyeballs locked onto Bai Yi on the deification platform. At the neck of the Star Eater, broken chains of law were entwined, with several dim fragments of divine essence hanging from the ends of the chains, remnants of the wounds left by the gods during the ancient war. Another true god sent to their death. The voice of the Star Eater was like a grinding millstone, and with each word spoken, the void would crack open. Countless tiny black holes. I can't even remember how many such fools there have been. Their bones have been ground into stardust by me. Bai Yi did not respond. Gripping the eternal magic blade tightly, his gaze cold as he stared at the ugly giant head before him, the blade's three-colored glow automatically lit up. He could feel that the Star Eater's aura was indeed incredibly powerful, surpassing the Godslayer by more than one level. The law domain of a mid-tier true god was terrifying, not comparable to that of a lower-tier true god. At this moment, the Star Eater's law domain had spread out, clashing with the powers of the Eternal Holy ruins. Countless special law fragments floated in the gray-black mist. If the eternal holy ruins were completely breached, its core of law would also become part of it. At that moment, you won't get away with this. Baye's voice echoed on the god's sealing platform. The pressure of the nine-turned true god erupted, without reservation. At the same time, the 9 halos circulated around his body, unleashing unparalleled divine might. In the next moment, buzz, the runes of the dragon pillars suddenly shone with brilliant divine light, resonating. In an instant, 12 stone pillars simultaneously spewed out golden beams of light, which converged in the air above the platform to form a massive thunder array. Within the thunder array, countless purple-gold lightning bolts coiled like dragons ready to strike. The Star Eater's tumor-like eyeball turned simultaneously, surprised by this sudden change. Law resonance? Interesting, devouring you might just complete my missing spatial law. In the next moment, it suddenly reached out, its giant claw covered in dark red scales piercing through the rift in the void. The claw tip carrying the power to tear everything apart, directly grasping for the core of law. Boom! Wherever it passed, the golden barrier shattered like paper. More gray-black mist surged in wildly along the claw marks, and the holes in the divine gold ground instantly expanded, revealing the surging law magma flowing. Beneath, seal! Bai Yi shouted softly. The eternal magic blade sliced through the air, the three-colored glow of the blade merging with the purple gold. Lightning in the thunder array, transforming into a thunder net that pierced through heaven and earth. Boom! Within the thunder net, countless law runes formed. The ancient character 4 seal firmly locking the Star Eater's giant claw in midair. The scales of the giant claw crackled in the lightning. Terrifying damage erupted. Dark red blood dripped from the claw's seams, falling onto the god-sealing platform and exploding into clouds of gray mist. Roar! It itches. The Star Eater let out an angry roar. In the next instant, the giant claw suddenly exerted force, and the runes on the thunder net shattered one after another. The tumor on its neck suddenly swelled, shooting out a gray-black beam. Swish! The beam pierced through the gaps in the thunder net, aiming straight for Baye's brow. It was a primal attack containing the law of devouring, with terrifying power. Once it hit, most lower-tier true gods would have their souls completely devoured. This move had already annihilated over 100 lower-tier true gods. At this moment, the divine gold ground beneath Baye's feet suddenly lit up. The law chains of the dragon pillar extended along the ground, forming a shield made of billions of runes in front of him. Boom! Boom! The beam struck the shield, producing a deafening roar. In the next moment, the runes on the surface of the shield began to crumble layer by layer, but the power of the beam was also continuously weakening, ultimately dissipating suddenly 3 feet away from Bai Yi. With the law defense of the god-sealing platform, it can indeed withstand the attack of a mid-tier true god. Bai's heart stirred, and his figure suddenly transformed into a purple gold flash, racing along the law chains toward the top of the dragon pillar. The blade of the eternal magic blade continuously sliced through the chains, absorbing the ancient laws contained within. The blade's radiance grew increasingly intense, to the point where even the Star Eater's corrosive law could not approach. Ants! The Star Eater's hideous eyeball suddenly shrank, and in an instant, countless scarlet veins appeared. In the next moment, the giant claw suddenly erupted with blinding red light, and countless agonized human faces appeared on the barbs at the claw's tip. These were the remnants of true gods that it had devoured. Whoosh! These remnants transformed into gray-black spears. In the red light, shooting towards the 12 coiling dragon pillars like a torrential rain. Wherever the spears passed, the runes on the pillars extinguished one after another, and the chains began to break inch by inch. Boom! In an instant, one of the coiling dragon pillars collapsed with a thunderous crash, and the pulsation of the core of the laws became even weaker. The gray-black patterns on the surface of the golden heart had spread to more than half. Baye's gaze sharpened, and the sealing order within him suddenly burst forth with dazzling light. The ancient words "Thunder Sovereign" on the token transforming into tangible law runes, merging into the thunder array. In an instant, the range of the thunder array expanded to 10,000 zhang. Countless phantoms of thunder warriors emerged from the purple gold lightning. These phantoms wielded weapons similar to the eternal demon blade and charged towards the giant claw of the Star Devourer. Although the phantoms could not inflict substantial damage on the Star Devourer, they successfully delayed its assault, buying Bai Yi some time. Merge! Bai's figure appeared before the core of the laws, his palm pressing against the golden heart. The power of the sealing order surged into the heart through his arm, and those gray-black corrosive patterns rapidly receded as if they were snow melting in sunlight, the pulsation of the heart becoming strong again, and pale golden. Ripples spread to the edge of the sealing platform, driving back the encroaching gray mist. No! The Star Devourer let out a reluctant roar upon seeing this. The red light on the giant claw surged, and the source laws began to burn directly. Ants, be destroyed! In the next moment, the giant claw suddenly clenched tightly. With a loud bang, the entire sealing platform trembled violently, and the 12 coiling dragon pillars shattered simultaneously, the golden light of the core of the laws dimming instantly. Bai Yi felt a terrifying suction force coming from the void, as if it wanted to pull him and the entire sealing platform into the abyss of demons. He felt no panic at all. The eternal demon blade suddenly plunged into the divine gold ground, the three-colored flowing light spreading along the ground, reconnecting the scattered fragments of the coiling dragon pillars. At the same time, he poured all the 9 turns divine power within him into the sealing order, causing all 9 star gems on the token to light up, resonating with the core of the laws like never before. In the name of the thunder, sovereign, summon the power of the laws of the eternal holy ruins. Baiye's voice echoed through the heavens. In an instant, the divine gold ground of the sealing platform suddenly cracked open, and countless streams of golden laws surged from the ground, merging into the eternal demon blade like rivers returning to the sea. The blade expanded to a length of 10,000 zhang, its tip pointing directly at the giant claw of the Star Devourer, and a massive face composed of all the remnants of the devoured civilizations appeared at the edge of the blade. The giant face let out a silent roar, causing the Star Devourer's movements to momentarily freeze. This is the resentment of those civilizations I devoured? The Star Devourer's tumor-like eyes revealed a serious expression for the first time. It wanted to retract its giant claw but found that the entire claw was firmly locked by countless streams of laws. Those remnants of civilizations it once regarded as nourishment had now transformed into the sharpest blades, beginning to cut through its scales. Baiyi seized this opportunity, the blade light of the eternal demon blade suddenly erupting, the three-colored flowing light merging with the golden law streams into a pillar of light that pierced through heaven and earth. No! The Star Devourer let out a shrill scream, its giant claw disintegrating inch by inch within the light pillar, dark red blood falling like a meteor shower, landing on the ceiling platform and transforming into crystals containing the source laws. When the light pillar dissipated, the giant claw in the void's crack had vanished, leaving only the Star Devourer's unwilling roar gradually fading away. The core of the laws shone brightly again, the pulsation of the golden heart sounding like a newly born sun, illuminating the entire ceiling platform as if it were daytime. Baiyi sheathed the eternal demon blade and picked up the crystal formed from the Star Devourer's blood on the ground, which contained pure devouring laws, a true great supplement. He looked up at the void. Although the Star Devourer had temporarily retreated, the 1,000-mile-wide crack was still slowly expanding. Die in the depths of the demon abyss, more terrifying auras faintly emerged. The 12 coiling dragon pillars of the god sealing platform, though rebuilt, had lost their former luster and clearly required more powerful forces for complete restoration. It is far from over. Baiyi tightened his grip on the crystal in his hand, the god sealing order gently trembling in his palm. He knew that to truly resolve the trouble of the demon abyss, the power he currently possessed was still far from sufficient. The golden light of the core of the laws flowed through his fingertips. Baiyi could clearly feel the devouring laws contained within the Star Eater crystal merging with the thunder prison domain. But this fusion was like scratching an itch through a boot, always unable to touch the most core essence. He sat cross-legged in the center of the god sealing platform, the 9 great halos slowly rotating around him, attempting to forcibly blend the two completely different laws, but only resulting in waves of energy turbulence and pain. The law source of a mid-level true god is indeed not so easy to absorb. Baiyi opened his eyes, the crystal in his palm now covered in cracks, the devouring laws within it unruly, like an untamed wild horse. He looked up at the void rift, where the lingering aura of the demon abyss was even more intense than before, clearly indicating that the retreat of the Star Eater was only temporary. It wouldn't be long before a stronger force from the demon abyss would descend. Just then, the game panel suddenly lit up with a blinding red light, a line of golden coordinates branded into the void. Dear player, Baiyi, a special trial location has been marked for you. Coordinates: Cosmic Abyss Quadrant, Unknown Star Domain. Trial name: Twilight of the Gods. Hint: this place contains ancient law secrets. Danger level: unknown. Relevant information has been dispatched. Please check. This is a hidden level? I almost forgot about the existence of the game system. Baiyi's pupils suddenly constricted, followed by overwhelming joy. According to the information below the game system, the Cosmic Abyss Quadrant was a forbidden area that even ancient deities dared not tread lightly, rumored to be the cradle of the birth of laws. He traced the coordinates with his fingertip, and a simplified star map suddenly popped up on the panel. The unknown star domain at the center of the star map was shrouded in a chaotic mist, within which countless divine shadows could be faintly seen. Twilight of the Gods. Baiyi murmured softly. The god sealing order within him suddenly trembled, the runes of the Thunder Sovereign on the token glowing, resonating wonderfully with the star map. He could feel that this trial location was intricately connected to the ancient god sealing war. The game system wouldn't randomly pop up information. It seems this is the opportunity to ascend to a mid-level true god. Without a moment's hesitation, Baiyi stood up and walked toward the edge of the god sealing platform. The eternal demon blade plunged into the divine gold ground, the three-colored flowing light of the blade intertwining with the golden glow of the law core. With a swish, a spatial rift tore open. Before him, flowing through the rift, was a faint purple temporal chaos, within which countless stars flickered in and out of existence. Wait for me to return. Baiyi took one last look in the direction of the blue star before stepping into the rift. The spatial chaos sliced through his protective thunder light like a sharp blade, but the body of a nine-turn true god had long transcended the mundane, and these chaotic flows could only leave faint white marks on his armor. It was unclear how long he had traversed. Suddenly, a brilliant sea of light appeared ahead, within which floated countless massive divine realms, connected by golden chains of law, forming a vast divine system. This is. Baiye's breath suddenly halted. The main divine hall at the center of the sea of light was all too familiar to him. It was the complete version of the Golden Palace within the Eternal Holy Ruins, the three ancient seal characters' god-sealing platform at the top of the hall radiating a pressure that suppressed the ages. What shocked him even more was that the law power flowing through the air was so pure it was shocking, devoid of any decayed aura of the Holy Ruins, the eternal divine realm from hundreds of billions of years ago. At that moment, Baiye suddenly realized that the twilight of the god's trial was not a simple spatial transfer but a time reversal. It had sent him back to the era before the eternal divine realm was destroyed. There is no holy ruins here, only the divine realm at its peak. Just as he was lost in thought, a powerful spatial law suddenly enveloped him. Baiye felt a blur before his eyes, and he found himself on a crimson planet. The sky of the planet was orange-yellow, and the surface was covered with dark red rocks, with streams of magma-like energy flowing through the crevices. Suddenly, a wave of unfamiliar memories surged into his mind. This was a border planet called Manhwa, and he was one of the 10 guardian deities of this planet. Guardian deities? Baiye looked down at his hands, where faint red patterns appeared on the surface of his skin, the unique fire attribute law mark of Manhwa. In the distance, the sky suddenly split open with a purple-black crack resembling the abyssal rift of the eternal holy ruins. From the crack, gray-black mist poured out, and within it, countless figures of abyssal warriors could be faintly seen. The abyss. Has it already begun to invade here? Baiye tightened his grip on the eternal demon blade. The memory showed that the 10 guardian deities of Manhwa were all lower true gods, but in the face of this abyssal invasion, 3 deities had already fallen. Lord Baiye, you have finally awakened. A deity clad in red armor landed before him, the armor covered in claw marks, with traces of golden blood at the corner of his mouth. The vanguard of the abyss has breached the third line of defense, and the other 6 lords are fighting desperately. Baiye looked up. On the distant plain, 6 golden figures were engaged in battle with countless abyssal warriors. Although their law power was pure, it lacked resilience, and against those winged abyssal vanguards, they were gradually falling into a disadvantage. The bull-headed deity on the far left had just condensed a flame spear when it was shattered by the bone blade of an abyssal commander, its golden body rapidly decaying in the gray mist. Understood. Baiye nodded and stood up. In the next moment, his figure transformed into a purple-gold lightning bolt and vanished from the spot. The blade of the eternal demon blade had not yet fully unsheathed when a thunderous light that spanned the heavens and the earth was already slashed out. Whoosh! Boom! Where the thunder light passed, the gray-black mist receded like a tide, and those abyssal vanguards turned to ashes in the lightning. Is that the thunder law? Where did this thunder-type true god come from? Is it reinforcements? The 6 guardian deities engaged in battle were momentarily stunned. At that moment, a furious roar echoed from the abyssal crack, and a 1,000-foot-long abyssal demon stepped out, treading on the gray mist. Its body was constructed from countless skulls, and the giant axe in its hand burned with black flames capable of incinerating souls, its aura reaching the peak of a lower true god. The demon's giant axe pointed at Baiye, black flames flowing along the blade, leaving a burning trail on the ground. Reinforcements? This time, your eternal divine realm has reacted quite quickly. The faces of the other 6 guardian deities changed dramatically. They could sense that this demon's power far exceeded that of the previous vanguard. This was a mid-level demon. They quickly gathered their laws, preparing to resist together. But Baiye stepped forward, coming before everyone, waving his hand to signal them not to act, that he would handle it. Before the 6 guardians could react, in the next moment, 9 halos lit up behind Baiye, intertwining purple-gold lightning with pale golden divine light to form a spiral beam of light. Thunder divine fall. Boom! The moment the beam collided with the demon's black flames, the entire Manhwa trembled. The demon looked on in disbelief as its giant axe disintegrated inch by inch within the beam, its proud black flames melting like ice and snow meeting sunlight. No! As the beam pierced through its skull and body, the demon let out a piercing scream. Its massive form crumbled in the lightning, leaving behind only a demon core in an instant. Is this the power a lower true god can possess? The 6 guardian deities were dumbfounded. They could feel that Baiye's life level was clearly just that of a lower true god, yet he unleashed combat power that crushed a mid-level demon. This ability to challenge beyond one's level is extremely rare throughout the eternal divine realm. One must understand that after reaching the true god level, the gap between each level is like a chasm. Baiye paid no attention to their astonishment. Holding the eternal demon blade, he pointed towards the abyssal rift. In the next moment, the thunder prison domain suddenly unfolded, forming an indestructible barrier of purple gold lightning within a 3,000 zhang radius, completely sealing the rift. The abyssal warriors attempting to break out were instantly purified upon contact with the lightning, leaving not even a trace of gray mist behind. Hold the rift. No one is to retreat a single step without my command. Bai Ye's voice echoed across the plain, carrying an undeniable authority. The 6 guardian deities quickly complied, their gazes towards Bai Yi filled with awe. Even a true god would submit when faced with a stronger opponent. Then, Bai Yi approached the demon core. A strand of lightning flickered from his fingertips, enveloping it. The laws of the abyss contained within the core were purer than those of the Star Devourer crystal. Perhaps, with the help of the laws of this era, he could fully grasp the higher-level law's essence. At that moment, the game system's prompt suddenly rang in his ears. You have successfully killed a mid-level demon god. Reward, eternal. Chaos Divine Canon, Volume 1, Effect, analyzes the essence of all laws, can perfectly refine foreign attribute energy. Another reward? Not bad. Eternal. Chaos Divine Canon? What is this? Bai Yi raised an eyebrow. A few seconds after the system prompt, an ancient black tome appeared out of thin air in the palm of Bai Ye's hand. The cover of the tome bore no text, only a swirling mass of chaotic mist, within which countless law runes could be faintly seen rising and falling. Bai Yi reached out. Whoosh! As his fingertips brushed the cover, the divine canon transformed into a stream of light and drilled into his brow, flooding his mind with an overwhelming amount of knowledge regarding law analysis. It turned out that the essence of the abyssal laws was a distorted form of the chaotic laws. As long as one used the power of thunder as a guide, supplemented by divine purification, it could be transformed into the purest source of energy. Such a divine object exists. A flash of ecstasy crossed Bai Ye's eyes. This eternal chaos divine canon was simply tailor-made for refining the demon core. Thus, he found the other 6 true gods of the Mars and informed them that he would enter seclusion. Immediately after, he sought a hidden place, set up defenses, and sat cross-legged to begin refining the demon core. The power of the divine canon circulated within him, and the once unruly demon core suddenly became docile. The gray-black abyssal laws flowed slowly through his meridians, and with each passage, thunder and divinity intertwined to purify it, ultimately transforming into a strand of pale golden source power that merged into his dantian. The surrounding space began to ripple, and even the fire attribute laws of the Mars were stirred by the divine canon, resonating with the chaotic power within the demon core. The 9 halos around Bai Yi grew increasingly radiant, and the illusory shadows of the law domains at the edges of the halos gradually solidified. The once surging energy of the demon core transformed at a visible speed under the catalysis of the divine canon. 3 days later, as the last strand of abyssal law was purified, Bai Yi slowly opened his eyes. Boom! Chaos and thunder intertwined in his pupils. The bottleneck of the early stage of the 9 turns quietly shattered, and the power of the laws within him had more than tripled. The range of the thunder prison domain expanded to 5,000 zhang, and a hint of chaotic aura infused the purple gold lightning within the domain, increasing its power by 50%. Peak of the lower true god, just one step away from the mid-level true god. Bai Yi clenched his fists, the lightning spilling from his fingertips, creating deep craters in the ground. He could feel that the eternal chaos divine canon could not only refine the demon core but also analyze the essence of the laws of heaven and earth, providing unimaginable assistance for future breakthroughs. Just then, a golden rift tore open in the distant sky, and a group of warriors clad in divine golden armor descended on clouds. At the forefront stood a middle-aged man with a stern expression, draped in a purple cloak embroidered with the phantom of a deity with 3 heads and 6 arms. The mid-tier true god's pressure he emanated caused the ground to tremble slightly. I am the Law Elder, Liang of the Pantheon in the Eternal Divine Realm, dispatched by the Lord of the Pantheon to assist the planet Manhwa. The middle-aged man's gaze swept across the battlefield, and upon seeing the magic abyss fissure sealed by the Thunder Prison domain, his brow furrowed slightly. There is a lingering aura of a mid-tier demon god here. Who struck it down? The 6 surviving guardian deities hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. Greetings, Elder Liang. It was our newly appointed guardian deity, Bai Yi, who killed the mid-tier demon god, and he is currently in seclusion. A lower-tier true god killed a mid-tier demon god? A look of surprise flashed in Liang's eyes as he waved his hand to release a divine thought towards Bai Yi's seclusion, only to have it automatically bounce back from the Thunder Prison domain. Such a level of defense was something even an ordinary mid-tier true god might struggle to achieve. How could a lower-tier true god possess such depth? A playful smile crept onto Liang's lips. Interesting. When he emerges from seclusion, I shall meet this Bai Yi. He did not disturb Bai Yi's retreat but ordered the accompanying soldiers to reinforce the defenses while he stood not far from the fissure, closing his eyes to rest. The purple cloak fluttered in the wind, and the invisible pressure he exuded made the gray mist within the magic abyss fissure hesitate to approach. 2 days later, the tranquil Manhwa planet suddenly shook violently. The magic abyss fissure abruptly expanded to a width of 1,000 feet, and a thunderous roar erupted from the gray-black mist as 3 mid-tier demon gods stepped out, riding on demonic flames. One had 9 wolf heads, surrounded by ghostly flames. Another was composed of obsidian, with barbed fists. The last was a pure energy entity, with countless shattered fragments of laws floating around its body. Keek keek, little bugs of the Eternal divine realm, are you ready to welcome your destruction? The nine-headed wolf demon god pointed its sharp claws at Liang, ghostly flames dancing at the tips. This time, I will turn you to ashes. As its words fell, 20 lower-tier demon gods' auras surged from the fissure, followed by a dark mass of demon army, numbering over 1,000,000, their dense figures covering half the sky. The overwhelming gray mist turned the orange-yellow sky of Manhwa into a dark gray. Form ranks to meet the enemy. Liang suddenly opened his eyes, his purple cloak billowing without wind, and a dazzling golden divine light erupted around him. A long spear engulfed in flames appeared in his hand, its tip aimed directly at the nine-headed wolf demon god. A mere three-headed mid-tier demon god dares to be arrogant before me? On the other side, the 6 guardian deities displayed their powers. Some conjured massive rock barriers, some summoned fire element warriors, while others set up illusionary formations. The warriors of the pantheon formed a neat square formation, their divine gold armor shimmering in the divine light, and the long spears in their hands formed a forest of steel, firmly blocking the first wave of the demon army's charge. Kill the nine-headed wolf demon god roared, launching the first attack, with all 9 heads simultaneously spewing ghostly flames. The flames transformed into billions of fiery arrows in the air, melting the rock barriers in an instant and scattering the elemental warriors. The obsidian demon god followed closely, smashing its fists into the ground, causing countless obsidian spikes to erupt from below, impaling over a dozen pantheon warriors in midair, the corrosive laws on the spikes causing the divine gold armor to start smoking. The energy entity demon god floated high above, forming seals with its hands, and the surrounding fragments of laws suddenly erupted with blinding light, creating a massive energy storm. Wherever the storm passed, the runes of the illusionary formations shattered, and a guardian deity, unable to evade, was swept into the storm, letting out a heart-wrenching scream. Die! Liang shouted angrily, the flaming long spear drawing a golden arc as it pierced through the ghostly flames, accurately striking one of the 9 heads of the wolf demon god. With a puff, the wolf head exploded, black blood splattering everywhere, but the remaining 8 heads simultaneously opened their massive mouths, biting down hard on the gun barrel, and the ghostly flames spread along the shaft, beginning to corrode the divine power of the blazing sun. Get away! The divine fire within the blazing sun erupted suddenly, and the flames along the gun barrel surged, forcing the wolf heads to be shaken away. However, in that brief moment of delay, the giant fist of the obsidian demon god had already smashed down in front of him, the force of the punch tearing through space, compelling the blazing sun to hurriedly block with the gun. Clang! The deafening sound of metal clashing echoed, and the blazing sun was knocked back repeatedly, his tiger's mouth splitting, a trickle of golden blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Seizing the opportunity, the 3 mid-tier demon gods launched a fierce attack, with ghostly flames, obsidian spikes, and energy storms all coming at him, completely sealing off his escape routes. The blazing sun's gaze turned cold, his fighting spirit surging wildly. On the other side of the battlefield, 20 low-tier demon gods charged into the formation of the pantheon like tigers among sheep. Although their strength was inferior to that of the mid-tier demon gods, their sheer numbers and coordinated attacks quickly tore open several breaches, allowing the demon army to surge in like a tide, screams rising and falling. 6 guardian deities fought valiantly, yet still could not withstand the onslaught of the demon gods, one of whom, a bull-headed deity, was surrounded and torn apart by 2 low-tier demon gods. Ha ha ha! The eternal divine realm is nothing like this. The 9-headed wolf demon god laughed wildly as it saw the battle turning in its favor. Just then, its peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a purple-golden streak of light shooting up from the ground, the power of the laws contained within it making its first stand on end. Hu! Baiye's figure coalesced in mid-air, the eternal demon blade entwined with chaos and thunder, 9 halos spinning behind him. The pressure emanating from his peak low-tier true god status even made the 3 mid-tier demon gods feel a sense of dread. As soon as he appeared, he swung his blade at the energy body demon god, Noisy. Where the blade light passed, the energy storm quickly calmed as if it had met its nemesis. Fragments of laws shattering everywhere. The energy body demon god let out a terrified scream, its body disintegrating inch by inch in the purple golden lightning, not even leaving behind a demon core. It's you, the little insect of the thunder system. The 9-headed wolf demon god was both shocked and furious, the remaining 8 heads turning simultaneously towards Baiye, ghostly flames spewing forth once more. Baiye scoffed disdainfully, the realm of thunder suddenly unfolding, a barrier of indestructible purple golden lightning forming within a 5,000 zhang radius, the ghostly flames crashing against the barrier like a mud cow entering the sea. His figure flickered, instantly appearing behind the obsidian demon god, the eternal demon blade infused with chaotic power, the blade transforming into a pitch-black lightning bolt piercing through the demon god's back and emerging from its chest. Roar! The obsidian demon god let out a painful roar, its massive body beginning to collapse into countless fragments. Seeing this, the blazing sun's spirit lifted, the flame spear erupting with unprecedented brilliance, forcefully pushing back the 9-headed wolf demon god. Good lad, you came at just the right time. At that moment, 2 golden beams of light suddenly illuminated the sky, 2 mid-tier true gods clad in different divine armors descending upon the light beams. One wielded a giant axe, its aura even stronger than the blazing suns, while the other held a folding fan surrounded by fluctuations of spatial laws. Blazing sun, we have arrived late. The giant axe. True God laughed heartily, swinging the axe, the golden axe light cleaving the remaining demon army in half. The blazing sun was both surprised and delighted. So, it's Axe King and Elder of Space. How come you both are here too? Before he could finish his sentence, four deafening roars suddenly erupted from the demon rift. Four demon gods with even stronger auras than the previous mid-tier ones stepped out of the grey mist, one of them sporting 6 wings and wielding dual swords, the mere pressure they emitted causing the ground to crack, clearly a standout among the mid-tier demon gods. The smiles on the faces of the Axe King and Elder of Space instantly froze, the folding fan True God's expression turning grave. Not good. It's the four-winged battle demon and Lord of the Poison Marsh. From the demon abyss. They've come too. The 7 mid-level demon gods faced off against 3 mid-level true gods, along with the remaining 18 low-level demon gods and the endless army of the abyss. The defense of the Mars planet was instantly on the brink of collapse. Liang tightened his grip on the spear in his hand, watching the encroaching abyssal powerhouses, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. It seems today we shall perish together with Mars. Bai Yi stood at the center of the battlefield, feeling the pressure from the 7 mid-level demon gods, yet the chaos and thunder laws within him resonated wildly. He looked at the eternal demon blade in his hand, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Refining the demon cores of these demon gods should allow me to advance to mid-level, right? Since they've come to my door, I won't hold back. Baiye's voice, wrapped in thunder, echoed across the battlefield as the eternal demon blade suddenly erupted with blinding purple-gold light. He chose not to join Liang and the others, instead transforming into a streak of light, charging straight towards the four-winged battle demon among the 7 mid-level demon gods, whose aura was the strongest. Ignorant fool! The four-winged battle demon let out a cold snort, its 6 wings flapping simultaneously, its form instantly appearing before Bai Yi, crossing its dual swords to carve out a black, cross-shaped light blade. Where the light blade passed, space was violently torn apart, creating 2 pitch-black rifts, even causing a brief disturbance in the gravitational pull of Mars. Liang and the others' expressions changed drastically, and the Axe King couldn't help but roar, "Be careful! That's a space-cutting blade!" They all knew that the four-winged battle demon had mastered the space laws to perfection, and this cross-light blade was something even ordinary mid-level true gods would not dare to take head-on. Bai Yi, a peak low-level true god, would likely be sliced into 4 pieces if hit, but there was not a trace of fear on Bai Yi's face. The eternal chaos divine cannon within him suddenly operated at high speed, and the chaotic power refined from the demon core surged into the eternal demon blade along his meridians. A grey chaotic airflow suddenly appeared amidst the purple-gold lightning on the blade, intertwining with the lightning to form a spiral-shaped blade light which met the cross-light blade head-on. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out like heavenly music, yet also like a demonic sound, causing everyone on the battlefield to wince in pain. An astonishing scene unfolded. The four-winged battle demon's proud space-cutting blade was actually cleaved in half by Baiye's blade light. The purple-gold lightning spread along the crack of the light blade, instantly devouring it completely. How is this possible? The four-winged battle demon's eyes widened, disbelief written all over its face. It could clearly feel that the chaotic power contained within Baiye's blade light could actually restrain its space laws, something that had never happened in previous battles. Bai Yi would not give it a chance to react. His left hand suddenly formed a seal, and the ring of Poseidon erupted with a ghostly blue light. Countless streams of blue water suddenly appeared amidst the purple-gold lightning in the thunder prison domain, intertwining with the lightning to form a massive thunder water net, firmly sealing off the four-winged battle demon's escape route. Thunder water bind. With Baiye's low shout, the thunder water net violently contracted. The four-winged battle demon's 6 wings were tightly entangled by the lightning and water, causing its space laws to momentarily go out of control. It tried to flap its wings to break free, only to find that the lightning was like a maggot in the bone, continuously spreading along the feathers on its wings, beginning to erode its divine body. Break for me! The four-winged battle demon roared, its internal magic power erupting wildly, the black light on its dual swords growing ever more intense, clearly intending to use its trump card. But Bai Yi was faster. The eternal demon blade, already infused with purple-gold lightning, appeared before it. The blade cut through the air, leaving behind a brilliant trajectory, the space along the trajectory continuously twisting and shattering. Put! A light sound echoed as the eternal demon blade pierced through the four-winged battle demon's left shoulder to its right waist. The purple-gold lightning exploded within it, the chaotic power spreading rapidly like a virus, causing the four-winged battle demon's divine body to begin disintegrating inch by inch. No! The four-winged war demon let out a piercing scream, its 6 wings flapping wildly, yet it could only watch helplessly as its divine body turned to ashes in the lightning, ultimately leaving behind a magic core radiating the fluctuations of spatial laws. The entire arena fell silent. Liang, Axe King, and the Elder of Space stared at Bai Yi in shock, as if they were seeing a ghost. All three of them were mid-tier true gods and naturally understood the power of the four-winged war demon, even for themselves, killing the four-winged war demon would not be an easy task. Yet Bai Yi had accomplished it in just 3 moves, and that was while facing 7 opponents. Is this really a low-tier true god? Axe King couldn't help but rub his eyes, doubting whether he was seeing correctly. He had lived for tens of thousands of years and had never seen such a monstrous low-tier true god. This combat power had completely surpassed the realm of low-tier true gods, and even compared to ordinary mid-tier true gods, it was not at all inferior. Liang took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his shock, and said in a deep voice, "This kid is hiding too deeply." At that moment, the remaining 6 mid-tier demon gods finally reacted, their eyes filled with fear and anger as they looked at Bai Yi. One of the mid-tier demon gods with a serpent tail hissed, "Let's all attack together. This kid is incredibly sinister, we can't handle him one-on-one." The other 5 mid-tier demon gods nodded in agreement and launched their attacks towards Bai Yi. In an instant, various colored law attacks rained down on Bai Yi, with toxic swamps that could corrode everything, ice that could freeze time, and black flames that could burn souls. "Bring it on!" Bai Yi, far from being afraid, shouted excitedly. He could feel that although the law attacks from these mid-tier demon gods were ferocious, under the analysis of the Eternal Chaos Divine Canon, their weaknesses were laid bare. Thunder Prison, 10,000 transformations. Bai Yi plunged the Eternal Magic Blade into the ground, and the Thunder Prison domain suddenly expanded to a height of 10,000 zhang. The purple gold lightning within the domain seemed to come alive, transforming into countless lightning spears, lightning axes, and lightning swords, colliding with those law attacks. Boom boom boom. Continuous explosions echoed across the battlefield, shaking the planet of Manhwa. Shockingly, those seemingly violent law attacks were all neutralized by the various weapons formed from lightning, with not a single one able to breach the defenses of the Thunder Prison domain. What kind of domain is this? It can actually neutralize our law attacks, the serpent-tailed demon god screamed in disbelief, its face filled with incredulity. Bai Yi ignored its shock, and his figure suddenly vanished within the Thunder Prison domain. The next moment, he appeared behind a mid-tier demon god with a lion's head, the Eternal Magic Blade, imbued with purple gold lightning, silently slashing towards its neck. The lion-headed demon god sensed the danger and abruptly turned, using the golden fur on its arm to block. Its golden fur was incredibly hard, capable of withstanding even mid-tier true god attacks. But this time, it was wrong. The Eternal Magic Blade sliced through its golden fur as if it were cutting tofu, smoothly severing its head. The purple gold lightning exploded on its headless divine body, instantly turning it to ashes. "Another one killed!" Axe King exclaimed in shock. His eyes filled with astonishment. He found himself increasingly unable to understand Bai Yi. This kid's combat power was simply a mystery, sometimes resembling a low-tier true god, and at other times unleashing power comparable to the peak of mid-tier true gods. Bai Yi did not stop, empowered by the Thunder Prison domain. His speed reached its peak, darting like a specter among the 6 mid-tier demon gods. With each swing of the Eternal Magic Blade, a mid-tier demon god's life was taken, and wherever the purple gold lightning passed, demon bodies turned to ashes. In the short span of a single incense stick, Bai Yi had slain 4 of the remaining 6 mid-tier demon gods, leaving only the serpent-tailed demon god and 1 mid-tier demon god with ram horns. "Monster! You are a monster!" The serpent-tailed demon god was completely terrified, turning to flee. It simply couldn't understand how a lower true god could possess such terrifying combat power. This was completely beyond its comprehension. How could Bai Yi let it escape? With a flicker of his figure, he chased after it, the eternal demon blade crackling, with purple gold lightning following closely like a maggot on a corpse. Spatial confinement. At that moment, the Elder of Space suddenly made his move, waving his folding fan, and an invisible spatial barrier appeared before the serpent-tailed demon god. Caught off guard, the serpent-tailed demon god crashed into the spatial barrier, its speed immediately slowing down. Bai Yi seized this opportunity, and the eternal demon blade swiftly severed the serpent-tailed demon god's head. "Thank you for your assistance, Elder." Bai Yi cupped his hands in gratitude towards the Elder of Space, a faint smile on his face. The Elder of Space waved his hand, smiling wryly. "We should be the ones thanking you. If it weren't for you, we would probably have perished here today." Just then, the mid-level demon god with ram horns let out a piercing howl, its demonic energy surging wildly, clearly intending to self-destruct and take Bai Yi down with it. "Not good. It's going to self-destruct." Lai Yang's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly warned. Bai Ye's gaze sharpened, and the eternal chaos divine cannon within him operated at high speed, causing the purple gold lightning in the Thunder Prison domain to suddenly converge into a massive thunder vortex. The powerful suction generated by the vortex forcibly suppressed the self-destructing power of the ramhorn demon god. "Gather!" Bai Yi shouted, and the thunder vortex abruptly contracted, swallowing both the ramhorn demon god's body and its self-destructing power. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted from the thunder vortex, and the purple gold lightning shot into the sky, dyeing the entire sky of the Manhwa star purple. But astonishingly, such a terrifying self-detonation caused No damage to the thunder prison domain. All the energy was absorbed and refined by the thunder vortex. When the lightning dissipated, Bai Yi found a magic core in his hand, radiating the fluctuations of the law of destruction. He could feel that the energy contained in this magic core was purer than the previous ones, and if he refined it, his strength would surely reach a new level. This is simply unbelievable. The Axe King stared wide-eyed, unable to utter a word. For a long time, in all his years, it was the first time he had seen someone forcibly suppress and devour the self-destructing power of a mid-level demon god. This had surpassed the realm of true gods, reaching a level he could not comprehend. Lai Yang and the Elder of Space were equally shocked, their eyes filled with awe. As they looked at Bai Yi, they knew that from now on, the Eternal Divine Realm would likely gain another legendary figure. At that moment, cheers erupted from the battlefield. It turned out that after Bai Yi killed the last mid-level demon god, the lower-level demon gods and the Demon Abyss army lost their command, and the warriors of the Pantheon and the surviving guardian deities took the opportunity to defeat them, temporarily alleviating the crisis on Manhwa Star. Bai Yi looked at the several magic cores in his hand, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. He could feel that as long as he refined these magic cores, he would definitely be able to break through to the mid-level true god realm. Young friend Bai Yi, we truly owe you this time. Lai Yang stepped forward, cupping his hands towards Bai Yi, a sincere smile on his face. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have been able to hold on to Manhwa Star, and we might have perished here. The Axe King and the Elder of Space also stepped forward, expressing their gratitude to Bai Yi. Bai Yi waved his hand, smiling as he said, "We are all people of the Eternal Divine Realm. Helping each other is only right. Moreover, killing these demon gods is also greatly beneficial to me, so it's a win-win situation." Lai Yang and the others exchanged glances, seeing a hint of surprise in each other's eyes. They hadn't expected Bai Yi, so young, to possess such an open-minded disposition. This was not something an ordinary person could have. "Young friend Bai Yi, may I ask what your plans are next?" Lai Yang inquired. Bai Yi thought for a moment and said, "I plan to enter seclusion here for a while, refining these magic cores to break through to the mid-level true god realm. After that, I want to visit the center of the Eternal Divine Realm to learn more about the Abyss of Demons." Lai Yang nodded and said, "That's fine. Although the crisis on the Mars planet has been temporarily resolved, the Abyss of Demons will definitely not let it go easily. There may be even more powerful demon gods coming. Your breakthrough to the mid-level true god realm will provide an extra layer of protection." He paused and continued, "When you finish your seclusion, if you want to go to the center of the Eternal Divine Realm, you can come find me. I have some connections in the Pantheon that can help introduce you." "Thank you, Elder Lai Yang," Bai Yi said with a smile. The Axe King and the Space Elder also expressed that they could help if Bai Yi needed anything. Bai Yi gratefully glanced at them and said, "Thank you for your kindness, elders. If I need anything, I will definitely trouble the three of you." After saying that, he no longer hesitated and turned to fly deep into the Mars planet. He needed to find a quiet place to enter seclusion and quickly break through to the mid-level true god realm. Lai Yang, the Axe King, and the Space Elder watched Bai Yi's departing figure, remaining silent for a long time. After a while, the Axe King sighed, "Truly, heroes emerge from the youth. I have a feeling that this kid's future achievements will far exceed our imagination." Lai Yang and the Space Elder nodded in agreement. They knew that Bai Yi's appearance might change the situation between the Eternal Divine Realm and the Abyss of Demons. At this moment, Bai Yi had already arrived deep within the Mars planet. He found a huge cave, set up heavy restrictions, and then sat cross-legged, taking out the several magic cores that emitted powerful energy. "Let's begin." Bai Yi took a deep breath, holding one magic core in his hand, and the Eternal Chaos Divine Cannon within him began to operate again. The purple gold, lightning and gray chaotic airflow intertwined in his palm, starting to refine the energy within the magic core. A stream of pure energy surged into his body, through his arm, and his aura began to grow at a visibly rapid pace. Bai Yi could feel that he was getting closer to the mid-level true god realm. He believed that it wouldn't be long before he could break through to the mid-level true god realm, gaining even more powerful combat strength to face those stronger enemies from the Abyss of Demons. Meanwhile, above the Mars planet, the spatial rift still existed, but it was much smaller than before. No one knew that on the other side of that rift, the higher-ups of the Abyss of Demons had already noticed Bai Yi's presence, and a greater crisis was quietly brewing. Deep within the cave, Bai Yi sat cross-legged, with 5 magic cores emitting rich waves of law floating in front of him. The spatial laws of the four-winged battle demon, the corrosive laws of the Lord of the Toxic Swamp, the violent laws of the lion-headed demon god, these sources of the Abyss of Demons that had once troubled mid-level true gods were now transformed into gentle streams of energy under the analysis of the Eternal Chaos Divine Cannon flowing slowly through his meridians. Buzz. When the last trace of magic core energy merged into his dantian, a dazzling purple gold light suddenly erupted from within Bai Yi's body. The 9 halos spun rapidly around him, and the illusory shadows of the law domains at the edges of the halos solidified completely, forming a purple gold domain with a diameter of 10,000 feet. This was the unique law domain of the mid-level true god. Within the domain, the spatial laws and thunder laws intertwined into a precise network, with each line containing the balance of chaos and order. Bai Yi could clearly feel that the power of the laws within him had undergone a qualitative leap. The thunder laws that originally required all his strength to activate could now be triggered with just a thought, with intensity and quality increasing by more than 10 times compared to before. Is this the power of a mid-level true god? He waved his hand, and the thunder within the purple-gold domain suddenly transformed into billions of tiny strands of light. The moment the light strands touched the ground, the entire cave was sculpted into a precise law formation. This level of control over power is something that a lower true god could never hope to achieve. At that moment, a golden divine thought pierced through the cave's restrictions and landed before Bai Yi. Young friend Bai Yi, congratulations on your promotion to mid-level true god. I have been waiting outside the Manhwa star. If you wish to go to the eternal continent, you may accompany me. It was the voice of Li Yang. A hint of a smile flashed in Bai Yi's eyes as he stood up and brushed the dust off his robe. The purple-gold divine domain suddenly retracted, and his figure transformed into a streak of light, rushing out of the cave and flying towards the outside of Manhwa star. In the starry sky, Li Yang stood on the deck of a golden warship. Upon seeing Bai Yi's figure, a look of astonishment crossed his eyes. To be promoted to mid-level true god in just 7 days, and with such a solid divine domain. Young friend Bai Yi's talent is truly rare in the world. Bai Yi landed on the deck and cupped his hands, saying, "Thank you for waiting, Elder Li Yang." Li Yang waved his hand with a smile. "No problem. The eternal continent is currently going through a tumultuous time. Arriving a day earlier will allow you to familiarize yourself with the environment sooner. By the way, I have recommended you to a certain lord, the Chaos God King who presides over the 10,000 Gods Mansion. He is quite curious about your achievements and wishes to invite you to join his faction." Bai Yi raised an eyebrow. Chaos God King? Indeed, Li Yang nodded, a hint of reverence flashing in his eyes. The God King is an old-school God King who has been at the God King level for over 1,000,000 years. If you can join his ranks, it will greatly benefit your future cultivation. Bai Yi pondered for a moment and said, "Joining a faction is unnecessary, but if I can become a named guest elder of this Chaos God King, that is something I can consider." He had always disliked being bound, and the status of a named guest elder would provide some protection while allowing him to maintain his freedom, which suited him perfectly. Of course, if he only became a named guest elder, the benefits would certainly be fewer. Li Yang was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and said, "I can convey this for you. With your talent, the God King will surely agree." The golden warship broke through the starry sky, heading towards the center of the eternal divine realm. The sights along the way left Bai Yi secretly astonished. Countless divine nations floated in the sea of stars, connected by chains of laws, with visible streams of faith power flowing along the chains. Occasionally, true gods clad in divine armor would pass by, each exuding the aura of at least a mid-level true god, while lower true gods were as common as ants here. 7 days later, the warship arrived at a vast continent. The edge of the continent was surrounded by rainbow clouds, and within the clouds, countless divine mountain phantoms could be seen. The palaces atop the divine mountains radiated an oppressive aura that suppressed the ages. This was the center of the eternal divine realm, the eternal continent. As the warship docked at the airport on the edge of the continent, a golden figure stepped through the air. The newcomer was clad in purple-gold dragon-patterned battle armor, his face resembling Li Yang's by about 70%, and the aura of a high-level true god emanating from him slightly distorted the space. "Li Yang, is this the young friend Bai Yi you mentioned? I have met Lord Jinjia." Li Yang quickly bowed in greeting and then introduced, "Young friend Bai Yi, this is the first disciple of the Chaos God King, Lord Jinjia." Bai Yi nodded slightly, not as respectful as Li Yang. A hint of surprise flashed in Jinjia's eyes, then he smiled and said, "Indeed, a young hero, able to remain so composed in front of a high-level true god. The God King has agreed to your request. Here is the token for named guest elder." A black token inscribed with the word chaos landed in Bai Yi's hand, containing a faint aura of the God King's power, allowing him to move freely in the eternal continent. "Thank you, Lord Jinjia." Bai Yi put away the token, and the thunder law at his fingertips inadvertently collided with the God King's aura on the token, causing a subtle purple-gold halo to emerge. Jinjia's pupils constricted, exchanging a surprised glance with Li Yang. Such control over the laws was something even seasoned mid-level true gods might not achieve. Back in the palace of the 10,000 Gods Mansion, Li Yang brewed a pot of spiritual tea, infused with the power of laws for Bai Yi, and smiled. "Young friend Bai Yi, do you know that the Eternal Conference is in 3 days? Eternal Conference?" Bai Yi's hand holding the teacup paused slightly. "Exactly." A glimmer of anticipation flashed in Li Yang's eyes. "This is the grandest event in the Eternal Divine Realm, jointly hosted by the various divine kings, held once every 10,000 years. At that time, all true gods of the Eternal Divine Realm will gather together to spar, exchange ideas, and compete for rankings." He paused and continued, "The top 100 in the final rankings will receive rewards personally bestowed By the Divine Kings, divine crystals containing the essence of laws, fragments of divine artifacts crafted by the Divine Kings, and even guidance in cultivation. From the Divine Kings, these rewards are coveted even by upper true gods. A spark of excitement flickered in Baiye's eyes. How can I participate? You need to be recommended for registration by an existence of mid-level true god or above. Liang smiled. I have prepared a recommendation letter for you. All you need to do is nod, and I can register you. In that case, thank you, Elder Liang. Baiye raised his cup in acknowledgement, the purple gold lightning rippling gently in the tea, reflecting the battle intent in his eyes. The Eternal Conference, huh? Let me see just how much weight the true gods of the Eternal Divine Realm carry. 3 days later, in the center of the Eternal Continent, at the God Sealing Square, myriad beams of divine light soared into the sky. True gods from various realms gathered here, the golden robes of mid-level true gods and the colorful battle armor of upper true gods shining in contrast, while the realm of laws layered at the edge of the square, creating a magnificent spectacle. Baiye stood beside Liang, gazing at the massive arena in the center of the square. Forged from the bones of myriad gods, a smile curving at the corners of his mouth. Above the God-sealing square, rainbow clouds unfurled like satin, with countless star gems embedded in the clouds, each corresponding to the divine position of an attending true god. Baiye stood in the lineup of the myriad gods' mansion, his purple gold robe rustling in the wind, drawing many curious glances. In the area crowded with mid-level true gods, the solid aura of laws emanating from him, having just recently advanced, stood out conspicuously. Is that Baiye, recommended by Elder Liang? I heard even Lord Jinjia speaks highly of him. He's just a newly promoted mid-level true god. He probably won't even make it through the preliminaries. Shoo, I heard he killed 5 mid-level demon gods on the Manhwa star. His methods are quite sinister. Whispers reached Baiye's ears, but he seemed oblivious. His gaze was fixed on the myriad gods arena in the center of the square, the arena forged from pitch-black divine meteorite stone, its surface covered with countless scars and sword marks, each trace resonating with the law fluctuations of ancient true gods. Most eye-catching were the 12 coiling dragon pillars standing around the arena, entwined with golden chains, the ends of which connected to 12 water mirrors, displaying the battle scenes of the preliminaries in real time. Everyone, please remain calm. A dignified voice suddenly resonated throughout the square, and an elder draped in a robe of sun, moon, and stars stepped through the air, surrounded by 9 golden halos, within which the faint silhouettes of divine kings could be seen. It was the presiding elder of the Eternal Conference, the peak upper true god, the Divine Lord Shiming. This Eternal Conference consists of 3 levels of trials: the preliminary round to refine laws, the advancement round to compete for divine positions, and the final round to claim the top spot. The Divine Lord Shiming raised his hand, and the 12 water mirrors suddenly lit up. The preliminaries are divided into 1,000 groups, each with 100 slots. The winners will advance. Now, the drawing begins. As his voice fell, countless golden slips fell from the void, automatically flying towards the true gods present. Baiye reached out to catch his slip, which bore the inscription Group C Match 77, with the opponent's section left blank, clearly not yet matched. At that moment, Liang quickly walked to his side and whispered, "Young friend Baiye, your opponent has been determined, the seed contestant of Group C, the flame god of the melting fire hall. This fellow is at the peak of mid-level true gods, mastering the ultimate fire laws, and has slain 3 mid-level demon gods 100 years ago. You need to be cautious." Baiye raised an eyebrow as he looked at the water mirror, one side of which was displaying the image of the flame god, red hair, crimson armor, surrounded by dark red flames, wielding a lava battle knife, his aura even stronger than that of the 4-winged war demon by 3 points. Interesting. The purple gold lightning at Baiye's fingertips flickered gently, just that right opportunity to test the weight of a peak mid-tier true god. Liang wanted to say something more, but saw Baiye already stepping towards the C group arena, shaking his head helplessly. This kid is quite confident. On the C group arena, the flame god had been waiting for a long time. Seeing Baiye approach, he grinned, spinning the lava battle knife in his palm, the dark red flames sizzling as they scorched the arena floor. I heard you killed a few minor demon gods on the Manhwa star? What a pity. Today you meet me, your luck has run out. Baiye didn't waste words. The purple gold divine domain suddenly unfolded, sealing the space within a 10,000 zhang radius with the laws of thunder, countless lightning runes appearing on the ground. Make your move. Let me see if the flames of the lava palace can burn through my thunder. Arrogant. The flame god shouted angrily, the lava battle knife cleaving down with a wave of scorching heat, the air distorting and warping where the blade passed, even the space rippling faintly. This strike condensed 70% of his fire law, enough to turn an ordinary mid-tier true god to ashes. Baiye's gaze sharpened, the eternal demon blade unsheathed, the purple gold lightning clashing with the dark red flames in the center of the arena. Boom! The collision of 2 extreme powers unleashed a shockwave that forced all the true gods in the C group area to retreat. Shockingly, the flame god's proud flame blade was actually pushed back by the lightning of the eternal demon blade, the dark red flames on the blade flickering violently as if they would extinguish at any moment. How is this possible? The flame god's pupils constricted. He could feel a strange chaotic power contained within the opponent's thunder law, slowly devouring his fire essence. Bai Yi didn't give him time to think, his figure flickering within the purple gold divine domain, instantly appearing behind the flame god, the eternal demon blade slashing towards his back with the might to tear through space. Die! The flame god roared, dark red flames suddenly erupting around him, a shield of flames appearing, countless flame runes surfacing on its surface. This was the lava palace's life-saving divine ability, heaven-burning shield. Clang! The eternal demon blade struck the shield, producing a piercing sound of metal clashing. The flame god used the recoil to fly forward, turning just in time to condense 1,000 Zhonglong fire dragon with the lava battle knife, the dragon roaring as it charged towards Bai Yi, melting the divine fallen stones of the arena in its wake. Thunder prison, cage. Bai Yi formed seals with both hands, the thunder within the purple gold divine domain suddenly transforming into a massive cage, trapping the fire dragon inside. Countless law runes flowed along the bars of the thunder cage, beginning to absorb the energy of the fire dragon. This is the devouring law? Li Yang in the viewing area suddenly stood up, his eyes filled with disbelief. A mid-tier true god mastering the devouring law had never happened in the history of the eternal divine realm. The flame god also sensed something was wrong. The fire dragon was visibly shrinking, while the thunder law on Bai Yi was growing increasingly intense. He wanted to retract the dragon but found that his connection to the flames had been severed by the thunder cage. It's over. Bai Yi's voice echoed in the flame god's ear. Before he could react, the eternal demon blade had pierced through the fire shield, pressing against his throat. The purple gold lightning spread along the battle knife, temporarily sealing his fire. Law. I lost? The flame god stood there in shock, unable to comprehend how he, a peak mid-tier true god, could be defeated by a newly promoted mid-tier true god. The arena fell silent. Moments later, the C group area erupted in a thunderous uproar. The flame god of the lava palace actually lost? What's going on? With Bai Yi's thunder law? Can it really counter the ultimate flames? I must be seeing things. Did he just use the devouring law? A flicker of surprise crossed Ximing's eyes as he slightly nodded at Bai Yi. In the 77th match of Group C, Bai Yi wins. Bai Yi sheathed the eternal magic blade and turned to walk off the stage, ignoring the shocked gazes around him. He could feel that after defeating Yan Lai, the power of the laws within him had become more refined, bringing him a step closer to the peak of a mid-tier true god. Lai Yang quickly approached, still in shock. Bai Yi, my friend, that move you just used, was it really the devouring law? Bai Yi nodded, just a basic understanding. Lai Yang gasped, murmuring, incredible, truly incredible. A mid-tier true god mastering the devouring law can stand a chance even against a high-tier true god. In the following days, Bai Yi swept through the preliminaries. Whether it was the Frost Law Master, the Frost Prison True God, or the Shadow Kill True God skilled in spatial jumps, none could last more than 10 moves against him. His combination of the purple gold divine domain and the devouring law became a nightmare for all his opponents, making the name Bai Yi resonate throughout the entire Fengshan Square. On the day of the advancement matches, the atmosphere in Fengshan Square was even more fervent. The water mirrors on the 12th coiling dragon pillars lit up, displaying the images of the 128 true gods who advanced. Bai Yi's name was prominently listed, and many regarded him as a dark horse. Bai Yi, my friend, your next opponent is no simple matter. Lai Yang pointed to one of the water mirrors, his tone serious. The purple lightning true god from the Tianshu Palace, a high-tier true god in the early stages, masters the mutated thunder law and has defeated 7 high-tier true gods consecutively. Within a millennium, he is one of the favorites to win this tournament. In the water mirror, the purple lightning true god wore a blue robe, his expression stern. Surrounded by faint blue lightning, his aura more than 10 times stronger than that of Yan Lai, a high-tier true god. A glint of battle intent flashed in Bai Yi's eyes. This is a perfect opportunity to see the difference between high and mid-tier. Lai Yang wanted to say more, but Ximing's voice rang out again. First match of the advancement round, Purple Lightning versus Bai Yi. The purple lightning true god stepped onto the stage, the faint blue lightning enveloping the entire arena in a dazzling display. Seeing Bai Yi approach, a disdainful smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. I heard you are quite skilled in the thunder law. Today, I will let you know what it truly means to be the master of thunder. Bai Yi did not waste words. The purple gold divine domain suddenly unfolded. But this time, the purple lightning true god merely raised his hand, and the faint blue lightning began to compress the purple gold divine domain relentlessly. The gap is this large. The purple lightning true god's voice carried a hint of arrogance. A low-tier true god and a high-tier true god are like ants compared to a divine dragon. They cannot be compared. Bai Yi's gaze sharpened, the eternal chaos divine cannon within him operating at high speed, as the lightning within the purple gold divine domain suddenly merged with the chaotic power, forcefully resisting the compression of the faint blue lightning. Oh, this is interesting. A flicker of surprise crossed the purple lightning true god's eyes. You can actually withstand it in my purple lightning domain. You are much better than those useless ones. Before he finished speaking, his figure flickered and instantly appeared in front of Bai Yi, the faint blue lightning coalescing into a long sword, piercing towards Bai Ye's brow with the power to tear apart souls. This sword contained the law power of a high-tier true god, moving at an extreme speed. That was impossible to evade. Thunder transformation. Bai Yi raised the eternal magic blade in front of him, as the purple gold lightning and chaotic power intertwined to form a spiral barrier. Clang! The faint blue lightning sword struck the barrier, producing a deafening roar. Bai Yi felt a terrifying force surge through the magic blade, his arm went numb and he was forced to retreat repeatedly, a trickle of golden blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Ha ha ha! Do you understand the gap now? The purple lightning true god laughed maniacally as he pursued, the faint blue lightning surging towards Bai Yi like a tide, blocking all his escape routes. The expression on the face of the blazing sun in the observation seat changed dramatically, fists clenched tightly. Oh no! Zidian is going to go all out. At this critical moment, a glimmer suddenly flashed in Bai Ye's eyes. He abruptly plunged the eternal demon blade into the ground, and the thunder in the purple gold divine realm transformed into countless thin strands of light. The moment the light strands touched the ground, the entire arena was intricately carved into a grand array of laws. This is the Chaos Thunder Array? The god of dawn exclaimed in disbelief, his eyes filled with incredulity. The true god of Zidian also sensed something was off and tried to retreat, only to find his feet ensnared by the light strands of the thunder array. The pale blue lightning began to slowly dissipate under the erosion of the light strands. Devouring laws? Impossible. How could you possibly master such pure, devouring laws? The true god of Zidian screamed in terror, his face etched with fear. Bai Yi did not give him a chance to react, his figure suddenly vanished within the thunder array. In the next moment, he appeared behind the true god of Zidian, the eternal demon blade, imbued with purple gold lightning, silently slashing towards his neck. The true god of Zidian sensed the danger and spun around abruptly, using the pale blue lightning on his arm to defend. But this time he was wrong. The eternal demon blade sliced through his lightning defense as easily as cutting tofu, and in one smooth motion, severed one of his arms. The purple gold lightning exploded at his wound, instantly sealing his power of laws. Ah! The true god of Zidian let out a piercing scream, his eyes filled with pain and disbelief. He could not comprehend how he, a dignified upper-tier true god, could be defeated and have his arms severed by a mid-tier true god. The entire arena fell into silence once more. After a long while, the Fengshan Square erupted in a thunderous uproar. The true god of Zidian lost? And had his arms severed? What kind of monster is this Bai Yi? A mid-tier true god actually defeating an upper-tier true god? I can't be mistaken, he just used the Chaos Thunder Array? Isn't that a divine ability only the God King can master? The god of dawn's eyes flashed with astonishment as he slightly nodded at Bai Yi. In the first match of the promotion round, Bai Yi wins. Bai Yi sheathed the eternal demon blade and turned to leave the arena. He could feel that after defeating Zidian, the power of laws within him underwent a subtle change, as if something was about to break through. The blazing sun quickly approached, his shock even more intense than before. Young friend Bai Yi, you truly have opened my eyes. A mid-tier true god defeating an upper-tier true god. This is the first time in the history of the eternal divine realm. Bai Yi smiled but said nothing. He knew this was just the beginning. The real challenges lay ahead. In the days that followed, Bai Yi continued to advance rapidly in the promotion round. Whether it was the Earth Law Master, the true god of Earth, or the Soul Shadow true god, who excelled in soul attacks, none could withstand more than 20 moves against him. His name became the most dazzling presence at the Eternal Conference, drawing increasing attention to this rising dark horse. On the day of the finals, the atmosphere in Fengshan Square reached its peak. The water mirrors on the 12th coiling dragon pillars all focused on the central arena, where Bai Yi was facing off against a true god clad in golden armor, the seasoned powerhouse of the eternal divine realm. The peak upper-tier true god, the golden-winged rock god. The golden-winged rock god was surrounded by golden winds, his wings spread wide behind him, blocking out the sun, his aura far stronger than that of the true god of Zidian. Upon seeing Bai Yi, a serious look flashed in his eyes. Bai Yi, your ability to reach this point proves your talent. But today, facing me, your luck has run out. Bai Yi did not waste words. The purple gold divine realm suddenly unfolded, and this time, a faint golden light shimmered within his divine realm. That was the upper-tier true god laws he had absorbed after defeating Zidian. Make your move. Bai Yi's voice was calm and unwavering, yet carried an undeniable authority. The golden-winged rock took a deep breath, its massive wings behind it flapping violently, sending golden winds like countless sharp blades sweeping towards Bai Yi. This strike gathered all its power, enough to flatten a divine mountain. Bai Yi's gaze sharpened, and the eternal chaos divine cannon within him operated at high speed, intertwining the thunder and chaotic power in the purple gold divine realm into a massive shield. Boom! 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 The golden winds collided with the purple gold shield, unleashing shockwaves that made the entire divine ceiling square tremble. Astonishingly, the full-force strike of the golden-winged rock was actually blocked by Bai Yi's shield. How is this possible? The golden-winged rock screamed in disbelief, its face filled with incredulity. Bai Yi did not give him time to think. His figure suddenly vanished within the purple gold divine realm. The next moment, he appeared above the golden-winged rock, the eternal magic blade crackling with purple-gold lightning slashing towards its head. The golden-winged rock sensed danger and quickly looked up, using its beak to defend. But the sharpness of the eternal magic blade exceeded its imagination, cutting a gash into its beak. Ah! The golden-winged rock let out a piercing scream, its eyes filled with pain and anger. It could not comprehend how a peak mid-tier true god could be injured by a mid-tier true god. At that moment, a glint flashed in by Ye's eyes. He suddenly plunged the eternal magic blade into the wound of the golden-winged rock as purple gold lightning and chaotic power surged into its body through the injury, beginning to devour its law power. No! The golden-winged rock let out a desperate scream, trying to break free, but found its body firmly locked by the purple gold divine realm. The entire arena fell into silence once more. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the incredible scene on the stage. Mid-tier true god Bai Yi was actually devouring the law power of the peak upper-tier true god, the golden-winged rock. The Qiming divine sovereign's eyes flashed with astonishment, and he announced loudly, "The champion of this eternal conference is Bai Yi." As his voice fell, the divine ceiling square erupted with thunderous cheers. Countless true gods looked at Bai Yi's figure with awe and admiration. They knew a new legend had been born. Bai Yi sheathed the eternal magic blade, feeling the surging law power within him, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. Just then, a dignified voice echoed from the void, "Young friend Bai Yi, congratulations on your victory. I await you in the Chaos Divine Hall, if you are willing. Come with me, and I will impart to you the path of the Divine King." It was the voice of the Chaos Divine King. The crowd erupted in astonishment once more, all looking at Bai Yi with envy. To receive personal guidance from the Divine King was an opportunity that countless true gods dreamed of. The cheers in the divine ceiling square had not yet subsided when a golden beam of light piercing through heaven and earth descended from the void, enveloping Bai Yi. The divine pressure contained within the light made all the true gods present involuntarily bow in respect. Only the Qiming divine sovereign looked up at the beam, a complex light flashing in his eyes. This was the personal invitation of the Chaos Divine King, a rare honor not seen in 10,000 years. Bai Yi felt a blur before his eyes, and the next second found himself in a vast divine hall. The dome of the hall was a swirling chaotic nebula, and the ground was paved with countless law runes, each step resonating with the heavens and earth. At the center of the hall, on a high platform, sat an old man clad in a gray robe, surrounded by 9-colored divine light, his face blurred yet exuding an all-encompassing aura. He was one of the supreme powerhouses of the eternal divine realm, the Chaos Divine King. "Little one, sit." The old man's voice was like a spring breeze, instantly dispelling the remnants of battle within Bai Yi. A chair made of divine gold appeared behind Bai Yi, the chaotic divine beast's phantom carved on it seeming to possess life, nodding slightly at him. Bai Yi sat down as instructed, but dared not show any signs of negligence in his heart. He could clearly sense that the aura of the Chaos God King seemed plain, yet was actually unfathomable, as if the entire eternal divine realm's laws were under his control. "I saw your performance at the Eternal Conference," the Chaos God King slowly spoke. "A mid-level true god can grasp the laws of chaos and even slay peak high-level true gods. This talent is rare in a millennium." Bai Yi humbly replied, "It was just luck on my part." "Luck?" The Chaos God King chuckled lightly, and suddenly countless water mirrors appeared around the high platform, showing Bai Yi's battles from the Manhwa star to the Eternal Conference. To break through from a low-level true god to a mid-level true god in just 7 days, to comprehend the Chaos Thunder Array within the Purple Lightning True God's domain, to devour the laws against the current in the Golden-Winged Rock God's life wind, these cannot simply be explained by luck. Bai Yi's heart sank. He hadn't expected that all his experiences were seen so clearly by the other party. The Chaos God King seemed to see through his thoughts and continued, "I am the master of the laws of chaos. Your chaotic power has nowhere to hide before me. Speaking of which, your chaotic laws share the same origin as mine, yet possess a hint of Thunder's dominance, which is quite interesting." He waved his hand, and a gray jade slip fell before Bai Yi. "This is my understanding of the laws of chaos. Take it and study it well. In 3 days, I will hold a master-apprentice ceremony for you and officially take you as my closed-door disciple." Bai Yi picked up the jade slip and felt a pure chaotic law surge into his body through his fingertips, instantly deepening his understanding of the chaotic laws several times over. Just as he wanted to express his gratitude, he saw the Chaos God King wave his hand. "No need to thank me. I take you as my disciple because I see your potential for the future. The eternal divine realm may seem prosperous, but it is actually fraught with danger, especially that demon abyss." When mentioning the demon abyss, the Chaos God King's tone became serious. In recent years, the power of the demon abyss has been growing stronger. Several god kings have sensed something amiss, and it won't be long before a great battle ensues. I hope you can grow quickly and become a backbone force against the demon abyss. Bai Yi's heart stirred, and he asked, "Senior, do you know the specific situation of the demon abyss?" The Chaos God King pondered for a moment and said, "The source of the demon abyss comes from the chaotic miasma at the beginning of the universe's birth, where countless demonic creatures that feed on laws reside. The most terrifying is the Lord of the Demon Abyss, who is said to have reached the peak of God King, with unfathomable strength. During the last battle between gods and demons, we paid a heavy price to repel him, and now, he did not continue, but Bai Yi understood his meaning. In the following 3 days, Bai Yi immersed himself in studying the Chaos God King's insights within the Chaos Temple. The content of the Jade Slip was profound, explaining not only the application of chaotic laws but also recording many lost divine techniques and secret methods. Under the guidance of the Chaos God King, Bai Yi's understanding of chaotic laws improved day by day, just a step away from becoming a high-level true god. On the 3rd day in the Chaos Temple, Bai Yi sat cross-legged on the Enlightenment platform shrouded in chaotic nebulae, the grey jade slip in his hand already glowing with a lustrous sheen. Over these 3 days, he had absorbed the Chaos God King's insights like a sponge soaking up water, and he had begun to glimpse the path of the divine technique recorded in the Jade Slip. 9 transformations of chaos. The first transformation, Chaos Body, tripled the strength of his divine body, making it so that even a full-force strike from a high-level true god might not harm him in the slightest. The second transformation, Law Mimicry, allowed him to instantly simulate 3 different attribute source laws which had been unimaginable in previous battles. Buzz. As the last trace of law insights merged into his mind, the Enlightenment platform suddenly trembled violently, and the purple-gold lightning within Bai Yi intertwined with chaotic power, causing the 10th gray halo to appear outside the 9 halos. As the halo spun, the entire Chaos Temple's law runes resonated in unison, and the chaotic nebula outside surged like a tide, condensing into the phantom of thunderous beasts that bowed in reverence to the Enlightenment platform. This is a precursor to becoming a high-level true god? Bai Yi opened his eyes, and within his pupils, chaos and thunder intertwined to form a Tai Chi pattern. He could clearly feel that the power of the laws within him had reached the pinnacle of a mid-level true god, and he only needed an opportunity to break through. Perhaps this opportunity was hidden in the words of the Chaos God King. At that moment, a voice echoed from deep within the temple. "Little one, come to the main hall." Bai Yi stood up and adjusted his robes, the 10th gray halo quietly retracting. When he arrived at the center of the temple, he saw the Chaos God King standing before a massive water mirror, reflecting the scenes deep within the abyss of demons. In the rolling purple-black murk, countless twisted fragments of laws darted like fish, while monstrous beings with 100 eyes and 1,000 arms were gnawing at the stars. In the deepest shadows, a pair of giant claws covered in black scales could be faintly seen, with murky liquid dripping from the claw tips that could corrode the void. "This is what I have glimpsed of the abyss of demons using the Chaos Heavenly Eye," the Chaos God King's voice carried an unprecedented gravity. "Do you see that floating continent? That is the glazed divine realm, swallowed by the abyss of demons 300 years ago, and it has now become a breeding ground for demons." Following his gaze, Bai Yi saw that the remnants of the glazed divine realm were covered in thick gray moss, which, with each movement, expelled countless larvae of laws that transformed into demon soldiers wielding bone blades upon hitting the ground. Even more chilling was the altar standing in the center of the continent, built from billions of divine bones, with a pulsating black heart floating at its peak. With each heartbeat, the surrounding laws twisted by a third. That is the heart of 10,000 demons, forged from the core laws of countless divine realms, capable of continuously nurturing new demons. The Chaos God King pointed, and the image in the water mirror suddenly zoomed in. "Look closely at the runes around the altar." Bai Yi focused his gaze and was astonished to find that the runes carved on the altar's base bore a striking resemblance to the golden facial patterns he had seen in the ruins of Divine Fall. Even more bizarre was the aura emitted by the flowing runes, which felt eerily similar to the core laws of the eternal holy ruins. This is the law runes of the eternal divine realm." Bai Yi exclaimed in shock. Could it be that the master of the abyss of demons is related to the birth of the eternal holy ruins? The Chaos God King fell silent for a moment before slowly saying, "Do you know why the eternal holy ruins appeared?" Without waiting for Bai Yi to respond, he continued, "That was after the last war between gods and demons, when we gods used our own divine fragments as a guide to seal the shattered remnants of the divine realm into a trial ground, aimed at cultivating strong beings to counter the abyss of demons. But we overlooked one point. The murky energy from the abyss of demons seeped in through the cracks of the seal. The image in the water mirror suddenly switched, showing the core laws of the eternal holy ruins being entangled by gray threads, the source of which was the heart of 10,000 demons deep within the abyss. So, the core laws of the eternal holy ruins and the heart of 10,000 demons have long been connected by these threads? Bai Yi's fingertips trembled slightly as he finally understood why the core laws had been eroded by the murky energy of the abyss during the divine sealing platform. It was not an accident, but a long-term scheme set by the master of the abyss. The Chaos God King sighed. What's even more terrifying lies ahead. With a wave of his hand, a figure cloaked in a black robe appeared in the water mirror, its face obscured by a hood, revealing only a pair of eyes glowing red. This fellow is named Shadow, the right-hand man of the master of the abyss, whose strength has reached the peak of a high-level true god, and he excels at lurking and assassination. 3 days ago, he infiltrated the eternal continent. Bai Yi's heart sank. Infiltrated the eternal continent? What does he want to do? to steal the divine powers of the gods. The Chaos God King's voice was as cold as iron. Though the heart of 10,000 demons is powerful, it lacks the law source of a true god. Shadow's target is the upcoming divine sealing ceremony. At that time, all the gods will project their divine powers onto the divine sealing platform to bless the newly ascended true gods, which is the best opportunity for him to strike. At that moment, a loud bang suddenly echoed outside the temple. The chaotic nebula surged violently, and a black crack appeared out of nowhere, from which countless gray blades of light shot forth, aiming directly at the back of the Chaos God King's heart. Just in time, the Chaos God King did not dodge or evade. The 9-colored divine light around him erupted suddenly, and the gray blades of light were obliterated within the divine radiance. Bai Yi, capture this scoundrel for me. Bai Yi had already set off, the eternal demon blade crackling with purple golden lightning as it burst out of the temple, just in time to collide with a black figure that sprang out from the crack. The figure moved with incredible speed, surrounded by black mist that distorted space. It was Ying. Mid-level true god? You dare to block me? Ying's voice rasped like sandpaper, and suddenly countless bony claws extended from the black mist, their tips glimmering with a venom capable of corroding laws. Bai Yi snorted coldly. The 10th gray halo suddenly lit up, intertwining chaotic power with the laws of thunder to form a spiral barrier. The bony claws struck the barrier, producing a piercing sizzling sound, and the black venom was purified by the lightning, transforming into harmless water vapor. Chaos laws? Ying's red pupils suddenly constricted, clearly not expecting a mid-level true god to wield such pure chaotic power. Bai Yi did not give him time to be shocked. His figure flickered as he unleashed law mimicry, instantly simulating the 3 fundamental laws of water, fire, and earth. A towering wave suddenly erupted in the thunder prison domain, mixed with raging flames, and upon landing, it transformed into towering earth peaks, completely sealing off Ying's escape route. Trivial skills. Ying roared, the black mist suddenly swelling into a massive shadowy beast that blotted out the sky. The beast opened its enormous mouth and began to devour the surrounding law power, causing the waves, flames, and earth peaks to disintegrate within its maw. Indeed skilled at devouring laws. Bai Ye's gaze sharpened, the eternal demon blade suddenly plunged into the ground, fully activating the 3rd transformation of Chaos 9 changes. All laws return to flow. The law runes within 1,000 miles detached from the ground, transforming into countless strands of colorful light, which coalesced behind him into a colossal chaotic spear, its tip shimmering with purple golden lightning, exuding a faint aura capable of tearing apart chaos. This is a God King level divine ability? Fear crept into Ying's tone for the first time, and the shadowy beast turned to flee into the spatial crack. But Bai Yi was faster. The chaotic spear was hurled with the might to pierce heaven and earth, shattering the space along its path and forming a long spatial tunnel. The moment the spear pierced the shadowy beast's body, purple golden lightning erupted, exploding the beast's black mist form into countless specks of light, and Ying's true body screamed as it flew out from the light, his left arm torn apart by the spear, revealing the writhing black tendrils within. You seek death. Ying's eyes flared with red light, his right arm suddenly transforming into a black bone blade covered in runes identical to those of the heart of 10,000 demons, clearly utilizing his trump card. Just at that critical moment, a voice echoed from the Chaos Temple, "Leave alive one." Bai Ye's mind stirred, and the lightning of the chaotic spear suddenly retracted, transforming into countless chains of law that bounding tightly. The chaotic power on the chains continuously eroded Ying's black tendrils, causing him to emit painful howls. When Bai Yi brought Ying back to the Chaos Temple, he found the scene inside made his pupils constrict. The Chaos God King was holding a gray longsword, its tip pressed against the throat of the Chi Ming God Lord, while a black scale was embedded in the Chi Ming God Lord's chest, emanating an aura identical to Ying's. What is happening? Bai Yi was stunned. The Chaos God King snorted coldly. I said that Ying excels at lurking and assassination, but I never said he was alone. He pointed a finger, and the black scale on the Chi Ming God Lord's chest suddenly erupted with blinding red light, revealing the same black tendrils as Ying beneath the scale. No, I am not a traitor. The Chi Ming God Lord struggled frantically, his eyes filled with agony. It's the scale. 3 days ago, someone delivered a scale of the Divine King's gift, claiming it could help me break through to the Divine King realm. The heart-eroding scale from the abyss of demons is indeed insidious. The voice of the Chaos Divine King was cold. This scale can silently erode the divine soul of a true god, turning them into a puppet of the abyss of demons. It seems that Shadow's purpose in infiltrating the eternal continent is not as simple as stealing divine power. Bai Yi suddenly recalled something and hurriedly said, "Senior, the core of the laws in the eternal holy ruins. Since the heart-eroding scale can control true gods, could the core also be?" Before he could finish, the water mirror suddenly trembled violently. In the image of the core of the laws in the eternal holy ruins, gray threads suddenly surged, and a painful human face appeared on the surface of a golden heart, the same golden face he had seen before in the ruins of Divine Fall. It's the original Thunder Sovereign, the Chaos Divine King's expression changed drastically. His remnant soul has been guarding the core of the laws, yet now it has been controlled by the tainted energy of the abyss. In the water mirror, the golden heart suddenly exploded and countless streams of gray light surged towards the abyss through the spatial rifts. After the heart of 10,000 demons absorbed the light streams, it expanded violently, beginning to condense into a giant hand covered in black scales. The giant hand grasped the remnants of the glazed divine realm, and with a gentle squeeze, it turned the entire continent into pure law energy. The aura of the demonic creatures around the altar surged instantly, with 3 demonic creatures breaking through to the mid-tier true god level on the spot. Ha ha ha. Old Chaos, thank you for the grand gift. A hoarse and arrogant voice came from deep within the abyss, and the giant hand suddenly pointed towards the direction of the eternal continent. 3 days from now, I will lead the army of 10,000 demons to descend, and that will be the end of the eternal divine realm. The moment the voice faded, the water mirror shattered abruptly, the runes of the laws in the Chaos Temple extinguished one by one, and the chaotic nebula outside the temple was dyed a purple-black color. Shadow suddenly laughed maniacally. Too late. The heart-eroding scales have already spread throughout the various divine temples of the eternal continent. 3 days from now, your divine kings will all become puppets of the Lord of Demons, and the entire eternal divine realm will become the pasture of the abyss. The Chaos Divine King's gaze turned cold, and with a gentle swipe of his grey sword, Shadow's head shot up into the sky, black blood splattering onto the runes of the laws, emitting a hissing corrosive sound. But his laughter seemed to be imprinted in the air, lingering for a long time. Bai Yi looked at the surging purple-black nebula outside the temple, his heart stirred with tumultuous waves. He finally understood why the Chaos Divine King valued him so much. The eternal divine realm seemed impregnable, yet it had already been infiltrated by the abyss, riddled with holes, and he, who held the variables of chaos and thunder laws, might be the last hope against the abyss. Little one, are you scared? The Chaos Divine King turned around, his face still blurry, but his tone carried a hint of warmth. Bai Yi shook his head, gripping the eternal demon blade in his hand. I am not afraid, just thinking about how to respond in 3 days. The Chaos Divine King nodded with satisfaction. Good. With this courage, you deserve to be my disciple. He waved his hand, and a massive star map appeared in the center of the temple, marked with countless flickering points of light. These are the temples that have not yet been infected by the heart-eroding scales. I have sent messages for them to prepare defenses. As for you, his fingertip landed on a red dot on the star map. This is the Temple of Time and Space, which houses the ancient artifact Time Sandblast, capable of briefly reversing the trajectory of the laws. Go retrieve it. Perhaps you can find a way to dispel the heart-eroding scales. Remember, you must return within 3 days. The divine ceremony cannot afford any mistakes. Bai Yi looked at the red dot on the star map. Located at the edge of the eternal continent, near the direction of the heart of 10,000 demons, the level of danger was evident. But he hesitated not for a moment, bowing respectfully. I will obey. The Chaos Divine King suddenly threw him a grey token. With this token, you can mobilize the power of all the temples along the way. Also, here are the last 6 transformations of Chaos 9 transformations, which may save your life in a critical moment. Bai Yi took the token, feeling a warm force of law surge into his body, and the 10th grey halo became noticeably more solid. He knew that this was the Chaos God King helping him break through to the upper true God level. This kindness was as heavy as a mountain. As Bai Yi's figure disappeared at the entrance of the temple, the Chaos God King gazed at the purple-black nebula outside and whispered, "Old friend, your thunder inheritance has indeed not disappointed. This time, perhaps we can really win." Before his words fell, the 9-colored divine light around him suddenly erupted, and the entire Chaos Temple rose from the ground, transforming into a streak of flowing light heading towards the center of the eternal continent. There lay the venue for the canonization ceremony, and also the main battlefield. 3 days later. At this moment, Bai Yi was riding the purple-gold thunderlight, traversing the starry sky. Before him was the perilous Time and Space Temple. Behind him was the crumbling eternal divine realm. Yet in his heart burned a battle intent more intense than thunder. The purple-gold thunder light sliced through the edge-star field of the eternal continent, and Bai Yi's figure halted before a turbulent stream of distorted time and space. The scene before him far exceeded the dangers recorded in the star maps. Countless shattered star remnants floated in the grey purple turbulence, each fragment flickering at different frequencies. Some were frozen at the moment of explosion, while others were collapsing in reverse, clearly a manifestation of the extreme chaos of time and space laws. Is this the outer barrier of the Time and Space Temple? Bai Yi tightened his grip on the chaos token, and the grey patterns on its surface suddenly lit up, emitting a soft halo. The moment the halo touched the turbulence, the violent time and space energy receded like a tide, revealing a path paved with pale golden law runes. The Chaos God King's token is indeed effective. He leaped into the passage, and after just 3 steps, the surrounding scene suddenly changed dramatically. The rune path beneath his feet transformed into scalding magma, the starry sky above turned into a surging black sea, and behind him came countless piercing howls, as if thousands of vengeful souls were pulling at his divine body. A time-space illusion? Bai Yi's gaze sharpened, and the 10th grey halo erupted. Suddenly, the chaotic power washing over him like a tide. The illusion shattered like a broken mirror, but a sharp pain surged in his brow. In that fleeting moment, he distinctly felt his divine soul nearly being pulled into an unknown time node. Such powerful time-space laws, and this much might before even entering the temple. Bai Yi did not dare to be careless, operating the Chaos 9 transformations to its utmost, a layer of flowing gray light membrane appearing on the surface of his divine body, interwoven with thunder runes forming a double protection. After delving 1,000 miles along the rune path, a crystal palace, suspended in the center of the turbulence, finally revealed its true form. The palace was entirely forged from transparent timespace crystal, with silver light patterns flowing along its walls. These patterns were not fixed but constantly reconfigured, sometimes transforming into battle images of ancient deities, and at other times condensing into the fierce faces of future monsters. Is this the time and space temple? Bai Yi landed on the white jade square in front of the palace, where the ground was engraved with a giant hourglass totem, the inscriptions on the edges of the totem flickering with ancient rhythms, resonating wonderfully with the thunder laws within him. At that moment, the 12 crystal pillars surrounding the square suddenly lit up, projecting 12 silver light screens from their tops, within which appeared the ethereal figures of 12 robed beings. Their faces and attire varied, yet all exuded the aura of upper true gods. Clearly the remnants of past temple masters guarding the time and space temple. Who dares approach? Those who trespass the time and space temple shall die. The leading figure held a silver staff, the time-space crystal embedded at its top bursting forth with blinding light, causing the flow of time across the entire square to suddenly slow down, Bai Yi's movements instantly lagging threefold. I am Bai Yi, a junior, here on the orders of the Chaos God King to seek the hourglass of time. Bai Yi harnessed the chaotic power to break free from the constraints of time, raising the token high. This is the token of the God King. I ask the esteemed seniors to allow passage. The gaze of the 12 phantom figures fell upon the token, and after a moment of silence, the leading phantom suddenly sneered. The token of the Chaos Old Man? 3 days ago, his avatar just came here and took half a time-space coordinate, and now he sends you to retrieve the time sandglass? Do you think my time and space temple is a vegetable garden for anyone to plunder? Bai Yi's heart trembled. 3 days ago? The avatar of the Chaos God King came here? If it weren't for the backlash of the time-space laws that left him severely injured and fleeing, he might have even uprooted the foundation of the temple. Another phantom holding a compass shouted angrily, and the sandglass totem in the square suddenly began to spin. The ground beneath Bai Yi's feet started to flow in reverse, as if trying to drag him into the timeline of the past. Wait! Bai Yi hurriedly steadied himself, driving the eternal demon blade into the ground, and the purple-gold lightning erupted to a height of 10,000 feet, forcefully halting the reverse-flowing timeline. I do not know the full story, but the demon abyss will launch a large-scale invasion in 3 days. The time sandglass is the key to lifting the heart-corroding scale, so I ask you, seniors, to consider the bigger picture. Demon abyss invasion? The 12 phantoms were simultaneously stunned, and the leading phantom pondered, no wonder there has been an increase in the miasma of the demon abyss in the recent time-space turbulence. But the time sandglass is the cornerstone of the temple. How can it be easily lent out? Just as both sides were at a stalemate, the sandglass totem in the center of the square suddenly trembled violently, silver light patterns flashing wildly, projecting a blurred image. In the image, the avatar of the Chaos God King was covered in blood, tightly gripping half a broken bronze coordinate, followed by 3 demonic creatures exuding the aura of a God King, frantically fleeing the time and space temple. This is a time-space retroactive image from 3 days ago? Bai Yi's pupils constricted. In the image, the wounds on the avatar of the Chaos God King were entwined with black tendrils, identical to the heart-corroding scale. Did you see that? The phantom holding the compass sneered. The Chaos Old Man has long been corrupted by the demon abyss. He sent you to retrieve the time sandglass, probably to help the demon lord completely control the time-space laws. Bai Yi's mind buzzed, and countless clues instantly connected. The Chaos God King's understanding of the demon abyss was too detailed. The 9 transformations of chaos he bestowed even contained several marks similar to the heart of all demons' runes, along with that token capable of mobilizing the temple's power. If all of this was a conspiracy, then he had fallen into a trap from the very beginning. Impossible. Bai Yi shook his head violently. The favor the Chaos God King showed him in helping him break through to the upper true god was certainly not a lie. Seniors, could you be mistaken? That black tendril might be. Before he could finish his sentence, the image of the sandglass totem suddenly switched, this time clearly showing the avatar of the Chaos God King throwing half a timespace coordinate into a rift of the demon abyss, where a giant hand covered in black scales reached out to catch the coordinate, and on the wrist bone of that giant hand, the ancient seal of the words chaos was clearly engraved. This, Bai Yi felt as if struck by lightning. The chaotic power within him surged uncontrollably, and the 10th gray halo flickered erratically. Ha ha ha, now do you believe it? The leading phantom raised his silver staff high, and the timespace laws in the square suddenly became violent, causing the space around Bai Yi to begin shattering layer by layer. Die, dog of the demon abyss. At the critical moment, a flash of insight struck Bai Ye's mind, recalling the records of the last 6 transformations of the 9 transformations of chaos, or the 7th transformation, time-space source, could precisely analyze the time-space laws before him. He no longer hesitated, crossing the eternal demon blade with the chaos token, the purple gold lightning, intertwining with the gray chaotic power to form a spiral beam of light shooting straight at the sandglass totem. Dare you desecrate the cornerstone of the temple? The 12 phantoms roared in unison, and 12 streams of silver light merged into the totem, colliding with the beam of light. Boom! At the moment the two forces exploded, the entire time and space temple shook violently, and the crystal walls shattered. Bai Yi used the rebound force to burst out of the space rift, only to see a line of golden inscriptions suddenly appear on the sandglass totem and the square. Chaos has become turbid, thunder shall cleanse, the sandglass is falling, only by reversing. The meaning of the inscription is, the hourglass of time is self-destructing? It must be reversed to stop it? Bai Ye's gaze sharpened, and the laws of thunder within him resonated with the runes of the Temple of Time and Space like never before. He suddenly understood why the thunder sovereigns of past generations had such intricate connections with the laws of time and space. Thunder was indeed the fastest force to tear through time and space. Law mimicry, time-space thunder step. Bai Yi fused the 3 laws to their utmost limit, transforming his form into a purple-gray lightning bolt, ignoring the barriers of spatial rifts and instantly appearing in the center of the temple's grand hall. The sight before him made him gasp. The hourglass of time at the top of the hall was disintegrating at a visible speed, and the silver grains of sand that fell to the ground turned into black demonic runes. Below the hourglass, a gray longsword was embedded in the pedestal, its hilt engraved with the mark of the Chaos God King. It really is him. Bai Yi seethed with rage, the eternal demon blade slashing towards the gray longsword with purple golden lightning. Just as the blade was about to touch the longsword, it suddenly erupted with blinding light, and a familiar voice echoed in the hall, "Little one, don't be impulsive." The figure of the Chaos God King stepped out from the light, his features still blurred, but the 9-colored divine light surrounding him had dimmed significantly, and there was a deep wound on his chest, with black veins spreading from it. "You have indeed been controlled by the heart-eating scale," Bai Yi shouted sharply, the realm of thunder prison suddenly unfolding, enveloping the entire hall. "Speak! Why do you want to destroy the hourglass of time?" "Destroy it? No, I am protecting it." The Chaos God King sighed bitterly, raising his hand to indicate Bai Yi to look at the base of the hourglass. Look closely at the inscription beneath the base. Bai Yi looked down and saw a line of tiny runes carved in the shadow of the base, the aura of the runes completely matching that of the heart of all demons. Even more terrifying was that these runes were slowly climbing up along the silver grains of sand of the hourglass, clearly trying to corrupt the essence of the hourglass of time. This is the time-space mark of the Lord of the Abyss? Bai Yi's mind went blank. Indeed, the voice of the Chaos God King carried a hint of fatigue. 3 days ago, when I discovered the mark, it had already penetrated the core of the hourglass. If it is not removed in time, in 3 days, the Demon Lord will be able to trace back all the laws of the eternal divine realm through the hourglass, and by then, we will have no chance of winning. He pointed to the wound on his chest. This is not from the heart-eating scale, but from being backlashed by the laws of time and space when I tried to remove the mark. As for that half-piece of time-space coordinate, it was a bait I intentionally threw to the abyss, attached with chaotic tracking runes, allowing us to know the Demon Lord's marching route in advance. The doubts in Bai Yi's mind gradually unraveled, but there was still a hint of uncertainty. What about the images seen by the 12 remaining souls of the hall? Time-space reversal can also be interfered with by the law's mark. What they saw was the illusion the Demon Lord wanted them to see. The Chaos God King sighed. If it weren't for you using the laws of thunder to resonate with the hourglass, I wouldn't have been able to break through this layer of interference. Just then, the hourglass of time suddenly emitted a crisp sound, and the crystal cover at the top completely shattered, with silver grains of sand pouring down like a waterfall. The black runes on the pedestal surged, condensing into a winged time-space demon, its claws pointing directly at the core of the hourglass. "Now's the time," the Chaos God King roared, the 9-colored divine light erupting suddenly, intertwining with Bai Yi's purple golden lightning to form a spiral beam of light, which pierced through the body of the time-space demon, accurately striking the core of the hourglass. Roar! The demon let out a piercing scream, its body disintegrating inch by inch within the beam of light. But the black runes did not disappear. Instead, they flowed upstream along the beam, spreading towards Bai Yi and the Chaos God King. The backlash of the laws is coming. The Chaos God King's expression changed drastically as he threw the gray longsword to Bai Yi. "Grip the hilt, use your laws of thunder to purify the runes, and I will stabilize the core of the hourglass." Bai Yi did not hesitate. The moment he grasped the sword hilt, a surge of pure chaotic power flowed into his body through his arm, and the 10th gray halo instantly solidified. The bottleneck of the upper true god was unexpectedly broken at this moment. Upper true god. Bai Yi felt the surging power of the laws within him, and amidst the purple gold lightning, a hint of 9-colored divine light appeared. He pushed the chaotic 9 transformations to its limit, crossing the eternal demon blade with the gray longsword, forming a massive law cross. The purifying power that erupted from the center of the cross forcefully pushed back the black runes by 3 feet. Put in more effort. The figure of the Chaos God King began to turn transparent, clearly unable to hold on for much longer. The time laws within the hourglass core are being restructured. As long as the last trace of the rune is purified, we can. His words were suddenly interrupted as the repressed black rune transformed into a thin strand of light, drilling into Baiye's left arm. Where the light passed, the purple gold lightning instantly extinguished, and a pattern identical to that of the heart of 10,000 demons emerged on the surface of his skin. Not good. The Chaos God King's eyes widened in horror, but he was firmly locked in place by the law power of the hourglass core, unable to move. Baiye felt a sharp pain in his left arm as a strange will attempted to invade his soul. That was the law mark of the Lord of the Abyss. The information contained in the mark struck him like a bolt from the blue. It turned out that the Lord of the Abyss was not born from the chaotic miasma but was transformed from a god king who betrayed the divine realm during the last war between gods and demons, and this god king was the Chaos God King's senior brother. Ha ha ha, old Chaos, you have ultimately lost. The mad laughter of the Lord of the Abyss echoed in the great hall as the black patterns on Baiye's left arm spread wildly, about to cover his heart. This kid's thunder law is quite pure, just perfect to serve as my vessel for returning to the divine realm. At this critical moment, a final page of the Eternal Chaos Divine Canon suddenly flashed through Baiye's mind. It was a blank bamboo slip, which at this moment automatically revealed a line of golden inscriptions. Chaos gives birth to duality. Thunder breaks all laws, guided by the divine. Fueled by the soul, can burn the miasma of heaven and earth. Fueled by the soul. A glint of determination flashed in Baiye's eyes. He bit his tongue, and a mouthful of golden divine blood sprayed onto the eternal demon blade. The blade erupted with an unprecedented brilliance, and amidst the purple gold lightning, a faint golden soul fire ignited, spreading along his left arm and colliding with the black patterns. Sizzle! The black patterns burned violently in the soul fire, and the will of the Lord of the Abyss let out a painful howl. Baiye could feel his soul rapidly depleting, but he did not retreat in the slightest. Instead, he poured more soul fire into his left arm. Fool! You'll extinguish your soul like this. Fear finally appeared in the voice of the Lord of the Abyss. If I can drag you, this traitor, down with me, it's worth it. Baiye roared, channeling all the law power of the upper true god into the soul fire. No! The black patterns were completely consumed in the soul fire, and the will of the Lord of the Abyss let out a piercing scream before dissipating entirely. At that moment, the core of the time hourglass recondensed, and as the silver grains flowed, they emitted pure time laws. The figure of the Chaos God King solidified again. Looking at Baiye's charred left arm, his eyes filled with shock and guilt. Baiye waved his hand, enduring the excruciating pain of his soul tearing apart, and took out a walnut-sized silver crystal from the hourglass core. The crystal contained flowing strands of light resembling grains of sand, the very essence of the time hourglass. Enough with the chatter. The battle in 3 days is waiting for us. Before his words fell, the time temple suddenly trembled violently, and 12 anxious voices came from outside the hall. Senior, the Abyssal army has arrived early. Our defenses can barely hold. The Chaos God King's expression changed drastically as he looked at the silver crystal in Baiye's hand. It seems the Lord of the Abyss knows the plan has failed and has acted early. Baiye tightened his grip on the crystal, the purple gold lightning reigniting. Although his soul was damaged, the aura of the higher true god was even more domineering than before. Just right, new debts and old debts, let's settle them together. The Chaos God King looked at the unquenchable fighting spirit in his eyes and suddenly burst into laughter. Good. As expected of my disciple. Let's break out and show the abyss of demons that the thunder of the eternal divine realm has never extinguished. The grey longsword and the eternal demon blade pointed simultaneously at the palace door. 2 beams of light piercing through the heavens and the earth broke through the time-space temple, fiercely slashing towards the surging purple-black nebula. The battle between gods and demons 3 days later had unexpectedly begun in this manner. At the moment when the purple gold lightning and the 9-colored divine light tore through the chaotic flow of time and space, Baiye had already seen the scene outside the palace. Tens of thousands of demon army covered the entire star domain like locusts, led by 3 upper demon gods with bony wings. Their divine bodies were engulfed in grey-black demon flames, and the bone blades in their hands flickered with a ghostly light that could corrode laws. Even more alarming was that among these demon soldiers were many figures clad in the battle armor of the eternal divine realm. Their eyes hollow, movements stiff, clearly true god warriors controlled by the heart-corroding scales. Indeed, there are traitors. The voice of the Chaos God King was as cold as iron. The grey longsword turned in his palm, and the 9-colored divine light transformed into a massive wall of light, blocking the first wave of demon soldiers outside the palace. Each time the runes of the laws on the surface of the light wall flickered, dozens of demon soldiers dissolved in the divine light, but those controlled true god warriors could withstand the divine light, their spears leaving fine cracks on the light wall. These warriors' souls have not yet completely perished. A fierce look flashed in Baiye's eyes, and the eternal demon blade suddenly erupted with brilliant purple gold lightning, mixed with faint golden soul fire. This was a new ability he comprehended after merging with the core of the hourglass of time, capable of purifying the murky air of the abyss of demons and awakening the eroded souls. Thunder's soul suppression. Where the blade light swept, those controlled true god warriors suddenly halted their movements, a glimmer of clarity flashing in their hollow eyes. One of them, a burly man wielding a giant axe, clutched his forehead and screamed in pain, how did I end up here? The struggle of the burly man lasted only a moment before the heart-corroding scale on his chest suddenly erupted with blinding red light. In the next instant, the man's eyes became hollow again, even more frenzied than before, as he swung his axe at his companions nearby. It's useless, the heart-corroding scale has bound to their souls. Forcing an awakening will only accelerate their collapse. The Chaos God King sighed, flicking his sword, a stream of 9-colored light enveloping the burly man. At the moment the light stream tightened, the man's body transformed into countless light points, leaving only a faint golden soul fragment held by the light stream flying towards the depths of the palace. At least let them retain a glimmer of hope for reincarnation. Baye's heart tightened, no longer attempting to awaken them, instead urging the laws of thunder to their utmost. The realm of the higher true gods. Thunder Prison suddenly expanded to 100,000 miles. The purple gold lightning within the realm moved like living beings, and each bolt of lightning that fell could purify large swathes of demon soldiers. But the number of the Abyss of Demons' army was simply too great, falling in waves only to be replaced by more. Even more troublesome were the 3 upper demon gods, whose bone blades continuously tore through the light wall, the demon flames surging in through the cracks beginning to scorch the crystal walls of the time-space temple. This won't do. A sharp pain shot through Baye's left arm, the previously eroded wound by the will of the Lord of the Abyss showing signs of reoccurrence under the intense battle. How long can the temple's defensive array hold? The Chaos God King looked at the time-space crystal at the top of the palace that was beginning to collapse. At most half an hour. These demon soldiers' target is not us, but the time-space anchor point at the bottom of the temple. That is the key to maintaining the stability of the Eternal Continent's timeline. Once destroyed, the laws of the entire divine realm will fall into chaos. Time-space anchor point? A flash of inspiration struck Baye's mind. Can we use the power of the hourglass of time to reinforce the anchor point? Theoretically feasible, but someone needs to guard the anchor point in trance. The Chaos God King pointed to an archway on the west side of the temple where a rotating star map was carved above. That is the only passage to the anchor point. I will hold off those 3 upper-level demon gods. You hurry to reinforce the anchor point. Before his voice faded, the light wall suddenly trembled violently as a one-horned upper-level demon god crashed through a gap with its head, its bone blade piercing towards the back of the Chaos God King's heart with a soul-rending force. Baye's gaze sharpened, and the eternal demon blade flew from his hand, transforming into a purple golden lightning bolt that accurately struck the side of the bone blade. Clang! The deafening sound of metal clashing echoed, causing the one-horned demon god to stagger back, its eyes filled with astonishment as it looked at Baye. Upper true god? A mere newly promoted upper level dares to block me? Baye recalled the demon blade, the 10th gray halo spinning rapidly. You'll find out. Seizing the opportunity, the Chaos God King urged the 9-colored divine light to repair the light wall, urgently calling out to Baye, hurry. I can hold for at most a quarter of an hour. Baye no longer hesitated and turned to dash towards the west archway. The demon soldiers along the way attempted to obstruct him, but were instantly purified by the purple golden lightning surrounding him. As he stepped into the archway passage, the sounds of fierce clashes between the Chaos God King and the 3 demon gods erupted behind him, causing the entire temple to shake violently, clearly indicating that the battle had reached a fever pitch. Countless time-space crystal stones were embedded in the walls on both sides of the passage, reflecting scenes from different eras. There were images of ancient deities forging the temple, the brutal battles of past divine and demonic wars, and the apocalyptic scene of the eternal continent being devoured by the demon abyss in the future. Baye knew these were projections of the time-space laws but couldn't help but glance at the apocalyptic image. In the image, the Chaos God King's divine body was impaled on the god-sealing platform, the eternal demon blade shattered into 2 pieces while his own figure transformed into a purple golden meteor, crashing into the heart of all demons. Buzz. The time-space crystal suddenly erupted with blinding light, and Baye's soul felt as if it were grasped by an invisible hand, forcibly pulling him into the apocalyptic scene. He found himself standing on the collapsing god-sealing platform, holding the broken eternal demon blade, the Chaos God King's divine blood dripping through his fingers, while the black giant claw of the heart of all demons was almost within reach. This is the future timeline? Baye tried to break free but found his body completely out of control, forced to watch as the black giant claw descended. Just then, a silver light suddenly shone from his brow, the core of the hourglass of time. Time rewind instant. The hourglass core activated automatically, and the apocalyptic scene shattered like broken glass. Baye jolted back to his senses, realizing he was still in the passage, but the chart area on his left arm had spread to his shoulder, the pain in his soul nearly causing him to drop the eternal demon blade. That was close. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, finally understanding why the Chaos God King said the backlash of the time-space laws was terrifying. Just a glance at the future projection nearly led to his assimilation by the power of time and space. At the end of the passage was a circular hall, in the center of which floated a fist-sized golden crystal, surrounded by 9 silver halos, each inscribed with dense time-space runes. This was the time-space anchor point. At this moment, the golden light of the anchor point was continuously dimming, and 3 of the 9 halos had already shattered, clearly suffering from the remote erosion of demonic fire. Just as Bai Yi was about to step forward to reinforce it, a sudden crack echoed around the hall, and 12 black fissures appeared simultaneously, from which emerged 12 figures clad in black battle armor. Their faces were obscured by helmets, and the long spears in their hands emitted the same aura as the heart of all demons. The leader's armor bore patterns similar to those of the Chaos God King. Shadow Kill Guards? Bai Yi's pupils constricted. These were the personal guards of the Lord of the Demon Abyss, the weakest among them being early Upper True Gods, while the leader had even reached the peak of Upper True Gods. How did you get here? The leading shadow killer removed his helmet, revealing a pale face. His left eye was a normal black, but his right eye was covered with a layer of black scales, the very shadow that had been captured before. Yet at this moment, the aura of the shadow was several times stronger than before, clearly having been remade by the Lord of the Abyss. Thanks to you, I have devoured the essence of 3 high-ranking demon gods and broken through to my peak. The shadow's voice had a metallic rasp, and the black scales of his right eye suddenly opened, revealing a crimson pupil. The demon lord commands, take your soul and offer it to the heart of 10,000 demons. The 12 shadow killers launched their attack simultaneously, their black spears weaving into a massive net, through which flowed a purplish-black murk. Wherever it passed, space began to dissolve. Bai Yi did not dare to be careless. He fused the 7th transformation of Chaos 9 changes, time and space reversion, with the Thunder Law, leaving countless afterimages in the hall, each capable of drawing a thread of power from the timespace anchor points. Thunder Thousand Shadows. Countless purple golden blades shot out from the afterimages, colliding with the black net. A deafening roar erupted in the hall, and the golden light of the timespace anchor points flickered violently, even rebounding part of the attack, catching 2 shadow killers off guard, who were pierced through their divine bodies by their own spears. The power of the timespace anchor points? A hint of surprise flashed in the shadow's eyes, followed by a cold laugh. Fool, do you think you can win by relying on the anchor points? Over the years, we have sacrificed at least 80 true gods to the anchor points. He suddenly raised his hand, and the black scales of his right eye fell off, transforming into a black bone blade. As the bone blade swung, the timespace in the hall began to twist, and Bai Yi's afterimages shattered, exposing his true form to the onslaught of the 12 shadow killers. Put. A black spear took the opportunity to pierce Bai Yi's right shoulder, the murk on the spear spreading through the wound, beginning to corrode his high-ranking true god body. Bai Yi let out a furious roar, swinging the eternal demon blade to sever the spear along with the arm of the shadow killer holding it. In the moment the purple golden lightning erupted, he seized the opportunity to rush to the timespace anchor point, pressing his palm against the golden crystal hourglass of time fix. The silver light at the core of the hourglass intertwined with the golden light of the anchor point, and the 9 shattering rings suddenly stopped disintegrating, with one even beginning to slowly repair. But the shadow would not give him the chance to continue reinforcing it. The black bone blade, with the power to tear through time and space, slashed toward his head, the murk at the blade's edge condensing into a miniature phantom of the heart of 10,000 demons. In a critical moment, the eternal chaos divine canon within Bai Yi suddenly opened on its own, the chaotic runes on the pages resonating with the timespace anchor point. The golden crystal in the center of the hall erupted with blinding light, enveloping both Bai Yi and the shadow. In the light, their figures began to swap positions. This is time-space exchange? The shadow's expression changed drastically as he realized his bone blade was aimed at the timespace anchor point, while Bai Yi's eternal demon blade was directed at his throat. Let's perish together. A hint of madness flashed in the shadow's eyes. Not only did he not withdraw, but he also injected more murky energy from the abyss into the bone blade, clearly intending to destroy the anchor point along with it. Bai Yi's gaze sharpened. He could feel the golden light of the timespace anchor point fluctuating violently. If struck by the bone blade, the consequences would be unimaginable. He suddenly ignited his divine soul, pushing the final transformation of Chaos 9 changes, Chaos Unification, to its limit. The purple golden lightning fused with the gray chaotic power into a tiny light needle, which pierced through the shadow's throat, accurately hitting the remaining black scales of his right eye. Put. The moment the scales exploded, the shadow's movements suddenly froze, the madness in his eyes replaced by disbelief. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Yi unleashed the last thread of power from the timespace exchange, and their figures swapped once more. The shadow's bone blade grazed past Bai Yi's shoulder, missing entirely, and struck heavily against the ground of the hall, smashing the hard timespace crystal and creating a bottomless crack. How? Do you know, scales are my weakness? The shadow's body began to disintegrate, countless tiny golden fragments floating in the black murky flow. Those were the divine souls of the true gods he had devoured. Bai Yi did not respond. His attention was entirely on the time-space anchor point. Although he had avoided the bone blade, the impact from earlier had still dimmed the golden light of the anchor point significantly, and 2 of the 9 halos had shattered. Worse still, the aftereffects of burning his divine soul began to manifest, his vision blurring, and the chart area on his left arm had spread to his heart. At that moment, a muffled groan came from outside the hall, followed by the maniacal laughter of the 3-headed demon god. Old man of chaos, your divine light is almost exhausted, isn't it? Hand over the time-space anchor point obediently, and perhaps you can keep your whole corpse. Bai Yi's heart sank. He knew the Chaos God King was nearing his limit. Gritting his teeth, he injected the last trace of chaotic power into the time-space anchor point. Suddenly, the golden crystal erupted. With a beam of light that pierced through heaven and earth, breaking through the time-space temple and forming a massive hourglass silhouette in the starry sky. This was the final defensive form of the time-space anchor point, capable of temporarily freezing the surrounding time and space for thousands of miles. The demon soldiers in the starry sky and the controlled true god warriors instantly froze, and the movements of the 3 upper-level demon gods were also delayed for several breaths. Seizing this opportunity, the Chaos God King unleashed a burst of 9-colored divine light, simultaneously repelling the 3-headed demon gods, while he himself spat out a mouthful of golden divine blood, clearly at his limit. Bai Yi, hurry and go. The voice of the Chaos God King was tinged with weakness. I have used my last divine power to open the time-space passage. Take the core fragment of the anchor point to the god sealing platform. There is the eternal divine seal that can suppress the abyss of demons. Bai Yi looked at the core fragment of the anchor point that was automatically peeling away in his hand. A golden crystal the size of a pigeon egg. He glanced again at the Chaos God King fighting desperately in the starry sky, as well as the frozen demon soldiers and true god warriors, and suddenly understood something. You planned this all along, didn't you? Bai Yi's voice trembled. You want me to go to the god ceiling platform to become the new anchor point? The figure of the Chaos God King paused slightly in the starry sky, followed by a light chuckle. Little one, don't think too much. The future of the eternal divine realm cannot rely solely on this old bone of mine. Remember, the reason thunder is powerful is not only because it can destroy, but also because it can bring new life. Before his words fell, he suddenly ignited his divine body, the 9-colored divine light transforming into a massive cocoon of light, enveloping all the demon soldiers and true god warriors in the entire star domain. In the moment the cocoon contracted, countless piercing howls erupted, both from the demon soldiers and the true god warriors. Hurry and go. This was the last sentence the Chaos God King left for Bai Yi. Bai Yi clenched the golden crystal in his hand, tears finally unable to hold back as they fell. He turned and stepped into the time-space passage, and at the moment the passage closed, he seemed to see countless faint golden lights blooming within the cocoon, the last flashes of the true god warriors as they broke free from the heart-eating scales control, perishing together with the demon soldiers. On the other side of the time-space passage was the ruins of the god ceiling platform. Bai Yi landed on the stone of divine fall covered in cracks, watching the expanding rift of the abyss of demons in the distance and the vaguely visible heart of 10,000 demons within the rift. He plunged the eternal demon blade into the ground. New life, ha! He pressed the golden crystal against his forehead, the hourglass core merging with the anchor point fragment to form a silver mark, which spread through his bloodline and ultimately fused into his divine soul. In an instant, the entire time-space laws of the eternal continent trembled, all the disintegrating timelines suddenly stabilizing, and the law fragments, eroded by the abyss of demons, began to converge towards the god sealing platform. Bai Yi had truly become the new time-space anchor point. From the distance, an angry roar from the Lord of the Abyss of Demons echoed, Old Man of Chaos, do you think this can stop me? Once I devour this new anchor point, the entire universe will be mine. Bai Yi slowly stood up, the aura of the upper-level true god now carrying a hint of the majesty of time-space laws. He looked up at the abyssal rift, where the purple golden lightning of the eternal blade intertwined with the silver mark on his forehead. Let's give it a try. His voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly across the entire eternal continent. A faint golden light flowed from the cracks of the god sealing platform, the source of the laws drawn by Bai Yi as a temporal anchor. These light streams wove together on the ground into a massive star map, with each star corresponding to a temple on the eternal continent. At this moment, half of the stars were dim and lifeless, clearly having been conquered by the abyss. But the remaining stars erupted with unprecedented brightness. Those were the surviving true gods responding to Bai Yi's call. Roar! A deafening roar came from the abyssal rift, as a 10,000-foot-long demon whale broke through the gray mist, carrying a black altar on its back, where dozens of gasping high-ranking true gods were bound. Their divine essences were slowly being devoured by the blood-colored crystal at the center of the altar. This was the vanguard sent by the Lord of the Abyss, the mid-tier God King, level soul-devouring demon whale, whose ability to consume divine essences had led to the complete destruction of 3 divine realms. Bai Yi, hand over the source of the temporal anchor, and I may spare your soul. The demon whale's massive jaws opened and closed, spewing gray mist that fell to the ground and transformed into countless soul-devouring insects. Wherever the swarm passed, the fallen stones of the god-sealing platform began to dissolve, revealing the flowing law magma beneath. Baye's gaze sharpened, and the silver mark on his forehead suddenly glowed. The brilliant stars on the star map simultaneously shot out. Beams of light, which coalesced in front of him into a shield made of temporal runes. The soul-devouring insects crashed against the shield, emitting a piercing, hissing sound, as the grey mist was purified by the runes and the swarm turned to dust. Mid-tier God King? Just what I needed. Bai tightened his grip on the eternal blade, infusing the purple-golden lightning with the silver temporal laws. As the blade cut through the air, it carved transparent cracks in space. Let me show you the power of the temporal anchor. His figure flickered, using temporal thunderstep to instantly appear above the demon whale, the eternal blade slashing down towards the altar. The moment the blade touched the altar, countless blood-colored runes suddenly lit up, forming a massive blood net, within which the tortured faces of the devoured true gods emerged, effectively blocking the thunderous attack. Ha ha ha, the resentment of these divine essences is my best shield. The demon whale laughed maniacally, its tail suddenly slamming towards Bai, the grey scales on its tail fin acting like countless small knives, tearing apart the surrounding space. Bai's pupils constricted as the space beneath him suddenly flowed in reverse, transporting him to the side of the demon whale. But in that moment of hesitation, the blood-colored crystal on the altar suddenly shot out a red beam, piercing through his left shoulder and drawing out a stream of golden divine blood. The moment the divine blood hit the ground, it was absorbed by the star map, causing a dim star to flicker suddenly. This is the soul of a devoured true god? Bai's heart stirred, as a warm sensation emanated from the wound on his left shoulder, the residual will in that drop of divine blood helping him heal his injury. The demon whale clearly did not notice this subtle change, as its massive body suddenly began to spin, the grey mist forming a tornado, with countless red lights of soul-devouring insects flashing at its center, sweeping towards the star map of the god-sealing platform. Its target was actually the brilliant star projections on the star map. Not a chance. Bai roared, merging Chaos 9 transformations with the temporal laws. The eternal blade traced a massive circle in the air, causing the time and space within the circle to rapidly flow backward, and the tornado visibly shrank back into the demon whale's body as countless soul-devouring insects disintegrated in the reversing time. Time reversal? Fear appeared in the demon whale's eyes for the first time. It could feel its essence being weakened by this strange law. Impossible. You are merely a high-ranking true god. How could you possibly master God King? Level temporal powers? Bai did not respond. His focus was entirely on the star map. The star that had just absorbed the divine blood was now completely illuminated, and within it appeared the phantom of an old man holding a staff, the former master of the Temple of Time and Space who had been devoured by the magic whale. Little one, thank you for awakening my remnant soul. The old man's phantom nodded slightly to Bai. With a flick of his staff, a stream of silver light flowed into the eternal demon blade. This is the time-space cutting technique I have studied my entire life, capable of severing any connection of laws. Suddenly, silver ripples spread across the blade of the eternal demon blade, and Bai could clearly feel that the connection between the blade and the surrounding time-space had become incredibly tight, as if with just a thought, he could cut through the spatial barrier between the abyss of magic and the eternal continent. Die! He leaped into the air, the demon blade shining with purple, gold, and silver light as it slashed towards the magic whale's head. This time, the blood net formed by the blood-colored crystal shattered like paper, and countless devoured true god phantoms surged out from the blood net, launching an attack on the magic whale's soul. No! The magic whale let out a piercing scream, its head shattering amidst the three-colored light, and the black altar collapsed. With a thunderous crash, the bodies of those bound high-ranking true gods transformed into golden light points, merging into the star map, causing more stars to illuminate. As the massive body of the magic whale completely dissipated, a golden divine thought suddenly flew out from the star map, drilling into Bai's brow. The eternal divine seal is hidden beneath the foundation of the god-sealing platform and can only be awakened with the source laws of 100 temples. Hurry! The magic master is about to descend personally. It was the voice of the Chaos God King. Bai's heart trembled just as he was about to investigate the foundation. The crack of the abyss of magic suddenly shook violently, and a giant hand covered in black scales reached out from the fissure, its 5 fingers entwined with countless chains of laws. The other end of the chains was surprisingly connected to dozens of extinguished stars. Noisy, an ancient and majestic voice resounded through heaven and earth. The giant hand suddenly clenched tightly, and dozens of stars exploded simultaneously, transforming into a gray energy torrent that smashed towards the god-sealing platform. Wherever the energy torrent passed, space collapsed in chunks, even the golden light of the star map dimmed slightly. Master of the abyss of magic. Bai's pupils constricted. He could feel that the power of this energy torrent far exceeded any previous attack, capable of instantly annihilating even a mid-level god king. The stars on the star map suddenly lit up simultaneously, and countless divine lights converged into a massive beam of light, within which the phantoms of the Chaos God King, the master of time and space, and countless true gods emerged. They roared in unison, and The divine light collided with the gray torrent, the shockwave causing the entire eternal continent to tremble. Do you think these remnant souls can stop me? The magic master's voice was filled with disdain, and the giant hand exerted force again, the gray torrent actually forcing the divine light beam back by 3 feet. The stars on the star map began to extinguish one by one, clearly indicating that the surviving temples were being destroyed by the magic master's power. He looked at the stars that were continuously extinguishing, and suddenly the words of the Chaos God King flashed through his mind. The reason thunder is powerful is not only because it can destroy, but also because it can bring new life. He took a deep breath and made a mad decision. Inject the source of the time-space anchor point into the foundation of the God's sealing platform. With my divine soul as a guide, awaken the eternal divine seal. Bai Yi thrust the eternal demon blade into the ground, and the silver mark on his brow erupted with dazzling light, the laws of the high-ranking true gods within him pouring into the foundation. Without reservation, the God-sealing platform trembled violently, and countless golden chains of laws surged out from the fissure, wrapping around his divine body and dragging him towards the depths of the foundation. Madman, you will be torn apart by the power of the divine seal like this. For the first time, there was a fluctuation in the magic master's voice, and the giant hand accelerated towards the God-sealing platform, clearly trying to prevent the awakening of the divine seal. The remaining stars on the star map simultaneously erupted with their final brilliance, and countless true god phantoms stood in the air above the God-sealing platform, using their remnant souls to buy time for Bai Yi. Their figures continuously dissolved in the gray torrent, yet not a single one showed any sign of retreat, the golden divine blood staining the entire starry sky. Boom! As the giant hand of the demon lord was about to touch the God-sealing platform, a golden pillar of light suddenly erupted from deep within the ground, piercing through heaven and earth. Within the pillar, a square seal engraved with chaotic runes emerged, and the words eternal on its surface radiated a pressure that suppressed the ages. It was the eternal divine seal. The moment the divine seal flew out, Bai Yi's figure burst forth from the pillar of light, his divine body covered in golden cracks, clearly having endured immense pressure. However, the silver mark on his forehead resonated wonderfully with the divine seal, allowing him to barely control this God King level artifact. This is the divine seal of the first generation God King? The demon lord's voice was filled with disbelief. Impossible. Wasn't this divine seal shattered in the last great war? Bai Yi ignored his shock, forming seals with his hands as the eternal divine seal slowly rotated above his head, projecting a massive golden light screen that covered the entire eternal continent. The great torrent crashed against the light screen, retreating like a tide, and the demon lord's giant hand was firmly blocked by the light screen, unable to advance even an inch. No! The demon lord let out an angry roar, and his giant hand suddenly erupted with blinding red light, beginning to burn its own God King essence. Even if I have to regress in cultivation, I will destroy this broken seal. The golden light screen trembled violently, countless cracks appearing on its surface, and Bai Yi's divine body also spewed out golden divine blood, clearly on the verge of collapse. At this critical moment, the last star on the star map suddenly lit up, revealing a familiar figure within the star. It was Liu Yang. Bai Yi, my young friend, we have come to assist you. Liu Yang's voice carried a hint of weakness, his divine body pierced by 3 bone blades, clearly having just broken through the encirclement of the demon soldiers. All the surviving true gods of the continent have gathered around the God-sealing platform, and we are willing to use our divine essences to help you activate the divine seal. As his words fell, countless golden light points suddenly lit up in the void around the God-sealing platform, converging into streams of light that flowed into the eternal divine seal. The brilliance of the divine seal grew increasingly intense. The cracks on the golden light screen began to slowly repair, and it even started to push forward, gradually forcing the demon lord's giant hand back into the abyssal rift. A bunch of ants. The demon lord roared, and his giant hand suddenly transformed into countless strands of black light, piercing through the gaps in the light screen and shooting towards Bai Yi. These strands of light contained his purest God King essence, and once they hit, even with the protection of the eternal divine seal, Bai Yi's soul would be thoroughly tainted. Bai Yi's gaze sharpened as he infused the last bit of power from the time-space anchor point into the divine seal. The divine seal suddenly erupted with a silver halo, freezing the black light strands in midair wherever the halo passed. This was a new ability he comprehended after merging the laws of time and space with the power of the divine seal. Eternal freeze, capable of freezing any law attack for a brief moment. In that brief moment, the streams of light from Liu Yang and the other true gods had all merged into the divine seal, and the words eternal on the seal suddenly flew out, transforming into 2 massive golden dragons that roared towards the abyssal rift, dissolving the gray mist in their way, and the black light strands disintegrated inch by inch. Under the dragon's breath, I will return. The demon lord's voice carried a hint of unwillingness and fear as his giant hand transformed into a red light, retreating back into the rift, which began to slowly close, clearly a temporary retreat. When the rift was completely closed, the eternal divine seal slowly fell into Bai Yi's hand, transforming into a small square stamp. A thunderous cheer erupted around the God-sealing platform, and the surviving true gods looked at Bai Yi's figure with eyes full of reverence and gratitude. Bai Yi looked at the eternal divine seal in his hand, then glanced at the stars on the star map that had reignited, a tired yet contented smile appearing on his lips. He knew that the retreat of the Lord of the Abyss was only temporary, but at least this time, they had defended the eternal continent. Bai Yi, my young friend, are you alright? Lie Yang's figure landed beside him, looking at his body covered in cracks with deep concern in his eyes. Bai Yi shook his head, storing the eternal divine seal within his body. It's nothing, just a significant consumption of divine power. By the way, those true gods controlled by the abyss of demons, their lingering souls are in the star map. As long as we find suitable vessels, there may be a chance for rebirth. Lai Yang pointed at the twinkling stars on the star map. Moreover, the Chaos God King left a trace of divine thought before his sacrifice, saying that as long as you can fully master the eternal divine seal, you can reverse time and space, allowing those fallen true gods to resurrect. A glimmer of hope flashed in Bai Ye's eyes as he tightened his grip on the eternal demon blade. Then let's get started. Rebuild the temple, search for the soul vessels, and he looked up towards the direction where the rift of the abyss of demons had disappeared. Prepare to welcome the next invasion of the demon lord. Lai Yang nodded heavily, turning to the surrounding true gods and proclaiming loudly, everyone, from today onwards, our young friend Bai Yi will be the new leader of our eternal divine realm. We are willing to follow young friend Bai Yi and fight against the abyss of demons. Follow leader Bai Yi, fight against the abyss of demons. Cheers echoed around the god-sealing platform, resounding endlessly. Bai Yi stood at the highest point of the god-sealing platform, looking down at the faces filled with hope, feeling the divine power within him gradually recovering and the warmth of the eternal divine seal. He silently vowed in his heart, Chaos God King, I will do it. Safe travels. The reconstruction of the eternal continent began. Bai Yi entrusted these tasks to others while he focused on consolidating his cultivation. After all, in the next invasion of the demon lord, he would be the key to victory or defeat. The cracks in the god ceiling platform slowly healed in the golden flow of light as Bai Yi sat cross-legged in the center of the former foundation, the eternal divine seal hovering in front of his forehead, continuously emitting a soft golden light. The chaotic runes inside the divine seal moved like living beings, and with each flash of a rune, pure law power surged into his body, repairing the golden cracks on his divine body. For 3 months, he had hardly moved an inch. During the day, he used the eternal divine seal to analyze the laws of the divine king level. At night, the silver mark of the time-space anchor would automatically light up, bringing him into different timelines to observe the enlightenment process of the ancient divine kings. This unique cultivation method allowed his understanding of the laws to progress rapidly, and the bottleneck at the peak of the true god level felt like a dam about to break, ready to collapse at any moment. One day, the sky above the eternal continent suddenly changed, as 9 colored auspicious clouds gathered into a massive vortex of laws, with countless divine lights descending from the center of the vortex, precisely landing on the god-sealing platform. Bai Ye's divine body trembled violently in the divine light as the laws of the true god level within him boiled like magma, beginning the final surge towards the divine king realm. Boom! The 11th halo condensed and took shape behind him, composed entirely of chaotic airflow. As the halo spun, it even drew in the surrounding divine light, transforming it into its own nourishment. This was the characteristic feature of the divine king realm: law materialization, chaos unification. When the last trace of the true god-level law was devoured by the chaotic halo, Bai Yi suddenly opened his eyes. In his pupils, chaos and thunder intertwined to form a miniature universe where stars flickered and laws flowed, representing his comprehension of the divine king domain. At this moment, every gesture he made carried the majesty of controlling heaven and earth, and even his breath caused ripples in the space around the god-sealing platform. Finally, I have stepped into the divine king realm. Bai Yi slowly rose, the golden cracks on his divine body completely vanished, replaced by a layer of flowing chaotic light membrane. He waved his hand, and the eternal divine seal transformed into a stream of light, merging into his forehead, complementing the silver mark of the time-space anchor, elevating his mastery over the 2 great laws of time-space and chaos to a new height. Lai Yang and the others felt the pressure of the divine king emanating from the god-sealing platform and hurried over to congratulate him. Looking at Bai Yi, whose aura was unfathomable, Lai Yang sighed. Bai Yi, with you here, the eternal divine realm will surely overcome this crisis. Bai Yi shook his head and said, the power of the demon lord far exceeds that of an ordinary god king. With my current strength, it's still not enough. I plan to explore the major secret realms and forbidden zones, seeking opportunities to further enhance my power. Within the secret realms and forbidden zones of the eternal divine realm lie countless ancient legacies and rare resources, but they are also fraught with danger. Especially in those forbidden zones that have existed for billions of years, the beings within possess terrifying strength, and even god kings do not dare to tread lightly. Lai Yang's expression changed slightly. Leader, think twice. The beings in the forbidden zones have strange temperaments and unfathomable strength. If you anger them, the more dangerous the place, the more likely it is to find the power to counter the demon lord, Bai Yi said firmly. You all continue to oversee the reconstruction work. I will return soon. As soon as he Finished speaking, his figure transformed into a streak of light and vanished into the horizon. Baye's first stop was the God Burial Abyss, located in the far north of the Eternal Continent. Legend has it that this is the burial ground of ancient god kings, where grey death energy permeates the depths year-round, eroding the souls of any beings that approach. When he reached the edge of the God Burial Abyss, a hoarse voice suddenly came from the bottom of the abyss. Which young one dares to trespass in my forbidden land? As the voice echoed, a giant hand covered in black scales reached out from the abyss's depths, its 5 fingers entwined with countless chains formed from death energy, each chain adorned with densely packed skulls, each exuding the aura of a god king. Eternal divine realm, Bai Yi replied calmly. I have come to borrow the undying grass from the God Burial Abyss. Undying grass? The owner of the giant hand let out a cold laugh. That is a treasure cultivated from the corpses of 10,000 god kings. You think you are worthy? Get lost. The giant hand suddenly swatted at Bai Yi, and the death energy chains shot out like venomous snakes, attempting to ensnare him. Bai Yi's gaze sharpened, and the domain of the god king suddenly unfolded, weaving chaos and thunder into an indestructible barrier. The death energy chains crashed against the barrier, emitting a piercing hissing sound, yet they could not advance an inch. God King Realm? Interesting. The being at the bottom of the abyss seemed somewhat surprised, but its tone remained arrogant. However, in front of me, your strength is still insufficient. A monster with 3 heads flew out from the depths of the abyss, its body stitched together from countless god king skeletons. The 3 heads represented the characteristics of the divine, demon, and human realms, and its aura reached the peak of a mid-tier. God King. I am the master of the God Burial Abyss, the bone demon god. The middle head of the monster spoke. Considering you are a newly ascended god king, if you forfeit your cultivation, I may spare your life. Bai Yi was too lazy to waste words with it. The eternal demon blade suddenly appeared in his hand, its blade entwined with the powers of chaos and thunder, slashing towards the bone demon god. The bone demon god roared in anger, and the 3 heads simultaneously unleashed attacks of different attributes, colliding with Bai Yi's blade light. Boom! The 2 powerful forces erupted with a deafening roar, causing the icebergs surrounding the God Burial Abyss to collapse. The bone demon god clearly did not expect Bai Yi's strength to be so formidable, and it was forced to retreat. Repeatedly, disbelief evident on the 3 heads. You can actually control both chaos and thunder at the same time? Bai Yi did not respond. His figure flickered and appeared behind the bone demon god, the eternal demon blade radiating with purple gold lightning, slashing towards its spine. The bone demon god reacted quickly, countless death energy chains flying out from its body to form a solid defense. Clang! The eternal demon blade struck the chains, producing a piercing metallic clash. Seizing the opportunity, the bone demon god turned around, and the 3 heads opened their massive mouths simultaneously, spewing forth a grey mist towards Bai Yi. This mist contained a strong corrosive power capable of eroding even space itself. Bai Yi's gaze sharpened, and the time-space laws within the God King domain suddenly activated, shifting his figure to 100 meters away. The grey mist fell to the ground, instantly corroding a bottomless pit. Is that all you can do, just hide? The bone demon let out a cold laugh, its body suddenly swelling several times, countless skeletal spears shooting out from within it, raining down on Bai Yi like raindrops. Bai Yi took a deep breath, pushing the power of the eternal divine seal to its limit. A massive golden divine seal phantom formed above his head, the 2 characters eternal on the seal radiating a pressure that suppressed the ages. Eternal suppress. The golden divine seal phantom slammed down violently, shattering the skeletal spears shot by the bone demon. The seal landed on the bone demon's body, producing a deafening roar, and the massive form of the bone demon was crushed to pieces, leaving only 3 heads rolling on the ground. No! I am unwilling. The head of the bone demon let out a piercing scream. Bai Yi did not give it a chance for rebirth. With a swing of the eternal demon blade, the purple golden lightning completely purified the 3 heads. After dealing with the bone demon, he leaped into the depths of the God Burial Abyss, where he found a plant radiating vibrant life, the undying grass on an altar made of the bones of divine kings. Just as he plucked the undying grass, the God Burial Abyss suddenly trembled violently, and a massive crack opened in the ground, revealing countless streams of golden light. Bai Yi's heart stirred, and he followed the direction of the light, discovering that deep within the crack was a gigantic temple. At the center of the temple, on a high platform, rested a golden coffin covered in chaotic runes that exuded the pressure of a high-ranking divine king. Bai Yi stepped forward and gently pushed open the coffin, finding not a corpse inside but a jade tablet made entirely of chaotic crystal. The jade tablet recorded the cultivation insights of the ancient divine king, and its teachings on the application of chaotic laws were even more exquisite than those in the eternal divine seal. Bai Yi stored the jade tablet within himself, feeling overjoyed. This trip to the God Burial Abyss had been incredibly fruitful. After leaving the God Burial Abyss, Bai Yi headed to the 10,000 Buddha caves located in the central part of the Eternal Continent. This was a sacred site of the ancient Buddhist sect, housing countless Buddha statues, each containing powerful Buddhist energy. Unlike the God Burial Abyss, There were no living beings blocking the entrance to the 10,000 Buddha caves. As Bai Yi entered the cave, he found the Buddha statues radiating a gentle Buddhist light, giving a sense of tranquility and peace. When he reached the innermost part of the cave, a massive golden Buddha statue suddenly opened its eyes, and a golden beam shot from the center of its forehead, enveloping Bai Yi. "Benefactor, you have arrived," the Buddha statue spoke, its voice gentle yet authoritative. Bai Yi's heart tightened. The ability to launch an attack without him noticing indicated that this Buddha statue's strength was certainly not inferior to that of the bone demon. He replied solemnly, "May I ask who the master is?" "I am the guardian Buddha of the 10,000 Buddha caves, Kasayapa," the statue said slowly. "You carry the laws of chaos and thunder, and possess the eternal divine seal. You must be the one prophesied to save the eternal divine realm." Bai Yi was somewhat surprised. "Prophecy?" "Indeed," Kasayapa nodded. "In ancient times, we prophesied that the demon lord would invade again, and only a divine king, bearing the laws of chaos and thunder, could completely suppress it. If that is the case, why did the master not appear earlier to assist?" Bai Yi asked in confusion. Kasayapa sighed. "We are trapped in the reincarnation great array of the 10,000 Buddha caves and cannot leave. If we forcefully break the array, the entire 10,000 Buddha caves will collapse, and countless Buddhist treasures within will be destroyed." Bai Yi suddenly understood. "The master hopes I can help break the array?" "Precisely," Kasayapa said. "As long as you can break the reincarnation great array, we are willing to serve you as our master and assist you in combating the demon lord." Bai Yi pondered for a moment and nodded. "I can help you break the array, but I do not need you to serve me as a master, just assist me when fighting the demon lord." A glimmer of approval flashed in Kasayapa's eyes. "You truly possess extraordinary demeanor." "The eye of the reincarnation great array is right beneath my seat. You only need to activate it with the laws of chaos." Bai Yi walked to the seat of Kasayapa Buddha and discovered a complex formation carved there. He infused the chaotic laws into the formation, and it suddenly erupted with dazzling golden light, with countless streams of Buddhist power converging from all directions into the formation. Boom! The reincarnation formation trembled violently, and the statues of Buddha in the 10,000 Buddha cave lit up one after another, with countless Buddha figures emerging from the statues, forming a massive illusory Buddha kingdom in the air. When the formation was completely broken, Kasayapa Buddha's figure emerged from the golden statue, transforming into an old monk clad in a robe. "Thank you for your assistance, benefactor." Kasayapa Buddha bowed to Bai Yi. "We will gather the disciples of the Buddhist sect and await your orders at any time." Bai Yi nodded and turned to leave the 10,000 Buddha cave. He knew that with the help of the Buddhist sect, the odds of fighting against the demon lord had increased significantly. In the following month, Bai Yi continued to clear the illusionary demon sea and the chaotic forbidden zone. The master of the illusionary demon sea was a demon that could manipulate the human heart, which Bai Yi purified with the laws of thunder. The master of the chaotic forbidden zone was an ancient chaotic being that had lived for billions of years, reaching the peak of a high-ranking divine king. In the end, Bai Yi defeated him using the eternal divine seal and the laws of time and space, taking him under his command. When Bai Yi returned to the god-sealing platform, he was followed by a large group of powerful helpers, including several mid-ranking and high-ranking divine kings. When Lai Yang and the others saw the scene, their faces showed shock and joy. "Bai Yi, you are truly amazing!" Lai Yang exclaimed excitedly. "With these seniors' assistance, even if the demon lord invades again, we have the confidence to repel him." Bai Yi shook his head. "Not enough. The demon lord's strength is unfathomable. We must be fully prepared." He paused and continued. "I plan to set up an eternal great formation around the god-sealing platform, enveloping the entire eternal continent. This formation requires a large amount of divine materials and the assistance of all seniors." Kasayapa Buddha and the others nodded in agreement. "We will do our utmost to assist." Under Bai Yi's leadership, the arrangement of the eternal great formation quickly began. Countless divine materials were transported from various secret realms and forbidden zones, and numerous divine kings and true gods worked together to inscribe the formation runes. The entire eternal continent was enveloped in a busy and tense atmosphere, with everyone making final preparations for the impending great battle. Meanwhile, in the chaotic void outside the eternal continent, a massive rift was slowly opening, emanating a heart-pounding pressure, and the aura of the demon lord was stronger than ever before. The life and death battle was about to arrive. The foundation of the eternal great formation spread around the god-sealing platform, resembling a gigantic golden spider web covering every inch of the eternal continent. The divine fallen stone polished the formation eye, flickering with 9-colored divine light, while Kasayapa Buddha led the Buddhist disciples to lay down the 10,000 character Buddha seal around the formation eye. The chaotic ancient being merged its own essence into the formation patterns, allowing the chaotic airflow to slowly circulate within the formation. Bai Yi floated high in the air, continuously forming seals with his hands. The light of the eternal divine seal resonated with the great formation, and with each seal he cast, billions of law runes rose from the ground, merging into the web. On the eve of the completion of the great formation, 3 months later, the god-sealing platform suddenly trembled violently. A crack appeared in the center of the formation I's divine fallen stone, and dark, red liquid seeped out from the crack, causing the golden formation patterns to turn black wherever it flowed. Baiye's heart sank, and he dove down beside the formation I. The moment his fingertip touched the liquid, a familiar evil aura spread along his fingertip. This was the source power of the Demon Lord. How is this possible? Baiye quickly withdrew his hand, noticing that the chaotic light membrane on his fingertip had been corroded with tiny holes. The divine fallen stone at the formation I was taken from the bottom of the god burial abyss, an ancient divine material. How could it be polluted by the Demon Lord? The figure of the chaos old monster appeared behind him, his murky eyes fixed on the liquid in the crack, suddenly inhaling sharply. This is not ordinary pollution, it's devourer of the divine source. Only creatures that have directly devoured the divine essence of the God King can condense this. Could it be that the Demon Lord has already? Before he could finish, the myriad character Buddha seal around the formation suddenly erupted with blinding golden light, and the voice of Kasayapa Buddha carried a hint of gravity. Everyone, be careful. There is something hidden in the divine fall stone. Within the golden light, the crack in the divine fall stone suddenly widened, and a creature with 1,000 legs crawled out from the fissure. Its body was composed of countless tiny black threads, the ends of which were connected to dim fragments of divine essence, and its head bore a blurred human face, the remnant soul of the first-generation God King, devoured by the Demon Lord. My name is Devourer of the Divine, the vanguard of the Demon Lord. The creature's voice sounded like countless whispers speaking. At once, its 1,000 legs stepping onto the formation's core, each step causing large areas of the formation to turn black. The Eternal Great Formation? It's nothing but futile. Baiye's gaze sharpened, the eternal demon blade unsheathed, and the purple gold lightning slashed towards the Devourer's head. Where the blade light passed, the black threads snapped one after another, but the severed threads quickly reformed, even becoming thicker. Useless. The Devourer chuckled lightly, its 1,000 legs suddenly swelling, resembling countless black spears that pierced through the myriad character Buddha seal laid down by Kasayapa Buddha. My body is composed of the remnants of countless divine souls. Unless all divine essence fragments are completely purified, it can never be destroyed. The chaos old monster roared in anger, and the chaotic airflow around him transformed into a giant hand firmly grasping the devourer. But the black threads quickly corroded through the giant hand, spreading along the chaotic airflow, and began to devour the old monster's source power. The old monster's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly severed the airflow, but nearly 30% of his divine power had already been consumed, causing his aura to instantly weaken. This monster's devouring ability is 10 times stronger than that of the soul-devouring demon whale. The old monster coughed up a mouthful of gray blood, his eyes filled with disbelief. It can directly devour the source of the laws. Suddenly, a thought from the Chaos God King flashed through Baiye's mind, revealing the truth about the fall of the first-generation God King. It was not the Demon Lord who personally killed the first-generation God King, but rather the first-generation God King was backfired while sealing the Demon Lord, his divine essence polluted by the Demon Lord's source power, ultimately leading to his self-destruction. And this devourer was the product of the first-generation God King's polluted remnant soul merging with the Demon Lord's source. No wonder it can easily pollute the divine fall stone. Baiye tightened his grip on the eternal demon blade, the time-space mark on his forehead suddenly glowing. It shares the same origin as the eternal divine seal and can sense the core of the formation. He did not launch another attack but instead pushed the laws of time and space to their limits. The flow of time around the devourer suddenly slowed, its 1,000 legs movements lagging for several breaths. In that fleeting moment, Baiye threw the eternal divine seal into the sky, and the golden light emitted from the seal surged like a tide, washing over the devourer's body. Ah! The devourer let out a piercing scream, the black threads burning violently in the golden light, revealing struggling fragments of divine essence within. Among these fragments, nearly half were remnants of the divine essences of fallen powerhouses like the Chaos God King and the Master of Time and Space. The Demon Lord actually used their remnant souls to pollute the first-generation God King. Kasayapa Buddha clasped his hands together, the Buddha light swelling. Baiye, we are willing to use our Buddha power as a guide to help you purify these remnant souls. The disciples of the Buddhist sect simultaneously recited scriptures, and the golden Buddha power flowed like a gentle stream into the light of the eternal divine seal. Baiye took a deep breath, injecting his own God King source into the divine seal, and suddenly a silver torrent of time and space appeared amidst the golden light. Wherever the torrent flowed, the black pollution on the divine essence fragments was slowly peeled away, revealing faint golden remnants of souls within. It's the Chaos God King Senior. Lai Yang pointed to a larger fragment of divine essence, where the phantom of the Chaos God King emerged, nodding slightly at Baiye before transforming into a stream of light and merging into the eternal divine seal. More and more residual souls were purified, and the body of the God Eater shrank at a visible speed. When the last fragment of the divine essence was purified, the God Eater let out a reluctant roar, transforming into countless black light points, which were completely devoured by the eternal divine seal. The Cracks in the stone of divine fall slowly healed, and the golden light at the center of the formation became pure once more. Bai Yi caught the falling eternal divine seal and discovered a new rune on its surface. It was the original mark of the first-generation God King, which increased the power of the seal by 30%. So that's how it is. Bai Yi gently stroked the seal, finally understanding the demon lord's intention. He deliberately let the God Eater pollute the great formation, aiming to destroy our defenses and to use our hands to purify these residual souls, allowing the eternal divine seal to absorb them, thus finding the weakness of the seal. The Chaos Old Monster's expression was grave. Does that mean our purification just now actually helped the demon lord? Yes and no. Bai Yi stored the seal within his body. He calculated that I would purify the residual souls, but he didn't expect the mark of the first-generation God King to resonate with the seal. Now, the seal not only hasn't exposed its weakness but has also gained an additional layer of protection from the first-generation God King. Before his words fell, a massive crack suddenly opened in the sky above the eternal continent, and a giant hand covered in black scales reached out from the fissure, with countless chains of laws entwined between its fingers, the ends of the chains connected to burning stars. It was the demon lord who had retreated 3 months ago. Interesting, the demon lord's voice carried a hint of approval, yet was filled with cold killing intent. If even my God Eater can be purified, it seems you are much more interesting than that old chaos. The giant hand suddenly clenched tightly, and the burning stars transformed into gray meteors, crashing towards the eternal great formation. Where the meteors passed, the golden formation patterns trembled violently, although they did not shatter. Immediately, they rippled with dangerous waves. Activate the ultimate form of the formation. Bai Yi roared, and the light of the eternal divine seal completely merged with the formation. The 9 divine mountains at the edge of the continent lit up simultaneously, and the temples at the peaks transformed into 9 massive pillars of light, injecting into the formation. Eternal suppressed the world. The golden formation suddenly rose, transforming into a giant shield that covered the entire continent. The gray meteors struck the giant shield, erupting in dazzling light, yet could not advance an inch further. The demon lord's giant hand pressed against the shield but was forcefully rebuffed, even a small crack appearing on the black scales. This is impossible. Genuine shock appeared in the demon lord's voice for the first time. The eternal divine seal has clearly absorbed the essence of the God Eater. Why can it still exert such power? Bai Yi floated at the center of the giant shield. The domain of the God King suddenly unfolded, chaos and thunder intertwining into a spiral beam of light, charging towards the demon lord's giant hand. Do you think the mark of the first-generation God King is so easy to utilize? It is a gift he left for his descendants, and also a curse upon you. The beam penetrated the gray mist, accurately striking the crack in the giant hand. The demon lord let out a piercing scream, and the giant hand suddenly erupted with blinding red light, beginning to burn its own divine essence. Even if I destroy this hand, I will drag you into the abyss of demons. At the moment the giant hand exploded, countless black strands of light pierced through the gaps in the giant shield, coiling towards Bai Yi like venomous snakes. These strands contained the purest essence of the demon lord's power, more than 100 times stronger than the previous black strands, and even the golden light of the eternal divine seal could not completely block them. Leader Bai Yi, Liang and the others acted simultaneously, gathering divine light into a barrier to shield Bai Yi. But the black strands penetrated the barrier as if it were tofu, instantly wrapping around Bai Yi's divine body and beginning to corrode his divine essence. Ha ha ha, even if you have the eternal divine seal, what of it? In the end, you will still become a part of me. The demon lord's maniacal laughter echoed through the heavens and the earth, and his true form could be faintly seen within the cracked it was a massive chaotic mist composed of countless fragments of laws, within which floated 3 enormous heads, representing the evil origins of the realms of gods, demons, and humans. Bai Yi could feel his divine king origin being rapidly devoured, the chaotic light membrane on his divine body cracking inch by inch. At this critical moment, the time-space anchor point within him suddenly erupted with dazzling light, resonating with the eternal divine seal in an unprecedented way. So that's how it is. A glimmer of understanding flashed in Bai Yi's eyes as he abruptly ceased his resistance, allowing the black light threads to surge into his body. However, these light threads did not continue to devour his origin. Instead, they were forcibly distorted by the power of the time-space anchor point, flowing back along his bloodline and ultimately converging at his brow. This is time-space backflow? The voice of the demon lord was filled with disbelief. You actually intend to rebound my origin power back at me? Bai Yi did not respond. He poured all his divine power into the time-space anchor point at his brow. The black light threads were continuously compressed under the anchor point's power, eventually coalescing into a black crystal the size of a grain of rice. This was the essence of the demon lord's origin power, completely sealed by the laws of time and space. Here, take it back. Bai Yi's figure suddenly vanished from where he stood, reappearing before the crack in the demon abyss, the black crystal in his hand crackling with purple golden lightning as he smashed it fiercely into the demon lord's true form within the crack. No! The 3 heads of the demon lord simultaneously let out a piercing scream, the black crystal exploding within his true form, countless strands of purple golden lightning spreading along the fragments of law, shattering his chaotic mist into pieces. The crack trembled violently, beginning to close rapidly, clearly indicating that the demon lord had suffered a severe blow. "I will not let you go." This was the last sentence left by the demon lord, his voice filled with unwillingness and fear. As the crack completely closed, Baiye's figure fell from the sky, the chaotic light membrane on his divine body vanishing entirely, revealing a divine body riddled with cracks beneath. Kasayapa Buddha and the chaos old monster hurriedly stepped forward to catch him, only to find that the black crystal at his brow was emitting a faint glow, balancing with the golden light of the eternal divine seal. He has sealed the essence of the demon lord's origin within himself. Kasayapa Buddha's eyes were filled with shock. He is using himself as a vessel to suppress the demon lord's power. The chaos old monster sighed, "This kid has truly gone mad." With this, not only can his cultivation not advance further, but he could also be backlashed by the demon lord's origin at any moment. Baiyi slowly opened his eyes, a weak yet determined smile appearing on his face. This is currently the only way to completely suppress the demon lord. As long as I am here, he cannot fully recover his strength. He paused and continued, "The eternal great formation has been stabilized. The next matters are up to you. I need to enter seclusion for a while to attempt to convert the essence of the demon lord's origin into my own power." Li Yang and the others looked at Baiye's cracked divine body, their eyes filled with admiration and concern. They knew that Baiyi was sacrificing himself to buy time for the eternal divine realm. Under everyone's gaze, Baiye's figure transformed into a streak of light, sinking deep into the foundation of the god's sealing platform. There, the golden light of the eternal divine seal intertwined with the silver light of the time-space anchor point, forming a solid barrier that completely isolated him from the outside world. The crisis of the eternal continent was temporarily resolved, but everyone knew this was only temporary. Although the demon lord had suffered a heavy blow, he had not truly fallen, and Baiye's situation was precarious. In the years to come, Kasayapa Buddha led the disciples of the Buddhist sect to exorcise the beings tainted by the demon lord, while the chaos old monster remained stationed at the eternal great formation, continuously improving the defenses. Liang and the others began searching for divine materials that could help Baiyi suppress the demon lord's origin, and the entire eternal divine realm was preparing for the next decisive battle with the demon lord. Meanwhile, deep within the foundation of the god's sealing platform, Baiye's divine body was slowly repairing itself under the intertwining of golden and silver light. At the center of his brow, the black crystal collided continuously with the radiance of the eternal divine seal. With each impact, a thread of pure law power merged into his body. No one knew that this seemingly dangerous game was quietly altering Baiye's fate, as well as the future of the entire eternal divine realm. When Baiyi opened his eyes again, it might bring unexpected surprises, or perhaps, it would become the greatest hidden danger in the eternal divine realm. Deep within the foundation of the divine sealing platform, Baiye's divine body floated in a sea of chaotic energy interwoven with time and space. The golden light of the eternal divine seal and the silver light of the time-space anchor point formed two protective barriers, enveloping him, yet still failing to stop the strands of black light from spilling out from his brow. When these light strands touched the energy sea, they would stir up violent ripples, as if wanting to completely disrupt this tranquil space. In the first month of his seclusion, Baiyi was almost entirely engaged in battling the essence of the demon lord's source within him. The black crystal, the size of a grain of rice, was like a living demon, continuously releasing pure evil energy, attempting to corrupt his divine king source. Whenever he operated the chaotic laws to suppress it, the crystal would erupt with intense tremors, and countless negative emotions would surge into his mind like a tide. These were the grievances condensed after the demon lord devoured billions of living beings, enough to drive even the most resolute divine king into madness. Kill, kill, kill. Countless twisted human faces roared in Baiye's sea of consciousness. Some were beings of the divine realm destroyed by the demon lord, while others were the remnants of divine demons he had devoured. Each face was filled with pain and hatred. Baiye's divine consciousness was like a small boat in a stormy sea. At any moment it could be swallowed by this torrent of grievances. Hold on to your true self. Baiyi suddenly bit his tongue, a mouthful of golden divine blood sprayed onto his brow, and the radiance of the eternal divine seal surged explosively. Within the golden light, the purified remnants of the chaotic divine king, the master of time and space, and others appeared, chanting an ancient calming incantation in unison, gradually dispelling those negative emotions. "Thank you, seniors," Baiyi silently thought, as his divine consciousness took the opportunity to condense into a purple gold long knife, slashing towards those twisted human faces. Wherever the long knife passed, the faces shattered like bubbles, transforming into pure mental energy that merged into his divine consciousness. This was a new method he discovered. Rather than passively defending, it was better to actively absorb these grievances and transform them into his own power. But this method was undoubtedly walking a tightrope. Each time he absorbed a thread of grievance, a black ripple would rise from Baiye's divine body, and the aura of the demon lord's source would strengthen accordingly. Several times, half of his divine body was covered in black, nearly suppressing even the golden light of the eternal divine seal. This won't do, Bai Yi looked at the still stubborn black crystal on his brow, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. Since I can't completely suppress it, then I'll try to understand and merge with it. He made a bold decision. Temporarily retracting the golden light of the eternal divine seal, he allowed the energy of the demon lord's source to flow within him. This risky move instantly plunged him into crisis, as the black light strands found an outlet, surging madly into his limbs and bones, corrupting the chaotic laws with an evil aura. Ah! Bai Yi let out a painful scream. The skin on the surface of his divine body began to crack inch by inch, revealing the black energy flowing beneath his bones. His eyes turned pure black, and within his pupils, the three hideous heads of the demon lord could be faintly seen. Just as he was about to be completely devoured by the demon lord's source, the silver mark of the time-space anchor point suddenly erupted with dazzling light. Within the silver light, countless time-space runes streaked across like shooting stars, locking onto those black light strands one by one. These runes were not suppressing the light strands, but rather analyzing their essence. This was a capability Bai Yi comprehended after merging with the laws of time and space, able to trace back to the source of the energy and find its weaknesses. So that's how it is. A glimmer of understanding flashed in Bai Yi's eyes. The source power of the demon lord is actually a mutated form of the chaos law. He realized that the demon lord's origin shared the same root as the chaos law, but had taken a completely different path. The chaos law encompasses everything. It can create as well as destroy, while the demon lord's origin has entirely abandoned creation, retaining only the characteristics of destruction and devouring. Since they share the same origin, they can transform into each other. Bai Yi felt a surge of joy in his heart and quickly activated the technique of Chaos 9 transformations, guiding the chaos law to flow towards those black strands of light. A marvelous scene unfolded. The two energies, which were originally as opposed as fire and water, began to slowly merge within his divine body. Under the nurturing of the chaos law, the black strands of light gradually shed their evil aura, transforming into a brand new energy. This energy possessed the devouring power of the demon lord's origin while also embodying the inclusiveness and creativity of the chaos law, making it even more powerful than the pure chaos law by a third. However, the process of merging remained extremely perilous. Each time the two energies collided, Bai Yi's divine body would tremble violently, as if it were about to be torn apart. On one occasion, his left arm even transformed directly into a mass of black mist. No matter how he urged the law, he could not condense it. I must find a balance point. Bai Yi gritted his teeth, adding the power of the time-space anchor point into the mix. The silver time-space law acted like a precise regulator, constantly adjusting the fusion ratio of the two energies. Under the influence of the time-space law, the merging of the black strands of light in the chaos law became increasingly smooth, and Bai Yi's divine body began to undergo astonishing changes. A faint layer of black and white patterns emerged on the surface of his skin. These patterns moved as if they were alive, sometimes transforming into chaotic air currents, sometimes into black strands of light. In the third month of his seclusion, when the last trace of black strands of light was merged, Bai Yi's divine body suddenly erupted with a brilliant radiance. This light was half gold and half black, intertwining to form a peculiar yin-yang fish pattern. At the center of his brow, the black crystal had vanished, replaced by a swirling vortex of black and white, continuously swallowing and expelling the surrounding energy. I did it! Bai Yi felt the unprecedented, powerful force within him and couldn't help but let out a long howl. At this moment, he not only completely mastered the source power of the demon lord but also created an entirely new law, the chaos devouring law. This law could encompass all things like the chaos law, yet also devour energy like the demon lord's origin. With boundless power, he attempted to activate the new law, and a black and white beam shot from his fingertips, landing on a nearby piece of divine fallen stone. Wherever the beam passed, the divine fallen stone instantly turned to dust, but the powder did not disappear. Instead, it was drawn by the beam, recondensing into a brand new divine fallen stone. However, this new divine fallen stone bore a faint layer of chaotic patterns. Its hardness increased by more than 10 times compared to before. Is this the perfect combination of creation and destruction? Bai Yi murmured to himself, his eyes filled with excitement. He could feel that his strength had far surpassed that of an ordinary god king, even stronger than the peak period of the chaos god king by a few degrees. Just then, the foundation of the god-sealing platform suddenly trembled violently, and a familiar evil aura emanated from the outside world. Bai Yi's heart tightened, and he quickly restrained his aura, his divine consciousness surging out like a tide, instantly enveloping the entire eternal continent. He saw a massive rift open up in the sky above the eternal continent once again, and within the rift, the figure of the demon lord slowly emerged. Unlike before, the aura of the demon lord at this moment was stronger than ever. 3 heads burned with red, black, and white flames, respectively, surrounded by countless chains of law, the ends of the chains connected to dead stars. Bai Yi, come out and die. The voice of the demon lord thundered like a clap of thunder, shaking the entire eternal continent. I have fused the essence of the 3 realms. Today is your day of death. Lai Yang, K-Buddha, and the Chaos Old Monster rose into the air, confronting the demon lord. Their faces were filled with seriousness, clearly sensing the terrifying aura of the demon lord. Activate the Eternal Great Formation, Lai Yang roared. And the 9 divine mountains of the Eternal Continent lit up simultaneously, the golden formation unfolding once more, firmly blocking the demon lord outside. But this time, the brilliance of the golden formation appeared somewhat dim, clearly struggling to withstand the demon lord's attack. Useless! The demon lord sneered, and 3 heads simultaneously spewed out flames of 3 different colors. The flames intertwined in the air, forming a massive tricolor light pillar that slammed down on the Eternal Great Formation. Boom! The golden formation trembled violently, countless cracks appearing on its surface, on the verge of shattering. Lai Yang and the others simultaneously spat out a mouthful of divine blood, injecting divine power into the formation, barely stabilizing their position. At this critical moment, a black and white light pillar suddenly shot out from the foundation of the god's ceiling platform, like a meteor piercing through the darkness, accurately striking the demon lord's tricolor light pillar. Puff! The tricolor light pillar shattered like paper, and the demon lord let out a piercing scream, being forced back repeatedly by this black and white light pillar, the flames on his 3 heads dimming slightly. Who? The demon lord was both shocked and angry, his gaze fixed on the direction of the god's ceiling platform. A figure slowly rose from the foundation of the god's ceiling platform. It was Bai Yi, who had just finished his seclusion. At this moment, he wore a black and white chaotic divine armor, the patterns on the armor sometimes transforming into chaotic air currents, sometimes into black light threads, exuding a heart-pounding pressure. His eyes remained black, but a hint of golden light had appeared in his pupils, giving him a mysterious and majestic aura. Demon Lord, long time no see. Bai Ye's voice was calm and unwavering, yet carried an undeniable authority. It's you? The Demon Lord looked at the familiar yet strange aura emanating from Bai Yi, disbelief filling his eyes. You actually fused my source power? This is impossible. Nothing is impossible. Bai Yi smiled slightly, his figure flickering and appearing before the Demon Lord, the eternal demon blade having appeared in his hand without him noticing. The blade was entwined with the chaotic devouring laws of black and white. Now, it's time to settle our accounts. Arrogant! The Demon Lord roared, and the 3 heads simultaneously opened their massive mouths, spewing countless chains of laws towards Bai Yi. These chains burned with tricolor flames, 100 times stronger than the previous black light threads, clearly a new ability after fusing the essence of the 3 realms. Bai Ye's gaze sharpened, and the chaotic devouring laws suddenly activated. With a gentle wave of the eternal demon blade, a black and white blade light was unleashed, and wherever the blade light passed, those chains of laws were devoured, transforming into pure energy that merged into the blade light. The power of the blade light grew stronger, carrying an unstoppable momentum as it slashed towards the 3 heads of the Demon Lord. Not good. The Demon Lord's expression changed drastically, hastily merging the 3 heads together to form a massive defensive barrier. But this barrier was as flimsy as paper before the black and white blade light, instantly shattering. Puff! The blade light struck the true body of the Demon Lord, slicing the chaotic mist composed of countless fragments of laws in half. The Demon Lord let out a heart-wrenching scream, his aura instantly wilting. How is this possible? The Demon Lord's voice was filled with fear and unwillingness. He could not comprehend how, after fusing the essence of the 3 realms, he could still be so easily defeated by Bai Yi. Bai Yi did not give the Demon Lord a chance to react, his figure flickering and appearing before the Demon Lord's true body, the eternal demon blade slashing out once more. This time, he unleashed the full power of the chaotic devouring laws, the black and white light erupting from the blade almost dyeing the entire sky in black and white. No, the Demon Lord let out a desperate roar, attempting to burn his own essence for a final resistance. But his source of power was utterly powerless against the chaotic devouring laws of Bai Yi, and in an instant, it was completely consumed. When the black and white blade light dissipated, the true form of the Demon Lord had vanished entirely, leaving only a dim black divine fragment floating in the air. Bai Yi reached out and grasped the divine fragment in his hand. The last wails of the Demon Lord echoed from within, but were soon purified by the chaotic devouring laws. Above the eternal continent, a massive rift slowly closed. As the last trace of evil dissipated, the entire eternal continent erupted in thunderous cheers. Lai Yang, Kasayapa Buddha, and the ancient chaos creature all gathered around Bai Yi, gazing at the mysterious and powerful aura surrounding him, their eyes filled with awe and gratitude. Bai Yi, you have completely eradicated the Demon Lord. Lai Yang exclaimed excitedly. Bai Yi shook his head, storing the purified black divine fragment within himself. Although the Demon Lord has been eliminated, his source of power has already merged with the laws of the eternal divine realm. It will take us a long time to completely eliminate these influences. The others followed Bai Ye's gaze into the depths of the universe, where it was pitch black, but there was no fear in their eyes, only a firm belief. Deep within the foundation of the divine ceiling platform, Bai Yi sat cross-legged once more, beginning to study the purified black divine fragment. The fragment contained the Demon Lord's understanding of the source of the 3 realms, which would greatly aid him in perfecting the chaotic devouring laws. When He opened his eyes again, a glimmer of enlightenment flashed within. Next, it's time to end this trial. Blue Star, wait for me. Deep within the foundation of the divine ceiling platform, Baye's eyes slowly opened, a glint of brilliance flashing in his black and white pupils. He waved his hand, and the chaotic energy around him suddenly contracted, forming a black and white spatial rift. On the other side of the rift, a blue planet could be faintly seen, the long-lost Blue Star. It's time to go back, Baye murmured, his figure swaying as he stepped into the spatial rift. Inside the rift, time flowed at an incredible speed. Baye could clearly see everything that had happened on Blue Star recently. The Demon Abyss rifts appeared simultaneously across Blue Star. Countless creatures from the Demon Abyss surged in like a tide, cities were destroyed, and lives were devastated. The once prosperous Blue Star had become a scene of devastation. Damn it! A flicker of anger flashed in Baye's eyes, and the chaotic devouring laws within him erupted suddenly, accelerating the speed of the spatial rift once more. When Baye's figure appeared above Blue Star, what met his eyes was a hell on earth. The sky was shrouded in gray-black mist, the ground was cracked with countless massive fissures, and creatures from the Demon Abyss continuously poured out from the cracks. The remaining Blue Star professionals were struggling to resist, but their numbers were far too few, feeling powerless against the endless tide of Demon Abyss creatures. It's President Baye. A sharp-eyed member of the summit saw Baye floating in the air, his eyes bursting with intense light. We're saved. His voice spread like wildfire across the battlefield. The surviving Blue Star professionals all looked up, and when they saw that familiar figure, tears of excitement filled their eyes. President Baye is back. Great! We're saved. Kill. Follow President Baye and fight our way out. The previously low morale surged instantly, and the surviving professionals unleashed their final strength, engaging in a desperate battle with the Demon Abyss creatures. Baye looked down at the brutal battlefield, his anger intensifying. He wasted no words. With a flicker of his figure, he appeared in the center of the battlefield. Chaotic devouring annihilation. Baye shouted, and the chaotic, devouring laws within him suddenly activated. A black and white energy storm erupted around him, and wherever the storm passed, the Demon Abyss creatures fell like cut wheat, transformed into pure energy consumed by the storm. The elite creatures of the Abyss that once gave the Blue Star professionals endless headaches were utterly crushed before the energy storm, instantly torn to shreds. Even the massive, incredibly defensive Abyss Lords let out a few piercing screams in the energy storm before vanishing without a trace. What kind of power is this? Zhao Feng stared in disbelief at the scene before him, nearly dropping the long spear in his hand. He could feel that the aura emanating from Baye was more than 100 times stronger than before, stirring within him an impulse to worship. Lin Yu's eyes were also filled with shock and admiration as she murmured, President Baye never disappoints us, he is truly powerful. Baye paid no attention to the astonishment of the crowd. His figure darted across the battlefield like a ghost, the eternal demon blade in his hand swinging continuously. With each slash, large groups of Abyss creatures fell. His chaos-devouring law not only consumed the energy of the Abyss creatures but also transformed it into his own power, allowing him to maintain a peak state at all times. Soon, the Abyss creatures in the center of the battlefield were completely cleared. Baye looked up at the Abyss rift in the sky, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. He leaped into the air, flying towards the rift. Trying to escape? Not so easy. Baye's voice thundered like a clap of thunder. His hands quickly formed seals, and the light of the eternal divine seal suddenly erupted. A massive golden divine seal phantom formed above his head, the words eternal on the seal radiating an oppressive force that suppressed the ages. Eternal seal. The golden divine seal. Phantom slammed down violently onto the Abyss rift. The rift trembled violently, letting out a piercing scream as it began to slowly close. The Abyss creatures that were still pouring out were instantly crushed into a pulp. When the Abyss rift was completely closed, Baye's figure slowly descended back to the center of the battlefield. He looked at the surviving Blue Star professionals around him, a hint of a comforting smile on his face. Alright, the crisis has been temporarily averted. Baye's voice was gentle yet powerful. Next, what we need to do is rebuild our home and restore Blue Star to its former vitality. Yes, President Baye, everyone responded in unison, their eyes filled with excitement and determination. Under Baye's leadership, the surviving Blue Star professionals began the reconstruction work. Baye utilized his chaos-devouring law to purify the lands and buildings that had been tainted by the Abyss creatures, restoring them to their original appearance. He also distributed the divine materials and resources he had obtained during the twilight of the gods' trial to help everyone quickly enhance their strength. Thanks to Baye's efforts, the reconstruction of Blue Star progressed very smoothly. Years later, Blue Star regained its former vitality, even more prosperous than before. The sky turned blue again, the earth became green once more, and smiles returned to people's faces. On this day, Baye stood atop the peak of the guild, overlooking the bustling city below, a hint of emotion flashing in his eyes. The threat of the Abyss has not been completely eliminated, we cannot let our guard down. Baye's voice echoed at the top of the guild. I will set up an eternal great array on Blue Star to prevent another Abyss invasion, and at the same time, I will strengthen everyone's training to make our strength even greater. Yes, President Bai, everyone responded. In unison, their eyes filled with awe and gratitude. Bai Yi nodded slightly. He knew that his mission was not yet complete. He had to protect not only Blue Star, but also the peace and tranquility of the entire universe. In the days that followed, Bai Yi began to lay down the eternal great array on Blue Star and devoted himself to guiding everyone to level up and grow stronger. The strength of Blue Star continued to rise, gradually becoming an undeniable force in the universe. And Bai Yi himself did not stop moving forward. He continuously researched the chaos-devouring law, becoming stronger and stronger. Even if more powerful enemies appeared in the future, he would be able to cope. Time passed by in the blink of an eye. 100 years had passed. Blue Star had become one of the most powerful civilizations in the universe. With Bai Yi's words, it was the strongest in the universe, no exceptions. At this moment, Bai Yi was nearing semi-retirement. He had not appeared before the public for a long time. Blue Star, Longwa territory, deep within the Kunlun Mountains. Bai Yi stood before a mysterious ancient altar. It's time to leave. In the next moment, he stepped onto the altar, and the ancient altar suddenly lit up. The next second, Bai Yi vanished from his spot. Supreme Immortal Domain, Qingxian Continent, Eastern Continent, beyond the wilderness. Bai Yi stepped into the ancient altar and appeared here the next second. Is this the Immortal Domain recorded in the Kunlun ancient texts? Bai Yi curiously observed his surroundings. Soon after, he suddenly realized that almost all the power within him was being suppressed. At that moment, an ethereal system prompt echoed in his mind. Welcome to the Supreme Immortal Domain, your new golden finger has awakened. Extracting talents for you, extraction successful. You have obtained the talent, Heavenly Heart Mark. Heavenly Heart Mark. Holding this mark increases comprehension by 100 times, root bone by 100 times, and luck by 100 times. Heavenly Heart Mark? Is this my new golden finger? Bai Yi looked at the introduction of the Heavenly Heart Mark and nodded in satisfaction. At this time, the system's voice sounded again. Main quest has been issued. Quest: join an immortal sect of grade 5 or above. Reward: 1 top grade immortal artifact. Join an immortal sect of grade 5 or above? Bai Yi pondered. Then, with a slight thought, a brand new panel appeared before him. Name: Bai Yi Cultivation, Golden Core First Level Cultivation Method, None Martial Skills. None? Golden Core First Level? Is this the power of this world? Bai Yi showed surprise. He suddenly realized that the suppression of his power by the heavens and earth had vanished. In its place, a brand new power emerged within him. This was the power of spiritual energy. Not long after, the wind of the wilderness carried the scent of grass and trees past his ears. Bai Yi gazed at the distant rolling green mountains, the spiritual energy swirling around his fingertips like a gentle stream. This was his first encounter with the power system of the Immortal Domain. Although the Golden Core First Level cultivation was far less than 1/10,000th of his power during the Divine King period, it had a wonderful feeling of returning to simplicity. Every wisp of spiritual energy carried the purity of the world's beginning, starkly different from the filth of the demon abyss and the heaviness of the eternal divine realm. Spiritual energy. Golden Core. He flicked his fingers, and a wisp of light blue spiritual energy condensed into a light ball at his fingertip, intricate patterns swirling on its surface. According to the records in the Kunlun ancient texts, the Immortal Domain is based on spiritual energy, with realms divided into chi refining, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, and spirit transformation. I wonder how it corresponds to the true God system. 3 young men appeared, seeing him lost in thought. Among them, the boy in the blue shirt couldn't help but speak up. Are you also going to Qingshi town to participate in the Qinglan sect assessment? Looking at your cultivation, it seems you are also at the golden core stage? Bai Yi came back to his senses. The 3 young men were all at the late foundation establishment stage, carrying simple magical tools, clearly from nearby small families. He nodded and said, indeed, when is the assessment of the Qinglan sect? It's at the hour of the snake 3 days from now. The boy in the blue shirt handed over a wooden token engraved with cloud patterns. This is the pass for Qingshi town. Take it so you won't be troubled by the town guards. By the way, I am Lin Hao, and these 2 are my clan brothers Lin Feng and Lin Yu. Bai Yi took the wooden token, and as soon as his fingertip touched the surface, the heavenly heart mark suddenly felt slightly warm. A string of information flashed through his mind. The token was made of 3rd-tier spiritual wood, and the engraved cloud pattern was a low-tier formation of the Qinglan sect, capable of preventing beasts from approaching. This was the effect of a 100-fold increase in comprehension. Any subtle fluctuation of spiritual energy could be analyzed clearly. Thank you. Bai Yi put the wooden plaque into his storage bag, a simple magical tool he had condensed using the remnants of the laws of space. I am Bai Yi, he said. Lin Hao's eyes lit up. So it's Brother Bai. Looking at your demeanor, you must be a disciple from some major sect, right? Unlike us, who don't even have a decent defensive magical tool. He looked at Bai Yi with envy. Bai Yi smiled and didn't say much. As the 4 of them traveled together, Bai Yi discreetly gathered information. The sects of the Qingxian continent are divided into 9 ranks based on strength, with the first rank being the lowest and the 9th rank the highest. The Qinglan sect is a well-known 6th-rank sect in the eastern continent, famous for its wind-type spiritual roots and sword cultivation. This entrance examination is divided into 3 stages, where spiritual roots, cultivation level, and temperament are all essential. It's a pity about last year's examination, Lin Feng sighed. I heard there was a genius with a single-element spiritual root who went mad during the temperament test in the 3rd stage, and was directly crippled by the Qinglan sect. Bai Yi raised an eyebrow. What does the temperament test assess? It seems to involve entering the illusory heart array. If you can maintain clarity of mind for half an hour inside, you pass, Lin Yu whispered. I heard the array conjures the most terrifying scenes, and many cultivators have failed at this stage. As they spoke, a town built against the mountains appeared ahead. The city walls were made of gray-black rocks, inscribed with pale yellow runes which glimmered softly in the sunlight. This was a 3rd-rank defensive array capable of withstanding the full force of a nascent soul cultivator. The stone tablet at the city gate bore the words Qingshi Town, the characters infused with a faint sword intent, clearly written by a master of the sword path. Such strong array inscriptions, Bai Yi thought to himself, the heavenly heart mark allowing him to clearly see the flow of spiritual energy between the runes. These seemingly chaotic lines actually concealed the principles of the 5 elements. For the Qinglan sect to set up such an array in a border town, they truly deserved their status as a 6th-rank sect. Upon entering the town, the concentration of spiritual energy in the air suddenly increased. Most of the shops lining the streets displayed signs for magical tool repairs and elixir sales, and occasionally, cultivators in blue robes passed by. Jade pendants engraved with the character Lan hanging from their waists, drawing the attention of passers-by. Those are outer disciples of the Qinglan sect, Lin Hao whispered. I heard they receive 3 bottles of gathering chi pills each month and have the chance to enter the sect's library to select cultivation methods. Bai Yi noticed that most of these outer disciples were at the early stage of the Golden Core realm, primarily with mixed spiritual roots, but the spiritual energy circulating within them was exceptionally pure, clearly indicating they had cultivated high-quality methods. He found an inn named Welcoming Guest Tower to stay in, and just as he stepped into the room, a blue figure flashed by outside the window. Such speed, Bai Yi's pupils constricted. The opponent's movement contained the embryonic form of wind-type laws, perfectly synchronized with the fluctuations of the world's spiritual energy. At least a nascent soul cultivator. Sure enough, moments later, a commotion arose downstairs. He walked to the window and saw an elder in a blue robe standing at the inn's entrance, holding a luminous white jade tablet which projected a light screen in midair. Qinglan sect entrance examination guidelines. 1. Spiritual root testing must gather at the town center square before the hour of the rabbit. 2. No magical tools above 4th rank are allowed in. 3. During the examination, killing fellow competitors is prohibited. Violators will have their cultivation abolished. 4. Final admission quota: 30 inner disciples, 200 outer disciples. As the light screen dissipated, the elder's voice resonated throughout the town like a bell. Anyone under 20 years of age and with a cultivation level above foundation establishment may participate in the examination. 3 days later, those who do not qualify, do not linger. Bai Yi returned to his room and sat cross-legged on the bed. He circulated the spiritual energy within him and found that although his cultivation at the first level of Golden Core was low, under the enhancement of the heavenly heart mark, his control over spiritual energy far exceeded that of others at the same level. While others needed to concentrate to condense a spiritual energy ball, he could gather 100 with just a thought, each with precise power. The spiritual root test shouldn't be difficult. He flicked his fingers, and a wisp of spiritual energy landed on the blue porcelain teacup on the table. Instantly, a faint halo of 5 colors emerged from the teacup, with the blue light being particularly intense. This was a characteristic of the wind attribute spiritual root and also a stepping stone to join the Qinglan sect. The heavenly heart mark could not only analyze spiritual energy but also briefly alter the manifestation of the spiritual root, a clever use he had recently discovered. 3 days later, the town center square was packed with people. Thousands of young cultivators gathered here, among them many outstanding individuals in the mid-stage of the Golden Core, and even a few whose auras reached the late stage of the Golden Core, sparking discussions among the crowd. In the center of the square stood a tall white jade platform, on which lay a crystal ball that was translucent and sparkling. Inside the sphere, flowing lights danced. It was the testing artifact for spiritual roots, the spirit testing pearl. Next, Lin Hao, the boy in the blue shirt, took a deep breath and placed his palm on the spirit testing pearl. The crystal ball lit up with a pale yellow glow, interspersed with hints of green. Dual Earthwood mixed spiritual root, average aptitude, recorded. The outer sect disciple in charge of the test. Go over there to register and participate in the cultivation test this afternoon. Lin Hao sighed in relief and gestured to Bai Yi. Bai Yi nodded in acknowledgement, his gaze fixed on the spirit testing pearl. This crystal ball was a 5th-grade artifact, inscribed with 72 spirit testing formations capable of accurately discerning the attributes and purity of spiritual roots. Next, Bai Yi. He stepped onto the white jade platform, and as his fingertips barely touched the spirit testing pearl, the crystal ball suddenly erupted with blinding blue light. The light coalesced into a towering wind dragon phantom, which let out a thunderous dragon roar, spiraling 3 times before slowly dissipating. The entire venue fell silent. The outer sect disciple in charge of the test was so shocked that he knocked over his recording book, stammering, single attribute heavenly spiritual root. Purity 100%. The square erupted in an uproar. My heavens! It's a heavenly spiritual root. Xinglan's sect is going to strike gold this time. He looks at most 17. His future is limitless. Bai Yi calmly withdrew his hand, the heavenly heart mark allowing him to perfectly control the intensity of the spiritual root's manifestation. He knew that only such talent could attract the attention of the higher-ups in the Qinglan sect, laying the groundwork for future access to core techniques. The afternoon cultivation test was set at the martial arts arena outside the town. The test was simple. One only needed to endure a stick of incense on a stone platform inscribed with a gravity formation. The platform was divided into 10 levels, with the first level being twice the normal gravity and each subsequent level doubling the gravity. If you can endure a stick of incense at the 5th level, you can become an outer sect disciple. At the 7th level, an inner sect disciple, if you can step onto the 9th level. The elder in charge of the test did not finish, but everyone knew that it meant directly becoming a core disciple, personally taught by the sect leader or elders. Lin Hao, 5th level, qualified. Lin Feng, 4th level, eliminated. Li Hu, 6th level, inner sect disciple candidate. When it was Bai Ye's turn, he stepped onto the stone platform. From the 1st level to the 7th level, he walked with ease, as if the gravity formation beneath him did not exist at all. When he stepped onto the 8th level, gasps of astonishment erupted from the surrounding cultivators. The gravity at the 8th level was 256 times normal. Even late-stage golden core cultivators would be overwhelmed. How is this possible? Lin Hao gaped. He could barely hold on at the 5th level, yet Bai Yi was strolling leisurely at the 8th level. Bai Yi did not stop and continued toward the 9th level. Just as his foot was about to step onto the final step, a low voice came from the observation platform on the east side of the arena. No need for testing. Everyone turned to look, and saw an elder in a purple robe walking over slowly, with a jade pendant at his waist engraved with 3 cloud patterns, clearly a core elder of the Qinglan sect. The elder examined Bai Yi, a hint of astonishment flashing in his eyes. I am Xiao Xian, the law elder of the Qinglan sect. Do you wish to join my sect? The crowd erupted in an uproar. It was a rare honor for a core elder to personally accept a disciple. Bai Yi's heart stirred slightly. The heavenly heart mark allowed him to sense the hidden wind laws within the old man's body. The other party was actually a transformation stage cultivator, and his comprehension of the way of wind had reached an extremely high level. He clasped his hands and said, I am willing to join the Qinglan sect, hoping to learn superior techniques. Xiao Xian stroked his beard and laughed heartily. Good. You have ambition. Follow me, I will take you to complete the entry procedures right now. Amidst countless envious gazes, Bai Yi followed Xiao Xian away from the training ground. The mountain gate of the Qinglan sect was hidden deep within the sea of clouds, with a white jade-paved path winding upwards. Every 100 feet on either side stood a green jade lion statue, exhaling pale blue spiritual energy that intertwined with the flowing clouds above, forming a net. This was a 7th-grade spirit-gathering array, capable of compressing spiritual energy within 1,000 miles into a liquid state, nourishing the sect's disciples in their cultivation. This array is called Wan Yun Guizong, and it is the foundation of our Qinglan sect, Xiao Xian said, stroking his beard, his fingertips tracing the cloud patterns in the air. Ordinary disciples need to cultivate in the inner sect for 3 years before they can barely sense the flow of the array's core. Bai Ye's gaze swept over those cloud patterns. The heavenly heart mark had automatically analyzed the 72 nodes of the array, even revealing 3 spots of subtle energy stagnation, a result of years of operation causing wear on the array patterns. He nodded slightly. The array is exquisite, but the cloud pattern in the southwest corner seems a bit sluggish. Xiao Xian paused, a look of surprise flashing in his eyes. The southwest corner's core was indeed his responsibility to maintain, and there were a few areas of wear that had not yet been repaired. How could this young man see through it at a glance? He looked deeply at Bai Yi and smiled. You are quite perceptive. After the entry ceremony, you can come to my law enforcement hall to take a look at a brief explanation of array patterns. Passing through 3 mountain gates, a suspended white jade hall appeared ahead, its roof covered with pale blue glazed tiles. The sunlight shone upon it, refracting countless wind patterns. This was the Qinglan sect's hall of transmission, also the place for completing entry procedures. Drop a drop of your blood onto this jade tablet, Xiao Xian said, taking out a palm-sized green jade plate, with the words Qinglan carved in the center, surrounded by wind system runes. This is your identity jade tablet. You can use it to receive monthly allowances and enter the library. Bai Yi followed his instructions, biting his fingertip, and a drop of golden blood fell onto the jade tablet. The jade plate suddenly lit up and his name and cultivation level appeared in the green light. Bai Yi, Golden Core First Layer, direct disciple of the Law Enforcement Hall. At that moment, a system prompt echoed in his mind, notifying him that he had successfully completed the task and received a reward. However, his expression remained unchanged. A warm current flowed from his fingertip into the system space where a long sword, shimmering like fireflies, quietly floated. The sword measured 3 feet and 7 inches, with flowing cloud patterns carved along the spine. It was the top-grade immortal weapon Wind Whisper sword. Without even raising an eyelid, Bai Yi moved his fingertip slightly and stored the long sword deep within the system space, appearing to outsiders as if he merely clenched his fingers casually. Xiao Xian did not notice anything unusual, thinking that Bai Yi was calm upon entering the sect. He stroked his beard and said, "Now that you have joined my sect, you must abide by the sect's rules. This is your direct disciple token, allowing you free access to the law enforcement hall and inner sect areas." Bai Yi accepted the token and clasped his hands, saying, "Thank you, Elder." After completing the procedures, Xiao Xian led him to the Listening Wind Courtyard where the direct disciples resided. The courtyard was built against the mountain with 7 condensing wind bamboo planted within, their joints flowing with liquid spiritual energy. An ordinary golden core disciple cultivating here could achieve a month's progress equivalent to 3 months in the outside world. "From now on, you will reside here," Xiao Xian said, handing him a jade slip. "This is our sect's foundational heart technique, Qinglan Ju. You should comprehend it on your own, and I will come to assess your progress in 3 days." Bai Yi watched Xiao Xian leave before picking up the jade slip. As soon as his fingertip touched the jade, the 9 layers of the Qinglan Ju heart technique unfolded in his sea of consciousness. He silently operated the technique and frowned slightly when he sensed the stagnation in the flow of spiritual energy at the 7th layer, thinking, after all, it is only a 6th grade sect. The techniques passed down are quite ordinary. Subsequently, he used the heavenly heart mark to deduce and correct it, allowing the spiritual energy to rotate leftward within his meridians, quietly entering his dantian along the wind's momentum. With the correction of the heavenly heart mark, the grade of this cultivation method has been elevated by 3 levels. If Bai Yi were to hand over the revised method to the Qinglan sect, it would likely lead to a qualitative improvement for the entire sect. But clearly, he would not do such a thing. For him, the gains would not outweigh the losses. 3 days later, Xiao Xian came again and saw him still sitting cross-legged in meditation. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed Bai Yi opening his eyes, the aura of the 2nd layer of the golden core faintly radiating. "You broke through in just 3 days?" Xiao Xian took the jade slip Bai Yi handed back, seeing that not a single word had been added as annotation. He only assumed he had been practicing step by step, growing even more astonished in his heart. "You have already integrated the first 3 layers?" Bai Yi twirled a piece of condensed wind bamboo leaf with his fingertip. "I was lucky to grasp some insights." Xiao Xian took out the jade slip of the Heavenly Wind Sword Classic. "This is the sect's signature sword technique. Take it. With your progress, you might win first place in next month's inner sect competition, and the top can enter the 4th level of the scripture repository for a day." Bai Yi accepted the jade slip, lightly tapped his fingertip on the cover, and had already memorized the essence of the sword classic, only saying, "Thank you, Elder." For the next 6 months, Bai Yi went to the scripture repository every day at the hour of the rabbit and returned to the Listening Wind Courtyard at the hour of the rooster, never engaging in conversation with other disciples. Some outer sect disciples, seeing him alone, deliberately blocked his path in the martial arts arena to provoke him. He merely drew the ordinary iron sword from the wall, disarming his opponent within 3 moves without injuring anyone or saying much, then turned and left. This low profile, however, was hard to maintain due to his rapid progress. His speed in practicing the Qinglan formula far exceeded that of his peers. Even the elder guarding the scripture repository was astonished. This Bai Yi must be naturally attuned to wind-based techniques. He only borrowed the basic talismans last month, and this month he can already draw 3rd-grade wind-walking talismans. One afternoon, he was in the 3rd level of the scripture repository copying array patterns when he suddenly heard a commotion downstairs. Why should that direct disciple monopolize the 3rd level? The voice of a disciple in yellow was filled with indignation. "He only relies on Elder Chio's favor. If we talk about strength, he might not even match up to senior brother with a single finger." Footsteps approached, and a figure in white stood at the staircase, the 5 cloud pattern jade pendants at his waist particularly eye-catching. It was none other than the top inner sect disciple, Li Muron, in the late golden core stage. "I heard that junior brother Bai's sword technique is unique." Li Muron's voice was clear, his gaze fixed on Bai Ye's back. "May I ask for your guidance?" Bai Ye's hand holding the brush did not stop. After finishing the last stroke of the array pattern, he slowly stood up. "I dare not. Is junior brother afraid?" The disciples behind Li Muron sneered. "Senior brother can break gold and shatter stone with a single sword. If you admit defeat, just bow 3 times." Bai Yi picked up the iron sword on the table, its blade glinting with an ordinary metallic sheen in the sunlight. "Just a friendly match." In the martial arts arena, Li Muron's sword light surged like a raging wind, and where the sword energy swept through, the bluestone ground cracked with several lines. The watching disciples gasped in amazement. This level of power was infinitely close to the nascent soul stage. Bai Yi did not retreat but advanced, sliding the iron sword along the spine of Li Muron's sword. It seemed like a light flick, yet it perfectly neutralized most of Li Muron's force. Clang! Li Muron felt a numbness in his wrist, nearly losing his long sword, and as he staggered back, he saw Bai Yi had already sheathed his sword and was turning to leave. Stop, he called out in a deep voice, you didn't use your full strength. Bai Yi paused slightly but did not turn back. Senior brother's sword technique is exquisite, but today the flow of spiritual energy seems a bit sluggish. Li Muron's expression changed drastically. He indeed had a moment of distraction in his spiritual energy during his morning practice, a matter he had never mentioned to anyone. Watching Bai Yi's retreating figure, he tightened his grip on the long sword, his fingertips trembling slightly. When the news reached Xiao Xian's ears, he was rubbing a freshly made wind-walking talisman, which was drawn smoothly and roundly, a thank you gift sent by Bai Yi that morning. This kid, Xiao Xian chuckled and shook his head, knows how to conceal his sharpness. He wrote a hand order and sent the entry token for the intersect competition to the Listening Wind courtyard, but did not mention Li Muron's matter. When Bai Yi received the token, he was meditating in the courtyard. He placed the token on the stone table, his fingertips unconsciously tapping the surface as the system prompt echoed softly in his mind. Detected host steadily improving, triggering side quest, intersect grand competition for the championship, reward, £100 of high-grade spirit marrow. He slightly raised his gaze, looking towards the main peak where the sea of clouds roiled. The grand competition, the intersect grand competition of the Qinglan sect was held at the Tianfeng platform beneath the main peak. This circular platform, forged from 1,000-year-old mysterious iron, had a diameter of 100 zhang, with dense wind system runes carved along its edge, capable of amplifying a cultivator's sword energy by 30% while firmly locking in the energy to prevent leakage. Such a trial ground was only available to 6th grade sections. The day before the competition, the area around the Tianfeng platform was already packed with disciples. The inner sect disciples occupied the observation seats on the east side, while the outer sect disciples sat on the stone steps on the west side. Even several elders who had been in seclusion for many years made rare appearances in the VIP seats. On the north side, among them Qiao Xian, dressed in a purple robe, occasionally glancing towards the entrance with a hint of barely noticeable anticipation. I heard this time the competition is filled with experts. There are 7 in the late golden core stage alone. No kidding? Senior brother Li Muron has been in seclusion for 3 months, and it's said he has touched the threshold of the nascent soul stage. He will definitely secure the top spot this time. I think Senior brother Zhao from the law enforcement hall has a chance. His Tianfeng sword classic has reached the 8th level, and last time he split a 10,000-pound boulder with a single sword strike in the training ground. Amidst the discussions, the elder in charge of hosting the competition stepped onto the platform, waving the green token in his hand through the air, causing the runes at the edge of the platform to suddenly light up. The intersect grand competition will be divided into 3 groups, with the top 3 from each group advancing, and the final 9 will compete for the championship. There is only one rule: no lethal force is allowed. Violators will have their cultivation abolished and be expelled from the sect. The token fell to the ground, transforming into 36 beams of green light shooting into the crowd, which were the numbers for drawing groups. Bai Yi stood at the edge of the crowd, watching the green light land in his palm, forming the character B. Junior brother Bai is in Group B? A gentle voice came from behind. It was senior brother Zhao from the law enforcement hall. He patted Bai Yi's shoulder. I'm in Group A. If fate allows, we shall meet in the finals. Senior brother Zhao was already at the peak of the late golden core stage, known for his humility, a rare elder among the inner sect disciples who did not rely on his status to pressure others. Bai Yi nodded slightly. Take care, Senior brother Zhao. The results of the group draw were soon announced, and the sign-up sheet for Group B was surrounded by people. When they saw that Bai Yi and Li Muron were not in the same group, many disciples breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, if they met early, one of them would definitely be eliminated. That would be too unfortunate. Only Qiao Shan looked at the sign-up sheet, his fingertips lightly tapping the armrest. Group B seemed ordinary, yet it concealed 2 dark horses. One was Sherman, skilled in defense, with a physical strength comparable to a 6th grade magical artifact. The other was Su Mei, who practiced the shadow wind steps with an elusive movement that had once toyed with late golden core disciples during sparring. Interesting. Qiao Shan's lips curled slightly. Let's see how this kid handles it. The first day's group matches were uneventful. Bai Yi's first opponent was a female disciple in the mid golden core stage, adept at wood-based spells. With a wave of her hand, countless vines filled the air, but they were easily severed by Bai Yi's iron sword, which contained a subtle wind blade specifically designed to break such flexible techniques. I lost. The female disciple put away her magical artifact, her face showing no resentment, instead bowing to Bai Yi. Senior brother Bai's swordsmanship is exquisite. Bai Yi nodded in acknowledgement, turned, and walked off the stage without saying a word. The second match against Sherman was the real test. He was a robust young man, bare-chested, with skin a dark blue-black, said to have trained for years in the body-quenching pool, making it difficult for even late golden core sword energy to harm him in the slightest. Kid, take a punch from me. Sherman roared as he charged forward, his fist creating a howling wind as it smashed towards Baiye's face. The disciples in the observation seats held their breath. If that punch landed, it would likely shatter his skull. Baiye did not retreat but advanced, his body slightly tilting like a willow leaf in the wind. Just in time to evade the punch, while his wrist twisted, the spine of the iron sword striking heavily at the bend of Sherman's elbow. With a light crack, Sherman's movement suddenly froze, a look of pain appearing on his face. Baiye's strike had accurately hit the note of his blood circulation, though it did not break any bones. It left his entire arm temporarily numb. Thank you for your mercy. Baiye sheathed his sword and stood still. Sherman was momentarily stunned, looking down at his numb arm, then suddenly grinned. You win. Though he was a rough man, he understood the principle of accepting defeat gracefully. With 2 consecutive victories, Baiye had firmly secured a spot in the top 3 of his group, and the final match against Sume, regardless of its outcome for advancement, became the focus of everyone's attention. Sume wore a tight red outfit, her figure graceful, with 2 short daggers tied at her waist, drawing a chorus of whistles as she entered. She looked at Baiye, her eyes sparkling. Senior brother Bai, please show some mercy. Before her words fell, her figure suddenly transformed into a red shadow, the short daggers glinting with a drugged cold light, stabbing straight for Baiye's throat. Her speed was ghostly quick, leaving ordinary golden core cultivators unable to react in time. But Baiye's heavenly heartmark had already captured the trajectory of her aura. The moment Sume moved, he had already sidestepped, the iron sword striking like a long snake emerging from its hole, precisely hitting the intersection of the 2 short daggers. Clang! At the moment the daggers were deflected, Sume used the recoil to retreat several feet, the charm on her face fading, replaced by a more serious expression. What a quick reaction! She launched another attack, her figure splitting into 7 clones on the stage, each holding a short dagger, attacking from different directions. This was the essence of the shadow wind step, making it hard to distinguish between real and fake. Baiye, however, closed his eyes, relying solely on his ears to catch the subtle differences in the sound of the wind. When one of the clones approached, he suddenly opened his eyes, the iron sword slashing horizontally, perfectly slicing through the clone's neck, which instantly turned into blue smoke, revealing the real Sume behind. How did you know? Sume asked. In surprise, her clones were difficult to distinguish even for elders in the nascent soul stage. Baiye did not answer, only sheathing his sword. You lost. Sume looked at his calm profile and suddenly smiled. I concede. As she turned to leave the stage, a complex look flashed in her eyes. This Baiye seemed low-key, yet was truly unfathomable. With the 3 rounds of the group stage concluded, the top 3 of Group B were announced: Baiye, Sume, Sherman. When the law enforcement elder announced the results, many still found it hard to believe. Did Baiye really win 3 matches in a row? Could he be in the late golden core stage? Xiao Xian, listening to the discussions around him, paused slightly as he lifted his teacup. He could sense that Baiye's cultivation still remained at the 3rd level of golden core, yet he could easily defeat those in the late golden core stage. This level of control over power was already terrifying. The next day's advancement matches were even more intense. Li Muran from Group A won 2 matches in a row with overwhelming advantage, his sword always drawing blood. Though he did not kill, he still left his opponents heavily injured, his momentum unmatched. Baiye's opponent in the advancement match was Wu Hao, the second from Group A, who excelled in thunder-based spells and had a fiery temper. As soon as he stepped onto the stage, he summoned the Thunder Hammer, and with a thunderous boom, lightning snakes danced wildly, enveloping the entire Tianfeng platform. Kid, taste my thunderbolt technique. Wu Hao sneered as he waved his hand, the lightning snakes seeming to come alive, all rushing towards Baiye. Xiao Xian in the spectator seats frowned slightly. Thunder-based spells were particularly effective against wind-based ones, and Wu Hao's thunder techniques had reached great mastery. But Baiye lightly tapped his toes, weaving through the lightning snakes, his iron sword creating an impenetrable curtain of sword energy. Those seemingly ferocious lightning snakes, upon nearing the sword curtain, vanished silently as if they had fallen into the sea, as he redirected their energy into the ground, absorbed by the runes at the edge of the stage. Impossible. Wu Hao's eyes widened. He had never seen anyone dissolve thunder techniques so easily. Seizing the moment Wu Hao was distracted, Baiye suddenly accelerated, the sword tip aimed directly at Wu Hao's thunder hammer. Clang! As the hammer and sword clashed, Wu Hao felt a gentle yet irresistible force surge through him, causing the thunder hammer to slip from his grasp and embed itself in the ground far away. I lost. Wu Hao's face turned ashen. He knew that not only was his opponent far stronger, but their understanding of energy was on an entirely different level. After winning 4 consecutive matches, Baiye and Li Mu Ran both advanced to the finals. Even before this peak showdown began, it had already captured everyone's attention. On the day of the finals, the area around Tianfeng platform was packed with people. Even the reclusive sect leader made an exception to attend. Sitting in the center of the VIP section, his gaze fixed on Baiye, with a hint of curiosity. Is this the one with the wind-type celestial root? Xiao Shen nodded. This young man has a high level of comprehension, but his temperament is too reserved. The sect leader chuckled lightly. Being reserved is good. Being too ostentatious won't get you far. With a command from the law enforcement elder, the finals officially began. Limu Ran, dressed in white, held a blue long sword, its blade shimmering with a faint spiritual light, clearly a 5th grade spiritual weapon. He looked at the ordinary iron sword in Bai Ye's hand, frowning slightly. Why doesn't junior brother use a more suitable weapon? Bai Yi replied. It's enough. Arrogant. A flash of anger crossed Limu Ran's eyes. He had initially intended to hold back due to their brotherhood, but now he was serious. Heavenly wind break, he shouted, his long sword slicing through the air, a towering blue sword energy materializing, carrying the force to tear through space, aimed directly at Bai Ye's face. This strike condensed all his cultivation, even stronger than the lightning technique he used against Wu Hao. The disciples in the audience gasped, many even closed their eyes, unable to bear the impending scene. Xiao Xian's fingers tightened slightly, and the sect leader sat up straight. Just as the sword energy was about to reach him, Bai Yi moved. His figure suddenly became blurry, as if merging with the wind, narrowly avoiding the sword's edge. At the same time, the iron sword struck like a venomous snake, aiming at Limu Ran's wrist from an incredible angle. This seemingly plain strike sealed off all of Limu Ran's escape routes. Clang! Limu Ran hastily brought his sword up to block, feeling a clever force surge through him, causing his long sword to bend slightly, his palm going numb. He was shocked, realizing he had underestimated his opponent. Come again! Limu Ran roared, his long sword dancing, creating a flurry of sword shadows, each containing fierce wind principles, surrounding Bai Yi layer upon layer. Bai Yi remained calm, the iron sword in his hand seemed to come alive, sometimes light and agile like willow fluff, sometimes fierce like thunder. His swordplay appeared chaotic, yet he always managed to evade lethal attacks at the last moment, while occasionally thrusting out a strike that forced Limu Ran into a fluster. The audience held their breath, captivated by the duel. Limu Ran's swordplay was grand and imposing, each strike resonating with the runes of Tianfeng platform, while Bai Ye's swordplay flowed like a gentle stream, seemingly weak, yet always finding flaws at the most critical moments, silently nurturing the situation. 100 moves, a disciple exclaimed. Unable to contain himself, senior brother hasn't managed to defeat him. Xiao Xian stroked his beard and smiled. He could see clearly that Bai Yi had been suppressing his cultivation from the beginning, only using the power of the 3rd level of Golden Core, yet he was able to match Limu Ran, who was at the peak of the late Golden Core stage. This understanding of swordplay had already surpassed his peers. By the 150th move, Limu Ran's breath began to falter. He had launched continuous strong attacks, exhausting too much spiritual energy, while Bai Yi remained steady, as if he were merely practicing. It's over. Bai Yi suddenly spoke, his voice not loud, yet it clearly echoed throughout Tianfeng platform. Before his words faded, his figure accelerated abruptly, the iron sword darting like a flash of lightning, gliding along the spine of Limu Ran's sword, the tip aimed directly at the jade pendant on his chest. Limu Ran was taken aback, hurriedly bringing his sword up to defend, but he was still a step too late. With a soft pop, the 5-cloud pattern jade pendant at his waist was struck by the sword tip, shattering in response. The moment the jade pendant shattered, Limuran felt a gentle force surge forth, deflecting his long sword. He staggered back, watching Bai Yi sheath his sword, only then realizing he had lost. If his opponent had wanted to harm him, that sword could have pierced his heart just now. The arena fell silent. Moments later, a thunderous cheer erupted. Bai Yi wins. He has defeated senior brotherly. The sect leader stood up, a glimmer of approval in his eyes. What a fine example of soft overcoming hard. Xiao Xian, you have taken a good disciple. Xiao Xian laughed heartily. You flatter me, sect leader. This kid has worked hard on his own. Bai Yi stood on the stage, listening to the cheers around him, his expression still calm. At that moment, a system notification echoed in his mind. Side quest: Intersect Grand Competition Champion completed. Reward: 100 pounds of high-grade spirit marrow, stored in system space. He nodded slightly, turned, and walked down Tianfeng platform, leaving all eyes and discussions behind him. For him, this grand competition was merely an interlude on his path of cultivation. His next goal was the transformation realm, and beyond that, even higher realms. Meanwhile, on Tianfeng platform, the law enforcement elder was announcing loudly, the champion of this Intersect Grand Competition, Bai Yi. He may enter the 4th floor of the scripture pavilion for 1 day and select any technique to borrow. This news caused another stir. It should be noted that the treasures stored on the 4th floor of the scripture pavilion were the sect's most prized possessions, and even elders in the nascent soul stage could not borrow them at will. Bai Ye's footsteps paused slightly, a flicker of barely noticeable light flashing in his eyes. The entrance to the 4th floor of the scripture pavilion was hidden behind a stone wall, deep within the 3rd floor, requiring a personal disciple token to open. When Bai Yi pressed the token into the groove on the stone wall, the heavy stone door creaked open slowly, a long-sealed ancient aura rushing forth, mingled with a faint scent of ink and spiritual energy. Unlike the brightness of the first 3 floors, the 4th floor was dimly lit, with only the luminous pearls embedded in the ceiling emitting a soft glow. Dozens of rows of bookshelves were built against The mountain, reaching the cave ceiling, and the ancient texts on the shelves were mostly wrapped in animal skins or gold leaf. The inscriptions on the covers, ancient and vigorous, with many books' corners already tinged with gold, clearly treasures that had existed for over 10,000 years. The texts on the fourth floor require a blood pledge for collateral and cannot be taken outside the pavilion. The elder guarding the pavilion sat behind a stone table at the entrance, a thick registration book in front of him. Once you have selected your texts, you can register here. The elder's hair and beard were all white, yet his aura was unfathomable. By his heavenly heart mark could barely sense that the elder was at least in the early stage of the transformation realm. Bai Yi nodded slightly, said nothing more, and turned to walk deeper into the bookshelves. His goal was clear. He sought high-level texts related to the wind system laws, preferably insights into cultivation that could touch upon the threshold of the transformation realm. The texts on the shelves were dazzling, such as true explanation of the heavenly wind, breaking the void sword technique, wind spirit transformation, each one enough to make inner sect disciples fight over them. But Bai Yi merely glanced at the covers before shifting his gaze. Although these texts were exquisite, they still did not stray from the foundational framework of Qinglan sect, offering him limited benefits. As he delved into the fourth row of bookshelves, a coverless sheepskin scroll caught his attention. The scroll was carelessly stuffed in a corner, its edges somewhat damaged, with neither a title nor an author's name, only a twisted wind pattern drawn in vermilion on the cover, within which faint cracks of space could be seen. This is. Just as Bai Yi's fingertip touched the sheepskin scroll, the heavenly heart mark suddenly burned intensely, and countless fragmented images flooded his mind in an instant. Gale tearing through the starry sky, air currents condensing into a bridge, a blurred figure standing in the eye of the storm, the laws flowing from his fingertips resonating with heaven and earth. He calmly withdrew the sheepskin scroll and turned towards the registration area. The elder guarding the pavilion glanced at the scroll, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes, then quickly regained his composure, writing unnamed scroll, number 732, in the registration book, before waving his hand to indicate that he could enter and read. The reading area on the fourth floor of the scripture pavilion consists of individual stone chambers. Bai Yi chose the one at the deepest part and spread the parchment on the stone table. The moment the scroll unfurled, countless pale blue wind patterns surged from the paper, coalescing into a small wind eye within the stone chamber. The fluctuations of the laws flowing within the wind eye resonated wonderfully with the wind's spiritual energy inside him. So that's how it is. Bai Yi looked at the text at the beginning of the scroll, his pupils slightly constricting. This was not a classic of the Qinglan sect, but rather a work by an ancient cultivator named Wind Master. This person was not a cultivator from the immortal domain but hailed from the broader Nine Heavens realm. He had fallen to the Qingxian continent after accidentally entering a spatial rift and ultimately died far from home. This manuscript was his lifelong understanding of the laws of wind. The manuscript contained no specific techniques, only an analysis of the true essence of wind. The wind is not merely the air of heaven and earth, it also contains the gaps of space. By drawing the wind into these gaps, one can break myriad laws and reverse the universe. Drawing the wind into the gaps. Bai Yi's fingertips swirled with a strand of spiritual energy, attempting to inject the wind's spiritual energy into the surrounding spatial rifts according to the manuscript's description. This step was extremely dangerous. A slight misstep could lead to a backlash from the chaotic spatial currents. However, with the assistance of the heavenly heart mark, he could clearly see those minute rifts that were difficult to discern with the naked eye and precisely control the flow of spiritual energy. When the first strand of wind spiritual energy successfully merged into the spatial rift, a gentle breeze suddenly swept through the stone chamber. Where the wind passed, the luminous pearl on the stone table vanished into thin air, only to reappear moments later on a stone platform 3 meters away. This was not teleportation but a short distance transfer using the spatial rift. This is the advanced application of the laws of wind. Bai Yi understood. The wind techniques of the Qinglan sect only reached the level of manipulating the wind's force, while the insights of this wind master had touched upon wind rift traversal, which was the key to breaking through to the transformation god realm. Transformation god is the resonance of laws with heaven and earth, touching the power of the spatial level. He immersed himself in the world of the manuscript, sometimes frowning in contemplation, sometimes flicking his fingertips. The wind eye in the stone chamber expanded continuously with his understanding, and tiny fragments of space began to mix within the wind patterns. He did not know how long it had been, but when the last word came into view, Bai Yi suddenly closed the parchment. The spiritual energy around him surged violently, and the bottleneck of the third layer of the golden core shattered like paper, the aura of the fourth layer of the golden core spreading out, only to be instantly reined in by him. No wonder the elder in charge of the pavilion is unfazed, Bai Yi thought as he returned the parchment to its place. This manuscript seemed precious, but in reality, it required a high level of comprehension from cultivators. An ordinary golden core cultivator would struggle not only to comprehend it but perhaps even to understand the words. Only with the enhancement of the heavenly heart mark could he gain insights in just one day. As he left the scripture pavilion, the elder in Charge looked at him with a deeper meaning in his eyes. That nameless book has only been fully read by 3 people since the establishment of the sect. Bai Yi nodded. I was fortunate to gain something. Go on. The elder waved his hand. The transformation god realm is not easy. Take care of yourself. When he returned to the listening wind courtyard, Xiao Xian was already waiting in the courtyard with a blue jade box placed on the stone table beside him. Seeing Bai Yi return, he pushed the jade box over. This is the reward for the first place in the competition. 50 pounds of top-grade spiritual marrow to help you break through to the late golden core stage. The moment the box opened, a surge of pure spiritual energy rushed forth. The spiritual marrow was semi-transparent and milky white, flowing with liquid spiritual energy, making it an excellent supplement for cultivation. Bai Yi's heart stirred. Combined with the 100 pounds of spiritual marrow rewarded by the system, this 50 pounds would be enough to support him in reaching the peak of the golden core stage. Thank you, Elder. He stored the jade box in the system space but pretended to take out an ordinary storage bag to act as if he was putting away the spiritual marrow. Xiao Xian did not delve deeper, only saying, next month the sect will open the Heavenly Wind Secret Realm. The secret realm is rich in wind spirit crystals, which will greatly benefit your breakthrough to the nascent soul stage, so prepare yourself. Bai Yi agreed, and after seeing off Xiao Xian, he immediately sat cross-legged to cultivate. He took out 10 pounds of high-quality spirit marrow rewarded by the system and operated the revised Qinglan technique. The spirit marrow transformed into a milky white airflow in his palm, surging into his dantian along the meridians. With the assistance of the heavenly heart mark, the energy of the spirit marrow was perfectly absorbed without a trace of waste. The rotation speed of the golden core in the dantian increased rapidly, and the patterns on its surface became increasingly clear, faintly showing signs of shattering again. This was a precursor to breaking through the 5th level of the golden core. This kind of cultivation lasted a full month, during which Bai Yi hardly stepped outside except for the daily routine of sect attendance. The bamboo in the listening wind courtyard, due to the massive absorption of spiritual energy, had leaves that shimmered with a faint golden hue, attracting the passing disciples who exclaimed, "Senior brother, Bai's courtyard is quite strange. This bamboo seems to possess intelligence." A month later, on the day the Heavenly Wind Secret Realm opened, Bai Yi appeared punctually at the assembly point. A total of 30 disciples entered the secret realm, most of whom were at the late stage of the golden core. Among them, Li Muran, despite his previous defeat, was selected due to his profound foundation, though his gaze towards Bai Yi was now more complex, lacking the previous arrogance. After the secret realm opens, you must find the wind spirit crystals within 7 days. The more, the better, Elder Zhao, the team leader, reminded. There are not only demon beasts in the secret realm but also disciples from other sects, so be sure not to be careless. As the token in his hand lit up, ripples appeared in the space ahead, and a light blue crack slowly opened, revealing the misty entrance to the secret realm inside. Let's go! The disciples entered one after another, with Bai Yi being the last. The moment he stepped into the crack, his heavenly heart mark suddenly sensed a familiar fluctuation. It was Su Mei. Her aura was significantly stronger than a month ago, having reached the late stage of the golden core, clearly having encountered some fortuitous event. Inside the secret realm was a vast valley filled with rich wind-type spiritual energy in the air, and the ground was scattered with crystals glowing with a faint blue light, which were wind spirit crystals, though most were of low quality. Look, there's a medium-quality one over there. A disciple pointed at a nearby rock. Wallen was about to rush over when a shadow pounced and knocked him to the ground. The shadow, resembling a wolf but not quite, with 2 pairs of wings, was the guardian demon beast of the secret realm, the Wind-Wing Wolf. It's a mid-stage golden core demon beast. Other disciples quickly summoned their magical tools, and the intertwining sword light and spells barely managed to slay the Wind-Wing Wolf. Bai Yi did not participate in the struggle. He simply followed the guidance of the heavenly heart mark and walked deeper into the secret realm. He could sense an extremely pure wind-type energy deep within, far surpassing ordinary wind spirit crystals. The deeper he went, the higher the level of the demon beasts, and he occasionally saw disciples from other sects confronting those from the Qinglan sect, mostly over the wind spirit crystals. Bai Yi consistently avoided the crowds, his movements becoming increasingly swift under the enhancement of the wind-type spiritual energy, like a faint shadow silently passing through the valley. On the 3rd day, he discovered a cave behind a waterfall, with dozens of high-quality wind spirit crystals embedded in the cave walls. At the center, a crystal the size of a human head emitted a dazzling light, a rare top-quality one. Indeed, it's here. Just as Bai Yi was about to step forward, footsteps suddenly came from outside the cave. It was Su Mei and 2 other female disciples. Senior brother Bai? Su Mei saw him, her eyes flashing with surprise, then smiled. It seems we have the same target. The female disciple behind her looked at Bai Yi warily. This top-quality wind spirit crystal was discovered by us first. Bai Yi ignored her and walked straight towards the stone platform. Su Mei suddenly attacked, 2 short daggers slicing through the air with a sharp wind sound aimed at his back. Sorry, senior brother Bai. Bai Yi did not stop his steps. He swung his hand back, and the iron sword drew an arc in the air, accurately deflecting the short daggers. He controlled his strength just right, causing Su made to momentarily falter but not injuring her in the slightest. Want to try again? He looked at Sume, his tone flat. Sume put away her short daggers, a hint of a bitter smile on her face. I lost. She knew that the gap between her and Bai Yi was growing larger, and continuing to entangle herself would only bring humiliation. Bai Yi took down the exquisite wind spirit crystal, turned, and left the cave, not making things difficult for them. To him, although this wind spirit crystal was valuable, it was far less significant than the gains he had made on the 4th floor of the scripture pavilion, not worth wasting time over. On the 7th day, before the secret realm closed, Bai Yi returned to the entrance, his storage bag filled with 50 high-grade wind spirit crystals and that exquisite one. While the quantity was not the largest, the quality far surpassed that of others. Elder Zhao, upon counting, saw the exquisite wind spirit crystal and couldn't help but gasp, such a large wind spirit crystal. You kid have good luck. Bai Yi merely smiled faintly, but in his heart he was calculating, with this exquisite wind spirit crystal as assistance, perhaps he could break through to the nascent soul realm within 3 months, getting one step closer to the divine transformation realm. After leaving the secret realm, he submitted most of the wind spirit crystals to the sect, keeping only 5 high-grade ones and that exquisite one. Xiao Xian, seeing his perceptiveness, was even more pleased and sent over several texts on cultivating the nascent soul realm. Although they were not as exquisite as the nameless scroll, they could still fill in the gaps. Under the condensing wind bamboo in the listening wind courtyard, Bai Yi sat cross-legged, again, holding the exquisite wind spirit crystal in his palm. The crystal transformed into a stream of azure energy, surging into his dantian, and the golden core emitted a faint golden light under the energy's wash, with more and more cracks appearing on its surface. The moment of breaking through to the nascent soul realm was now within reach. Meanwhile, at the peak of Qinglan sect, the sect master and several elders stood on the observation platform, gazing in the direction of the listening wind courtyard. This kid's progress is likely to break the sect's record, one elder sighed. The sect master stroked his beard, his gaze profound. Not just the record. I always feel that this kid does not belong to the Qingxian continent, his future lies in a broader world. Xiao Xian smiled. In any case, he is now a disciple of my Qinglan sect. The others exchanged smiles, their eyes filled with anticipation. They knew that Bai Ye's rise might bring unprecedented opportunities to the Qinglan sect. The moonlight in the listening wind courtyard spilled through the gaps in the condensing wind bamboo, casting mottled shadows on the stone table. Bai Yi sat cross-legged, the exquisite wind spirit crystal in his palm had shrunk by nearly half, transforming into wisps of azure airflow that flowed into his meridians along his fingertips. The golden core in his dantian trembled violently, the cracks on its surface spreading like a spider's web, with faint golden mist seeping out from each fissure. That was the aura of the nascent form of the nascent soul. Buzz! When the last wisp of wind spirit crystal energy was absorbed, the golden core suddenly erupted with blinding azure light, and then with a crack it shattered completely. The fragments reassembled in the azure light, condensing into a miniature figure 3 inches tall, dressed in a blue robe, with a face identical to Bai Ye's, but with a touch of youthful innocence in his eyes, surrounded by 9 small wind patterns. This was his nascent soul. The moment the nascent soul opened its eyes, the spiritual energy of the entire listening wind courtyard surged. 7 condensing wind bamboos shook violently, the liquid spiritual energy flowing through the bamboo joints was forcibly drawn out, transforming into a blue waterfall that poured into Bai Ye's crown. His aura rose at a visible speed, breaking through the bottleneck from the 5th level of the golden core and settling firmly at the 1st level of the nascent soul. Finally, Bai Yi slowly breathed in and out, feeling a stronger connection between his body and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The biggest difference between the nascent soul realm and the golden core realm was the ability to directly manipulate the surrounding spiritual energy for combat, and the soul was bound to the nascent soul. As long as the nascent soul was not destroyed, one could seize a new body and be reborn. This was the true threshold for cultivators in the immortal domain to step into longevity. He tried to move his mind, and the nascent soul in his dantian performed a hand seal. A massive stone outside the courtyard suddenly moved without wind, floating in midair, and was then cut into dozens of neat fragments by invisible wind blades. This level of control over the wind element was more than 10 times stronger than during the golden core stage. Using the power of the nascent soul to activate that heavenly wind sword classic, I wonder how powerful it will be. Bai Yi took down the iron sword from the wall, flicking his wrist lightly. Suddenly, a blue vortex wrapped around the sword's body, and within the vortex, fragments of space flickered faintly. This was a sword technique that fused wind gap shuttling. When the sword was drawn, it could use the spatial rifts to shorten the distance, catching the opponent off guard. At that moment, a system prompt echoed in his mind. Detected host has broken through to the nascent soul stage, triggering phase. Reward, Wind System Law Fragment X3 can enhance understanding of the essence of wind. Bai Ye's heart stirred, and 3 transparent fragments appeared in the system space. Upon touching them, countless insights about the wind system law surged into his consciousness. His understanding of wind gap shuttling deepened instantly, and he could even vaguely see the airflow trajectories stirred by insects flapping their wings 100 meters away. The next morning, Xian arrived through the morning mist. As he entered the courtyard, he stopped in his tracks, astonished. Nascent soul stage? You actually broke through in just 3 months? He could clearly sense that although Baiye's nascent soul aura was just taking shape, it was exceptionally solid, several times more stable than that of an ordinary early-stage nascent soul cultivator. Baiyi stood up and bowed. I was fortunate to receive help from the secret realm. The wind spirit crystal is merely an aid. The key is still your comprehension. Xiao Xian waved his hand and handed over a black jade slip. This is insights on the transformation stage, left by me when I broke through back in the day. It may be useful to you. Also, 3 days from now, the sect will hold a discussion conference, and disciples from all peaks will participate. You should go as well. Baiyi took the jade slip. Discussion conference? Indeed, Xiao Xian smiled, though it's called a discussion, it's actually a sharing of insights among the peaks. Occasionally, elders will offer guidance. Since you've just entered the nascent soul stage, it won't hurt to listen. The discussion conference 3 days later was held in the Gathering of Heroes Hall on the main peak, where 100 mats were laid out. The core disciples and elders from each peak were already seated. Baiyi arrived a bit late, and as he sat down in a corner, he felt several gazes fall upon him, some curious, some admiring, and a few with barely perceptible hostility. Is that Baiyi? I heard he was still at the Golden Core Stage 3 months ago, and now he's already at the nascent soul stage? That's terrifying. At this speed, he might catch up to the sect master of the past. It's just good luck. Discussions emphasize foundation. I bet he can't even withstand 3 moves from senior brother Li's sword. Amidst the murmurs, the sect master took the main seat, his voice gentle yet authoritative. Today's discussion is informal. Anyone with questions may raise them, and those with insights may share. Everyone, feel free. As soon as he finished speaking, a purple-robed elder stroked his beard and spoke. I have recently been pondering the true understanding of the heavenly wind and have some doubts about the phrase, the wind follows the sword. I wonder if any young nephew can enlighten me? Li Muron stood up and cupped his hands. I believe the wind follows the sword refers to using sword intent to draw the wind's momentum. Where the sword goes, the wind follows, and where the sword is strong, the wind is fierce. After saying this, he drew his long sword and demonstrated a set of sword techniques, with the sword energy stirring the wind and lifting the fallen leaves on the ground, forming a swirling blade of leaves. The elder nodded. That makes sense, but it's not profound enough. At that moment, Baiye's voice rang out softly. The wind follows the sword, not as the sword draws the wind, but as the sword merges with the wind. Everyone turned to look, and he held a bamboo leaf that had condensed the wind between his fingers and flicked it gently. The bamboo leaf transformed into a green shadow in mid-air, and wherever it passed, the airflow automatically converged into a sword shape, precisely cutting through the blade of leaves that Li Muron had stirred up without harming a single leaf. A glint flashed in the purple-robed elder's eyes. Young nephew Bai, could you elaborate on this? Baiyi stood up and walked slowly into the hall. The wind is everywhere. The sword is merely a vessel. The so-called wind following the sword means allowing the sword to become a part of the wind, rather than forcefully controlling it, just like water flowing over stones, not the stone guiding the water, but the water finding its own path. He casually picked up an ordinary wooden sword from the table, and the sword moves he executed seemed slow, yet they caused the airflow in the hall to follow automatically, forming an invisible sword momentum that gently pushed the surrounding mats aside without moving an inch. What a sword merging with the wind! The sect master clapped and laughed heartily. I have studied this phrase for 30 years, and today I finally understand it. The elder in the purple robe bowed deeply. Thank you, Bai Xianzi, for enlightening me. Li Muron's expression was complex. He had to admit that Baiye's understanding of the laws of wind far surpassed his own. The Dao conference lasted a full day, and Baiyi spoke only 3 times, yet each time he hit the nail on the head, causing the elders to nod frequently. As the meeting concluded, the sect master specifically called out to him, your comprehension of the true essence of wind is already comparable to that of a transformation realm cultivator. If you are interested, you may visit the 5th floor of the scripture pavilion on the main peak. There are the manuscripts of our sect's founder. This was an extremely high honor. Even Xiao Xian needed to seek permission to borrow books from the 5th floor. Baiyi cupped his hands in thanks but did not immediately agree. He knew that overly showcasing one's brilliance might not be a good thing. When he returned to the listening wind courtyard, the sky had darkened. As soon as Baiyi sat down, he sensed a faint fluctuation of energy outside the courtyard. He flicked his fingers, and a blade of wind silently flew out, but it stopped just outside the courtyard gate. Standing outside was Sume, holding a jade box, her expression hesitant. Is there something you need? Baiyi asked. Sume was startled and quickly handed over the jade box. This is what I owed you from the last secret realm. Inside the box were 5 high-quality wind spirit crystals. I know you don't lack this, but it's a small token of my appreciation. Baiyi looked at her flushed cheeks and took the jade box, saying, thank you. I heard that you have done extensive research on the laws of wind. Sume mustered her courage. I've been stuck at the late Golden Core stage for a long time. Could I ask you for some guidance? Baiyi pondered for a moment, took out a blank jade slip, and inscribed a few lines of text on it with his spiritual energy. This is a slight correction I made to the Qinglan formula. It might be useful to you. The content on the jade slip was not complicated, it merely adjusted a few nodes of spiritual energy operation, which just happened to resolve the blockage in Sumei's spiritual root. She took the jade slip, her eyes flashing with delight. Thank you, senior brother. Bai. After Sumei left, Bai Yi stored the wind spirit crystals from the jade box into the system space, his fingertips rubbing against the 3 fragments of the laws of wind. He could feel that he was getting closer to the transformation realm, and the boundary-breaking talisman mentioned in the system task might be the key to his departure from the Qingxian continent. In the deep night at Qinglan sect, the Tianfeng platform suddenly stirred without wind, and the runes at the edge of the platform glowed with a strange light. The disciples guarding the platform looked up at the sky in confusion. The originally clear night sky was now filled with countless tiny spatial cracks flickering like shattered mirrors. What is this phenomenon? At the same moment, the sect master on the main peak suddenly opened his eyes, looking towards the listening wind courtyard, his expression grave. This aura is not as simple as the nascent soul stage. Just how many secrets does this kid hide? Inside the listening wind courtyard, Bai Yi gazed at the flickering spatial cracks outside the window, the fragments of the laws of wind in his fingertips slightly warming. He knew this was the resonance of heaven and earth triggered by his comprehension of wind gap traversal, and it was also proof of his rising power. Transformation realm, he murmured softly, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. When he truly reached that realm, perhaps he would understand what kind of world lay at the end of this supreme celestial domain. The cultivation of the nascent soul stage focuses on tempering the soul and integrating the laws. Bai Ye's daily practice was divided into 3 parts: inhaling and exhaling spiritual energy at dawn to solidify his nascent soul, studying texts in the afternoon to refine his understanding of the laws of wind, and practicing the Tianfeng sword classic at midnight, integrating the laws into his sword techniques. The bamboo in the listening wind courtyard had grown to 3 zhang high, its stalk shimmering with a faint golden light, and the falling leaves would automatically transform into points of spiritual energy, a result of long-term nourishment by pure spiritual energy. Bai Yi sat cross-legged in the center of the bamboo grove, his nascent soul within his dantian closing its eyes and forming seals. With each breath, dozens of wind runes flowed into his body from all directions. This was the unique method of drawing spirit into the body of the nascent soul stage, which was more than 10 times more efficient than the golden core stage. Ordinary nascent soul cultivators need to use spirit stones to maintain their spiritual energy consumption, yet he relies solely on the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to achieve such progress. Xiao Xian's divine sense swept through the bamboo forest, and a look of astonishment flashed in his eyes. He had secretly observed that a thin layer of spatial cracks always lingered around Bai Ye's nascent soul, which could automatically absorb the dissipating spiritual energy. Even he could not fully decipher the principles behind it. Bai Yi had long been aware of this but had not pointed it out, as the other party's divine sense was merely observing from a distance, without probing recklessly. As for that thin layer of spatial cracks, it was a small technique he had comprehended after merging Wind Gap Shuttle, using the power of the nascent soul to guide the spatial cracks, transforming them into its spiritual energy funnel, which not only improved absorption efficiency but also concealed his own aura, achieving 2 goals with 1 action. On that afternoon, he was reading the insights on the transformation realm that Xiao Xian had gifted him. The Jade Slip recorded the 3-9 heavenly wine tribulations that one must overcome when breaking through to the transformation realm. It was the backlash of the laws of heaven and earth against cultivators forcibly merging spatial power, with its might increasing with the cultivator's potential. Countless geniuses had fallen to this tribulation throughout history. The 3-9 heavenly winds, each layer more intense than the last, the most terrifying being the 3rd layer, chaotic wind, which can disperse a cultivator's soul origin. Bai Ye's fingertips traced the Jade Slip, and the heavenly heart imprint automatically deduced a countermeasure. One must use the wind laws as a shield, the spatial laws as a gap, draw the wind into the gap to resolve. Just as he reached a critical point in his deduction, he suddenly stood up, walked to the empty space in the courtyard, and with a flick of his wrist, an iron sword appeared in his hand out of thin air. The sword glimmered coldly in the sunlight, slowly dancing with his movements, the trajectory of the sword tip becoming increasingly bizarre, sometimes thrusting straight ahead, sometimes suddenly turning, as if it could penetrate invisible barriers. Wind gap thrust, he shouted, and the iron sword suddenly accelerated, the space half an inch in front of the sword slightly twisting, and in the next moment it appeared before the 3 zhang away, the sword tip stopping just 3 inches from the bamboo joint, not harming the bamboo in the slightest. This strike seemed ordinary, yet it had already touched the edge of the spatial laws, utilizing the jump of the spatial cracks, making it nearly half as fast as a usual sword move. Not enough. Bai Yi shook his head and sheathed the sword. The consumption of this strike far exceeded his expectations, as nearly 30% of the spiritual energy within his nascent soul had been depleted, clearly indicating that his control over the spatial cracks still needed refinement. He took out the wind law fragment rewarded by the system, gently crushed it with his fingertip, and the fragment transformed into a green light that fused into his brow. In an instant, countless trajectories of wind unfolded in his sea of consciousness, from the macro flow of heaven and earth to the micro vibrations of molecules, all clearly visible. This intricate perspective allowed him to further break through his understanding of the wind laws. It turned out that every collision of air currents contained the power of spatial compression. So that's how it is. Bai Yi drew his sword again, this time no longer deliberately controlling the spatial cracks but allowing the sword moves to follow the natural trajectory of the air currents. As the iron sword danced, the surrounding air seemed to become his comrade, automatically accelerating and changing direction for his sword moves, even condensing a faint phantom of wind behind him, perfectly synchronizing with his actions. This was the higher realm of the sword merging with wind, where the wind was the sword, and the sword was the wind. In the evening, Sume brought the monthly distribution from the sect, 10 bottles of concentration pills, a piece of high-grade spirit stone, and a training token for the Beast Valley. Senior brother Bai, this is this month's distribution. Also, Elder Zhao asked me to inform you that a wind-howling monkey king has recently appeared in the Beast Valley, at the late nascent soul stage, injuring quite a few disciples. He wants to know if you are willing to lead a team to exterminate it. Bai Yi took the token, which was engraved with a map of the Beast Valley, marking the activity range of the wind-howling monkey king. He pondered for a moment. When do we depart? 3 days later, we will gather outside the mountain gate in the morning. Sume added, this time, there will also be 5 early nascent soul disciples accompanying us. Elder Zhao said that if we can successfully slay the Monkey King, we will be rewarded with a copy of Void-Breaking Wind Escape Technique. The Void-Breaking Wind Escape technique was a 6th-grade body technique of the Qinglan sect, said to allow one to instantly traverse 100 miles when cultivated to perfection, a divine ability that many nascent soul cultivators dreamed of. Bai Yi nodded, understood. 3 days later, 5 disciples had gathered outside the mountain gate, all elites from various peaks. Among them was Li Moran. He saw Bai Yi, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes, but ultimately clasped his hands and said, Senior brother. Bai Yi nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. Let's set off. The Beast Valley was located in the continuous mountains on the west side of the Qinglan sect, filled with wind-type beasts, where the spiritual energy was chaotic, making it easy for ordinary cultivators to lose their way. But for Bai Yi, the fluctuations in the air currents were like guiding lights. The Tianqin mark could clearly distinguish safe paths from beast lairs. 3 miles ahead, there are 3 windwing wolves, avoid them. There is miasma in the left valley, hold your breath. Crossing this stone forest leads to the lair of the Monkey King. Bai Yi's instructions were concise and precise. At first, the others were somewhat skeptical, but after avoiding danger several times, they were completely convinced. Even Li Moran put away his arrogance and closely followed behind him. By dusk, they arrived at a massive cave entrance, where broken weapons and shattered bones were scattered about, and the air was thick with the stench of blood. The Windhowl Monkey King is right inside. Bai Yi signaled for everyone to stop. This beast excels in soundwave attacks and is extremely fast. I will take the lead. Senior brother Li will flank me on both sides, while the rest of you stay alert to prevent its escape. Li Moran nodded, understood. Bai Yi stepped into the cave first, and the interior opened up, revealing a stone platform in the center where a giant monkey lay, covered in green fur, with half a cultivator's skeleton clamped in its mouth. It was indeed the Windhowl Monkey King. Roar! The Monkey King saw the intruders and suddenly stood up, pounding its chest with its fists, letting out a deafening roar. The sound waves surged toward the group like tangible waves, causing debris to fall from the cave ceiling. Focus! Bai Yi shouted, his iron sword slicing through the air in a green arc, forming a barrier that firmly blocked the sound waves. Seizing the opportunity, Li Moran circled behind the Monkey King, his long sword thrusting toward its back. The Monkey King reacted swiftly, sidestepping the attack, its furry giant paw swiping out, the force of its strike threatening to tear through space, forcing Li Moran to retreat repeatedly. Now! Bai Yi's figure flickered as he executed wind gap shuttling, instantly appearing above the Monkey King, his iron sword gathering all his strength at the nascent soul stage, aiming directly for its crown. The Monkey King roared in anger, crossing its arms to block. With a crisp sound, the iron sword struck its arm bone, leaving only a shallow blood mark. The physical strength of this Monkey King far exceeded that of an ordinary late-stage nascent soul beast. Such hard bones! Bai Yi retreated, understanding in his heart. Ordinary attacks were ineffective. He had to find its weakness. His Tianqin mark spun rapidly, analyzing the Monkey King's breath flow, and finally discovered a faint fluctuation at its throat, a node where wind-type spiritual energy gathered. Also a weak point in its defense. Senior brotherly, attack its left rib. Bai Yi shouted, then immediately feigned an attack to draw the Monkey King's attention. Li Moran understood, his sword light flashing like lightning toward the Monkey King's left rib. The Monkey King indeed turned to defend, exposing a flaw at its throat. Right here! A glint of light flashed in Bai Yi's eyes as he infused the power of 3 fragments of wind-type laws into his iron sword, causing countless tiny spatial rifts to wrap around the sword's body. Wind gap absolute kill. the iron sword transformed into a green shadow, penetrating the Monkey King's defense and accurately stabbing into its throat. The Monkey King let out a piercing scream, its massive body slowly collapsing, green blood gushing out. And soon it breathed its last. The cave fell silent. The 5 disciples looked at the iron sword in Bai Yi's hand, their eyes filled with awe. This Monkey King, which had left them helpless, was slain by Bai Yi in just 3 moves. This level of strength had far surpassed that of cultivators of the same rank. Bai Yi pulled out the iron sword and waved it casually, the wind-type laws purifying the bloodstains on the blade. He walked to the corpse of the Ape King, his fingertips gathering a wisp of spiritual energy, probing into its dantian, where a blue demon core the size of a pigeon egg contained pure wind energy. The demon core belongs to the sect. Other materials will be distributed according to labor. Bai Yi stored the demon core in his storage bag, his tone flat, as if he had merely completed a trivial task. On the way back, Li Muran couldn't help but speak up. Junior brother Bai's swordsmanship seems to have improved again. Bai Yi looked straight ahead, just a slight realization. Li Muran gazed at his calm profile and suddenly understood in his heart that the gap between him and Bai Yi perhaps never lay in cultivation, but in the understanding of the laws and that serene state of mind. After returning to the sect, Elder Zhao looked at the demon core and stroked his beard with a hearty laugh. Good lad, you certainly didn't disappoint me. This void-breaking wind escape technique is yours. Bai Yi took the jade slip containing the movement technique but did not immediately read it. He simply cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, Elder." By the time he returned to the listening wind courtyard, the night was deep. After submitting the demon core to the sect, a system notification quietly sounded. Completed sect mission: slay the Wind Howling Ape King. Reward, Yuaning Refinement Liquid X1, can enhance Yuaning purity. Bai Yi took out the bottle of light golden refinement liquid and poured it into his palm. The moment the liquid touched his skin, it transformed into a warm current flowing into his dantian. The Yuaning emitted a comfortable moan in the warm flow, and the wind patterns on his body became increasingly clear. This bottle of refinement liquid was even more precious than he had anticipated. Moonlight filtered through the bamboo forest and fell on his face. Bai Yi's gaze was calm and profound. The gains from slaying the Ape King were not limited to this. The life and death struggle with the demon beast made him more proficient in the use of wind gap traversal, bringing him a step closer to the threshold of the transformation realm. What he did not know was that on the viewing platform of the main peak, the sect leader was watching in the direction of the listening wind courtyard with Xiao Xian. This child's growth rate has exceeded our expectations, the sect leader sighed lightly. Perhaps in less than 3 years, he will be able to touch the transformation realm. Xiao Shen nodded, but the transformation tribulation is perilous. With his potential, it is likely to attract the winds of the 9 heavens. A glint of determination flashed in the sect leader's eyes. If that day truly comes, our Qinglan sect will spare no effort to help him overcome this tribulation. The morning mist in the listening wind courtyard carried a bone-chilling coolness. Bai Yi sat cross-legged under the condensing wind bamboo. The wind spiritual energy swirling around his fingertips had coalesced into a tangible blue line. Over the past 6 months, he had almost severed all contact with the outside world, immersing himself in cultivation every day. The Yuaning had become increasingly solid after countless washes of spiritual energy, and the wind patterns around him had increased from 9 to 18, each flowing with faint ripples of space. This was the hallmark of the late Yuaning stage, just a step away from the transformation realm. Ha! He slowly exhaled, drawing the last wisp of chaotic spiritual energy into his dantian. The void-breaking wind escape technique he had brought back from the Beast Valley had been cultivated to perfection. At this moment, with a slight thought, his figure left a residual shadow in place, and the next moment appeared beside a stone table 3 zhang away, the teacup on the table unmoved. This control over spatial rifts was 100 times more exquisite than when he first entered the Yuaning stage. But just through hard cultivation, there are still shortcomings. Bai Yi looked at the flowing sea of clouds outside the courtyard, a glimmer of realization flashing in his eyes. Over the past 6 months, his cultivation had made rapid progress, yet his spirit felt a subtle tension, as if an invisible string was pulling at him. This was a side effect of long-term detachment from the mundane world. Wholeheartedly pursuing the Tao, if not addressed in time, it could easily give rise to inner demons. The next day, he went to the law enforcement hall to see Xiao Xian. You want to go down the mountain to experience the world? Xiao Xian put down the documents in his hand, a look of surprise flashing in his eyes. Then he understood. Indeed, your progress has been too fast this past half year. It's time to temper your Tao heart in the mortal world. He took out a blue jade pendant. This is the sect's passage jade. With this pendant, you can travel freely in the major towns of the eastern continent. If you encounter danger, crush the pendant, and I will be able to sense it. Bai Yi took the pendant. Thank you, elder. Go ahead. Xiao Xian waved his hand. Remember, refining the heart in the mortal world is not for pleasure. It is to understand one's own path amidst the myriad forms. The first stop after leaving Qinglan sect was Wanyue City, 1,000 miles away from the sect. This was a town where mortals and cultivators coexisted, with guards at the city gate clad in iron armor, yet hanging low-level protective talismans at their waists. The market bustled with vendors selling vegetables and cultivators setting up stalls to sell broken magical artifacts, creating a lively atmosphere that was starkly different from the tranquility of the sect. Bai Yi chose a tea house by the window and ordered a pot of fine tea. The tea drinker at the next table was animatedly recounting rumors. Have you heard? The Zhang family in the west of the city is haunted. They invited 3 cultivators to exorcise the evil spirits, but 2 of them ran back in fear, while the last one is said to have been possessed by a ghost. Not just that, I heard the ghost is a general who died in battle 100 years ago. With too much resentment, ordinary cultivators can't subdue it. Bai Ye's hand holding the teacup paused slightly as the Tianqing mark sensed a faint aura of evil coming from the west of the city. Though not powerful, it was entwined with a strong obsession, clearly indicating that a soul was lingering in the mortal realm. In the afternoon, he walked along the street towards the west of the city. The of the Zhang family was tightly shut, with a yellow talisman hanging on the door knocker, now dull and lifeless. Just as Bai Yi reached the door, a woman's crying could be heard from inside, mixed with a man's scolding. What are you crying for? If we can't invite a master, the government will come to seal the door. He raised his hand to knock, and an elderly steward opened the door. Seeing Bai Yi in a blue robe, who did not look like a cultivator, he frowned and said, "We are not hiring. I am here to exorcise evil spirits." Bai Yi replied calmly. The old man looked him up and down. Do you have any magical artifacts? Or talismans? Bai Yi shook his head. No need. The old man, somewhat doubtful, let him in. In the courtyard stood a middle-aged man with a haggard face, who was none other than Zhang Dahu. Upon seeing Bai Ye's youth, disappointment flashed in his eyes. Little brother, it's not that I don't believe you, but the previous few Taoists. Take me to see. Bai Yi interrupted him. Zhang Dahu, helpless, led him to the attic in the backyard. As soon as they stepped onto the stairs, a bone-chilling cold rushed towards them, and a faint smell of blood filled the air. The door to the attic was tightly shut, with black mist seeping through the cracks. This is it. My son went in a few days ago and has been raving ever since, saying he saw a ghost in armor. Zhang Dahu's voice trembled. Bai Yi pushed open the door, and the sight inside made Zhang Dahu exclaim. A young boy was curled up in the corner, his eyes rolled back, mumbling incoherently, while above him floated a ghostly figure clad in tattered armor, holding a rusty long knife, with red light flickering in its eyes. Impudent! How dare you disturb my rest? The phantom roared, swinging the long knife towards Bai Yi with a gust of cold wind. Zhang Dahu collapsed in fear, but Bai Yi remained motionless, a wisp of wind-type spiritual energy flicking from his fingertips. The spiritual energy transformed in the air into countless tiny wind blades, seemingly gentle yet precisely severing the connection between the evil and the phantom. The phantom let out a mournful cry as the long knife shattered into pieces. Bai Ye's voice was calm yet carried an undeniable authority. In life, you fought in battle. In death, you should enter reincarnation. Lingering in the mortal realm with unfulfilled obsessions, do you wish to become a lonely ghost? The red light in the phantom gradually faded, revealing a weathered face, which bowed to Bai Yi. Thank you, Taoist, for your guidance. It is just that I could not protect the people of the city in life, and my heart is unwilling. Wangyue City is now peaceful and prosperous, with the people living and working in peace. Bai Yi took out a jade pendant, infusing it with a wisp of spiritual energy. This is a calming jade. Take it with you and go through the reincarnation passage. The phantom accepted the jade pendant, deeply bowing, and transformed into a beam of white light, disappearing out the window. The boy in the corner suddenly coughed, his eyes regaining clarity. Dad? How did I end up here? Zhang Dahu was both surprised and delighted, repeatedly bowing to Bai Yi. Thank you, Taoist. Thank you, Taoist. Bai Yi waved his hand and turned to leave. Zhang Dahu hurriedly took out silver coins to express his gratitude, but Bai Yi refused. As Bai Yi left the Zhang family's residence, the setting sun painted the horizon red. Walking among the crowd heading home, he observed the laughing children and the vendors carrying their burdens by the roadside, and the tension in his heart quietly dissipated. It turned out that the Tao heart was not only found in quiet cultivation but also in the mundane joys of life. Half a month later, he arrived at the most prosperous Jinqiu city in the eastern continent. This city had a market established by cultivators, with shops lining the streets selling various magical tools and elixirs, and he could even see figures of cultivators in the transformation stage. While wandering through the market, Bai Yi was drawn to a shop called Jubao Pavilion, where a black strange stone caught his attention. The surface of the stone was riddled with holes, and he could feel faint spatial fluctuations when he touched it. Bai Yi's heavenly heart mark informed him that this was a Kongming stone, containing pure spatial laws which would greatly benefit his understanding of wind gap traversal. You have a good eye, friend. The shopkeeper, a plump middle-aged cultivator, said with a smile. This is a Kongming stone, being sold at a low price for only 500 high-grade spirit stones. Just as Bai Yi was about to speak, an arrogant voice came from behind him. I'll take that stone. The speaker was a cultivator in fine robes, with a token of a 5th-grade sect hanging from his waist, followed by 2 guards, both at the mid-stage of the nascent soul. He glanced at Bai Yi with disdain and said, Kid, know your place and get lost. This is not something you can afford. Bai Yi ignored him and said, To the shopkeeper, I'll take it. The robed cultivator's expression darkened. You think you can just take it? Do you know who I am? I am Zhou Tong, the young master of the Luyun sect. Bai Yi lightly tapped the Kongming stone with his fingertip, and the stone suddenly erupted with a faint blue light. Shopkeeper, let's settle the bill. Zhou Tong shouted angrily and struck towards Bai Yi's back with a palm, the wind carrying sharp spiritual energy, clearly intent on killing. The surrounding cultivators gasped, but no one dared to step forward to intervene. The Luyun sect had immense power in the eastern continent, and no one wanted to offend them for a stranger. Just as the palm wind was about to reach him, Bai Yi's figure suddenly blurred, as if merging with the wind. Zhou Tong's hand passed straight through the illusion and struck the Kongming stone. With a crack, the strange stone remained intact, but Zhou Tong was knocked back 3 steps by the rebounding force, his tiger's mouth numb. You're looking for death. Zhou Tong was both shocked and furious, drawing the long sword at his waist, which carried the unique sword energy of the Luyun sect, and thrust it at Bai Yi. Bai Yi sidestepped, and the wind-type spiritual energy at his fingertips transformed into an invisible barrier, blocking Zhou Tong's sword energy 3 feet away. Get lost. His voice was cold, and the pressure of his late nascent soul cultivation was suddenly released, causing Zhou Tong's 2 guards to kneel on the ground instantly, unable to even lift their heads. Zhou Tong's face turned pale as he realized that the Qing-clad cultivator before him was actually at the late nascent soul stage. Gritting his teeth, he glared at Bai Yi with resentment and left in a huff with his guards. The shopkeeper wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Friend, your strength is impressive. This Kongming stone can be yours for 300 high-grade spirit stones. Bai Yi gently shook his head, paid 500 spirit stones, and stored the Kongming stone in his system space. As he walked out of the Jubao pavilion, the afterglow of the setting sun spilled onto the street, casting a long shadow behind him. He gazed at the distant lights of thousands of homes, feeling a sense of calm in his heart. The myriad forms of the mortal world, with both good and evil, joy and anger, were all part of cultivation. In the days that followed, he wandered and paused, sometimes helping farmers in mountain villages drive away beasts, sometimes mediating disputes among cultivators in towns, and occasionally listening to down-and-out cultivators recount their pasts in late-night taverns. He did not deliberately enhance his cultivation, but his Tao heart grew increasingly stable amidst this simplicity and turmoil, with the wind patterns around his nascent soul flowing more smoothly, faintly showing signs of breaking through to the transformation stage. One day, he arrived at a valley called Duanyun Cliff, where the roar of a waterfall echoed. Following the sound of water, he approached the cliff's edge and saw a woman in white gazing into the abyss and murmuring to herself, exuding a faint aura of death. Miss, this place is dangerous, Bai Yi reminded her. The woman turned her head, her beauty striking, yet her face bore an inescapable sorrow. Are you here to persuade me to turn back? Bai Yi looked at the wound on her wrist and the scattered sword tassels at the edge of the cliff, shaking his head. The path lies beneath your feet. Whether to turn back is up to you. The woman was taken aback, then smiled bitterly. You are different from others. She gazed into the abyss and slowly recounted her story. She was once a disciple from a prestigious family, but after her lover's betrayal and the destruction of her sect, she was left in despair and contemplated ending her life. Bai Yi listened quietly, and when she finished, he pointed to the waterfall below the cliff. The water falls into the abyss, seeming like an end, but in reality, it flows into rivers and ultimately returns to the sea. The woman looked up at him, a glimmer of understanding flashing in her eyes. You mean, obsession is like the abyss, letting go is the way forward. Bai Yi turned to leave. Live on, and perhaps you will see a different scenery. As his figure disappeared at the mouth of the valley, the woman in white gazed at the waterfall, tears finally falling, but no longer in despair, rather filled with relief. The wind at the cliff's edge gently blew, lifting her scattered hair, as if heralding a new beginning. Bai Yi walked along the mountain path of Duanyun Cliff, the taut string in his heart completely relaxed. He knew that his worldly trials were nearing their end, and it was time to return to Qinglan's sect. After this battle, his Tao heart was flawless, and he was just one step away from the transformation realm. The mountain gate of Qinglan's sect appeared hazy amidst the sea of clouds. As Bai Yi returned in the morning light, the disciple guarding the gate flashed a look of surprise and quickly bowed. Seen your brother Bai. He nodded slightly and walked straight towards the law enforcement hall. Half a year of worldly experience had added a touch of warmth to his demeanor, yet it also concealed a sharpness born from accumulation. His aura, at the late stage of the nascent soul, was effortlessly controlled. Even the elder guarding the hall secretly nodded. This child's Tao heart has become increasingly stable. Xiao Xian was reviewing documents in the hall when he saw Bai Yi enter, putting down his brush with a smile. You returned just in time. The sect master just sent someone to invite you to the main peak for a meeting. Bai Yi's heart stirred. A meeting? It's about your breakthrough to the transformation realm. Xiao Xian stood up and led him outside. In the past 6 months, there has been much discussion about you within the sect. Some say we should use our resources to help you break through, while others worry about overreaching. Today, we need to establish some guidelines. The meeting hall at the main peak was solemn and dignified, with 12 coiling dragon pillars entwined with light blue spiritual energy. Inside sat the 7 core elders of the sect and the sect master. When Bai Yi walked into the hall, all eyes turned to him, some scrutinizing, some expectant, but none looked down on him. With his late-stage nascent soul cultivation and the reputation he had built in the eastern continent over the past 6 months, he was more than qualified to sit here. Bai Yi, do you know what the transformation realm means for our sect? The sect master spoke directly, his voice carrying a heavy pressure. Qinglan sect has not produced a late-stage transformation realm cultivator in 300 years. If you succeed, our sect can be promoted to the 5th rank and gain access to more secret resources. Bai Yi clasped his hands. Disciple understands. But the transformation tribulation is perilous, especially for a genius like you. The tribulation's power far exceeds that of ordinary people. The elder in red on the left spoke solemnly, using the Wind Spirit Cave can increase the success rate by 30%, but it requires consuming 100 years' worth of accumulated Wind Spirit crystals from the sect, which is too risky. Risk? Xiaoxian countered, should we just watch such a talent perish? If it weren't for conservatism 300 years ago, our sect wouldn't be stuck at the 6th rank. The hall immediately erupted in debate, with some elders advocating caution while others supported full backing. Bai Yi stood quietly in the hall, his expression calm, as if the discussion did not concern him. Everyone, quiet down. The sect master raised his hand to signal, his gaze falling on Bai Yi. What do you think? Are you willing to use the resources of the Wind Spirit Cave? Bai Yi looked up. Disciple needs it, but I promise, if I can break through to the transformation realm, I will lead Qinglan sect to the 5th rank. His voice was not loud, but it carried an undeniable firmness, and the aura of his late-stage nascent soul quietly spread, causing the debate in the hall to come to an abrupt halt. A glimmer of satisfaction flashed in the sect master's eyes. Good, with this sense of responsibility, it is enough. 3 days later, the Fengling Cave heaven will open, and you can enter and meditate for a year. The resources you need will be fully supplied by the sect. After the meeting, Zhou Xian handed him a blue jade slip. This is the map of the Fengling Cave heaven. The wind I spring inside is most beneficial for refining the nascent soul. Make good use of it. 3 days later, the entrance to the Fengling Cave heaven opened at the back of the main peak. It was a valley shrouded in formations, with countless wind-type runes carved on the stone door. The entrance, which slowly opened only when infused with spiritual energy by 3 transformation stage elders simultaneously. The flow of time inside the cave is 3 times that of the outside world. Remember, you must come out after a year, otherwise the formation will close and it will be difficult to open again. The sect master reminded. Bai Yi nodded and turned to step through the stone door. The scene before him opened up suddenly. The concentration of spiritual energy in the valley was 10 times that of the outside world, with light blue dots floating in the air, which were the condensed wind-type spiritual energy. Countless unfamiliar spiritual herbs grew on the ground, their leaves moving without wind, emitting pure energy. The distant mountain walls were embedded with dense wind spirit crystals, ranging from low-grade to top-grade, sparkling with brilliant light. Indeed a blessed land. Bai Yi sighed inwardly. The Tianqin mark allowed him to clearly see the flow of spiritual energy. In the center of the valley, the wind eye spring continuously gushed forth liquid spiritual energy, and the space around the spring was slightly distorted, clearly containing spatial laws. He did not rush to cultivate but first familiarized himself with the environment. At the deepest part of the Fengling Cave heaven, there was a natural stone cave, with stalactites hanging from the ceiling. The droplets falling to the ground made a crisp sound, perfectly resonating with the frequency of the wind laws. This was undoubtedly the best place for cultivation. Bai Yi sat cross-legged in the cave and took out the void stone he had purchased from the treasure-gathering pavilion. As soon as the stone came into contact with the spiritual energy in the cave, it automatically floated up, and wisps of spatial airflow sprayed out from the holes on its surface. He placed the stone in front of him, operating the profound meaning of the Tianfeng Sword Classic, guiding the spatial airflow to merge with the wind-type spiritual energy. Buzz! The moment the 2 laws came into contact, a violent repulsion occurred. The void stone erupted with dazzling black light, causing Bai Yi to stagger back repeatedly, a trace of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. It really isn't that easy. He wiped away the blood, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. The transformation stage was indeed a realm of law fusion, and the collision of wind and space was the key to breaking through. For the next 3 months, he fought against the repulsive forces of the 2 laws every day. Sometimes the wind-type spiritual energy would tear apart the spatial airflow, and sometimes the spatial rifts would devour the wind force. The stone walls of the cave were pockmarked by the aftermath of the 2 laws, and his divine body was often covered in scars, but each collision deepened his understanding of the laws. On the morning of the 4th month, when the first ray of sunlight streamed through the cracks in the cave, a miracle occurred. The black light of the void stone and the blue light of the wind-type spiritual energy suddenly intertwined into a spiral light column, the 2 laws entwining like yin and yang fish, no longer repelling each other but instead nourishing one another. It worked! A surge of joy flashed in Bai Yi's eyes. He could clearly feel that the wind-type spiritual energy, under the enhancement of the spatial airflow, had increased its penetrative power several times. Meanwhile, the expansion speed of the spatial rifts had also accelerated by 30% under the influence of the wind force, which was the law resonance of the transformation stage. As the laws fused, his nascent soul began to undergo a transformation. The originally 3-inch tall miniature figure slowly grew larger, with faint spatial patterns merging into the 18 wind patterns surrounding it, and a tiny vortex appeared at its brow, continuously inhaling and exhaling the spiritual energy within the cave, a precursor to the transformation soul. Baiyi did not stop. He took out the fragments of wind laws and high-grade spiritual marrow from the system space. The fragments merged into the nascent soul, making the fusion of wind and space smoother. The spiritual marrow transformed into a torrent, nourishing the growing nascent soul, making it more solid. Time passed in the monotonous cultivation, and he had consumed nearly half of the wind spirit crystals. In the cave, while the liquid spiritual energy of the wind eye spring had also decreased by 3 feet. As the 1-year deadline approached, his nascent soul had grown to 6 inches tall, and the vortex in his forehead spun faster and faster. The surrounding space began to tremble violently, clearly a sign of a breakthrough. The 3-9 heavenly wind calamity is coming, Baiyi said, gazing at the sky outside the stone cave, a hint of seriousness flashing in his eyes. He could feel the laws of heaven and earth outside the cave converging, and a calamity aimed at him was about to descend. He stepped out of the stone cave and arrived at the center of the wind spirit cave, embedding the void stone into the ground. Using himself as the eye of the formation, he set up a massive wind-based array, a wind gap formation he had created by combining the cave's terrain, capable of guiding the power of the heavenly tribulation through spatial rifts to reduce the impact. The moment he completed the arrangement, the sky suddenly darkened, thunder and lightning roared within the dark clouds, and countless azure wind pillars fell from the cloud layers like the furious whips of deities, striking fiercely at Baiyi. The first layer of bone-cracking wind had arrived. Come on! Baiyi advanced instead of retreating, channeling the laws of wind to guide the wind pillars toward the ground formation. The wind pillars passed through the spatial rifts, their power weakened by nearly half, and when they struck him, though they caused his blood to surge, they did not harm his foundation. Just as the first layer of calamity passed, the second layer, so leading wind, followed closely. This was a storm composed of countless tiny wind blades, specifically targeting the souls of cultivators. An ordinary nascent soul cultivator would be scattered in moments. Baiyi's gaze sharpened, and he manipulated the nascent soul within his dantian, the vortex in his forehead erupting with dazzling light, forming a solid soul barrier. At the same time, he pushed the laws of wind to their limits, creating a swirling wall of airflow around him, redirecting most of the wind blades aside. Crack! Although the barrier blocked the fatal attack, it was covered in cracks, and Baiyi felt a tearing pain in his soul, but he gritted his teeth and endured. When the third layer, chaotic wind, descended, the entire wind spirit cave trembled. This was a gray storm composed of chaotic air currents. Where it passed, laws collapsed and space shattered. Even the formation laid by the void stone disintegrated inch by inch in the storm. Now's the time. A hint of determination flashed in Baiyi's eyes as he gathered all the wind and spatial laws within his fist and struck fiercely against the chaotic wind. This punch combined his insights from his experiences in the mortal realm, blending rigidity and softness, possessing both the might of thunder and the subtlety of nurturing without sound. Boom! The punch wind collided with the chaotic wind, unleashing world-destroying energy. Baiyi's figure was swallowed by the storm, disappearing into the gray currents. Outside the cave, the sect master and elders' expressions changed dramatically, and Xiaoxian could not help but want to rush in, but was stopped by the sect master. This is his calamity, and also his opportunity. We cannot interfere. The storm lasted a full 3 hours, and as the chaotic wind gradually dissipated, a figure slowly emerged from the currents. Baiyi's clothes had been torn to shreds, his body covered in wounds, but his gaze was brighter than ever. The vortex in his forehead had vanished, replaced by a faint azure mark, surrounded by 9 black and white law halos, which was the sign of the transformation realm. He broke through. Xiaoxian murmured, his eyes filled with excitement. Baiyi looked up at the entrance of the cave, feeling a deeper connection with the laws of heaven and earth within him, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. The transformation realm had been achieved. As the stone door of the wind spirit cave slowly opened, the sect master and elders outside held their breath simultaneously. The moment Baiyi's figure appeared within the halo, everyone felt a completely different aura, a rhythm that seemed to resonate with the heavens and earth. The 9 black and white law halos slowly rotated behind him, and wherever the halos passed, the wind spiritual energy in the air automatically prostrated on the ground. Even the space rippled with respect. This is the transformation realm? The elder in the red robe gasped in shock. He himself was a cultivator at the initial stage of the transformation realm, yet he had never seen such a refined law halo. Ordinary transformation realm cultivators can condense 3 halos, but he has 9? Xiaoxian's gaze fell on the light blue mark on Baiyi's forehead. Each time the mark flickered, the surrounding space trembled slightly, clearly a testament to the perfect fusion of spatial laws and wind laws. Not only in quantity but the purity. of this law is likely 3 times stronger than that of a mid-stage transformation realm cultivator. The sect master stroked his beard, his satisfaction nearly overflowing. Good, good. Our Qinglan sect has finally produced a true genius. Bai Yi, come with me to the council hall, I have important matters to announce. Bai Yi nodded slightly, and with a flicker of his figure, he appeared before everyone, moving without disturbing a single strand of spiritual energy, as if he had merely taken a step yet crossed several zhang in distance. This was the shrinking the ground to an inch of the transformation realm, surpassing the void-breaking wind escape technique. The news of the conferment in the council hall spread like wings, instantly igniting the entire Qinglan sect. Outer disciples gathered in the main peak square, standing on tiptoe to look towards the council hall, the waves of discussion nearly overturning the clouds. Have you heard? Senior brother. No, we should call him elder by now. He just entered the transformation realm and has already been conferred as an inner door elder, and he's in charge of the listening wind peak. A boy in a grey robe blushed, forgetting to wave the broom in his hand. He had seen Bai Yi from a distance in the scripture pavilion half a year ago and now felt a sense of pride. The girl in brown beside him pouted. He just reached the initial stage of the transformation realm and has his own peak? How can those mid-stage transformation realm elders accept that? I think the sect master is biased. What do you know? An older outer disciple tapped her on the head. Yesterday, when the Wind Spirit Cave stone gate opened, I was nearby. The 9 law halos behind Elder Bai even shocked the Grand Elder into standing up. It's said that ordinary transformation realm cultivators can have at most 3 halos. With such talent, what's a mountain peak to him? The reactions of the inner disciples were much more complex. In the martial arts arena, several late-stage Golden Core disciples sheathed their swords, looking towards listening wind peak with varied expressions. A year ago, he was still competing with us in the inner door competition, and now he's already an elder. Li Moran's junior brother murmured, his tone filled with defeat. Li Moran's fingers gripping the sword hilt turned slightly pale, but in the end, he merely sighed. His path has always been different from ours. Under the shade of a tree on the other side, Sume and several female disciples were organizing talismans. Hearing the commotion from afar, a round-faced girl smiled and said, Sister Su, you said long ago that senior brother Bai's future is limitless. Now it's come true, right? Sume's vermilion brush paused slightly as she gazed at the clouds around listening wind peak, a faint smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Further away, outside the law enforcement hall, several inner disciples responsible for patrolling were gathered around a notice board in debate. The board bore a conferment decree written in gold powder with the words may recruit disciples on their own, particularly eye-catching. I want to go to listening wind peak. A young man in silver armor clenched his fists. Elder Bai's wind-based sword techniques are unparalleled in the sect. If I can become his disciple, how can I not break through to the nascent soul? However, a companion beside him sneered, with your mixed spiritual roots, Elder Bai probably wouldn't even lift an eyelid. Besides, he just established a peak and dares to use the sect's 6th grade resources. Who knows when he might anger the other elders? We should stay out of this commotion. Amidst the arguments, Bai Yi had already arrived at listening wind peak with Xiao Xian. This peak was located on the western side of the sect, facing the main peak from a distance. The summit was shrouded in mist, and while the concentration of spiritual energy was not as high as that of the Wind Spirit Cave, it was still 50% higher than that of other peaks, clearly a specially chosen treasure location. The palace and formations on the peak are ready, you can settle in first. Zhou Xian pointed to a large hall with green tiles at the peak. In 3 days, there will be an elder meeting, and you need to attend to discuss the future development of the sect. After Bai Yi expressed his gratitude and watched Zhou Xian leave, he turned and stepped into his own courtyard. The layout of the courtyard was similar to that of the previous listening wind courtyard, but it appeared more spacious. Instead of the courtyard was now planted with the rare, a vine that could traverse space on its own. The fruits it bore were highly beneficial for cultivating spatial laws, clearly indicating that the sect had invested heavily. He sat at the stone table, lightly tapping the surface with his fingertips. With a thought, the system panel unfolded in his mind. Main quest reached the transformation god realm in 3 years. Completed reward, top quality immortal artifact world-rending talisman X1, can tear through low-grade interface barriers. Evaluation, exceeded expectations. Additional reward law affinity talent, increases sensitivity to the laws of heaven and earth by 20%. In the system space, an ancient talisman quietly floated, adorned with twisted spatial patterns, exuding a domineering aura capable of tearing everything apart. As Bai Yi's fingertip touched the talisman, he instantly understood its usage. By infusing it with the power of laws above the transformation god realm, he could open a passage to other interfaces, though the destination would be random, and the passage could only last for the time of a stick of incense. Finally, there's a possibility of leaving. A glimmer of anticipation flashed in Bai Yi's eyes. Although the Qingxian continent was vast, it was ultimately not his destination. Just then, the system notification sounded again. New main quest released. Explore the 9 Heavens Realm Ruins quest description. In the Shattered Star Abyss located in the extreme north of the Qingxian continent. There are ruins of ancient Nine Heavens realm cultivators, and the core of the ruins, the gate key, must be found. Quest reward, top quality immortal artifact Void God can stabilize cross-interface passages. Failure penalty, deprivation of law affinity talent. Nine Heavens realm? Bai Ye's heart stirred. This was the world mentioned in Feng Bo's manuscript. It seemed the system's tasks were always guiding him toward broader horizons. He put away the talisman and walked toward the library within the hall. Here, the sect's allocated texts were stored, and one volume, Strange Tales of the Qingxian Continent, caught his attention. Opening the scroll, the records about the Shattered Star Abyss were glaringly evident. The Shattered Star Abyss is located in the extreme cold of the northern continent, with ancient battlefield ruins at the bottom. The destruction wind that can tear apart souls blows year-round. Cultivators below the mid-transformation god stage will surely die if they enter. Bai Ye's fingertip traced the pages, while the heavenly heartmark automatically analyzed the information. The destruction wind belonged to a chaotic, derived exotic wind energy, which could be guided using the wind gap array. The magnetic field at the abyss's bottom was chaotic and needed the power of the world-rending talisman to stabilize. Interesting. He closed the scroll, a hint of battle intent flashing in his eyes. The first task of the transformation god realm was so perilous, which suited his cultivation path. 3 days later, at the elder meeting, Bai Ye attended for the first time as an elder. When he proposed to explore the Shattered Star Abyss, the red-robed elder immediately opposed. The Shattered Star Abyss is a dead zone. Although there are legends of ruins, no one has ever returned alive with anything. Why must Elder Bai take the risk? I have made up my mind. Bai Ye replied calmly, this journey is not only to explore the ruins but also to test my strength in the transformation god realm. The sect leader pondered for a moment. How long will it take? 3 months. Good. The sect leader nodded. I will send 10 initial stage transformation god cultivators to accompany you to help you deal with the wind. No need. Bai Ye declined. Too many people would be a burden. I can manage alone. His tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable confidence. This statement caused a stir among the waiting disciples outside the hall. Did you see that? This is the true demeanor of a strong person. The silver-armored youth excitedly patted his companion's shoulder, venturing alone into the Shattered Star Abyss. Would any other elder dare? I see it as seeking death. The previously opposing disciple pouted but quietly took 2 steps back, fearing others would notice his apprehension. Xiao Shan looked at his determined gaze and suddenly smiled. Sect leader, let him go. With his strength, he might truly create a miracle. In the end, the sect leader agreed to his request but repeatedly reminded him to be cautious. The day before departure, Sume arrived at Listening Wind Peak, bringing a stack of yellow talismans. Senior brother Bai, this is the Avoidance Talisman. I spent 3 years refining it. It might withstand the annihilation wind. The intricate patterns on the talismans clearly showed the immense effort put into them. Bai Ye took the talismans. Thank you. Senior brother, you must return safely. Sume's voice carried a hint of barely perceptible worry. Bai Ye nodded slightly, saying little. He turned and walked into the main hall to begin preparing his belongings. A few changes of clothes, an ordinary iron sword, the boundary-breaking talismans and void stones from the system space, these were all his possessions. The next morning, the teleportation array at Listening Wind Peak lit up. Bai Ye stood in the array, cupping his hands to Qiu Xian and the sect leader who had come to see him off farewell. A flash of light, and his figure vanished from the array. Qiu Xian gazed at the empty teleportation array, murmuring, this young man's future is not on the Qingxian continent. The sect leader sighed. To have kept him for 100 years is already a blessing for our sect. When the news returned to the outer sect, the disciples in the square erupted in chatter. Elder Bai really went to the Shattered Star Abyss alone? The gray-robed youth's eyes widened, and the broom in his hand fell to the ground with a thud. The brown-clad girl, now devoid of her previous disdain, murmured, if he can come back alive, I'll go work at the outer sect of Listening Wind Peak. In the distance, on the training ground, Li Neuron looked towards the northern continent, suddenly sheathing his sword and turning around. Junior brother, from today on, I will enter seclusion to break through to the transformation realm. The junior brother was taken aback for a moment, then nodded earnestly. Yes, senior brother. In the extreme cold of the northern continent, heavy snow fell year-round, and the world was shrouded in desolation. Bai Ye's figure appeared on the snowy plain, the halo of laws from the transformation realm automatically unfurling, isolating the biting cold wind. He gazed at the distant black rift that pierced the heavens and the earth. That was the entrance to the Shattered Star Abyss. Within the rift, he could vaguely see the gray wind howling. Even the sunlight was torn into fragments. The annihilation wind, huh? Bai Ye tightened his grip on the avoidance talisman, his figure flickering as he leaped towards the rift. The depths of the abyss were even more perilous. Then recorded, the gray wind acted like countless small blades, continuously slicing at his halo of laws, producing a piercing hissing sound. Yet he did not use the talisman. Instead, he operated the wind laws, allowing the halo to tremble slightly in rhythm with the wind, absorbing the energy of the wind even as it cut, making the halo increasingly solid. It really is useful. Bai Yi felt a surge of joy. The heavenly heart mark and the affinity for laws worked in tandem, allowing him to clearly sense that the annihilation wind contained the most primal destructive power of the wind, making it an excellent material for perfecting his own laws. He walked slowly through the wind, his figure sometimes swallowed by the wind, sometimes emerging from another space, the combination of wind, gaps and spatial contraction allowing him to traverse the perilous ground with ease. The ground of the abyss was littered with countless broken weapons and bones, including the remains of Transformation Realm cultivators, showcasing the dangers of this place. After delving 100 miles into the abyss, a half-broken stone door appeared ahead, engraved with the same patterns as those in the Windmaster's manuscript. It was the entrance to the Nine Heavens realm. A glint flashed in Bai Ye's eyes as he quickened his pace. The wind at the bottom of the shattered star abyss grew increasingly violent, the grey currents swirling like countless rotating saw blades, tearing the space apart. Bai Ye's 9 halos of laws had shrunk to cling tightly to his divine body, the black and white patterns on the surface of the halos swirling rapidly, guiding most of the wind to the rocky walls on either side, which had long been eroded by the wind into bottomless ravines, the exposed rock layers gleaming with a metallic cold light. He stared at the half-broken stone door ahead. The words 9 heavens on the lintel had been worn blurry by the wind, but the relief sculptures on either side of the door remained clear. On the left was the soaring statue of the Windmaster, and on the right was the shadow of a war god wielding a giant axe, with dense spatial runes carved between the two figures, forming a complex locking array. This is the two instruments locking space array, which requires the simultaneous activation of wind and space laws to open. Bai Ye's fingertips brushed over the runes, and the Tianqin mark instantly revealed the location of the formation's eye. He took a deep breath, and the Yuan Ying and his Dantian simultaneously formed 2 incantations. His left hand guided the wind-type spiritual energy into the wind god relief, while his right hand urged the spatial laws to touch the war god. Phantom. Buzz. The 2 reliefs suddenly lit up, the wind god statue spewing out azure airflow, while the war god phantom raised a giant axe, the trajectory of the axe blade resonating perfectly with the spatial runes. The stone door emitted a dull sound, slowly opening inward, revealing a deep passage inside, with a faint golden light flickering at the end of the passage. Just as the stone door opened, a violent gust of wind surged from the right, and 3 shadows broke through the airflow, charging straight at Bai Ye's back. The curved blades in the shadow's hands glimmered with a purple-black poisonous light, clearly coated with transformation powder. This toxin couldn't inflict much damage on the transformation realm, but it could paralyze the law halos of those in the transformation realm, the trash from the Luyun sect. Without turning his head, Bai Yi flicked his left hand, and 3 wind blades accurately struck the grooves on the inner side of the curved blades. Clang, clang, clang. 3 crisp sounds rang out, and the shadows felt a clever force travel up the knife handle, nearly causing the curved blades to slip from their grip, their attack momentum suddenly stalling. Seizing this brief moment, he spun around, and the spatial laws in his right hand erupted suddenly, causing the space around the 3 shadows to freeze, as if trapped by invisible walls. This was the spatial confinement of the transformation realm. Although it could only maintain the stasis for a brief moment, it was enough to determine life and death. Wind gap? Absolute kill. The iron sword had appeared in his hand at some point, and the sword light pierced through the spatial barrier, instantly stabbing through the throat of the left shadow. Purple-black blood splattered onto the law halo, emitting a hiss of corrosive sound, yet it failed to harm the halo in the slightest. The other 2 shadows were filled with rage and desperation, frantically urging their spiritual energy to break through the spatial confinement. Bai Ye's iron sword swept across, the spine of the sword crashing heavily against the dantian of the right shadow, and with a crack, the opponent's law halo suddenly shattered, the Yuaning screaming as it flew out from the center of the brow, only to be cleaved in half by the wind blade flicked out by Bai Yi. The remaining shadow, seeing this, was terrified and turned to flee into the gusts. Bai Ye's gaze turned cold, and with his left hand, he crushed a talisman given by Su Mei to evade the gusts. The talisman transformed into a yellow light shield, perfectly enveloping the opponent within. Tell me, why are you here? The iron sword pressed against the shadow's throat, and Bai Ye's voice was colder than the wind at the bottom of a chasm. The shadow trembled all over, stammering, It was young Master Zhou, he learned you were coming to the Broken Star Abyss, specifically brought us here, to ambush Zhou Tong? Bai Yi recalled the young master in brocade from Jinqiu City, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Where is he? In the depths of the ruins, said he wanted to find the key to the realm gate before you. Before the words were finished, the iron sword had pierced through his heart. Bai Yi withdrew the long sword, allowing the corpse to be swept away by the gusts, his gaze calm and unperturbed. His mercy towards enemies was cruelty towards himself, a truth he had understood long before stepping into the immortal domain. He turned and walked into the passage behind the stone door, where glowing fluorite was embedded in the stone walls on both sides, illuminating the stone steps beneath his feet. The steps were covered in dried blood, clearly indicating that many cultivators had previously ventured in, only to perish here. After delving 100 feet, the passage opened up into a circular hall. In the center of the hall stood 9 dragon-patterned pillars, entwined with golden chains. The Ends of the chains connecting to floating white bones, these bones clad in tattered armor, holding rusted long knives, still maintaining the posture of battle from their previous lives. These are the remains of warriors from the Nine Heavens realm. Bai Yi looked at the badge on the chest of the bones, which bore the same wind pattern as the Wind God manuscript. What were they guarding? As soon as he finished speaking, a sound of gears turning suddenly echoed from the top of the hall, and the 9 dragon pattern pillars simultaneously lit up with red light, causing the white bones to slowly open their eyes, with ghostly blue soul flames igniting in their hollow eye sockets. Intruders, die! The hoarse roar echoed in the hall as the skeletons swung their long knives, the golden chains clanging deafeningly, rushing towards Bai Yi to strangle him. The blade winds carried the malevolent aura of an ancient battlefield, causing ripples in his law halo. Although these skeletons were merely at the peak of the nascent soul stage, they contained a fragment of the laws from the Nine Heavens realm, making them far more troublesome than ordinary cultivators. Bai Yi did not retreat but advanced instead, wielding his iron sword to create 3 sword flowers, each striking towards 3 coiling dragon pillars. At the moment the sword blade collided with the pillar, he suddenly spun to evade the chain strangulation, simultaneously infusing the sword move with spatial laws, wind gap shadow. 9 identical afterimages of him split from his true body, each holding an iron sword, entwined with wind-type spiritual energy, launching simultaneous attacks on the 9 skeletons. The skeletons were drawn to the afterimages, their long knives slashing at the phantoms, unaware that Bai Yi's true body had taken advantage of the afterimages cover to rush to the altar in the center of the hall. On the altar lay a bronze box, engraved with the words "Suppress Evil," emanating a faint golden light, clearly the key to suppressing these skeletons. Just as Bai Yi's fingertips touched the box, the 9 skeletons suddenly let out furious roars, their soul flames surging several times, breaking free from the coiling dragon pillars. Restraints, transforming into 9 blue shadows charging at him. Just in time, Bai Yi opened the bronze box, revealing 3 diamond-shaped golden talismans. Inside, the runes on the talismans originating from the emblems on the skeleton's armor. He grabbed a talisman and infused it with spiritual energy, which instantly transformed into 3 golden nets, enveloping the 3 skeletons at the forefront. Sizzle! The golden nets made a sound like roasting meat upon contact with the skeletons, the eerie blue soul flames flickering violently, clearly enduring immense pain. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Yi urged his iron sword, the sword light piercing through the gaps in the golden nets, accurately striking the skeleton's neck and sending its head flying. The remaining 6 skeletons, witnessing this, became even more frenzied, their long knives condensing substantial malevolent energy, forming 6 black knife lights that simultaneously locked onto Bai Yi's afterimages and true body. It's time to end this. Bai Yi crushed the last golden talisman, which transformed into a golden light curtain, temporarily repelling the skeleton's assault. He seized this fleeting moment, pushing the wind and spatial laws to their limits as the iron sword traced a perfect arc in the air, the black and white laws flowing within forming a small vortex of wind. Chaos? Windfall. This was a new move he created by merging the 2 laws, the vortex's suction not only capable of devouring spiritual energy but also tearing apart souls. The 6 skeletons were drawn into the vortex, their eerie blue soul flames quickly dimming in the rotation, ultimately dissipating into specks of starlight, leaving only 6 still humming long knives behind. Bai Yi sheathed the long knives forged from the unique starlight iron of the 9 Heavens realm, which, despite being tainted with malevolent energy, remained a rare high-quality spiritual weapon. He turned to look at the altar. Besides the talismans, there lay a rolled-up beastskin map, marked in vermilion with the structure of the ruins, the core area labeled as Gate of Realms Hall. So that's it. Bai Yi stored the map in the system space, the edge of the map marked with blood shadow pool caught his attention, depicted with a skull clearly indicating an extremely dangerous place, yet also marked with the words "Healing Holy Herb Blood." Spirit Grass. His divine body had been invaded by malevolent energy during the earlier battle, although it was not serious, it still needed timely cleansing. The blood spirit grass was just right to neutralize the malevolent energy, so it was good to pick it up along the way. Following the map's guidance, he passed through the hidden door on the west side of the hall, proceeding along the winding passage. Red liquid began to appear on the stone walls on either side of the passage, flowing slowly like blood, the air thick with a strong smell of blood that made one want to retch. This is the accompanying or vein of the blood shadow pool, blood marrow stone. Bai Yi touched the red liquid seeping from the stone wall. The heavenly heart mark informed him that this type of ore contained pure life energy, which, if refined into a pill, could instantly restore 30% of the spiritual energy of a god transformation stage cultivator. He took out the jade box and carefully collected dozens of blood marrow stones, which were excellent resources for survival. At the end of the passage, a blood-red lake appeared before him, the water rolling like molten lava. In the center of the lake, 3 dark red spirit grasses grew on a stone platform, with droplets of liquid falling from their leaves onto the lake surface, creating ripples of golden light. This was the blood spirit grass. However, Bai Yi's gaze fell into the water, where countless distorted shadows could be seen swimming. When these shadows struck the lake's surface, they stirred up gray toxic mist, which corroded the hard rocks on the shore, creating numerous holes. Blood Shadow Beast. He recalled the records in Chronicles of the Qingshan continent, noting that this type of monster fed on the blood essence of cultivators, preferred to live in groups, and was extremely toxic. Even mid-stage transformation realm cultivators would avoid it. At this moment, the blood spirit grass on the stone platform had matured, making it the best time for harvesting. Bai Yi did not rashly enter the water. Instead, he took out the long knife he had snatched from the skeleton and infused it with a trace of windlaw before hurling it fiercely towards the center of the lake. With a plop, the long knife plunged into the soil beneath the stone platform, and the blood-red lake instantly boiled. Countless shadows leaped from the water, revealing their translucent fangs, frantically pouncing on the long knife, quickly gnawing it down to powder. Seizing the moment while the blood shadow beasts were distracted, Bai Yi used the technique of shrinking the ground into inches, instantly crossing dozens of feet to land on the stone platform. He drew out the iron sword with his other hand, and with a sweep of sword energy, he severed the 3 blood spirit grasses at their roots and stored them in the jade box. Just then, the largest blood shadow beast reacted, letting out a sharp screech as it led the pack of beasts charging towards the stone platform. This blood shadow beast was 3 meters long, its fangs glistening with a purplish-black sheen, clearly the Beast King, at the peak of the early transformation realm. Seeking death. Bai Ye's eyes narrowed, and with his left hand, he crushed a blood marrow stone, pure life energy flooding into his meridians, replenishing most of the spiritual energy he had just expended. He spun to evade the Beast King's attack, and black and white laws coiled around the iron sword as he slashed back at the Beast King's neck. Thud! The blade sliced through the translucent flesh, black blood spraying out and sizzling as it hit the stone platform. The Beast King howled in pain, letting out an enraged roar, its tail whipping towards Bai Yi like a steel whip, the poisonous stinger at the tip glimmering ominously. Bai Yi tapped his toes, his figure retreating like a falling leaf, while he condensed the spatial law at his fingertips and shot a spatial rift towards the Beast King's wound. Though small, the rift precisely penetrated the Beast King's body, shattering its inner core. The Beast King let out a piercing wail, its massive body slowly sinking into the lake, and the other blood shadow beasts scattered in fear, no longer daring to approach the stone platform. Bai Yi looked at the now calm blood-red lake, purified the poison on his iron sword, and turned to leave. This trip to the blood shadow pool was quite fruitful. Not only had he obtained the healing blood spirit grass, but he had also learned the habits of the blood shadow beasts. More importantly, he sensed a faint aura of the gate key within the blood marrow stones, indicating that he was on the right path. Continuing deeper along the passage, the light ahead grew brighter, and the fluctuations of spatial laws in the air became increasingly intense. Bai Yi knew that the gate hall was just ahead, and waiting for him there might be even more dangerous entities than the blood shadow beasts and the skeletons, such as Zhou Tong, who was also searching for the gate key, and the true guardians of the ruins. He tightened his grip on the iron sword, the 9 rings of law began to spin faster, and a trace of blood-red malevolence mixed into the black and white patterns. This was the foreign energy absorbed after slaying the blood shadow beasts, which, under the transformation of the heavenly heartmark, added a touch of corrosiveness to his wind law, making it more powerful than before. The outline of the gate hall had emerged ahead, the words gate above the hall door radiating brilliant golden light, contrasting sharply with the darkness of the shattered star abyss. Bai Ye's steps did not pause for a moment as he walked towards the grand hall that symbolized a new journey, each step leaving a faint sword mark on the ground. Behind the half-open stone door was a deep corridor, its rock walls embedded with glowing ores that cast a hazy light along the path. Bai Yi had just taken 3 steps when a sudden click echoed beneath his feet. The rocks above him cracked open in an instant, and dozens of sharp stone spikes rained down like a violent storm, their surfaces entwined with a faint gray wind, clearly remnants of an ancient killing formation. A mere trick, he muttered, his toes barely touching the ground as he floated backward like willow catkins. At the same time, he flicked his fingers, sending out 3 wind blades that accurately sliced through the grooves on either side of the corridor. Hidden within those grooves were the formation's core mechanisms. The moment the wind blades severed the connection to the spiritual energy, the stone spikes froze mid-air, and the gray wind dissipated. The Tianxin mark had long seen through the formation structure. This was the chaotic stone formation. It appeared dangerous, but as long as one found the core, it could be unraveled. Bai Yi walked slowly through the corridor, and suddenly the ores on the rock walls lit up with a red glow, illuminating the murals on either side. The paintings depicted armored soldiers battling 3-headed, 6-armed monsters, golden blood flowing on the ground, and a massive city floating in the sky, its walls inscribed with the words 9 heavens. Is this the war between the 9 heavens and the demons? Bai Yi paused to examine it closely. The final scene of the mural showed the city crumbling, countless cultivators falling into the cracks, and one figure resembling the image in Feng Bo's manuscript. It seems Feng Bo indeed fell to the Qingshan continent back then. As he passed through the corridor, a circular hall appeared ahead, with 3 bronze statues standing in the center. The statues held long halberds, clad in tattered armor, their eyes glinting with red light. The moment Bai Yi stepped into the hall, the statues turned their necks with a crack, and all 3 halberds lunged toward him simultaneously, the tips slicing through the air with a shrill whistle that sent chills down his spine. Puppets? He sidestepped to avoid the halberds, spinning his iron sword in his hand and struck the joints of the statue with the spine of the sword. With a crisp clang, the statue remained utterly still, instead sweeping its halberd horizontally, forcing Bai Yi to retreat repeatedly. The material of these three puppets was neither metal nor stone, their surfaces covered with a layer of faint golden patterns, clearly crafted from special materials of the Nine Heavens realm, making ordinary attacks from the transformation realm ineffective against them. Even more bizarre was their perfectly synchronized movements. The trajectories of the halberds sealed off all escape routes, working together seamlessly. Interesting, a glint of battle intent flashed in Bai Yi's eyes. He suddenly pushed the wind-based laws to their limits, summoning a swirling blue vortex around him. The vortex caused the air to vibrate violently, producing sound waves that countered the frequency of the puppet's joints. This was a technique he had learned from a musician while training in the mortal realm, using vibrations to break defenses. Buzz. Under the impact of the sound waves, sparks flew from the joints of the bronze statues, their movements noticeably slowing. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Yi thrust his iron sword forward, the tip piercing precisely into the eye socket of the statue, the source of the red light and the core of the puppet. Zzz. The moment the red light extinguished, the statue froze in place, the golden patterns on its surface rapidly fading into a pile of ordinary bronze fragments. The process of dealing with the other two puppets was similar. Within half a stick of incense, the hall returned to tranquility. Where the statues had shattered, a hidden compartment revealed a black jade box. Bai Yi opened the box to find 3 pills the size of Longdon, pale golden in color, exuding a fragrant aroma that could restore the soul. Discovered 9 Heavens Realm Pill, Nourishing Spirit Pill, effective for repairing soul damage, beneficial for transformation realm cultivators. The system's prompt surprised him slightly. The quality of this pill was even superior to the best soul returning pill from the Qinglan sect. He stored the pills in the system space and continued his exploration. At the end of the hall, 4 paths branched out, each entrance engraved with different runes: wind, fire, water, earth. Bai Yi's Tianqin mark sensed that the path marked with the wind rune had the most concentrated spiritual energy, and there were faint fluctuations of spatial laws, so he stepped in without hesitation. This path is narrower than the corridor, with claw marks all over the rock walls. Scattered on the ground are several skeletons of cultivators, alongside rusty magical tools that seem to belong to a sect from the Qingxian continent. One of the skeletons tightly clutches a half-piece of jade slip. Bai Yi picks it up and sees that the writing has become blurred, barely able to make out words like Blood Shadow Sect, treasure snatching, and mutual destruction. Blood Shadow Sect? A thought stirs in his mind. This is a cult of evil. Cultivators from the northern continent, known for their expertise in crafting blood puppets and their ruthless methods. He didn't expect them to have been here as well. After delving 100 feet into the wind passage, the sound of fighting suddenly reaches him from ahead. Bai Yi slows his pace and cautiously peeks out, seeing 3 cultivators in black robes surrounding a silver giant wolf. The wolf's front leg is injured, blood staining the ground, yet it still bares its teeth and roars at the cultivators, the sound waves from its howl causing the surrounding rocks to tremble. This is the wind-howling silver wolf, containing a trace of wind spirit bloodline. Its inner core is highly beneficial for cultivating wind-based laws. Bai Yi recognizes the beast, its strength equivalent to the early stage of the transformation god realm, but it has fallen into a disadvantage due to the 3 cultivators' assault. The 3 black-robed cultivators are indeed from the Blood Shadow sect, their curved blades glinting with a dark red light. Where the blades pass, the air is filled with a bloody scent, a result of the Blood Shadow sect's sinister technique, Blood Shadow Blade, which enhances its power by consuming the essence blood of living beings. Third, finish it quickly. Don't forget the sect master's orders. We need to find the key to the boundary gate before the people from Qinglan sect arrive. The leading cultivator grins wickedly as he slashes with his blade, the blade light transforming into a line of blood aimed at the silver wolf's neck. The wolf lets out a mournful cry, on the verge of losing its life under the blade, when Bai Yi suddenly steps out from the shadows. Stop. The 3 Blood Shadow sect cultivators are startled, and, upon seeing Bai Yi's attire, a glint of greed flashes in the leader's eyes. A Qinglan sect member? Perfect, saves us the trouble of searching. He waves his curved blade. Hand over your storage bag if you know what's good for you, or you'll get to experience the taste of having your essence blood drained. Bai Yi is too lazy to waste words. His iron sword suddenly unsheathes, the sword light slicing through like lightning. The 3 cultivators didn't even see his movement. Before they clutch their necks and fall to the ground, blood gushing from their fingers, their eyes still filled with disbelief and terror. This sword strike is incredibly fast, precisely the wind gap stab that merges with the wind's passage, making it even more effective in the narrow corridor. The wind howling silver wolf watches him warily, growling low in its throat. Bai Yi takes out a spirit concentration pill, crushes it, and tosses it in front of the wolf. Eat this, and let's go. The fragrant pill relaxes the wolf's guard. It cautiously licks up the powder, and to Bai Yi's surprise, a faint golden light appears at its wound, healing at a visibly rapid pace. The wolf lets out a low call to Bai Yi, then turns and dives deeper into the passage, disappearing into the darkness. Bai Yi Continues forward, and at the end of the passage is a stone chamber with a blue jade box placed on a stone platform in the center. As soon as he picks up the jade box, the ground beneath him suddenly collapses and he falls into a pitch-black space. A trap? He quickly steadies himself, realizing he is in a massive cave, with countless glowing stalactites hanging from the ceiling, illuminating the dense mass of red eyes below. It turns out to be thousands of Blood Shadow sect cultivators sitting cross-legged on the ground, surrounded by a thick aura of blood, clearly performing some kind of evil ritual. At the center of the cave, on a high platform, an old man in a blood-red robe holds a bone staff, the top of which is embedded with a dark red pearl. Within the pearl, countless faces in agony can be faintly seen. This is the leader of the Blood Shadow sect, the evil cultivator Shui Wuchang, at the late stage of the transformation god realm. Finally arrived, Shui Wuchang slowly turns around, a strange smile appearing on his face. I set up the soul drawing array to lure a pure wind spirit root like you for sacrifice. Thank you for walking right into my trap, little one from Qinglan sect. The surrounding Blood Shadow sect cultivators rose simultaneously, their blood energy coalescing behind them into a massive phantom of a blood wolf, thousands of bloodthirsty gazes locking onto Bai Yi, creating a chilling scene. Yet, Bai Yi remained calm, even weighing the jade box in his hand. Are you looking for this? Inside the box lay a pale blue token, inscribed with the words Wind Department, clearly an identity token of the cultivators from the Nine Heavens realm, possibly related to the key to the realm gate. So it really is with you. A glint of greed flashed in Shui Wuchang's eyes as he slammed his bone staff onto the ground. Capture him. Whoever gets the token will be the next young sect master. Thousands of Blood Shadow sect cultivators surged forward like a tide, the blood wolves formed from blood energy howling as they lunged at Bai Yi. He took a deep breath and 9 halos of law simultaneously lit up, black and white wind blades shooting out like a torrential rain, scattering the blood wolf phantoms in their path, while cultivators screamed as they turned to ashes. Early stage of transformation? Impossible. This kind of power is at least mid-stage transformation. Shui Wuchang exclaimed in shock. He had never seen such a terrifying early-stage transformation cultivator. Those wind blades contained spatial laws that could directly tear apart blood energy defenses. Bai Yi ignored his astonishment, his figure flickering to appear on the high platform, the iron sword pointing directly at Shui Wuchang's throat. Shui Wuchang hurriedly raised his bone staff to block the blood bead at the top of the staff, erupting with a red light, forming a blood-colored barrier. Clang! The iron sword struck the barrier, the red light trembling violently. Shui Wuchang staggered back repeatedly, a trickle of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. What immense power! Who exactly are you? The one who will take your life. Bai Ye's voice was cold, the wind and spatial laws erupting simultaneously, the space around the iron sword slightly distorting, and in the next moment it pierced through the blood-colored barrier. The sword tip stopping just before Shui Wuchang's forehead. Shui Wuchang was terrified, suddenly pulling out a black talisman from his bosom and slapping it onto his chest. Blood escaped. His body instantly transformed into a mist of blood, fleeing deep into the cave. Trying to run? Bai Yi snorted coldly, flicking a wind blade from his fingertip, which transformed into a large net in midair, firmly enveloping the blood mist. The blood mist thrashed violently within the net, but could not break free, ultimately condensing back into Shui Wuchang's figure, though his aura was significantly weakened. Spare me. I am willing to submit. Shui Wuchang pleaded in terror, his eyes filled with fear. Bai Yi showed no hesitation, the iron sword piercing into his forehead. There was no need to show mercy to such a wicked cultivator. As Shui Wuchang's body fell, the blood bead at the top of the bone staff rolled to the ground, which Bai Yi casually collected into the system space. This bead contained pure blood energy. Although evil, it could be used to refine the body and might be useful in the future. After dealing with Shui Wuchang, the remaining Blood Shadow sect cultivators were already terrified, kneeling and begging for mercy. Bai Yi did not wipe them out completely, he merely crippled their cultivation and ordered them to leave the broken star abyss. His goal was the realm gate key, and there was no need to waste time on these small fry. After clearing the cave, he discovered that the cave walls were engraved with patterns similar to the previous murals, only more detailed. At the end of the patterns, on a floating altar, lay an object shaped like a key, with the words "for symbols return to one" carved around the altar. It seems the realm gate key requires gathering the tokens of wind, fire, water, and earth to unlock it. Bai Yi looked at the wind department token in his hand, a glimmer of understanding flashing in his eyes. The other 3 tokens should be in the other 3 passages. As he stepped out of the cave, he saw the previous wind howling silver wolf crouched at the entrance. Upon seeing him, it trotted over, holding a flaming token in its mouth, placing it before him. The token was identical in style to the wind department token, only inscribed with the words fire department, clearly brought by the silver wolf from another passage. Bai Yi raised an eyebrow and patted the silver wolf's head. Thanks. The silver wolf let out a low whine, affectionately rubbing against his palm. It seemed that the adventure in the broken star abyss was going more smoothly than he had imagined. As the wind howling silver wolf placed the fire department token in Bai Yi's palm, a glimmer of pride flickered in its wolf eyes, full of vitality. Baiye's fingertips traced the heated patterns on the token, which was forged from the Lihua crystal of the Nine Heavens realm. It was scorching to the touch but did not harm the skin, clearly containing pure fire laws. Have you been to the fire department passage? Baiye asked. The silver wolf shook its head, nudging his wrist with its nose, then turned and let out 2 low growls towards a fork in the path. It seemed to have found the token by following a scent. The spirit wolf's perception was even sharper than his Tianqing mark. Lead the way, Baiye patted the wolf's neck. Since there were tokens from the water and earth departments to collect, having an extra guide would certainly save effort. The silver wolf excitedly wagged its tail and leaped into the left passage, the water-patterned runes at the entrance rippling as it stepped through. This was the water department passage. The water department passage was starkly different from the wind department, with thick black liquid seeping from the rock walls, and the ground felt like sinking into a quagmire. A fishy sweet scent filled the air, and the Tianqing mark warned of danger. These liquids contained highly corrosive nether water capable of dissolving even the aura of the transformation realm. Watch your step, Baiye cautioned. The silver wolf, however, paid no mind, its forepaws treading on the liquid. As if it were solid ground, a faint silver glow even appearing on its fur, isolating the nether water. Baiye's heart stirred. The spirit wolf's bloodline was likely extraordinary, as ordinary wind-howling silver wolves did not possess such abilities. After delving 100 feet into the passage, a subterranean lake appeared ahead, the water as black as ink, with enormous lotus leaves floating on the surface, their centers adorned with blood-red buds. The silver wolf suddenly stopped, growling low at the lake, its wolf eyes filled with wariness. Splash! The lake surged, and a giant serpent with 9 heads broke through the surface. Its body covered in black scales, each head sporting different eyes, some were vertical pupils, others compound eyes, clearly a mutated being fused with various beast bloodlines. 9-headed nether serpent, mid-transformation strength. Baiye tightened his grip on the iron sword. The serpent's scales flowed with nether water, making ordinary attacks likely ineffective. The central head of the 9-headed serpent opened its massive mouth, spewing forth a column of black water that instantly corroded deep pits into the rock walls. Baiye's toes tapped on a lotus leaf, his figure retreating like a dragonfly skimming the water, while he infused the iron sword with wind laws, a green vortex swirling around the blade. Wind gap? Spiral. The vortex transformed at the sword's tip into a miniature tornado, which, with the sharpness of spatial rifts, shredded the black water column into mist. The mist landed on the lotus leaves, sizzling with a zzz sound, the leaf flesh quickly turning yellow. The corrosiveness of this nether water exceeded imagination. Seeing its attack thwarted, the 9-headed serpent's 8 remaining heads simultaneously spat venom, forming an impenetrable toxic net. The silver wolf roared in anger, its body glowing with silver light, releasing a silver soundwave that collided with the toxic net, shattering the venom into droplets. What a chance! Baiye seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack, his figure gliding over the lake's surface with the wind's force, the iron sword aimed directly at the central head of the 9-headed serpent. That was the core of the serpent demon, where the scales were thinnest and the accumulation of nether water was least. Hiss! The vertical pupils of the 9-headed serpent shrank suddenly, the remaining 8 heads turning to bite, the cold air spewing from their mouths instantly freezing the surrounding lake water. Baiye's sword momentum was halted, forcing him to pull back for defense. At the moment the iron sword clashed with the serpent's fangs, a bone-chilling force spread along the blade, causing his wrist to tingle slightly. This serpent demon even understands ice laws? Surprise flashed in Baiye's eyes, followed by a cold laugh as he pushed the spatial laws to their limits. The iron sword suddenly vanished from its original position, reappearing from an angle the 9-headed serpent could not perceive, accurately piercing the center of the head's brow. Put! The Lihua crystal token suddenly flew out from Baiye's embrace, sticking to the serpent demon's brow. The token erupted with a blinding red light, and the fire laws ignited the ghostly water within the hydra in an instant, like oil catching fire. The serpent demon let out a piercing scream, its 9 heads exploding in the flames, and its massive body finally sank to the bottom of the lake, leaving only a blue token floating on the water's surface, which was the water department token. The silver wolf leaped into the lake and retrieved the token. Baiye took the token and found that its material was the same as that of the wind and fire tokens, only it shimmered with the essence of the water laws. At that moment, the system prompt sounded. Collecting the wind, fire, and water tokens triggers the 4 symbols resonance, gaining water law affinity plus 10%, so there are such benefits to collecting the tokens. Baiye stored the token in the system space and turned his gaze to the lake's bottom. It seemed something was glowing in the hydra's lair. He activated the wind laws to blow away the water, revealing a white jade coffin resting on the lakebed, inscribed with the words Water God Mansion. Opening the coffin, he found the remains of a female cultivator inside, her skeletal hands tightly clutching a jade slip and a jade vial. The jade slip recorded a water law technique called Shenbing Ju, which was even more exquisite than the top techniques of the Qinglan sect. The jade vial contained 3 ice soul pills capable of instantly freezing an enemy's law operations, making it an excellent life-saving elixir. Not a small harvest. Baiye secured the treasures and was about to leave when the silver wolf suddenly began barking furiously at the lake's bottom. He looked down and discovered a line of small characters carved. At the bottom of the coffin, the Earth Department token is hidden beneath the Xuanwu turtle shell and requires 3 tokens as a key. It seemed that the mechanism for the Earth Department passage needed the first 3 tokens to be activated. Bai Yi patted the silver wolf. Let's go to the Earth Department passage. The Earth Department passage was the widest of the 4, with rock walls made of reddish-yellow stone covered in web-like cracks. At the end of the passage stood a massive stone door, carved with the image of the Xuanwu, with intertwining patterns of turtle and snake embedded with 3 grooves perfectly sized to hold the 3 tokens. The moment the tokens were inserted into the grooves, the stone door let out a thunderous rumble and slowly opened inward. Behind the door was a vast underground palace, at the center of which stood a towering Xuanwu statue, its shell covered in a star map with yellowish-brown light points flickering within. This is the Earth star map? Bai Yi looked up, the light points in the star map corresponding to the mountains and rivers of the Qingxin continent, clearly a geographical record drawn by cultivators from the Nine Heavens realm. Just then, the statue's eyes suddenly glowed red, and the entire underground palace began to tremble violently. The ground cracked open with countless fissures, and stone claws emerged from the gaps, followed by puppet warriors clad in rocky armor, each wielding a giant axe, standing 3 zhang tall, their auras reaching the initial stage of the transformation god. At least 100 puppets. Bai Ye's gaze sharpened. These puppets were made of shirang stone, capable of absorbing Earth's spiritual energy to repair themselves, making them 10 times more troublesome than bronze puppets. The silver wolf unleashed sound waves at the puppets, but they rebounded off the puppets' rocky armor. Seeing this, Bai Yi summoned the wind, fire, and water tokens simultaneously, forming a triangular formation in the air, and the 3-colored light that erupted within the formation instantly shredded the nearby puppets. So the tokens have this kind of use. Bai Yi understood. These 3 tokens were natural formation eyes, capable of invoking the resonance of the 3 laws. He controlled the token formation to clear a path ahead while he followed behind, using his iron sword to target the joints of the puppets. Although the puppets could repair their bodies, the shirang stone at their joints was relatively fragile, and once pierced by the iron sword, their repair speed significantly slowed. Bai Yi moved like a butterfly through the crowd of puppets, each strike precisely incapacitating a puppet, decisive in his actions without any hesitation. Half an hour later, the last puppet crashed to the ground. Bai Yi put away the token array and was about to walk towards the Xuanwu statue when the ground in the center of the underground palace suddenly collapsed. A giant turtle, covered in a shell, slowly rose up, with an old man in a earth yellow Daoist robe sitting on its shell, holding a whisk and exuding an unfathomable aura. Are you the junior who has gathered the 3 tokens? The old man stroked his beard and smiled, his voice booming like a bell. Bai Yi tightened his grip on the iron sword. Wary. Who are you? I am the remnant soul of the Earth Department's guardian from the Nine Heavens realm, tasked by my master to protect the Earth Department token. The old man's figure gradually became transparent. If you wish to take the token, you must pass my test. Before his words fell, the old man waved his whisk, and the rocks in the underground palace suddenly transformed into countless stone spears, shooting towards Bai Yi. These stone spears contained the heavy power of the Earth's laws. Although slow, they carried an unstoppable might. Come on. Bai Yi merged the 3 tokens into the wind law, and 3 colors of light intertwined with a blue wind blade to form a spiral beam of light. Wherever the beam passed, the stone spears shattered. A glint of surprise flashed in the old man's eyes. You can actually merge the 3 laws? Interesting. He waved his whisk again, and the ground of the underground palace suddenly rose, transforming into a massive stone fist that came crashing down towards Bai Yi. Bai Yi took a deep breath and pushed the spatial law to its limits. His figure vanished just before the stone fist fell, reappearing behind the old man, the iron sword aimed directly at his brow. This was one of his trump cards, combining the wind gap traversal and the inch-sized movement technique known as instant kill. Not bad, not bad. The old man, however, remained unhurried, and the turtle shell suddenly spun, blocking the iron sword. Here, take the token. The future of the Nine Heavens realm may lie in your hands, young ones. A piece of earth yellow token popped out from the center of the turtle shell, which was indeed the Earth Department token. The moment Bai Yi took the token, the 4 tokens flew up simultaneously, forming the 4 symbols array in midair. With a phantom of a key appearing within the array, the shape of the Realm Gate key clearly visible. The Realm Gate key is hidden in the altar at the core of the ruins. The 4 symbols array can guide your direction. The old man's figure completely dissipated. Go, and don't let me down. Bai Yi looked at the 4 tokens in his hand, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. Gathering the tokens was just the beginning. The real test awaited him at the core of the ruins. The silver wolf nudged his palm, letting out an excited low growl, clearly ready as well. The passage deep within the underground palace slowly opened in the light of the 4 symbols array, leading to the unknown core area. Bai Yi gripped the iron sword tightly and stepped in alongside the silver wolf, their figures quickly disappearing into the darkness. Not long after, the torches on both sides of the passage lit up one by one, illuminating the murals on the rock walls. The Last scene of the mural depicted a floating altar with the key at its center radiating a brilliant light. The torches at the end of the passage were not ordinary objects but unique Inming candles from the Nine Heavens realm, their flames a ghostly blue, capable of penetrating the soul. Bai Yi gazed at the last mural on the rock wall, the phantom of the key at the altar resonating with the light of the four symbols tokens, clearly indicating that the realm gate key was right here. Awah! The silver wolf suddenly growled lowly at the front, its fur bristling, the white mist from its nose condensing into droplets in the ghostly blue firelight. Baiye's heavenly heart mark simultaneously rang alarm bells as ripples appeared in the space 100 meters ahead, faintly revealing countless transparent threads intertwining in the air, the ends of the threads connecting to 12 stone statues surrounding the altar. These stone statues were human-sized, clad in tattered armor, holding rusted long spears, just like the guards depicted in the mural protecting the altar. The highest realm of puppet technique, shadow thread manipulation. Baiye's fingertip traced the iron sword, causing ripples of the wind law to emerge on the blade. The movements of these stone statues are guided by shadow threads, which are condensed by the spatial law. Ordinary attacks cannot sever them at all. He took out the void stone from the system space, and the moment the stone touched the shadow threads, the surface holes suddenly contracted, emitting a resonant buzzing sound. The next moment, the collision of two types of spatial energy revealed faint silver trails in the shadow threads. Found it! A cold light flashed in Baiye's eyes as he threw the fire department token into the air. The token forged from the fire crystal erupted with a blinding red light under the illumination of the nether candle, and the fire laws spread along the shadow threads, causing those seemingly intangible strands to burn violently in the flames. Crack! 12 stone statues simultaneously turned their necks, red light igniting in their stone eyes, and their spears pierced through the air with a whoosh. Their movements were 3 times faster than the previous bronze puppets, and the spears were wrapped in a yellowish halo, embodying the heavy power of the Earth Department laws. Wind gap? Scatter! Baiyi shouted softly, his figure transforming into dozens of afterimages, each holding a wind blade, accurately slicing towards the joints of the stone statues. However, the material of these statues was actually stellar steel from the Nine Heavens realm, and the wind blades only left shallow white marks upon contact. Even more bizarrely, the severed shadow threads quickly reformed, and the movements of the stone statues were unaffected. Silver Wolf, go to the altar! Baiyi suddenly called out, simultaneously driving the wind and water department tokens into the ground. The blue and green light intertwined on the ground to form a vortex, and the air currents and water vapor that surged from the vortex created a thick barrier, temporarily blocking the assault of the stone statues. The silver wolf understood, transforming into a silver flash as it dashed towards the altar. As its forepaws stepped over the shadow threads, the silver light on its fur emitted a powerful sound wave, causing the shadow threads to tremble violently. Just as the stone statues were about to break through the barrier, Baiyi formed seals with both hands, and the void stone and earth department token rose into the air simultaneously. The shockwave generated by the collision of the two spatial laws spread like a tsunami, causing the stone statues controlled by the shadow threads to disintegrate in the wave, turning into a sky full of debris. Is it resolved? Baiyi had just breathed a sigh of relief when he saw a massive crack open in the ground at the center of the altar, and a giant claw covered in black scales reached out from the fissure, with a half segment of stellar steel armor hanging from its claw tip. Roar! A deafening roar erupted from the ground. Fissure as a winged giant lion broke through the earth, its lion head adorned with a spiral horn, the legendary prison beast that guards the altar of the Nine Heavens realm. Its aura far surpassed that of the late stage of the transformation god, and the red light flickering on its horn could even distort the surrounding law halos. This is the true guardian. Baiyi tightened his grip on the iron sword, and 9 law halos began to spin rapidly. It seems I can no longer hold back. With a flap of its wings, the prison beast unleashed countless black wind blades that rained down like a storm, containing the laws of destruction. More tyrannical than the annihilation gale. Baiyi raised the 4 tokens in front of him, and the 4 colors of light intertwined to form a 4 symbols array, within which the phantoms of the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise emerged, successfully blocking all the wind blades. Ah whoa! Seeing this, the prison beast suddenly shot a red light from its horn, which pierced through the gaps in the 4 symbols array and instantly struck Baiyi's left shoulder. A sharp pain surged as the red light corroded a blood hole in his left shoulder. Even the nascent soul felt a burning pain. Baiyi's expression hardened. This law of destruction could directly harm the soul. It seems I must use that move. He bit his tongue, spraying a mouthful of golden essence blood onto the iron sword. In the bloodlight, the wind and spatial laws intertwined wildly, and a black and white spiral pattern emerged on the sword body, the embryonic form of his chaos-devouring law. Chaos? Devour. Baiyi's figure merged with the iron sword, transforming into a black and white stream of light that ignored the prison beast's wind blades and charged straight towards its horn. This strike combined all his insights into the laws, possessing both the swiftness of wind gaps and the tyranny of chaos devouring, even tearing the space apart to create a long fissure. Fear flashed in the prison beast's eyes as it attempted to retreat, only to find that the surrounding space had been locked by the wind laws. The moment the stream of light pierced through the horn, it let out a piercing scream, and its massive body began to disintegrate inch by inch, ultimately transforming into a red inner Dan the size of a fist suspended above the altar. Bai Yi caught the inner Dan and felt a surge of pure destructive laws flowing into his body. Under the analysis of the heavenly heartmark, it surprisingly fused with his own wind system laws to create a new energy. This was the law-breaking wind blade that could sever the connections of laws. Acquired the inner Dan of the town. Prison Beast comprehended the law-breaking characteristic. Wind system law power increased by 50% as the system prompt sounded. A stone platform slowly rose from the ground in the center of the altar, upon which lay an ancient key. The key's handle was engraved with the patterns of the 4 symbols, which was indeed the gate key. The moment Bai Yi picked up the key, the 4 tokens suddenly merged into it, causing the key to burst forth with dazzling light, illuminating the entire ruins. The murals on the rock walls began to flow, eventually converging into a phantom. It was actually the remnant soul of the Wind Lord. The younger generation is formidable. The Wind Lord's voice carried a sense of satisfaction. This gate key can not only open the passage to the 9 heavens realm but also control the 4 symbols town prison array. Consider it a gift from me to you. Before the remnant soul dissipated, a golden jade slip fell into Bai Yi's hand, inscribed with the 9 heavens wind escape technique, which was 100 times more advanced than the void-breaking wind escape technique of the Qinglan sect. Cultivating it to perfection could allow one to travel 1,000 miles in an instant. Thank you, senior. Bai Yi cupped his hands in salute, storing the key and jade slip in the system space. The silver wolf suddenly growled at a hidden compartment behind the altar, where a bronze treasure chest was concealed. Upon opening the chest, it contained 3 bottles of 9 turns resurrection pills capable of reviving the dead, a skyrending sword, a top-grade spiritual weapon with a blade covered in spatial cracks perfect for executing the wind gap sword technique, and a earth system body refining technique which could refine the body using the earth's spiritual energy. A bountiful harvest. After counting the treasures, Bai Yi realized there were only 3 days left until the 3-month deadline. I should head back. The return journey was much smoother than the way there. With the gate key in hand, the killing formations along the way automatically retreated, and the annihilation winds became docile. The silver wolf stayed close by his side, affectionately rubbing against his wrist, clearly intending to leave the shattered star abyss with him. Do you want to come with me? Bai Yi raised an eyebrow. The silver wolf nodded repeatedly, its wolf eyes filled with anticipation. Bai Yi chuckled and tossed it a concentration pill. Then keep up. Soon after, when the teleportation array at Listening Wind Peak erupted with a blinding blue light, the entire Qinglan sect felt the overwhelming aura. A patrolling disciple looked up and saw 9 black and white law rings shooting up into the sky from the array, their edges entwined with fine spatial cracks. Even the flowing clouds in the sky were ground to powder. That is, Elder Bai Yi? This must be the mid-stage of the transformation god? The grey-robed youth's magical tool clattered to the ground. Half a year ago, when Bai Yi left, he was still in the early stage of transformation god, and now, just 3 months later, he had already broken through. This speed completely overturned his understanding of cultivation. The news spread like wildfire across the peaks, and disciples rushed towards Listening Wind Peak. Even the reclusive Li Muron was stirred. He stood at the edge of the training ground, watching the increasingly solid rings of light, his knuckles turning white as he gripped his sword tightly. He had spent 3 years barely touching the threshold of transformation god, while Bai Yi had crossed into the midstage in just 3 months. This gap made him feel defeated, yet ignited an even fiercer fighting spirit. As the light of the teleportation array faded, Bai Yi's figure gradually became clear. Dressed in a dust-free blue robe, beside him sat the snow-white wind-howling silver wolf, its wolf eyes sparkling with spiritual light, causing several nascent soul cultivators to feel a pang of unease. Even more shocking was the 4 symbol tokens he held, slowly rotating, each token emitting law fluctuations that resonated with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. That is, the legendary 4 tokens? Elder Zhao from the law enforcement hall exclaimed in shock. He had seen records of them in ancient texts. They were symbols of identity for cultivators of the 9 heavens realm, containing pure source laws. Elder Bai has truly found them. Sume squeezed to the front of the crowd, looking at the silver wolf beside Bai Yi, then glancing at the token in his hand that shimmered with rosy light. Suddenly, she remembered the talisman given to her at parting. At this moment, the other party was unscathed, clearly indicating that those talismans had not been put to use. This disparity in strength made her heart sink, yet she could not hide the joy in her eyes. Bai Yi regarded the throng of people as if they were invisible, gently stroking the silver wolf's mane, and said lightly, "This mountain peak is my territory, and it will be your home from now on. Go take a look around." The silver wolf let out a low howl, leaping into the air, transforming into a white shadow that darted into the depths of Listening Wind Peak. This scene triggered a wave of gasps. The wind-howling silver wolf in the transformation stage had actually become his spirit pet? It was known that such spirit beasts were unruly, and even late-stage transformation cultivators found them hard to tame. Elder Bai Xiao Xian arrived riding the gusts of wind, his gaze immediately falling on the 4 symbols token. When he saw the token's flowing aura of laws, this seasoned law enforcement elder was so excited that his voice trembled. It really is a relic of the Nine Heavens realm. You actually found it. Bai Yi handed over the token. Gathering all 4 tokens can activate the 4 symbols array, which may benefit the sect's formations. Xiao Xian took the token with both hands, and the moment his fingertips touched it, the token suddenly erupted with 4 colors of rosy light, enveloping him within. The aura of the mid-transformation elder around him suddenly loosened, and an expression of incredulous ecstasy appeared on his face. This token can actually nourish the laws. The surrounding elders immediately erupted in excitement. The red-robed elder pushing forward, greedily staring at the token. Elder Bai, may I borrow it for a moment of comprehension? Several other elders echoed in agreement, their eager eyes almost melting the token. Bai Yi shook his head lightly. The token must be handed over to the sect master. As soon as he finished speaking, a majestic long howl came from the main peak, the sect master's voice resounding through the clouds. Where is Bai Yi? Come to the Hall of Gathering Talents at once. Inside the Hall of Gathering Talents, the sect master and 7 supreme elders were already seated. When Bai Yi stepped into the hall, all eyes focused on him, and several supreme elders who had been in seclusion for 1,000 years suddenly opened their eyes wide, their murky pupils bursting with brilliance. They sensed a familiar aura from Bai Yi, one that was only recorded in ancient scrolls, the power of the domain. You carry the scent of spatial laws. The oldest supreme elder spoke tremulously, his bony finger pointing at Bai Yi's brow. This mark, is it the key to the domain of the Nine Heavens realm? Bai Yi nodded and took out the key obtained from the altar's core. The key was completely transparent, with a luminous flow inside resembling a galaxy, precisely the item required by the system task. Main quest: explore the ruins of the Nine Heavens realm. Completed. Reward: supreme immortal artifact Tai Su divine ship deposited in system space. Evaluation: perfect completion. Additional reward: domain affinity talent can stabilize laws during cross-domain travel. The system prompt echoed in his sea of consciousness. Meanwhile, the elders in the hall were so shocked by the key that they were left speechless. The sect master caressed the key, his voice trembling. With this key, our Qinglan sect may be able to open a passage to the Nine Heavens realm. Not necessarily a blessing. Bai Yi suddenly spoke, revealing the records from the Blood Shadow Sect's scroll. The Nine Heavens realm has long been destroyed. The other end of the passage may be a den of demons. The hall fell silent in an instant, the faces of the supreme elders growing serious. The red-robed elder frowned. Then this key can serve as a trump card. Bai Yi replied, unless absolutely necessary, it should not be activated. The sect master took a deep breath and solemnly put away the key. You are right. You have made a great contribution this time. What reward do you wish for? I need to borrow the study of spatial laws from the 7th floor of the Scripture Pavilion. Bai Yi's request was simple. He wanted to perfect the control method of the Tai Su divine ship. Approved. The sect leader agreed without hesitation and then said loudly, send my orders. Appoint Bai Yi as the Grand Elder of Law Enforcement, ranking above the elders of each peak, with the authority to mobilize all resources within the sect. Once the news spread, the entire Qinglan sect was in an uproar. The outer disciples cheered and celebrated in the square, shouting Bai Yi's name to the heavens. The inner disciples rushed to listen to the wind listening peak, hoping to become his disciples. Even spies from other 6th grade sects hurried back with the news, shaking the entire eastern continent due to the rise of this young elder. 3 days later, a long line formed at the registration office beneath the wind listening peak. A silver-armored youth held his cultivation insights, nervously sweating in his palms. Su Mei stood at the end of the line, gently biting her lip, holding carefully crafted wind-type talismans. Evenly Neuron showed up, setting aside his pride, hoping to seek insights on the laws of space. However, Bai Yi did not make an appearance. At that moment, he was on the 7th floor of the Scripture Pavilion, his fingertips gliding over the yellowed examination of space laws, the control methods of the Tai Su divine ship gradually becoming clear in his sea of consciousness. Outside the window, the noise of the disciples was deafening, but he remained oblivious, his gaze fixed on the star map at the end of the pages, which was the coordinate to a higher realm and his next goal. The wind-howling silver wolf lay at his feet, lazily wagging its tail. Sunlight streamed through the window onto the pages, stretching Bai Yi's shadow long, as if it were reaching out to the heavens beyond the 9 skies. The morning mist of Qinglan sect had yet to dissipate, but the Hall of Gathering Talents was already filled with core figures. Amidst the fragrant sandalwood, the sect leader Xianxinzi tapped his fingers on the jade table, where the open promotion regulations of the Immortal Alliance glimmered with a faint golden light, mysterious characters written with gold foil mixed with spiritual ink, each word containing the authority of the Immortal Alliance. Everyone, the assessment envoy of the Immortal Alliance will arrive in 3 days. Xianxinzi's voice carried an uncontainable excitement, his late-stage transformation aura slightly fluctuating, making the air in the hall feel heavy. The protective mountain formation 10,000 clouds returning to the sect has been improved by Bai Yi and has reached the peak of the 7th grade. The supreme Elder and Xiao Xian have stabilized their late-stage transformation cultivation. Among the inner disciples, there are now over 50 in the nascent soul realm. These first two conditions are firmly in our grasp. The red-robed elder Li Yangzi clapped and laughed. Congratulations, sect leader. Our Qinglan sect has waited 300 years, and we are finally about to welcome this day. He had just broken through to the late stage of transformation not long ago, speaking with youthful exuberance, his phoenix eyes scanning the crowd before finally landing on Bai Yi in the corner. Elder Bai is already in the mid-transformation stage at such a young age. You should take the lead in this promotion. Bai Yi sat calmly on the mat, his fingertips rubbing the edge of the four symbols token, the wind patterns on the token gently swirling in his palm. He did not respond, merely gazing at the regulations on the table, as if studying some interesting runes. Xiao Xian noticed his unusual demeanor and stroked his beard, asking, Bai Yi, do you seem to have something on your mind? As soon as he spoke, the hall fell silent. All eyes turned to Bai Yi. This young elder always managed to pinpoint the crux at critical moments, and his journey to the Shattered Star Abyss 6 months ago had proven his foresight. Bai Yi raised his gaze, focusing on the third clause of the regulations. High-grade spirit stone veins must have an annual output of no less than 100,000 pounds and must be independently controlled by the sect. His voice was flat, yet it felt like a bucket of cold water poured over everyone. Our Qinglan sect's cloud pattern mine is only of medium grade, with an annual output of less than 30,000 pounds. How can we meet this third condition? The jubilation in the hall instantly froze. The smile on Li Yangzi's face stiffened, and he instinctively retorted, isn't the Immortal Alliance's rule that it can be rented or cooperated? We have had dealings with the Black Stone sect in the northern continent. Their black wind mine is high grade. At worst what? Bai Yi interrupted him, his fingertip flicking out a beam of spiritual light that coalesced into a map in the air, with a blood-red line encircling the northern continent's territory. 3 months ago, the Black Stone sect was swallowed by the Tianji sect. Now, 70% of the high-grade spirit stone veins in the entire eastern continent are in the hands of the Tianji sect. Xian Shenzi's expression darkened. Tianji sect? Do they dare to interfere with our Qinglan sect's promotion? Why wouldn't they dare? Bai Yi pulled up the intelligence on Tianji sect, information he had compiled from the remnants of the Blood Shadow sect. The sect master Mo Tianqing has already reached half-step refining void, and he has 7 elders in the late stage of transformation. God, which is double what we have. They have coveted the position of overlord in the eastern continent for many years. How could they tolerate us advancing to the 5th rank and taking away resources from the Immortal Alliance? Xiao Xian's brows furrowed tightly. Then, should we look for other mines? It's difficult. Bai Yi shook his head, the light spots on the map gradually extinguishing. High-grade mines in the eastern continent are already scarce. Apart from the 7 controlled by Tianji sect, the other 3 are either abandoned or located in forbidden areas overrun by demon beasts. The hall fell into a dead silence. Even the faint crackling of the burning sandalwood was clearly audible. Liangzi clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. Are we really going to let 300 years of waiting be ruined over a single mine? Xian Shenzi closed his eyes and pondered for a long time, suddenly opening them with a flash of determination. Go negotiate with Tianji sect. Xiao Xian, you will lead the team personally, bring along our treasured 9-turn spirit ginseng, and only seek to rent the Black Wind mine for 3 years. Once we pass the Immortal Alliance's assessment, we can then plan for other mines. Xiao Xian accepted the order and stood up, but just as he reached the door, he was called back by Bai Yi. Elder Qiu, please wait. Bai Yi stood up, his azure robe shimmering softly in the morning light. Tianji sect has ulterior motives. Negotiations will surely lead to humiliation. We must go prepared. A look of confusion flashed in Xiao Xian's eyes. What do you mean? Bring the Jinyue guard from the law enforcement hall. Bai Ye's voice carried an undeniable authority. Also prepare 100 breaking boundary talismans. If negotiations fail, we will resort to force. Liangzi gasped, Elder Bai has gone mad? Tianji sect is far stronger than us. A head-on clash is like striking a stone with an egg. Bai Yi ignored his doubts and simply looked at Xiao Xian. Elder only needs to remember, Tianji sect appears strong, but in reality, it is rife with internal factions. Mo Tianqing's direct disciples and the side elders have long-standing grievances. We just need. He leaned closer to Xiao Xian's ear and whispered a few words. Xiao Xian's eyes widened in surprise, and he finally clapped his hands and laughed. Good. A splendid drive the tiger to swallow the wolf. I will prepare right away. 3 days later, in the morning, outside the mountain gate of Tianji sect, Xiao Xian rode a green phoenix beast, followed by 100 Jinyue guards. These guards were all at the late stage of Yuaning, clad in dark iron armor, their long spears glinting with cold light, and the breaking boundary talismans at their waists radiating faint spatial fluctuations. This was the most elite force of Qinglan sect. The welcoming elder of Tianji sect, Mo Jingfeng, had long been waiting outside the mountain gate. He was Mo Tianqing's cousin and had always looked down on others. Seeing that Xiao Xian only brought 100 people, he couldn't help but sneer. Elder Qiu was quite cautious, bringing so few people. Are you afraid we at Tianji sect can't host you? Xiao Xian dismounted from the phoenix, cupping his hands. Elder Mo is joking. We are here to discuss cooperation, not to start a war. He handed over a jade box. This small gift, please pass it on to Sect Master Mo. Mo Jingfeng opened the jade box and saw a 3-foot-long 9-turn spirit ginseng inside. A glimmer of greed flashed in his eyes, but he feigned indifference. Qinglan sect is indeed willing to invest. However, regarding the rental of the Black Wind Mine, he deliberately elongated his tone. Our disciples need a large amount of spirit stones for cultivation recently, I'm afraid. Elder Mo. Xiao Xian interrupted him, his tone suddenly turning cold. The high-grade spirit stones produced by the Black Wind Mine each month are enough for your sect's disciples to cultivate tenfold. Why pretend to be confused when you clearly understand? Mo Jingfeng's expression darkened. Xiao Xian, do you dare to be so arrogant in front of my Tianji sect? The guards behind him stepped forward, their early-stage transformation god aura surging like a tide. The Jinyue guards behind Xiao Xian simultaneously raised their long spears, the spiritual light at the tips resonating with the breaking boundary talismans at their waists, forming a faint spatial barrier that kept the opposing aura at bay. Arrogant, Xiao Xian sneered, my Qinglan sect treats others with sincerity, yet your sect constantly creates difficulties. Do you really think my Qinglan sect is easy to bully? He suddenly raised his voice so that the disciples of the Tianji sect around could hear. I heard that the eldest disciple of Sect Master Mo recently failed to break through to the Void Refinement Realm and urgently needs high-grade spirit stones to stabilize his cultivation. Does your sect really not have even this little resource to spare and still wants to occupy the Heifeng mine? This statement struck a nerve with the Tianji sect. Mo Tianqing's eldest disciple, Mo Qinyue, had failed in his attempt to break through to the Void Refinement Realm, resulting in a significant drop in his cultivation. This matter was no longer a secret in the Eastern continent, but no one dared to mention it publicly. Mo Jingfeng's face instantly turned ashen. Xiao Xian, you're seeking death. He waved his hand to attack but was stopped by a commanding voice. Jingfeng, step back. Mo Tianqing arrived riding on a cloud of black mist, dressed in a black python robe, his face gaunt, with only a pair of eyes like a hawk, scanning Xiao Xian with undisguised killing intent. Elder Qiu has quite the eloquence. Renting the mine is acceptable, but you must exchange it for your Wind Spirit Crystal Mother. The Wind Spirit Crystal Mother was the Qinglan sect's treasured possession, containing the purest principles of wind, essential for cultivating the Tianfeng Sword Classic. Using it to exchange for the right to rent the mine was akin to seeking the skin of a tiger. Xiao Xian's expression darkened. Sect Master Mo, you are making unreasonable demands. Unreasonable? Mo Tianqing scoffed, either hand over the Virgin Crystal Mother, or roll back to Qinglan sect. Want to advance to the 5th rank? Wait. Another 300 years. The 7 late-stage transformation elders behind him simultaneously released their auras, surrounding Xiao Xian and the others. The expression of the Jinyue guard turned pale, their hands gripping their spears trembling slightly, facing 7 late-stage transformation experts. Their strength felt like that of ants. Xiao Xian took a deep breath, about to speak, when a green light shot down from the sky, falling like a meteor into the arena. As the green light dissipated, Bai Ye's figure appeared. He held the wind-howling silver wolf in his arms, his green robe fluttering in the fierce wind, 9 rings of law swirling slowly behind him, forcing back the auras of the 7 elders. Sect Master Mo is quite the imposing presence. Bai Ye's voice was not loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. Occupying mines and bullying neighboring sects, this is the demeanor of a 5th-rank sect? Mo Tianqing narrowed his eyes. Bai Yi, you dare to come. Last time in the Shattered Star Abyss, you escaped by luck. Today, you shall leave your life here. He waved his hand, unleashing a palm strike, the wind pressure carrying the weight of the Void Refinement Realm, distorting the surrounding space. Bai Yi sidestepped, and the wind-howling silver wolf simultaneously emitted a silver sound wave, which collided with the palm wind, producing a sound like metal clashing. Sect Master Mo, there's no need for sparring. Bai Yi flicked out a copy of the Heifeng mine contract with his fingertip. I came to inform you that 3 days ago, the inspection envoy of the Immortal Alliance discovered the Blood Shadow sect's altar in the Heifeng mine. Your sect is colluding with evil cultivators. If this matter gets out, Mo Tianqing's expression changed drastically. He had indeed secretly supported the Blood Shadow sect, intending to use the evil cultivators to restrain the Qinglan sect, but he never expected Bai Yi to catch him off guard. Do you dare to threaten me? Mo Tianqing's voice was icy. It's not a threat, it's a deal. Bai Yi looked at him calmly, renting the Heifeng mine for 3 years, with 100,000 pounds of high-grade spirit stones each year. In return, I can help you destroy the evidence of the altar. Mo Tianqing stared at Bai Yi, the killing intent in his eyes almost solidifying. The elders behind him whispered, advising him to avoid confrontation. Going against the Immortal Alliance was not a wise move. After a long while, Mo Tianqing finally squeezed out 2 words through clenched teeth: deal. The moment the contract was signed, a system prompt echoed in Bai Ye's mind. Triggered side quest: obtain mine usage rights, task progress, 10% reward. High-grade spirit stones x 1,000 pounds. Bai Yi temporarily ignored the reward and turned to Xiao Xian, saying, Elder, let's go. As the Qinglan sect's team vanished into the horizon. Mo Jingfeng could only ask indignantly, Sect Master, are we just letting them go like this? Mo Tianqing looked in the direction where Bai Yi had left, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. Leave? The farther they go, the worse they'll fall. Pass my orders, let the steward of Heifeng Mine entertain the people of Qinglan Sect properly. 3 days later, at Qinglan Sect, when Xiao Xian returned to the Gathering of Heroes Hall with the contract from Heifeng Mine, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Lai Yangzi laughed heartily. I told you, Tianjizong wouldn't dare to disrespect the Immortal Alliance. However, Zuan Chenzi frowned. Mo Tianqing is cunning by nature. How could he compromise so easily? Suddenly, Bai Yi's Tianqin mark began to warm slightly. He took out a communication talisman and saw a line of distorted writing appear. Heifeng Mine in turmoil, miners in revolt, steward of Qinglan Sect detained. Tianjizong. Mo Jingfeng. The atmosphere in the hall grew tense again. Xiao Xian slapped his thigh. Not good. It's a trap. But Bai Yi remained unusually calm. He pointed at the map, and the location of Heifeng Mine lit up in red. They want to force us to tear up the contract. As long as we send troops, they will have an excuse to report us to the Immortal Alliance, claiming we are causing trouble. A look of urgency flashed in Zuan Chenzi's eyes, but the steward is still in their hands. I'll go. Bai Yi stood up, and the wind-howling silver wolf jumped down from his arms, growling lowly at the crowd. One person, one wolf, that's enough. Xiao Xian hurriedly tried to dissuade him. Tianjizong has laid a net at Heifeng Mine. You just right to see their trump card. Bai Yi's figure had already disappeared outside the hall, leaving behind a faint voice. Within 3 days, I will definitely bring back the mine and the people. Inside the Gathering of Heroes Hall, Zuan Chenzi gazed out at the sea of clouds, murmuring, this game is getting riskier. Lai Yangzi clenched his fists. If Tianjizong dares to harm Elder Bai's hair, I will use my late-stage transformation power to topple their lair. Xiao Xian shook his head, a glimmer of expectation in his eyes. That kid always manages to create miracles. At this moment, Heifeng Mine was shrouded in a sea of blood. The blood soul formation outside the mine was even more intense than 3 days ago, and within the formation, countless vengeful spirits could be seen howling. Mo Jingfeng stood beside the formation center, playing with a blood-colored jade slip that imprisoned the soul of the steward of Qinglan Sect. Bai Yi, oh Bai Yi, do come, Mo Jingfeng sneered, as long as you step into the blood soul formation, your soul will be obliterated, never to be reborn. Behind him, 100 disciples of Tianjizong simultaneously infused their spiritual energy, causing the blood soul formation's light to grow even more intense, dyeing the sun in the sky blood red. At that moment, a green light pierced through the blood-red sky, like a sharp sword stabbing towards the blood soul formation. Mo Jingfeng's eyes flashed with ecstasy. Here it comes. As the green light dissipated, Bai Yi's figure appeared outside the formation. He looked at the dense blood light, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Elder Mo, I see you are well. Mo Jingfeng laughed loudly. Bai Yi, you truly have guts. Unfortunately, today is your day of death. He suddenly crushed the blood-colored jade slip. Let me show you how your people die. At the moment the jade slip shattered, a piercing scream suddenly echoed from within the blood soul formation. It was the voice of the steward of Qinglan Sect. Bai Yi's gaze turned icy. 9 rings of law began to spin rapidly, and spatial rifts flickered around him. You shouldn't have touched my people. Before his voice fell, his figure transformed into a green rainbow, charging straight into the blood soul formation. A shocking battle was about to unfold at Heifeng Mine. The outcome of this battle would directly determine whether Qinglan Sect could successfully advance to a 5th-grade sect. The blood-colored mist within the blood soul formation was thick as paste. Each breath felt like needles piercing the soul. As soon as Bai Yi stepped into the formation, the surrounding mist suddenly coalesced into countless pale hands, reaching out from all directions, their palms still bearing the desperate patterns of the miners before their deaths. These are the vengeful souls wronged in the mine. Bai Yi's fingertips swirled with a faint azure wind-type spiritual energy. The moment the energy touched his palm, the illusory limbs let out a piercing scream, transforming into strands of blood that merged into the mist. The Tenji sect actually uses the blood of living people to nourish the formation. They are truly insane. The wind-howling silver wolf crouched low, emitting a warning growl from its throat, its wolf eyes glinting with silver light, barely able to discern the outlines in the mist. Suddenly, it lunged to the left, its sharp claws tearing through a blood-colored shadow. An unjust soul dressed in miner's clothing, wielding a pickaxe for a surprise attack from the side. Awah! The silver wolf shook its head, the blood on its snout burning its fur, revealing just how tyrannical the evil energy of this formation was. Bai Yi took a concentration pill from the system space, crushed it, and fed it to the silver wolf. Stay behind me. He suspended the 4 symbols token above his head, and the intertwining blue, red, green, and yellow lights formed a parasol-like barrier. Those unjust souls attempting to approach were instantly obliterated upon contact with the light shield, vanishing like melting snow. Bai Yi, don't waste your effort. Mo Jingfeng's voice came from outside the formation, filled with triumphant laughter. This blood soul formation is forged from the essence of 3,000 miners. Your wind-type spiritual energy will only excite them further. As soon as he Finished speaking, a synchronized sound of horns suddenly echoed from the mist, and hundreds of unjust soul phantoms wielding pickaxes emerged from the ground, forming a dense wall of bodies, the pickaxe heads reflecting a blood-red light as they came crashing down towards Bai Yi. The movements of these unjust souls were perfectly coordinated, clearly controlled by the formation. Bai Yi's gaze sharpened, and the iron sword in his hand erupted with a blinding azure light. Wind. Gap split. The sword light spun like a windmill, carrying the sharpness of spatial rifts, and wherever it passed, the wall of souls was cleaved apart as if struck by an invisible giant axe, causing the unjust soul phantoms to scatter. But strangely, the places where they dissipated quickly surged with more unjust souls, as if they were endless. This won't do, Bai Yi thought to himself, the Tianqin mark operating at high speed, analyzing the flow of spiritual energy in the mist. The energy source of the formation is in the southeast, that should be the formation's core. He leaped onto the back of the silver wolf. Go. The spirit wolf understood, its forepaws treading through the blood-colored mist, moving as fast as lightning. Bai Yi continuously swung his sword on the wolf's back, forming a blue barrier of sword light that blocked all the unjust souls rushing from both sides. The man and wolf sped towards the southeast like arrows released from a bow. The unjust souls along the way grew denser, and even the phantoms of transformation realm cultivators appeared. These were the elders of the Black Stone sect, silenced by the Tianji sect, their souls forcibly trapped in the formation, becoming part of the Blood Soul formation. It's Elder Lin from the Black Stone sect. Bai Yi recognized one of the phantoms. He had met the man 3 years ago at the Immortal Alliance conference, never expecting him to end up in such a fate. A flicker of compassion crossed his eyes, but he knew he couldn't be soft-hearted at this moment. With a swift swing of his iron sword, he cleanly dispersed the phantom, saying, "Rest in peace." Just as they were about to reach the formation's core, the mist suddenly churned violently, and a giant bear formed from countless unjust souls rose abruptly. With a swipe of its paw, it struck the ground ahead, creating a massive pit, and a blood-red shockwave surged towards Bai Yi, a formation spirit at the late transformation stage. Bai Yi's pupils constricted. The bear's aura was even stronger than that of an ordinary late transformation realm cultivator, clearly having absorbed a vast amount of unjust soul power. Without hesitation, he threw the fire department token into the air. Separation fire burn. The token erupted with blinding red light, and the fire laws ignited the surrounding blood-colored mist like a prairie fire. The giant bear let out a painful roar in the flames, its massive body visibly dissolving. What a chance! Bai Yi urged the silver wolf forward, breaking through the final obstacle while the giant bear was restrained. At the center of the formation stood a blood-red altar, a height of 10 feet, where the steward of the Qinglan sect was bound. He had long since breathed his last, a black dagger embedded in his chest, blood flowing from the dagger into a groove at the altar's center, where a complex rune was carved, the very energy core of the blood soul array. Mo Jingfeng. Bai Yi's voice was icy. You seek death. He raised his hand to destroy the altar, but suddenly, a beam of blood light erupted from it, and the steward's corpse slowly stood up, his eyes flickering with red light, lunging towards Bai Yi. His flesh was controlled by the formation, becoming the final puppet. Bai Yi's sword halted in mid-air, a flicker of complexity crossing his eyes. Although this steward was merely at the golden core stage, he had served as a steward in the Qinglan sect for 30 years, diligent and conscientious, never expecting to meet such an end. Elder Bai, make your move. The puppet suddenly spoke, its voice hoarse yet resolute. Don't let my sacrifice be in vain. Before the words fell, it grasped the dagger in its chest and plunged it fiercely into its own head. Bang! The moment the puppet fell, the light of the blood soul array suddenly dimmed. Bai Yi took a deep breath, swinging his iron sword, the azure sword light cascading down like a waterfall, shattering the blood-red altar into pieces. No! Outside the formation, Mo Jingfeng let out a desperate roar, feeling the energy of the formation rapidly depleting. At the moment the altar shattered, countless golden specks of light rose from the mist. These were the liberated vengeful souls, bowing deeply to Bai Yi before dissipating into the sky like flowing light. The blood-red mist enveloping the black wind mine receded like a tide, revealing a clear sky. Bai Yi cradled the steward's corpse and walked out of the mine. Mo Jingfeng, leading the remaining disciples in an attempt to flee, saw him emerge, a glint of madness flashing in his eyes. Bai Yi, I will perish with you. He slammed his chest, spitting out a mouthful of essence blood, his aura suddenly surging, breaking through to the late stage of the transformation realm in an instant, clearly having used some forbidden technique that burned his life force. Blood demon disintegration. Mo Jingfeng transformed into a blood shadow, lunging towards Bai Yi with incredible speed. Bai Yi handed the steward's body to the silver wolf behind him, his gaze as cold as frost, unaware of your own death. He summoned the 4 symbols token simultaneously, the 4 colors of light forming a swirling vortex in front of him, the 4 elemental laws contained within, colliding, generating a terrifying pull. Chaos devour. The blood shadow barely touched the vortex before it became ensnared as if trapped in a quagmire. Mo Jingfeng letting out a piercing scream as his body disintegrated inch by inch under the tearing of the laws. Mo Tianqing will not let you go. This was his last sentence left in the world. Bai Yi ignored it, merely waving his hand to unleash a blade of wind, completely ending his suffering. After dealing with Mo. Jingfeng, he began to assess the situation in the Black Wind Mine. Most of the miners in the cave were still alive, merely controlled by the formation, trapped in a coma. Bai Yi took out spirit concentration pills, distributing them to everyone through the Silver Wolf, while he made his way to the core area of the mine. Here, high-quality spirit stones were exposed, shimmering with a faint white light, and the annual output indeed exceeded 100,000 pounds, just as the intel had indicated. He retrieved a communication mirror from the system space and spoke into it. Sect Master, the Black Wind Mine has been secured. Please send disciples to take over. The excited voice of Xianxinzi came through the mirror. Good. Elder Bai, you've worked hard. I will arrange it right away. After hanging up the communication, Bai Yi looked at the 4 symbols token in his hand, its luster even more brilliant than before. The system prompt sounded. At the right moment, side quest obtain mining rights, completed, quest evaluation, perfect, reward, high-quality spirit stones x10,000 pounds, fragmented map. Of the 9 heavens x1, the map marks several vague light points, one of which coincided with the location of the shattered star abyss, clearly indicating the coordinates of other 9 heavens relics. Bai Yi stored the map in the system space, just about to leave when he noticed the wind howling silver wolf growling towards the depths of the mine. He felt a stir in his heart and followed the silver wolf to a hidden stone chamber where the walls were engraved with patterns similar to those of the fractured star abyss. In the center of the chamber, on a stone platform, lay a black box. Upon opening it, he found 3 black jade slips and a bottle of elixir inside. The jade slips recorded the transaction details between the Celestial Extremity sect and the Blood Shadow sect, detailing how they colluded to persecute other sects, including the truth behind the fall of a supreme elder from the Qinglan sect 300 years ago. The bottle contained transformation elixir, which could significantly increase the success rate for golden core cultivators to break through to the nascent soul stage, with as many as 10 in total. A pleasant surprise. Bai Yi stored the items away. This evidence was enough to ensure the Celestial Extremity sect faced dire consequences before the Immortal Alliance. 3 days later, disciples from the Qinglan sect took over the Black Wind Mine. When Bai Yi returned to the Qinglan sect with the transformation elixir and the transaction records, the entire sect erupted in excitement. In the Hall of Gathering Talents, Xianxinzi looked at the jade slips, trembling with anger. What a Celestial Extremity sect! The blood feud from 300 years ago finally has a conclusion today. Li Yangzi roared even louder. Sect Master, this matter cannot be let go easily. We should hand this evidence to the Immortal Alliance and make the Celestial Extremity sect pay the price. Other elders echoed in agreement, their eyes filled with the flames of revenge. Bai Yi, however, shook his head. Now is not the time. The crowd looked at him in confusion. The Immortal Alliance's assessment is imminent. Our primary task is to advance to the 5th rank. Bai Yi said calmly, this evidence can serve as leverage in the future. The Celestial Extremity sect has made many enemies. We need not act ourselves, others will naturally deal with them. A glimmer of appreciation flashed in Xianxinzi's eyes. Bai Yi is right. A small impatience can ruin a grand plan. Issue a decree to prepare fully for the Immortal Alliance's assessment. No one is to mention this matter. In the days that followed, everyone in the Qinglan sect devoted themselves to intense preparations. The protective mountain formation, 10,000 clouds returning to the sect formation, was reinforced once again, and the disciples were all energized in their cultivation, creating a scene of prosperity throughout the sect. Bai Yi spent most of his time on the 7th floor of the scripture pavilion, studying the space law examination and the map of the 9 heavens realm. He discovered another marked ruin on the map, located at the junction of the eastern and southern continents, which seemed to hide clues related to the Void Divine ship. After advancing to the 5th rank, I will go there and take a look, Bai Yi thought to himself. The day before the Immortal Alliance's assessment envoy arrived, Xiao Xian suddenly came to Listening Wind Peak. He looked at Bai Yi, who was instructing the silver wolf in its training, hesitated for a moment, and said, Bai Yi, there is something I don't know whether to mention or not. Elder, please speak. The Celestial Extremity sect has been very active lately. It is said that Demo Tianqing personally went to the Immortal Alliance headquarters, seemingly plotting something. A hint of worry flashed in Xiao Xian's eyes. I fear they might pull some tricks during the assessment. Bai Yi paused his actions, gazing towards the eastern horizon, where the Immortal Alliance headquarters lay. When soldiers come, block them. When water comes, cover it with earth. His voice was calm yet confident. If they dare to come, I will ensure they return empty-handed. Xiao Xian watched his upright figure, and his worries gradually dissipated. He knew that with Bai Yi around, the Qinglan sect would surely overcome this crisis and successfully advance to a 5th-rank sect. In the night sky, the stars twinkled, as if heralding an impending storm. The fate of the Qinglan sect was about to be revealed in the Immortal Alliance's assessment, and Bai Yi, this young transformation elder, would become the key to determining it all. The mountain gate of the Qinglan sect was enveloped in a faint green light, a sign that the 10,000 clouds returning to the sect formation was operating at its peak. In the main peak square, 500 inner disciples donned matching green robes, holding long swords, and standing in neat rows, the sword spines reflecting the golden light of the rising sun, their momentum like a rainbow. This was a ceremonial arrangement specially organized by Xianquanzi to welcome the arrival of the Immortal Alliance's assessment envoy. Bai Yi stood under the corridor of the Hall of Gathering Talents, watching the scene in the square, his fingertips unconsciously tapping on the railing. The wind howled as the silver wolf lay at his feet, its tail sweeping the ground intermittently, its wolf eyes vigilantly fixed on the mountain gate. Ever since the trip to the Black Wind Mine, this spirit wolf had become particularly sensitive to the aura of the Tianji sect. "What are you thinking about?" Xiao Xian's voice came from behind him. He had changed into a brand new purple robe, his hair and beard meticulously groomed. "Lord Li is a powerful figure in the void refinement realm. When you meet him later, be sure not to lose your manners." Bai Yi turned back. "I was wondering if Mo Tianqing would come in person. Does he dare?" Xiao Xian frowned. With Lord Li here, he wouldn't dare to cause trouble, even if he had 10 times the courage. Just as he finished speaking, a sudden and intense fluctuation of spiritual energy erupted at the mountain gate. The disciples in the square looked up and saw a purple escape light streaking across the sky like a meteor, surrounded by 9 golden rings of law. Wherever it passed, the flowing clouds in the sky were dyed purple. This was the unique purple mansion radiance of void refinement realm cultivators. "It's Lord Li," someone exclaimed. Xianquanzi led the elders to greet him quickly, bowing respectfully at the mountain gate. Xianquanzi of the Qinglan sect, welcoming Lord Li. As the purple escape light dissipated, it revealed an elderly man dressed in a purple robe. He had a thin face, 3 strands of long beard under his chin, and held a jade whisk in his hand. His gaze seemed plain, yet it felt as if he could see through people's hearts. He was none other than Li Xianzhou, the chief assessment envoy of the Eastern Continent branch of the Immortal Alliance. "There is no need for excessive courtesy, Sect Master Xianquanzi." Li Xuanzhou's voice was gentle, yet carried an air of authority as he scanned the lined-up disciples. Nodding slightly, "The Qinglan sect indeed has a wealth of talent." At that moment, another black escape light followed closely, landing behind Li Xianzhou. Mo Tianqing, dressed in a black robe, had a gloomy expression, followed by 4 late-stage transformation elders, clearly uninvited. "Lord Li, I have heard that the Qinglan sect is about to be promoted to a 5th-grade sect, so I came to congratulate you," Mo Tianqing said with a forced smile, his gaze sweeping over Xianquanzi with hostility. Xianquanzi felt a chill in his heart but maintained a calm demeanor. "Thank you for your kind intentions, Sect Master Mo, but I fear the assessment matters of our sect may trouble you." Li Xianzhou, being a person of great insight, immediately sensed the undercurrents between the two and said lightly, "Since you are here, let us observe the ceremony together." He turned and walked towards the Gathering of Heroes Hall. "Sect Master Xianquanzi, please lead the way." The first stage of the assessment was to test the protective mountain formation. Li Xianzhou stood at the peak of the main mountain, looking at the azure light enveloping the entire sect, stroking his beard. "Is this the improved 10,000 clouds returning to the sect formation?" "Indeed," Xianquanzi nodded. "This formation was improved by our elder Bai Yi and has reached the pinnacle of the 7th grade. Li Xuanzhou's gaze fell on Bai Yi, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. "Is this the elder Bai Yi who killed the Blood Shadow Sect's master? With mid-transformation realm cultivation? Truly impressive for one so young." He nodded slightly to Bai Yi. "Could you demonstrate the power of the formation for me?" Bai Yi stepped forward, taking out the 4 symbols token. "Please guide me, Lord." He tossed the token into the air, and the blue, red, blue, and yellow lights merged into the protective mountain formation. In an instant, the azure light in the sky became dense, and countless wind blades shot out from the clouds, forming a massive sword net above the square. In the center of the sword net, a giant azure wolf, formed from condensed spiritual energy, roared proudly. This was the formation's killing move infused with the bloodline of the wind-howling silver wolf. "Excellent!" Li Xianzhou clapped in admiration, using the 4 symbols as a guide in merging with the spirit beast's bloodline. "The power of this formation must be close to the 8th grade. Mo Tianqing sneered from the side. "Just some flashy tricks. When faced with a strong enemy, it may not be effective." Bai Yi shot him a cold glance. "If Sect Master Mo does not believe it, you can try it yourself." "You!" Mo Tianqing's face turned ashen with anger, but he did not dare to make a move. The second stage of the assessment was to verify the number of high-level cultivators. When Xianquanzi, 2 supreme elders, and Xiao Xian simultaneously released their mid-transformation realm auras, Li Xianzhou nodded in satisfaction. 3 mid-transformation realm cultivators, meeting the standards for a 5th-grade sect. Mo Tianqing suddenly spoke up. "Li Shijun may not know, but the Grand Elder of the Qinglan sect has been in seclusion for many years and has long ceased to concern himself with worldly matters. He cannot be considered a true combat force." "Oh?" Li Xianzhou looked at Zuanchunzi. "Is this true?" Before Zuanchunzi could respond, a white-haired Grand Elder stepped forward, his aura erupting like a sleeping volcano. "Though I am old, I can still slay those in the late stage of transformation. If Sect Master Mo does not believe it, would he dare to battle with me?" The old man's aura was violent and scorching, even stronger than Zuanchunzi's. Mo Tianqing's expression instantly darkened. He hadn't expected this seemingly frail elder to be a hidden master. Li Xianzhou waved his hand. No need to be angry. The Grand Elder is naturally included. He turned to Zuanchunzi. The third challenge is the high-grade spirit stone vein. Zuanchunzi took out the contract for the Heifeng mine. Shijun, please. See, this is our rental contract with the Tianjizong, with a lease term of 3 years. Li Xianzhou took the contract, but his brow furrowed slightly. A rented mine is ultimately not as stable as having one of our own. Mo Tianqing immediately echoed, exactly. Although the rules of the Immortal Alliance allow for rentals, the Qinglan sect's actions inevitably seem opportunistic. Zuanchunzi's expression darkened. Sect Master Mo, your words are misguided. With the contract in hand, it is compliant. Compliant? Mo Tianqing sneered. Then I must ask Elder Bei why the steward of the Heifeng mine died mysteriously? Who broke the blood soul array? He suddenly raised his voice. I see that the Qinglan sect is simply occupying the mine and has even killed our Tianjizong's elder. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the square instantly became tense. The disciples of the Qinglan sect glared angrily at the Tianjizong members, gripping their swords tightly. Li Xuanzhou's gaze fell on Bei. Elder Bai, is what Sect Master Mo said true? Bei stepped forward and calmly said, Mo Jingfeng colluded with the Blood Shadow sect to refine blood puppets in the Heifeng mine, harming the miners. I killed him to uphold justice. As for the steward's death, it was caused by Mo Jingfeng, intending to frame our sect. He took out the transaction records found in the stone chamber. These are the evidence. Li Xianzhou took the jade slip, and his expression grew increasingly grave. When he saw the truth about the Grand Elder of the Qinglan sect falling 300 years ago, he suddenly looked at Mo Tianqing, his eyes icy. Mo Tianqing, do you acknowledge these matters? Mo Tianqing's face turned pale, and he stammered, unable to speak. It seems to be true. Li Xianzhou put away the jade slip. The Tianjizong colluded with evil cultivators to harm their fellow practitioners. This matter I will report to the Immortal Alliance for strict punishment. He turned to Zuanchunzi. The Qinglan sect has handled the matter regarding the Heifeng mine appropriately and need not bear responsibility. Zuanchunzi breathed a sigh of relief and cupped his hands to Li Xianzhou. Thank you for your clear judgment. Shi Jun. Li Xianzhou surveyed the crowd. After my assessment, the Qinglan sect's mountain protection formation meets the standards. High-level cultivators are sufficient, and the source of the mine is compliant. Starting today, the Qinglan sect is officially promoted to a 5th-grade sect. Great! The disciples in the square erupted in thunderous cheers, throwing their swords into the air, the blue sword light intertwining in the sunlight to form a sea of light. Zuanchunzi and the elders exchanged smiles, their eyes shimmering with tears of excitement. After 300 years of waiting, their dream was finally realized today. Bei stood among the crowd, watching the celebratory scene, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. The system prompt echoed in his mind. Hidden task assist. Qinglan sect's promotion completed. Task evaluation, perfect. Reward, insight into the void refinement realm X1, high-grade spirit stone vein coordinates. X1, he looked at the mine coordinates in his hand, which marked a location in the 10,000 great mountains of the southern continent, seemingly hiding an undiscovered high-grade spirit stone vein. It seems there is a new destination, Bei thought to himself. Li Xianzhou took out a golden token and handed it to Xianchunzi. This is the identity token of a 5th-grade sect. With this token, you can attend the Elder Council of the Immortal Alliance and receive more resource allocations. Xianchunzi received the token with both hands, his voice trembling with excitement. Thank you, Lordly. Li Xianzhou encouraged him with a few more words and prepared to take his leave. Just then, Mo Tianqing suddenly called out, Lordly, please wait. Oh, does Sect Master Mo have something to say? A hint of impatience flickered in Li Xuanzhou's eyes. Mo Tianqing took a deep breath and looked at Bai Yi. Elder Bai is so young yet possesses such cultivation. It is truly admirable. I have a disciple under my command who wishes to seek guidance from Elder Bai. May I ask if Elder Bai could impart some knowledge? A young man dressed in white stepped out from behind him, handsome and proud, exuding the aura of a mid-stage transformation god. He was Mo Tianqing's direct disciple, Mo Chenyue. Although he had failed to break through to the void refinement realm, his foundation remained, and his strength was not to be underestimated. Mo Tianqing's move was clearly an attempt to regain face before leaving. If Mo Chenyue could defeat Bai Yi, it would help alleviate the decline of the Tianji sect. All eyes turned to Bai Yi, eager to see if he would accept the challenge. Bai Yi looked at Mo Chenyue and said calmly, a spar is fine, but let's keep it light. Good. Mo Chenyue stepped forward, drawing a silver longsword. Please, Elder Bai, guide me. The two moved to the center of the square, standing opposite each other. Mo Chenyue struck first, his longsword transforming into a silver dragon, piercing towards Bai Yi's heart with fierce sword energy. The strike was as swift as lightning, embodying the essence of the Tianji sect's renowned sword technique, Extreme Shadow Sword. Bai Yi remained unhurried, lightly flicking his iron sword to precisely deflect the opponent's sword momentum. Clang! The two swords clashed, producing a crisp sound. Mo Chenyue felt a gentle yet irresistible force surge through, causing his wrist to tingle slightly, nearly losing grip on his sword. He was taken aback, not expecting Bai Yi's strength to be so formidable. Again, Mo Chenue roared, his sword techniques becoming even more fierce, the silver dragon-like sword energy swirling in the air, attempting to surround Bai Yi. Bai Yi's figure darted through the sword energy, like willow catkins in the wind, seemingly fragile, yet always managing to evade attacks at the last moment. His iron sword rarely initiated an attack, but each time it landed precisely on Mo Chenue's openings, causing his offensive to repeatedly fail. Is that all you can do is dodge? Mo Chenue gradually lost patience, suddenly channeling his spiritual energy to the limit, his longsword erupting with blinding silver light. Extreme shadow, break. This strike gathered all his strength, the sword energy tearing through the air with a piercing shriek, aimed directly at Bai Ye's head. The disciples in the square gasped, and even Li Xianzhou frowned slightly. A glint flashed in Bai Ye's eyes, he finally stopped evading. He channeled the wind element to its peak, a faint green vortex swirling around his iron sword, wind gap, stab. In a flash, the sword light appeared as if out of thin air, instantly materializing in front of Mo Chenue, the tip stopping just an inch from his throat. Mo Chenue's movements froze, his eyes filled with disbelief and fear. He had lost, utterly defeated. Bai Yi retracted his iron sword and said lightly, "Thank you for the lesson." The square fell silent, then erupted into thunderous applause. The disciples of Qinglan sect cheered, their eyes filled with admiration for Bai Yi. Mo Tianqing's face turned ashen, and he waved his sleeve, saying, "We're leaving." Li Xianzhou looked at Bai Yi, a hint of appreciation flashing in his eyes. Elder Bai is so young yet possesses such cultivation and mindset, his future is limitless. He cupped his hands to Xianqinzi, saying, "I take my leave." A purple escape light rose and quickly vanished into the horizon. Xianqinzi walked over to Bai Yi, patting him on the shoulder. "Good lad, well done." Qiu Xian and the other elders also came forward to congratulate him, laughter and joy filling the front of the gathering of Heroes Hall. Bai Yi gazed in the direction Mo Tianqing had left, a hint of seriousness flashing in his eyes. He knew that this defeat of the Tianji sect would only drive them to madness. The Qinglan sect's promotion to the 5th rank was just a new beginning. The road ahead would likely be even more difficult. But he was not afraid. He glanced at the coordinates of the mine in his hand and then looked out at the sea of clouds in the distance, his eyes shining with determination. No matter how many challenges lay ahead, he would overcome them one by one, because his goal had never been just the Qinglan sect, but a broader world. The celebration for the Qinglan sect's promotion to the 5th rank lasted for 3 days. The main peak square was filled with music day and night. Disciples drank and discussed philosophy. Even the outer disciples guarding the mountain gate received a jar of spirit wine. Only the listening Wing Peak remained tranquil, where Bai Yi stood on the stargazing platform at the peak, gazing towards the east continent, his fingertips flowing with faint spatial laws. "What are you thinking about?" Xiu Xian's voice broke the silence as he held a jar of drunken breeze, the mouth of the jar exuding a rich aroma of wine. "The celebration is in full swing, yet you hide here to take a break." Bai Yi stepped aside to let him in. "I was thinking about the barriers of the void refinement realm." Xiu Xian poured 2 bowls of wine and pushed one towards him. "Thinking about the void refinement realm at the mid-stage of the transformation realm? You are more eager than anyone else." He took a sip of wine, his eyes filled with satisfaction. "However, with your talent, you might reach the threshold in less than 100 years. Bai Yi looked at the rippling wine in the bowl. "I plan to leave the Qinglan sect." Xiu Xian's movements paused. Then he sighed. "I knew this day would come. The Qinglan sect is too small, it cannot hold on to a phoenix like you." "It's not the Qinglan sect's problem." Bai Yi shook his head. "The central continent has the resources to challenge the void refinement realm, and it also has more clues about the Nine Heavens realm." He took out the half map of the Nine Heavens realm from the system space. "The ruins marked here are mostly in the heart of the central continent." Xiu Xian looked at the star map on the map, silent for a long time. "The central continent is not like the east continent. Their sects are numerous, strong practitioners abound, and void refinement realm cultivators are everywhere. Even old monsters in the returning void realm are stationed there. You must be careful when you go." "I understand. What do you need?" Xiu Xian asked. "Although the Qinglan sect is not as large as the major sects in the central continent, we can still gather some basic resources." Bai Yi thought for a moment. A communication talisman, and a token from the sect master. With Xianqinzi's token, he could at least gain some basic respect in the central continent. Xiu Xian smiled. "That's not difficult. I'll go ask the sect master to write it right away." As he stood up, he reminded, "If you encounter setbacks in the central continent, don't forget that the Qinglan sect will always be your backing." 3 days later, in the gathering of Heroes Hall, Xianqinzi pushed a golden sealed letter and a blue communication talisman in front of Bai Yi. "The letter is sealed with the sect master's seal. The flowing cloud pavilion in the central continent will give it some face, and the communication talisman can directly contact me. Don't try to be brave in case of trouble." "Thank you, sect master." Lai Yangzi and others also came to see him off, bringing storage bags filled with spirit stones, pills, and protective talismans. Sume stood at the back, handing over a small jade box. "Inside is a wind concealment talisman, which can hide your aura. It might be useful in the central continent." Bai Yi took the jade box, his fingertips brushing against her slightly cool fingertips, both of them startled. Su Mei's cheeks flushed slightly as she turned and ran away. Safe travels, Elder Bai. Bai Yi watched her retreating figure, storing the jade box in the system space, and cupped his hands to the others. Farewell. He chose not to use the teleportation array but rode the wind-howling silver wolf, slowly descending the mountain along the path. The disciples of the Qinglan sect stood on both sides of the mountain path, bowing to him, their eyes filled with admiration and reluctance. Xian Xinzi and Xiao Xian stood at the mountain gate, watching the figure in the blue robe gradually disappear into the sea of clouds, lingering for a long time. He will come back, right? Xian Xinzi asked softly. Xiao Xian looked towards the central continent and smiled. He will. When he stands at the pinnacle of the continent, he will surely remember that he came from the Qinglan sect. The first stop after leaving the Qinglan sect was Duanyun City, located at the border between the East Continent and the Central Continent. This city is half owned by the Eastern Continent and half by the Central Continent, serving as a vital passage for cultivators from both regions. On the most bustling street in the city, one can frequently see Central Continent cultivators riding demon beasts, their waist tokens shimmering with dazzling spiritual light, most of which are symbols of 5th or even 4th grade sections. Bai Yi found an inn to stay in, planning to first gather information about the Central Continent. The wind-howling silver wolf was stored in his system space in the Central Continent. A spirit wolf at the transformation stage would attract too much attention. The inn's lobby was packed with cultivators from all walks of life. At a neighboring table, 2 golden core cultivators were chatting animatedly, catching Bai Yi's attention. Have you heard? The 10,000 Laws sect in the Central Continent is recruiting disciples. As long as you can pass the trial, you can gain the qualification to practice the 10,000 Laws technique. The 10,000 Laws technique? That's one of the top 10 techniques in the Central Continent, said to be able to integrate all laws with a cultivation speed far exceeding ordinary techniques. Exactly. But the trial is as difficult as climbing to the heavens. Last year, over 100 nascent soul cultivators participated and only 3 survived. Bai Yi's heart stirred. The 10,000 Laws technique sounded somewhat similar to his chaos-devouring law. Perhaps he could gain some insights from it. He took out a high-grade spirit stone and handed it to the 2 golden core cultivators. May I ask where the 10,000 Laws sect is located in the Central Continent? Seeing his generous gesture, the 2 quickly smiled and said, Are you looking to participate in the trial? The 10,000 Laws sect is in the law domain of the Central Continent. You can reach it from Duanyun City by taking the teleportation array. It will take half a month. Thank you. Bai Yi returned to his room and took out the token from Xian Xinzi. The token not only introduced the recent situation of the Qinglan sect but also mentioned several major forces in the Central Continent. The 10,000 Laws sect, Tianyan Pavilion, Burning Sky Valley, and Icebound Palace, collectively referred to as the 4 giants of the Central Continent, each having a cultivator at the returning void stage station. Returning void stage. Bai Yi stroked his chin. After the refining void stage comes the returning void stage, which is the realm that can control the laws of a region. It seems the waters of the Central Continent are deeper than I imagined. He pulled out the system panel. The main quest was still to explore the ruins of the Nine Heavens realm, but a new side quest had been added. Side quest 10,000 Laws. Sect trial quest description. Participate in the entry trial of the 10,000 Laws sect and obtain a fragment of the 10,000 Laws technique reward. Fragment of returning void law X1 just on the way. Bai Yi put away the panel and began to meditate and cultivate the concentration of spiritual energy in the Central Continent was significantly higher than in the Eastern Continent. He could feel the laws within his nascent soul slowly growing, getting closer to the late stage of transformation. Half a month later, at the teleportation array in Duanyun City, Bai Yi stepped into the array with the crowd, and the moment the array activated, he felt a powerful spatial force enveloping him. Unlike the teleportation array of the Qinglan sect, the arrays in the Central Continent were more stable and faster, clearly set up by more skilled array masters. After a stick of incense, the light of the teleportation array faded, and Bai Yi found himself in a vast square. Surrounding the square were 12 coiling dragon pillars, with flames that never extinguished burning at their tops, and the air was filled with spiritual energy 10 times denser than that of Duanyun City. This is the law domain. Bai Yi looked at the distant sprawling palace complex, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. The law domain was not a city but the mountain gate of the 10,000 Laws sect, with the entire mountain range incorporated into the sect's territory, far larger than the Qinglan sect. Cultivators continuously flowed in and out of the square, most of whom were there to participate in the 10,000 Laws sect trial. Bai Yi followed the crowd to the registration area, where a long line extended from the registration desk to the edge of the square. Next, the deacon at the registration desk said expressionlessly he was a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, clearly accustomed to such scenes. Bai Yi stepped forward and presented Shinshenzhi's token. Upon seeing the Qinglan sect seal on the token, the deacon's eyes flashed with a hint of disdain, but he still asked as a matter of routine, name, cultivation level, and affiliated sect. Bai Yi, mid-stage transformation, Qinglan sect. The surrounding cultivators cast surprised glances upon hearing the words mid-stage transformation. Most participants in the trial were at the nascent soul stage, and while there were some at the transformation stage, they were extremely rare. The steward was momentarily taken aback, re-evaluating Bai Yi. A transformation realm cultivator is here. For the trial? The trials of the 100 sect are not particularly difficult for cultivators at the transformation realm, but few are willing to lower themselves to participate in the entry-level trials. I just want to experience the 100 Ju, Bai Yi replied. The steward did not ask further and handed Bai Yi a black token. 3 days later, gather outside the 100 sect's mountain gate with this token. Remember, during the trial, life and death are your own responsibility. Bai Yi took the token, which was engraved with the character Bing, clearly indicating the group division based on cultivation level. In the following 3 days, Bai Yi wandered around the law domain, familiarizing himself with the environment. The market in the law domain was 100 times more prosperous than that of Duanyun City, with transformation realm cultivators visible everywhere on the streets, and even a few void refinement experts gliding through the air on flying boats, causing the cultivators below to hastily avoid them. In a shop called Jubaila, he saw a rare void stone, which was purer than the Kongming stone and greatly beneficial for cultivating spatial laws. However, the shopkeeper's price was outrageous, 1 million high-grade spirit stones. This price is just highway robbery, isn't it? Bai Yi shook his head and turned to leave. With his current wealth, he couldn't afford such a treasure. Back at the inn, Bai Yi began to study the rules of the 100 sect's trials. From the conversations of other cultivators, he learned that the trials were divided into 3 stages. The first stage was to break through the 100 array, testing the cultivator's foundation. The second stage was to compete for the law source pearl, testing the cultivator's strength. The third stage was to meet the elders of the 100 sect, testing the cultivator's comprehension. It doesn't sound too complicated, Bai Yi thought to himself. With his strength, passing the first 2 stages should be no problem. The key was the comprehension test in the third stage. 3 days later, outside the 100 sect's mountain gate, the cultivators participating in the trial gathered together, numbering over 1,000. They lined up according to the groups indicated on their tokens, with most in Bai Yi's group being early transformation realm cultivators, and he was the only one in the mid-transformation realm. Who is that kid? Even a mid-transformation realm cultivator is here to join the fun? Looking at his attire, he seems to be from the Eastern continent. He probably hasn't seen the world of the central continent. The 100 array doesn't care if you're in the transformation realm or the nascent soul. A slight mistake could lead to death. Amidst the discussions, the mountain gate of the 100 sect slowly opened, and an elder dressed in a gray Taoist robe stepped out. He was a cultivator at the early void refinement stage, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, his voice booming like a bell. Follow me. The cultivators trailed behind the elder, passing through numerous checkpoints until they arrived at a vast valley. At the entrance of the valley stood an ancient stone door, engraved with countless mysterious runes, which was the entrance to the 100 array. First stage, 100 array, the elder pointed at the stone door. Those who exit the array within the time of an incense stick will advance to the second stage. Now, begin. As his words fell, the stone door slowly opened, revealing a dark passage inside. The cultivators rushed in, eager not to fall behind. Bai Yi did not hurry inside but stood at the entrance, observing the runes on the stone door. The Tianxin imprint operated at high speed, analyzing the structure of the array. This 100 array actually integrates 3,000 basic laws. A hint of surprise flashed in Bai Yi's eyes. No wonder it can test a cultivator's foundation. He took a deep breath and stepped into the stone door. The passage was pitch black, with only the runes beneath his feet emitting a faint glow. Bai Yi had just taken 3 steps when countless sword lights suddenly illuminated around him, each containing different laws piercing in from all directions. Interesting, a smile crept onto Bai Yi's lips as he advanced rather than retreating, weaving through the sword lights, his iron sword dancing as he neutralized the sword lights imbued with basic laws one by one. For others, this 100 array was a life and death trial, but for Bai Yi, who had mastered the chaos-devouring law, it felt like a rare opportunity for cultivation. While breaking through the stages, he absorbed the dissipating power of the laws, nourishing his nascent soul. Half an hour later, Bai Yi emerged from the 100 array at the other end of the valley. More than a dozen cultivators were waiting, most of them with expressions of shock, clearly having faced considerable danger in the formation. When they saw Bai Yi emerge unscathed, everyone showed a look of surprise. Why does he look so relaxed? Did he not encounter any danger? Bai Yi ignored their discussions, found a corner to sit down, and began to adjust his breathing. He could feel that after the baptism of the myriad formations, his understanding of the fundamental laws had deepened, bringing him a step closer to the late stage of transformation. Next was the second challenge, the competition for the law source pearl. The elder's voice echoed in the valley. The law source pearls are hidden in the dense forest ahead. Within the time it takes to burn an incense stick, those who obtain a pearl will advance. Remember, there are only 50 pearls. As soon as the words fell, the cultivators surged toward the forest like a Tied. Bai Yi still did not rush to act. He closed his eyes, and the heavenly heart mark spread out, sensing the aura of the Law Source Pearl. After a moment, he opened his eyes and darted deep into the forest. Guided by the heavenly heart mark, he avoided the competition of other cultivators and went straight to a giant ancient tree. In the hollow of the ancient tree, a pearl emitting a soft glow lay quietly, which was the Law Source Pearl. Bai Yi reached out to take it but suddenly felt a dangerous aura. He sidestepped, and a shadow sprang out from the hollow, lunging at him. It was a cultivator at the early stage of transformation, wearing a sinister smile. That pearl is mine. Bai Ye's gaze turned cold, and his iron sword was instantly unsheathed. With a flash of swordlight, he severed the opponent's weapon. Get lost. The cultivator looked at the weapon that had fallen to the ground, then at Bai Ye's icy gaze. Terrified, he turned and fled. Bai Yi picked up the Law Source Pearl. It felt warm in his hand, containing pure law power. He could sense that this pearl would greatly benefit his breakthrough to the late stage of transformation. When he exited the forest, the time for one incense stick had just ended. A total of 49 cultivators had obtained the Law Source Pearl, and with Bai Yi there were exactly 50. The elder looked at them and nodded. Very good. 3 days later, come to the Hall of Myriad Laws for the third challenge. Bai Yi stored the Law Source Pearl in the system space, filled with anticipation for the third challenge. He had a vague premonition that this trip to the Myriad Laws sect would bring him unexpected gains. The winds and clouds of the central continent were just beginning to stir, and Bai Yi, the young cultivator from the eastern continent, had already taken his first step on this unfamiliar land. The jade steps of the Hall of Myriad Laws stretched for 1,000 levels, each level engraved with different fragments of law formulas. As Bai Yi ascended the steps, his fingertips brushed over the gravity technique rune, and he felt a sudden increase in pressure around him, as if a small mountain was pressing down on his shoulders. This was a test specially set by the Myriad Laws sect. The higher he went, the stronger the pressure of the runes, aimed at selecting cultivators with both temperament and foundation. Behind him followed 49 other qualifiers, most of whom were disciples of major sects in the central continent. Among them, the most eye-catching was the blue-clad cultivator from the Tianyan Pavilion. This person was named Xinyu, at the peak of the mid-stage of transformation, wearing a turtle shell-shaped jade pendant at his waist, said to be able to deduce the laws of heaven and earth. Just now, during the competition for the Law Source Pearl in the forest, he had avoided 7 traps using his deduction technique and was the first to obtain the pearl. Taoist Bai seems very interested in these basic runes. Xinyu's voice carried a hint of inquiry as he quickly caught up with Bai Yi, his gaze fixed on the runes his fingertips brushed over. Aren't these just some introductory formulas? Is it worth such focus? Bai Yi did not turn back. The great way is simple. The fundamental runes conceal the source of the laws. He lightly tapped the flame technique rune with his fingertip, and the rune suddenly lit up, a flicker of flame leaping in his palm, only to be blown away by the wind law moments later. You see, this is the way of the interplay between wind and fire. Xinyu's pupils constricted. He had deduced the combinations of basic runes countless times but had never thought of being able to invoke the laws so intuitively. He touched the turtle shell jade pendant at his waist, which was slightly warm, clearly sensing the special aura on Bai Yi. The two ascended the jade steps one after the other, and the vermilion doors of the Hall of 10,000 Laws slowly opened before them. Inside the hall was vast and solemn, with 9 coiling dragon pillars entwined with golden law fireflies. At the center, on a high platform, sat 7 elders in gray robes, the leader being the elder from the refining void realm who had led the team earlier. At this moment, he was meditating with his eyes closed, a yellowed ancient book placed on the jade table before him. Sit. The moment the elder opened his eyes, the law fireflies in the hall suddenly accelerated, transforming into 49 cushions that landed before everyone. Bai Yi chose the leftmost cushion to sit on, just in time to see the cover of the ancient book on the high platform, the source of all laws, which was the only copy recording the remnants of the 10,000 laws formula. The third round, discussing the Tao. The leading elder's voice was calm. I ask, you answer. Those who comprehend may enter my sect of 10,000 laws, those who do not will be given a law source pill and may leave on their own. He picked up the ancient book and slowly read. The 10,000 laws formula states, law has no fixed form, adaptability is paramount. What do you all think? What is adaptability? The hall immediately fell into deep thought. Xinyu was the first to stand, cupping his hands and saying, I believe adaptability is to deduce the initiative, like making the first move in chess, predicting the enemy before they act. The turtle shell jade pendant at his waist emitted a faint light, clearly using deduction techniques to support his viewpoint. A red-clad cultivator from Burning Sky Valley immediately retorted, not at all. Adaptability should be like a raging fire, growing stronger when faced with strength, breaking through cleverness with force. Everyone held their own opinions. Some said adaptability is to follow the ways of heaven and earth, while others said it is to steadfastly hold one's heart, arguing endlessly. Bai Yi remained silent, his fingertips lightly tracing something on the cushion, as if calculating something. Bai Yi, what do you think? The leading elder suddenly turned his gaze towards him. Bai Yi stood up and calmly said, adaptability is neither following nor opposing, neither deducing nor breaking. He raised his hand, and the law fireflies in the hall suddenly gathered, transforming into two streams of air. One spun clockwise, the other counterclockwise, yet at the moment of collision, they perfectly merged, like these two energies of yin and yang. Following brings life, opposing brings death. Only by finding the balance point can one adapt infinitely. As soon as he finished speaking, a strand of chaotic law emerged from his fingertip, and the two streams of air suddenly erupted with brilliant golden light, evolving into the illusory images of the alternation of sun and moon, and the cycle of the 4 seasons. The 7 elders opened their eyes simultaneously, and the leader stood up abruptly, shock flashing in his eyes. Chaos, you have actually comprehended the law of chaos? Xin Yu's face instantly turned pale, his turtle shell jade pendant vibrating violently, yet he could not deduce the trajectory of Bai Ye's law. This was the first time he encountered a failure in deduction. Bai Yi neither denied nor affirmed, only saying, I have merely gained a slight understanding. The leading elder took a deep breath, suppressing his shock. What a neither following nor opposing. You have passed the 3rd round. From today on, you shall be a guest elder of my sect of 10,000 laws, free to borrow the complete volume of the 10,000 laws formula at any time. This result left everyone stunned. Guest elder? He hadn't even become a core disciple, yet directly became an elder? This had never happened in the history of the sect of 10,000 laws. Xin Yu unwillingly asked, Elder, why can he become an elder directly? Because his comprehension far exceeds yours. The leading elder pointed at the cushion Bai Yi had traced, where a chaotic pattern remained. This pattern, even I cannot fathom. Tell me, should he not be this elder? Xin Yu looked at that pattern, which seemed to contain the ultimate truths of heaven and earth, and finally lowered his head, his eyes filled with defeat. Bai Yi followed the elder to the scripture pavilion of the sect of 10,000 laws, which was more than 10 times larger than the scripture pavilion of the Qinglan sect, filled with various ancient books, many of which recorded information about the 9 heavens realm. The complete volume of the 10,000 laws formula is on the 7th floor, you may take it yourself. The elder handed Bai Yi a golden token. Additionally, this is the key to the law source pool, which may help you in breaking through to the late stage of the transformation god. The law source pool is the holy land of the 10,000 laws sect, containing pure power of the laws that can cleanse a cultivator's nascent soul and enhance the purity of the laws. Bai Yi took the key and cupped his hands, saying, Thank you, elder. On the 7th floor of the scripture pavilion, Bai Yi finally saw the complete scroll of the 10,000 laws formula. This cultivation method indeed encompassed all laws as rumored, but its core was surprisingly akin to the law of chaos devouring. Both perfected themselves by absorbing external laws. So that's how it is. Bai Yi suddenly realized that the highest realm of the 10,000 laws formula, all laws return to origin, was actually the embryonic form of the chaos law. He committed the formula to memory, validating it against his own chaos-devouring law, and the heavenly heart mark in his sea of consciousness suddenly erupted with a strong light, automatically completing the 3 missing pages of the 10,000 laws formula. Comprehended the true meaning of the 10,000 laws formula. Chaos-devouring law advanced. Acquired skill, all laws return to 1, can instantly simulate 3 different laws. When the system notification sounded, Bai Yi could clearly feel that his control over the laws had risen to another level. The bottleneck of mid-stage transformation god began to loosen, indicating that a breakthrough was not far off. 3 days later, at the law source pool, the liquid in the pool was a pale golden color, emitting a heart-pounding wave of laws. Bai Yi shed his outer garments and stepped into the pool. As the liquid just submerged his chest, it transformed into countless golden threads that surged into his body through his pores, heading straight for his nascent soul. He couldn't help but let out a muffled groan. These threads of law were like sentient drill bits, continuously polishing the wind patterns on the surface of his nascent soul, gradually stripping away the impurities. This process was painful and lengthy, but the radiance of the nascent soul grew brighter, and the 9 rings of law became increasingly solid. The wind-howling silver wolf lay by the edge of the pool, watching him with concern. Bai Yi waved his hand to signal that he was fine, then closed his eyes, fully guiding the threads of law to refine his nascent soul. After 7 days and nights, the golden liquid in the pool had turned murky. Bai Yi suddenly opened his eyes, a powerful aura erupting from his body, shattering the bottleneck of mid-stage transformation god. He had finally broken through to late-stage transformation god. The wind patterns on his nascent soul had turned deep blue, faintly showing signs of merging with the spatial laws. More importantly, under the enhancement of all laws returned to 1, his chaos-devouring law could now simulate fire, earth, and water laws, increasing his strength several times. It's time to leave. Bai Yi walked out of the law source pool and donned his robe. Although the 10,000 laws sect was good, it was not a place for him to stay long. On the system panel, one of the light points on the map of the 9 heavens realm became exceptionally bright. That was the falling star abyss at the junction of the central continent and southern continent, said to be where a worship from the 9 heavens realm had once fallen. He bid farewell to the elders of the 10,000 laws sect, and the leading elder did not try to keep him, only handing him a black jade slip. This is the map of the falling star abyss, containing exploration notes left by our ancestors, which may be useful to you. Bai Yi took the jade slip and sincerely cupped his hands, saying, "Thank you, elder." On the way out of the 10,000 Laws sect, Jin Yu suddenly blocked his path. The once arrogant genius cultivator of the Tianyan Pavilion now looked at him with a hint of admiration. "Taoist Bai, may I ask you a question? Please go ahead. Why is your deduction technique able to surpass the tortoise shell of the Tianyan Pavilion?" Bai Yi smiled. "I don't need deduction, I just use my eyes to see." He pointed to the center of his brow, where the heavenly heart mark was located. "All things in heaven and earth have trajectories. Once you see the trajectory clearly, there's no need for deduction." Jin Yu stood there in a daze, murmuring for a long time, "See the trajectory clearly, so that's how it is." Bai Yi said no more, riding the wind-howling silver wolf, speeding towards the falling star abyss. The prosperity and strife of the central continent gradually faded away, and the sky ahead began to show a faint purple hue that was the unique miasma cloud layer of the southern continent, said to harbor countless dangers, yet also nurturing unparalleled treasures. The wind-howling silver wolf let out a low growl and quickened its pace. Bai Yi stroked its mane, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. As he passed through the boundary marker between the central continent and the southern continent, the color of the sky suddenly deepened. The unique miasma of the southern continent loomed like a massive gray cotton candy, completely obscuring the sun, and the air was filled with a sweet yet deadly scent. This was the corrosive miasma, capable of eroding the nascent soul. An ordinary transformation realm cultivator without protection would be completely consumed within 3 days. Bai Yi suspended the 4 symbols token above his head, and a blue light transformed into a semi-transparent shield, isolating the corrosive miasma from him. The wind-howling silver wolf followed closely at his feet, its fur shimmering with a faint silver glow, a purification power inherent in its bloodline. Though not as domineering as the token, it could barely resist the miasma's assault. "Awah!" The silver wolf suddenly growled at the dense fog. To the left, its wolf eyes flashing with alertness. Bai Yi's heavenly heart mark also detected an anomaly. 3 obscure auras were hidden within the miasma, rapidly approaching, carrying a strong scent of blood. "It's the miasma shadow leopard." He recognized this unique beast of the southern continent, capable of blending into the miasma to become invisible, with claws more toxic than the corrosive miasma itself. "Be careful of their claws." Before he finished speaking, 3 dark shadows suddenly leaped out from the fog, their claws glowing with a ghostly green poison, each aiming for Bai Yi's throat, heart, and lower body, attacking from extremely tricky angles. Bai Yi did not retreat but advanced instead, his iron sword drawing a blue arc in the air. The wind-based laws contained within the sword light, automatically forming a barrier. Clang, clang, clang. 3 crisp sounds rang out as the miasma shadow leopard's claws were deflected by the sword light, the ghostly green poison vanishing the moment it touched the blue light. All laws returned to one fire. Bai Yi shouted, 3 clusters of golden flames bursting forth from his fingertips. The flames appeared weak but carried the power to incinerate all things. This was a fire law he had simulated, specifically designed to counter such sinister beasts. The miasma shadow leopard let out a piercing scream, its fur igniting instantly upon contact with the flames, rolling on the ground until it turned to ash. After dealing with the beast, Bai Yi continued onward. The terrain of the southern continent was even more rugged than that of the central continent, with towering stone pillars reaching heights of 1,000 feet, thick moss covering their surfaces, and occasionally glowing vines entwined around them, dripping dew infused with spiritual energy from their blossoms. These are star spirit vines, capable of growing in the corrosive miasma, and are excellent detoxifying materials, Bai Yi said as he plucked a blossom, collecting the dew in a jade bottle. "Collect some, it might be useful." The wind-howling silver wolf was quite interested in the animal bones on the ground, occasionally using its paws to dig through the rubble, pulling out shiny objects from the pile of bones. Most were low-tier beast inner cores, not worth much, but they provided it with plenty of entertainment. 7 days later, they reached the edge of the falling star abyss. Here, the miasma thinned, replaced by a faint purple halo within which countless small stones floated, slowly rotating to form a natural vortex. This was the phenomenon created when the 9 Heavens realm warship fell, tearing through space. The core of the falling star abyss is at the center of the vortex. Bai Yi observed the jade slip in his hand, which recorded, "At the bottom of the abyss lies a giant ship of mysterious iron, its hull covered in star patterns. Touching it will invoke a thunder calamity." He activated the wind laws, transforming his form into a blue light, flying toward the center of the vortex. The floating stones automatically avoided him the moment they came into contact with the blue light, clearly intimidated by the aura of the 9 Heavens realm emanating from him. The closer he got to the center, the more intense the spatial fluctuations became. Bai Yi could even see small spatial rifts flickering, through which glimpses of another world could be seen. It was a continent engulfed in raging flames, with massive metallic cities floating in the sky. Is that the 9 Heavens realm? Bai Yi's heart stirred, and the heavenly heart mark suddenly heated up intensely, as if responding to the scene. Within the rift, Passing through the center of the vortex, the view before him opened up dramatically. A vast canyon appeared below, its floor scattered with countless black shipwrecks. Most of these remnants had been corroded by time, rusted and worn, yet the grandeur of their former selves could still be discerned. The largest piece of wreckage stretched 100 feet long, its hull adorned with silver star patterns, precisely the Shin iron giant ship mentioned in the notes. At this moment, faint wisps of blue smoke were rising from the ship's broken edge, and the surrounding space twisted like rippling water, clearly having just experienced a battle. Someone got here before us. Baye's gaze sharpened, landing on several figures on the giant ship's deck. They were a group of cultivators, clad in black armor, with skull insignias etched onto their gear, exuding a sinister aura. They were the remnants of the Blood Shadow sect. Leading them was a cultivator at the early stage of the Void Refinement realm, gaunt and with a blood-red whip in hand, directing his subordinates to transport the wreckage from the giant ship. Hurry! Get that star essence iron up here. The sect master said, whoever can obtain this will be granted the Blood God Pill. The Void Refinement cultivator's voice dripped with greed. Star essence iron was a specialty of the Nine Heavens realm, containing pure spatial laws, a key material for crafting high-grade immortal artifacts. Bai Yi did not act rashly. This Void Refinement cultivator was not weak, and with over 20 God Transformation realm cultivators around, a direct confrontation would not end well. I need to think of a way. He quietly retreated, hiding behind a massive piece of wreckage, as the Tianqin Mark began to analyze the structure of the giant ship. The ship's power core should still be operational. Perhaps I can make use of it. He noticed a circular hatch on the side of the giant ship, engraved with patterns similar to the Four Symbols token. Got it. A glint flashed in by Ye's eyes as he took out the Four Symbols token and infused it with wind laws. The wind patterns on the token lit up, resonating with the patterns on the hatch. Moments later, the hatch creaked open slowly, revealing a dark passage inside. Silver Wolf, go distract them. Bai Yi whispered. The wind-howling Silver Wolf understood, quietly circling to the other side of the giant ship, unleashing a silver sound wave towards the Blood Shadow sect cultivators on the deck. Although the sound wave did not harm anyone, it caused the star essence iron they were transporting to tumble to the ground. Who? The Void Refinement cultivator roared, the blood-red whip snapping out like a venomous snake towards the direction of the sound wave. Over there! A disciple of the Blood Shadow sect pointed towards the Silver Wolf, and they all rushed after it. Seizing the opportunity while the deck was empty, Bai Yi transformed into a streak of azure light, silently slipping into the giant ship through the hatch. The passage was pitch black, illuminated only by the faint glow of star patterns on the walls. The air was thick with the smell of oil and rust, and he occasionally kicked broken parts underfoot. Most were unknown metallic products, clearly creations of the Nine Heavens realm. The power core is ahead. Following the guidance of the Tianqin Mark, Bai Yi walked deeper into the passage. A faint humming sound emanated from there, indicating energy was in operation. At the end of the passage, a massive circular room came into view. In the center stood a thick metal column, entwined with countless pipes through which a light blue liquid flowed, making a gurgling sound. This was the power core of the giant ship, energized by the Star Realm Stone from the Nine Heavens realm. This is it. A smile flickered in Ye's eyes as he took out the fragment of the 10,000 Methods scroll he had brought from the Manhwa sect and pressed it against the metal column. The characters on the scroll resonated with the star patterns on the column, causing the light blue liquid to suddenly churn violently, and the space within the room began to warp. It worked. Bai Yi turned and ran, knowing that the energy of the power core was about to go out of control. The moment he burst out of the hatch, the giant ship suddenly erupted with blinding blue light, and countless spatial rifts spread across the deck, devouring the Blood Shadow sect cultivators who had come back. No, the Void Refinement cultivator let out a desperate howl, trying to escape, but was ensnared by a spatial rift, half of his body vanishing into the crack in an instant, his screams abruptly cut off. Bai Yi stood at a distance, watching the colossal ship collapse without a hint of emotion in his eyes. He never showed mercy to the evil cultivators of the Blood Shadow sect. After the ship completely crumbled, a piece of star marrow, iron, about the size of a human head, rolled out from the wreckage, still smeared with fragments of star patterns. Bai Yi stepped forward and stored the star marrow iron in the system space. The spatial laws contained in this ore were purer than the combined essence of the Void Stone and the Empty Stone, enough for him to elevate his understanding of spatial laws to a new level. Acquired Star Marrow Iron X1, Star Pattern Fragments X3 triggered main quest clue, 9 Heavens. Realm Worship Log Quest hint, log fragments may be scattered among other wreckage in the falling star abyss. As the system notification sounded, the wind howling Silver Wolf returned, holding a blood-colored jade slip in its mouth. It was the one dropped by that Void Refinement cultivator. Bai Yi took the jade slip, which recorded the secrets of the Blood Shadow sect. They were searching for the Blood God Pearl of the Nine Heavens realm, said to be able to create immortal blood puppets. The clue to the Blood God Pearl was hidden in another wreckage of the falling star abyss. The Blood God Pearl, huh? A cold smile crept across Bai Yi's lips. Since I've encountered it, there's no reason to let you succeed. He mounted the wind-howling silver wolf and sped towards the direction marked on the Jade Slip. The adventure in the falling star abyss had just begun, and more secrets and dangers awaited him. What he didn't know was that after he left, a purple figure quietly appeared beside the wreckage of the colossal ship, watching the direction he had gone, a complex light flashing in their eyes. It was Chinyu of the 10,000 Laws sect, who ultimately couldn't resist following him, only to witness such a thrilling turn of events. Bai Yi, who exactly are you? Xinyu murmured to himself, looking at the tortoise-shell jade pendant in his hand, the patterns on the pendant glowing unusually bright, as if foretelling an impending storm. The second wreckage of the falling star abyss was hidden deep within a stone forest. These stone pillars had bizarre shapes, resembling countless hands reaching towards the sky, their surfaces covered in deep purple moss that oozed corrosive sap when touched. This was the corrupted heart moss, unique to the southern continent, capable of corroding even the finest black iron. Bai Yi took a small piece of star marrow iron, crushed it, and sprinkled it over the stone pillars. Strangely, the powder from the star marrow iron caused the corrupted heart moss to wither instantly, revealing the star pattern carved beneath. Indeed related to the Nine Heavens realm. His eyes flickered, and the heavenly heart mark extended along the trajectory of the star pattern, discovering that these stone pillars were arranged according to a certain formation, with the center being the hiding place of the blood god pearl marked by the blood jade slip. The wind-howling silver wolf suddenly growled lowly towards the depths of the stone forest, its fur standing on end. Following its gaze, Bai Yi saw a blood-colored figure standing in the center of the formation, holding a pulsating blood pearl in hand, within which countless faces twisted in pain could be faintly seen. This was the blood god pearl. The figure turned around, revealing a face covered in blood patterns, unmistakably the Blood Shadow Sect's deputy sect master, Blood Butcher, a mid-stage void refinement cultivator, whose aura was several times stronger than the previous void refinement cultivator. Bai Yi? I never expected you to chase me here. Blood Butcher licked his lips, a cruel smile flashing in his eyes. Since you've come, you might as well stay as a sacrifice for the Blood God Pearl. He threw the Blood God Pearl into the air, and the Blood Pearl erupted with a rich blood aura, instantly enveloping the entire stone forest. The withered corrupted heart moss began to regrow in the blood aura, transforming into countless blood-colored vines that slithered towards Bai Yi. All laws return to one, Earth. Bai Yi shouted, and the ground beneath him suddenly heaved, forming an earthen wall that blocked the vines outside. This was the Earth law he had simulated, with extremely strong defensive power. Interesting. Blood Butcher sneered, drawing out the blood-red whip in his hand. The shadow of the whip, infused with the pressure of the void refinement realm, shattered the earthen wall. Unfortunately, in the face of absolute power, any technique is futile. Bai Yi did not retreat but advanced, his iron sword entwined with the Azure Wind Law, simultaneously merging with the power of the spatial rift. Wind Rift instant kill. His figure flickered in the blood energy, appearing like a ghost behind Blood Butcher, the iron sword aimed directly at his back. This strike combined the swiftness of the wind with the unpredictability of space, making it difficult even for mid-stage void refinement cultivators to detect. But Blood Butcher's reaction exceeded expectations. The blood patterns on his body suddenly glowed, transforming into a blood-red shield. Clang! The iron sword struck the shield and was unexpectedly rebounded. Blood Butcher turned and struck out with his palm, a dense aura of blood malice coalescing in his palm. You don't know when to die. Bai Yi used the rebound force to retreat while scattering the powder of star essence iron into the air. The spatial law resonated with the star essence iron, causing the surrounding space to suddenly distort, guiding the blood malice away from its original trajectory. Spatial law? A flash of surprise crossed Blood Butcher's eyes, quickly turning into greed. If I can merge your law into the Blood God Pearl, my blood puppet will surely break through to the Void Return realm. He formed seals with both hands, and the faces within the Blood God Pearl surged out, transforming into countless blood shadows that rushed towards Bai Yi. These blood shadows were the remnants of cultivators devoured by the Blood God Pearl, containing the power of their laws from when they were alive, making them extremely troublesome. Silver Wolf, break the formation! Bai Yi shouted. The wind-howling silver wolf understood, erupting with silver sound waves that spread along the trajectory of the star patterns, causing the formation in the stone forest to tremble violently. The blood-red vines broke apart inch by inch in the sound waves, and the blood energy also thinned. Damn beast! Blood Butcher roared, sending part of the blood shadows to attack the silver wolf. Bai Yi seized this opportunity, operating the chaos-devouring law to its utmost, as black and white spiral patterns emerged on the iron sword. Chaos annihilation. The sword light flashed, and the black and white airflow spun like a gallows, scattering the blood shadows in its path, even tearing the space apart, creating a long rift. Puff! Blood Butcher was grazed by the sword light on his shoulder, blood gushing out instantly. He looked at Bai Yi in disbelief. How could a late-stage transformation god hurt me? Bai Yi did not answer, only striking again. This time, he simultaneously infused 3 laws of the myriad into his sword move: the swiftness of wind, the weight of earth, the dominance of fire, and the unpredictability of space intertwined, forming a multicolored swordlight. Blood Butcher's blood-red shield trembled violently in the swordlight, ultimately shattering with a crack. No! Blood Butcher let out a desperate roar, turning to snatch the Blood God Pearl but was blocked by Baye's sword. This pearl cannot be kept. Baye's voice was cold, and at the moment the iron sword pierced the Blood God Pearl, the powder of star essence iron suddenly erupted with a strong light. The spatial law collided with the blood malice within the Blood God Pearl, resulting in a violent explosion. Blood Butcher was engulfed by the shockwave of the explosion, screaming as he turned to ashes. The Blood God Pearl shattered in the explosion, and the devoured remnants were liberated, transforming into specks of golden light that dissipated into the sky. After the explosion subsided, a black jade tablet was left in the center of the stone forest, inscribed with the words 9 Heavens Realm Worship Log Fragment. Bai picked up the jade tablet, which recorded the reason for the worship's fall. They had been pulled into a spatial rift during a battle with demonic creatures and fell to the Azure Shan continent. More importantly, the log mentioned the gate coordinates located at the southernmost point of the southern continent, Burning Skycliff. Main quest: Explore. The 9 Heavens Realm Ruins progress increased to 70%. Obtained gate coordinates, unlocking new map, Burning Skycliff. Reward: Void Return Realm Law. Comprehension X1, Taisu Divine Ship Repair Materials X3. As the system prompt sounded, Bai could clearly feel that his understanding of the Void Refinement realm had deepened further. After absorbing the energy of the Blood God Pearl, the chaos-devouring law became more refined, even faintly simulating a trace of the pressure of the Void Refinement realm. After resolving the Blood Butcher, he began to carefully search the stone forest. In a hidden compartment of a stone pillar, he discovered a golden token inscribed with the words 9 Heavens Realm Vanguard Camp, and on the back there was a complex rune, which was the key to opening the core chamber of the worship. It seems there are even greater rewards. Bai Yi stored the token in the system space, his heart filled with anticipation. Just then, footsteps were heard outside the stone forest. Xin Yu's figure appeared at the entrance, looking at the mess on the ground and the jade slip in Bai Yi's hand. A complex emotion flashed in his eyes. Did you really kill the Blood Butcher? Bai Yi nodded. He got what he deserved. The leader of the Blood Shadow Sect is a void-returning realm cultivator. You killed his deputy, and he will never let it go easily, Xin Yu reminded him. It's not safe to stay in the southern continent for long. We should leave as soon as possible. Bai Yi looked at him. Why are you following me? Xin Yu smiled wryly. I want to see how far someone who can cause a reaction from the turtle shell jade pendant can go. He paused. Moreover, the 10,000 Laws sect and the Blood Shadow sect have long-standing grievances. Helping you is also helping the sect. Bai Yi did not refuse. Fenshin Cliff, are we going? Xin Yu's eyes lit up with surprise. Is the portal coordinate there? Yes. Let's go. Xin Yu agreed without hesitation. With my Tianyan Pavilion's deduction skills, we can avoid quite a bit of danger. The 2 men and a wolf left the stone forest, heading towards Fenshin Cliff at the southern end of the southern continent. Along the way, Xin Yu indeed demonstrated powerful deduction abilities, avoiding the pursuers from the Blood Shadow sect and the spatial rifts of the Falling Star Abyss several times. Bai Yi also learned more secrets about the central and southern continents from him. The leader of the Blood Shadow sect, Shui Wuyo, was once a disciple of the 10,000 Laws sect, expelled for practicing forbidden techniques, which led him to establish the Blood Shadow sect. Fenshin Cliff not only has the portal coordinates, but is also the source of the fire spirit vein in the southern continent, producing Fenshin crystals that can enhance fire-related laws. Fenshin crystals will greatly benefit my simulation of fire laws, Bai Yi thought to himself. Perhaps I can break through to the refining void realm there. 10 days later, Fenshin Cliff was finally in sight. This cliff was entirely crimson, with flames burning at its peak that never extinguished. Even from 1,000 miles away, one could feel the scorching heat. That's the place. Bai Yi pointed to a platform at the top of the cliff. The portal coordinates should be on that platform. Suddenly, Xin Yu's turtle shell jade pendant trembled violently, and he said with a serious expression, be careful, there are void-returning realm auras at the cliff top. And not just one. Bai Yi's gaze instantly sharpened. Void-returning realm cultivators were the strongest opponents he had encountered. It seemed that beneath the calm of Fenshin Cliff lay a greater storm. But he felt no fear. Instead, he was filled with fighting spirit. He tightened his grip on the iron sword and glanced at Xin Yu. Are you daring enough to charge in? Xin Yu took a deep breath, determination flashing in his eyes. What is there to fear? It is an honor for me, Xin, to fight alongside you. Bai. The silver wolf also let out a low growl, as if responding to their resolve. The 3 men and 1 wolf made their way towards the top of Fenshin Cliff, their figures quickly disappearing into the crimson cliff. The flames at the cliff top seemed to sense something, burning even more fiercely, casting a red glow across half the sky. The portal of the 9 Heavens realm was within reach, and the formidable enemies of the void returning realm had been waiting for a long time. Bai Yi knew that this battle would determine whether he could successfully open the portal and venture into a broader world. The crimson rocks of Fenshin Cliff shimmered with a flowing luster under the reflection of the flames, as if the entire mountain was ablaze. The closer they got to the cliff top, the hotter the air became, the acrid scent of sulfur mingling with the unique sweet smell of magma. Inhaling it felt like swallowing fire coals. Bai Yi operated the wind laws to the extreme, forming a cyclone around him, the spatial rifts wrapped in the cyclone continuously slicing through the oncoming heat waves, barely allowing him to maintain normal breathing. Shin Yu's situation was slightly more precarious, although he used the turtle shell jade pendant to shield himself. Sweat had already soaked his temples, and the hem of his blue robe even showed signs of scorching. The fire spirit vein of this burning skycliff is 3 times stronger than recorded. It seems there are void-returning cultivators manipulating the vein's energy. He pinched his fingers to form a seal, and the runes on the turtle shell glowed with a faint golden light. The deduction shows that there are 2 void-returning auras at the cliff's peak. One belongs to the Blood Shadow sect, while the other is quite strange, carrying the flame laws of the Burning Sky Valley but mixed with blood evil. The silver wolf of Wind Howl suddenly stopped and growled at a narrow mountain crevice ahead. The rocks on both sides of the crevice were covered in claw marks, with dark red ice crystals forming at the edges of the marks. These were the traces left by the Blood Shadow sect's specially made blood ice claws, capable of maintaining low temperatures in high-temperature environments, specifically designed to break fire-type defenses. Someone is watching from the shadows. Bai Yi's eyes sharpened, the iron sword trembling lightly in his hand. The reflected firelight on the sword's spine suddenly distorted. All methods returned to 1, wind. Concealment. The figure in the blue shirt instantly merged into the shadows of the cliff, even his aura blending with the surrounding hot winds. This was a concealment technique he created by merging wind laws with the all methods formula, far superior to Sumei's wind concealment talisman. Seeing this, Shin Yu also activated the turtle shell jade pendant, his figure transforming into a faint golden stream of light sticking to the back of the rock. Moments later, 3 dark figures sprang out from the mountain crevice, all late-stage cultivators of the Blood Shadow sect, their faces covered by blood-colored masks, holding curved bone blades in their hands. The leader raised a hand and waved. The blood patterns on the bone blade lit up. There was clearly an aura just now. Why has it disappeared? Search. The sect master said, better to kill wrongly than to let anyone escape. The 3 spread out in a triangular formation, the sharp whistle of the bone blade slicing through the air echoed between the cliffs. When the leftmost shadow approached Bai Yi's hiding spot, a blue sword light suddenly shot out. From behind the rock, the spatial rift wrapped in the sword light instantly severing his neck, causing the blood-colored mask to roll away, revealing a young face covered in blood patterns. The other 2, startled, turned back, only to see Shin Yu's turtle shell jade pendant floating in mid-air, the golden light emitted from the pendant binding their figures tightly like ropes. Bai Daoyu, take action. Bai Yi needed no further words. The iron sword spun out a blue arc, and wherever the arc passed, the 2 dark figures along with their bone blades were shredded into blood mist. The magma pool in front of the mountain crevice bubbled, as if devouring the bloody aura. Blood Wuyo has indeed brought quite a few people. Bai Yi picked up the blood-colored token on the ground, which was engraved with the words Shadow Guard. These are his most elite personal guards. It seems he is determined to seize the gate. Shin Yu wiped the sweat from his forehead. The turtle shell shows that right ahead is the clifftop platform, and those 2 void-returning auras are right in the center of the platform. We must be careful. Blood Wuyo's blood god transformation is said to temporarily elevate to late-stage void-returning. Passing through the mountain crevice, the scene before them opened up suddenly. The top of Burning Sky Cliff was a platform about 100 feet square, with a 10-foot-high black stone tablet standing in the center, inscribed with twisted spatial runes, which were the coordinates of the gate to the 9 heavens realm. Surrounding the stone tablet were 9 rivers of magma, the water rolling with golden flames, the purest fire spirit vein energy of Burning Sky Cliff. In front of the stone tablet, 2 figures stood facing each other. On the left, Blood Wuyo wore a blood-red robe, the corners of the robe fluttering in the hot wind, dark red veins crawling over his bare arms as if living creatures were moving beneath his skin. He was toying with a half-piece of the blood god pearl, within which countless vengeful souls could be faintly seen screaming. It was the remnant of the blood god pearl that Bai Yi had shattered earlier. The figure on the right made Bai Yi's pupils constrict. It was an old man dressed in the elder's attire of the Burning Sky Valley, his gray robe embroidered with a flame totem, yet blood-colored patterns twisted around the edges of the totem. He held a bronze cauldron in his hand, the flames burning within it a strange purple-black color, clearly tainted by blood evil. Lu Chengfeng? You really have allied with the Blood Shadow sect? Shin Yu exclaimed in shock. The Burning Sky Valley treated you well, why betray them? Lu Chengfeng turned his head, his aged face showing no hint of shame, instead revealing a fervent smile. Treated me well? They only expelled me from the sect because I practiced and crippled my cultivation. Only the Blood Sect Master is willing to give me the chance to reshape my foundation. He patted the bronze cauldron. This Blood Prison Cauldron is a gift bestowed upon me by the Blood Sect Master. It can devour the fire spirit vein and help me break through to the late stage of returning void. Blood Wuyo scoffed. Old Ghost Lu, stop wasting words with these juniors. Once we absorb the fire spirit vein from Burning Sky Cliff and obtain the key to the realm gate, the entire southern continent will be ours. His gaze suddenly locked onto Bai Yi, a cruel smile spreading across his blood-marked face. Little brat, you dare to come killing my deputy sect master and shattering my blood god pearl. Today I will make you taste the feeling of having your soul extinguished. Bai Yi did not waste words, pointing his iron sword directly at Blood Wuyo. The realm gate coordinates are not something you can touch. Arrogant. Blood Wuyo suddenly threw the fragments of the blood god pearl into the air, and the blood energy that erupted from the fragments instantly enveloped the entire platform. The golden flames in the magma rivers twisted into a blood-red hue within the blood energy. Today, let me show you the power of the returning Void Realm. Before his words fell, he transformed into a blood shadow, instantly appearing in front of Bai Yi, his 5 fingers clawing towards him. The blood patterns at his fingertips glowed, and the air was torn apart, forming dark red ice crystals, which was the advanced technique of the blood ice claw, blood prison, ice seal, capable of simultaneously unleashing blood evil and ice laws. Extremely bizarre. Bai Yi's reaction was as quick as lightning. The ground beneath him suddenly heaved up into a dirt wall, while the iron sword drew out a green wind blade, entwined with golden flames. The 3 laws converged into one, erupting simultaneously, forming a 3-colored barrier. Bang! At the moment the blood claw collided with the barrier, the platform trembled violently. The dirt wall shattered inch by inch, the wind blade and flames were devoured by the blood evil, and Bai Yi was knocked back repeatedly, his tiger's mouth going numb, nearly losing his grip on the iron sword. To be able to take one of my moves in the late stage of transformation, you have some skill. Blood Wuyo grinned maliciously. As he pursued, the bloodline shot from the fragments of the blood god pearl coiling around Bai Yi's limbs like spirit snakes. But next, you won't be so lucky. Seeing this, Xin Yu immediately urged the turtle shell jade pendant. By Dao Yu, there's a weak point in the space 3 Zhang to your left rear. Bai Yi understood, suddenly reversing his form, the wind law and space law erupting simultaneously. He actually slipped into a tiny spatial crack just before the bloodlines could ensnare him. At the moment the crack closed, the bloodlines missed their target, plunging fiercely into the rock, corroding the entire block of crimson rock into a honeycomb of holes. Space law? Interesting. Blood Wuyo licked his lips. Old Ghost Lu, stop watching the show and make your move. Lu Chengfeng smiled sinisterly. The purple-black flames in the bronze cauldron suddenly surged, transforming into a giant firewolf, pouncing towards Bai Yi, who had just emerged from the spatial crack. Wherever the giant wolf passed, the golden flames in the magma river were devoured. Even the space was scorched and distorted. Silver Wolf! Bai Yi shouted. The wind-howling silver wolf could no longer hold back, its silver light shining brightly as it charged towards the giant fire wolf. At the moment the 2 wolves collided, silver sound waves and purple-black flames violently clashed, the sound waves shattering the flames while also being continuously consumed by them. The silver wolf's fur was charred black over half, yet it clung tightly to the giant firewolf's neck, refusing to let go. Seeking death! Lu Chengfeng shouted angrily, tilting the bronze cauldron again. More purple-black flames surged out, wanting to devour the silver wolf as well. Just then, Bai Yi suddenly scattered star marrow iron powder into the air, while simultaneously forming seals with both hands. Chaos Devour. The black and white chaotic airflow spun like a vortex, forcibly sucking the purple-black flames into it. The flames struggled and extinguished within the chaotic airflow, ultimately transforming into pure fire energy, which was fed back to Bai Yi's nascent soul. This is the devouring law? Lu Chengfeng's expression changed drastically. Impossible. How could this lost ancient law reappear? Bai Yi did not give him time to be shocked. The nascent soul, having absorbed the flame energy, suddenly erupted with a strong light, 9 rings of law light instantly expanding to about 10 feet. Within the rings faintly visible were the embryonic forms of laws, only found in the returning void realm. Using the fire spirit vein from burning skycliff to break through to the refining void realm, Bai Yi's heart raced wildly. As the Tianqin mark operated at high speed, guiding the golden flames from the river of magma into his body. You won't get away with it. Shui Wuyo sensed his intention, and his blood-red robe moved without wind, countless bloodlines shooting out from the robe to form an impenetrable blood net, isolating Bai Yi from the river of magma. Seeing this, Xin Yu resolutely threw the turtle shell jade pendant towards the blood net. Taoist Bai, I'll block him for you. The jade pendant erupted with dazzling golden light, and within the golden light countless runes emerged, forming a massive phantom of a turtle shell that held the blood net in place. However, Xin Yu himself spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale as paper, as the effort of clashing with the returning void realm at the mid-stage of the transformation god realm took a heavy toll on him. Xin Yu. Bai Yi's eyes flashed with a fierce light. No longer hesitating, he pushed the chaotic laws to their limits. The golden flames within him intertwined frantically with the chaotic airflow, the wind patterns and spatial lines on his nascent soul completely fused, transforming into a dark blue-black law mark. The moment the mark took shape, the pressure of the refining void realm spread like a tsunami, causing the river of magma on the platform to boil. Refining void realm? Shui Wuyo and Lu Chengfeng exclaimed in unison, having never seen anyone directly leap from the late stage of the transformation god realm to the mid-stage of the refining void realm. Bai Yi opened his eyes, the blue-black light swirling within them. With a casual wave, the chaotic airflow transformed into a giant palm, easily tearing apart the blood net, while a wisp of wind law shot from his fingertips. precisely landing in front of Chinyu, blocking Shuehuio's counterattack. Now, it's my turn. Bai Ye's voice resonated with the tremor of the laws, and in a flash, he appeared before Lu Chengfeng, the chaotic airflow coiling around his iron sword causing the space to wail. Lu Chengfeng was so frightened that his soul nearly left his body, raising the bronze cauldron in front of him to defend. But in the face of the chaotic laws of the mid-stage refining void realm, his defense was as fragile as paper. Put. The iron sword pierced through the bronze cauldron, stabbing into Lu Chengfeng's heart. The old man looked down in disbelief at the sword in his chest, purple-black flames gushing from the wound, ultimately being extinguished into ashes within the chaotic airflow. After dealing with Lu Chengfeng, Bai Yi turned to face Shuehuio. At this moment, the blood sect master no longer wore the calm demeanor from before, his eyes filled with fear and madness. You little bastard, so what if you break through to the refining void realm? This blood god body of mine was forged from the essence blood of 3,000 cultivators, indestructible and immortal. He suddenly tore open his blood-red robe, revealing his bare chest, where fragments of the blood god pearl had already fused into the position of his heart. The rhythm of the pearl's pulsation completely synchronized with the flames of the river of magma. Blood god transformation ultimate form. Shuehuio's body began to swell, ultimately transforming into a 3-meter-tall blood-red monster with horns on its head, wings on its back, and hands turning into sharp bone claws, each breath exuding a rich aura of blood and slaughter. Today, only one of us can leave the burning sky cliff alive. The monster roared as it lunged forward, its bone claws tearing not only through space but also the very essence of the cultivators' souls. Bai Yi took a deep breath, channeling all the power of the laws of the refining void realm into the iron sword. The chaotic airflow on the sword resonated with the golden flames of the river of magma, ultimately transforming into a blue-gold beam of light. Wind gap chaotic slash. The moment the beam collided with the blood-red monster, the entire summit of the burning skycliff was engulfed in white light. The river of magma rolled back, spatial rifts crisscrossed, and the runes of the boundary gate on the black stone tablet shone with an unprecedented brilliance in the white light, as if responding to this earth-shattering collision. Xinyu clutched his chest, gazing at the tall figure in the center of the light, filled with shock. He knew that the outcome of this battle would determine the future of the Qingxian continent and the Nine Heavens realm. And Bai Yi, the cultivator who had emerged from the eastern continent, was single-handedly shifting the balance of the world's laws. As the white light dissipated, the river of magma at the cliff's peak had returned to calm, but the color of the water had changed from gold to pure crimson. The body of the bloodless monster lay in the center of the platform, a sword wound piercing through its chest, the fragments of the blood god pearl dim and lifeless at the site of the injury, clearly destroyed beyond repair. Bai Yi leaned on his iron sword, gasping for breath, his blue robe stained with blood, yet he still held his back straight. He walked to the black stone tablet, his fingertips brushing over the twisted runes, which glowed under his touch, ultimately coalescing into a blurred spatial portal above the stone tablet, the very gateway to the Nine Heavens realm. Main quest: explore the ruins of the Nine Heavens realm. Completed. Reward: Taishu Divine Vessel, repaired, proficiency in the common language of the Nine Heavens realm, gateway. Stabilizer X1 in the system space, a silver divine vessel measuring several feet long, slowly materialized, its hull engraved with the same runes as the stone tablet, exuding a majestic aura that transcended realms. Bai Yi knew that his journey to the Nine Heavens realm was finally about to begin. Xinyu limped over, looking at the gateway, then at Bai Yi. Are you really going to leave? Bai Yi nodded. My path lies in a broader world. He handed a jade slip to Xinyu. This is the complete content of the 10,000 Methods formula. It might be useful for the 10,000 Methods sect. Xinyu took the jade slip, gripping it tightly in his hand. Take care. Bai Yi took one last look at the flames of the burning skycliff, then patted the head of the wind-howling silver wolf. Let's go. The man and the wolf stepped into the gateway, the silver divine vessel following closely behind. The gateway slowly closed after they entered, leaving only the flickering runes on the black stone tablet, as if telling the legend of a cultivator from the eastern continent. Many years later, legends about Bai Yi still circulated across the Qingxian continent. Some said he became an immortal in the Nine Heavens realm, others claimed he transformed into the laws of heaven and earth. There were even those who said that on moonlit nights atop the burning skycliff, one could occasionally see a figure in a blue robe riding a white wolf, racing across the blood-red lava, the light of his sword dimming the stars. And the protagonist of the legend stood at the bow of the Taishu divine vessel, gazing at the rapidly passing nebulae outside the porthole, his eyes sparkling with anticipation for the unknown. The winds of the Nine Heavens realm were rushing towards him, bringing new challenges and opportunities. Outside the Qingxian continent, in the void, the Taishu divine vessel broke through the gateway, carrying Bai Yi into the Nine Heavens realm. At that moment, Bai Yi felt the laws surrounding him boiling like scalding water. Unlike the gentle spiritual energy of the Qingxian continent, the energy of the Nine Heavens realm was violent and domineering, each current of air containing pure stellar power, crashing against the protective shield of the divine vessel with crackling sounds, as if it wanted to tear this foreign object apart. Awah! The wind howling silver wolf clawed at the porthole, its wolf eyes filled with vigilance. Its silver fur stood on end, the once smooth coat now crystallizing with tiny ice shards, an indication of frostbite from the fierce winds of the Nine Heavens realm, despite the fact that it could stroll leisurely through the lava of the burning skycliff. Bai Yi pressed down on the restless spirit wolf, his fingertips gliding over the control panel of the divine vessel. The smooth metallic surface revealed a star map, densely packed with light points representing the star regions of the Nine Heavens realm, and they were currently in a dangerous area marked Shattered Star Belt. The spatial laws here are more than 100 times stronger than those of the Qing Shan continent. He watched the meteors racing past the porthole, the Heavenly Heart Mark frantically analyzing the surrounding environment. The vessel's defenses can hold for at most half an hour. We must find a landing point. Quickly. No sooner had he spoken than a meteor the size of a house suddenly erupted with red light, its surface cracking open with countless fissures, from which several silver tentacles emerged, whipping towards the divine vessel like long whips. The tentacles were covered in barbs, shimmering with a ghostly light capable of corroding immortal artifacts. It's the Star Erosion Vine, a low-tier star beast of the Nine Heavens realm, yet it can easily tear apart the defenses of the Void Refinement realm. Baye's expression hardened. He maneuvered the divine vessel sharply, simultaneously pressing the weapon button. Dozens of energy cannons popped out from the sides of the vessel, pale blue beams shooting towards the Star Erosion Vine like a torrential rain. The moment the beam struck the tentacle, a violent explosion erupted, severing only 3 of the tentacles, while the rest continued to pursue relentlessly, even growing longer as they flew. Chaos Law, devour. Bai Yi whispered, extending his right hand to press against the cabin wall. The black and white currents spread along the Shenzhou, forming a miniature vortex at the ship's tail. The instant the vortex made contact with the star-eating vine, those hard tentacles melted away like snow under the sun, transforming into pure energy, devoured entirely by the vortex. Absorbing star-eating vine energy, refining void realm law stability plus 5% just as the system notification finished, a dragon-like roar suddenly echoed from the nebula ahead. A colossal beast with 3 heads and 6 arms broke through the clouds, its body covered in dark golden scales, wielding knives, guns, swords, halberds, axes, and sabers in its 6 arms. It was the mid-tier star beast of the Nine Heavens realm, star-cleaving Azura, whose strength surpassed the returning void realm, equivalent to the early true immortal realm. Trouble is coming. Baye's expression darkened. The scales of the star-cleaving Azura could withstand attacks from immortal artifacts, and ordinary methods would not harm it at all. He looked at the wind-howling silver wolf, prepare for battle. The spirit wolf let out a low growl, its silver light intensifying, its size swelling to 3 zhang. Under the nourishment of stellar power, with sharp glimmers of spatial cracks appearing on its claws, this was the transformation it underwent after entering the Nine Heavens realm with Bai Yi. Bai Yi opened the cabin door and leaped out of the Shenzhou with the silver wolf. He infused the iron sword with the chaos law, the blade shimmering with a dual-colored glow of dark green and black under the starlight. Wind gap chaos slash. The sword light flashed, carrying the swiftness of the wind and the tearing force of space, while also incorporating the dominance of the devouring law, leaving a shallow mark on the scales of the star-cleaving Azura. Roar! The central head of the Azura bellowed, swinging its massive axe with the might to shatter stars. Bai Yi dared not take it head-on. Instead, he used the wind-law to teleport behind the Azura, thrusting the iron sword at the joint connecting its 6 arms, where the scales were the thinnest. Clang! The sword struck the joint, producing a crisp sound of metal clashing, but only left a white mark. The other 2 heads of the star-cleaving Azura turned simultaneously, and the star arrow shot from its bow like meteors, while the axe and halberd blocked all escape routes. All laws returned to one domain. Bai Yi formed seals with both hands, merging the laws of wind, space, and chaos, creating a domain about a zhang in radius around him. Within the domain, the flow of stellar power slowed down, and the speed of the star arrows and the axe and halberd dropped by 30%. Seizing this moment, he scattered the star essence iron powder towards the Azura's joints. These materials from the Nine Heavens realm worship resonated with the stellar power within the Azura, causing its movements to momentarily lag. Now's the time. Baye's eyes sharpened, the chaos law infused in the iron sword suddenly erupted. Black and white currents surged along the blade into the Azura's body. The star-cleaving Azura let out a piercing scream, its 6 arms twitching simultaneously, causing its weapons to fall. Its dark golden scales dimmed at a visible rate, ultimately dissipating into specks of starlight. After dealing with the Azura, Bai Yi picked up the inner core it had dropped. A fist-sized golden crystal containing pure stellar laws. Obtain star-cleaving Azura inner core X1. Comprehend basic stellar law-refining void realm law. Stability reached 100%. Can break through to true immortal realm. As the system notification sounded, Bai Yi felt his Yuaning undergoing a transformation. The Yuaning, originally 6 inches tall, began to absorb the surrounding stellar power, its body gradually becoming transparent, ultimately transforming into a stream of light that merged into his divine soul. This was the mark of the true immortal realm, where the Yuaning and divine soul became one, forging the immortal soul. Breakthrough! He sat cross-legged on a piece of meteorite, guiding the immortal soul to resonate with the laws of heaven and earth. The stellar power of the nine heavens realm surged into his body like a tide, washing over his limbs and bones, gradually stripping away the mundane essence from his flesh. This process lasted a full 3 days and nights. When he opened his eyes again, the stars flowed in his gaze, and a faint immortal light surrounded him. With every gesture, he could draw upon the power of the stars around him. This was the ability of star attraction in the true immortal realm. Breakthrough to the early stage of the true immortal realm. Acquired skill: Star realm travel, short distance teleportation in the starry sky. The wind howling silver wolf evolves in sync, gaining affinity with the power of the stars. The silver wolf excitedly rubbed against his palm, its fur shimmering with specks of starlight, and the originally blue wind system laws now bore traces of golden star patterns. Bai Yi stowed away the divine vessel and mounted the silver wolf. Let's go and see the true face of the nine heavens realm. They flew towards Qiming City, marked on the star map. This city floated around a massive star, its walls built from pure white starlight stone, and the defensive formations engraved on the walls could harness stellar power, enveloping the entire city in a golden light. As they approached the city gate, Bai Yi was stopped by 2 guards clad in star armor. The guards were at the mid-stage of the true immortal realm, their gaze as sharp as blades. Show us your star token. The star token was the identity proof of the nine heavens realm, which Bai Yi naturally did not possess. He took out a scale he had stripped from the star-splitting Azura. Can this be exchanged for a star token? The guard's eyes flashed with surprise upon seeing the scale. The reverse scale of the star-splitting Azura? Are you a rogue cultivator? In the nine heavens realm, only rogue cultivators would hunt star beasts to exchange for resources. Bai Yi nodded. I'm new here, please make an exception. The guard took the scale and handed Bai Yi a black star token. This is the lowest level black iron token, allowing you to stay in Qiming City for 3 days. If you wish to stay longer, you need to register at the Star Mansion or join a sect in the city.